Morning sunlight struggles to pierce through the dense, suffocating maze of towering apartment blocks. The scene shifts to a cramped, messy basement room. Harsh sunlight glares through a tiny, grimy window. On the cluttered desk, a monitor still glows with the red zombie game screen, sitting next to a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles and a bitten chocolate bar. Amidst the chaos of the room, a young man is fast asleep on a thin mattress spread across the floor. His phone alarms at 7:05 a.m. on April 5th, flashing a notification that reads, "Snooze for 5 minutes." Jolted awake by the blaring ringtone, he groans through his sleepiness. Ugh, I stayed up gaming and passed out again. Still slumped on the bed, he stares blankly at the glowing monitor and lets out a heavy sigh. Man, I really want to drop out. Dragging his feet, he sluggishly walks out of the room, rubbing his growling stomach. Suddenly, he spots a neatly placed sticky note on the door. It reads, "Mom's off to work. Make sure you eat a proper meal before heading to school, okay?" He stands there in silence for a moment, a heavy look in his eyes, before quickly changing into his neat school uniform. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he steps outside. As he walks, he gazes up at the distant skyscrapers and the blur of street signs passing him by. After a short walk, a massive, luxurious apartment complex called Palace 104 towers before him. He stops in his tracks, staring up at the gleaming building with a complex gaze. I bet the people living up there couldn't even imagine a life like mine, he thinks to himself. Lowering his head, he continues his lonely walk down the narrow alley. At the end of the road, Building 104 stands like a massive fortress, marking the beginning of Chapter 1. You smell like a beggar. Finally, he arrives at the front gates of Seonggon High School. Suddenly, a foot trips him, sending him crashing hard onto the pavement. He curses under his breath. Ah! Damn it! A group of students quickly circles around him. One of the bullies gasps with fake, exaggerated concern. Oh my god, I am so sorry, Minjun. Are you okay, buddy? Another lackey snickers maliciously. Oops, I only meant to give him a little tap. A third one joins in, openly mocking him. Hey man, if you landed any harder, you would have cracked your skull open. Ha ha ha. Gotta admit though, Minjun's landing was a solid 10 out of 10. The ringleader, Baek Songbin, turns his back and asks with a chilling deadpan voice, Wait a second, did you just swear at us? He mutters to himself, or am I just hearing things? Then he slowly turns around, a vicious smirk creeping across his face. He steps closer, his tone dripping with menace. I've been going too easy on you lately, haven't I? Now you're forgetting your place, you little rat. You guys are way too loud. A sharp voice cuts through the tension from behind. A stunning girl with long black hair steps forward, crossing her arms as she glares right at Songbin. We aren't kids anymore. Songbin, stop picking on the weak losers, will you? Songbin scoffs, rolling his eyes. Ah, damn it, look who decided to show up. It's just Han Yena. Han Yena, 18 years old, class 2. Dash 3 of Seonggon High. She stares dead into Seongbin's face, her expression twisting with pure disgust. Whether it's pathetic losers or scumbag bullies like you, you're all equally annoying. Stop polluting the air in this school and get out of my sight. Songbin harshly throws his arm around the bruised Minjun, pulling him close and shouts back, Hey, you crazy bitch! Who said we're bullying him? Minjun here is our class mascot. We're just playing around with our buddy. Ha 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 ha, Yena narrows her eyes. If you want to play, then stop loitering in the hallway and take it outside. Minjun discreetly wipes a stray tear from his bruised cheek, thinking bitterly to himself. Seriously, look who's talking. The person I am absolutely disgusted by the most is you, Han Yena. Humph, well, at least I don't beat him up like you do. I just pretend he doesn't exist, Yena retorts coldly. Yeah, like there's a difference. Damn it, Songbin snaps back. Ha ha ha. The bullies laugh it off, while Minjun sinks back into his own dark thoughts. Han Yena, just like Songbin, she's a girl in my class that I've known since middle school. Songbin changes the subject, offering casually, all right, whatever. I'm hitting the town with the boys later today. You want to tag along? Yena rejects him without missing a beat. Are you insane? After listening to you last time, I swore I'd never go anywhere near you again. And to make things worse, that trashy place turned out to be young Minjun's basement. God, just thinking about it makes me sick. Han Yena lives in the ultra-luxury apartment complex right across the street from Minjun's basement. Her parents are hospital directors and high-earning professionals, a true family born with silver spoons in their mouths. She is massively popular on social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, always standing at the dead center of attention. She is effortlessly gorgeous and radiant, looking flawless even in a simple selfie. Not only that, but her grades are top tier, always ranking at the peak of the school. There are even rumors that she'll be studying abroad in America next year. This is Han Yena, a girl who seems absolutely perfect without a single flaw. But if she has one glaring flaw, it's her absolute deep-rooted contempt for poor people like me, and anyone she labels as a pathetic nerd. Yena suddenly glances back at him, her eyes practically dripping with revulsion. Ugh, what the hell are you looking at? She snaps. Minjun just forces a bitter, awkward smile. When did this twisted crush of mine even start? Oh, right. It was back in 8th grade, the first time we were in the same class. I mustered up every ounce of my courage just to talk to her. Sweaty and trembling, he stuttered. Hey, do you live this way too? Suddenly, her sharp voice cut through his nervousness. making him freeze in his tracks. She shot him a piercing, venomous glare and spat. "You reek! Stop following me, would you? If we're going the same way, then do us both a favor and walk somewhere else, or just take a completely different street." That was the exact moment it hit me. And honestly, I really don't want to be seen talking to a weirdo like you. I realized that Han Yenna was completely repulsed by me and that my body carried the undeniable stench of poverty. Yenna, on the other hand, always smells so incredibly sweet. Is that what rich people smell like? Snapping back to the cruel, harsh reality, usually when someone hates your guts, you naturally stay as far away from them as possible. But fate is a sick joke. I'm so freaking annoyed, Yenna suddenly bursts out. We're in high school now, and I still have to sit next to this creep? The girl whines loudly for the whole class to hear. Does anyone want to trade seats with me? Even now, after years in the same school and the same class, even after being relentlessly mocked and looked down upon by Han Yenna, strangely enough, I still can't figure out my own feelings for her. Do I honestly still have a crush on that girl? Is this just the pathetic longing of a total loser? How pathetic, catching feelings for someone who does nothing but mock and look down on me. And now, I'm getting physically tormented by Perrin Pin, mentally crushed by that witch, Han Yan. From then until now, I've been trapped in this endless, miserable loop day after day. Honestly, my life right now is just a humiliating, pathetic joke. Meanwhile, out in the schoolyard, two guys were just casually shooting the breeze. Yo, Sunho, don't you know the spring anime lineup is absolutely insanely good? Come on, there's gotta be at least one show you recognize, right? I completely lost interest in anime this year, man. But hey, I think that game Red is having an offline event today. If I didn't have to rot in school, I totally would have gone this morning, he thought to himself, before wondering out loud. Seriously though, what kind of game holds an offline event on a weekday morning? One of the guys brushed it off. Man, I don't give a crap about some game event. I'd way rather go to a Lumina concert instead. The other guy totally agreed. Oh, sick. Let me grab the tickets then. They're having a concert this month. Character introduction. Bae Sunho, 18 years old, class 2-6. And Oh Byung-jun, 18 years old, class 2-5. Those two are Sunho and Byung-jun, my buddies from other classes. Honestly, they're the only friends I have who actually share my hobbies. But luckily for them, their classmates are actually decent people, so nobody bullies them. One of them suddenly turned to Minun. Hey, you want to tag along? It's a Lumina concert, man. Must be nice, Minun thought bitterly. Just a bunch of lucky bastards born with silver spoons in their mouths. Earth to young Minun! His friend's voice suddenly snapped him out of his dark, spiraling thoughts. I swear, my life is the only one that's this utterly screwed up. Hey, Minun! Startled, he blurted out. Huh? What? His friend shoved his phone in his face, proudly showing off a picture of a gorgeous female idol. It's the Lumina concert! So, you in or what? We're about to book the tickets right now. We gotta go simp for our idol, Jan. The phone screen was currently looping a high-quality fan cam of Jan from Lumina. He forced a strained, awkward smile. Nah, I'll pass. He abruptly stood up, his voice dead serious. I'm officially done caring about idols. And with that, he just walked away. The two guys stared after him, completely dumbfounded. Huh? No way, he's totally bluffing. How the hell can anyone just drop Jan Kujui? She's literally one of the top 5 goddesses. He's dropping Jan from Lumina? Ugh, the guy has completely lost his mind. Well, whatever. I'm heading back to class. They both stood there just watching his retreating back fade down the hall. What is up with him? Literally just the other day, he was losing his mind over Lumina. But today, he looks way more dead inside than usual, doesn't he? I wonder what happened. You don't think it's because of those dating rumors that just dropped, do you? His buddy scoffed. Are you kidding me? He's acting like the world is ending just over some stupid rumor. Is there really a nerd that pathetic in this world? Oh, come on. If your precious Jang Yang got caught up in a dating scandal, you'd be acting the exact same way. Okay, yeah, fair point. The scene shifted back to class 2-3. He sat at his desk in silence, staring blankly out the window. Please just let class end already, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he caught the obnoxious whispering of the class bullies. Dude, that little punk was totally glaring at me just now. Haha. Oh, you mean that freak Kang Hakchin? He cautiously glanced over at the loud group, where one of the thugs was bragging confidently. Honestly though, the kid's even shorter than me. I could beat the living crap out of him with one hand tied behind my back, couldn't I? One of his lapdogs immediately started sucking up. Hell yeah, Seanbin. I mean, you literally train in MMA, bro. Obviously, that loser doesn't stand a damn chance. The group of delinquents kept strutting around, openly mocking him. What a piece of trash, abandoning his own parents in North Korea just to run away. Seriously, he's just an uneducated savage. Ha ha ha. One of the lackeys asked, suddenly curious. But hey, how the hell did he even manage to defect anyway? The first guy just shrugged, talking out of his ass. I only heard some rumors that he got here when he was 13. He probably had to go through some hardcore life or death crap just across the border. Ha ha ha. Right in the middle of their trash talk, one of the guys suddenly let out a panicked gasp. Hey man, look. Turns out the very target of their gossip, Kang Hakchin, had been standing right behind them like a ghost. His eyes were dead and piercingly cold, sending a violent shiver down the entire group's spines. Kang Hakshin, 18 years old, Class 2-3 of Seongun High School. He stepped forward, his face completely void of emotion, yet radiating a chilling, suffocating bloodlust. His voice was dead calm as he asked, "What the hell did you just say?" But instead of backing down, Park Seonbin just cocked an eyebrow in pure defiance. He tilted his chin up, sneering right back. "What did you say, you little bitch? You got a death wish or something?" Hakshin stepped up, his tone a lethal warning. "Watch your damn mouth before you speak." In a flash, Seonbin lunged forward like a rabid dog, violently grabbing him by the collar. "You cocky little punk!" Seonbin's massive, heavy hand twisted Hakshin's school uniform into a tight grip, a vicious and openly violent threat. Yet, even in the face of all that raw aggression, Hakshin's eyes remained dead and completely unbothered, like a still lake with absolutely no ripples. Seeing the tension about to snap, Seonbin's lackeys frantically jumped in to hold him back. Whoa, chill out, man!" One of the guys desperately wrapped his arms around Seonbin to pull him off. "Seonbin, just let it go, man. It's not worth it." He then turned to Hakshin. "Hey, Hakshin, our bad, okay?" Right before letting go, Seonbin forcefully yanked Hakshin in close, hissing a venomous threat right into his ear. "You went through all that trouble just to crawl your way into South Korea. If you don't want to end up a corpse here, you better keep your head down and shut the hell up." With that final warning, he shoved him away and stormed off. With his crew, his face twisted in a nasty scowl. Having witnessed that entire explosive confrontation from the sidelines, young Manoon could only gulp nervously, a single cold drop of sweat sliding down his forehead. He huddled into his seat, burying his face against the desk as his mind swirled with sheer exhaustion. This class is a shithole. This whole school is a total shithole. Despite the dark, twisted secrets hidden within its walls, Songgold High School still looked majestic under the glaring afternoon sun. Dragging his heavy feet down the path home, he muttered to himself with sudden conviction, "That's right. Starting tomorrow, I'm dropping out of this trash school." He told himself it was the only shortcut to finding even a shred of happiness in this hellish, cursed life. A spark of fierce determination finally flickered in his eyes, his mind painting a picture of a brighter future. Starting tomorrow, I am absolutely done with this place. But right as he was sinking into his sweet fantasy of freedom, a terrifyingly familiar voice rang out, making his pupils dilate in pure horror. Well, talk about a small world. Songbin and his lackeys were blocking the only way out, sporting the most utterly punchable, scummy smirks. The bully jutted his chin at him. Seongbin let out a twisted sneer, throwing out his shameless demand. "Man, you're a lifesaver. I was just about to go grab some smokes, be a good dog, and fetch them for me, yeah? Haha." He smugly jerked his thumb toward a small kiosk over by the bus stop. "Just go over there and beg the old lady at the convenience store to buy them for you. Easy, right?" Minwoo stood frozen dead in his tracks, his jaw clenching so hard it ached as a raging fire of resentment flared up inside his head. "This little bastard. I'm dropping out anyway." Behind his glasses, his eyes burned with absolute, unadulterated fury. He hyped himself up. "I'm never going to see this scumbag ever again anyway. I need to curse this son of a bitch out right here, right to his stupid face." But reality was brutally pathetic. It was all just a fantasy in his head. Minwoo didn't actually have the guts to do it. Instead, he kept his head down and just walked straight past them. Songbin blinked in dumbfounded shock. "Huh? Hey, Jung Minwoo, are you not going to get your ass over here? Are you seriously ignoring me?" His lackeys instantly erupted into a chorus of mocking, hysterical laughter. "Whoa, holy shit, ha ha ha. Has Jung Minwoo completely lost his mind? Ha 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 ha. He's actually looking down on Seongbin now. Ha 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 ha." Songbin stood paralyzed in disbelief before his face twisted into an expression of blinding rage. "This is crazy, ha 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 ha. That absolute son of a bitch." And naturally, the consequence of ghosting the school boss was getting dragged by his collar to a deserted construction site. Now, he was lying face down in the dirt amidst scattered debris, his face beaten to a bloody pulp. Minwoo let out a gut-wrenching groan. Cough." Songbin's vicious voice rained down on him. You crazy bastard. Why the hell are you acting so tough today, huh?" Seongbin raised a heavy red brick high in the air. With a face practically radiating murderous intent, he screamed like a maniac. "You dirt poor piece of trash. I'll just fucking kill you right here, right now. You think just because I haven't beaten you to a pulp since middle school, you can just walk all over me?" Seeing the psychotic look in Seongbin's eyes, the lackeys panicked and backed away, hastily trying to clear their names. Whoa, I have nothing to do with this. I literally tried to stop Seongbin earlier, but it didn't work. If Minwoo dies today, that is absolutely not on me, alright? In that moment of humiliating despair, Minwoo weakly choked out, "Do it! Kill me," making Seongbin freeze in sheer confusion. Minwoo squeezed his eyes shut, surrendering himself to his bitter fate. "Please, just kill me. I don't want to live anymore." One of the lackeys on the sidelines piped up with a mocking sneer. "Damn, honestly, I almost feel sorry for you now, Songbin." "Haha. That single taunt made Xiangbin's eyes practically bulge out of his skull in explosive fury. Without an ounce of mercy, he delivered a devastating kick straight to Minwoo's face, roaring like a feral beast. "You stupid son of a bitch!" After the brutal beatdown, he leaned in close, his voice dropping to a sickeningly dark whisper that sent chills down the spine. "Hey, listen carefully. If you ever think about writing my name in your little suicide note before you die, you'd better watch your back." His demonic face contorted with absolute terrifying cruelty. "Even if you die, I will personally track down your pathetic, lonely old mother and kill her too." Minwoo's shattered glasses lay rolling in the dirt, making even the lackeys pale as they nervously muttered, "Whoa, shit. He might have gone too far this time." "Humph." Hearing their whispers, Xiangbin coldly barked an order to retreat. "Shut your mouths, you little punks. We're leaving." They walked away, leaving Minwoo curled up all alone in the freezing construction site. His body was covered in bruises, and his heart was shattered beyond repair. The evening sun cast long shadows over the rundown slum neighborhood. It offered a faint glimmer of warmth, but nothing could ever melt the ice in the poor student's soul. Minwoo dragged his battered body, trudging heavily up every stone step of the familiar hill toward home. His solitary back was practically painted with loneliness and absolute helplessness. He bitterly wished to himself, "I wish this whole damned world would just end tomorrow." Suddenly, his dirt-caked sneakers stopped dead in the middle of the stone stairs. He tilted his swollen, bruised face upward. His lifeless, hollow eyes were bloodshot as a dark, agonizing thought flashed through his mind. Maybe I should just end it all right now. Staring up at the towering, luxurious Palace 104 apartment complex right in front of him, a completely desperate urge took over. "If I just jump from up there, everything will be over." He mumbled emptily, his feet taking heavy, dragging steps into the courtyard of the high-end complex. There's no point anymore. There's literally no reason to keep living this miserable, pathetic life. He kept trudging blindly toward the main lobby. Suddenly, an icy, painfully familiar voice called out from behind, forcing him to halt. "Hey!" He turned around, completely stunned to see Han Yeon-ah standing there, holding her phone. She knitted her brows, staring at him in utter confusion before snapping bluntly, "What the hell are you doing here?" Folding her arms, she tilted her head back and interrogated him with a dripping, condescending tone. "You don't even live here. Why the hell are you sneaking around our apartment complex? Don't tell me you actually snuck in like some creep." Minwoo froze stiff, his eyes widening in panic behind his cracked lenses. Meanwhile, Yona kept mercilessly spitting out her venomous words. "Looking at that state of you, you definitely aren't here for a delivery." "What? Are you planning to rob the place or something?" His hands clenched into fists so tight his veins bulged, swallowing the bitter pill of reality as he told himself, "Yeah, that's right. A place for high and mighty rich kids like you. Trash like me doesn't even have the right to step inside." He thought to himself, choking on his own bitterness. "I just want to end it all. I was planning to use your apartment building to kill myself." She was about to keep scolding him, but Yona suddenly stopped, noticing something was off. She frowned at the deep bruises on his face. "What the hell happened to your face?" Staring at his swollen, bleeding cheek, Yona pressed on. "Did someone beat you up again?" Minjun just kept his head down, taking it in absolute silence. Seeing his pathetic submission, Yona let out a heavy sigh of sheer exasperation and started lecturing him. "Look, I'm being serious here. Just looking at you pisses me off. If scumbags like Xiangbin bully you, you should just charge in and fight back. You're already beaten to a pulp anyway. Even if you get your ass kicked again, can't you just stand up and fight back for once?" Completely ignoring his pain, the hurtful words just kept pouring out of her mouth. "Seriously, seeing a loser like you makes me sick to my stomach. If you can't do anything right, at least have the guts to snap back. Living like such a coward, don't you think your life is just too damn tragic?" Suddenly, he turned his back and walked away. Seeing Minjun aimlessly dragging his feet toward the gate, she called out in confusion, "What the hell? You're just gonna leave?" He just kept walking in dead silence, making Han Yeon-ah's ego flare up. "So you're really just gonna ignore me till the very end, huh?" She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Hey!" And then she let out a string of curses. "Ah, holy shit, are you out of your damn mind? I am talking to you here." Standing there, watching Minjun's battered silhouette, she let out a long sigh and muttered, "Ah." Still, he really does look pitiful, so damn weak and pathetic. Watching his back disappear behind the trees, Yona clicked her tongue, making a mental note. "Tomorrow, I am definitely going to curse that bastard Park Song-bin to hell and back." And just like that, after taking a full combo of insults from his crush, his urge to commit suicide completely evaporated. He dragged his heavy body back to his familiar, rundown boarding house. Stepping through the door, Minjun kicked off his shoes, dragging his exhausted feet into a room as messy as his own life. Tossing his backpack aside, he reached out and pressed the power button on his PC, clicking his tongue as he sought his usual familiar comfort. "Whatever, I'll just play some games to numb the pain." Putting his headset on, his fingers brushed against the bleeding wound on his cheek. He smirked in self-mockery. "Man, this is actually hilarious." He thought to himself, to think I actually gave up on killing myself just because of Han Yeon-ah's sharp tongue. The image of her scowling yet undeniably pretty face flashed through his mind. But thinking about it, that girl was totally right. He pulled himself together. Sitting cross-legged, he placed his hands on the keyboard and mouse. Screw it. I already decided to drop out of school anyway. His eyes glued to the screen. Starting tomorrow, I'll never have to see that bastard Songbin or Han Yon-ah ever again. Lost in his own hazy thoughts, he pondered. But since I'm quitting school tomorrow, I guess I should find a job to help Mom out. Just then, the lively voices of his gaming buddies buzzed through his headset. Oh, Minjun, you finally logged in? Hurry up and join. We're waiting to create the room. He replied sluggishly. Hold on a sec. I literally just turned my PC on. The hands of the clock on the moldy wall ticked forward at an agonizingly slow pace. It was exactly 5:30 in the afternoon. The sunlight slowly faded through the tiny, cramped basement window. The dark night began to swallow up the dead silent alleyway. Suddenly, a massive, violent thud echoed right outside the window, followed instantly by a girl's blood-curdling scream tearing through the night. Ah, help! But with the ironclad focus of a hardcore gamer, Minjun's hands kept frantically clacking away at his keyboard. He flinched slightly, muttering, "What the hell was that?" His eyes never left the fiery battlefield on his screen. He yelled into the mic at his teammates, "No, not over there. There are 3 zombies over on this side." All right, wipe them all out, nice and clean. Just as his blood was really pumping, his in-game buddy dropped some bad news. Hey, something came up. I gotta log off right now. Minjun blinked in sheer confusion. Huh? Logging off out of nowhere? He quickly begged. Bro, just finish this match first. It'll only take like 10 more minutes. But ironically, the other friend, Byung-jun, poured a bucket of ice-cold water over his hopes. Hey, Minjun, I think I need to log off right now too. He broke into a cold sweat, absolutely baffled. What the hell is going on? Even Byung-jun is bailing on me? Brutally abandoned by his teammates, he took off his headset in pure defeat and glanced up at the wall clock. What time is it anyway? It's already 10 o'clock? Did that much time seriously just fly by? As he stared blankly at the monitor, his friend's voice echoed faintly from the headset lying on the desk. What the fuck? Dude, did you see the news? Everything is going absolutely crazy right now, Minjun asked back, completely clueless. Huh? What news? Suddenly, violent, rapid banging echoed from his door, making him jump out of his skin. He whipped around, pure panic written all over his face. Clutching his headset, his face showed a mix of deep confusion and nervous curiosity. He muttered to himself, "What is that?" Creeping out of his room, he poked his head out to look at the front door, deeply on edge and guarded. Another savage, heavy blow crashed against the door, making him wince. What the hell is that? Then, risking it all, he called out loudly, "Who's out there?" The heavy iron door rattled violently under the savage, relentless pounding from the outside, as if someone was desperately trying to bust it down. Minjun's face went deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his skin. He shivered, his mind racing. No way. Who the fuck is that? This is freaking terrifying. Holding his breath, he pressed his eye against the peephole to peer into the pitch-black hallway. The sight outside left him stunned. A disheveled man, drenched in blood, was stumbling around, his mouth mumbling something. "Help! Help me!" Minun blinked in confusion. It was the guy from the floor above. The faint voice continued to echo. Open the door!" He scratched his head, completely clueless, as his wild imagination took over. Huh? He mumbled, foolishly thinking to himself. Ah, did my package get sent to the upstairs floor again? Through the peephole, he watched the neighbor dragging his feet, heavily limping away, leaving long, horrifying trails of blood across the staircase floor. Without a single shred of suspicion, he let out an exasperated sigh, clicking his tongue in sheer annoyance. This old guy is drunk out of his mind again. Brushing off his initial unease, his hand boldly gripped the doorknob. The door slowly creaked open, casting a faint streak of light into the cramped hallway, littered with random trash bags. And so begins Chapter 2, National State of Emergency. He slowly leaned half his body out, scanning the area with a probing gaze. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, his eyes screaming with absolute terror. Huh? The upstairs neighbor awkwardly spun around, lurching toward him in a genuinely gruesome state, his entire shirt soaked crimson with blood. The horrific sight smashed right into his vision. The man's stomach was completely ripped open, dripping with an agonizing amount of blood. Minan's face drained of color. Breaking into a cold sweat, he stuttered in pure panic. Hey, mister, are you okay? Let me call 119. But before he could even finish his sentence, the man threw his head back and unleashed a savage roar, his milky white eyes completely devoid of life. Mine froze in sheer terror. Like a bloodthirsty beast, the creature lunged at him, violently tackling him back into the apartment as he put up a weak, agonizing struggle. Ugh! The horrifying monstrosity pinned him down, baring its fangs and clawing wildly while letting out bone-chilling growls. Gah! Minan squeezed his eyes shut, screaming his lungs out. Driven by pure survival instinct, he channeled every ounce of his strength into shoving the blood-soaked body away, his face twisting in absolute shock and horror. Mister, what the hell is suddenly wrong with you? His limits shattered. A wild, desperate glint flared in his eyes as he started cursing in a blind panic. Fucking hell, seriously! Mustering his last bit of strength, he delivered a devastating kick right into his attacker's stomach. The explosive kick sent the mangled body flying backward into the hallway, crashing flat onto its back in a massive pool of blood. Seizing the golden opportunity, he shot his hand out, gripping the doorknob tightly to slam it shut. The door slammed shut, completely blocking out the creature that was now frantically pounding and snarling from the other side. Anun leaned his weight against the door, groaning in sheer exhaustion. He was panting heavily, gasping for air. His blood-stained bare feet were trembling uncontrollably, knocking against each other in violent shock. Desperately trying to regain his composure, he heaved heavy breaths. Sweating bullets, his face was still painted with disbelief as he asked himself, panting, What the hell was that? The image of the man's utterly panicked face flashed in his mind. He collapsed onto the floor, frantically grabbing his phone and clumsily dialing the numbers. Police, I have to call the police. He pressed the phone tight against his ear, but the other end was met with dead, chilling silence. He muttered in despair, What the hell is this? Staring blankly at the screen, his pupils violently quivered. The signal was completely dead. Suddenly, the phone vibrated aggressively, making him jump out of his skin. Huh? The screen lit up with a barrage of emergency alerts from the government, warning of unprovoked attacks and urging all citizens to evacuate or stay securely indoors. He mumbled out loud as he read the emergency warnings. Suddenly realizing something, he whipped his body around and frantically dashed over to the small window to look outside. Carefully pulling back the curtains, he peeked through the window glass and instantly let out a horrified scream. The alleyway outside had literally transformed into a living hell. Agonizing screams tore through the air. Somebody help me! He gasped, his entire body trembling. Wait, what? What the actual hell is going on right now? A deranged maniac was pouncing on people, brutally tearing into them right on the street. A violent shiver ran down his spine as the horrifying truth finally sank in. The upstairs neighbor was just like that. He stumbled back until he hit the wall, his face drained of every last drop of blood. Suddenly, a thought of his only family hit him. Mom! Oh God, is Mom safe? With violently shaking hands, he rushed to dial his mother's number. Normally, she should be home by this time. He pressed the phone against his ear, squeezing his eyes shut as he prayed. Mom, please. But that fragile hope was instantly crushed. Beads of sweat poured down his face. He couldn't even get through to his mom's phone. Outside the quiet basement window, the blood splattered across the ground only amplified the sheer terror of it all. All of a sudden, bizarre noises echoed, slipping in through the cracks of the window. Absolutely petrified, he wrapped a blanket tightly around himself, huddling into a ball in the corner of his dark room. The gruesome growling continued to echo from outside. Car! The lifeless moans of those things out there kept echoing endlessly throughout the alleyway. Minoon's hand, gripping the glowing phone, was shaking uncontrollably. He stared in despair at the "cannot connect to the website" message on his screen. The cell service and the internet had been completely cut off this whole time. Throwing the blanket off, he grabbed the TV remote and turned on the screen. Desperate to find even a shred of saving information, he carefully turned down the volume, telling himself, if those things out there hear the noise, I'm dead. I have to keep it low. The TV screen was broadcasting an urgent breaking news report. Currently, a massive, catastrophic string of serial killings targeting countless civilians is taking place nationwide. The news anchor, their face tight with tension, announced that the government was treating the incident as an unprovoked terrorist attack. They are currently investigating the cause and the mastermind behind it. However, specific details have yet to be released. Accompanied by a glaring red headline that read, "Unprovoked Murders in the Capital Region," the broadcaster emphasized the severity of the situation. Yes, I repeat once again, the current situation is extremely critical. Minjun's face went completely blank, cold sweat pouring down his skin in sheer terror. Just what the hell is going on here? The TV kept blaring warnings, urging citizens to stay indoors as much as possible, lock all windows and doors, and strictly avoid any contact with the outside. Suddenly, the screen cut to another chaotic scene. We have just received breaking news. Reports indicate that similar murders are now happening in Busan. The bloody, tearing carnage flashing on the screen made him gasp out loud. The sight of a lunatic sinking their teeth deep into someone's neck right on live TV was terrifying enough to chill anyone to the bone. The anchor frantically continued, reporting that these violent attacks weren't just isolated to major cities like Seoul, Busan, and Incheon, but were also spreading to smaller towns. The police and military were currently being deployed, but bringing the situation under control was proving to be incredibly difficult. He muttered blankly, "No way. That doesn't look like terrorism or a riot. That looks like..." Standing utterly helpless in his tiny room, a horrifying thought flashed through the hardcore gamer's mind. Don't tell me. It's exactly what I always see in my games. Are those zombies? He tried to analyze the situation logically. Am I just having a nightmare? How did everything go to hell in the blink of an eye like this? It spread all the way from Seoul to Busan in just one single day. But how? What the hell caused all of this? Suddenly, he sprang up from his seat like a coiled spring. This is no time to just sit here spacing out. He suddenly remembered a crucial life or death detail. Wait, thinking back, the old guy upstairs went outside earlier. He stared intently at the front door, formulating a survival plan. If the hallway of the building is clear, I need to get out there and lock the main door first. Peeking through the peephole one last time, he carefully scanned the pitch-black corridor outside. Minjun slowly cracked his door open and tiptoed out onto the blood-stained staircase, his senses on high alert. The hallway was completely empty, yet chillingly silent. Nobody's here, he told himself. He crept toward the stairs, looking up at the top floor, and nervously gulped down his fear. Please, don't tell me there's something up there. Reaching the top of the stairs, he timidly placed his hand on the handle of the building's aluminum glass main door. Looking outside, the neighbor who had gone mad earlier was still wandering aimlessly right in front of the door, his mouth dripping with fresh blood. His heart skipped a beat as he warned himself. Easy now. Just do it quietly. But the rusty old hinges suddenly let out a sharp squeak. The zombie snapped its head around and lunged forward. It staggered up against the glass door, letting out bloodthirsty, guttural groans. Quick as lightning, he slammed the lock shut with a sharp click, right before the monster could turn the handle. Standing safely inside the building for now, he let out a huge sigh of relief, clutching his pounding chest. Phew! He then turned around, gazing back up the dark, looming staircase. A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. Now that I think about it, are the people upstairs okay? It was eerily quiet. Looking utterly exhausted, he trudged back down to his basement apartment, trying to calm his nerves. For now, I'll just stay inside and wait until morning to see what happens. The police or someone will definitely come to rescue us. He wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, curling up on his mattress. His eyes were glued to the TV screen, which was still broadcasting the emergency news about the unprovoked massacres in the capital. The anchor's steady voice echoed in the room. Yes, we will continue to provide live updates on this shocking development. Currently, the government... Before the sentence could be finished, the TV screen abruptly died, leaving behind a lifeless gray static that made him flinch in sheer panic. Minjun's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with utter dismay. Did the broadcasting stations just lose their signals too? The tiny room plunged into a dead, suffocating silence. Only the quiet window stood between him and the aura of death outside. He pulled the blanket entirely over his head, desperately curling up on his familiar mattress to find even a shred of safety. But his eyes remained wide open, staring into the dark. He let out a heavy sigh, thinking to himself, there's no way I can sleep right now. He rolled over, his face etched with complicated thoughts. But really, this whole feeling is just so bizarre. His mind replayed the memory of being brutally beaten by those bastards at the construction site. Just yesterday, this hellish pitch-black life made me want to end it all. I even wished for the whole damn world to just be destroyed and get it over with. And yet, it actually came true. His eyes flickered with a hint of self-deprecating irony. But look at me now, struggling and fighting tooth and nail just to stay alive. He burrowed deeper into the warm blanket, muttering to himself, I guess things aren't really that different from before. Looking up at the cluttered shelves in his room, he thought bitterly, because for me, whether it was back then or right now, life has always been nothing but a living hell. The silent night slowly blanketed the neighborhood. The sky sparkled with brilliant stars, a cruel contrast to the absolute horror unfolding on the ground below. By the next morning, the outside world had transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield, complete with an overturned ambulance and monsters mindlessly roaming the streets. The main door of the apartment complex creaked open just a crack, revealing fresh trails of blood pooled on the cold, hard ground. Hiding behind the door, Minjun carefully poked half his face out to scout the situation, cold sweat trailing down his cheek. The sight that hit him was a landscape littered with corpses. Those zombified freaks dragged their decaying bodies across the deserted street, surrounded by nothing but trash and blood. The familiar trash dump area was now scattered with mangled, dismembered bodies. This feels so unreal compared to a normal day, he told himself. Start it! A single slipper lay abandoned in a slimy pool of blood, sending a shiver down his spine. The sickening, metallic stench of blood assaulted his nose. He pulled his gaze back behind the narrow crack of the door. Just looking at the state of things out there, it's pretty damn clear what's going on. Without hesitating for another second, he quickly slammed the glass door shut, completely sealing himself off from the world of death outside. His hand decisively turned the lock, ensuring his absolute safety. Leaning his back heavily against the freezing door, he squeezed his eyes shut and let out a long, shuddering breath. He made up his mind right then and there. Stepping foot outside right now is basically suicide. Carrying a heavy burden of absolute dread, he trudged back down the pitch-black stairs to his basement sanctuary. Standing in front of his makeshift pantry, he began taking inventory of his survival stash. Let's see here. Crossing his arms, he did the mental math. 4 packets of instant ramen, 6 cup noodles, add in the boxed meals and the rice, and that should be enough for one guy to eat for 2 weeks. And I've got a few snacks left too. He shifted his gaze over to the kitchen area. 3 bottles of mineral water. The tap water hasn't been cut off yet, so I need to fill up everything I can find right now. Thank God the gas is still running too. Talk about a silver lining in a nightmare. Resting his chin on his hand, he thought it over, trying to reassure himself. If I just do some basic calculations with these stockpiled rations, I can hold out in here for at least 1 month. Someone will definitely come to rescue me within a month. Gripping his now useless phone in his hand, his heart sank with an overwhelming sense of worry. I wonder how Mom is doing. Please let her be safe. Forget calling 119. Even the mobile networks had completely crashed. There was absolutely no one left to call for help. Staring at his tightly shut door, he began running through the list of his neighbors. Come to think of it, empty rooms aside, this building only had 5 households living in it. The old guy right upstairs has already turned into whatever the hell that monster was. Are the elderly couple and that girl on the upper floors still in their apartments? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. A name flashed through his mind, making him gasp out loud. Ah, there's still that college guy living up on the rooftop. I wonder if he's home right now. He recalled the image of the student who was always walking around with his girlfriend. It seemed like almost every Tuesday he would bring her over to hang out. Looking up toward the rooftop room through the early morning light, he silently prayed that yesterday was a Tuesday. Who knows? He might actually be up there right now, clinging to that fragile thread of hope. He carefully got on his tiptoes, sneaking his way upstairs, making absolutely sure not to make a single sound. Peeking through the peephole of an upper floor door, he muttered to himself, just as I thought, dead silence on the other floors. He took a deep breath. All right then. This is my last hope. Gazing up at the final steps leading into the dark rooftop, cold sweat broke out all over him. That college guy on the roof, don't tell me he's turned into one of those things like the old man downstairs. Mustering every ounce of his courage, he took it one step at a time toward the waiting door. The moment he reached the top, his eyes locked onto it. The door to the rooftop was left slightly ajar, letting the daylight bleed in. The rooftop door is open? He carefully slipped through the gap and stepped outside. The open space of the rooftop was bathed in sunlight. Sweeping his gaze around, his eyes stopped at the door of the rented room. He hesitated for a second. Should I try calling out to him? But his sheer paranoia quickly slapped the thought away. No, don't do it. I have to prepare for the worst case scenario. His eyes suddenly fell upon a pair of slippers carelessly tossed in front of the door. Wait, what's this? Ah! Even the inner door to the room is swung wide open? Creeping closer on his toes, he anxiously poked half his face in to peek inside the dead silent room. What greeted him was absolute chaos. An electric fan was knocked over. Chairs and tables were completely trashed, and most horrifying of all, fresh crimson blood was splattered all across the floor. His face drained of all color as he muttered in pure dread. Is no one here? Right at that exact moment, a chillingly familiar, gruesome groan echoed from right behind him, sending ice-cold shivers violently down his spine. His pupils shrank down to absolute pinpricks as a terrifying wave of dread washed over him. Huh? Time itself seemed to freeze. Day 2 since the apocalypse began. The scene violently flashed back to his own blood-stained kitchen. A solitary inner monologue began to play. That day became the most crucial turning point of my entire life. Snapping back to the present moment, in the college guy's room, his eyes were still glued to the floor. Blood? A trail of blood? The gruesome smear dragged all the way into the inner bathroom. And making things infinitely worse, there was a sickening noise coming from inside. His legs were shaking so violently he could barely stand, his forehead completely drenched in sweat. Oh, fuck me. Gulp. He frantically reminded himself to keep it together. Slowly, ever so slowly, taking a step back. Nice and slow. Just get out of here. But oh, how fate loved to play its cruel jokes. His elbow suddenly slammed hard into a potted plant, resting right by the edge of the door. The ceramic pot crashed onto the floor, shattering into pieces. He froze instantly, his eyes bulging as he screamed internally, "What the absolute flying fuck is this?" From the darkest corner of the room, a savage guttural roar erupted. Grrrr! It made him snap his head back, his face twisted in absolute terror. Without a single second left to think, he bolted, running for his absolute life. But, as bad luck would have it, the slippery indoor sandals combined with his fear jelly legs caused his own feet to violently tangle together. He took a hard dive, skidding painfully across the rough rooftop floor as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Scrambling to look back, his face completely warped, his pupils blown wide open in sheer, unadulterated panic. Lunging out from the apartment door was a zombie, dripping with fresh gore. And of course, the universe hated him. The face of that bloodthirsty monster was none other than that bastard Park Sung. Words slashed across the screen amidst the life-or-death struggle. The apocalypse has arrived, Chapter 3. Why the hell are you here? The monster that used to be Sungbin stumbled forward at a terrifying speed, launching itself straight at Minjun, who was desperately backing up against the wall. The monstrosity wildly swung its blood-soaked arm down at him. Driven by pure survival instinct, Minjun ducked down hard, narrowly dodging the fatal blow by a literal hair's breadth. Missing its target, the monster's momentum threw it hopelessly forward right over the low wall of the rooftop. Completely losing its balance, its entire body flipped backward into the empty air. Minjun looked up in a daze. Before his brain could even process what was happening, that gore-covered body was already free-falling down into the dark, deep alleyway below. Standing on the ledge, Minjun violently spun around, his face pale as a ghost, utterly traumatized by what he had just witnessed. His pupils were blown wide, heavy drops of sweat pouring down his face as he refused to believe reality. He collapsed heavily onto the rooftop floor, his limbs turning to absolute mush, his mouth trembling. He fell. He actually fell. Managing to snap back to his senses just a little, his hand frantically gripped the doorknob, desperately trying to escape this blood-soaked nightmare. He bolted, running for his life down the pitch-black staircase, gasping and panting until his lungs burned. Huff, huff, fast as lightning, he threw his own apartment door wide open and threw himself inside. The second he was in, he collapsed to his knees right in the middle of the room, dropping his head like a man who had just lost his soul. His sweat-drenched back heaved up and down with every heavy, agonizing breath. Huff, huff! He braced both hands hard against the floor, shaking uncontrollably as the terrifying aftershocks of fear wrecked his body. A horrifying thought suddenly pierced through his brain, chilling his sweat to ice. Wait, that college guy from the rooftop, is he dead? His face twisted in agony, his eyes widening with absolute torment and haunting guilt. Did I just kill someone? He stayed kneeling right there, hands tightly gripping each other, desperately clawing at whatever sanity he had left, trying to justify it to himself. No. It wasn't my fault. He buried his face toward the floor, frantically muttering in a state of sheer panic. He was the one who attacked me first. The clock on the wall silently ticked away the seconds, striking 8:10 p.m. The light outside his basement window slowly died out, surrendering to a thick, freezing cold darkness. He pulled his knees tightly to his chest, huddling himself into a dark corner right next to the entrance. Completely alone, utterly lost, and drowning in despair. That day, for one agonizingly long day, he could only drown in his own guilt and self-torment. He stared blankly into the void, shadows consuming his face as he endlessly asked himself, did I really just push the rooftop guy to his death? Unable to bear the suffocating guilt anymore, he sluggishly pushed himself up on his bare feet. Creaking the room door open, his eyes instantly locked onto a long, sinister trail of blood dragging through the hallway. Peering out into the dead-silent alleyway, a familiar, twitchy silhouette caught his eye. The blood-soaked monster staggered around, turning its back under the faint, flickering glow of the streetlight. Its neck snapped to the side at a sickening, unnatural angle, its lifeless eyes staring into the void. The horrifying sight froze him right at the doorway, his feet completely glued to the floor. That's the college guy from the rooftop, he muttered under his breath. He's still alive. Even though the crushing guilt of being a murderer was lifted, his face was pale, painted with pure shock and disbelief. He watched the zombified guy shamble away, a cruel, terrifying reality sinking in. They weren't human anymore. Hiding behind the door, a bitter thought crossed his mind. I'm so sorry, man, but you totally look like a zombie right now. A grotesque, guttural growl echoed again. Grrr! Without a second thought, he slammed the door shut. Since that day, despite the chilling snarls constantly echoing from outside, grrr, something weird happened. The paralyzing fear he had of those infected monsters actually started to fade away. The next morning, the harsh rays of dawn pierced through the dead alleyway. A system-like thought popped into his head. Day 3 since the apocalypse began. Well, no matter what happens, surviving means keeping my stomach full. A spicy, bright red pot of instant noodles was bubbling away on the stove, looking surprisingly mouth-watering. Sitting cross-legged at his tiny dining table, he got ready to slurp the noodles deep in thought. As long as the gas is still running, I can at least cook stuff like this. But honestly, how long until they cut it off? His expression grew heavy, burdened by reality. Is staying locked up in this basement, just praying for a rescue team, really my best bet? My food stash is going to run out eventually anyway. He started breaking things down logically. Aside from the rooftop guy, no one else has shown up. It really looks like there are no other infected people left in this building. His train of thought led him straight to an escape plan. Should I make another run for the rooftop? If I actually wanted to send out a proper SOS, I would probably need to light a signal fire up there or something, right? His eyes widened behind his glasses, flashing with a sudden, fierce determination. He stared at the walls, completely covered in thick blue tape to barricade the room, and firmly told himself, it is decided. Tomorrow, I am taking matters into my own hands and heading out. The scene suddenly shifted. A montage of horrific memories flashed through his mind. The brutal near-death beatings he used to take, the desperate life-or-death struggle against his infected neighbor, and that adrenaline-pumping moment when he personally hurled the zombified school bully straight into the dirt. Is it because I was already ready to give up on life just a few days ago? Or is it because of all the messed up trauma I barely survived yesterday and the day before? Honestly, I don't even know anymore. He just sat there cross-legged on his mattress, casually stuffing a chopstick full of noodles into his mouth, looking unusually, completely unfazed. Looking at all those people turning into zombie-like freaks out there, I'm really not that scared anymore. Suddenly, the phone on the table violently vibrated, making him jump out of his skin, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Staring at the glowing screen, his pupils dilated to the max as the word "Mom" popped up on the caller ID. Mom! Without wasting a single second, he lunged forward, desperately snatched up the phone and jammed it against his ear, his voice breaking with pure emotion. Hello? From the other side of the line, his mother's choked, tearful voice rang out. Minjun, Oh, my baby, where are you? Are you safe? Ugh. His face instantly lit up, rushing to reassure her. Mom, I'm okay. I'm just hiding out alone at our house. Then panic crept back into his voice. Wait, where are you right now? Her voice filtered through the chaotic background noise. The day before yesterday, during the evacuation, I managed to find the military. I am safe at a refugee camp over in Gangnam now. Please, don't worry about me. Min-jun, listen to me. If you are at home, you absolutely cannot step foot outside. You hear me? He frowned, his eyes turning dead serious as she pleaded. I will do whatever it takes. I am begging them to send a rescue team to our house right now. The situation in our neighborhood is... Suddenly, the signal started glitching out. A harsh, irritating burst of static completely drowned out his mother's voice. Mom, are you there? He screamed in absolute panic into the dead receiver. Collapsing onto the floor, he gripped the phone so hard his knuckles turned white, dropping his head and cursing in absolute utter frustration. Damn it, the connection dropped again. But taking a deep breath, he quickly tried to calm his racing heart, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Well, at least Mom is somewhere safe, thank God. Just then, the phone buzzed violently in his hands all over again. He frowned, glancing down at the screen. Now what? Out of nowhere, a massive flood of messages just dropped. Opening up his chat app, his eyes landed on a group text from his gaming buddies, Sunho and Byung-jun. Wow, so these idiots are totally fine too. I just watched the news. Guys, we are so screwed. Air raid sirens going off everywhere, cops deploying full force. I am not even kidding. We are all dead meat. Hey, is the internet acting super glitchy for you guys too? Is Min-jun seriously just ignoring our text right now? He stared blankly at the screen, his face totally, utterly speechless. What the hell is wrong with these guys? The whole world is literally burning to the ground, and they are still messing around. Still, the corners of his eyes welled up with tears, his nose stinging as a bittersweet reality hit him. Sunho and Byung-jun live super close to each other, so they can probably watch each other's backs. But man, in a life-or-death situation like this, are my mom, Sunho, and Byung-jun really the only people who even bothered to check on me? He stared blankly into space. Suddenly, a haughty, elegant silhouette flashed across his mind. The crystal-clear image of his female classmate. Hanyona, he muttered to himself, lowering his gaze. Out of everyone I actually know, she is the one who lives the closest to me. Come to think of it, Yona actually came over here once last year, didn't she? His memories drifted back to a ridiculously loud hangout down in his basement, the floor totally trashed with empty beer cans and crushed snack wrappers. The chaotic, rowdy voices of the guys echoed in his head. Bro, I swear I'm telling the truth. Yona saw your face on Instagram and literally would not stop begging me to introduce you to... Oh, seriously? I bet she has absolutely no idea I already have a girlfriend, right? Yeah, man. Ha 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 ha. He vividly remembered shrinking into a tiny, pathetic ball in the corner, helplessly watching his bullies completely hijack his room. Hey, wait, is Yona actually going to show up here? Ain't no way, bro. That chick is a massive neat freak. Ha ha ha. Whatever. Who cares? I already texted her the address and just told her to show up. Haha. I bet she doesn't even know this is Young Min-jun's place. If she actually shows up, that totally proves Han-yeon A is just thirsty for guys. Damn, I am so hyped for this. Haha. Her Instagram pics are seriously drop-dead gorgeous, though. The image of Park Seon-bin blowing smoke with a mocking smirk appeared. Hey, Changmin, if that chick actually shows up today, this is your golden ticket. Want to shoot your shot? You bastard. You went to middle school with Han-yeon A, and now you're totally selling out your old classmate. Haha. Like Han-yeon A is easy enough to just fall for it. Ha ha ha. But man, if I actually bag her and my girlfriend finds out, I am dead meat. Who gives a crap? Just then, his buddy grabbed his phone and gasped. Oh snap, Yone just texted. Min-jun flinched, looking up. The guys were losing their minds with excitement. Yo, Han-yeon A says she's actually here. Whoa, seriously? She actually came? Ha ha ha. Hold on, I'll go get the door for her. Sit down. Min-jun still couldn't believe his own ears. She actually came. The door swung open. Han-yeon A stepped into view, dressed in a totally chic outfit. Her face was gorgeous, but her eyes screamed absolute disgust as she peered inside. A close-up showed her face scrunching up in revulsion. All her arrogant glamour shattered instantly against the miserable, shabby reality of the basement. Meanwhile, the guys were still acting like creeps, waving her in. Come on in. Min-jun's place is pretty dope, right? Ha ha ha. Yone stood frozen outside, her feet stubbornly refusing to cross the threshold. Her so-called friend kept blabbering away. Oh, by the way, this is the Changmin guy I was telling you about. Haha, you two already know each other from Instagram, right? Say hi. Haha. Unable to stomach the suffocating atmosphere, Yone turned her back and walked away without a shred of hesitation. Look, I'm out of here. The guys immediately broke into an uproar. Huh? Hey, you made it all the way out here. Where are you going? Min-jun's inner monologue echoed. Compared to the fact that Park Seon-bin and his delinquent crew had crashed my place to get drunk and tear down the walls, Hanyone's reaction in that moment was what truly made me feel like utterly pathetic trash. The memory of her razor-sharp words carved deeply into my mind. Can't you idiots open a window? The cigarette stench is literally making me sick. The floor is all sticky, and this whole place smells like gross mold. And why the hell didn't you bother telling me this was Young Minjun's dump? Oh, I am so freaking pissed off right now. Snapping back to the present, Minjun was sitting huddled on the toilet in his rundown bathroom. He hung his head, letting out a heavy sigh. I wonder if she's safe out there. If those symptoms really are some kind of zombie virus. Her dad is a hospital director. He'd definitely know how to handle it. But seriously, in this messed up, hellish situation, why the hell am I worrying about her? He clicked his tongue, desperately trying to shake the image of that girl out of his head. Her family is loaded anyway. I bet she's already been safely evacuated. Young Minjun! His eyes shot wide open, staring blankly like he had just snapped out of a fever dream. Survival instincts and cold, hard reality finally crushed whatever pathetic teenage romance was left lingering on that toilet seat. Minjun violently flinched, whipping his head toward the door. He blinked in sheer confusion. Wait, did someone just call my name from out there? But then he clicked his tongue. Nah, I must be losing my damn mind. However, a desperate, blood-curdling voice from outside shattered the dead silence. Jejong Minjun, are you in there? If you are, please open the door for me. Frantic pounding echoed against the metal, fast and urgent, making his entire body freeze. His eyes bulged out, his face twisted in absolute mind-numbing disbelief. Huh? He stared blankly at the bolted door, his brain short-circuiting as it tried to process reality. Han Yun-A? From the outside, the agonizingly urgent voice cried out again, Young Minjun! On the other side of that iron door, Han Yun-A had collapsed onto the freezing concrete. She was whispering frantically through the crack, utterly consumed by panic. Gasp! Ha! You're in there, right? I swear I just heard your voice in there. Suddenly, all the color drained from Yun-A's face. Terrified out of her mind, she whipped her head around at the sound of a sickening roar. Grrrah! A horde of zombies, drenched in fresh blood, came sprinting toward her like maniacs, letting out blood-curdling monstrous snarls. The grotesque monster staggered and lunged forward. Yun-A let out a throat-tearing shriek, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of imminent death. Ah, no. Yun-A's hands pounded against the steel door in absolute terrifying despair. Young Minjun! Her beautiful face was drenched in cold sweat and tears. Her eyes bore a look of pathetic, soul-crushing desperation. Hurry up and open the damn door! Save me, please! I'm begging you! If you're out there, please say something. Without a second thought, Minjun forcefully threw open the life-saving door. He screamed, his face pale with panic, rushing the girl who was mere inches away from a gruesome death. Get in! Hurry! The second Yun-A slipped inside, Minjun slammed the door shut with every ounce of strength his body possessed, throwing the deadbolt right in the faces of the infected. The crazed zombies crashed against the glass outside, banging fiercely and snarling with a bloodthirsty hunger. Rah! Rah! Having escaped death by a mere hair's breadth, Yun-A's chest heaved violently. She gasped for air in ragged, broken breaths. Ha! Ha! Her legs gave out and she collapsed heavily onto the messy basement floor, still hyperventilating from the sheer terror of it all. Ha! The once haughty and arrogant girl now curled up on the ground, her bare feet covered in dirt and scraped raw with blood. Minjun stood there awkwardly, completely flustered as he stammered out. Hey, are you okay, Yun-A? But how did you even make it all the way here? Suddenly, Yun-A's small hand reached out and gripped the front of Minjun's shirt tightly, making him flinch in surprise. Her exhausted, limp body leaned entirely against his. She buried her face into his chest, desperately seeking a safe haven after the living nightmare she had just survived. Her hand, still clutching his shirt, trembled uncontrollably. Minjun's eyes went wide, cold sweat breaking out as his face burned beet red at this unimaginably intimate situation. His arms froze, hovering awkwardly in midair, having no idea where to put them. His brain had completely short-circuited. Just what the heck was going on? This turn of events pushed the story into an unexpected new chapter. Doomsday has arrived, Chapter 4. Han Yoana in the underground bunker, still drowning in sheer panic and confusion. He stammered, asking the beautiful girl, still bundled up against his chest, Are you all right? Seemingly regaining a tiny bit of her composure, Yona's grip slowly loosened. She slowly lifted her head to look at him. Her face was drenched in sweat, yet she was still breathtakingly gorgeous. She spoke in a soft, utterly sincere voice. Thank you, young Minjun. Hearing that, Minjun sat there totally stunned, his cheeks burning red as a tomato. Meanwhile, Yona looked at him with misty, teary eyes and whispered, Honestly, if it wasn't for you, I'd definitely be dead right now. Minjun awkwardly scratched his head, letting out a sigh of relief with a bashful smile. Thank goodness. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The normally haughty girl cast her gaze around, silently evaluating the basement room. Noticing the thick layers of blue duct tape sealing off the door, Yeona asked softly, Is it just you down here right now? Minjun nodded. Yeah. He hurriedly explained, My mom went to work 3 days ago and couldn't make it back home. But by some miracle, I managed to get her on the phone earlier. She's still safe. She said she met up with the military and evacuated to a safe zone. Hearing this, the heavy tension on Yona's face finally softened a bit. She replied gently, "Is that so? Thank God." Minjun hesitated before asking her in return, "Han Yona, what about your parents?" The girl crossed her arms, responding with surprising calmness.
I managed to talk to my dad on the phone one last time. It seems he's still holding out safely at the hospital where he works.
Yeon-ah's gaze suddenly dropped, her voice trailing off. As for my mom, but just as quickly she masked it, reclaiming her usual confident aura as she picked up a pair of chopsticks and grabbed some noodles. I'm sure my mom and dad will both be just fine. Anyway, if you have any water, could I get a sip? I haven't had a single drop to drink for days. Minjun frantically scrambled around to help. Oh, right away. Yona casually went back to bossing him around. Oh, right, if the power isn't cut yet, let me charge my phone too. The wall clock currently read 4:40 p.m. Down on the floor, empty mineral water bottles were now rolling around next to the girl's bare feet. Yeon-ah tilted her head back and chugged the entire bottle dry, gulping it down like someone who had been wandering a desert. Minjun stood there, eyes bulging, entirely speechless as he thought to himself. No way. Just how much water did she down? The stingy young man's heart began to scream in agony over his precious rations. We're supposed to be hoarding water, damn it! If the water gets shut off, we're totally screwed. Damn it! Slamming the empty bottle down, Yeon-ah looked like she had just been fully resurrected. Minjun finally spoke up and asked, "Gotta admit, you must have really risked your life sprinting all the way here, huh?" Yeon-ah hesitated for a second. About that, Minjun, fueled by curiosity, pressed on. Were you hiding at home and then made a run for it? The boy scratched his head again, utterly baffled. But out of everywhere, why my house? Minjun's eyes bugged out again when he heard her ridiculously calm reply. I've actually been hiding outside this whole time. His jaw hit the floor. Huh? Yona's eyes grew distant as she recalled the events from 3 days ago. You remember that day? The day I bumped into you at my apartment complex? Memories flooded back to a time when the streets were still bustling and peaceful. That day, I had some stuff to take care of, so I stopped by my house to change clothes and headed back out for a bit. Suddenly, an ear-piercing, blood-curdling scream echoed from behind. Ah, help! Yona, who had been busy scrolling on her phone, jolted in shock and spun around. A massive crowd of panicked people was running for their absolute lives. The nightmare had started in the blink of an eye. Gwa! Run! Just run! She could only stand there, completely frozen in shock. The scene shifted to an image of Yona, curled up in a tight ball, hiding on a deserted staircase. I completely lost my mind and just bolted. I ended up ducking into the emergency stairwell of a nearby shopping mall. Snapping back to the present, Yona continued. I just kept waiting and waiting, hoping someone would come to rescue me, but nobody ever showed up. Minjun gasped in total disbelief. Wait, are you telling me you've been holding out over there this whole time, all by yourself? Yona then explained what had been her only lifeline at the time. There was one door in the stairwell that wasn't locked. It led to this tiny, neat, but completely deserted meeting room. It was like this tiny meeting room. The door leading further inside the building just wouldn't budge. But in the end, I had no choice but to hide in there. The only thing on the table was a single bottle of mineral water. Thank God for that water, though. I managed to survive off it. But by the third day, the hunger and thirst were just too much. I was at my breaking point. Memories flashed of Yena creeping down the stairs, slipping right past those monsters. Since it was less than 1 kilometer from my place anyway, I figured if I just snuck out carefully, I might bump into the police or a rescue squad. But the second she stepped out onto the street, the sheer carnage left her completely speechless. Sweating buckets, she cursed herself in her head. Ugh, why the hell did I choose this street? Left with no other option, she ducked into a quiet, narrow alleyway to avoid drawing attention. Guess I'm taking the alley. I kept sneaking around like that, and somehow ended up right at the alley near your apartment building. Hiding behind a wall, Yena realized the scenery looked awfully familiar. Wait, isn't this Dong Minjun's neighborhood? In the distance, an overturned ambulance and a horde of monsters blocked the main road. To get back to my apartment building, I had no choice but to cut through your area. She immediately spun around, desperately sprinting to find another way. But it was no use. She had to take this route. Yena's face was dripping with sweat as she frantically racked her brain. Thank God. I'm getting closer to Dong Minjun's place. I hung out with that group at his house once before, so I sort of vaguely remembered the way. It's definitely down that alley over there. The image of Minjun slouched pathetic back from that day suddenly popped into her head. That loser Dong Minjun? I clearly saw him heading home 3 days ago. Could he actually be home right now? Creeping quietly behind a group of zombies, a sudden shiver ran down her spine. Or did he already get infected too? Anyway, I had to take a huge detour to avoid those freaking zombies, which is how I ended up right at your front door. Back in the basement room, Minjun nodded, genuinely impressed. That's such a relief. You really are amazing, though. Mustering up the courage to go outside like that? Yena closed her eyes, shrugged, and let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Phew! Honestly, it's an absolute miracle you were home. She stretched her arms, reaching up to tie back her long hair, and immediately started whining. Ugh, my hair is completely greasy and tangled. This is so gross. I was sweating like crazy out there. Hey, do you guys have running water here? As she lifted her arms to tie up her hair, she completely exposed the huge sweat stains under her armpits. Minjun's eyes went as wide as saucers, openly staring at the girl in front of him, utterly clueless about how to react. He blankly stared at her soaked underarms and blurted out with zero tact. Yeah, no kidding. Even your armpits are totally drenched. You really must have sweat a ton, huh? Then, with the supposed chivalry of a clueless teenage boy, he added, Hey, do you want to... Hearing that, Yona froze mid-tie, a faint, embarrassed flush creeping up her cheeks. She shot him a bewildered glare. Suddenly, a gloomy memory flashed through her mind. The image of him trudging down the hallway all alone, looking absolutely pathetic while getting beaten to a pulp by opponent. This freaking idiot hasn't changed a bit, she screamed in her head. Just a clueless, hopeless nerd. Without uttering a single word, she whipped her leg around and landed a devastating, bone-rattling kick right into his gut. Listen here, you stupid nerd. This is exactly why you're always getting your butt kicked. Minjun could only clutch his stomach, groaning in sheer agony. Gah! What was that for? Ow, ow! Having vented her frustration, she stood up, brushed off her clothes, and let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Ugh, I don't even have the energy to yell at you right now. Whatever, if the water in the bathroom is still running, I'm taking a shower, okay? Minjun was still huddled over, his face twisted in pain. Uh-huh? The poor guy stammered out awkwardly. Yeah, just go ahead and shower. She tilted her chin up and gave a blunt, haughty reply. Thanks. Beaten up for absolutely no reason, he sat dazed in the middle of the room, muttering resentfully to himself. What the hell? Why did she just kick me and start cursing out of nowhere? The sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. He remained glued to the floor of his messy room, utterly baffled by what was going on. Glancing over at the tightly shut bathroom door, he let out a long, heavy sigh and tried to recalibrate his survival plan. Ugh, forget it. What the heck am I supposed to do now? Honestly, before Han Yona showed up, I was planning to make a run for it, but now that she's here, I can't exactly leave her behind all by herself. His eyes drifted toward the pantry shelf and the tiny refrigerator. Besides, even if we barricade ourselves in here, I only have enough rations to last me about a single month. If she stays here while we wait for rescue, my survival window gets slashed by more than half! He hung his head in despair, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His mind was an absolute tangled mess. Damn it, things are looking pretty grim. Listening to the rhythmic pitter-patter of the shower, he stole another glance at the bathroom door. A sudden realization hit him. Still, the fact that the school idol Han Yona is in my apartment, taking a shower right now, that is just as mind-blowing as the freaking zombie apocalypse outside.
Visions from school flashed before his eyes, a scrawny boy, shuffling miserably down the hallways all alone. Then, the stunning, untouchable Queen Bee, always surrounded by a massive crowd of friends at the classroom door. The memory of Yona's cold, contemptuous glare as she used to walk past him suddenly pierced his mind.
Back at school, she wouldn't even spare me a second glance. To Han Yona, I was nothing more than a pathetic bug. Lost in his deep, melancholic thoughts, the sudden creak of the bathroom door swinging open made him jump out of his skin. Yona stepped out into the room. She was wearing nothing but a thin, clinging camisole, her soaked hair dripping water onto her shoulders. She barked out an order as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hey, Jung Minjun, lend me some clothes. I've been wearing this same outfit for days. I really need to wash it. Minjun panicked, waving his hands frantically. Huh? He immediately scrambled to his feet, frantically digging through his wardrobe. Yes, right away. How about some shorts and an oversized tee for sleeping? Or, wait, do you prefer sweatpants or maybe lounge pants? Yona gave a nonchalant, dismissive shrug. Whatever, anything works. Hand it over, since you're so short this size should probably fit. Trembling, he handed her a t-shirt. She took it, casually bringing it to her nose for a sniff before her face instantly twisted in disgust. She scowled, complaining bitterly. Oh, what the hell? What is this musty smell? Don't you have anything else? Minjun mumbled defensively. Yeah, but the other ones are probably just the same. She let out a long, dramatic sigh. Oh, fine. I guess I'll just have to make do. Even before putting it on, she couldn't resist holding it up to her nose for one last sniff. Buried in the oversized shirt, Yona went right back to complaining. Ugh, this musty smell is absolutely unbearable. Whatever, I'll just have to suffer through it until my own clothes dry. She immediately started bossing him around again. Hey, spray some air freshener on this, would you? Minjun practically cried, but I just washed that. Yona just scoffed and pouted. Look, you can't escape this kind of stench living in a basement, and I've got a really sensitive nose, okay? So you're just going to have to deal with it. She brushed right past him, still muttering under her breath. Ugh, this is driving me crazy, but whatever, it is what it is. Ha! Minjun just stood there, completely frozen and utterly speechless. Was she naturally this high maintenance, or just completely oblivious? While she was busy throwing a fit over something so ridiculously trivial. The low, guttural growls of the zombies outside echoed in waves, ripping him right back to their grim reality. Both of their clothes were hung out to dry on a tiny drying rack in the corner of the room. After finishing their meager dinner, Yona broke the silence. "Hey, young Minjun." Minjun, who had been completely spacing out, jolted in surprise. "Huh?" She leaned her back against the wall, cutting straight to the chase. "So, what's our plan now? Our only option is to hole up in here and wait for rescue. Right?" Minjun hesitated for a moment before finally coming clean about his plans. "Well, honestly, before you showed up, I was actually planning to leave tomorrow and find somewhere else." Yona gasped, utterly horrified. "Wait, what? Are you out of your freaking mind? We still have enough food to survive in here. Why on earth would you risk your life going out there?" She exploded in a fit of rage, jabbing her finger right at his face. "Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get here? I practically clawed my way out of hell, and now you want to go back out there? No way. I am absolutely not leaving this place." Minjun frantically waved his hands, trying to calm her down. Whoa, hold on. I'm not saying we have to go out right this second. I just meant that was my plan before you got here." He scratched the back of his head, nervously breaking out in a cold sweat. "I mean, you're here now anyway. So, I guess we'll just have to hunker down and wait for a rescue team." Yona's face instantly went pale, a dark shadow crossing her features. She stuttered, her voice trembling. But, what if we run out of food? What are we supposed to do then?" The young man fell dead silent, lost in his own thoughts. He began to break it down, his tone heavy. "The only way to survive here long term is to break into the other apartments, or head to the upper floors to scavenge for food. But honestly, aside from the rooftop unit, I can't be 100% sure that the other apartments are clear of the infected. Besides, as time goes on, the screams from the survivors in the other buildings have been slowly dying out." Yona's eyes widened in sheer terror, beads of cold sweat rolling down her face. He looked at her, dead serious. "If our food supply totally dries up, then we really won't have a choice. We'll have to go outside." She bolted upright, aggressively shaking her head. No, absolutely not. I am never ever going back out there." Minjun, however, wasn't going to just back down. He forced her to face the harsh reality. "Look, you only ran out here because you couldn't survive where you were anymore, right? We're in the exact same boat. If we run out of food, we'll eventually have to leave whether we want to or not." Iona stubbornly crossed her arms. Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." She stared him right in the eyes, her voice cracking from the sheer terror. "Besides, you haven't been out there. You have no idea what it's like. The second you step foot outside this block, you'll change your mind in a heartbeat. Those zombie things out there are incredibly dangerous. It's a complete nightmare. I only ran 1 kilometer to get here, and I almost died like 5 times. Minjun just blinked, completely missing the point. "Hey, making it 1 whole kilometer out there is pretty impressive, honestly. You did great. You managed to dodge all of them and make it all the way here in one piece, didn't you? I really think we could do the same thing. Just sneak around them while we keep moving." Yona's jaw dropped to the floor. "Are you out of your mind? Are you seriously not scared of those monsters at all?" As Yona's eyes turned red, tears welling up in absolute frustration, Minjun quickly cut in. "Look, you've seen it yourself. Those things out there really are just like zombies." He shifted right into his analytical, expert-like mode, his tone disturbingly calm and detached. "Obviously, we still need to figure out exactly how these zombie things operate, but from what I've been watching through the window, it definitely seems like anyone who gets attacked or bitten turns into one of them, which means the infection rate and transformation trigger are insanely high. Makes sense, right? Honestly, I really don't care if I get infected or not. It's not like I have anything left to lose in this life anyway." That sudden dark confession left Yona completely stunned. She stared at him for a second before screaming in pure frustration. "Hey, that is your own personal complex. I actually want to live. I am not letting myself turn into one of those freaks. I'm supposed to go study abroad in America next year, damn it." Minjun maintained his utterly unbothered attitude, continuing his logical breakdown. "At the end of the day, we just have to avoid direct contact with them. You made it here completely safe, didn't you? You didn't even trigger their attention until you were standing right at my front door." One of the key things about the infected is that they don't all just sprint at you like lunatics. It actually depends on where they were bitten. Some of them shamble around incredibly slow, and others just lie completely motionless on the ground, practically playing dead. A single tear rolled down Yona's trembling cheek. Despite herself, she sat in absolute silence, listening to every word he said. Minjun continued, "Plus, the running speed of those infected is way slower than a normal person sprinting at full speed. So basically, we can totally outrun them." He suddenly flashed a cryptic smile and asked, "You used to play hide and seek when you were a kid, right?" Yena stared at him completely clueless. Hide and seek. He kept that smile on his face and said, "Just think of it like playing a game of hide and seek. If you look at it that way, having to hide out actually becomes a little more fun, don't you think?" Yena shot him a death glare and hissed through gritted teeth, "Are you out of your freaking mind? You make it sound like some stupid game. I'm practically pissing my pants over here." Minjun hurriedly bowed his head in apology. Sorry." She let out a long sigh and stretched her legs out. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Lay out the bed for me. Yen-Ah flopped down on the floor, casually throwing her leg right over Min-jun and mumbled, I haven't had a decent night's sleep in days. I'm really starting to crash. Min-jun jumped in shock. He stammered nervously. Yeah. After setting up the only mattress in the room, he timidly called out to her. Hey. Yen-Ah crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Are you crazy? Are you seriously planning to sleep in the same bed as me? Min-jun blinked in pure confusion. Huh? She pointed straight toward the corner of the room, right next to the bathroom. You go sleep over there. Min-jun was still utterly bewildered. The poor guy stammered in protest. Hey, come on, this is my house, you know.
Don't you think making me sleep right outside the bathroom is a little too much? Yen-Ah's eyes widened in defiance. What did you say?
Seeing that the host was actually standing his ground, Yen-Ah let out an exasperated sigh and backed down. Ha! Fine, whatever. She stood up, grumbling under her breath. I'm already an uninvited guest, and now I'm making demands. All right, fine. I'll go sleep over there. You just sleep here and make yourself comfortable. Happy now? Min-jun instantly panicked. Wait! Seeing her move, he frantically rushed over to stop her. No, it's not like that. I can just go sleep out on the blood-soaked stairs outside. That's totally fine. Haha, have a good night, Yen-Ah snapped, completely annoyed. Hey, what the heck are you doing? He hurriedly pulled her back. No, please, just sleep comfortably right here. She yielded, albeit very reluctantly. No, this is your place. You should be the one sleeping comfortably. Don't worry about an uninvited guest like me. He still wouldn't back down. But why would you go out there? Even if it's just the hallway, it's still way too dangerous outside that door. She suddenly burst out laughing. Oh man, you are such a hilarious nerd. Haha, hey, I'm just messing with you. Haha, I'll just go sleep in the kitchen. It's totally fine. No way. What kind of guy would that make me? How about I just take the kitchen and, wait, no, I'll totally sleep right here. I was seriously just kidding around earlier. Ha! But in the end, to finally put a stop to this endless bickering, he begrudgingly dragged himself out to the kitchen, surrendering the soft, cozy mattress to his uninvited guest. Closing his eyes, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh and muttered to himself, in the end, I'm always the one who caves. But whatever, sleeping out here by myself is pretty comfortable anyway. At least I'm still inside my own house. Listening to her soft, steady breathing coming from the bedroom, a strangely warm feeling crept into his chest. Thanks to Yen-Ah, I really don't feel so alone anymore. Even if she is a bit of a loudmouth. Suddenly, the familiar guttural growls of the zombies echoed from outside, shattering their rare moment of peace. The faint, flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows over his figure as he sat huddled, hugging his knees in the kitchen. Inside the bedroom, Yen-Ah was also tossing and turning, completely unable to fall asleep. She curled herself into a tight ball, her wide eyes staring blankly into the pitch-black room. The horrifying snarls of the zombies outside simply wouldn't stop. Clack. She called out in a hushed voice. Hey, Jung Min-jun? He jumped, utterly startled, his face immediately painting a picture of pure shock and fluster. Yen-Ah hesitated for a second before softly suggesting, Maybe you should just come sleep in the room. She finally broke down and confessed, Being all alone in here, I'm really freaking out. The faint, flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows over his figure as he sat huddled, hugging his knees in the kitchen. Inside the bedroom, Yen-Ah was also tossing and turning, completely unable to fall asleep. She curled herself into a tight ball, her wide eyes staring blankly into the pitch-black room. The horrifying snarls of the zombies outside simply wouldn't stop. Clack. She called out in a hushed voice. Hey, Jung Min-jun? He jumped, utterly startled, his face immediately painting a picture of pure shock and fluster. Yen-Ah hesitated for a second before softly suggesting, Maybe you should just come sleep in the room. She finally broke down and confessed, Being all alone in here, I'm really freaking out. Suddenly, the familiar guttural growls of the zombies echoed from outside again, shattering their rare moment of peace.
That night, bathed in the dim, flickering candlelight, two souls from completely different worlds drifted off to sleep, sharing the very same mattress. Yen-Ah whispered softly, I heard those noises so much when I was hiding in the stairwell that I was totally sick of them, but I still can't get used to it. It's terrifying.
She buried herself deep beneath the warm blanket and let out a quiet, heartbroken sob. Mom, I miss you so much, Mom. Leaning his back against the wall, Min-jun sat in silence, listening to the soft weeping of the girl beside him. His own heart felt unbearably heavy. He cast a gentle glance over at Yen-Ah as she finally cried herself to sleep, an indescribable warmth swelling within his chest. The next morning, the early sunlight crept through the cracks in the window, illuminating the absolute nightmare taking place outside. The infected were still aimlessly wandering about, a few of them violently clawing at the walls. Yen-Ah was still sleeping soundly on the mattress, her pretty face radiating a rare, gentle sense of peace. Min-jun stood up and quietly stretched his arms, his mind heavy with deep thoughts. Whoa, seriously, just how long are you planning to sleep? He leaned down, staring at her peacefully slumbering face, and couldn't hold back a soft chuckle. Just last night, you were crying about being too scared to sleep, and now you're out cold. The clock on the wall quietly ticked away, pointing exactly to 9:15. Yen-Ai shifted softly as she woke up. Sitting up, she stretched her arms with a quiet, Blinking in confusion, she turned to look at him. Seeing Min-jun throwing on his jacket, she quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Min-jun replied flatly. "Huh?" He answered with total nonchalance. "Oh, I was just thinking of heading up to the roof for a bit." Yenna panicked. "Huh?" She shot up to her feet, darting over to block his path as she stammered out a protest. "Hey, wait! You haven't even checked if there are any other infected up there. What if someone's still lurking around on the roof, huh? What then?" Min-jun remained completely unfazed. "It's fine. If there are, I'll just dodge them." He suddenly turned to her with a casual invitation. "Or, do you want to come with me?" Yen-Ah shrieked in absolute horror. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" I am not going." Min-jun just shrugged, replying breezily, "All right then, I'm going solo. You stay put." Leaving Yen-A standing there dumbfounded. Without a single ounce of hesitation, the guy marched straight up the blood-stained staircase. Reaching the glass door that led to the rooftop, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. He muttered under his breath, "The glass is cracking. It's definitely not going to hold up for much longer." With a heavy sigh, he had to admit, even with safety decals plastered on it, glass was still just glass. He turned around, slowly making his way back down to the basement. Just a few steps down, he stopped dead in his tracks, murmuring, "Something smells wrong." Yen-A had suddenly appeared right behind him, her face painted with worry. Clearly something was very off. Min-jun stayed dead silent, the tension radiating from his face. Together, the two of them cautiously crept up to the rooftop. The sight that hit him was purely horrific. Bodies scattered everywhere. Blood splattered all over the place. His face went entirely pale, cold sweat breaking out as his mind struggled to process the nightmare. Right in the middle of that gruesome mess, he spotted a familiar silhouette. It was the rooftop guy's girlfriend, and she wasn't moving anymore. He just stood there, paralyzed, bowing his head in a moment of silent respect. "Rest in peace." He turned on his heel, walking away from the scene of death. Seeing him step back out, Yen-A immediately asked, "Is there no one out there?" Min-jun replied, his voice heavy and grim. "There is someone, but they're already gone." He continued, his tone shifting into a stern warning. "It's best if you don't go out there." Yen-Ah lowered her eyes, murmuring softly, "Oh, I see." Trying to shake off the gloom, the guy forced himself to focus, bringing up a plan to signal for rescue. "I think we should start a fire up here to create a smoke signal, but we have to time it perfectly for when a rescue chopper flies by." Yen-A chimed in. "Well then, how about we just get all the kindling ready, and the second we hear a helicopter, we light it up." Min-jun scratched his head. Starting a fire isn't that simple. By the time it catches, the chopper might already be gone. Suddenly, a new idea hit him. What if we try looking around to see if there are any survivors in the nearby buildings? We could just shout out, "Hey, is anybody out there? Is there anyone left in the buildings around here?" Yen-A panicked, instantly slapping her hands over his mouth. "Hey, are you crazy? What if you draw the zombies right to us?" He casually swatted her hands away. "Relax. It's not like they can climb all the way up here anyway." Yen-A was still chewing on her nails with worry. "But what if they do? The glass door downstairs is already cracked, remember?" And just like that, the internal monologue echoed. Han, Yen-A, and I had no choice but to begin our desperate fight for survival. Just the two of us, trapped in this place. From the kitchen, Yen-A hollered out, "Hey, Jung Min-jun, what's your MBTI anyway?" The guy, who had been completely zoning out, jumped in surprise. "MBTI? He echoed, completely clueless. I've actually never taken that test." Yen-A's jaw literally dropped. "Wait, what? You've lived this long and never taken it? Whoa, you're literally the first person I've ever met who doesn't know their MBTI. Hey, wait a minute. Does that mean you don't use Instagram either?" "Obviously you don't. I can tell just by looking at you." "Haha, and even if you did have one, I bet you wouldn't even have 50 followers. Haha, Yen-A mercilessly continued her interrogation. "So, seriously, what do you even do for fun? Do you have zero hobbies or what?" Min-jun hesitated for a second. "Well, besides gaming." Yen-A instantly cut him off. "Games? What kind of games?" The guy mumbled back, I play League of Legends mostly, and some other stuff. Lately, I've been really into this zombie survival game called Red Red." Yen-A immediately burst into a fit of laughter. "A zombie game? Ha ha ha. That's insane. Ha ha ha." She teased him relentlessly. "Well, look around, genius. The whole world just turned into a real-life zombie game. Guess you don't need a computer for that anymore, huh? Ha ha ha." She just kept chattering away without taking a breath. "Oh, by the way, if you actually took that test, I am 100% sure you'd get I for introvert. Just look at you. You stay holed up in your room playing games all day, you eat by yourself, and even at school, you're always just zoning out alone. Haha, with a personality like yours, there's literally zero chance you're an E for extrovert. Haha, okay, so what about P or J? Are you a hardcore planner, or do you just go with the flow? Minjun just scratched his head again. Well, it's kind of hard to say. Meanwhile, internally, he was screaming. She talks so damn much, we don't even know if we'll live to see tomorrow. She's seriously completely oblivious to everything. Yen-A suddenly piped up again. Hey, what do you think my MBTI is? Minjun awkwardly stumbled over his words. Well, honestly, I have absolutely no clue. He thought to himself, before this whole zombie outbreak, you wouldn't even look my way. Are you only talking to me now because there's no one else left? He lowered his eyes, a familiar wave of sadness creeping into his chest. But Yona just nudged him with her foot. Hey, why are you muttering to yourself? He thought to himself. Being completely alone with his longtime crush was supposed to be a good thing, right? She kept teasing him, resting her leg right on top of him. If this were the past, just being alone together in a room like this, just imagining it would have been enough to make him ecstatic. Then she shoved him again with her foot. Hey, Jung Minjun. He thought to himself, the world has already ended. Who knows if we'll even live to see tomorrow? Does any of this even matter anymore? Yona snapped, losing her patience. Damn it, are you seriously ignoring me? Why aren't you answering? She swung her leg and kicked him right in the side. He clutched his stomach, yelping in pain. Ow! I'm sorry. I just spaced out for a second. I'm sitting right in front of you and you dare space out, you crazy nerd. The scene shifted to a dim corner of the room, where the faint light of the setting sun bled through a window barricaded with cardboard boxes. Someone was holding a manga, its pages wide open. Romantic high school scenes leaped off the pages. A few days later, Yona was sprawled out on the floor, lazily flipping through the comic book, her legs swinging back and forth out of habit. Life in the apocalypse turned out to be surprisingly boring. From inside the room, Yona's voice echoed out, sounding just like an arrogant queen barking orders. Jung Minjun, are you done washing the clothes yet? Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Minjun was scrubbing the laundry by hand, completely miserable. Yeon-A whined again. Ugh, I'm so hungry. He gritted his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. With his face twisted in frustration, he scrubbed the pile of clothes even harder. A dark thought flashed through his mind. I am definitely leaving this brat behind and escaping on my own. He squatted in the cramped corner of the bathroom, washing her clothes while seething with resentment. Am I Hanyona's slave or something? It's her laundry. She should be washing it herself. His inner monologue echoed on. Such a classic MBTI for a total nerd who never dares to show his true feelings. The atmosphere grew even more dismal. The power was out now, so even washing clothes had to be done entirely by hand. Luckily, the tap water was still running, so dehydration wasn't an issue, but their food stockpile was running dangerously low. In the pitch-black kitchen, a rickety drying rack was the only thing showing any sign of life. Throwing a backpack over his shoulder, Minjun stood at the door and called out, Hey, Yona, I'm heading out. Yona didn't even look up from her manga, replying with total indifference. Huh? Don't be late today, okay? You have to be back in exactly 30 minutes. You hear me? Right before he could step out, she tossed in a casual threat. If you make me wait again, you are so dead. Minjun could only mumble meekly. Yeah, I know. And then he went right back to muttering curses the second the door clicked shut. The heavily cracked glass door slowly pushed open. He cautiously poked his head out, scanning his surroundings on high alert. The shadow of a deformed, grotesque arm pressed against the broken glass. Minjun's inner voice took over. Once a day, every single day, I patrol the neighborhood, sticking strictly to the safe routes. Of course. After a few days of watching and studying the infected outside, he came to his first major conclusion. The characteristics of these infected people were exactly like zombies. They attacked the living like rabid animals, but completely ignored corpses or those who were already infected. He continued his analysis. Their eyesight seemed severely impaired. If you stayed about 50 to 100 meters away, they wouldn't notice you. But that trait seemed to vary depending on the individual. An infected creature suddenly twitched at a faint noise. They were incredibly sensitive to sound, meaning he had to be extremely careful. He crept through a deserted alleyway. The number of infected roaming around during the day was about 2 to 3 times less than at night. It seemed like during daylight, they migrated to the shadows or hidden corners. They absolutely hated the sunlight. He looked down at the alley from above. Because of that, wandering outside at night was a complete death wish. He crouched down on the staircase, watching a horde of the infected loitering down below. A bizarre thought suddenly struck him. Wait a minute. Every single one of their traits was exactly the same as the monsters in that online game he used to play. Was it all just in his head? But setting aside the real-world environment, the whole vibe of these infected creatures was just too similar. It felt exactly like he was trapped right inside the game itself. Was it just because he had been playing it way too much lately? He hid behind a wall, his face heavy with deep thought. It has to be just a crazy coincidence, right? But there was no way. What if these infected freaks were actually connected to that game? His eyes turned sharp and cold. If so, then this was only the very beginning, and a true apocalyptic end was inevitably coming for this world. The scene cut back to the shattered glass doors of the ruined building. Meanwhile, back in the safe room, Yoana let out a long yawn and tossed her manga aside. Ugh, I've read every single volume already. I am dying of boredom over here. The wall clock kept ticking away. Tick-tock, tick-tock, counting down the aimless hours. Yona glanced at the time, her expression twisting into an annoyed scowl. Ugh, Jung Min-jun, is this idiot seriously late again? He's getting more and more disobedient by the day, she muttered furiously. Looks like I'm going to have to retrain this little punk. Suddenly, a familiar distant sound made her flinch. Helicopters again today. She sat in utter silence, staring blankly up at the ceiling before letting out a heavy, depressing sigh. So what? High up in the clear blue sky, a rescue helicopter flew past, carrying a fragile thread of hope, only to quickly vanish behind the towering high-rises. In a fleeting memory, survivors stranded on the rooftop were waving frantically, screaming out in pure desperation as they spotted the chopper. Help us! Please, we're right here, over here! But just like every other time, the helicopter simply flew away. In the end, lighting signal fires on the roof was completely useless. The sky was still beautifully blue, but the dead silence echoing through the alleyways and between the skyscrapers carried nothing but the lingering scent of death. Time dragged on agonizingly slow, the hands of the wall clock ticking away with soulless precision. Inside the room, Yeon-ah sat curled up, hugging her knees, her distant gaze lost in the heavy emptiness. The silence was absolutely suffocating. She chewed nervously on her fingernails, her face twisted in restless anxiety. Where the hell is that idiot Jung Min-jun? Why isn't he back yet? Yeon-ah shot up from the floor, pacing back and forth across the room, her patience completely drained. Damn it, it's been over an hour and a half since that reckless fool left. Did something bad happen out there? Don't tell me those freaks got to him. She was a tangled mess of worry and pure rage. Ugh, seriously, just wait till he drags his butt back here. I'm going to beat the living daylights out of him. Does that punk only listen when he's getting smacked? And just like that, her fiery anger melted back into inner turmoil. Ha! He knows it's a death trap out there, so why did he have to go? Starting tomorrow, if he even thinks about stepping outside, I swear I'll break his legs myself. Outside the window, the sun was slowly sinking behind the ruined skyline, signaling the arrival of a cold, unforgiving night. Yeon-ah's fierce anger slowly dissolved, swallowed up by a creeping, invisible dread. Her face crumpled, tears welling up in her eyes as her voice broke into a fragile tremble. Min-jun, please, you're not gone, right? The single candle in the room flickered weakly, casting long, lonely shadows across the dark corner. Yeon-ah thought to herself in pure despair. It's already pitch black outside. He said when the sun goes down, those monsters swarm out in droves. He's really not coming back this time, is he? She curled up tightly in the corner of the cold room, burying her face into her knees. She whispered into the silence, Please, just come back. The more she thought about it, the more the suffocating loneliness and terror crushed her chest. Please don't leave me here all alone. Suddenly, click-clack, the sharp sound of the door lock turning shattered the silence. Yeon-ah gasped, her head snapping up as a sudden, desperate spark of hope ignited in her chest. The door slammed open, and Min-jun practically threw himself into the room, gasping heavily for air. Hey, Hanyona, you need to look at this. His face was flushed with wild urgency, totally different from his usual calm self. Seeing him alive, Yeon-ah was hit by a massive wave of relief and furious anger. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed at the top of her lungs. You are 3 hours late! You absolute lunatic! Do you have a death wish or something? She raised a trembling fist, ready to strike him. I swear, I'm going to knock some sense into that thick skull of yours. Min-jun frantically threw his arms up to defend himself, blurting out, Wait, just look at this first! He practically shoved a crumpled piece of paper into her hands. That helicopter that flew by earlier, it dropped a massive payload of these flyers. I had to track down where they landed. That's why it took me so long. Yeon-ah blinked, completely caught off guard. What? A flyer? She snatched the paper from Min-jun's hand. As her eyes scanned the bold text, a single stray tear rolled down her cheek, her expression twisting into pure, absolute shock. Min-jun stood by the doorway, still catching his breath, while Yeon-ah stood frozen to the spot, entirely paralyzed by what she was holding. What on earth is this? The flyer bore a massive, chilling headline, The End of the World is Here, followed by Chapter 6, The Time to Evacuate. Yeon-ah read the text out loud, her voice trembling with rising panic. The entire Gangbook district is scheduled for total lockdown. All remaining survivors within the Gangbook zone must immediately evacuate before 1800 hours on October 20th. Designated evacuation zone, Gangnam Station. She screamed, A lockdown on Gangbook? But that's exactly where we are right now. Panic gripped her completely as she stammered, and the deadline is literally tomorrow. Are they insane? Do they even know how many people are still trapped in this district? How could they possibly pull that off? Min-jun firmly pointed a finger at the paper in her hands. Flip it over. Look at the safety threat levels for each zone and Gangbook on the back. Yeon-ah blinked in confusion. The back? Min-jun quickly broke down the intel on the flyer. Look right here. Our current sector, Dongmun-dong, over in Yeongbuk District, is marked as a caution zone. It looks like our neighborhood actually has a much lower infection rate compared to the rest of the city. On top of that, Songdong is officially listed as a safe zone. But here is the real kicker. Dongdaemun District, Yongsan-dong, and the rest. Every single district bordering ours is flashing completely red. They are marked as extreme danger. Yeon-ah stared at Min-jun, absolute horror reflecting in her wide eyes, while he pressed on, his face dead serious and grim. It's only a matter of time before this place gets overrun and becomes just as deadly. He stared down at the crumpled flyer, a heavy weight of regret in his voice. Hunkering down and waiting for a rescue team that isn't coming, that's a death sentence. Yeon-ah felt a cold sweat break out. So, what you're saying is we need to bust out of Gangbuk right this second? Do we even have enough time? Min-jun's mind raced, rapidly calculating their odds. Even Uijongbu is falling apart right now. Think about it, he said. Our district is already swarming with those monsters, yet the military still classifies it as low infection. If that's the case, I can't even begin to imagine the pure hell going on in the extreme danger zones. That is, unless this intel is a complete fake. Yone, trying to wrap her head around it all, pushed for more answers. Where exactly are they drawing the line for this lockdown? If they say the entire Gangbuk region, does that mean they're sealing off everything north of the Han River? He narrowed his eyes, his resolve hardening like steel. Yeah, but with our backs against the wall like this, we don't have the luxury of second guessing. We have to bet our lives on this intel. If Uijongbu and the entire northern sector have collapsed, then breaking out of Gangbuk by heading north is completely off the table. He locked eyes with Yeon-ah, his voice carrying an unyielding determination. When it comes down to it, we only have one play left. We have to cross the Han River. Yeon-ah was still paralyzed by the sheer gravity of it all. Min-jun quickly laid out the tactical plan. To get across the river, the fastest route would be cutting straight through Yongsan, or pushing past Dongdaemun to reach Seongdong District. But since the outbreak in Yongsan and Seongdong District has hit a critical hazard level, it looks like we're forced to take the long way around towards Gangdong. Either way, the clock is ticking. Without missing a beat, Min-jun grabbed a survival backpack and frantically started stuffing it with supplies. The only silver lining here is that Yeoncheon-dong, which is flagged as a safe zone, actually isn't too far from our position. It's going to force us to take a detour, but I say we risk it and push in that direction.
There has to be a solid reason why the infection rate is so low over there. My bet is the military or riot police have already set up heavily fortified barricades to lock the area down, or they've got some other ace up their sleeve.
Yeone could only stand there in stunned silence, watching him work. Seeing this usually reckless guy suddenly transform into such a sharp, commanding leader, the words just slipped out of her mouth before she could stop them. Wow, I totally thought you were just some nerdy bookworm. Turns out you've actually got some brains in that head of yours, huh? Min-jun didn't even bother looking back, giving a curt reply. But then, he slowly turned around, staring dead into her eyes with chilling seriousness. We are leaving this place right now. Yene flinched, frantically waving her hands to stop him. Wait, hold on. You're not seriously thinking of leaving right this second, are you? It's already getting dark, and with just the two of us, can we really make it out of Gangbuk alive? Let alone making it all the way to Yeoncheon-dong. Seeing her panic, he finally relented. Fine. To avoid the infected, we'll make our move tomorrow morning. Yena desperately clutched onto Min-jun's sleeve, her voice trembling with pleading.
Ha! Or maybe we could just barricade ourselves in for a few more days. I'm sure someone will come rescue us.
Enough! Min-jun snapped, cutting her off instantly. Han Yen-a. He glared down at her, his eyes absolutely freezing. If you want to die a pathetic, miserable death down in this basement, then by all means stay. But tomorrow, the second the sun comes up, I am leaving. Yena was completely stunned into absolute silence by his harsh words. She buried her face in her hands, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Ha! Damn it all! After a tense moment, she dropped her hands, her voice finally turning resolute. I get it, okay? Back in the dim shadows of the room, Min-jun immediately started mapping out their plan. He muttered under his breath. First things first, we need to pack up all our gear and rations. Do you have any bags left? Yen-ah chewed her lip in thought before answering. I do have one small suitcase, but it'll probably just slow us down. Hearing that, Min-jun made a quick decision. Forget it, just cram everything into my backpack. The very next morning, the first warm rays of sunlight crept through the window, carrying the cheerful, almost mocking sound of chirping birds. It signaled the dawn of a new day. Looking toward the window, it was heavily barricaded, a messy web of cardboard boxes and endless layers of duct tape, a fragile makeshift fortress holding off the utter chaos outside. Once everything was packed and ready, Min-jun stood by the door, glancing back at Yen-a. All right, let's move out. Yen-a hesitated, her voice dropping to a tiny, nervous whisper. Yeah, okay. But just as Min-jun was about to step out, she suddenly spoke up again, her tone thick with hesitation. She looked up at him, her eyes completely betraying her intense worry. Are you really not going to check on your dad's hospital at all? Min-jun ignored the question and continued, his voice soft but stubbornly persistent. I'm sorry for bringing this up again. But you told me your dad works at the hospital, right? Shouldn't we at least swing by to confirm if he's still there and find out exactly where he is? Yena fell totally silent, her eyes staring off into the distance, hiding an indescribable sorrow. After a long moment, she forced a stiff, awkward laugh, waving her hands. I already told you it's fine. Let's just hurry up and go. It was painfully obvious she was deliberately dodging the subject. Suddenly, Yen-a raised her voice. Look, the last time I talked to my dad, he said he had already taken my mom out of the gangbook area and reached a safe shelter, okay? Leaving Minjin completely startled by her sudden outburst, only able to stammer out. Right. Yen-A decisively turned around. Come on, let's go. Leaving Minjin standing there with a chaotic storm of thoughts swirling in his head. What the hell is up with this girl? The two of them resumed their grueling journey under the blazing, brilliant sunlight. A deeply ironic contrast to the horrifying landscape of death surrounding them. They moved with extreme, breath-holding caution through a narrow alleyway. Their light footsteps barely made a single sound on the blood-stained pavement. Minjin carefully peeked his head out from behind a pile of trash cans. Just ahead, a shadowy figure was stumbling around erratically. An infected. Once he was absolutely sure the alley was clear, he turned back and gave Yen-A a thumbs up. The very second she saw it, the girl bolted toward him as fast as her legs could carry her. But the moment they stepped out of the alley, an absolute nightmare of a scene smashed into their view. An entire street littered with dead bodies, and a massive ambulance flipped completely upside down. In that bone-chilling dead silence, the low, guttural growls of a few nearby infected echoed out, forcing both of them to hold their breath and tiptoe past. Minjin pointed ahead, whispering, "This way looks clear." Yen-A trembled, giving a terrified little nod. Yeah. Stretching out right in front of them was a massive main road, looking almost eerily peaceful, except for the scattered buses parked completely sideways, blocking the entire street. As they crept closer to one of the buses, they spotted a bright, flashy birthday billboard for a female idol named Jane. But now, her smiling face was violently smeared with dried blood and shattered by a massive chunk of broken window glass. An image that was both darkly adorable and utterly tragic. Yen-A suddenly spoke up, shattering the heavy silence. Gotta admit, moving around at this hour is a lot easier than I expected, huh? Honestly, I was so insanely stressed out when I first got to your place, I was absolutely terrified. He threw a side glance at Yen-A, picking up where she left off. I bet you've realized it by now. We just need to avoid the dark spots and the heavy shadows. He explained further. I have no idea why, but those infected freaks usually don't show up in places with intense sunlight. But that doesn't mean they won't attack if they spot us, so absolutely do not let your guard down. Yen-A could only nod her head furiously. Right. After trekking for a while, Yen-A started whining all over again. Hey, why is Yeonchandong so insanely far away? I totally thought it was right around the corner. Minjin let out an exhausted sigh. Just suck it up and endure it a little longer. Yen-A just kept on grumbling. If only we had grabbed the bicycle from my house back then, it would have been so much better. Or man, having an electric scooter would have been straight up paradise. Minjin calmly analyzed the situation. You're actually right. If we had a bike or an electric scooter, we'd definitely be 3 to 4 times faster. But the problem is, the entire cellular network is down, so those public scooters are completely useless. And honestly, people probably looted all the bikes already anyway. I haven't seen a single one this whole time. Yen-A stopped dead in her tracks, her face scrunched up in misery. Hey, but can we just rest for 5 minutes, please? You're walking way too fast, she added, her voice trembling as if she were right on the verge of tears. My feet are seriously killing me. Minjun turned around to look at her, letting out a heavy, utterly helpless sigh. Suddenly, his tone dripped with pure sarcasm. Well then, why don't you just waltz into a cafe and treat yourself to a nice drink? I'm leaving without you. And with that, he turned his back and kept walking. Yeona stood there completely stunned, only one thought echoing in her mind. That absolute jerk. She muttered furiously to herself. Wow, the second we step out of the house, he starts acting all high and mighty. Just you wait, once we get somewhere safe, you are so dead. Catching her annoyed muttering, Minjun called back with freezing coldness, not even bothering to look over his shoulder. Shut up. Fearing the infected might hear them, they fell back into absolute silence, navigating the eerily deserted city streets. A little while later, Yeona quietly asked, how much further until we hit Yeonjongdong? Minjun replied with blunt harshness, still got a ways to go. Yeon-A whined, her tone fully shifting into a sulk. What the heck? You literally said we were almost there, Minjun shot back ruthlessly. Well, we aren't, so just suck it up and endure it a little longer. Having to walk while listening to Han Yeona's endless nagging, all while dodging the infected, was exhausting. And then, she whined again. I am so thirsty. Please, just give me a sip of water. Boo-hoo. Minjun answered coldly, sweat rolling heavily down his own temples. We have to save the water for later. Even he was gradually losing his temper. Walking a bit further, a blocked road suddenly appeared right in front of them, completely barricaded by a massive truck and piles of broken, battered furniture. Hanging right in the middle was a sign that read, Do not enter. They both stared in absolute awe at the gigantic barricade. Minjun muttered under his breath. They built a seriously massive wall here. Yeona could only gasp. Huh? She blurted out. Anyway, from here on out, this is Yeonjongdong territory. If they went through the trouble of barricading it this heavily, it's definitely going to be safer than out there. Hearing that, pure joy lit up Yeona's face. Really? Oh, thank God, she exclaimed with bursting excitement. There have to be survivors living in here. Come on, let's go find them. Minjun narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. But, with a barricade this huge, shouldn't there be survivor guards stationed nearby? Carefully, he climbed over the wreckage to scout the area. Meanwhile, looking around, she pointed out, "Those infected freaks haven't shown up at all since we got close to this place." Even that signature rotting stench had faded considerably. But he turned back and strictly warned her, "Do not let your guard down. We don't know what's waiting for us." Ignoring the warning, Yona eagerly pointed at a hidden corner. "Hey, Minjun, look, if we hide in that corner over there, nobody will be able to see us. Let's just rest there for a second." "I've been walking forever. My legs are literally dying." Minjun snapped back viciously. "I already told you, we do not have time for this." He continued, his voice laced with heavy irritation. "Stop acting like a spoiled brat and keep moving." Yona froze in her tracks, stammering. "Spoiled brat?" She stood paralyzed, staring blankly at Minjun's back as he climbed over the barricade. She thought bitterly to herself, "What the hell is with that attitude?" The two stood facing each other in dead silence, the atmosphere thickening with heavy, suffocating tension. And just like that, this was their current reality. Minjun glared at her with icy, unforgiving eyes, while Yona was practically brimming with tears. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she mumbled softly, I'm sorry." Minjun blinked in surprise, completely thrown off. "Huh?" Yona repeated, her voice shaking, "I said, I'm sorry." But suddenly her eyes blew wide in absolute primal terror as she locked onto something creeping up right behind him. He shouted out, his face suddenly draining of color. The sheer chaos erupting behind them caused her to frantically whip her head around in pure panic. A whole horde of the infected was lunging right at them, snarling with savage, bloodthirsty growls. Yone let out an ear-piercing scream. Without a single second of hesitation, Minjun snatched her wrist in a vice grip. They both sprinted like absolute maniacs, running for their bare lives. The infected chased after them in a mindless, frenzied sprint, running breathlessly. Yona screamed in sheer hysteria. "What the hell is this? You literally just said this zone was safe." Minjun roared back, "Just shut up and run!" Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Minjun spotted a man hiding behind a pile of debris in the alley up ahead. "A survivor!" The man waved his arms frantically, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Hurry! Over here!" Minjun's face lit up. "Ah, thank you, sir!" The man urged. "I'll get the door. You two, hurry inside." "No, let me help," Minjun replied. Seeing his sudden burst of courage, Yen-A looked at him in surprise. Minjun spun around and yelled, "Han Yen-A, go hide now!" The two men threw their weight against a massive bookshelf, shoving it to barricade the door. The man grunted, 1, 2, 3! Suddenly, an infected lunged forward, smashing violently into the cabinet. The monster shoved its arm through the gap, grabbing the man and tearing into him viciously right in front of Minjun's eyes. Witnessing the bloodbath, Minjun screamed in pure terror, "Get away, mister!" Over at the barricade, an infected was hurled into a pile of cardboard boxes, letting out an agonizing screech before lying dead still. A second later, a pale-faced man burst out of nowhere, screaming his lungs out, "It's breached! It's breached! Run for your lives!" Both Minjun and Yen-A froze, paralyzed by the sheer chaos. Panic took over, and Yen-A let out a blood-curdling shriek. Minjun snapped out of it and screamed at her, "Run! Run to the back! Hurry!" Without a second of hesitation, they bolted back down the narrow alleyway, an infected snapping right at their heels. They sprinted toward the giant barricade from earlier. Minjun scrambled up first, then frantically reached down to pull Yen-A up. The grotesque monster was closing in fast. The moment they balanced on top of the fence, Minjun gave the decisive order, "We have to jump!" Trembling, Yen-A nodded. "Yeah." They leaped together, but upon landing, Yen-A twisted her ankle and crumpled to the dirt in agony. She clutched her foot, her face contorted in pain. "Ah, my ankle!" I think I sprained it." Minjun whipped his head around, his face a picture of pure disbelief, blurting out, "What?" Right on cue, a savage guttural snarl echoed directly behind them. Minjun turned back, his eyes blown wide in horror. Two blood-soaked infected were charging straight for them. The path ahead was blocked, and Yen-A couldn't even stand. They were hanging by a thread. In that life-or-death split second, a memory flashed through Minjun's mind. He remembered the taunting voice of Park Sang-bin, the guy who made his school life a living hell. "Man, you are such a freaking nuisance. If trash like Park Sang-bin picks on you, hit him back. If you get beaten to a pulp, you should at least know how to stand up for yourself the next time, even if it means getting your ass kicked again." And then, Yen-A's past voice cut through his thoughts, sharp as a dagger. "Honestly, looking at losers like you just makes me sick. If you're totally useless, at least have the guts to fight back. Don't you realize how pathetic your life is living like a coward?" Snapped back to reality, Minjun gritted his teeth so hard his jaw ached. "Even if I have to die right here, Ika," he thought, pulling a kitchen knife out of his backpack. Yen-A looked up, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden defiance. She stammered his name, her voice trembling with worry. "Young Minjun!" Minjun planted himself firmly in front of Yen-A, staring down the two charging monsters with unwavering eyes. He made a vow to himself, "I am not going to die a pathetic coward running away." Just as he was about to lunge forward, the fierce roar of motorcycle engines tore through the air from a distance. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice from behind screamed, "Duck!" making Minjun whip around in utter confusion. Out of nowhere, a baseball bat swung through the air, delivering a skull-crushing blow to one of the infected. It was a vicious gang of punks riding in on dirt bikes and electric scooters. They were riding roughshod, swinging their bats to smash the infected to pieces in pure, twisted exhilaration. One of them cheered, "Beautiful hit, man!" Another punk hollered, Hey, take down that one too!" The whole gang went on an absolute rampage like a pack of lunatics, cussing up a storm. "Die, rot in hell, you freaks!" An infected in a suit got cornered and beaten to a pulp. "Yo, grab the suit guy, smash his freaking brains out!" Watching the brutal massacre, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. The ringleader, a guy rocking a white hoodie, burst into a manic, arrogant laugh. "Damn, this rush is off the freaking charts. Riding and busting skulls is the absolute best feeling in the world." Suddenly, he slammed the brakes when he caught sight of Minjun and Yen A. "Huh?" He narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing Yen A, and scoffed. "Yo, Han Yen A, the hell are you doing out here?" Yen A froze, stammering out, "You!" One of his lackeys peeked over curiously. "Yo, who's the chick?" Staring at the guy who just arrived, the color completely drained from Minjun's face. Cold sweat poured down his spine as one single horrifying thought consumed his mind. "I'm dead." The guy standing before him was none other than Park Sang-bin, 18 years old, Class 2-3 of Sanggun High School, his absolute worst nightmare. The bully smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. Well, if it isn't the little shit, young Minjun, why the hell are you hanging around with Han Yen A? Haha, yep, he had just run into the one person he'd rather face a horde of monsters over. Chapter 7, A Threat Worse Than the Infected. Park Sang-bin glanced down at the knife gripped in Minjun's trembling hand and let out a mocking snicker. "Ooh, what's with the scary knife, huh?" "Haha, don't tell me you were actually going to use that butter knife to go toe-to-toe with these freaks. I always pegged you as a spineless little wimp. But look at you, trying to act tough." Hahaha. He raked his gaze over the two of them from head to toe, utterly amused. "Seriously though, how did you two end up together? Talk about a mismatch made in heaven. Haha." Yenna shifted awkwardly, averting her eyes. We just bumped into each other." Yenna finally snapped out of her daze. Her voice trembled with gratitude. "If it wasn't for you guys, we would have been dead meat." "Thank you so much." Park Sang-bin tilted his head back, a totally smug smirk plastered on his face. "Hey, Han Yenna, just so you know, I'm the one who saved your life. Got it?" He kept pressing her. "By the way, Yenna, where exactly were you heading? Just tag along with us. We've got a sick hideout with over 10 survivors chilling there." Yen Ah's face lit up instantly. "Ah, really? Is it safe there?" One of his lackeys chimed in. "Hell yeah. Ha, we've even got adults holding down the fort. The defenses are rock solid, so it's safe as hell. You don't need to worry about a thing." Park Sang-bin suddenly dropped a question. "Speaking of which, did you hear the rumors? They're gonna lock down the whole gangbook area. Shouldn't we be getting the hell out of here right now?" The lackey just burst out laughing. "Hey, ha, it's way too late for that now. There's no way out. Ha. Yen A looked completely lost. What do you mean?" The guy waved his hand. "It's a long story. Let's just head back to our base first. We'll explain everything later." Sang-bin patted the back seat of his motorcycle, gesturing for Yen Ah. "Hop on, will ya?" Yen Ah gave a hesitant nod. Thank you." Suddenly, another punk in the group spoke up. "Yo, if Han Yen Ah is riding with you, where the hell am I supposed to sit?" Sang-bin jerked his chin towards Minjun. "You two can just share that little electric scooter. Ha. As he laughed, he shot Minjun a dark, heavily implied glare full of sheer malice. Yen Ah immediately felt a knot in her stomach. Something was definitely wrong. She glanced between the two of them, completely bewildered. Sang-bin leaned in and whispered to his lackey, chuckling. "Hey, is it really a good idea to drag Han Yen A along with us?" Haha. Hearing that, the lackey smirked back. "Heh. Yeah, you've got a point." This left Yen A standing there, completely clueless about their little inside joke. In a flash, Sang-bin whipped his head back toward Yen A, flashing a sickly, fake-friendly smile. "Oh, nothing at all. Ha. Just get on the bike, hurry up." Huh? Hearing that, Yen Ah snapped her head around, clearly uncomfortable with how they were doing things. She looked back at Park Sang-bin, her face etched with worry. "But Young Minjun has to come with us too. How are we all supposed to travel?" Sang-bin let out an exaggerated gasp of disbelief, firing back with pure rudeness. "Huh? You want that little loser to come along too?" His two lackeys instantly started gossiping and sneering. One of them mocked, "Yeah, seriously, what the hell do we do with Jung Min-jun? Are we just dumping him here?" The other punk jumped right in, his voice dripping with disgust. "Dragging that pathetic nerd along is just a waste of perfectly good rations. I mean, come on, we need to save our food supplies, right?" One of the thugs even turned around and screamed right at Minjun's face, mocking him mercilessly. "Yo, Jung Minjun, try not to die out here on your own, buddy." Yenai could only stand there, her face draining of all color. But totally defying everyone's expectations, Park Sang-bin suddenly flipped the script. Lowering his voice, he scoffed. Whatever, just drag him along. One more useless mouth to feed isn't gonna kill us. Hearing this, Minjun slowly raised his head. His eyes were cold and dead set as he stared straight at Sangbin. Save it, I'm not going. Park Sangbin froze, completely refusing to believe what he just heard. What the hell did you just say? Minjun fired back with absolute ice in his voice, not showing a single ounce of hesitation. I'll take care of myself. I've got somewhere else I need to be. Yena stared at Minjun, her eyes flickering with deep anxiety and total confusion. She barely managed to squeak out his name. Minjun? Minjun completely ignored her. He turned on his heel and started walking away without looking back. Seeing the sheer disrespect, Park Sangbin snapped and barked at him. Hey, stop right there, he roared, his face contorting into pure, ugly rage. You arrogant little punk, you dare ignore me? Did you already forget what happened last time? If you cross me again, I swear to God, I will end you right here. Sangbin stomped closer, his voice dropping into a deadly, venomous growl. The whole damn country has gone to hell anyway. I could actually murder you this time, and no one would even care. You get that? Or do you want me to cave your skull in just like I did to those freaks back there? Minjun just stood in dead silence, shooting him a cold, sidelong glance. There wasn't a single drop of fear in his eyes. Park Sangbin's patience finally snapped. He gritted his teeth, his voice shaking with fury. I'm going to say this one last time. Follow me. You piece of trash! Seeing things escalate to the breaking point, Yena couldn't take the suffocating tension anymore. She threw herself between them. Hey, Park Sangbin, have you lost your damn mind? You could have killed him! She kept pressing him furiously. Her eyes burned with anger. And you're the one who beat up young Minjun last time, aren't you? You haven't changed one bit. Still the same piece of trash. At that moment, Minjun's pupils dilated. An ugly memory suddenly flooded his mind. It was a scene from back at the public bathhouse. One woman of Sangbin's heavily tattooed buddies was smirking and joking around. Yo, Changmin, if that chick shows up today, it's the perfect chance. Want to give it a shot? He smirked, his smile dripping with nasty implications. Man, I saw her Insta pics, absolutely top tier. Is she that hot in real life too? The other guy nodded. Yeah, exactly the same. The tattooed thug burst into a filthy, satisfied laugh. Oh, holy shit, that is sick, ha ha ha. Then, another voice chimed in. Hey, Park Sangbin, how the hell did you end up dating a chick like that anyway? Another punk cracked up. This bastard definitely already went all the way with her, didn't he? Ha ha ha. The whole gang erupted into disgusting, vulgar laughter. Bwahahaha. Snapped back to reality, Minjun turned his face away. Cold sweat was pouring down his temples. Seeing Yone raising her voice at him, Park Sangbin instantly softened his tone. He gave a laid-back, fake smile. Ah, my bad, ha ha ha. Guess I was being a bit too rough in front of our Yeona here. Ha ha ha. But Yone's anger hadn't subsided. If you ever do something like that again, Sangbin quickly cut her off. Ah, seriously, stop nagging me. I get it, okay? Suddenly, Minjun turned around and bowed his head. I'm sorry, Sangbin. I'll go with you. Park Sangbin shot him a calculating, piercing look. A heavy, suffocating silence swallowed the space. Then suddenly, he flashed a grin, his tone doing a complete 180. Good choice, Minjun. You know walking around this area by yourselves is straight up suicide, right? Ha! He patted Minjun's shoulder with sickening fake friendliness. Just crash at our base for the night. Tomorrow, I'll grab a car and drive you exactly where you need to go. Sound good? The scene shifted. A desolate landscape of ruined, silent buildings stretched out before them. A grim testament to the dangers of the outside world. Sangbin led the group down a narrow alleyway, stopping under an overpass marked with no motorcycle signs and a height clearance warning. All right, this way, he said. He glanced back at Minjun and sneered. Young Minjun, you've been here before, so you already know the way, right? Ha ha. Yone looked around curiously. Where exactly are we? Minjun muttered under his breath, a sickening sense of dread twisting in his gut. This is the path to the abandoned construction site, the exact place where Park Sangbin beat the hell out of me last time. Why would they set up a base in a place like this? As they ventured deeper inside, two of Sangbin's lackeys were struggling to move a heavy barricade. One of them snapped. Hey, you moron. Can't you see the gap over there? The other thug didn't hold back either. Ah, son of a bitch! Then you move it your damn self! Taking advantage of the distraction, Minjun leaned in close to Yona and whispered, Yona. Yone flinched and turned to him, a puzzled look on her face. Minjun leaned closer to her ear, his voice tight with urgency. I've been thinking about it. Tagging along with them is a terrible idea. We need to find an opening and get the hell out of here. Yone blinked, completely clueless. What are you talking about? He pressed on, his voice trembling with anxiety. I just have this gut feeling they're plotting something messed up. Every instinct I have is screaming that this is a trap. Yone just let out a confident, breezy laugh and patted his shoulder. Hey, chill out. Don't worry so much. Haha, they're nothing but a bunch of small fry. Haha. She leaned in close, whispering back with a smug, proud expression. Besides, Park Sangbin has been my little minion since elementary school. If he even thinks about laying a finger on you again, I've got your back. I'll protect you. Okay? Yeon A added, her tone overflowing with naive optimism. Plus, didn't they say there are other survivors at the base? Adults too. Hearing that, Minjun couldn't help but scream internally. Are you seriously naive enough to believe they're bullshit 100%? Han Yeona, you might think they're just our old classmates, but I know the twisted, rotten nature of these bastards better than anyone. He turned to her, staring dead into her eyes, his voice deadly serious. In your eyes, is Park Sang-bin really just some innocent childhood friend you grew up with? Yeon fell completely silent. His heavy words hit her like a bucket of ice water, instantly shattering her confidence. After a long, tense silence, Yeon suddenly called out, Park Sang-bin! Sang-bin and his crew stopped and looked back. Yeon hesitated before stammering, we should probably head out on our own. The entire gang looked back in surprise. She quickly scrambled to make up an excuse, her voice visibly flustered. My parents are at the shelter over in East Sion, so we're planning to head there right away. We have to leave as soon as possible, or I'm worried it'll be too late. One of the thugs raised an eyebrow and shot back. For real? There's an actual shelter in East Sion? Big Sang-bin narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. As far as I know, Espyeon-dong has already been completely wiped out. Yeona flinched, the color draining from her face as her lie was exposed. He stepped closer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Besides, why risk it by tagging along with that loser, Jung Min-jun? I already told you, if you want to leave, just rest here for the night and go with us tomorrow. Yeona stammered, completely at a loss for words. About that, she tried to salvage the situation, her voice trembling with urgency. We're just in a really big hurry, that's all. We really need to get going. Yeona spun around, grabbing Minjun's hand to make a run for it. Let's go, haha. But the moment she turned to leave, a baseball bat swung out, blocking their path. Both of them froze as one of Sang-bin's lackeys stepped in front of them, glaring with a hostile sneer. From behind, Baek Sang-bin's chilling voice echoed. Yeona, I already told you. If you want to leave, you leave with us tomorrow. His piercing gaze locked onto her like a predator. Do you have a thing for this Jung Min-jun guy or something? Since when did you two get so incredibly close, huh? Yeona turned back to face him, trembling but desperately trying to keep her composure. She stammered, Baek Sang-bin! She clenched her fist tightly, a mix of sheer terror and boiling anger swirling inside her. I told you, I want to leave right now. Standing right beside her, Minjun could only swallow a bitter thought. Just as I suspected, I knew it would end up like this. Seeing the tension skyrocketing, Minjun stepped forward. His voice wavered slightly, but his resolve was firm. All right, let's just head over there and talk about this later. Yeona stared at him in utter confusion, prompting Minjun to quietly explain, It's getting dark anyway. Baek Sang-bin smirked, looking incredibly triumphant. He led the group out of the underpass. Looming ahead was an abandoned construction site, presenting a desolate and bone-chilling scene. Minjun scanned their surroundings, muttering to himself, This is the place, all right. They must have set up barricades on both sides to keep the infected out. He glanced at the makeshift fences, silently assessing them. They put some effort into this, but it still looks way too flimsy. He then looked over at Yeona and saw her looking sick with worry, a cold sweat trailing down her cheek. Minjun gently reached out and tapped her arm, making Yeona jump and turn to him with wide eyes. He leaned in close to her ear, whispering soothingly, Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to leave your side. Yeona looked at him, her eyes still brimming with anxiety, cold sweat pooling at her temples. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed from the barricade, making them both jump out of their skin. Yeona let out a terrified scream. That scared me! Right after, the savage, guttural snarls of the infected erupted as they violently slammed against the fence. Yeona was so terrified she could barely speak. Is that thing going to hold? Hey, do something about it! Seeing her panic, Sang-bin just chuckled, oozing cocky confidence. Oh man, aren't we a little scaredy cat? Ha ha ha, relax. There's absolutely no way they're breaking through that, so stop worrying. Ha ha ha. But Minjun didn't share his optimism. He muttered under his breath, No way they're breaking through, my foot. That thing looks like it's about to collapse any second. Minjun's mind was an absolute mess right now. Looking closely, this entire place was surrounded by the infected. Why on earth would they set up a base in such a terrible location? Just then, Baek Sang-bin signaled them. All right, head up to the second floor. Minjun followed his gaze, another thought sparking in his mind. So we use a ladder to get to the second floor? If they pull the ladder up, the infected definitely won't be able to climb it. After making their way up to the second floor of the unfinished building, a completely different world opened up before their eyes. Baek Sang-bin swaggered inside and called out, I brought the guests, boss. Inside sat another group of people, and they definitely looked older. One of them looked up, acting surprised. Huh? The guy was massive and heavily built, his arms completely covered in tattoos. He grinned, looking thoroughly amused. Ooh la la! Do we have some new visitors? Baek Sang-bin made the introductions. These are my classmates. You remember me talking about Han Yeona, right? The heavyset guy instantly perked up. So you're the famous Han Yeona? He stood up and waddled closer, his face lit up with a creepy, eager grin. It's so great to finally meet you. I'm Bonggu, Lee Bonggu, 19 years old, currently a freelance entrepreneur. I've been dying to meet you. Oh, by the way, I followed your Instagram. Why haven't you accepted my follow request, huh? Yona froze stiff. Her mind was just a blank slate of pure confusion and alarm. Wait, the Bangu he mentioned? I swear this is the first time I'm ever hearing this name in my life. Who the hell is this? Who is this fat pig? Suddenly, Bangu slapped Yona hard on the back, making her jolt in shock. He laughed obnoxiously. It's super safe up here, so just make yourself right at home, Yona replied awkwardly. Yeah. But I heard the Gangbuk district is about to be completely locked down, so staying here seems a bit... Bangu burst out laughing, acting like he knew everything. Ah, that rumor. It's total nonsense. Ha ha. I heard all the bridges and roads heading over to Gangnam have already been completely blocked off. Ha ha ha. Right now, our only play is to hunker down here until a rescue team shows up. Ha-Yeon-Ah stood there, completely stunned, unable to believe her ears. Yeah. The heavyset guy wasn't done showing off just yet. Honestly, even if no rescue team ever comes, we've got enough food and water hoarded up to survive right here. Ha ha ha. Pretty badass, right? Peeking inside, they really had set up a decent campsite, complete with pitched tents, dry firewood, and a few backup jerry cans of gas. Everything was barricaded and surprisingly well organized, even if it looked a bit makeshift. Minjun took it all in, a heavy knot of suspicion forming in his gut. Could these punks really have scavenged and set all this up by themselves? No way. He shot a glance toward the older men huddled in the corner, and a chilling realization hit him. Don't tell me. This was originally those people's camp, and these bastards hijacked it? Just then, Bangu turned to Sangbin. Find anything good out there today? Sangbin shrugged. We were heading to the supermarket, but we bumped into these two on the way, so we had to detour. One of the older thugs leered at Yona, his eyes crawling all over her before he burst into a filthy laugh. Hey, now this is what I'm talking about. We've got grub for days and now a pretty little thing to keep us company? Doesn't get any better than this. Yona's face drained of color the second she heard that. Ah, damn it, she muttered under her breath. It was only then that Minjun's warnings finally clicked. He was right. I got played. That bastard Park Sang-bin totally played me. Making up her mind, she tapped Park Sang-bin on the shoulder, her voice dropping to a cold, serious tone. Hey, Park Sang-bin, a word, right now. Sang-bin turned around, blinking in surprise. Huh? They stepped aside into a quieter corner. Sang-bin tilted his head. What's up? Yona didn't waste a single second and cut right to the chase. Cut the crap. You're going to let me leave, aren't you? She crossed her arms, her voice dripping with discomfort. Honestly, I had no idea this place was going to have this kind of vibe. You know, I absolutely hate this kind of crowd, especially these guys acting all chummy with you. Yona pushed on, her tone unwavering. I'm really sorry, but there's no way I'm staying here. And frankly, I don't buy your story about the Han River Bridge being blocked off either. I think it's best if I just keep moving. She spun on her heel, completely done with him. I'm out of here. Minjun watched her in a panic as Yona marched back over, reaching out to grab his arm. Young Minjun, come on, we're leaving. But before she could take a single step, Sangbin's hand clamped down hard on her wrist. Hey, he growled. Yona flinched and whipped around, only to see that Park Sangbin's friendly facade had completely melted away, replaced by a totally unhinged, terrifying smirk. He practically spat the words through gritted teeth. You stupid bitch! You think you can just waltz out of here whenever you feel like it? He crushed her wrist tighter, his voice dripping with malice. Do you really still think the world revolves around you? Yona winced in pain, stammering out in fear. You! But right at that split second, another hand shot out and gripped Park Sangbin's arm, stopping him dead in his tracks. It was Minjun. He locked eyes with Sangbin, his voice shaking like a leaf, yet somehow defiant. Let her go! Stop it! Sangbin slowly turned his head, staring at Minjun with a mix of absolute disbelief and pure disgust. Ha! A hulking, muscle-bound guy, clearly one of Sangbin's higher-ups, sauntered over. He glared down at Minjun and let out a scoff. You little shit, young Minjun! Have you finally lost your damn mind? Chapter 8. Kill everyone except Han Yeon-ah. The massive thug hoisted Minjun up by his collar, snarling right in his face. Listen here, you little punk. What exactly are you going to do to stop him, huh? Screw it. Why don't you try stabbing me with that little toy knife of yours? Yeon-ah shrieked in pure terror. Park Sang-bin, tell him to stop. But the thug just kept egging him on. What's wrong? Suddenly lost your nerve to poke me, huh? Do it, you coward! Another lackey instantly chimed in from the sidelines. Hey, shut it! Bangu scowled, barking an order across the room. What the hell is all this racket about? Park Sang-bin immediately switched up, scrambling to explain with a sickeningly sycophantic tone. Ah, boss. Haha, it's just that Han Yana here isn't quite used to roughing it outside. She's just throwing a little tantrum, that's all. The heavyset boss casually waved it off. Shh, whatever. If she wants to sleep, just toss her in one of the tents. Songbin wasn't finished, though. He pointed a sharp finger straight at Minjun. Oh, and boss, this little rat young Minjun is packing a kitchen knife. I told him to hand it over for the group, but he's flat out refusing. The moment he heard that, Bangu's eyes bulged with rage. He's doing what? He whipped around to face Minjun, his voice dropping to a lethal pitch. Hey, Four Eyes, who the hell gave you permission to walk in here with a deadly weapon? Cough it up right now, you little shit, unless you want us to beat it out of you.
Minjun hung his head, his mind racing in absolute agony. I can't just give up my only weapon, but even if I swing this knife, there's no way I can take out 5 grown men all by myself.
Defeated, he slowly unzipped his bag and pulled out the knife. Another low-level thug swaggered forward, totally soaking up the power trip. Listen up, Four Eyes, and listen well. Boss Bongu runs the show around here, and I'm his right-hand man. You got that? And Park Sang-bin over there, in military terms, he's basically your squad leader. Long story short, you step out of line and we'll break you. The thug kept rambling, totally high on his own authority. With the whole country going straight to hell right now, we need strict military discipline in this camp. No chain of command, then we're all screwed. You get it? 2 strikes and you are dead meat. Minjun could only lower his head and mutter quietly, yes. But inside he was cursing them out. What a bunch of clowns playing tough. The thug, Bong Ji-woo, turned to Yone, suddenly throwing a heavy arm around her shoulders. He let out a disgustingly sleazy laugh. Yone, babe, you must be exhausted from the trip, right? Come on into the tent and rest up a bit. Yone flinched violently, blurting out, "Ah, crap, you scared me." Bong Ji-woo's face instantly darkened. Huh? The hell did you just say? Did you just swear at me? Yone frantically waved her hands, scrambling to explain.
No, not at all. I just got spooked. I've just been so on edge these past few days.
Hearing that, the fat thug's anger melted away. Ah. Yeah, makes sense. With those damn zombies roaming around, I can totally understand. Ha! He pointed at the massive tent, puffing out his chest. Anyway, my tent is a premium, oversized camping setup. You know, ha ha ha! The mattress is super soft and comfy too, so just go inside and get some proper rest. Yeon-A stared at him, only one thought screaming in her mind. Hell no, you absolute creep. I need to hurry. I need to find a way to buy some time. She immediately started stammering. But... Hey, Ji-woo! Putting on a pitiful expression, Yeon-A clutched her stomach. I'm just so hungry. Do you guys have anything to eat? Hearing that, Bong Gi-woo's eyes lit up. Huh? You're hungry, babe? He immediately cheered, completely hyped up. Hell yeah! If our Yeon-A is hungry, then of course we gotta eat. We looted a whole mountain of pork belly from the butcher shop. How about we throw a massive Korean BBQ party right now? Woohoo! Standing in the back, Minjun could only bite his tongue in silence. He squeezed his eyes shut, 2 words echoing in his head. Absolute worst.
The desolate, ruined cityscape stretched out before Minjun. There are no cops out here anymore, he thought grimly. This place is nothing but a lawless wasteland now.
While the gang was busy prepping the food, Bong Gi-woo slithered back over to Yeon-A, throwing his arm around her again. Disgusted, she shoved his arm off. Ah, get off! The fat thug awkwardly waved his hands. Ah, my bad, ha ha ha! Damn it, she is just too freaking cute. Watching from a distance, Minjun was eaten alive by anxiety. To Han Yeon-A, these scumbags were just as dangerous as the infected roaming outside. Especially that pig. There was no way he was going to leave her alone. Things could go horribly wrong at any second. He clenched his fist tight. I need a plan. I have to find a way to get Han Yeon-A out of here right now. Minjun peered over the edge to the floor below, where a few zombies were aimlessly shuffling around. He weighed his options. Should I lure the infected up here to create a distraction? No, I can't do that. What would happen to the other survivors? His eyes flicked toward the 3 older men sitting quietly in the corner. Then again, I can't be 100% sure those guys are actually good people either. Minjun kept agonizing over it. Maybe we wait until nightfall when everyone is dead asleep and make a run for it. But what if these scumbags try to force themselves on her before then? He stared out at the battered construction site, letting out a heavy, helpless sigh. Ugh, damn it all. Not long after, the mouth-watering scent of grilled meat filled the air. Bong Gi-woo strutted over with a plate of food, moving to sit right next to Yeon-A. Food always tastes better when I'm eating next to our beautiful Yeon-A. Am I right? Ha! But the second he got too close, Yeon-A shrieked. Eat crap, that smells like pig. The fat thug froze in his tracks. Huh? What was that? Yeon-A frantically tried to cover her tracks.
Nothing. I meant the pork belly smells like actual pig. I mean, it smells so authentic and good. But wow, it looks absolutely delicious.
Hearing her stutter, the fat thug burst into loud, booming laughter. Right? It smells so damn good it makes you want to swear. Ha! Nothing beats the smell of charcoal-grilled pork belly. Just then, Kang Bin shoved a plate of meat into Minjun's hands. Hey, Four Eyes, take this over to those old geezers. Minjun could only nod. Right. He looked down at the plate, seeing only a few pathetic scraps of meat, a surge of quiet anger rising in his chest. What are a few scraps like this supposed to do? Without a second thought, Minjun scraped half of his own ration onto their plate. I should give them a little more of mine. Carefully, he carried the plate over to where the 3 older men were sitting. Here you go. All three of them looked up at him, their faces painted with surprise. Minjun handed them the plate of meat, his voice soft and polite. It's not much, but please, go ahead and eat. One of the three men took the plate, a flicker of genuine gratitude in his eyes. Ah, thank you so much, kid. As night began to fall, a heavy darkness swallowed the silent, towering skyscrapers of the dead city. Beneath the unfinished construction site, a small fire crackled inside an empty steel barrel. The dancing flames chased away the chill but couldn't burn through the suffocating tension in the air. Yona and Minjun huddled together on the freezing concrete, keeping their distance from the group of men. Neither of them could hide the sheer terror in their eyes. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious voice echoed from the direction of the tents. Hey, Yona! Bongu sat heavily on a chair, spreading his legs and jerking his chin toward her. Why the hell are you sitting all the way over there? Come over here and relax with us, Yona whispered to Minjun, her face twisting in absolute disgust. I already told them no, she muttered, trying to calm her own nerves. I'll just tell them I want to sleep out here by myself. That should work. Meanwhile, the thug's voice kept hollering. Come on, it's bedtime. Yona's mind was racing a mile a minute. I just need to wait until they're all dead asleep. Then we make a run for it. But before she could even make a move, Bongu was already looming over them, his face twisted into an ugly scowl. Oh, for fuck's sake. You've been playing hard to get this whole damn time, huh? If you keep acting like a stubborn little bitch, what the hell am I supposed to do with you? Suddenly, a cold voice sliced through the tension from behind. Boss, Park Sang-bin stepped forward, planting himself right between Bongu and the two teenagers. That's enough, he said flatly. Bongu blinked in dumb confusion, completely baffled by his underling's sudden change in attitude. Huh? Sang-bin's eyes darkened with a ruthless glint as he growled. Are you deaf? I said knock it off! You little shit! Bongu's eyes bulged out of his skull. Unable to believe what he was hearing, he roared in blind fury. Park Sang-bin, you crazy bastard! Have you lost your damn mind? The heavyweight thug shoved forward, throwing his massive gut into Sang-bin to push him back. Did you take a bullet to the brain or something? You son of a bitch! Another underling standing nearby was just as panicked, rushing in to de-escalate. Hey man, what the hell are you trying to pull? Park Sang-bin, what is wrong with you? But in stark contrast to Bongu's explosive rage, Sang-bin merely let out a cocky, mocking smirk. Oh man, Lee Bongu, you dumbass. Ever since we got trapped in this hellhole, I made up my mind. I decided I was going to kill you first. He declared it with shameless arrogance, laying all his cards on the table. Loyalty? Brotherhood? Bullshit. From now on, I'm the one calling the shots around here, you fat piece of trash. Ha ha ha. Pushed past his breaking point, Bongu completely lost his mind. He swung a massive, earth-shattering punch straight at Sang-bin. Die, you miserable prick! But his bulky, sluggish frame made him an easy target. Sang-bin effortlessly dodged the heavy blow. Quick as a flash, he slipped behind Bongu, locked his arm tightly around the big man's thick neck, and squeezed with lethal force. Ugh! Bongu choked and gasped for air, his face turning purple. Sang-bin leaned in, whispering poisonously right into his ear. That's it. Just choke and die, you pathetic dog. The other thug watched the violent mutiny unfold and completely lost his nerve, screaming in terror. Park Sang-bin, have you completely lost your mind, you traitor? Before the words even left his mouth, Sang-bin whipped out a baseball bat and delivered a brutal, sickening crack straight to the man's skull. The thug collapsed to the floor, groaning in agony. Sang-bin had completely snapped. Like a blood-drunk beast, he mercilessly rained blows down on the two men writhing on the dirt, howling like a madman. Die! Just fucking die! Both of you miserable pieces of shit! Sickening thuds and agonizing wails echoed throughout the hollow construction site. Yeon-ah watched in absolute paralyzing horror at Sang-bin's savage butchery. She clung desperately to Min-jun's arm. Meanwhile, an older man in the background trembled, his voice shaking. Wait, what the hell is happening here? We have to stop him! As the chaos erupted, a sharp, calculating gleam flashed in Min-jun's eyes. He knew instantly this was their 1 in a million chance. It was now or never. He turned to Yeon-ah, his voice breathless but absolute. Han Yeon-ah, we go. Right now. Yeon-ah's eyes widened in shock. At that exact moment, Sang-bin paused his frenzied beating, casting a dark glance over his shoulder. Refusing to waste even a single second, Min-jun grabbed Yeon-ah's hand. They bolted, sprinting for the exit like their lives depended on it. Hey, catch those brats! The older men shouted, pointing furiously at the escaping teens. Out of nowhere, a hand shot out from the dark, violently snatching the back of Yeon-ah's shirt and yanking her backward. Kiss! Yeon-ah shrieked in terror. Min-jun whipped his head around, all the color draining from his face. No, Han Yeon-ah! The bastard who had just grabbed her was one of the thugs from earlier, the same one who had stolen Min-jun's knife. He wrapped a meaty arm around Yeon-ah's throat in a brutal chokehold, pressing the glinting razor-sharp blade right against her skin. Let me go! Yeon-ah thrashed wildly, but the thug only roared, tightening his grip. Shut up and hold still if you want to live! Damn it! He locked his crazed, bulging eyes onto Min-jun and screamed. Don't take another step! Stand right there, or I swear to God I'll gut this little bitch! Pushed to the absolute brink, Yona threw her head forward and sank her teeth directly into the arm holding the knife, biting down with every last ounce of strength she had. The thug shrieked, a high-pitched wail of agonizing pain. Blinded by burning rage, the thug screamed in fury. Completely losing his mind, he slashed the deadly blade straight toward Yona, letting out a savage, animalistic roar. "You fucking bitch!" As the cold steel plummeted toward her, Yona's eyes widened in sheer, paralyzing horror. But in a split second, Minjun lunged forward. He threw his hand out, violently seizing the thug's wrist right as the knife was coming down. The deadly strike was blocked mid-air, halting the heavy blade mere inches from her flesh. A desperate, vicious struggle broke out between the two. Stumbling backward, Yona cried out his name in sheer panic. "Jung Minjun!" The thug glared at the boy, his teeth grinding together in pure hatred. "You little son of a bitch!" Without warning, he shifted his weight and drove a devastating, full-force kick straight into Minjun's stomach. "How dare a piece of trash like you get in my way?" Gah! Minjun took the brutal impact head-on. He staggered wildly. Thrown completely backward, the air violently knocked out of his lungs. In that same chaotic second, the kitchen knife slipped from their grasp, clattering sharply against the freezing concrete. And then, a heavy, dripping silence. Bright crimson drops of blood began to fall from Minjun's body, slowly staining the dull, gray cement beneath him. Yeon-ah slammed both hands over her mouth, her eyes welling with tears of absolute terror. No words would come out. And there, crumbling to his knees, Minjun desperately clutched his deeply bleeding stomach, every single breath becoming a grueling, agonizing gasp. The older men standing nearby watched in absolute shock. What? Amidst the chaos, Yen-A's agonizing scream tore through the air. "Jung Min-yun!" From behind, another punk lunged forward, swinging an iron pipe and landing a brutal, bone-crushing blow squarely on his back. "You little bastard!" Minen crumpled helplessly to the floor. Two thugs immediately swarmed him, mercilessly stomping and beating him to a pulp with their pipes. They hurled vicious curses with every strike. "Told you, you piece of trash! You really thought you could fight back, huh?" Watching Minun take the brutal beating, Yen-A shrieked in absolute terror. "Ah!" Right at that moment, a rough hand suddenly clamped down on Yen-A's wrist, violently yanking her back. She flinched in horror. It was Park Sang-bin. He leaned in inches from her face, flashing a sickening, triumphant smirk. "Damn it! Haha, Han Yen-Ah, did you know? I've had my eyes on you since middle school, you know." He backed her into a corner, pinning her tight, his voice dripping with twisted resentment and arrogance. "Every other girl I hit on would fall for me in a heartbeat. But why the hell are you the only one playing hard to get, huh? Acting all high and mighty just because your family has money? Ha ha ha." Trembling in pure panic, Yen-A could barely stammer out his name. "But Park Sang-bin!" Sang-bin kept spewing venom, venting his deep-seated inferiority complex. "Just because your daddy is some fancy doctor, you got to act like the queen bee in that snobby, stuck-up neighborhood that I couldn't even stand being in. Felt pretty good, didn't it? Well, guess what? My family is filthy rich, too." "Damn it all, ha ha ha. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, too. I lived just as lavishly as you did." "Ha ha ha. Hell, I've got way more money than any of those other losers. I wear top-tier designer brands, I've got a way better body, I'm literally flawless. Ha ha ha." His eyes grew bloodshot as his face contorted, his voice spiraling into absolute madness. "So why? Why the hell do you always act so damn superior to me, huh? Ha 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 ha." His maniacal laughter left Yen-A drenched in a cold sweat of sheer terror. Sang-bin threw his head back and laughed savagely, his features twisted by sick, unhinged desire. Let's see just how sweet our untouchable little princess really tastes. Pushed past her breaking point, Yen-A squeezed her eyes shut and let out a desperate, piercing scream. "Stop it!" Unable to stomach the sickening sight any longer, someone finally intervened. Director Kim, one of the three older men, stepped forward to stop him. "Hey, listen here, kid. No matter what happened, you can't just do something like this." Before he could even finish, Sang-bin spun around and delivered a vicious, full-force kick straight into the old man's stomach. "Oh, crap!" The old man took the devastating blow head-on, letting out a choked gasp of agony. Ugh. He collapsed heavily to the floor, curling into a tight ball as he clutched his stomach and groaned. Oof! Another man frantically rushed over, shaking his friend's shoulder. "Director Kim! Hey, are you all right?" Sang-bin towered over them, staring down with cold, murderous intent. "Listen up, you pathetic old fools. I warned you last time. Try to lecture me one more time, and I'll kill you." He delivered his cold, ruthless verdict. "I already warned you twice. Guess it's time to log you out of this world." Taking the cue, one of his thugs immediately stepped up, grabbed the old man by the collar, and hauled him to his feet. Without a single ounce of hesitation or mercy, the punk hurled the old man straight over the second-floor railing. A blood-curdling scream echoed as he plummeted down. "Ah!" A sickening, hollow thud echoed from the floor below. Yen-A froze, her eyes wide with absolute paralyzed horror. Sprawled out on the cold, pitch-black floor of the first level, the old man's body violently twitched. He could only let out broken, wet gasps for air. But But that loud crash had instantly drawn the attention of the starving fiends outside. The infected stumbled out from the shadows, dragging their rotting bodies toward their fresh prey. Staring death straight in the face, the old man desperately reached a trembling hand toward the faint light above him. "Help! Please! Save me!" Witnessing their friend being tossed to a gruesome death, the two remaining men roared in absolute blazing fury. "You sick bastard! What the hell did you just do? You threw him down to the first floor? You psychotic little punk! Have you lost your damn mind?" Devoid of any shred of humanity, Sang-bin calmly barked an order to his gang. "Hey, toss the rest of these old geezers over too." The two thugs hesitated for a split second. "Huh? What? Are you guys going deaf?" Sang-bin roared like a madman, his eyes bulging with psychotic rage. "I said toss them over! Except for Han Yen-A. Throw every single one of them down to the first floor. Now!" The goons went pale, terrified by the sheer ruthlessness of their new boss. Snapping to attention, the punks tightened their grips on their steel pipes and lunged, relentlessly battering the two men. The chaotic sounds of brutal strikes and agonizing screams completely filled the air. "Ah, somebody help! Argh!" Taking advantage of the distraction, Yen-A scrambled across the floor, dropping to her knees right beside Minin, who was slumped in a pool of his own blood. "Jung Min-yun, are you okay?" Sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror, she desperately tried to shake him awake. "Run and hide, little mouse." Suddenly, Sang-bin's pitch-black shadow loomed over her like a towering wall. "Where do you think you're going? Yeona?" He flashed a wicked, twisted grin, the dim light catching his psychotic face. "It's straight up hell out there, so you're gonna stay right here and play with me." Min-woo lay face down on the concrete, struggling helplessly. He could do nothing but listen to Yeona being violently grabbed and screaming behind him. "Ah, let me go!" A lackey stood there with his hands shoved in his pockets, glaring down at the half-dead Min-woo. He let out a loud, obnoxiously fake sigh. "Phew! Young Min-woo? It's about time you just hurry up and die." Without another word, the thug grabbed Min-woo by the collar, dragging his battered, bloody body across the rough floor. "You pathetic piece of trash!" He laughed. "Ha ha ha! Honestly, I almost felt sorry for you for a second there." "Ha ha! But hey, who told you to act so cocky, huh?" He shouted over his shoulder to another thug. "Yo, Tay! Help me toss this bastard over the edge." The two punks grabbed Min-woo, hoisting his limp body into the air. They hauled him right to the edge of the open floor, dangling him directly above the vicious, starving zombie horde swarming below. "Damn, I thought this scrawny punk would be light, but he's heavy as hell." "All right. On 3. 1, 2. At that moment, Min-woo's life was nothing but a flickering candle, seconds away from being blown out over the abyss. But just before they hit 3, a bloody hand suddenly shot out, gripping the thug's jacket in a death grip. A weak, trembling, but fiercely determined voice growled, "If I'm going to hell, you're coming with me, you son of a bitch." The thug froze, his eyes going wide with absolute shock. "Huh?" In one explosive, desperate move, Min-woo threw his entire remaining weight backward. He dragged his tormentor right over the edge, plummeting down into the abyss together. Their terrified screams echoed through the night, leaving Sang-bin completely paralyzed with shock. Before Sang-bin could even process what happened, another lackey sprinted over in an absolute panic. Sang-bin snapped out of it, turning around with pure fury. "What? What the hell is it now?" The lackey was trembling. "But boss, Kim Sang-hyun, that bastard Jung Min-woo just dragged him off the ledge. They fell to the first floor." Sang-bin gritted his teeth, spitting curses at his own idiot henchman. Down below, pathetic groans and cries for help echoed from the freezing concrete where the two bodies had crashed. The thug, Kim Sang-hyun, struggled to his knees, clutching his brutally bruised back as he muttered, "Ugh, motherfucker, ugh." He looked down, his eyes bulging in absolute horror at the sickening, twisted angle of his shattered legs. "Damn it, my legs! What the hell is wrong with my legs?" Meanwhile, Min-woo, despite being half dead himself, somehow managed to stagger to his feet. Panic set in as Sang-hyun watched him. Seeing Min-woo trying to limp away, the thug desperately reached out and clamped his hands around Min-woo's ankle. His face was a twisted mask of agony and rage as he tried to drag Min-woo back down. "Hey, Jung Min-woo, you piece of shit, where the hell do you think you're going?" Then, his violent shouting suddenly broke into a pathetic, desperate whine. "Damn it, my legs are completely shattered because of you!" But just as he tried to beg for his life, a horrifying shadow silently crept up right behind him. His begging turned into a gut-wrenching screech. "Help me, Min-woo, please!" Crunch! A sickening, wet tear echoed through the dark as the zombie sank its teeth into his flesh, cutting his final scream brutally short. Up on the second floor, the rest of the gang watched the bloody feast, absolutely paralyzed with terror. "Oh my god," one of the thugs stammered, backing away. What do we do now?" Sang-bin didn't even flinch. He just coldly barked his order. "Screw him, let the dead eat him. We still have Yeona." Yeona had watched the entire bloodbath unfold. Seeing the gang distracted by the slaughter below, she knew this was her one and only chance. Without hesitating for a single second, she whipped around and sprinted into the darkness, leaving the panicked thugs totally off guard. Sang-bin was the first to snap out of it. He let out a vicious roar and instantly gave chase after his prey. "Motherfucker!" Yeona desperately scrambled up a rusty set of scaffolding, frantically searching for any way out. She vaulted onto a heavy wooden crate, pushing herself higher, too terrified to even look back. Sangbin was hot on her heels, screaming like an absolute maniac. Hanyona, you better stop right there, you little rat. He ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Total madness twisted his face at the thought of his prey slipping away. You dare run from me, you stupid bitch! Yeone practically crawled across a flimsy, creaking wooden plank. One slip, and she'd fall straight into the pitch-black abyss below. Meanwhile, Sangbin's psychotic taunts echoed right behind her. Hey, you crazy bitch! It's the dead of night, and the streets are swarming with flesh-eaters. Where the hell do you think you're going? She completely blocked out his venomous words. Her wide eyes were locked onto her only salvation, an adjacent rooftop covered in solar panels. It was her one ticket to survival. From behind, his dark, booming voice delivered one final, chilling warning. If I get my hands on you? Yeona didn't dare look back. Tears were already streaming down her dirty face, but she bit her lip until it bled, refusing to let the paralyzing terror win. Mustering every last drop of courage she had left, she braced herself for the jump that would decide her fate. Under the cold starlight, Yeona's tiny silhouette launched into the empty air, throwing herself into a desperate do-or-die leap. But as her feet hit the roof, her momentum threw her completely off balance. She stumbled violently, teetering right on the deadly edge. A raw gasp of pure terror escaped her lungs. Ah! She snapped her head back in sheer panic, only to be met with a deeply psychotic, blood-chilling smile. Sangbin was standing on the scaffolding right across from her, throwing his head back in a fit of hysterical, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, not bad, you little bitch. You're pretty good at running, aren't you? He lunged forward, stomping his heavy boot onto an empty wooden crate, roaring his final threat. Now that I've caught you! But Karma is an absolute bitch. With a loud crack, the rotting wood completely shattered under his massive weight. The entire scaffolding buckled violently. Sangbin flailed his arms, his triumphant, twisted grin instantly melting into a mask of pure, absolute shock. Huh? Before he could even grab onto a single pipe, his massive body tipped backward. He plummeted straight down into the gaping darkness like a heavy boulder tossed from a cliff. Crash! The sickening sound of snapping bones echoed as he slammed brutally into a pile of jagged scrap metal at the bottom. He could only let out one agonizing, blood-curdling howl. Up on the ledge, Yeon-ah stood totally frozen for a split second. But then, her survival instincts kicked into overdrive. This is it. With ice-cold determination, she cupped her trembling hands around her mouth. Drawing in every last ounce of breath in her lungs, she screamed into the dead of night. Over here! He's right down here! This way! Her sharp, piercing voice rang out like a dinner bell from hell. Instantly, the starving, infected horde swarming the streets below stopped. In horrifying unison, hundreds of grotesque, rotting faces snapped upward, letting out a deafening collective snarl. Yeono didn't stop. Like a ruthless commander directing her own army of the dead, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Come on! Hurry up and get him!" Hearing that, Sangbin looked up from the ground, frozen in sheer terror as her scheme finally dawned on him. Yen-A didn't hesitate for a second, pointing him out with a mocking smirk. Hey! There's a total piece of trash right over here! Somebody come and get him! Staring death right in the face, Sangbin could only let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! He glared up at her, grinding his teeth in absolute venomous rage. Hanyena! You bitch! Under the cold starlight, his shadow twisted in the darkness as he roared, thrashing like a rabid beast backed into a corner. Well, I'll kill you. I swear to God, I'm gonna kill you. But his ferocious threats were instantly cut short. A guttural, savage snarl echoed right behind him, making his heart drop to his stomach as he whipped his head around. Emerging from the shadows were two blood-soaked walkers. They lunged at him in a frenzy, like moths drawn to a roaring flame, their jaws unhinged as they let out spine-chilling shrieks, starving for fresh meat. Oh shit! Throwing away every last shred of his pride, Sangbin scrambled to his feet and ran for his absolute life. Trailing right behind him was a ravenous horde, shrieking and snapping their jaws for a taste of flesh. Up above, Yen-A stood in eerie silence, coldly watching the whole spectacle unfold. Sangbin's pathetic, agonized screams and frantic cursing echoed through the streets below. Ah! Get the hell away from me, you freaks! With that sick creep finally dealt with, Yen-A frantically scanned the area, a sudden heavy wave of dread crashing over her. Well, wait, where is Min-jun? She clasped her trembling hands tightly against her chest, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs as she whispered a desperate, terrified prayer. Please be safe. You have to be okay. Just then, a sharp crash shattered the air, cutting through the guttural growls of the infected and the distant, agonizing cries of people begging for their lives. Ah, somebody help me! Yen-A flinched, her eyes darting down to the narrow concrete ledge just beneath her. The moment she spotted his familiar, staggering silhouette, a colossal wave of relief washed over her, lifting a crushing weight off her shoulders. He's alive. Thank God. He's still alive. Oh, thank God. She immediately dropped to her knees, leaning over the edge and calling out in an urgent whisper. Min-jun! Over here! I'm right here! Down below, Min-jun was swaying on his feet, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, looking absolutely, completely drained of life. Ha! Seeing his state, Yen-A panicked, desperately reaching her hand down towards him. Can you climb up? Without uttering a single word, Minjun reached up with a bloodied, bruised arm, his fingers digging into a rusted iron pipe on the wall with sheer, unyielding willpower. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony tearing through his abdomen, he hoisted himself up, using an old AC unit and the metal grates as footholds. Muffled, agonizing groans escaped his lips. Watching him struggle so violently for every inch, Yen-A broke out in a cold sweat, her heart screaming for him to hold on. Come on. Just a little more. Please. The sheer second his hand reached the ledge, Yen-A threw her entire body forward, grabbing fistfuls of his shirt with both hands and hauling him up with everything she had. A blinding wave of dizziness hit him, accompanied by a deafening ring in his ears. Completely burnt out, Minjun collapsed face first onto the freezing concrete roof right at Yen-A's feet, letting out a weak, agonizing whimper. Ugh! The moment he cleared the ledge, his body gave out, leaving him sprawled on the ground, violently gasping for air as his lungs burned for oxygen. Ha! Ha! Yen-A dropped to her knees beside him, her eyes wide with frantic panic. Your wound, is it bleeding again? Did any of those infected freaks bite you? Tell me! Minjun forced out a raspy, exhausted breath. I managed to dodge them. I'm clean. But I feel so damn dizzy. Suddenly, the crude, foul-mouthed shouting of thugs from the second floor echoed down, brutally shattering their fleeting second of safety. Hey, you little shits! Where the hell did Park Sang-bin go? Yen-A physically jolted, her blood running ice cold. The thugs roared from above, their voices laced with pure malice. Don't you dare move! Stay exactly where you are! Yen-A whipped her head around, looking down at Minjun, who was clutching his bleeding stomach. His face contorted in pain as he urgently forced the words out. We have to get the hell out of here, now! Yen-A gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. Right. Struggling to their feet, the two of them limped toward the very edge of the rooftop. Stretching out in front of them was a wide, treacherous gap between the buildings. Yen-A cast a deeply anxious look at her battered companion. Can you really make that jump? Minjun tried to flash a confident smirk, even though he was practically swaying on his feet. Hey, don't worry about me. Just focus on not falling yourself, all right? Yen-A squeezed her eyes shut, took a deep breath, and sprinted, launching herself across the deadly drop to the adjacent rooftop. Minjun pushed off right behind her. They both slammed into the concrete, but the sheer impact tore right through Minjun's severe wound. His legs gave out instantly, sending him tumbling violently across the rough cement with a jagged cry of pain. Ah! Yen-A scrambled back to her feet, throwing herself to the ground beside him in pure terror. Minjun, are you okay? Her only answer was a sickening, choked groan. Minjun curled up into a tight ball, his trembling hands clutching desperately at his stomach as warm blood seeped through his fingers. Shrouded in the dead of night, Yen-A wrapped Minjun's heavy, battered arm around her shoulders, dragging his dead weight forward one grueling step at a time. She kept whispering, desperately trying to keep him awake. Come on. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. From the pitch-black alleyways in the distance, the blood-curdling, agonizing screams of the living echoed out, immediately swallowed by the feral, monstrous howling of the starving infected. Ah! Somebody help me! No! A suffocating, bone-chilling dread completely swallowed the streets. The wet, guttural snarling of the undead felt agonizingly close, as if those bloodthirsty freaks were lurking just behind every telephone pole and quiet, shadowed corner. Yen-A practically dragged Minjun along, her heart in her throat as she whispered in sheer panic. Hear that? I think there are infected crawling around nearby. Moving at night is practically suicide. Minjun was completely running on fumes, his body drenched in a sickly cold sweat. He hung his head, his face shrouded in the pitch-black shadows, as he forced out her name in a fragile whisper. Yen-A. He knew exactly how pathetic he was right now. He was nothing but dead weight. If the infected spot us, no, right now. Just leave me. You have to run. Save yourself. But Yen-A violently shook her head, refusing to let go. What the hell are you even saying? Tears were welling up in her eyes, but underneath them blazed an absolutely unbreakable, fierce resolve. I'm not leaving you. I'm going to find us a place to hide, and I'm going to save you. Pushing deeper into a narrow, debris-choked alleyway, she kept her eyes peeled, desperately clinging to a tiny, fragile shred of hope. What about this path? It's quiet, and I don't smell any blood over here. Yeah, the infected probably haven't wandered into this area yet. Above them, an ancient streetlight flickered relentlessly, casting a sickly dim glow over the dead silent pavement, making the freezing, desolate atmosphere feel incredibly suffocating. It felt like walking through a graveyard. The two of them stumbled and dragged themselves through the trash-littered back alleys, their heavy, ragged breaths creating tiny clouds of vapor in the chilling night air. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, Yen-A froze dead in her tracks. Her eyes blew wide open, instantly on high alert as she spotted something up ahead. Wait! Standing right in front of them was a heavy door, left ever so slightly ajar. A painfully weak sliver of light leaked out from the crack, revealing a pitch-black, dead-silent corridor inside. The fluorescent tube lights mounted on the ceiling flickered rhythmically, like a monster taking its final dying breaths, casting harsh shadows across the tangled mess of rusted water pipes above them. Yen-Ah carefully pressed herself against the wall, timidly peeking out to look deep into the room filled with abandoned cardboard boxes and storage shelves. After holding her breath to listen for a moment, she thought to herself, trying to reassure her racing heart, she couldn't hear a single sound. There's no one here, right? We can't keep going anyway. Yen-Ah decided to stop in the storage room to rest for just a little bit. The only response to her efforts was a weak, helpless groan from Minjin. Thud. The moment Yen-A let go, Minjin's body seemed to lose its last pillar of support, collapsing heavily onto the cold concrete floor. Panicking, she cried out his name, Minjun! Yen-A frantically dropped hit her knees beside her fading friend, praying with all her heart. Please be okay. Minjun lay face down on the ground, his breathing so shallow and frail that his chest barely even moved. Pant. Looking at the friend who was facing death just to protect her, Yen-A's eyes welled with tears, her lips trembling as she choked back her sobs. Tears streamed down her face as she forced out a late, agonizing confession. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Shattered fragments of memories flooded in, tearing the young girl's heart to pieces. Tormented by absolute regret, her tears fell endlessly onto the back of his shirt. Because of me, you had to hide out in that house. Because of me. We attracted the infected and put everything in danger. Because of me, you were dragged to the construction site and ended up like this. A sight. She sobbed uncontrollably, drowning in guilt. And because of me, you were bullied at school too. She gripped the hem of Minjin's jacket tightly with both hands, terrified that the Grim Reaper would snatch him away at this very moment. Her voice broke as she pleaded, Please! Suddenly, her heartbreaking sorrow was cruelly cut short. Yen-A flinched in absolute terror. Her eyes widened in panic as the sound of slow footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Swallowing her tears, she frantically dragged Minjin to hide in the dark corner behind the crates, her terrified gaze glued to the entrance swallowed by shadows. The footsteps drew closer and closer, carrying a suffocating pressure as they slowly advanced deep into the pitch-black corridor. Yen-A used her tiny frame to shield Minjin, so tense that cold sweat broke out all over her body. In the midst of her sheer panic, a thought raced through her mind. Who is that? The stranger's massive pitch-black shadow stretched across the tiled floor, a grim warning that death had come knocking at her door. All of a sudden, the burly figure of a man wielding a bright red fire axe lunged into the room. Startled out of her wits, Yen-A scrambled backward in sheer terror. But dramatically enough, the axe-wielding man and his companion were just as spooked, breaking into cold sweats the moment they saw Yen-A. Oh, what the hell? It's just a human. Oh my god, you scared the living daylights out of me. Wait, under the dim light, the man was stunned to recognize some incredibly familiar faces. Yen-A was bewildered. Could it be the people from earlier? Memories of their frantic escape through the narrow alley rushed back. The image of an older man bravely risking his life to push a heavy wooden cabinet, blocking the path of the undead horde. His sweat-drenched face as he strained to move that cabinet flashed vividly in her mind. Mister, you're the one who helped us earlier. The two men's eyes widened in utter shock as they recognized the poor kids from the construction site. No way, you kids are still alive? Yen-A replied, her eyes brimming with emotional tears. Ah, I'm so glad you guys made it out safe too. Absolute disbelief was written all over their faces. Huh? One of the men accidentally glanced at the floor and panicked at the sight of a pooling puddle of blood beneath Minjin's body. Is the boy hurt? Oh god, look at all that blood. A wave of paranoia instantly struck. The man backed away in fear, tightly gripping his weapon. Don't tell me. Did he get bitten by the infected? Yen-A frantically waved her hands, correcting them through her tears. No, he wasn't bitten. He got stabbed with a knife, the young girl begged, her voice trembling with the mix of utter despair and newfound hope. But please help us. He's lost too much blood. The older man furrowed his brows in deep pity. Good lord, do we still have that first aid kit from earlier? The other man hurriedly replied. Yeah, it should be in the backpack. As the heavy tension in the air began to ease, the older man turned to check on Yen-A with a warm, comforting tone. Are you hurt anywhere, kiddo? Wiping away her tears as a glimmer of hope finally sparked, she answered. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you so much. But tragedy, it seemed, wasn't ready to let them go just yet. Before she could even finish her sentence, a rough hand reeking of fresh blood lunged from the shadows behind her. It clamped tightly over Yen-A's mouth and viciously yanked her backward, extinguishing every sound as absolute horror consumed the young girl. Her desperate, muffled cries were brutally crushed beneath the assailant's palm. Emerging from the darkness, the footsteps of malicious thugs drew closer, accompanied by a psychotic, savage laugh. Wahaha! Look at this sweet prey we just caught! One of the goons hesitated. What do we do now? The ringleader barked his orders with a vicious growl. What do you mean? What do we do? Drag her away, you idiot! Yen-A thrashed around like a madwoman, fighting tooth and nail to break free. Her captor swore in frustration. Damn it, this little brat is putting up one hell of a fight! Under the dim, flickering light, a baseball bat riddled with jagged, rusty nails menacingly revealed itself, followed by a ruthless command. Then knock her out cold. Hanging by a single thread in that life or death moment, a deep, icy cold male voice pierced from behind, shattering the sick, twisted atmosphere. Stop right there! The confused thugs whipped their heads around. Beneath the flickering fluorescent lights, a teenager in a dress shirt stood casually blocking the hallway, a knife gripped in one hand. Without a single trace of fear, he dropped a deadly ultimatum. I'm counting to 3. Get the hell out of my sight. The 3 thugs froze, glaring at the intruder who just ruined their fun. One of them, gripping a pickaxe, turned to the tattooed guy. What do we do with this little punk? The leader's eyes turned cold, radiating pure murderous intent. He barked the order. Kill him! Before the thugs could even blink, the young man dashed forward like a gust of wind, delivering a devastating strike. The spiked baseball bat slipped from the attacker's grip, clattering uselessly against the shattered tiles. A lethal glint flashed across the dagger tightly gripped in the boy's hand, ready to claim a life. As the thug threw a flurry of wild punches, the young man spun with lightning speed, unleashing a terrifying slash that tore through the air. The razor-sharp blade sliced clean through, sending a spray of crimson blood into the sky. Taking the full force of the slash, the thug let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. Gah! He stumbled backward, desperately clutching his bleeding throat as he coughed violently. Cough! Cough! Witnessing the gruesome scene, the thug behind him panicked. Seeing his comrade taken down in a split second, the one with the pickaxe went completely berserk, roaring as he charged forward with his weapon raised. You little bastard! He bellowed, his eyes bulging with rage. Die! Standing perfectly still, the young man didn't even flinch. He calmly raised his dagger to eye level, delivering a chilling death warning. Make one wrong move and I'll slit your throat. The thug brought his weapon crashing down, but the boy dodged it effortlessly and counterattacked. He knocked the guy flying, instantly freeing Yuna from the man holding her hostage from behind. Escaping the grip of death, Yuna stumbled backward in terror, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. Ha! Ha! Ugh! Meanwhile, the thug in the back stammered in pain. Back! Back off, all of you! Under the dim light of the hallway, the sharp, angular features of her savior were finally revealed. Yuna froze, realizing it was someone she knew, and gasped in pure shock. Kang Ha-chun? That mysterious boy was Kang Ha-chun, an 18-year-old high school student from Class 2-3 at Seon High, and a defector from North Korea. The dead of night swallowed the horrific clash, unveiling the title of the 10th chapter in this suffocating apocalypse. The Apocalypse Has Arrived by author John Cook, Episode 10. A high schooler with max-level survival skills. The scene transitioned to a brightly lit room. Basic medical supplies lay scattered on the table. Scissors, tweezers, cotton bandages, and used rubbing alcohol. Minwoo lay on a makeshift bed, his face pale, but he was already sleeping peacefully. Ha-chun's voice broke the silence, trying to reassure her. Luckily, the wound isn't deep, so he should be fine. They were inside a cramped but secure shelter. Sitting across from Yuna, Ha-chun analyzed the situation. He passed out from hemorrhagic shock rather than a direct hit or concussion. He'll need to rest for at least a full day. Yuna kept her head down, nodding gently with deep gratitude. Yeah, thank you so much. Ha-chun looked at her, clearly surprised, and asked, By the way, you're actually incredibly good at doing first aid. Where did you even learn to do that? Yuna clasped her hands together, replying modestly. I just happened to pick up a little bit of it in the past. Ha-chun still looked skeptical. Even so, your suturing skills are no joke. Setting the medical talk aside, Ha-chun's expression suddenly turned dead serious. He looked Yuna dead in the eye. We'll talk about that later. Listen, the two of you, this area is insanely dangerous. What the hell were you even doing in a place like this? Trembling slightly, Yuna explained everything from the beginning.
Well, we saw the flyers drop from the helicopters. We heard that Yonchon district was one of the safe zones, so we came looking for it.
But just our rotten luck. We got captured by Park Sang-bin's gang and dragged to that construction site. Hearing the familiar name, Ha-chun asked, Park Sang-bin? You mean at that abandoned construction site? Yuna blinked in surprise. Wait, you know him? Ha-chun gave a dismissive nod. Yeah, more or less. Remembering the terrifying villain, cold sweat broke out on Yuna's forehead. Noticing her panic, Ha-chun asked with concern. So where is he now? Yuna quickly replied. When I finally escaped that site, everyone was getting bitten by the infected. It was total chaos. Park Sang-bin was being chased by a horde of them, so I have no idea if he made it out alive or not. Ha-chun paused for a beat, his narrow eyes staring off into the distance, completely devoid of emotion. Then that bastard is probably still alive. Ha-chun pulled out a piece of cloth and meticulously wiped the fresh blood from his dagger, casually dropping a brutal truth. And that stuff about Yoncheon being safe, right now, that's nothing but a pile of bullshit. The scene shifted to the chaotic barricades scattered across the desolate streets. Ha-chun's narration echoed in the background. Aside from the people who evacuated Seoul at the very beginning of the outbreak, the ones left behind in this district did absolutely everything they could to stop the infection from spreading. And honestly, they actually managed to block the infected from getting in somehow. Up until a few days ago, seeing an infected around here was extremely rare. But their defense system was flawed, and it finally started collapsing. Since yesterday, the number of infected has been skyrocketing. Hachin looked up at Yuna, his face hardening as he delivered a bone-chilling warning. Not to mention, the humans in this area have become far more terrifying and insane than the monsters. Especially young girls like you. I haven't seen a single one daring to wander outside. Those words made Yuna's eyes widen in sheer horror. Hachin continued his stern warning. Walking around completely exposed like this, if you get kidnapped, God knows what kind of hell they'll put you through. You have to be hyper-vigilant. It's not just Yeonchan anymore. Almost all of the Gangbuk region has devolved into an absolute lawless wasteland. Yuna curled up on the sofa, her face utterly pale, unable to process the cruel reality she had just heard. Hachin's words kept ringing in the air. It's only a matter of time before other districts, or even the entirety of Seoul, ends up exactly like this. Yuna muttered blankly, "How is this possible?" As a heavy silence blanketed the room, Yuna stared at the back of her savior and softly asked, "But, King Hachun? Why are you even here?" Hachun lowered his head, his melancholic eyes lost in a deep sea of thought for a long moment before he hesitantly replied, "Just some personal business." He looked up, his voice steady but burning with absolute resolve. "I'm planning to cross the river and head south tomorrow, right at dawn." Hearing that, Yuna's eyes widened in shock, a sudden spark of hope igniting within her. "Huh? Really?" Like a drowning person catching a lifeline, Yeon-A hurriedly pieced the clues together. "Ah, right. Kang Hak-chun, you heard the news too, didn't you?" "You mean the news about Gangbuk getting locked down? Now that you mention it, that flyer did say the quarantine starts today." Hak-chun fixed Yeon-A with a dead serious glare, instantly crushing any shred of optimism she had. It's already way worse than that. The horrific image of the docks flashed through his mind, the air thick with the savage, blood-curdling snarls of those ravenous monsters. They were swarming everywhere, violently clawing at the shipping containers. He laid out the brutal truth. "I don't know if the entirety of Gangbuk is on full lockdown yet, but the bridges crossing the Han River into Gangnam, they've been completely blocked off for at least 2 days now." The mental image of that war zone on the bridge, jammed with abandoned cars and swarming with the undead, left Yeon-A utterly paralyzed with fear. Hak-chun continued explaining the root of the nightmare. On top of that, a massive horde of the infected has gathered around the bridges and the Han River Park. Getting anywhere near there right now is basically impossible. When this whole nightmare first started, people thought war had broken out, so they all fled south in a total panic. Then the government suddenly barricaded the bridges, sparking absolute chaos. Because of that, a colossal wave of the infected ended up swarming the banks of the Han River. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Yeon-A trembled, stammering in disbelief. "How do you know all of this?" Hak-chun replied with chilling calmness. "I heard it straight from survivors who actually went near the bridge to check. They even showed me photo evidence, so the intel is dead accurate." By now, Yeon-A's face had drained of all color. She mumbled, utterly consumed by terror. So, then those rumors, they were actually true." Flickering in the dim candlelight of the room, Hak-chun tossed out a fragile thread of hope. "But it's not completely hopeless. If we can get our hands on a duck pedal boat or a small dinghy, we can somehow cross the Han River. Assuming we manage to slip past that massive horde of infected first, of course." Still riddled with doubt, she asked the golden question. "But is Gangnam actually safe?" "Based on the last news I heard, aside from Seoul, the infected have already spread across the entire country." Hak-chun nodded in grim agreement. Of course, there is no guarantee that Gangnam is 100% safe. Even knowing the deadly perils ahead, Hak-chun's eyes burned with an unshakable resolve. "Regardless, my little sister was evacuated to a refugee camp in Gangnam. I have to get there, no matter what it takes." Yeon-A blinked in astonishment. "Your sister is at the Gangnam shelter?" Suddenly sensing something off, she asked softly, "How did you end up getting separated from her?" Hak-chun's face immediately darkened, and he sank into a heavy silence. The agonizing memories of that day came rushing back. Choking back his emotions, Hak-chun began to explain. "The day after all hell broke loose, my sister, my uncle who lived with us, and I evacuated to a temporary shelter nearby. It wasn't long before the military showed up. They told us Gangbuk was too dangerous and that they were relocating some of the survivors. But priority was strictly given to the elderly, the sick, and children. So I had to stay behind." The chaotic scene of their separation played out in his mind, the soldier's cold voice echoing clearly. "Children and the elderly have priority. We are moving them out first. We will definitely return for the rest of you, so please, just wait." Then came the sound of his little sister sobbing, reaching her tiny hands out to him. "Hak-chun? Big brother," sobbing. A desperate Hak-chun tried to shove his way through the frantic crowd. "Hey, wait!" Panicking, he grabbed onto the arm of a guard. "Then where is my sister being taken?" But the only response he got was a curt reply from the soldier. "The Gangnam refugee camp." Pulling himself back to the painful reality, Hak-chun clasped his hands tightly together, his voice dropping to a hollow whisper. "But the military never came back." Yeon-A's eyes welled up with tears as she asked sympathetically, Then, what about your uncle?" Hak-chun plunged into another suffocating silence. The horrific image of the blood-soaked shelter flashed before his eyes, accompanied by ear-piercing, agonizing screams. "Ah, run!" Hak Chun's haunted voice broke the silence.
Not long after that, the infected breached the inside of the shelter. Everything dissolved into pure carnage in the blink of an eye. My uncle and I desperately tried to escape.
He let out a heavy sigh, his eyes totally lifeless as he accepted the grim reality. In the end, he didn't make it. So, yeah, that's what happened. Covered in a cold sweat, Yeon-A stared blankly at him. A deep ache swelled in her chest, and all she could manage was a soft, pitying gasp. Ah. Brushing off the heavy, tragic atmosphere, Hak Chun decisively grabbed his backpack and began packing his gear. Anyway, he announced with chilling absolute certainty, later, the second the sun comes up, I'm heading out. I have a gut feeling that if I delay this even by a single day, I'm going to be in deep trouble. Yeon-A shot up from the floor, crying out in sheer panic. Huh? What? You're leaving as soon as the sun rises? Faced with the terrifying prospect of being left completely alone, Yeon-A clenched her fists, desperately pleading to his cold, turning back. Wait, please, can't you just take us with you? We were originally planning to head to Gangnam too. Hak Chun didn't even turn his head. He rejected her flat out. No can do. He turned his face just enough to look back, laying bare the brutal reality of survival. From my experience, moving in a group of 3 or more is basically a death sentence. Unexpected variables happen non-stop out there, and I can guarantee you, at least one of us would end up dead. He shifted his gaze toward her heavily bandaged friend, lying unconscious on the bed. On top of that, Min-jun needs to rest for at least another day. Although, using the word rest in a hellhole like this is a pretty sick joke. Despite his ruthless rejection, Yeon-A refused to give up. She dropped to her knees, clasping her hands tightly against her chest as if praying to the only God who could possibly save them now. Tears streaming down her face, she begged helplessly, "Please, I'm begging you. I heard that Min-jun's mom is also at the Gangnam shelter. We absolutely have to get to Gangnam too, no matter what it takes." Utterly collapsing onto the floor, her tear-filled eyes locked onto him. Hands clasped in pure desperation, she pleaded brokenly, "To be honest, I'm completely lost. I have absolutely no idea what we'll do if it's just the two of us. I really don't know how to get out of here. Please, I'm begging you. I've already stooped this low just asking you." Hak Chun stood completely still. With an emotionless face, he looked down at the girl sobbing pitifully at his feet without uttering a single word. His cold, sharp eyes blinked once before he dropped a casual remark that cut right to the bone. "You've changed quite a bit, haven't you?" Han Yeon-A looked up in a daze, tears still clinging to her lashes, her hands clasped tightly in sheer panic. He continued in a flat tone. "Honestly, even though we're in the same class, I don't know you that well. But you look completely different from the girl I used to see at school." Before Yona could even process that, he slung a massive backpack over his shoulder and turned his back to leave, dropping a fragile promise. "Let's leave it at that for now. Wait until dawn. We'll talk once young Min-hoon wakes up. Just get some rest." The door clicked shut. Yeon-A slumped on the floor, mumbling a delayed word of thanks in absolute, overwhelming relief. Thank you. The long, dark night is finally over. His brilliant morning sunlight pierced through the blinds, casting rays into their makeshift shelter. Inside, it was strangely peaceful. Yeon-A was curled up under a thin blanket, fast asleep on the sofa. Nearby lay Min-hoon, still deep in slumber after his brush with death. The deep, icy voice of Kang Hak Chun suddenly rang out, waking her up. Han Yeon-A shifted, groggily opening her swollen eyes. She jolted upright when she saw Hak Chun already standing at the door, firmly gripping a blood-soaked, spike-covered baseball bat. He cut straight to the chase. "When you escaped that construction site, are you absolutely sure you saw that bastard Park Sang-bin fall from the second floor?" Yeon-A nodded to confirm. Yeah, she replied. Hearing that, Hak Chun simply gave a cold, deadpan announcement. "All right then, I'm heading over there for a bit." Yeon-A threw off her blanket in a panic, her eyes wide with shock. "What?" Hak Chun calmly explained his purely practical logic. If their scooters or electric kickboards are still intact over there, bringing them back would be pretty damn useful. Besides, there's something I need to confirm with my own eyes. Panic flared up inside her. Yeon-A desperately tried to stop him. "Wait! Hey! But do you really have to go? The barricades over there are completely destroyed. I'm sure the infected are swarming all over the place right now. It was total chaos back then. Park Sang-bin was definitely attacked and infected too." Listening to her terrified pleas, a rare faint smirk appeared on Hak Chun's calm face. He looked down at his shoes, his tone oozing the absolute confidence of someone who had danced with death way too many times. "It's only about 300 meters from here to that construction site. You want to hear a little story? Do you know how my younger siblings and I escaped North Korea when I was 12? An unimaginable number slipped from his lips. 10,000 kilometers. Yeon-A froze, cold sweat breaking out on her skin. Hak Chun began to recount his brutal past with a chillingly light tone. "Smugglers? Back then, hiring brokers to cross the border was a luxury we couldn't afford. Armed with nothing but the blind hope that our uncle had successfully defected and settled in South Korea, we swam across the Tumen River like ghosts, dodging the inner surveillance of the North. Without any brokers to help us, we slipped past the eyes of the secret police and border checkpoints, trekking across mainland China, crossing over into Laos, all the way down to Thailand.
The corners of his eyes tightened slightly, harboring an unspeakable pain of loss.
For 2 straight years, I traveled 10,000 kilometers to escape, even though, along the way, I lost one of my little brothers. Hearing this, Yone could only sit there in stunned silence, completely shaken, ending the horrifying story as the ultimate proof of his survival skills. Hakchun opened the door and stepped out. When Jung Min-hoon wakes up, take good care of him. I'm heading out. The door clicked shut again. Yeon A sat blankly on the sofa, absolutely shell-shocked by the blood and tear-soaked past of her classmate. Meanwhile, outside, underneath a clear blue sky that sharply contrasted with the brutal reality on the ground, the ruined construction site loomed in the distance like a giant phantom. Hakchun agilely grabbed the steel fences, scaling the barriers with flawless precision. He flipped over and landed softly on his toes without making a single sound. Hiding behind a massive sheet of corrugated metal, he silently calculated his next move, preparing for the true goal of this trip. All right then, let's see what we're working with. Standing tall and menacing on top of a shipping container, gripping his blood-stained spiked bat tight, Hakchun delivered his cold judgment. Park Sang-bin, you piece of trash. Let's find out if you're actually dead or if you're still breathing. The title card for episode 11 faded in like a solemn vow, cementing the bond between these 3 survivors in the apocalypse. The end of the world has arrived. Episode 11. A party of 3 is formed. Back at the shelter, the guy who had been sleeping like the dead, Jung Min-hoon, finally showed signs of waking up. His tightly shut eyes twitched. He let out a weak, raspy groan. Sitting on the nearby sofa, Yona heard the noise and snapped her head around. Seeing that her friend was finally awake, she rushed over to the bed, her face lighting up with immense relief. You're awake? Min-hoon groggily rubbed the back of his neck, asking with a deep frown, Where the hell are we? Yone explained with a stiff, lingering smile. Kang Hakchun treated your wounds. Min-hoon blinked in confusion, repeating the name. Kang Hakchun? Wait, Kang Hakchun from our class? Yone nodded, confirming it. Yeah, after escaping the construction site, we ran into him by chance. Fragmented memories suddenly began to flood back into his mind. Min-hoon rubbed his chin, trying to piece everything together. But wait, back at the construction site. That time I fell from the 2nd floor with Kim Seon-yeon. My memories are all fuzzy. Is it because of a concussion? I only vaguely remember you carrying me somewhere. Before he could even finish, Yona suddenly lunged forward, desperately grabbing his rough hands with both of hers. Thank goodness! I'm so glad! Minjun froze, completely stunned by the sudden intimacy. Huh? Yona's eyes were welling up with tears. She glared at him, her expression a mix of heartbreak and pure anger. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? I thought you were dead, you idiot. Minjun's face instantly burned as red as a tomato. He began to stammer, completely overwhelmed with panic. But that sweet romantic tension lasted for exactly 2 seconds. Yona tightened her grip on his hands, her tone immediately shifting into full-blown nagging mode. Huh? She let go, slapping both of Minjun's cheeks with a loud smack, making him yelp in pain. Ouch! Ignoring his cries, she unleashed an absolute torrent of scolding. Who asked you to throw yourself at that knife for me, huh? Look, of course, I'm super grateful that you saved my life. But you can't just act recklessly like that. If you died, what the hell was I supposed to do all by myself? You always make me worry sick. It drives me crazy. Getting yelled at right to his face, Minjun could only rub his stinging cheeks and awkwardly reply, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Yona's face flushed red. She stopped, raising her voice to salvage whatever dignity she had left. Wait, no! Why should I be the one apologizing? Just saying thank you is enough. And do you have any idea how hard it was to drag your heavy butt all the way here? Facing his friend's relentless rapid-fire nagging, Minjun was completely speechless. What do you want me to do then? Having vented her frustration, Yeon-ah pouted and continued her instructions. Anyway, Hakchun said you need to rest and recover for at least a whole day. Just take it easy and get your strength back today and we'll figure out our next move tomorrow morning. Touched by his friend's violent yet genuine care, Minjun gently pulled the blanket up, his expression suddenly turning serious. Oh, is that so? He remembered the critical survival information and spoke up anxiously. But I heard that gangbook is going to be completely blockaded soon. We don't have time to just lie around here. Suddenly, a sharp pain flared up from his wound. Minjun hunched over, clutching his stomach with a groan. Ugh! Startled from her thoughts, Yona whipped around and frantically supported him. Are you okay? 1 second she was gentle, but the next Yona completely flipped back into bossy mom mode, yelling at him again. Hey, you absolute idiot! Are you seriously trying to move already? Stay perfectly still. Getting scolded so harshly, Minjun broke out in a cold sweat and weakly obeyed. Okay. The scene shifted to a messy workbench scattered with duct tape, soldering tools, and various random supplies inside their safe room. Suddenly, the sharp, dry sound of knocking echoed from the hallway. The atmosphere instantly grew tense enough to snap. Both Yona and Minjun felt their hearts skip a beat, staring at the door in pure panic. The door creaked open, and a familiar, stoic voice spoke up, instantly washing away their fear. "It's me. I'm coming in." Yeon-ah let out a massive sigh of relief, cold sweat still clinging to her cheeks. "Ah, it's just Kang Hak-chun." Hak-chun walked in and casually tossed a massive black backpack onto the floor with a heavy thud. Min-jun watched him, completely confused. Standing in front of Min-jun, Hak-chun pointed at the bag. "This is your backpack, right? The one you wore to school every single day." Recognizing his familiar belonging, Min-jun's eyes lit up. "Ah, yeah, that's my backpack." Hak-chun calmly explained his unexpectedly thoughtful gesture. "It was lying around on the second floor of the construction site, so I just grabbed it. I saw your clothes and personal stuff inside, figured you'd probably need it." Min-jun opened the bag to check, emotionally hugging the backpack as he muttered to himself, "The backpack my mom bought me. I'm so glad I got it back." Hak-chun added, "Oh, by the way, there were quite a lot of emergency rations in there too. I brought some of them along." But he wasn't done yet. Hak-chun opened his hand, holding out another absolute lifeline for him. "Oh, right, you dropped your glasses there too." Min-jun was overjoyed. He hastily put the round glasses back on his face, looking as if his soul had just been returned to his body, and eagerly thanked him. "Ah, thank you so much. Thank goodness my glasses." Sitting nearby, Yeon-ah breathed a sigh of relief as well. Once he settled down, Min-jun got straight to the point. "Ah, Yeon-ah told me earlier that you were the one who gave me first aid." Hearing that, Hak-chun simply asked, "How is your body holding up?" Min-jun tried his best to look fine. "I'm a little bit dizzy, but I'll be all right." Having waited all this time, Yeon-ah couldn't hold back her anxiety anymore and hesitantly asked, "Hey, so you went to check the construction site, right? What about Park Sang-bin?" Hak-chun narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the gruesome bloodbath he had just witnessed, and quietly replied, "Yeah." Under the clear sky, Hak-chun recounted the brutal reality, his face as cold as ice. Just as we expected, Park Sang-bin wasn't there. The horrifying image of the construction site flashed in their minds. The horde of zombies was frantically roaring and tearing apart the blood-soaked corpses. Hak-chun's voice echoed in the room. Except for that bastard, everyone else there had already been infected, and the scooter was gone. He probably drove off with it. As for the electric scooter, it was completely smashed to pieces. Cold sweat streamed down Yeon-ah's face. She trembled as she jumped to a conclusion. Then. Doesn't that mean we're at risk of running into Park Sang-bin again?" Hak-chun calmly reassured her. "Yeah, but don't sweat it too much." Hak-chun's face was half swallowed by the shadows. He dropped a chilling line with the dead-eyed confidence of an assassin. "I might lose a fistfight, but when it comes to killing, I never lose." Sweating bullets at that dangerously intense declaration, Min-jun muttered, "Crazy bastard." Brushing the threat of enemies aside, Hak-chun's eyes sharpened, locking onto a much bigger goal. "Anyway, like I told you guys yesterday, I'm breaking out of Gangbook." Standing tall before his two friends, he dropped the life-or-death question. "Can you two keep up with me?" The weight of his words made both Yeon-ah and Min-jun flinch. Neither of them wanted to be dead weight. Min-jun shot up, wincing as he pushed through the pain. "Hell yeah, I'm in. We have to go. I'm ready right now." Yeon-ah panicked, snapping at him. "Are you out of your mind? You need to stay down and rest for at least the rest of today." Hak-chun leaned forward, backing her up. Yeon-ah is right. It's not too late to move once you've actually recovered. But Min-jun stubbornly fired back. "No, seriously, I'm fine. Besides, what if things get even worse tomorrow?" Pulling out a marker, Hak-chun calmly popped off the cap. Exuding the aura of a true leader, he replied, "Don't rush it. Let's map this out first. Haste makes waste." He stepped up to the front and started drawing on the whiteboard. "I've been thinking hard about this. There's another way to cross the Han River." Min-jun and Yeon-ah instantly perked up, hanging on his every word. "Huh? How?" A rough map of the Han River, dividing Gangbuk and Gangnam, took shape on the whiteboard. Hak-chun slashed a bold red line right through the river. "We're taking subway line 5. His two friends stared blankly for a second. Pushing up his glasses, Min-jun's brain finally clicked back into gear. His eyes went wide. "Ah! The underwater tunnels below the Han River." But Yeon-ah immediately spotted the fatal flaw. "Is that really safe? Crowded places like subway stations, the chances of them being swarming with the infected are sky high." Hak-chun turned around, breaking it down for them. "Line 5 has screen doors installed at every single platform. If we can just breach those doors, the odds of running into the infected inside the tunnels are incredibly low." But even with a solid plan, Hak-chun didn't sugarcoat the deadly variables. Of course, the real trick is actually getting into the station and bypassing those doors in the first place. Plus, you can bet your lives there are countless others out there thinking the exact same thing. We also can't rule out the possibility that the government has completely sealed off the Line 5 tunnels. But for now, we just have to go there and see for ourselves. The wall clock hit 7:30 a.m. The countdown had officially begun. Hak-chun's voice echoed with a chilling edge. "All right, the closest Line 5 stop is Jangan Station. But as you know, walking there is a long haul. And the second we step out of our zone and enter the Jangan district, things are going to get brutal." The scene faded out on the gorgeous pink and purple hues of the setting sun. bleeding over the ruined rooftops, a hauntingly beautiful contrast to the bloodbath waiting for them tomorrow. On the whiteboard, a few scribbled words stood out. Survival rule. Do not rush. With the route locked in, Hak-chun stood before his two comrades, his expression turning to stone as he laid down the law. And now, here are the absolute rules of survival I've come up with. Rule number 1, he pointed at the text-heavy whiteboard, emphasizing every single syllable. Gangbook is totally on lockdown, so do not let the clock control you, and don't push yourselves too hard or get reckless.
If we find a safe house, we hunker down for a few days. We rest up, reassess the situation, and absolutely never act on impulse. Sitting on the couch, Yeona and Minjun hung on to his every word like star students.
Hak-chun's steady voice cut through the silence again. Rule number 2. Unless we are moving between zones, we need to step outside our safe house for a quick run. Only 1 or 2 of us go. We avoid having all 3 of us out in the open at all costs. Half his face plunged into darkness, his tone dropping to a dead, icy whisper. And finally, he tapped the 3rd line on the board. If we end up in a lethal life or death situation, under no circumstances do you throw your life away to play the hero for someone else. His piercing gaze drifted toward Minjun, a silent, heavy warning. For example, if you know you have an opening to escape and survive, don't turn back to help someone else and get yourself killed. That means every man for himself. Hak-chun stared them dead in the eyes, hammering home the cruel reality. Even if it's me, if it comes down to it, I'll do whatever it takes to save my own skin. His frigid eyes dug deep into Minjun, who was sweating bullets at this ruthless survival philosophy. I mean it! Don't sacrifice yourself for anyone! Minjun just froze, completely speechless. The next morning, birds chirped outside the window as golden dawn light flooded the tiny kitchen. It was the calm signal of a brand new day. The second Hak-chun was fully geared up, he spun around and called out to Minjun, who was just throwing on his jacket. Minjun! Minjun blinked, turning around. Hak-chun shoved a heavy, nail-studded baseball bat toward him, the dark, crusted blood still clinging to the wood. Take this. Use it as your weapon. Minjun's eyes bulged in pure terror. He grabbed the gruesome weapon with trembling hands, stammering out. You want me to use this freaky thing? Yeon-ah stood right behind him, looking equally horrified. Hak-chun just casually shrugged it off. It's not just for putting down the infected. It's great for scaring off other scumbags too. Just walking around with a weapon like that is enough to make anyone think twice before messing with you. His features hardened, his voice plunging back into the ice. And as you already know, the infected are going to come at us with pure, murderous intent. When you strike back, you need to keep your head completely clear. Grip that bat and swing with everything you've got. The sheer gravity of his words left Minjun utterly stunned.
Hak-chun wrapped up his crash course in survival with one final, hair-raising command. Just swing that nailed bat hard enough to punch straight through their hearts or their brains. That's all there is to it.
You get me? Startled out of his skin, Minun could only silently curse at him in his head. Freaking insane. Standing right outside the manpower office doors, Ha-chun issued his absolute command. All right then, let's move out. Beneath the clear blue sky and its lazily drifting white clouds, the serene view sharply contrasted with the utter ruins of the streets below. The 3-person squad officially set off. Ha-chun confidently took the lead. Yeon-ah walked safely in the middle, and Minun trudged along in the back. Gripping his terrifying weapon, his heart weighed heavy with doubt. He cast a sideways glance, torn inside. Is it really okay for me to kill the infected? Memories of the blood-written words, "Don't kill the infected," flashed vividly in his mind. He thought to himself, these monsters used to be normal people too. They were someone's family. Even if they lunge at us to kill, it's not like they're doing it on purpose. The image of that sealed door with the warning, "Infected inside," surfaced in his mind once again. If I kill them, doesn't that make me a murderer too? They walked past a wall defaced with graffiti warning that killers would be prosecuted. Minun sank deeper into his thoughts. What if the legal system of this country hasn't totally collapsed yet? Will everything I do be counted as a crime later on? Snapped abruptly out of his thoughts, Minun jolted at Ha-chun's sharp voice. Hey, Jung Minun! He blankly turned to look at his leader. Ha-chun shot him a deeply annoyed glare. You're not spacing out and worrying about useless crap, are you? Just say to hell with all that nonsense. He turned around, delivering a harsh, unyielding wake-up call to Minun. This is life or death. If you want to survive, you better snap out of it. Without absolute resolve, you'll be dead meat in a second. Suitably scolded, Minun mumbled back, Yeah, I get it. Walking between the two boys, Yeon-ah could only stay silent. Suddenly, Yeon-ah stopped in her tracks and called out to Ha-chun. Hey, wait a minute. Ha-chun turned back, clearly puzzled. She stared down the main road ahead, her face etched with deep anxiety. Can we avoid taking this road? I have a really bad feeling that there are a ton of infected down there. Ha-chun stayed silent for a moment, observing her with a probing gaze. How do you know that? Yeon-ah grimaced, clutching both hands nervously to her chest as she softly replied. I can vaguely smell it. That distinct rotten stench. She gulped, nervously explaining herself. If there are infected nearby, you can smell this awful stench. But coming from this direction, it's incredibly overwhelming. Ha-chun quietly stared at his friend, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had just discovered she had a superpower. The three of them continued down the deserted street. Ha-chun led the way, scouting ahead while asking again just to be sure. Can you actually sense the exact location of the infected? Yeon-ah quickly replied. The location? Not exactly their pinpoint location, it's just a feeling. And I'm not 100% sure it's always the infected. Sometimes it's just the smell of normal dead bodies. Plus, if it's only one or two infected, unless they're super close, it's really hard to detect. Hearing this, Manoon slightly froze and muttered. Come to think of it, memories flashed through his mind of that time Yona helped him hide in the pitch-black stairwell. It's happened a few times before. She's always been extremely sensitive to smells. Ha-chun fell into deep thought for a moment before deciding to personally test out the abilities of this human radar. I'll go up ahead and check it out. He crept quietly toward the blind spot behind a utility pole wrapped in barricades, cautiously poking his head out to observe. And what appeared before his eyes made Ha-chun's pupils shrink. He gasped softly. Sure enough, the radar wasn't wrong. Right in front of him was a cargo truck with its doors flung wide open. Scattered all around it were bloody corpses, and a whole horde of living dead were staggering around, snarling. Ha-chun ducked back behind the utility pole, his sharp, narrow eyes squinting as he secretly reevaluated his timid classmate. Han Yona! He returned to his two friends. Yona shrank back, asking with extreme anxiety. Are they there? I was right, wasn't I? Ha-chun thought to himself, can she really sense the infected so accurately? He nodded, admitting, you were right, heading that way doesn't look like a good idea. Suddenly, Manoon, who had been silently observing this whole time, spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Over there! Look up there! Minoon and Ha-chun both looked up at the narrow gap between the two high-rise buildings. Ha-chun asked curiously, what exactly are you looking at? On the roof of a nearby building, the silhouette of a soldier caught their eyes. Ha-chun assessed the situation. Looks like there are soldiers on that roof. Yep, definitely infected. While observing, the gears in the young survivalist's head suddenly started turning. He let out a soft gasp, as if he had just discovered the ultimate truth. Heh! Without waiting for anyone to react, Ha-chun spun around and commanded, follow me for a sec. Spun around like tops, Manoon and Yona could only stammer as they ran after him. Huh? Dashing up flights of pitch-black stairs, they finally set foot in a storage area cluttered with gas cylinders and garbage. Standing on the steps and looking down, Ha-chun reassured them. There are no infected up here, so don't worry. Come on up. Trailing behind, an exhausted Yeon-ah climbed the steps, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. Huff! Puff! What are we even doing up here? Instead of answering, Ha-chun pulled a pair of military binoculars out of his bottomless backpack and brought them up to his eyes to scan the area. The view of the rooftop zoomed in, revealing that the three guards were now nothing more than soulless corpses. Ha-chun muttered his analysis. Looking through the binoculars, there are at least 3 soldiers. Yeah, they're definitely all infected. But the binoculars were aimed straight at his true target. One of those infected soldiers is carrying a rifle. Hearing the word rifle, both Yeon-ah and Manoon froze in utter shock. Manoon broke out in a cold sweat, desperately speaking up to stop his friend's insane idea. Hey, don't tell me. You're planning to steal that gun? Can we please just drop it? Ha-chun kept his eyes glued to the binoculars, analyzing every risk with terrifying composure. If there are 3 or more of those infected bastards, snatching the gun straight off the one carrying it is going to be a nightmare. But what if it's empty? Yona chimed in, panic edging her voice. We don't even know if it's loaded. And besides, even if we get it, firing a gun is way too loud. Every infected in the area would swarm us in seconds. Thinking he had talked him out of it, Minjun added, plus, it's not like you even know how to shoot. But Ha-chun instantly crushed that little glimmer of hope. Wrong, I do know how. He lowered the binoculars, turning to his 2 friends with the dead serious glare of a guy who had already made up his mind. We need that weapon. It's not optional. He paused. We're going in. The camera pans down from a bird's eye view, revealing the dead, silent streets below as the title card for episode 12 appears. The apocalypse is here. An original work. Episode Awakens 12. The weapon we must have. Snapping back to reality. Yeon-ah completely lost it at Ha-chun's suicidal plan. Hey, are you out of your mind? Didn't you just hear, Minjun? How the hell are we supposed to fight off 3 infected at once in such a cramped space? She kept tearing his plan apart, her voice trembling. And the gun, it's literally strapped to the soldier's body. So, if we want to take it... She stared up at the shambling corpses on the rooftop, her voice barely a whisper. The only way is to actually kill that infected soldier. While Yona was paralyzed by panic, Minjun sank into deep thought. Something had been gnawing at him this whole time. A memory flashed in his mind. A guy chilling in his peaceful dorm room before the world ended, playing a zombie shooter game. The monitor displayed a first-person view, the crosshairs dead center on a horde of frenzied zombies charging through the ruins. The deafening crack of gunfire echoed in his memory. The virtual bloodshed bled into their brutal new reality, validating the heavy dread he had been carrying all along. His round glasses caught the light as his gaze hardened with a sudden, unnatural resolve. If that's how it is, but there's gonna come a day when we'll absolutely need that firepower. Swallowing down the sheer terror of having to take a life, Minjun stepped up right beside Hakchun. You're right. Let's go get it. Now it was Yona's turn to be completely dumbfounded. Huh? She stared at the two boys like they belonged in a psych ward. Are you two totally insane? Just looking at the climb up there makes me sick. How the hell are you planning to fight off those monsters? Hakchun didn't even blink as he handed out rolls. Then it'll just be the two of us going up. You just stay out of sight and hide here. Shut out just like that. Yona bit her lip, a bitter mix of feeling left behind and gnawing anxiety bubbling up inside her. Refusing to just be dead weight, she swallowed her fear and lifted her chin. Fine, I get it, she stammered. I'll help out too. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Hearing this, Hakchun shot her down with cold, calculating logic. The space up there is way too tight. If all three of us move at once, it'll just put us in more danger. Yona, it's seriously better if you just lay low here. Instead, how about you guard our backpacks? Just as she had finally hyped herself up for battle, she was immediately benched to the rear guard. She whined, practically on the verge of tears. By myself? Being left all alone down here is way scarier. High above the narrow alleyways, pale sunlight managed to pierce through the heavy clouds, casting a dramatic spotlight on the suicidal gamble of three ordinary high schoolers trapped in a city of the dead. A lone infected staggered aimlessly through the pitch-black alley at the base of the building, guttural, wet groan spilling from its mouth. Just a few feet behind it, Hakchun and Minjun slipped past like shadows, holding their breath to avoid making even a single sound. Once they hit the bottom of the stairwell, Hakchun whispered over his shoulder, "Grab the railing tight and climb. You holding up okay?" Minjun gave a curt nod, his face tight. "Yeah." As they hauled themselves up, Hakchun threw a glance at his friend, sounding almost impressed. "Hey, Minjun, you really don't seem all that scared of those freaks, do you? You followed me all the way up here without even flinching." Minjun peered up toward the looming rooftop. "I mean, I am, but more than that, my nerves are just completely fried right now." The entire rooftop came into view, a grim painting of dried bloodstains and the twitching silhouettes of three infected soldiers. Hakchun cautiously peeked out from behind a rotting wooden cabinet to scout the layout. The three zombified soldiers dragged their feet across the sunlit concrete, completely oblivious to the uninvited guests. The boys had finally reached the very last flight of stairs leading out to the roof. Hakchun whispered the sitrep. "Just like I thought, only 3 targets. But they're grouped way too close. Stealth killing them one by one isn't going to work." Minjun swallowed hard. Damn it, really? Hakchun suddenly turned to him, an intense look in his eyes. "Yona mentioned you've got crazy good aim with throwing knives. Is that true? Are you planning to take them out with that?" Minjun flinched, quickly trying to manage expectations. "But look, just throwing a blade isn't going to be enough to insta-kill an infected." Hakchun stared dead into his friend's eyes and delivered his absolute, unshakable verdict. "We end this in 10 seconds. Minjun froze, stammering. Huh? 10 seconds? Minjun couldn't even process what he just heard. "Are you out of your damn mind? How the hell are we supposed to drop 3 of those things in 10 seconds? Hakchun coldly laid out the blueprint. "Obviously, I can't take all 3 on my own. That's why I need you." Hakchun rapidly detailed the assault strategy. "First, the second I break cover, I'm going to dash straight in and execute the closest infected. The moment he drops, the other 2 will aggro onto me." "Got it?" He leaned in, driving Minjun's roll into his head. "While they're distracted, you swing that baseball bat and crush one of them for me." Behind his thick glasses, Minjun's eyes blew wide open in sheer terror. Minjun swallowed down a spike of panic. But what if something goes wrong?" Hakchun gave a sharp command. "No matter what happens, you just focus on taking down one of them. And whatever you do not let them bite you. Think you can handle that?" After a moment of hesitation, Minjun mumbled back, "Yeah, I'll give it a try." Hakchun placed a firm hand on Minjun's shoulder, his voice dropping low. "Young Minjun." He looked straight at his friend, his tone softening with understanding. "I know this is messing with your head." But then, Hakchun's eyes turned icy and resolute. "But survival comes first right now. If we want to make it out alive, we have to do whatever it takes." Minjun looked down for a second, then snapped his head back up, a new spark of determination in his eyes. "Right," he muttered to himself. "He's right." The memory of that man on the rooftop of the old apartment building suddenly came rushing back. Minjun told himself, "After what happened to him, I should have accepted it by now. Those things, they aren't human anymore." Back on the rooftop, the 3 infected soldiers were still wandering around aimlessly. Hakchun was already in position, crouching silently on top of a large cabinet. Right behind him, Minjun stood ready, gripping his baseball bat tight. Without warning, Hakchun dropped down, landing as lightly as a feather. There was barely a sound, but in this silence, even the faintest noise was enough to draw them in. All 3 infected soldiers snapped their heads around in unison, letting out a blood-curdling roar. Without missing a beat, Hakchun shot toward them like a fired arrow. He drew the combat knife hidden behind his back. His mind was locked onto a single, cold objective. 1 strike. Take it down with the blade. The closest monster lunged forward, stumbling wildly. Hawk Chun slashed out, fully expecting to end it right then and there. But the blade merely knocked the infected soldier off balance. Missing the fatal blow sent a chill down Hawk Chun's spine, and he shot a panicked glance over his shoulder. The plan had completely fallen apart on step 1. The first one was still standing, and the other two were already swarming in. A flash of pure desperation crossed his mind. Damn it! Before he could even brace himself, the second infected soldier threw itself at him with a vicious snarl. Hawk Chun knew he was out of options. He had to put one of them in the ground now. Gripping his knife, he swung with everything he had. Despair washed over him as the blade just skidded across the thick military uniform. Shit, it didn't go deep enough, the monster roared, violently grappling Hawk Chun's body. Hawk Chun let out an agonizing yell, thrashing wildly as he tried to thrust the knife upward. Completely overpowered by the brute strength of 2 zombies, he screamed out for the only person left who could save him. Young Minjun! Hearing his name, Minjun burst out from the shadows. He was terrified, but he raised his nail-covered baseball bat high, locking his eyes on the monster attacking his best friend. Channeling every ounce of strength he had left, he delivered a crushing, earth-shattering blow straight to the zombie's head. The infected soldier crumpled to the ground. Minjun stood there gasping for air, staring down at what he had just done in total shock. But his victory lasted less than a second. The third infected soldier suddenly seized him from behind. Minjun shrieked in absolute terror. Oh shit, what the hell? Get off me! Meanwhile, still locked in a desperate struggle, Hawk Chun was reeling in shock. This isn't working! We're not doing enough damage! Suddenly, the monstrous soldier snarled, lunging straight for his body again. Hawk Chun felt a wave of absolute panic. But tuning out the horrific screeches of the infected closing in, he shoved all his weight into driving his knife right toward the head of the soldier carrying the rifle. His objective was crystal clear now. Take down the guy with the gun first! Hawk Chun grabbed the rifle barrel with one hand, pulling back his knife with the other, ready to strike. With a fierce yell, he plunged the blade straight into the infected soldier, using his entire body weight to tackle the monster down. They violently crashed onto the hard concrete, rolling over each other in a savage life-or-death struggle. But in the chaotic scuffle, the knife slipped and went skittering across the floor. Oh, we're so dead! The last remaining zombie stumbled forward, looming and snarling over Hawk Chun as he was pinned to the ground. It was an absolute nightmare scenario. One monster violently choking out Minjun, while another closed in on Hawk Chun to finish the job. If it comes down to this, I just have to pray it works. A fierce, unyielding resolve flared up in Hawk Chun's eyes. Using every last shred of his strength, he forced the rifle barrel upward, praying desperately to any god listening. Please, just let there be at least 2 bullets in this thing. Hands shaking in the absolute chaos, he pulled back the bolt and chambered around. The infected soldier was still bearing down heavily on him, its jaws snapping wildly, inches from his face. Over on the other side, Minjun was completely backed into a corner, his dwindling strength no match for the rabid beast tearing into him. Grr, how the hell is it this strong? He cried out in total desperation, Kong Hawk Chun! The zombie roared as it locked Minjun into a lethal death grip. Meanwhile, Hawk Chun was still pinned brutally against the concrete. Lying there in the dirt, covered in blood, Hawk Chun let out a faint, cocky smirk. For a total rookie, you did pretty damn good, Jung Minjun. Slowly and steadily, he raised the barrel of the rifle, squinting one eye to lock onto his target. Now, the real fight begins. Bang! A deafening, dry gunshot shattered the air. At that exact moment, down at the bottom of the stairwell, the booming explosion made Yena jump out of her skin. She threw her head back, her eyes wide with sheer panic. Was that a gun? Bang! A second shot echoed out. God, that's loud. Without a second of hesitation, Yena practically smashed her binoculars against her eyes, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs. Please, 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 let them be okay. Through the lenses, she caught the silhouettes of 2 figures standing tall on the rooftop. She let out a massive, trembling sigh of relief as tears welled up in her eyes. Thank God. It looks like they made it. Back up on the roof, Minjun dragged his feet over to his friend, looking absolutely guilt-ridden. Man, I'm so sorry. I was basically useless out here. Hawk Chun shook his head. No, you actually saved my ass by distracting that one. But seriously, when this is over, you are definitely practicing your baseball swing with me. Minjun just chuckled nervously, muttering a quiet agreement. Minjun was still reeling from shock, stammering his praise. But, you're incredible, man, making a shot from a stance like that. Have you ever shot a gun before? Hawk Chun replied with chilling calmness. I shot a few rounds back when I was 12. Shooting with my left hand, though? That was a first. I just went with my gut. Thank God I didn't hit you. That was pure luck. Minjun froze, completely dumbfounded. Huh? Completely ignoring his friend's horrified expression, Hawk Chun popped the magazine out to check their remaining ammo. He muttered under his breath, counting. 1, 2, 3? Minjun asked curiously. Suddenly, vicious growls echoed from below, drawing closer by the second. Minjun's face paled. That sounds like the infected. I think they're swarming this way. Hawk Chun confirmed grimly. Yeah, the gunshot definitely drew them in. They're grouping up. He barked out an urgent command. We need to move now! Go check those bodies, see if they have any spare ammo on them. Minjun immediately nodded. Right, got it. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black storage room, Yina was waiting, eaten alive by anxiety. She peered anxiously through her binoculars, her heart doing flips. Why is it taking so long? Where are Minjun and Hakchun? Don't tell me they already went down without me. She let out a heavy breath, trying to make up her mind. Maybe I should just head down to the first floor and wait there. But just as she was about to stand up, a blood-curdling growl erupted from below, freezing her in her tracks. Heart pounding out of her chest, Yina tiptoed over to peek through the tiny window. The sight below made her blood run cold. A massive horde of the undead was dragging themselves toward their building. Oh god, the infected are swarming this way, Yina realized in pure panic. How the hell am I supposed to go down there now? Do I just wait here? No, wait, more importantly, are those two going to make it back alive? Suddenly, as she scanned the horde, her eyes locked onto something. Gasp. Amidst the staggering mob, one infected suddenly stopped dead in its tracks and slowly tilted its head up. It looked straight at Yina. Then, a sick, twisted smile crept across its blood-soaked face, filling her with absolute terror. She collapsed onto the floor, her whole body shaking violently. Slapping both hands over her mouth to muffle a scream, her eyes went wide with pure horror as she whimpered. It looked right at me, and smiled. The screen fades to black, revealing the title for episode 13, The Apocalypse is Here. Written by John Jung-kook. Episode 13. The special infected. Bone-chilling sounds began echoing through the pitch-black stairwell. A thick, suffocating darkness swallowed the only path down. From the depths below, gruesome snarls rang out. Then, a mangled silhouette slowly dragged itself up from the shadows. Yina sat curled up tight in the corner. Hearing the footsteps creeping closer and closer, she shivered, unable to form a single word. This is impossible. She distinctly remembered locking the first floor door before heading out. She even dragged furniture over to barricade it. The monstrous growls amplified inside the enclosed space. A horrifying realization hit Yina. But how did it get inside? Her heart was hammering violently against her ribs. How the hell did it get through? How could a mindless infected do all of that? The snarling was right on top of her now. Yina was completely overwhelmed by despair. I'm dead. It's coming up. A pair of bare, blood-drenched feet slowly stepped up the stairs, one by one. The silhouette of that infected creature wearing that grotesque, twisted smile finally emerged, staggering right toward her. The scene cuts back to the safe room after all three managed to regroup safely. Hakchun asked again, his expression deadly serious. The infected smiled while looking straight at you? Yina, still trembling, recounted the nightmare. Yeah, it didn't feel like I was looking at a monster. It felt like a human. I once ran into a stalker before, and that sickening, skin-crawling feeling was exactly the same. Minjun chimed in. When I checked earlier, he was definitely fully infected. Yina continued her report. Plus, I am absolutely certain I locked the first floor door and barricaded it. Sure, I didn't block it too heavily just in case we needed a quick escape, but all the furniture was shoved aside, and the lock was completely busted. Hakchun fell silent. Resting his chin on his hand in deep thought, he muttered, It's almost as if an uninfected thinking person did it on purpose. But from everything I know about their behavior, they only have a primal urge to attack left. Something like this, it just shouldn't be possible. Hakchun threw out another theory. Unless that specific one managed to retain some sliver of human emotion or developed a totally different kind of instinct. Yina immediately mumbled, her voice faint. That's just absurd. Minjun spoke up, his face clouded with heavy thoughts. This is just a wild guess, but maybe, like you said, some of the infected belong to a special variant. Or worse, they're slowly evolving. The words left Hakchun utterly stunned.
Minjun continued his grim analysis. Soon we might start seeing ones that can climb stairs, leap across gaps, or even form hunting tactics to slaughter survivors.
They wouldn't just be getting smarter, they'd be physically mutating to become stronger too. Hearing this, Hakchun asked in disbelief. How the hell do you know all that? Minjun suddenly looked embarrassed, scratching his head. Well, it's just a hunch, really. Of course, I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, you guys probably think I sound completely crazy right now. He quickly explained, it's just that for some reason, these infected act exactly like the ones I've fought in a video game. I've been pretty addicted to it lately, so maybe I'm just overthinking things. The group fell into silence. Hakchun crossed his arms, a deep frown of thought on his face. He stared at the assault rifle they had just scavenged and muttered, Yeah, seems like this whole survival game just got a hell of a lot more complicated than we thought. Hakchun shrugged. Gotta admit, it sounds completely insane. Yona let out a soft, nervous smile. Yeah, it really does. Hakchun raised an eyebrow, probing Minjun. So what? You're saying we're stuck in some kind of video game? Minjun frantically waved his hands, stammering. Spa. No, of course not. That's ridiculous. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hak Chun's expression hardened. Regardless, the reality is, this is the worst outbreak in human history, and we have to do whatever it takes to survive. Minjun turned to him, looking worried. By the way, you got infected blood on you earlier. Are you gonna turn? Hak Chun kept his arms crossed. I've been covered in their blood more times than I can count. As long as it's just on the skin, it seems fine. Looks like the only way to get infected is by a bite. Scattered on the table was their entire arsenal. A K2 assault rifle with 15 rounds and 2 military combat daggers. Hak Chun picked up one of the daggers and offered it to Minjun. I've already got my folding knife. You hold on to this one. He then grabbed the last dagger, turning toward the girl. Han Yeona, you take this. Yeona flinched. Huh? She asked, clearly flustered. You want me to hold on to this? Ah, haha. Hak Chun cut her off sharply. What, you're not planning to defend yourself? If we end up in another mess like earlier, are you just going to wait around for us to save you every single time? He looked at both of them, his tone final. Besides, starting tomorrow, I'm teaching both of you how to shoot the rifle. Minjun and Yeona stared at him in absolute shock. Hak Chun's face was completely deadpan as he explained. If I die, young Minjun, you'll be the one pulling the trigger. Or maybe it'll fall on you, Han Yeona. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room at his dark words. Hak Chun quickly spoke up to break the tension. Hey, come on. Don't look at me like I just jinxed us. Minjun jumped up, waving his hands frantically. Dude, don't you know that in movies the guy who says that is always the first one to die? You're literally raising a massive classic death flag for yourself. Hak Chun frowned. The hell are you talking about? Hak Chun brushed it off. Who's talking about dying? I'm gonna do whatever it takes to stay alive, but we still have to be prepared for the worst case scenario. Minjun slumped back into his chair, a spark of excitement returning to his face. Well, I guess you have a point. Plus, I've always wanted to fire a real gun anyway. He suddenly paused, realizing something. But wait, we can't exactly practice, can we? The noise would bring every freak in the area straight to us, and we barely have any ammo. He turned to Yeona, flashing a friendly smile. What about you, Han Yeona? Don't you want to try shooting a gun just once? Minjun looked at her curiously, totally oblivious to the fact that she was actively inching away and ignoring him. Yeona replied coldly, refusing to even meet his eyes. I don't know. Minjun blinked, completely lost. She added, her voice sharp and distant. And by the way, don't come near me. Minjun was utterly baffled. Wait, why not? Still facing away, Yeona muttered, I don't want to be near you right now, that's all. Minjun froze, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. What the hell? Wait, why am I treating him exactly like I used to treat him back in school? Yeona peeked at him from the corner of her eye, grumbling internally. Seriously, this damn nerd is so incredibly dense. She discreetly brought her sleeve up, wiping away a frustrated tear threatening to fall. Lost in her own thoughts, she mentally agonized. It's been days since I last took a shower. I feel so gross and sticky I could die. What if I smell bad? Ugh, she instantly scolded herself. We're literally fighting for our lives right now, and I'm stressing over something this stupid? I'm such an idiot. But I guess if things get even worse, I probably won't have the luxury to care about this anymore, right? She cast a troubled glance back at Minjun. Honestly, I don't even need a logical reason. Right now, I just really don't want young Minjun sitting too close to me. Across from her, Minjun was having his own internal crisis. Since when did I start caring so much about her attitude? Meanwhile, Yeona buried her burning face into her knees, muttering, This is so frustrating. The scene shifted to the desolate street outside. Under a crystal-clear blue sky sat an abandoned van, its doors swung wide open with dried blood splattered across the seats and the asphalt below. The group was back on the move. Hak Chun kept his eyes peeled as he asked, Does this route look clear? Yeona gave a nod. Yeah, but there might still be 2 or 3 of them lurking around. I can't say for sure if the houses are empty, though. The 3 of them kept walking. Minjun spoke up, ever the optimist. Hey, at least having Yeona with us makes things go a lot smoother, right? At this rate, getting around will be a breeze. Hak Chun didn't share his enthusiasm, quickly reprimanding him. Don't get cocky. Keep your guard up and stay completely focused. Suddenly, Hak Chun's pace faltered. He was favoring his right leg, walking with a noticeable limp. Minjun caught it immediately and called out from behind. Hey man, are you okay? You've been limping for a while now. Hak Chun grunted softly. Ah, yeah. I think I messed up my leg when I tackled that infected soldier earlier. He grimaced, clearly trying to hide the pain. Looks like I tore a ligament. Both Minjun and Yeona froze, completely stunned. What? Hearing this, Yeona blurted out in a panic. Hey V, you have to rest then. Minjun immediately agreed. Don't push yourself anymore, man. Hak Chun could only let out a heavy sigh. Damn it, I thought I could walk it off. He glanced down at his leg, forcing a calm expression. It's just a scratch. Compared to crossing the border, this is nothing. Anyway, we still need to find a place to crash for the night. Suddenly, Yeona stopped dead in her tracks in front of a pulled-down roller shutter. Hak Chun frowned. What is it? He asked. She replied, her voice trembling with hesitation. There's something in here. Out of nowhere, a massive bang erupted from behind the iron door, making the metal violently rattle. Yana jumped back and shrieked, "Ah, scared the hell out of me!" What was that? Are there infected inside? Just then, a voice echoed down from above. "Hey, you down there! You're survivors, right?" All three of them looked up in sheer confusion. Up on the roof, a middle-aged man poked his head over the edge, crying out in desperate relief. I've been trapped up here on this rooftop for 2 whole days. Please, you have to help me," Hak-chun shouted back up at him. "How did you even get stuck up there?" The man frantically explained, "I just went out scavenging for supplies, but a horde of those infected freaks chased me. I had to run up here to hide." His face twisted in absolute despair. The whole staircase of this building is crawling with the infected. I'm completely trapped. I can't go anywhere." Hak-chun pointed sharply at the iron door marked with a red X. "Then who pulled down the shutter on the first floor?" The man replied, "I begged another survivor passing by for help, but he just said there were infected inside, yanked the door shut, and bailed on me," he cried, while Hak-chun listened with a completely stoic face. Hak-chun continued his cold interrogation. "How many infected are in the stairwell?" The man answered, "When I was running, there were about 6 or 7 of them on my tail." Minjun and Yena panicked. 6 or 7? Hak-chun just narrowed his eyes, calculating the odds. His story sounded true, being stuck on the roof because of the infected inside, even if the number of 6 or 7 was accurate. Then he looked up and delivered the cold, hard truth. "Sorry, old man. With that many infected, it's too much of a hassle. We aren't exactly in a position to play hero right now." Without missing a beat, he turned his back and ordered, "Let's move." Minjun, totally caught off guard, stammered, "Huh?" From above, the man shrieked in terror. Wait, please don't leave me," he begged, his voice breaking pathetically. "Please, I'm begging you, help me. I haven't been able to go home for 2 days. My family is waiting for me. My wife and son are at home. My daughter is missing. If I don't make it back..." Seeing the grown man sobbing, Yena quickly shushed him. "Oh, mister, your voice is too loud. You're going to get us killed. Just, please calm down first." She then turned to Hak-chun and whispered nervously, Are we really just going to leave him here?" Hak-chun replied, his tone unwavering. "Now is not the time to be playing savior." He glanced back at his 2 friends. "We shouldn't take on any unnecessary risks. We stick to our own path." Minjun just stood there, frozen, staring at the utterly desperate man on the rooftop. Suddenly, he called out, stopping Hak-chun in his tracks. "Hey, there's got to be some way we can help, right?" Hak-chun stopped. His whole demeanor darkened for a second before he let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Annoyed, Hak-chun fully turned around, his face screaming impatience. "Like what?" Minjun gathered his courage and spoke with absolute conviction. "Actually, an idea just hit me. I think we can pull this off and save him." The scene shifted to a desolate, empty street as the title card for episode 14 appeared. The Apocalypse Has Arrived. Author, Jeon Jung-kook. Episode 14. The Survivor Rescue Mission. The trio stood in front of a narrow tunnel where a white van was parked. Minjun started breaking down his master plan. "All right, so, after we pop that shutter open, we lure those 6 or 7 infected out onto the street we just came from." He pointed at the van. "Once we shake off those freaks outside the tunnel, we'll sprint right back here. And while that's happening, we push this white van out to barricade the tunnel, right?" Minjun nodded firmly. "Yeah, I mean, my dad isn't here right now, but when I was a kid, I used to help him push a car in neutral all the time." Brimming with confidence, he looked right at Hak-chun. "So, I'm absolutely sure we can push this thing. Since your leg is busted, let me be the bait. I'll kite the infected out of the tunnel and loop back around." The plan was locked in. "The second I slide back inside, you and Yan-ah shove the van and seal the tunnel entrance tight." Hak-chun and Yan-ah stood frozen for a few seconds, totally floored by how reckless this idea was. Still entirely unconvinced, Hak-chun furrowed his brows and threw out a harsh warning. "If you can't create enough distance between you and that horde, the failure rate on this is dangerously high." "Are you even fast enough?" Minjun just scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh, though his eyes burned with sheer determination. "Hey, my sprint speed is way above average, so I should be fine. To be honest, the thought of those infected chasing me doesn't even scare me that much anymore." Hearing this, Hak-chun stepped forward, observing the alleyway. "Fair point," he muttered. "As luck would have it, this tunnel is barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. If we block this in with the van, there's 0 chance the infected are getting past." He walked over to inspect the vehicle and delivered some rare good news. The doors are unlocked. Looks like the parking brake is already disengaged too. But then, Hak-chun's tone dropped, turning deadly serious. "But still, why go to such insane lengths just to save that old man?" Hak-chun snapped his head back, locking eyes with Minjun, his voice dropping into a harsh, commanding growl to remind him of the #1 rule of survival. "I already told you, we do not sacrifice ourselves for other people. You risk your neck to save him. And what exactly do we get out of it?" Yena, standing timidly off to the side, anxiously chimed in. "He's right. Just hearing about it, this plan sounds way too suicidal. Not to mention, we don't even know if that guy is a good person or some psycho." Brought back to harsh reality, Minjun fell silent, staring at his two friends with a deep, thoughtful gaze. The image of the three construction workers sharing simple stories in their makeshift tent suddenly rushed back into his mind. He remembered standing there, holding two empty plates, as the desperate, sweat-drenched face of the man on the roof just now seemed to overlap with those painful memories. Snapping back to the present, Minjun softly replied, his gaze dropping. It's just... I feel like he isn't a bad person. He lowered his head, his voice choking up with the heavy feelings he had kept buried for so long. And for some reason, he just reminds me of my dad. Hearing the word dad, Hakchun's sharp, narrow eyes flickered slightly. He quietly looked at Minjun, seeming to finally understand his friend's heavy heart. Hakchun let out a soft sigh, deciding to give in. All right, for now, let's just try pushing this van forward a bit and see. If we just push it a little further, we can completely block off the gap. Minjun instantly replied, his face lighting up with relief. Yeah! The clear blue sky, with white clouds drifting lazily above the tangled power lines, painted a peaceful scene that sharply contrasted with the life-or-death tension on the ground below. Getting straight to work, Hakchun hopped into the driver's seat and called out, I just need to turn the wheel a little bit, right? Let's give it a light push and see. Meanwhile, Yenna and Minjun planted their feet at the back of the van, throwing all their body weight into it. Taking the lead, Minjun shouted the countdown. All right, 1, 2, 3! Both of them gritted their teeth, pushing with all their might. The heavy chassis groaned and creaked as the vehicle shifted forward. The massive tires began to slowly roll across the cracked asphalt. Minjun cheered, his face lighting up. Whoa, it's actually moving! Hakchun sat firmly in the driver's seat, gripping the blood-stained steering wheel with both hands to guide the van into position. Seen from above, the white van slowly crawled into the narrow tunnel entrance, perfectly steered by Yenna and Minjun's rhythmic pushing. The moment the rear of the van slid perfectly into the gap, Hakchun slammed on the brakes. He carefully inspected the blocked-off space. This should be enough, right? Stepping out of the vehicle, he turned to Yenna, making sure they were prepared for the worst. Han Yenna, go hide in that corner over there. I'll get the gun ready and cover you guys. Minjun quickly chimed in with a nervous reminder. Hey, but only use the gun if things go completely out of control, okay? Hearing that, Yenna gave a firm, decisive nod. Got it. She then turned to Minjun, her brow furrowed in worry. But wait, what if the infected come pouring out the second you open that shutter? If they scatter across different floors, we are going to be in serious trouble. Hearing this, Minjun quickly laid out the game plan. That's why we'll have the old man up there make a massive racket near the rooftop door first, to draw all of them all the way to the top. Only after that will I open the shutter and make some noise on the first floor to herd them all into one spot. Over on the other side, Hakchun gripped his rifle tightly and called out to his friend. Young Minjun! Minjun blinked in surprise. Huh? Hakchun cocked the rifle with a sharp, heavy clack. His eyes were dead serious as he stared straight into Minjun's. You know damn well how dangerously reckless this plan is, right? He pressed on, forcing him to face the worst-case scenario. What if there really is a special mutant among them, just like you said? Nobody has a clue what could happen out there. Minjun broke into a cold sweat, stammering as he tried to defend his idea. Well, even if there was... If it was a special mutant from the start, there's no way it would have been trapped inside a place like that. It's gonna be fine. Staring right through Minjun, Hakchun laid down his absolute bottom line. Look, other than my little sister, I'm not throwing my life away for anyone else. He gritted his teeth, emphasizing every single word. This is the very last time. Hakchun coldly cemented the group's unwritten rule for survival. From now on, do not drag us into this kind of suicidal risk ever again. Minjun swallowed hard in silence. Fully realizing the crushing weight of his friend's warning, he reluctantly gave a slow nod. Phew! The camera panned from high above, looking down into the claustrophobic alleyway, entirely littered with scattered tents and piles of rotting garbage. This chaotic mess was the deadly obstacle course Minjun had to sprint through. The view slowly descended, zooming in on the tightly shut blue roller door of a building flashing a Lucky Billiards sign. With no time left to hesitate, the operation began. Minjun violently smashed his baseball bat against the metal shutter, sending a deafening, ear-piercing crash echoing through the air. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Over here! I'm right here! Come and get me, you freaks!" A chaotic thunder of frantic, heavy footsteps stampeded down the pitch-black stairwell inside. The bait was taken. Knowing he had successfully drawn them out, Minjun instantly spun around and sprinted for his absolute life, leaving the bloodthirsty, feral snarls echoing right behind him. Just as expected, a rabid horde of zombies exploded out from the darkness, violently shoving and trampling over each other as they spilled onto the street. Minjun ran like a madman, his face deathly pale from pure, suffocating panic, his legs pumping frantically. Even while running for his dear life, he didn't forget his role as bait. He glanced over his shoulder and provoked them, roaring, "All right! Catch me if you can, you bastards!" The infected horde roared ferociously in response, aggressively snapping right at his heels, screaming madly as they chased their prey. The rabid monster snarled insanely as they closed in on his heels, making Minjun shriek in absolute terror. "Ah, help me!" Further down by the tunnel entrance, Hakchun was already clutching his rifle, hiding in the blind spot as he waited for the perfect moment. The very second his friend's blurry figure darted past, Hakchun lunged out from the shadows and roared, "Do it! Now!" Yena stayed right on his heels, sprinting out immediately behind him. The white van sat in dead silence in front of the tunnel entrance, bracing itself for the most critical mission of its existence. By now, Hakchun and Yena were positioned tightly behind the van, adopting a rock-solid stance as they waited to strike. Yena's heart hammered violently against her ribs, practically leaping out of her chest as cold sweat dripped down her terrified face. She bit her lip hard, her wide, anxious eyes glued to the pitch-black tunnel entrance as she prayed desperately. "Young Minjun, please." The tunnel entrance remained eerily quiet, with only the harsh sunlight glaring off the asphalt, the terrifying calm before the storm. But then, a savage, blood-curdling roar ripped through the dead silence, echoing violently from deep within the tunnel. Minjun's frantic silhouette exploded out of the darkness like a bolt of lightning, skillfully squeezing his way through the narrow gap right next to the van. Not wasting a single fraction of a second, Hakchun roared at the top of his lungs. "Now, push it with everything you've got!" All three of them, including Minjun, who had just barely escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe, simultaneously threw every ounce of their remaining strength into violently shoving the heavy van backward into the tunnel entrance. The massive tires screeched fiercely against the asphalt, rolling deep into the gap until it completely and perfectly sealed off the narrow passageway. The very next second, the infected horde slammed brutally against the other side of the van. They snarled insanely, desperately shoving their bloody arms through the tiny gaps, but it was completely useless. Resting his hands heavily on his knees, Minjun panted for dear life, letting out an exhausted, triumphant laugh. "Whoosh! We actually pulled it off!" Yona, standing right beside him, finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Man, you really went all out for me." Just as he was catching his breath, an unfamiliar voice echoing from the rooftop above made Minjun freeze in utter confusion. "Thank you so much, kids." It was the older guy from earlier. He completely collapsed onto the rooftop, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Thank you. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much." A few minutes later, having made it safely down to the ground, the man kept bowing at a complete 90-degree angle. "You kids are literally my saviors." This made Minjun panic a bit, and he hurriedly reached out to help the man stand up. Mister, please don't do that here." Right in the middle of this tear-jerking moment, Ha-jun, his face completely ice-cold and practical, cut right through the sentiment. "For now, let's just move somewhere safe." The scene shifted to the chaotic seating area of a street-side diner, completely trashed with overturned grill pans, broken dishes, and empty liquor bottles. The older man opened up a bag packed to the brim with portable gas canisters, sounding surprisingly upbeat. "Let's see here. Exactly how many of these little gas canisters did I grab? I've still got both running water and electricity back at my place, but they completely shut off the gas." By this time, the whole group was taking a breather inside the diner's makeshift canvas tent. The man rambled on. "Lucky for me, this food street is right near my house, so I've been able to scavenge quite a bit of grub. I was originally hoping to find a portable electric stove, but hey, I ended up scoring this huge stash of gas instead." Minjun blinked in curiosity. "A bank? Wait, what about this electricity, sir?" The man beamed with pride as he explained, "Oh, I've got solar panels installed on the roof at home, so we get a slow but steady trickle of power all day long." While casually sorting through the gear, Ha-jun chimed in, "If that's the case, as long as you stockpile enough food, surviving shouldn't be much of an issue. Plus, there's way more stuff to scavenge around here than you'd think." However, the older man's expression suddenly darkened, his voice dropping into a heavy, sorrowful tone. "To be completely honest with you, I risk coming out here once a day, mainly hoping to find any trace of my little girl." Quickly catching himself, he carefully shifted the subject. "Anyway, where exactly are you students heading right now?" Noticing how incredibly polite the older man was being, Minjun waved his hands in flustered embarrassment. Mister, please! You really don't need to be so formal with us. We're just kids, way younger than you." But the man gave a warm, gentle smile and stubbornly shook his head. I absolutely couldn't do that. You kids are the heroes who saved my life, after all." Minjun scratched the back of his head, feeling totally awkward. Well, I guess whatever you're most comfortable with, sir." In his head, Minjun couldn't help but quietly judge the situation. Man, this guy is seriously just way too nice. Suddenly remembering something crucial, the man's face filled with worry. Right. Have you kids heard the news? The entire Gangbook district has been completely locked down." Yona chimed in softly. "Actually, we're on our way to break out of Gangbook right now, sir." The older man gasped in sheer panic. "Whoa, that is going to be incredibly dangerous. Are you kids going to be all right?" Yona gently shifted the focus back, her tone full of empathy. "Mister, earlier, did you mean to say that you still don't know what happened to your daughter?" The man gave a slow, heartbreaking nod. Yeah. The truth is, on the exact day this whole nightmare started, I completely lost contact with her. Her very last text just said she was on her way home." His voice choked up, thick with agonizing regret. "I left my wife and my little boy safely at home, and I was going to just drive out there alone to find her. But halfway there, the car got completely boxed in. I barely made it out alive. It was an absolute bloodbath just trying to drag myself back home. I really should have just evacuated my wife and son first, but things outside were already going straight to hell. I completely missed our window to escape. Listening to his tragic story, Yona's face softened, her eyes reflecting deep, unspoken sorrow for his pain. Taking a ragged breath, he continued. In the end, after talking it over with my family, we all decided to just stay put together. I know it's a desperately slim hope, but what if my little girl somehow fights her way back home? Tears welled up in Yona's eyes as she softly offered him comfort. Ah, mister, please don't lose hope. I'm sure you'll find her. Right in the middle of this heavy, emotional moment, the older man suddenly locked eyes on the incredibly lethal weapon gripped in Hajun's hands. Ah, wait a second. Where on earth did a kid like you get a military rifle? Hajun didn't even bat an eye, his face completely deadpan as he threw out a casual lie. I was just walking down the street and happened to pick it up. Shockingly, the naive older man just nodded along in acceptance. Ah, I see. Then he quickly moved on. Come to think of it, the sun's already starting to set. Where are you kids planning on crashing for the night? Hajun shot back instantly. I'm planning to scout out a secure spot pretty soon. Hearing this, the man immediately jumped in with an offer. Well then, you kids could just duck into one of the empty buildings around here right now. Seeing the entire group exchanging hesitant glances, the man enthusiastically threw out a better offer. Actually, why don't you all just come crash at my place for the night? My house is just a stone's throw away from here. It's a detached home, so there's plenty of space for you to sleep comfortably. We've got running water, electricity, and plenty of grub to go around. Hajun didn't even hesitate for a single second. Are you serious? If you're really offering, we'll gladly take you up on that. Thanks a lot, mister. Yona, however, still looked incredibly on edge. She leaned in close and whispered nervously to Minjun. Are you sure this is a good idea? Hajun, catching her whisper, immediately shot them a reassuring look. Yeah, relax. It's fine. Seeing that Hajun had already made the final call, Minjun just let out a breath and nodded along. Even though a tiny knot of anxiety was still twisting in his gut, he figured that if Hajun said it was clear, then, yeah, it should definitely be fine, right? Yona hesitated for a split second before finally giving in. Oh, okay, sure. Minjun immediately turned back to the older man, offering a helping hand. Well, if you've got any more gear that needs carrying back, just let us handle the heavy lifting for you, sir. The man's face lit up with pure joy. Ah, that would be an absolute lifesaver. Just make sure you kids don't push yourselves too hard, all right? Bathed in the warm, fading glow of the setting sun, the group set off together, heading straight toward the kind stranger's house. After walking for a short while, the man eagerly pointed his finger up ahead. All right, we're here. Minjun stretched his neck, his eyes wide with curiosity as he followed the man's gaze. Whoa. A sturdy two-story house stood right before their eyes. Young Minjun couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. It's an actual house. He looked up at the roof, noticing a neatly installed array of solar panels. They even have solar panels? Ha Gakchun, however, kept his eyes sharp. His vigilant gaze swept over the perimeter walls and the heavy iron gate. He noticed the thick coils of barbed wire tightly wrapped around the fences. If this place had running water, it would be the absolute perfect safe haven. Without hesitation, he cocked his assault rifle. Clack! A sharp metallic sound pierced the air. Startled by Gakchun's sudden move, the older man flinched and asked in a panic, Wait, why are you loading your gun, kiddo? Gakchun calmly explained his reasoning. Well, we've just run into way too many lunatics out there. We're walking into unknown territory. Hope you understand, mister. He replied, his tone completely flat. And, well, as you can see, we're not bandits, so don't worry too much. The older man hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead, stammering nervously. Right. As they reached the front gate, the man's face lit up, and he called out loudly toward the house. Honey, I'm home. The scene shifts. Inside a dingy, rundown employment agency named Sung Manpower, the room was an absolute wreck, radiating a grim and desolate vibe. The door to the inner office was shut tight. Suddenly, bang! It was violently kicked open from the inside. A man drenched in blood stepped out, gripping a butcher knife. He wiped the blade on his pants, muttering a string of curses. Damn it all. I almost bit the dust again today, he mumbled to himself, a deranged look twisting his face. This neighborhood is totally messed up. How the hell are there more scumbags like me than actual zombies out here? Man, I swear I've slaughtered more humans than monsters at this point. Ah, screw it. They should just drop a nuke and wipe this whole godforsaken place off the map. He flopped heavily onto a chair, scanning the trashed room.
Not a bad little hideout. Guess I can crash here for a bit.
Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a whiteboard in the corner. The hell is this? The board was scribbled with notes, maps, and drawings, clearly detailing some group's survival plan. A few streaks of dried blood stained the edges. A sinister, twisted grin slowly crept across his face as he recognized the names written on it. These little runts, they were hiding out here just a few days ago? Oh, look, even Ha Gakchun was with them? He traced their escape route on the map. So they're taking line number 5 to cross the Han River, huh? The scene cuts back to Minjun's group, showing a bird's eye view of the fortified house. Episode 15, A Completely Ordinary House in Seoul. The older man jogged ahead, his voice trembling with excitement. Honey, your son's old man is back! Just as Minjun and Yeona were about to follow him inside, Gokchun suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Jung Minjun, hold up. Minjun turned around in surprise. Gokchun stared him dead in the eye, his voice dead serious. Let me go in first. Minjun blinked, confused. Okay. Yeah. Meanwhile, the older man stepped through the front door, his voice echoing cheerfully. Honey, I'm here. At that moment, a chilling, calculated thought crossed Gokchun's mind.
If this old geezer is setting us up into a trap, he trailed behind cautiously, his finger resting near the trigger, his mind racing. We'll just wipe them out and take the house for ourselves. But right then, a young teenage boy rushed out from the hallway, his face lighting up. Dad! The man cried out in joy.
Immediately, his wife and son sprinted over, throwing their arms around him in a tight, desperate embrace. His wife scolded him through her tears. What on earth took you so long? I honestly thought you were dead. You scared me half to death. The young boy sobbed uncontrollably into his father's chest. Dad! Wah! The man hugged his family fiercely, his voice trembling with guilt. I'm so sorry I'm late. He looked down at his crying son, his eyes brimming with heavy sorrow. Dad is so sorry. The raw, emotional scene caught Gokchun completely off guard. He and Minjun stepped inside the house, standing in silence as they watched the heartwarming family reunion. Only then did the family finally notice the three heavily armed strangers standing in their hallway. The man quickly wiped his eyes and introduced them. Right, I totally forgot. Honey, these are the brave kids who saved my life. This is young Minjun and his friends. His wife instantly bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much for saving him. Minjun, clearly flustered by the praise, quickly waved his hands. No, please, it was nothing really. He looked around. The ceiling was lined with elegant wood paneling, complete with a vintage ceiling fan. It created a wonderfully warm and cozy atmosphere, a stark, jarring contrast to the apocalyptic hellscape outside. Mrs. Moon, a gentle 45-year-old housewife, gave them a warm, motherly smile. I'll go whip up some food for us. You kids make yourselves right at home. We actually have running water, so feel free to take a nice, warm shower. At the word shower, Yona's eyes practically sparkled like stars. She stammered, unable to believe her ears. Wait, really? I can actually take the shower? Mrs. Moon chuckled warmly. Of course, sweetheart. She affectionately took Yeona's hands in hers, instantly shifting into full neighborhood auntie mode. Oh my goodness, look at you. How old are you, dear? You're still a high schooler, aren't you? How can someone so absolutely gorgeous be out wandering in such a dangerous world? Good heavens. Overwhelmed by the sudden affection, Yeona could only blink in a daze. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Moon kept gushing over her. With a face like yours, you could easily be a famous idol. Oh my word, you're just too precious for this world. Yeona felt shy, her cheeks flushing a deep pink. Aha. Thank you, ma'am. You're really pretty too. Yeona's compliment seemed to touch a hidden sorrow, making Mrs. Moon's smile suddenly falter. A fleeting sadness crossed her face, and her voice dropped. My daughter is about your age, she said softly. Sensing the shift in her mood, Yeona asked anxiously, The woman continued sadly. She just started college this year, but she went missing a few days ago. Yeona replied with deep sympathy. Yes, I heard about that. Yeona quickly tried to comfort her. Your daughter, I'm sure she's still alive out there. Hearing the girl's comforting words, Mrs. Moon replied with a tender, Thank you. Anyway, I shouldn't have brought that up. You kids get some good rest. I'll go make dinner. Yeona immediately replied, I'll help you with whatever you need. The scene shifted to dinner. Hakchun was deep in thought, going over their plan. Gwangnaru Station, the last stop on Line 5 before crossing the Han River. He recalled his hand-drawn map. It was about 6 to 7 stops from the nearest station, Janghan. Our final destination right before crossing the Han River. Hakchun laid out their plan to the older man. Our destination right before we cross the Han River is Gwangnaru Station, sir. We're planning to head to the nearest station, Janghan, and then follow the subway tunnels all the way to Gwangnaru. If your daughter is still alive, she might be somewhere around there too. The man nodded slowly, his voice heavy with emotion. I was thinking the exact same thing. He recounted, I drove out towards Gwangnaru Station to look for her, but I got stuck halfway and had to abandon my car, ended up walking all the way back to Janghan. Then, he revealed a terrifying piece of information. Janghan Station has been completely overrun by the infected. He let out a heavy, defeated sigh. But walking to Gwangnaru Station is just too far. And I couldn't possibly leave my family behind to go alone. So we ended up stuck here at home in this impossible dilemma. Hakchun asked to confirm the situation. Is that so? Gwangnaru Station is almost 10 kilometers away. Are the roads around here too messed up to drive on, sir? The man explained, I don't know the condition of every single road out there. But most of them are practically impassable, he continued. Cars and debris are piled up everywhere. You might be able to drive for a bit, but if you get stuck in the middle of the road, it's extremely dangerous. Huh? Hak-chun sank back into his thoughts. So moving around by car is still a nightmare, huh? Then the atmosphere at the dinner table lightened up again. Yona smiled and said, "By the way, I don't think you guys have introduced yourselves yet." Hearing that, the man quickly replied, My apologies for the late introduction. I actually teach at a university." All three youths' eyes widened in sheer surprise. "Whoa, so you're a professor?" the man cheerfully suggested. "Well then, how about we all introduce ourselves?" The whole room burst into warm, joyful laughter. As night fell, the small house remained brightly lit and cozy, a lone beacon in the dead, silent neighborhood. The scene shifted to a modern-style bedroom. After dinner, Mrs. Moon led the group to sort out their sleeping arrangements. "This is my daughter's room. You three can split up and use this one and my son's room. My son can just sleep with us, it's fine." Minjun quickly declined. You don't have to do that. Hak-chun and I can just crash in the living room, ma'am." Mrs. Moon turned to Yeona, speaking gently. "Well then, at the very least, you should get some comfortable rest in here, Yeona. I bet you haven't had a good night's sleep these past few days, have you?" Yeona hesitated for a second. Suddenly, she shot a quick glance at Minjun, then turned back to the woman with a polite smile, turning down the offer. It's really okay. I can just sleep out in the living room with the guys." Minjun looked at her, baffled. "Huh?" Minjun immediately spoke up. "Hey, just take the bed and get comfortable. We haven't had a decent sleep in days." Yeona brushed him off vaguely. I said I'm fine." Minjun, completely clueless, leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "What's wrong with you? Isn't it way more comfortable to sleep by yourself? Earlier, you didn't even want to sit next to me. What's your deal now?" Instantly, Yeona spun around, punched Minjun in the ribs, and let out a fake laugh for the adults. It's just because he's too scared to sleep on his own." "Ouch, it's totally fine," Minjun yelped in pain. "Ha!" Yeona kept smiling, but muttered under her breath, just loud enough for Minjun to hear, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. Young Minjun, you seriously piss me off. I want to beat the crap out of this nerd." Minjun was still standing there, completely dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. "What the heck?" Hak-chun, standing off to the side, just watched them in silence. Darkness blanketed the narrow alley, with only a faint glimmer of light spilling from the house's windows. Then, the living room lights flicked off. Mrs. Moon wished the group, "Good night, everyone." Minjun and Yeona replied in unison, "Yes, thank you. Good night to you both." When it was just the three of them left in the living room, Minjun turned to Hak-chun and asked, "Did you check out the house? How does it look?" Hak-chun, still casually wiping down his gun, gave a short reply. "Looks clear. We should be safe here." Minjun teased, "Seeing how you hug that gun in your sleep, it doesn't really look like it, huh?" In the silence, the steady tick-tock of a grandfather clock echoed through the room. All three of them had settled onto the mattresses spread out in the living room, and Yeona was fast asleep. But suddenly, she opened her eyes. Something was keeping her awake. Minjun whispered into the dark, "Is everyone asleep?" She replied right away, "Hak-gun seems to be out cold, but I'm still up." With that, Yeona quietly sat up. She turned to look at Minjun and asked softly, "You must be exhausted." "Why, aren't you sleeping, or do you want to talk for a bit?" Yeona asked curiously. "What's on your mind?" Minjun stayed quiet for a moment before he softly replied, "I was just thinking about my mom." Minjun continued pouring his heart out. "I wonder if she's doing okay right now. What if something bad happened to her? She's probably worried sick about me too. Seeing the family here just makes me think about it even more." Sitting beside him, Yeona listened in silence. She gently placed her hand on Minjun's shoulder and said with absolute certainty, "I swear, I will help you find your mom." Yeon-ah's comforting words deeply moved Minjun. He pulled the blanket up to hide his face, muttering a tiny, "Thank you." Yeon-ah gently pulled her hand back. Seeing this, he spoke up again. Sweating nervously, Minjun asked her with a worried look, "Let me ask you again, just out of curiosity. Your parents are missing too, right? Are you really okay?" Minjun pressed on. "I mean, they are your only parents after all." Beside him, Yeon-ah just stared at him in complete silence. After hesitating for a moment, Yeon-ah finally decided to open up. "Yeah, young Minjun, I feel like I can tell you." Minjun looked surprised as Yeon-ah spoke with a dead serious tone. "I've never told this to anyone before, the truth about my parents." She asked with a concerned look, "Let me ask you again, just out of curiosity. Your parents are missing too. Are you really okay?" Then she dropped a massive bombshell. "Honestly, my family is a remarried one. It's completely shattered." Minjun was so stunned he couldn't even speak. Yeona began her story. "You probably don't know this, but my dad is a doctor at a major hospital. He's even on TV sometimes. My mom is a medical researcher. They got divorced when I was just a little kid. My mom left for the US. After that, I lived with my dad and my stepmom." The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment building basking in the sunlight. Episode 16 title card, Han Yeona's family story. In a flashback, a classmate turned to Yeona with an annoyed look. "What now? You're leaving again?" Flashback to the schoolyard where Yeona glared frustratingly at the back of a boy who was trudging away. Are you seriously going to ignore me until the end? He didn't even look back, which made Yeon-ah completely lose her mind. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Hey, argh, you absolute psycho! When someone is talking to you, you should listen!" But her anger quickly faded, replaced by a heavy, exhausted sigh. She muttered to herself, her eyes filled with a mix of frustration and a hint of pity. Sigh. But thinking about it, I do feel bad for him. He's as weak as a snail. Even after the boy was completely out of sight, Yeon-ah was still fuming. I swear, I'm going to deal with that punk pung bin tomorrow. Arriving at her luxury apartment complex, Yeon-ah sluggishly punched in the door code. The door beeped and unlocked. She suddenly froze, a bitter thought flashing through her mind. Then again, who am I to pity young Min-jun? I have no right. She hesitated at the doorstep, her heart filled with dread. She really didn't want to step inside this house. If that psycho stepmom is home, I'll just change my clothes and get the hell out of here. She opened the door and walked in, immediately engulfed by the familiar cold atmosphere. Right in the entryway, a pair of high heels and a pair of men's shoes were carelessly tossed aside. From the bedroom, explicit heavy moans echoed out. Baby. Pant. Yeon-ah stood dead in her tracks, her face turning pale with pure disgust and fury. Damn it, what a deranged woman. Meanwhile, the filthy sounds continued to leak from the room. Yeon-ah's narration. My stepmom exploited my dad's weakness to blatantly cheat on him, and my dad was always drowning in work at the hospital, so he barely ever came home anyway. Yeon-ah quietly slipped into her room, quickly taking off her suffocating school uniform. Suddenly, her bedroom door was violently thrown open. Her stepmother barged in, her face twisted with hostility. Hey, why the hell are you home so early today? She kept berating her. You were just gonna leave right away, weren't you? That stench of alcohol makes me want to throw up. Ignoring her entirely, the woman snapped back. I told you to ring the doorbell when you get home. Yeon-ah wasn't about to back down. She fired right back. Why the hell should I ring the doorbell to my own damn house? Oh, wait, I get it. Yeon-ah. Shot back a mocking smirk, thinking to herself, you're probably just terrified I'd catch you messing around with your little toy boy in the bedroom, aren't you? Her stepmother was absolutely furious. You little tramp, sneaking out to see guys again, huh? Look at you, parading around in that ridiculously skimpy outfit. The older woman shrieked. Yen-A just burst into a loud, defiant laugh. Whether I'm out seeing guys or not is none of your damn business. At least I'm not the one blatantly sleeping around. My life is way cleaner than yours, you hear me? Her stepmother roared, her face flushed red with absolute rage. You really have a death wish, don't you? Right at that moment, a man stumbled out of the bedroom, frantically buttoning up his dress shirt. Babe, who's out there? He asked, looking completely clueless. Oh, is this your daughter? Her stepmother replied without missing a beat, completely shameless. Hell no, she's not mine. She's my husband's brat. Quick as a flash, Yen-A whipped out her phone and snapped a picture of the shameless scene, making both of them jump in sheer panic. She flashed a wicked, provoking smile, holding the phone up like a loaded weapon. I think I'll just send this right over to Dad. The lover's face drained of color as he stammered. What the hell? What do you think you're doing? Her stepmother, however, remained terrifyingly calm. She held the guy back. Relax, babe, it's fine. She was Sujin, 36 years old, a washed-up actress turned social media influencer. Yen-A's stepmother casually lit a cigarette, took a long, slow drag, and sneered. Go on then, do it. Yen-A froze, completely taken aback by the sheer audacity of this shameless woman. Sujin just smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. I said, do it. You really think your dad would dare to squeak out a single word even if he found out? Choi Sujin blew a cloud of white smoke right into Yen-A's face, her tone utterly triumphant. I've got that old man wrapped around my little finger. He can't escape me, and you know it. Am I wrong? Or maybe I should enlighten you with a few dirty little secrets about your precious dad that you don't know yet. My life is already ruined anyway. I've got absolutely nothing left to lose. But if I blow this whole thing wide open right now, who do you think goes down the hardest? Your dad, obviously. If he divorces me, his life is practically over. His assets? Gone. His clinic? Trashed. He'd be completely kicked out of high society. She cackled wildly, like an absolute lunatic who had lost her damn mind. So go ahead, run along and tell your daddy to divorce me. Yen-A stood there, rooted to the spot. Her fists were clenched so tight she was trembling, choking on a rage too deep for words. With fury burning in her throat, she gritted her teeth, stomped hard on the woman's foot, and spat out a curse. You psychotic witch! Instantly, her stepmother shrieked in agonizing pain. Ah! She spun around to face the girl, screeching in blind fury. What the hell is wrong with you, you crazy little witch? You little brat, do you really want to die? The lover scrambled to hold her back. Babe, calm down, you're way too drunk. Yen-A shoved past them, turned her back and stormed out. Even as she walked away, her stepmother's venomous curses echoed down the hall. Ha! Like mother, like daughter, right? You've got that exact same low-class attitude as that pathetic woman. What's the point of getting good grades? When your blood is already rotten to the core. If you're gonna get lost, then get the hell out of here faster, you little tramp. Slam! The bedroom door echoed like a thunderclap, her one final act of rebellion. Yen-A bolted out of the house, heading straight for the neighborhood playground. Only one thought kept looping in her head. Damn it. It's so incredibly sickening. I have to get out of here. Starting today, I am never going back to that hellhole. Never. Yen-A's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light as she made a silent, deadly vow to herself. I swear on my life, I am done with that house. The small silhouette of the girl walked alone down the desolate street, carrying a heavy, bitter resentment. Honestly, I wouldn't care if the whole damn world ended tomorrow. And to vent out that massive ball of rage, there was only one perfect sanctuary, her usual coin karaoke spot. Inside the neon-lit room, Yen-A hummed along to the blasting bass with her best friend, scrolling through her phone. But suddenly, her eyes snagged on the screen. Her delicate eyebrows knit together. What kind of news is this? Why is everything suddenly blowing up like crazy? Beside her, her friend abruptly turned around in total panic, all the color draining from her face. Oh my god, I have to go right now. My mom just got into an accident. It's really critical. Yen-A's heart skipped a beat, suddenly filled with dread. Wait, what? Then you need to hurry. Go, get out of here. The scene sharply cut to the bustling, crowded streets. Yen-A walked with her eyes glued to her screen, muttering in utter confusion. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many emergency alerts all of a sudden? My Kakao Talk is literally blowing up right now. All of a sudden, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the lively atmosphere, forcing Yen-A to dead stop in her tracks. She spun around in sheer bewilderment. Pure apocalyptic chaos was unfolding right before her eyes. Swarms of people were trampling over one another, scattering in blind panic amidst horrifying shrieks. Ah! Run! Somebody help! Yen-A's eyes blew wide open, paralyzed by the sheer terror. Throwing all caution to the wind, the young lady sprinted for her life, diving straight into a cramped emergency stairwell. She collapsed onto the hard floor, hugging her knees as cold sweat drenched her body, gasping out heavy, terrified breaths. Phew, I made it out alive. The dim, flickering light in the dead-silent emergency stairwell only made the terrifying loneliness creep in deeper. Yenna stood frozen, staring blankly at her phone screen. Her heart was burning with sheer panic. She couldn't even reach 119. What the hell was actually happening? Driven to desperation, she bit her lip. Right. I'll try calling Dad. She pressed the phone tight against her ear, but the only response was a dead silence. She scoffed bitterly to herself. He's not picking up. Even in a life-or-death situation like this? But, of course, I've always been his very last priority. Yena's face sank, drenched in cold sweat, her pained eyes revealing a deep, desperate yearning. Mom. Her heart violently clenched in her chest. She stood with her back turned, her head hung low. Mom is in the States right now, so, of course, she can't help me. She frantically darted her eyes around, desperately searching for even the thinnest glimmer of hope. Who am I even supposed to ask for help? Her trembling hands gripped the phone tightly, hesitating before making the hardest choice, calling the one person she never wanted to speak to. The screen lit up with the words, calling the wicked stepmother. The other end picked up instantly with a harsh, irritable snap. What is it? Yenna lit up as if she had struck gold. Through her tear-stained face, she hurriedly spoke up. Hello? Instantly, her stepmother screeched back with a piercing glare in her voice. What do you want? I'm incredibly busy right now, Yenna stammered, swallowing her pride to beg. But please. Tossing all her dignity aside, Yenna practically screamed for help in pure panic. I'm trapped in the emergency stairwell of the street-facing building. Please save me! I can't reach 119 or the police. But in response to her frantic cries, the woman on the other line cursed mercilessly. Damn it! What the hell are you barking about? Figure it out and save your own skin. Yena's eyes blew wide open, sweat pouring down her face as she completely refused to believe her own ears. Huh? The woman poured another bucket of ice-cold water straight over her heart. Our apartment complex is a total war zone right now. Listen to me. I can barely even save myself. I'm hanging up! Realizing how utterly doomed she was, Yena hurriedly screamed into the receiver. Hey, wait. You have a car and you're right by the FD building near the Pilates studio. Just come pick me up for a second. The phone screen went pitch black. The heartless beep of the disconnected call ruthlessly severed the young girl's last thread of hope. Yena's silhouette stood in dead silence as a terrifying, crushing isolation swallowed the cramped space. The scene shifted to a bitter, heartbreaking flashback. Outside the cluttered bedroom door, urgent, heavy knocking echoed alongside a sickeningly fake, sweet voice. Yena, sweetie, be a good girl and open the door. The pounding on the door continued without a single pause. Yena, just talk to your mother for a moment. In stark contrast to the aggressive noise outside, Yena sat hugging her knees in the dark corner of the room, her face buried in utter despair. She thought to herself, just get the hell away from me. Hot tears streamed down the poor girl's trembling lips, accompanied by a silent, desperate cry for her real mother. Overwhelmed with sorrow, the scene snapped back to the pitch-black stairwell in the present. Yena buried her head in her knees, sobbing weakly in broken gasps. I miss you, Mom. The camera then cut to a warm, cozy living room in the current timeline. Yena calmly wrapped up her tragic backstory. And in the end, my stepmother threw me away and ran for her life. And my dad, he didn't even bother calling me until the very end. Minjun sat right across from her, listening in complete silence, his eyes overflowing with heartache. Yena looked straight into Minjun's eyes, her gaze carrying deep, unhealed wounds yet burning with fierce strength. So, I have absolutely zero desire to look for them, and I couldn't care less about where they ended up. Her prickly defensive armor finally shattering, Yena revealed her most vulnerable, sincere gaze. It's just that right now, I really want to see my mom. Really? Hearing this, Minjun hesitated for a moment before asking gently, So, is your mom still in the States? Yena turned her face away, answering with a hollow sadness. After she went to America, there were a few times she didn't pick up my calls. Since then, I've never reached out first either. It suddenly dawned on Minjun as he finally understood the painful truth behind his friend's stubborn, rebellious attitude. Ah, thinking back, was that the real reason you said you were going to study abroad in America? Yena bitterly admitted to her own childish impulsiveness. When my mom left for the States, I said some really awful, hurtful things that I never should have said. So, even when this disaster broke out, I kept hesitating to call her. Of course, even if I did contact her, she's in America. She wouldn't be able to do anything to help anyway. Yena's face dropped, a sense of tragic beauty and utterly drowning helplessness washing clearly over her features. So now, there is absolutely no one left by my side. Watching the girl who was always so fierce and haughty now crumbling into tiny pieces, Minjun fell silent. He gently turned his face away, his eyes igniting with a strange, fierce determination. He looked straight back at her, his deep, unwavering voice cleanly shattering the suffocating gloom. Don't say that. You are not alone. Yena was completely caught off guard by those words. She widened her teary eyes, staring blankly at the boy sitting across from her, her heart suddenly skipping a wild beat. Minjun shyly ducked his head, rubbing the back of his neck, yet he honestly and firmly spoke every single syllable. You have me right here. And Hee-chun too. Throwing away all of his usual timidity, Minjun lifted his head, his gaze overflowing with immense courage and raw, absolute sincerity. So, we absolutely have to survive this until the very end, okay? No matter what. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if all the freezing cold and trauma built up inside Yena's heart completely melted away. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed a bright, bashful red, just like blooming cherry blossoms. She gently pursed her lips, softly replying in an incredibly sweet, obedient whisper. Yeah. Glancing up at the grandfather clock ticking quietly into the dead of night, Yena spoke up with a soft, sleepy voice. Can we finally go to sleep now? Oh, to... Minjun closed his eyes, murmuring softly. Yeah. Out there in the pitch-black streets, those blood-soaked freaks are just wandering aimlessly. You can hear them sometimes, that sickening, wheezing growl rattling in their throats. The sturdy two-story house stood dead silent under the veil of the night. Clothes on the line swayed gently in the breeze, looking just like a peaceful oasis completely cut off from the madness outside. In the pitch-black living room, Minjun and Yen-A had already fallen fast asleep on the mattress spread across the floor, leaving all their worries behind. In another corner, Hak-chun also had his eyes closed, but his massive hands were still gripping a rifle tightly against his chest, a defensive instinct carved right into his bones. Suddenly, horrifying memories from his past came rushing back, suffocating him in his sleep. Brutal punches and kicks rained down on him, accompanied by vicious curses. You little bastard! You want me to drag you out and blow your brains out just like your parents, huh? The scene shifted to a young man with a bloody face, curled up on the sandy ground. The abuser's voice echoed from above, dripping with pure mockery. What's wrong? Beaten so badly you can't even breathe? You betrayed the motherland. If you want to crawl over to South Korea, go cry and blame your uncle for it. Ha 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 ha. The man lying in the dirt could only wheeze, begging in absolute despair. Please, spare my life. The cruel bastard just grinned from ear to ear, laughing like a maniac as he spat out more curses. You and your little siblings, you miserable pieces of trash, are doomed to spend your whole lives stepping in shit on this very soil. That's your pathetic destiny. Suddenly, he screamed out a provocation. What, you mad? Come on then, let's see what you've got. Ripped from his nightmare by a strange noise, Hak-chun jolted awake in the dark. Cold sweat dripped down his face, his eyes snapping wide open, practically glowing with high alert. He sprang up like lightning, his sharp senses immediately reaching out. A thought flashed through his mind. An engine? Hak-chun grabbed his rifle and bolted for the stairs, nearly crashing into the landlord uncle, who was hurrying down in his pajamas. They exchanged a tense look. The old man whispered, Did you hear that too? Sounds like a car just pulled up out front. Hak-chun replied in a low voice, Let me go out and take a look. Out in the yard, the massive green iron gates remained tightly shut, bathed in the dim, ghostly glow of the night. Gripping his rifle tightly, Hak-chun crept down the front steps, his mind racing. What the hell is going on? Car doors opening and closing, an engine idling. If the infected hear that and react, it's going to be a bloodbath. Just who the hell would drive up here at an hour like this? Sweeping his cold, sharp gaze around the area, Hak-chun suddenly locked onto a corner of the yard. Under the moonlight, a foldable aluminum ladder was leaning against the brick perimeter wall. Without hesitation, he picked up the ladder and planted it right against the front defensive wall. Not wasting a single second, Hak-chun swiftly scaled the rungs. His right hand never let go of the rifle, finger hovering, ready to pull the trigger. Reaching the top of the gate's roof, he dropped to one knee, raising the gun to peer through the scope and assess the situation below. The moment he looked through the lens, Hak-chun's cold, stoic expression instantly shattered into pure shock. The camera pans out, giving a bird's-eye view of the entire house. Episode 17, The Mysterious Intruders. From Hak-chun's vantage point, he could clearly see two strange men sneaking around right outside the iron gate. Right behind them, a white SUV was parked on it dead in the middle of the asphalt road. The two guys were huddled together, whispering. The guy in the jacket shifted his weapon and suggested, "Let's try checking this place out. There's probably nobody here, right?" The guy with glasses looked nervous. "Man, there might be some infected in there." The guy holding a shovel shot back. "But look at all this barbed wire. I bet someone's living here." Right at that moment, the guy in glasses pulled out a cold metallic object. He grumbled, "Ah, damn it. Then what do we do? Hurry up before those infected freaks spot us." Through the scope, Hak-chun narrowed his eyes, secretly terrified. "A handgun!" Seizing the chance to dominate the situation, Hak-chun stood tall on the gate roof, aiming his rifle straight down and roared with absolute authority. "Freeze! Drop your weapons and get your hands in the air!" The two guys below jumped out of their skin, panicking as they whipped around and looked up. Staring down the black barrel of a rifle aimed right at their heads, the guy with glasses completely lost it, immediately throwing both hands to the sky. Whoa, holy shit, you scared the hell out of me," Hak-chun growled, showing absolutely zero mercy. "I said drop the weapons, you little shits. If you don't drop them in 3 seconds, I'll put a hole straight through your skulls." Pale with fear, the guy in glasses hunched over and hurriedly placed the handgun on the asphalt. Hak-chun barked his next order. "Both of you, step back 3 meters." They obediently backed away. From above, Hak-chun never took his eyes off the gun on the ground, his brow furrowing in deep suspicion. Wait a minute, just where the hell did they get a handgun? Standing on the street with his hands up, the guy in the jacket hesitantly asked, Who are you?" Hak-chun coldly shot back. "That's exactly what I'm asking you. Are you looting scum?" They hastily tried to explain. Wait, we're not strangers or bad guys, man." Not falling for their clumsy lies, Hak-chun kept the gun trained on them. "You're armed and trying to break in, and you're still barking this bullshit at me, you piece of trash?" The guy stuttered defensively. We just thought this place was abandoned." Hak-chun ignored it, cutting straight to the chase. "Where did you get that gun?" Sweating bullets, the guy in glasses hurried to confess. "The gun. We just looted it off a dead body we found. He didn't even look like military, just a regular civilian." Click. Hak-chun pulled the bolt back, letting out a sharp metallic clack. Hak-chun tightened his grip on the trigger, fully prepared to fire. His voice dripped with killing intent as he ground out every single word. "Where did you learn to lie like that? You think a normal civilian would just have a weapon like this? Do you think this is America, you son of a bitch?" The guy in glasses started whimpering in pure panic. It's the truth, I swear." The guy next to him also frantically snapped back. "God damn it, what the hell does it matter where the weapon came from right now?" Pushed into a corner, the guy in glasses suddenly fought back, pointing straight at Hak-chun's rifle to make a point. "You're the one waving around a DGH assault rifle," Hak-chun shot back. "That thing is standard military issue. Meanwhile, this handgun of mine, definitely not cop or army gear." The guy in the brown coat frantically threw his hands above his head, his face twisting in a desperate plea. "We swear we're not bad guys. I'm just your average office drone, and this kid here is a college student who just finished his military service. We were out on patrol from the Gunja Station evacuation zone, but we got cut off. That's how we ended up way out here." The guy in glasses nervously nudged his friend's arm. "Look, let's just make a run for it," the guy in glasses whispered. But the man in the brown coat kept his eyes locked on Hak-chun. His gaze filled with raw desperation. "Please, just let us go. You can even keep the gun." But right then, Hak-chun's mind latched onto one crucial word. He raised an eyebrow, his tone sharpening. "Did you just say Gunja Station?" Hak-chun's mind raced, his sharp instincts piecing the information together in a flash. "Gunja Station? On Subway Line 5? His eyes flickered as a startling coincidence dawned on him. "That's exactly 2 stops away from Gwangnaru Station." The man in the brown coat nodded frantically. "Yes, there's a massive evacuation camp set up over there." Hak-chun kept his expression deadpan, but his heart hammered against his ribs. Refusing to be swayed by mere words, he leveled a cold, hard glare at them. "Where's your proof? How do I know you're not just spinning fairy tales? Or maybe you haven't even been there yourselves?" The man stammered, desperate to explain himself. Look, no matter how dangerous the roads get, if you want to cross the Han River, everyone's first thought is to use the Line 5 subway tunnels. We've been trying to find a way through, but it's an absolute nightmare out there. The stations before and after Gunja are completely overrun by the infected. That's all I can tell you." Slowly, Hak-chun lowered the muzzle of his gun, lost in deep thought. "I need to hear the rest of this." Seeing Hak-chun's hesitation, the other side seized the chance to negotiate. "If we give you some useful intel, you'll agree to our terms and let us go, right?" Have either of you seen or heard about a 20-year-old girl named Seo Hakyung? Hak-chun asked. The guy in glasses repeated the name, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. Seo Hakyung? Hearing him say it, Hak-chun finally made the call to lower his guard. The infected could swarm this place at any second, Hak-chun said sharply. Get inside, we'll talk in there. The two men let out a massive sigh of relief and hurried toward the door. Standing atop the gate, Hak-chun shot them a lethal glare, his warning slicing through the air. But in exchange, absolutely no weapons inside. Got it? The scene faded into a pale dawn sky. Soft rays of morning light washed over the roof of a heavily fortified two-story house, gleaming off the solar panels that were meticulously arranged across the tiles. Down in the courtyard, the older landlord gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes widened with a frantic, trembling hope. Gunja Station has an evacuation camp? The group stood huddled together out on the porch. The man in the brown coat nodded, explaining patiently. Yes, sir. It's a massive shelter. There are hundreds of survivors living there right now. They've heavily barricaded all the entrances, and the whole place is running on a very strict, organized system. The older man looked like he couldn't believe his own ears. Hundreds of people? He stammered. The stranger went on, recounting their brutal ordeal. We were doing a patrol run about 1 or 2 kilometers out from the station, but we got completely cut off, and a horde of those infected freaks chased us all the way out here. That car out there, we managed to hotwire it halfway between here and Gunja. Couldn't care less about the car, Hak-chun abruptly cut him off, his voice tight with restless urgency. Forget the damn car. Tell me more about what you brought up earlier. The guy in the brown coat quickly picked up the thread, his words spilling out faster. Ah, right. You two mentioned earlier that a girl was taking the Line 5 subway home, and she completely lost contact right around Gwangnaru Station, right? The father nodded fervently. Yes, that's exactly it. Tears welled up in the older man's eyes, his voice trembling as the nightmare flooded back to him. Seeing his absolute agony, the stranger pressed on. And the exact time the call dropped was exactly 8:10 p.m. on the night of the outbreak, right? The father choked back a sob, his voice barely a whisper. Yes. The memory dragged him back to the night hell broke loose on Earth. Standing in his bedroom in his pajamas, he had his phone crushed against his ear, sheer terror warping his face. Hello? Hakyung? What are you talking about? He had screamed. On the other end, his daughter was completely hysterical, crying that people were savagely attacking each other right outside the subway train. Panic clawing at his throat, he roared into the receiver. Who's attacking people? Through the static of the line, his daughter's voice was barely a trembling whisper, shattered by pure terror. I don't know, Dad. I'm hiding in the next train car. I'm trying to hold the door shut so they can't get in. Oh God, Mom! Dad, I'm so scared. Her broken cries bled through the harsh crackle of the static. We're almost at Gwangnaru Station. And then, dead silence. The line went entirely dead. The father stood frozen in place, his eyes hollowing out with a sickening, overwhelming sense of dread and utter helplessness. Jolted back to reality, the old man hung his head, his voice cracking. After that, I don't know if the train even stopped at Gwangnaru Station. I don't know if my little girl ever made it off that train. Hearing this exact detail, the college kid in glasses went wide-eyed. He practically jumped forward. Wait, on that exact day, I was on the subway heading from Gwangnaru toward Gunja Station. The father violently flinched, staring at the young man as if an angel had just descended from heaven. You really were. The student squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to relive that blood-soaked nightmare. He frantically described how the infected had burst out from one of the rear cars. The subway was moving like a runaway freight train. It didn't stop at all. It blasted straight through Gwangnaru and Akasan Station. The brakes only finally kicked in when we hit Gunja. And the time. It had to be right between 8:10 and 8:15. Sir, there's no doubt about it. She was definitely trapped on the exact same train as me. A fragile, blinding ray of hope pierced through the gloom. Hak-chun immediately turned to the father. Sir, if these two are telling the truth, there is a massive chance your daughter is alive and at Gunja Station right now. The old man broke out in a heavy sweat, his face contorting with raw emotion. He lunged forward, grabbing at them desperately. Wait, did you see her? Did you see my daughter? Her name is Seo Hakyung. Well, wait right here, please. Just let me find a picture of her to show you. The guy in the brown coat scratched the back of his neck, wincing in guilt as he gently let him down. Sir, that evacuation camp is absolutely packed. It's just a sea of bodies shoving past each other day and night. I'm so sorry, but even with a picture, there's no guarantee we'd ever recognize her face. The older man's hands trembled as he unlocked his phone, thrusting a photo in front of the two strangers. The men leaned in, studying it closely. The guy in glasses scowled and shook his head. Just from a picture? It's too blurry. The guy next to him sighed. Yeah, honestly, we don't recognize her. There were over 200 survivors on that train, he added, his eyes darkened, forced to deliver the cruel reality. So many people in those cars were already infected. We can't say for sure if your wife was bitten, or if she made it to the main evacuation zone as a survivor. Standing in the courtyard, the man in the brown jacket cleared his throat, pivoting to a deal. So, are you coming with us, or what's the plan? Hearing this, Glasses chimed in. The military is strictly controlling outsiders. If you just walk up there on your own, they'll turn you away. You're better off sticking with us. The guards are armed to the teeth with assault rifles. If they see an armed stranger like you wandering close, they'll shoot on sight. Hak-chun stayed dead silent. His sharp, calculating eyes pierced right through them, analyzing their true motives. Reading the room, the guy in brown laid out a clear plan. Look, your group is big. Moving everyone together is too risky and draws way too much attention. Let's set a rendezvous point halfway to the Gagunja zone. If you're taking a car, I can map out a safe route for you to slip through. We'll lay low around here for the night and move out tomorrow. With that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleek black device. Here, take this. Hak-chun raised an eyebrow, glancing at the object. A walkie-talkie! The man pressed the radio into Hak-chun's hand, his tone turning dead serious. When you're about 500 meters to a kilometer from the rendezvous, use this to contact us. Just keep a safe distance from us until we meet up. Suddenly, his voice dropped, revealing the catch. In exchange, we want 2 days' worth of rations. He locked eyes with Hak-chun, waiting intensely for a nod. We're putting everything on the table here. You can trust us, right? But faced with that eager plea, Hak-chun's face remained ice cold. His dark, abyssal eyes betrayed absolutely zero emotion. The scene cut to a clear blue morning. A battered signpost for Route 125 and Route 63 stood tall in front of the professor's 2-story safe house. Flashback to last night, the group sat in the living room for an emergency meeting. Yona gasped in shock. The Gunza evacuation zone? Hak-chun replied with chilling calm. Yeah, we set a rendezvous point with those guys to head toward Gagunja. They said they're laying low tonight and heading out tomorrow. Yona's face paled with worry. But what if they're lying to us? Hak-chun, standing across from her, calmly defended the logic. They have no reason to lie. They're armed, sure, but based on how they act and speak, they don't seem like bad people. Hak-chun turned his piercing gaze to the professor. We move out tomorrow. His voice was heavy. What are you going to do, Professor? Seeing the older man freeze, Hak-chun didn't sugarcoat it. If we go on foot, dragging your entire family along is going to drag us all down. But then, he offered a single ray of hope. If we can find a 6-seater car, traveling together up to a certain point is doable. The professor looked up, stunned. Hak-chun immediately hit him with a cold warning. But only along the safe route they gave us. And, like you said before, if the car gets stuck, I can't guarantee your safety. Let me make this absolutely clear. If things go south, my priority is my own survival. You have to protect your own family, Professor. Cold sweat rolled down the older man's face as he sank into desperate thought. Hak-chun delivered the final blow. Think it over carefully. His wife, sitting behind him, called out in a trembling whisper, Honey? Their young son, Ha-jin, sat paralyzed in silence next to his mother. The suffocating tension in the room sharply contrasted with the cozy walls, decorated with feng shui paintings and framed family medals. The scene cut to the next morning. Yona was busy rummaging through the fridge, gathering supplies. She calculated in her head, if we're leaving, I need to pack enough food. Traveling with the professor's whole family means we need a lot. I should probably ask his wife for another backpack. Pausing her packing, Yona looked up, blinking in confusion. Wait, where did Minjun wander off to? She quietly padded up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Ha-jin's bedroom door was cracked open. Yona peeked inside. Minjun's voice drifted out. Man, Ha-jun, you play this many games and still get good grades? That's insane. Ha-jun fired back. What about you? Besides Roblox and Brawl Stars, what else do you play? The two guys were sitting on the bed, totally engrossed in their gamer talk. Minjun laughed. Oh, I play League of Legends and PUBG. Lately, I've been super into this zombie game called Red. Ha-jin's eyes lit up instantly. Whoa, I play that too. I mean, it's age restricted, so I'm technically not allowed. But I secretly play it behind my parents' backs all the time. Ha-jun puffed his chest out proudly. My dream is to become a game developer. Minjun nodded in genuine approval. Oh, a game dev? You're super smart, so you'll definitely make it happen. Yona pushed the door open, crossing her arms with a teasing grin. Oh ho, since when did you two become best buddies? Minjun jumped, whipping around. Huh? We're just, chatting. Yona's gaze suddenly shifted to a corner of the wall. Hanging there was a massive poster of the famous idol girl group, Lumina. Yona burst into a laugh. Oh my god, are you a Lumina fanboy? Ha-jun blushed but nodded. Yeah, I really like Yu Yun. Yona giggled warmly. Ah, that's so cute. Just then, Mrs. Munn's voice echoed from downstairs. Ha-jun, come down here for a second, sweetheart. Mom and Dad need to talk to you. Hae-jun quickly yelled back, Coming! And darted downstairs. The camera panned in tight, focusing on the breathtaking, sharp beauty of the idol Yu Yun on the poster. Yena approached, smirking playfully as she stared at Minjun, who was standing frozen in front of the photo. Hey, Minjun, what are you staring at so intensely? Your ideal type or something? Minjun blinked in a daze. Oh, he replied, casually dropping a bombshell. That is a friend I knew when we were little. Yina froze for a few seconds, her eyes wide as she stared at him. The very next second, she burst into loud, sarcastic laughter. Ha! Cut the crap, will you? You are telling me Jiyeon from the idol group Lumina is your acquaintance? Let me guess, you even got her phone number, huh? Stop bluffing and come back to reality. Pfft. Mocked right to his face, Minjun broke into a nervous sweat and frantically tried to explain. I am serious. She's a year younger than me, but of course, we do not keep in touch anymore. Ever since I started middle school, she moved away and we lost contact. Minjun sighed helplessly and went on. When I heard she became an idol, I still supported her from afar. Though right now, that feels like a distant tale from another world. Suddenly, Yina narrowed her eyes, glaring at him with heavy suspicion. Minjun could only throw his hands up in defeat. Well, if you do not believe me, forget it. I told my other friends, and they all said I was delusional too. Yina smugly pointed a finger right in his face. Ha! I knew it! A guy like you claiming to know a Lumina idol? That is just completely absurd. Minjun waved his hands and headed for the door, pretending to brush it off. All right, I was just kidding. Just kidding. Yina stayed behind in the room, quietly watching Minjun's retreating back. A nagging thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, could it actually be true? She glanced back at Jiyeon's dazzling beauty on the poster, muttering with a twinge of jealousy. Ha! But I gotta admit, that girl is seriously gorgeous. The scene then shifted outside, revealing a spacious two-story house basking in the glaring morning sun. Down in the first-floor living room, the professor uncle walked over and called out. Hak-chun, who was busy cleaning his gun, immediately looked up. With a stern and resolute expression, the uncle announced, I have discussed it with my wife and son. There is no hope in staying here anyway. My family will also be coming along to the Gagunja evacuation zone. His decision caught Hak-chun slightly off guard. Hak-chun pondered for a moment before asking, What about transportation then? I already have a vehicle in mind. The uncle furrowed his brows with obvious regret. My SUV would have been perfect, but it got left behind in the quarantine zone, so getting it back is going to be tough. Hak-chun calmly offered the perfect solution. About 1 kilometer from here, there is an ambulance. It is stuck with an infected driver inside. If we just take care of that, we can start it up. The uncle was taken aback. An ambulance? Hak-chun nodded. The back of an ambulance is incredibly spacious. It is the perfect size to fit all 6 of us comfortably. The young man continued, his tone completely flat, but the information was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But the problem is, the last time I approached that ambulance to scout it out, there were already 2 infected locked inside the driver and passenger seats. I could not see the back clearly, but I definitely heard the sounds of the infected moving around. I am guessing there are at least 3 or more in there. Even a first grader's math could tell you this was a hell-tier mission. Hak-chun asked again just to be absolutely sure. Did you see them with your own eyes? The uncle immediately replied. I saw it clearly with my own 2 eyes. 2 infected locked right inside the driver's cabin. The older man fell deep into thought, frantically trying to calculate the risks. I saw that ambulance about 3 days ago. It should definitely still be there. After hearing the professor's family's decision, Hak-chun began mapping out a combat strategy. Understood. If there are only 3 infected inside the vehicle, with your help, we can absolutely take them out. But if there are any more than that, it is going to be extremely dangerous. Finally, an agreement was struck. Hak-chun made his proposal. Then everyone, please finish packing your things. Tomorrow we move out and head straight there. The professor uncle answered with absolute conviction. You got it. The antique grandfather clock in the room quietly ticked away the seconds, a grim countdown to the life or death struggle drawing near. The scene shifted to another corner under the crisp morning sun and lush green leaves. Inside the house, backpacks of all sizes had been meticulously packed, fully prepped for the long, grueling journey ahead. Hak-chun muttered to himself, including Yina's bag, our gear is pretty much completely sorted. Just as he was racking his brain to see if they were missing anything, Minjun stepped up from behind and called out softly, Hey, Hak-chun. Out of nowhere, our resident nerd dropped a question that instantly shifted the entire atmosphere. Do you know how to make Molotov cocktails? Let's try putting a few bottles together. Hak-chun was caught slightly off guard. Molotovs? Minjun nodded, explaining with an unusually dead serious expression. Yeah, I do not know why, but my gut is telling me we are really going to need them later. Hak-chun looked deep into Minjun's eyes, then gave a firm, decisive nod. Molotovs, yeah. That actually sounds like a damn good idea. Night finally fell, blanketing the entire neighborhood in a terrifying, dead silence. Inside the house, everyone had crashed into a deep sleep after an exhausting day of preparation. Only Hak-chun lay wide awake on the sofa. Suddenly, a sharp burst of static from the walkie-talkie on the table ripped through the quiet room. A voice crackled through the speaker. Hey Hak-chun, have you found a ride yet? Come in. The only answer to the radio's call was dead silence. The scene cut to the abandoned ambulance, sitting eerily in a pitch-black alleyway. All around it, the dark, rotting silhouettes of zombies shambled aimlessly through the shadows. The guttural, monstrous growls of the infected echoed through the air as the heavy vehicle shuddered violently. The voice on the walkie-talkie buzzed one last time. Well then, best of luck out there. Over. Back in the living room, H-chun picked up the walkie-talkie to go over his plan. There's an ambulance parked a good distance from the house. I'll head out there tomorrow morning to check it out. If everything looks clear, we'll grab the vehicle and move out immediately. But we have to be ready for any wild cards. Over the crackling static of the radio, a voice replied from the other end. We're holding up at the building near the intersection. So once we assess the situation on your end tomorrow, we'll head out too. Let's just hope nothing goes wrong. The thick fog swallowed the night sky, a heavy omen for the uncertainties waiting for them tomorrow. Everyone was just trying to catch whatever sleep they could to save their strength for the morning. Yen A, in particular, was completely knocked out. Her delicate face was entirely relaxed as she breathed softly, sinking deeper and deeper into a heavy sleep. And this was exactly when the story took a turn no one saw coming. A dream, plagued by the theme of the apocalypse, had just begun. Chapter 18, Yen A's Dream. Inside the dream, Yen A was fast asleep, her head resting on her desk in a classroom bathed in warm sunlight. She stirred awake, mumbling through her days. She sat up straight, stretching her arms out wide before talking to herself. Ugh, what an absolute nightmare. Zombies? Really? But as she glanced around, she suddenly realized something was off. Wait, what's going on? Did everyone already go home? Panic set in as she looked up at the clock on the wall. Oh my god, why did nobody wake me up? What time is it even? I'm going to lose my mind. I'm late for cram school. Yena hurriedly threw on her designer backpack and dashed out of the classroom. But the second she hit the doorway, she slammed hard right into someone. Ah! Tumbling back from the collision, Yen A winced in pain and glared up, visibly annoyed. Ow, damn it, what the hell? The tall, glasses-wearing boy turned around to look at her. Yen A's eyes went wide with shock as she blurted out, Jungmin-jun? You? The atmosphere suddenly grew unbearably awkward. Yen A looked at her classmate, fumbling over her words. What are you still doing here? Aren't you going home? And what are you looking at? Stop staring at me like that. You don't even have the guts to look me in the eye normally. But before Yena could even process her own sassy outburst, Min-jun reached out and aggressively grabbed her wrist. Yen A gasped in shock. Ah! With an unexpected surge of sheer force, Min-jun shoved Yen A hard against the wall, pinning her right against the bulletin board full of merit certificates. Yen A's face instantly burned a deep red, beads of sweat forming as her eyes widened in sheer panic. Hey, Jung Min-jun! Pinned helplessly against the wall, she thrashed around in a desperate struggle, yelling, What are you doing? What the hell? Do you have a death wish or something? Let go of me right now! The camera angle shifted to a tight close-up of Min-jun's lips. He muttered a low, bitter curse, dripping with pure resentment. Fuck! Min-jun's dark gaze locked fiercely onto Yen A, his voice trembling with years of suppressed rage. Listen here, you arrogant bitch. Does it really make you that happy to keep looking down on me? Yen A was so stunned she choked on her words. Min-jun kept going, aggressively dragging up every single grudge he had held on to. It was the same yesterday and the same last week. Hell, 2 weeks ago you cursed me out right to my face, didn't you? At school you treat me like absolute trash, like some pathetic bug beneath your feet, and now you want to make small talk with me? Hearing his bitter resentment, Yen A felt completely flustered, but desperately tried to put up a tough front as she snapped back. So I'm going to start treating you just as ruthlessly? Yen A gasped. What? What do you mean, ruthlessly? The gap between their bodies closed in dangerously tight as Yen A stammered out a weak threat. You idiot! Where do you get off changing your tone with me all of a sudden? Let go of me! Where is all this freakish strength even coming from? I swear, if you don't back off, I'll scream! Min-jun cut her off with freezing hostility, his eyes darkening into an abyss. Shut your mouth. If you ever call me an idiot again, I'll actually kill you. Go ahead and scream if you want. It's just you and me here now. He let out a dark, mocking smirk, an arrogant, domineering smile that sent shivers violently down her spine. But honestly, your mouth is saying one thing, yet your body isn't fighting back at all, is it? Heh, heh. You act so fierce on the outside, but you're actually pretty damn cute. Being completely exposed, Yen A's face flushed a furious crimson as she shrieked, Bullshit! Shut your mouth! Who would ever look at a pathetic loser like you? Min-jun's voice dropped into a deadly serious warning. If you keep running your mouth like that, I'm not just going to stop at cursing you out. Next time, I'll actually hit you. Driven by her blinding pride, Yen A tilted her chin up in pure defiance. What? Hit me? Ha! I'd love to see you try. You're nothing but a weakling. Min-jun narrowed his eyes dangerously, trapping her entirely against the wall. You want to find out just how weak I am? I'm not playing around. The camera pushed in for a tight close-up as Yen A squeezed her eyes shut in sheer terror. She whimpered in her mind, her heart pounding frantically against her ribs. Ah, this absolute bastard. Young Min-jun. At this rate, he's really going to... Her eyes remained squeezed shut, a rosy flush taking over her cheeks as a tiny, helpless whimper accidentally slipped from her lips. A long, heavy silence dragged out, and suddenly all the sounds and images began to blur and shatter into pieces. Those sharp, piercing eyes slowly fluttered open. Reality came rushing back in, tearing away the lingering haze of the dream. Yen A lay there in a total daze, muttering quietly in her thoughts. Ah, was it a dream? What the hell was that? What a crappy dream. She blinked, her consciousness still groggy, when suddenly she felt an unusual, comforting warmth. Huh? A completely mind-blowing scene unfolded right before her eyes. She and Minjun were sleeping pressed tightly against each other on a mattress laid out on the floor. Yen-A's brain instantly finished processing the data. The color drained completely from her face, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Inside, she was screaming in utter panic. What? What the heck is going on? Wait, was I cuddling with young Minjun? She darted her eyes around. In the distance, Hakchin was still sleeping soundly on his chair, while she and this huge nerd were completely tangled up together. She started spiraling into baseless delusions. Did this guy push me all the way over here? Is that why I had that weird dream? Ah, what an absolute pervert. Could he be faking his sleep to pull this off on purpose? Meanwhile, the scene panned over to Hakchin, curled up in a blanket on the sofa, sleeping like a baby, completely oblivious to the world. Back to this twisted reality, Yen-A barely shimmied her body to escape from his unconscious embrace. She glared at Minjun with a look of pure exasperation. Ha, this is so frustrating. Jung Minjun. She was about to throw her hands up and shove the guy away, but her gaze suddenly stopped as she studied Minjun's sleeping face. She quietly assessed him. But honestly, this is so weird. Memories of their school days rushed back. The image of Minjun shrinking into the corner of his desk, completely drenched in sweat. She clearly remembered back then, whether it was the smell of a damp basement or something else, he always had this body odor that made her want to stay far away. But what about now? Minjun was lying right next to her, his breathing steady and peaceful. She noticed the change. That awful smell was completely gone now. Driven by curiosity, Yen-A unconsciously leaned in, bringing her nose right next to the sleeping boy's cheek to take a sniff. After a moment of careful evaluation, she blinked, staring thoughtfully at the guy sleeping beside her, as a strange thought blossomed in her mind. Is it just because he recently took a shower? Actually, I'm even catching a really nice faint scent from him. Yen-A's big round eyes grew quiet, and she muttered in her head, utterly puzzled. But why? The camera zoomed in for a close-up of Minjun's peaceful, well-defined sleeping face. Yen-A asked herself, he's actually pretty handsome, isn't he? No way. Is this still part of the dream? She kept leaning in closer, scrutinizing every single detail. The world has ended, so I guess my brain is short-circuiting too. Ah, seriously, his looks are definitely not this good normally. Is it just an illusion because he took his glasses off and closed his eyes? Just as Yen-A brought her face dangerously close to verify his looks, Minjun's eyes snapped wide open, totally awake. Their eyes locked at an impossibly close distance, and a dead silence engulfed the room. Minjun blinked in confusion, his voice thick with sleep. Yen-A's heart felt like it was going to explode out of her chest. Her face flushed as red as a ripe tomato. Her eyes widened to their absolute limits in sheer panic, and she started stammering. And then, boom. The natural violent reflex of a girl caught red-handed peeking. She swung her arm, delivering an earth-shattering punch straight into Minjun's face, accompanied by a piercing scream. Ah! You absolute jerk. Minjun took the full force of the punch, only managing a pained grunt. Ugh! That chaotic noise instantly woke Hakchin up. The Special Forces soldier sprang up on pure instinct, aiming his assault rifle straight into the darkness as he shouted, What? What's going on? Freeze! Minjun, holding his aching face, hastily waved his hands to stop him. Ah, it's nothing. Hakchin, just go back to sleep. After Hakchin lowered his gun, Minjun clutched his swollen jaw and grimaced at Yen-A, who was now huddled tightly under her blanket. He demanded, What the heck? What got into you all of a sudden? Hearing that, Yen-A defensively shot back. You shoved your face right into mine. Of course I'm going to freak out when I open my eyes. You scared the living daylights out of me, Minjun instantly argued back.
But when I opened my eyes, you were already awake. Yen-A poked her face out from the blanket, desperately trying to salvage whatever dignity she had left.
She fiercely deflected. Absolutely not. When I opened my eyes, you were the one staring at me. Minjun reaffirmed. Huh? Obviously not. Backed into a corner, Yen-A unleashed her ultimate move, completely irrational, misdirected anger. Her body trembled with frustration. She glared at Minjun, shooting absolute daggers at him. You jerk! Minjun broke out in a cold sweat, completely clueless as to what was going on. Yen-A's face crumpled, looking so aggrieved she was about to cry. She started bringing up the stuff from her dream just to scold him. How dare you curse at me? And on top of that, you even hit me! I am so incredibly mad at you right now. The moment she finished speaking, a merciless, full-power kick landed square on Minjun's jaw. The poor guy's head snapped back and he let out a miserable yelp. Ah, revenge complete. Yen-A huffed, abruptly turning her back and pulling the blanket tightly over her head to go back to sleep, leaving Minjun slumped on the floor, clutching his jaw. Minjun was completely dumbfounded. The pitiful nerd touched his chin, sweating bullets as he questioned his entire existence. I cursed at Han Yen-A? From over by the sofa, Hakchin's groggy voice echoed. Young Minjun, you cursed at Yen-A? Ah, Minjun frantically tried to justify himself to the empty air. Ah, no, I swear I didn't. I must have just been sleep-talking. The pendulum clock continued to quietly tick away the hours in the darkness. The next morning brought no sunlight. Outside, the building was swallowed by a thick ash-gray fog, bleak and chillingly silent. Down in the small front courtyard, everyone had already gathered, geared up and ready to go. Ha-chun went over the life or death plan one last time. All right, I'll go through this one more time. The professor and I will secure the ambulance just like we planned. Once we get it, we're driving straight back here. He laid out the next steps. Time it perfectly for when we arrive. Yeona, Minjin, you two roll up the garage door. We'll speed right in, throw the bags in the back, and roll out immediately. Are we clear? Ha-chun turned to Minjun, his expression dead serious. Minjin, get up to the second floor and keep a sharp lookout. Until we get back, keep your eyes peeled on everything outside. Do not let your guard down for a single second. Minjin gave a firm nod. Got it. The moment of truth had arrived. Ha-chun slung his heavy backpack over his shoulder. We're heading out. Yeona called after them, her voice tight with worry. Please, be careful, Ha-chun. The professor's wife looked at her husband, tears welling in her eyes. Come back safe, honey. The older professor gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry about me. The heavy green iron gate slowly creaked shut, separating two worlds, one of agonizing waiting and one of deadly peril. The courtyard suddenly felt incredibly empty, completely swallowed by an eerie silence. The scattered water hoses and plastic basins lay there like silent witnesses. The view shifted down to the street below, where the dense, suffocating fog swallowed everything in its path. It completely obscured the view, turning the abandoned cars into faint, ghostly silhouettes. Up on the second floor balcony, Minjin was locked in entirely. He held the binoculars tight to his eyes, scanning the perimeter for any sign of movement. Through the lenses, he could see a smashed taxi blocking the road, swallowed by the thick white mist. There was absolutely no sign of life. Yeona sat on a plastic chair behind him, shifting anxiously. Still nothing out there? Minjin lowered the binoculars. Yeah, the fog is just way too thick today. Yeona gripped her hands tightly together, her trembling voice giving away her panic. You don't think something bad happened to them, do you? It's already been an hour, Minjun quickly replied. He specifically said the ambulance was only 1 kilometer away. Even on foot, moving carefully, it shouldn't have taken them more than 30 minutes tops. Minjun lowered the binoculars again, desperately trying to keep his cool. But he also mentioned there was an infected person trapped inside the ambulance. They're probably just taking a little extra time to clear it out. But before he could even finish his sentence, bang! A deafening gunshot ripped through the dead silence of the fog. Bang! 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 Minjun and Yeona both jumped out of their skin, their heads snapping toward the sound. Yeona recoiled in sheer terror, pressing closer to Minjun. That was gunfire just now, right? Was that Ha-chun shooting? Minjun furrowed his brows, straining his ears to listen. No, it's not. All the color drained from his face, cold sweat beating on his forehead. That doesn't sound like the assault rifle Ha-chun took with him. This sounds completely different. Yeona was on the verge of a full panic attack. What? Then whose gun is that? Don't tell me. Is it those guys who showed up here yesterday? Suddenly, Yeona's eyes went wide. Her pupils shrank in horror as she desperately clamped both hands over her mouth, looking utterly sick to her stomach, like she was about to throw up on the spot. Minjun turned to her, alarmed. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yeona's face was deathly pale. She grimaced, tightly pinching her nose shut. What is that smell? She gagged. Where is this disgusting, rotting stench coming from? Right at that moment, Minjun sensed something horribly wrong. He stared down at the street below. Something was moving through the mist, approaching them. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huh? A man's raw, desperate, gravelly voice tore right through the thick fog. Open the damn door! Minjun jumped in shock. He instantly threw the binoculars back up to his eyes, aiming straight at the source of the screaming. The view through the lenses was heavily blurred by the white mist. But he could see him, a man in a brown jacket clutching a handgun, sprinting for his absolute life toward their safe house. A close-up revealed the stranger's terrifying state. His face was completely drenched in cold sweat. His clothes were splattered with fresh blood, and his eyes were practically bulging out of his skull in pure, unadulterated terror. He shrieked in absolute desperation. Hey, please, open the door! Help me! A deadly disaster was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, the scene flashed forward to a nerve-wracking premonition. Down in the courtyard, the entire group, Minjun, Ha-jun, the professor, and Ha-chun, stood with their guns drawn, completely surrounding the man in the brown jacket. A close-up of young Ha-jun's stunned face flashed on screen before rewinding back a few minutes to the second-floor balcony. Minjun dropped his binoculars and whipped around to Yeona in a sheer panic. That's the guy who showed up here yesterday morning. But where the hell is the car they drove in on? And wasn't there another guy with him? She knitted her brows in utter confusion. Wait, what? What are you talking about? The camera swiftly panned back down to the safe house's familiar heavy green iron gate. The man in the brown jacket stumbled forward, burning through the absolute last reserves of his strength. He was panting wildly, gasping for air. His hand, still tightly gripping the handgun, began frantically hammering against the thick iron gate. He screamed until his voice cracked in desperation. Open up! Open the damn door! Please, let me in! Looking down from the safety of the balcony, Minjun nervously called out. Hey, you're the guy who came by yesterday, right? Where's the other guy? Hearing a voice, the man's head snapped upward. His face was entirely contorted in sheer, unadulterated terror as he shrieked back at them. He was attacked! He's dead! Has Ha-chun seriously not made it back yet? Why the hell isn't he answering his radio? Extreme close-up. His face was drenched in cold sweat, smeared with filthy streaks of blood. Trembling violently, he choked out a terrifying truth. The monsters are here! Pure panic erupted. He shrieked in absolute despair, sounding completely out of his mind. I'm telling you, the monsters are here! Shooting them won't do a damn thing! Catching the raw terror in the stranger's voice, Minjun immediately brought his binoculars back to his eyes, piercing through the dense, heavy fog behind the man. The moment he saw it, Minjun's pupils shrank to pinpricks. A cold sweat raced down his spine. He stammered unconsciously, refusing to believe his own eyes. No way! Through the lenses, massive, swollen footsteps, leaving trails of fresh blood slammed against the asphalt. A horrific, sickeningly guttural voice echoed out. Yina! Yina, babe! Where are you? Hearing her name, a memory flashed through Yina's mind. A fat guy with a smile so friendly it made her skin crawl. He had once said, "So nice to meet you. I'm Bong Gu Oppa." But that bright memory was instantly crushed by brutal reality. The fat guy, Bong Gu. His face was now grotesquely deformed, bloated and oozing sticky dark blood. His rotting, decaying lips wheezed out a pathetic grudge. Why didn't you accept my follow? Minjun's thoughts violently snapped back to the past, back to when he was heavily engrossed in a game in his room. His guildmate's voice echoed through his headset. Yo, right where I just pinged. It's a zombie. The fat zombie spawned. Run, bro, run. Close up on the gaming monitor displaying a vile, morbidly obese monster charging forward. Minjun muttered in sheer confusion. That lingering doubt I couldn't shake off, that creeping sense of dread. The image of the in-game boss perfectly overlapped with the monstrosity standing in real life. If this is somehow connected, then this world is absolutely doomed, Minjun thought in absolute despair. By now, he was entirely sure. That creeping dread had manifested in flesh and blood, towering right in front of him in the real world. It threw its blood-soaked neck back and roared the girl's name. Yina! Ah! The screen faded to the bleak, ashen gray of an apocalyptic sky. Through tangles of barbed wire, the new chapter title appeared. The apocalypse has arrived, Chapter 19. You have to help me, or I'm dead meat. The timeline rewound to a few minutes earlier. The neighborhood was drowning in a suffocatingly thick fog. The camera panned down from the sky, sweeping into the dark alleyways. A timestamp appeared. A few minutes ago. At the target ambulance, the infected trapped inside were frantically clawing at the blood-smeared windows, letting out savage, beastly growls. Grr, grah! Ha-chun and the professor had managed to approach the vehicle. Ha-chun assessed the situation, asking with deadpan calm. Two of them in the front seats. If we get the engine running, can we just throw it in reverse and back out? The middle-aged professor, gripping his nail-studded baseball bat tightly, replied nervously, Yes, the road behind us is pretty clear, so we have enough room to reverse. But how are we supposed to deal with them? Suddenly, a deafening barrage of gunfire ripped through the dead silence. Ha-chun flinched, whipping his body around to stare into the fog. He furrowed his brows on high alert. That sound... Right at that moment, the walkie-talkie on his hip crackled to life. Bro, Ha-chun, did you get the car yet? Ha-chun was taken aback. On the other end, the man's voice was utterly frantic. Please, get over here and help. Something's gone horribly wrong. Ha-chun cut the comms. Ha-chun turned to the professor, his expression turning deadly serious. That's the gunfire from those guys we met yesterday. The professor's eyes widened in sheer panic. What on earth is happening over there? Ha-chun made a split-second decision. Hurry up, Professor. Our best bet is to clear this out fast with the assault rifle. He cocked the rifle, issuing a sharp, decisive order. You yank the driver's door open, and I'll blast them immediately. Once I clear the front row, the infected around us are going to swarm in, so we have to wipe out the back row fast. The professor broke into a cold sweat and gave a stiff, hard nod. Understood. The camera abruptly cut to a pair of sneakers sprinting desperately up a flight of stairs. The timeline snapped back to the present, right at the green gate. The man was still pounding furiously on the door, begging through his tears. Please, open the door. I'm going to freaking die out here. The iron door finally creaked open. Minjun poked his head out, his face stretched tight with unbearable tension, and yelled urgently. Ah, get in quick. The man lit up with joy, like a drowning soul catching a lifeline. He turned his head toward Minjun, panting heavily. But before the word could even leave his mouth, a grotesque zombie with a mangled, blood-drenched face lunged right behind his back. Its bloody jaws hinged wide open, ready to tear him apart. Close up on Minjun's face. Behind his glasses, his eyes blew wide in absolute horror, staring blankly at the thing that just appeared behind the man. The obese monster lunged forward, stretching its gaping maw and sinking its teeth deep into the poor bastard's shoulder. Both of them crashed hard onto the asphalt. The man screamed in excruciating, unbearable agony. Gah! Answering his screams were the savage, bloodthirsty snarls of the beast. The man writhed on the ground, desperately reaching a trembling hand toward the door for help. Save me, please! The zombie kept snarling, tearing into its victim without a shred of mercy. Minjun stood frozen in shock before crying out in panic. Mister! From behind him, Yina warned in a trembling voice. The infected are charging at us! Minjun, get inside now! Suddenly, all the color drained from Yina's face, cold sweat breaking out across her skin. She gasped in stunned disbelief. Huh? From within the thick, heavy fog, the colossal figure of the fat zombie loomed, its sagging rolls of fat dripping with blood. Trailing behind its massive frame was a horde of regular undead, rushing in frantically like moths to a flame. Up close to the fat monster's blood-slicked face, its rotting mouth twisted upward, muttering bone-chilling sounds. Gah! Yina's arms and legs went completely numb. Drained of all strength, she collapsed onto the ground, curling up into a ball behind the door. Absolute terror had completely stripped away her ability to run. The colossal monster charged, slamming its massive blood-drenched arm into the green iron gate with terrifying force. The gate rattled violently. Minjun frantically pulled it shut, pressing his skinny back against the metal, using everything he had to keep it from bursting open. Outside, a man let out one final agonizing shriek. Help me! His cries were swallowed by the flesh-tearing roars of the beastly horde. Minjun gritted his teeth against the impact, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he panted heavily. Ha! Ha! Yina sat huddled on the ground, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, her tear-filled eyes locked onto the violently shaking gate. What? What the hell? What even is that thing? He gasped, his back still turned to Yina. Pressing his body hard against the door, Minjun gulped, his voice trembling. It's Lee Bonggu from the construction site. Park Sion Bin's buddy. Outside, the heavy, swollen footsteps of the monster pounded against the pavement with a deafening thud. Its wet, garbled voice echoed again like a drawn-out curse. Yeah, no! Cold sweat rolled down Minjun's cheeks. He clamped his jaw shut, arriving at the only possible conclusion left. We have to run! Minjun's face twisted in despair as he yelled, Even with an assault rifle, we couldn't take that thing down. We need Kang Hee-chun back here right now! Suddenly, Minjun's pupils shrank. A spark of brilliance flashed through the nerd's chaotic mind. He glanced back at the iron gate, which was groaning under the relentless sledgehammer-like blows from the outside. The sheer destructive force was causing the sturdy iron door to warp, caving inward with a massive dent. Bam! Another terrifying blow hammered down. Hearing the earth-shattering noise, the professor's wife rushed out from the house to the top of the stairs in a panic, screaming, What on earth is that noise? Minjun whipped around, shouting his orders without a second of hesitation. Get back inside, ma'am. Take Hyun and go hide on the second floor. Now. Minjun's brain was calculating at lightning speed, his eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope. Fire. That's it. The Molotov cocktails. The true intuition of a survival gamer was kicking in. Minjun lunged forward, grabbing Yina tightly by the shoulders and pulling her back to reality. Han Yina, listen to me. You absolutely have to help me. She was still totally dazed, her whole body shaking in shock. Minjun had to raise his voice even louder. Han Yina! Minjun locked eyes with her, his voice commanding and fierce. Snap out of it and listen to me. His shout made Yina jolt awake from her panic. Keeping a firm grip on her shoulders right behind the violently shaking gate, Minjun rapidly spilled out a plan. That thing is definitely going to bust this gate wide open to get in. It might even tear down the front door of the house just to find you. I'm going to throw Molotovs at the gate. I'll use the fire to buy us some time. We still have leftover gasoline from making the bombs yesterday, right? When it smashes through the gate to get in, I need you up high. Toss that gasoline right into the bastard's face. Minjun's face hardened with absolute resolve. In that moment, he truly looked like a leader. After that, I'll use the Molotovs to blast the other infected that are gathering around. Once you've thrown all the gas, I'll back you up by raining Molotovs down from above. Out of the 8 bombs we have. I'll take 4, and you take 4. Can you do it? Seeing Yina still hesitating in terror, Minjun roared even louder, forcing her to confront the very line between life and death. I asked you, can you do it? Yina swallowed hard, her long hidden resilience finally sparked to life. She stammered, but her tone was firm. Yeah, I can. The moment he got her agreement, Minjun let go of her and pointed toward the stairs where the professor's wife was standing. Hurry up and get to the second floor. Go! Yina quickly backed away, turning and sprinting up the stairs. Minjun spun around. Spun around, his hands moving decisively to grab the soju bottles they had rigged into Molotov cocktails the night before. The secret weapons were officially deployed. Gripping 2 blazing Molotovs, he bolted nimbly down the steps into the yard. His mind continuously analyzed the highly risky situation. More of the infected were going to swarm this place because of all that noise. The very second that gate shattered, the horde of monsters gathered outside would storm in all at once. Bang! The iron gate groaned, taking yet another devastating hit. Minjun took his stance in the middle of the yard, the flickering firelight casting deep shadows over his tense face. The iron gate ahead had finally popped its hinges, collapsing inward. He silently calculated their slim chances of survival. But if his guess was right, no matter how much the infected's attack instincts were maxed out, they were still incredibly weak against fire. The life or death moment had arrived. The nerd gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength as he wound up his arm to hurl the fiery bottle forward. It felt like throwing himself right into the jaws of death, but the Molotov soared through the air and Boom! A fiery explosion erupted violently right at the entrance. Minjun clenched his jaw, telling himself, at the very least, I can use this wall of fire to block the horde from rushing in. But that newly kindled hope was ruthlessly snuffed out. A deafening smash echoed from right inside the sea of flames. A massive, charred, and blood-leaking arm punched straight through the green iron gate, twisting it into a pathetic heap of metal. Completely ignoring the roaring, scorching flames, the fat monster's swollen foot casually stepped onto the grass. It let out horrifying, guttural growls from deep within its throat. Minjin stumbled backward in pure panic. He realized his absolute number one priority right now was... The fat zombie had fully stepped into the yard. Its colossal, bloated body was currently being licked by the roaring flames. Minjin slowly backed away, hyper alert, his brain racing a mile a minute. If I don't take this freak down first, it's game over. Suddenly, a familiar, sharp voice rang out from high above. Looking for me, you son of a bitch! You disgusting pervert! The monster froze in its tracks, dumbly tilting its bloody bald head up to look. The camera panned straight up to the second-floor balcony. It was none other than our goddess Yena. With a fiercely determined look on her face, she swung her arms and hurled an entire canister of liquid, the leftover gasoline from last night, straight down. The fuel splashed aggressively, completely drenching the monster's slime-covered face. And do you know how a psychotic stalker fan reacts when his idol splashes him? He let out an utterly horrifying moan of pure, twisted ecstasy. Less than 3 left. You're beyond saving. The perfect chance had arrived. Manoon didn't hesitate for a second, swinging his arm back and hurling his second Molotov cocktail straight at the bastard's face, unleashing a furious string of curses to vent his frustration. Go to hell, you son of a bitch! Boom! A blinding explosion tore through the sky, sending flames erupting in all directions with terrifying destructive force. A flawless dead center throw, the monster's massive, towering body erupted into roaring flames, burning like a giant living torch. He threw his head back to the sky, letting out an agonizing, blood-curdling shriek. Even so, Manoon didn't dare let his guard down. He looked up at Yana, shouting tactical orders at the top of his lungs. That's still not enough to stop them. Even with the fire blocking the gate, a couple of them will definitely slip through. Keep throwing them down. Keep attacking. Yana gave a firm nod, placing her absolute trust in her friend. Got it. The moment Manoon's words faded, a regular zombie recklessly lunged through the sea of fire and broke into the courtyard. Its entire body was engulfed in flames as it shrieked in mindless frenzy. Gwah! Minen flinched, breaking into a cold sweat. One of them got in. The nerdy boy's face was etched with absolute, terrifying panic. I'm almost out of Molotovs. If they keep swarming in, we're totally screwed. If only Hakchin's rifle was here. Up on the balcony, Yan Ah was also hurling down her very last Molotov cocktails. A zombie took a direct hit, bursting into roaring flames and howling in sheer agony. Damn it! Manoon did the math in his head. It looked like Yan Ah, up on the second floor, was almost out of weapons too. Manoon swung his hand back, gripping his final blazing soju bottle tight, cursing in utter helplessness. Damn it all! This is the very last one! Right at that second, the flaming zombie in the courtyard shot toward him like a burning arrow, its jaws snapping wide open in a deadly, bloodthirsty roar. Gah! A heavy crash echoed out as the zombie violently tackled Manoon. Its sheer, frenzied brute force slammed him flat on his back. The life-or-death, hand-to-hand struggle had officially begun. Seeing her friend in lethal danger, Yan Ah leaned over the balcony, her face draining of all color. She screamed until her voice cracked, her entire body trembling violently. She fumbled frantically with the lit Molotov cocktail in her hand, staring down in absolute panic, totally at a loss. Oh God. What do I do? Realizing the horrifying risk, Yana choked out. If I throw this down, Manoon will burn to death too. Hold on, okay? I'm coming right down to help you. Down in the courtyard, Manoon was straining every muscle, desperately pushing back against the tearing jaws of the living dead. He gritted his teeth, thrashing wildly. Yana's terrified voice echoed down. Manoon, just hold on a little longer. The zombie gnashed its bloody fangs inches from Manoon's face, snapping and clawing furiously. Wah! Gah! Even while hanging by a thread in the jaws of death, Manoon still roared out to protect his friend. Don't you dare come down here. Just stay put and hide. Yana! His strength was rapidly draining away. Manoon threw a glance toward the gate, only to see several more of the infected parting the flames and swarming inside. A wave of pure despair washed over his mind. The infected. If more of them pour in, I guess this is as far as I go. The undead horde began to swarm him, piling onto Minnan and crushing him mercilessly against the dirt. The icy shadows of death enveloped the young college student. It's really over. Bang! A sharp, deafening gunshot rang out. A spray of blood burst from the head of a zombie, pinning Minoon down. Salvation had arrived at the absolute final second. A close-up on Minoon's face. His eyes were still squeezed shut in a tight grimace, bracing for the sweet release of death. His cheeks were splattered with the fresh blood of the zombies that had just been blown away. Bang! 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 A relentless barrage of rifle fire ripped violently through the fog, sweeping away the horde of undead surrounding him. Minun's consciousness was hazy. He slowly fluttered his eyes open, suddenly hearing a deep, familiar voice echoing out beneath the bleak gray sky. Get on your feet! Our hero had finally made his grand entrance. It was Hak Chun, gripping his 55 assault rifle tight, backed up by the incredibly badass professor laying down cover fire. Hak Chun shouted, urging him on. Get up right now, before more of them swarm us. Minun lay there, paralyzed with shock, staring at Hak Chun's sturdy, broad back as he unleashed hell to bail him out. He stammered, completely lost for words in his sheer, overwhelming relief. Hak Chun! A rugged, heavily scarred hand reached out to him. Hak Chun grabbed Minun's hand in a tight grip, using his brute strength to yank his friend up from the blood-soaked earth. At that exact moment, over by the corner of the gate, the massive, obese monster Bongu had finally burned out. He crashed down onto both knees, collapsing amidst the roaring sea of flames, hissing out one final ragged death rattle. Kick! Without wasting a single precious second, Hak Chun spun around and waved his hand, signaling the entire group. Hak Chun's wife and Yana rushed out, hauling heavy, overstuffed backpacks. Hurry! Move it, everyone! The scene cut to the fog-drenched streets outside. Undead from every direction had caught the scent of fresh blood and the sound of the chaos, sprinting madly toward the waiting ambulance. Their mouths let out spine-chilling, bloodthirsty howls. Wah! Kia! The whole crew scrambled frantically into the back of the ambulance, its rear doors thrown wide open. Hak Chun backed up, aiming the barrel of his gun dead center at an infected woman lunging right for them. Ki! The ultimate nightmare of the undead horde pulled the trigger without a hint of hesitation. The bullet buried itself squarely into the female zombie's skull. Blood sprayed violently right before their eyes as she was blown flat on her back. Having cleared the final obstacle, Hak Chun instantly whipped around, vaulted into the passenger seat, and slammed the door shut. He let out a heavy breath, silently doing the math on his ammo. That was the very last bullet. Talk about a lucky break. The car door slammed shut with a sharp thud. The ambulance's yellow license plate, 717320, spotted with splatters of fresh blood, came into stark cinematic focus. Hak Chun sat right next to the middle-aged professor, gripping the steering wheel. With an intensely fierce expression, he roared out, "Hit the gas!" The professor, sweating bullets, gave a dead serious nod. On it! The ambulance blared its sirens, its engine roaring as it tore off down the hazy, fog-covered street. The horde of zombies relentlessly gave chase from behind, reaching out with their blood-soaked arms to claim their lives. Wah! In the final frame, the ambulance violently rammed an undead straggler out of its path, leaving a massive, bloodthirsty horde trailing in its wake as it plunged straight into an unknown, foggy future. Their suffocating, desperate escape from the safe house was a complete and utter success. The professor clenched the steering wheel with a white-knuckled grip, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Pushed to the absolute limit of his nerves, he kept frantically checking the rearview mirror. Reflected in the rearview mirror, the image of the safe house, its gates totally shattered and drowning in a sea of roaring flames, was crystal clear. Breaking through the wall of fire, the horde of undead was still shrieking in mindless fury, relentlessly chasing after the speeding vehicle. The flames roared to life, swallowing Iron Gate number 83, forging a blazing border between life and death within the hazy fog. Leaving his regrets behind, the professor swallowed hard. He snapped his gaze forward, laser-focused on the road ahead, and slammed his foot on the gas to outrun the nightmare snapping at their heels. The camera pans down from above. The ambulance tore through the desolate streets, weaving past scattered crates and abandoned cars, leaving the wandering undead in its dust. The sky was an ash gray, and a thick fog swallowed the road, blinding their path and carrying a suffocating, heavy gloom. If you guys are enjoying this, please leave a like. The scene shifts as the ambulance rolls smoothly through a dead intersection, gliding past a police cruiser with a crushed front end. Not a single soul survived. Inside the cramped cabin, the vehicle rattled with every spin of the tires. Everyone was utterly drained after that life-or-death battle. Hak Chun and Yeon-A sat on one side, eyes closed, trying to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Min-jun huddled on the opposite bench, his arms wrapped tightly around his stomach, his face pale. He winced, dropping his head as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked like he was gritting his teeth through agonizing pain. The horrifying memory from the gate suddenly flooded his mind, playing back like a slow-motion film. The image of the desperate man pounding on the door for help flashed vividly. "Please, open the door! If you don't, I'm going to die out here!" He remembered the exact moment he made the fatal choice to crack open that door of death, urging the man with such naive innocence. Quick, get inside! He saw the sheer panic in the victim's eyes, blending with a fleeting second of relief as he gasped out a thank you, right before the horde of monsters behind him pounced and tore him to shreds. Min-jun's eyes widened behind his glasses, completely hollow. The trauma and crushing guilt were eating away at the gentle young man's sanity. The psychological shock slowly faded, only to be replaced by raw physical pain. He scrunched his face, clutching his side even tighter, groaning silently to himself. "Ugh, it hurts again." Seeing her friend clutching his stomach in pain, Yeon-A leaned forward, her voice full of worry. "Are you okay?" Min-jun forced a strained reply. Yeah, the wound on my side has been throbbing this whole time." Yeon-A frowned, scolding him gently. "Have you still not gotten your stitches out? You should let Hak Chun take a look at it later." Minjun quickly deflected. Let's just wait and see how it is tomorrow. The scenery outside the window blurred by as the vehicle slowly rolled into a dead quiet street lined with motel signs. Hotels stood shoulder to shoulder, barely visible through the thick fog. Up in the cabin, Hak-chun held a map, calmly directing the professor. We are almost at the rendezvous point that man mentioned, though obviously he won't be making it anymore. He said to take a left at the intersection and head straight. It should be right there. Hak-chun analyzed the route further. We've driven about 4 kilometers, so we're probably halfway there by now. The professor hesitated for a second before proposing a reckless idea. It's not dark yet. Why don't we just push straight through to Gaganja? Hak-chun shook his head, instantly shutting it down. It looks like it's going to rain, and with the fog this thick, it's way too dangerous. Let's just hold up at the rendezvous point until the weather clears up. Mid-conversation, the professor's eyes widened, and he let out a joyful cheer. Ah! I see it right over there. The camera tilts up as the dull neon sign of a tall building slowly pierces through the ashen fog. Sky Motel. The ambulance slowly pulled into the front courtyard of the Sky Motel, a temporary safe haven amidst the raging storm of their journey. The scene cuts to the dark hallways inside. Flickering lights cast eerie shadows over walls stained with dried blood. Yeon-A hugged her trembling arms, darting her eyes around nervously. Whoa, are we absolutely sure there isn't anything creepy lurking in here? If something jumps out at me, I swear I'm gonna pee my pants. Looking at his easily spooked friend, Minjun grumbled, if you're gonna talk about peeing your pants, at least be polite about it. The group filed down the pitch-black hallway, guided only by the beam of Hak-chun's flashlight. Yeon-A, still completely on edge, asked again, Are you really sure it's safe? Hak-chun replied with absolute calm, Yeah. I've thoroughly swept the entire second floor. Rooms 202, 203, and 206 are totally clear. So let's just split up and get some rest. Yeon-A secretly marveled at his nerves of steel. Hak-chun doesn't look scared at all. Compared to ghosts or bamosi or zombies, humans are far more terrifying. The flashlight beam swept across a sealed door, marked with a massive X painted in fresh blood. Hak-chun warned, I've heard we need to be extremely careful around rooms marked like this, right? Yeon-A sucked in a sharp breath, shivering violently. Eek! Hak-chun continued, and absolutely do not go up to the 4th floor hallway. There are zombies up there, but they probably won't be able to make it down to the 2nd floor. The stairwell is locked, and it's not like they know how to take the elevator down. The group came to a halt. The professor spoke up to figure out the logistics. All right, so we have 3 rooms in total. How should we split them up? Hak-chun, Professor Betsod? Please, stop shining the flashlights up from under your chins like that. Don't look at me, you're scaring me to death. The dark wooden door bearing the number 203 stood in dead silence, as if harboring unspeakable secrets. Inside room 203, Minjun stood clutching his side. Hey, Yeon-A, are you really going to be okay taking a room all by yourself? Struck right in her weak spot, Yeon-A jumped, stammering before trying to cover it up with a forced laugh. Huh? Yeah! I'd way rather sleep alone than share a room with you guys. She turned her back and marched toward the bathroom, leaving the 2 men to chat. Wouldn't it be better if you just shared a room with the professor's wife? There are 3 empty rooms. You and I each get our own, and the professor shares with Hak-chun. That's perfect. Yeon-A, still trying to save face, waved her hands with a strained smile. Hey, it's totally fine. Let's just share a room. Ha! Ha! Minjun quietly stepped into the pitch-black bathroom. He leaned his back against the glass door, one hand clutching his stomach tightly. He dropped his head into the shadows, hiding his sheer exhaustion and the burning pain tearing through his body. Minjun slumped onto the floor, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He let out a heavy, ragged breath. The relentless agony radiating from his ribs made him grimace. He hung his head, letting out a muffled groan as the pain spiked so fiercely it was driving him insane. Minjun winced, pulling up the hem of his jacket and the t-shirt underneath. With trembling hands, he carefully peeled back the medical gauze stuck to his side to check the wound. But the moment the flesh was exposed, his eyes widened behind his glasses. His pupils shrank in absolute terror. A silent scream echoed in his mind. The camera zoomed in on Minjun's eye, capturing a hollow, disbelieving stare at the horrific sight before him. What is this? The angle shifted close to his ribs. The stab wound showed absolutely no signs of healing. Instead, the stitches had turned pitch black. The surrounding skin was heavily bruised, swollen with congealed blood in a sickening, grotesque mess. Panic consumed him. Why does the wound look like this? Minjun shot up from the floor, staring at his reflection in the foggy bathroom mirror. Beads of sweat poured down his deathly pale face. He shuddered as a terrifying thought hit him. This looks exactly like an infection mark. He stared blankly at his own pathetic reflection, his heart plummeting to the bottom of an abyss. A horrifying realization flashed through his mind. Don't tell me, am I infected? But since when? Where did it happen? The image of that bloated, grotesque zombie tackling him in the courtyard flashed in his mind. Was it earlier, when that infected bastard pinned me down? His trembling hands hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, frantically feeling along his arms to check. He tried to reassure himself. No, it's not that. There are no bite marks. I definitely didn't get bitten. Another memory flooded back. The image of the lunatic at the construction site, plunging that cursed blade into his stomach. Min-jun broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? Did the infection enter through the stab wound at the construction site? The scene cut to the moment he fought the madman, both of them tumbling down into the pit. Min-jun furrowed his brow, trying to rationalize it. After I fell, I blacked out. I lost my memory temporarily, but wait, if I got infected back then, how am I still conscious right now? If I caught it then, I would have turned a long time ago. He kept digging through his memories, recalling the moment the zombie horde crushed him against the ground earlier. Their twisted, bloodthirsty faces loomed in his mind. If not then, was it when that horde dogpiled me? He quickly countered his own theory. But my stomach wound was covered by 2 or 3 layers of clothes. It's highly unlikely the infection got through there. What if it spread through bodily fluids, like infected blood getting into my eyes or mouth? But earlier when the zombie's blood splattered on me, he said I wouldn't get infected from just that. We've been covered in their blood multiple times already. Just getting it on our skin shouldn't be a problem. The only way to get infected has to be from a bite. Min-jun bit his lip as a dark seed of doubt began to creep in. What if Hak-chun's theory was wrong? Every line of logic led to a dead end. Min-jun looked down at his festering, pitch-black wound, desperately clinging to one last fragile sliver of hope. Or maybe the wound is just badly infected from the dirt. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, a wave of intense dizziness struck him. The room spun. Min-jun's eyes widened in horror as all strength left his legs. He slid down the tiled wall, collapsing onto the freezing bathroom floor. His heart pounded violently against his chest, shattering that ridiculous fleeting hope. No. My instincts are telling me. The camera pulled back, framing a small, lonely boy curled up in the darkest corner of the room. The cruel reality was glaringly obvious. I really am infected. The scene transitioned to a tiny candle flickering faintly inside a glass lantern on the sink. Its feeble light couldn't pierce the suffocating darkness consuming the room. Outside the frosted glass door of the bathroom, Yen-A stood waiting, her face etched with clear anxiety and exhaustion. She finally dropped down onto the floor mat, ruffling her hair in frustration as she muttered, "He's been in there for over 30 minutes. What the hell is he even doing? I'm worried sick." Losing the last of her patience, Yen-A called out to him, "Young Min-jun, what are you doing in there? I really need to use the bathroom." She waited, but was met with nothing but a terrifying, dead silence. Yen-A inched her feet closer to the door. She raised her voice, throwing out a warning. "If you don't come out right now, I'm busting the door down." But her footsteps suddenly halted. Seeing her friend finally walk out, she blurted, "Seriously, what the heck were you doing in there?" "I didn't even hear the water running. I kept calling you, and you didn't even bother to answer." Min-jun just stood there. His face was deathly pale, dripping with sweat, his eyes completely hollow. He spoke in a cold, distant voice, shattering the tense atmosphere. Sorry. Earlier, you said there was still one empty room left, right? Can I sleep alone tonight?" Yen-A was dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. "Wait, what?" She stared wide-eyed at her best friend, sheer confusion written all over her face. Min-jun avoided her gaze. He kept his head down, forcing out a fragmented excuse. "It's just, I want to be by myself." Yen-A stepped closer, her tone edging on irritation at his sudden, bizarre change in attitude. "No way, why are you acting like this out of nowhere? You at least owe me a reason." Min-jun brushed past her, coldly dropping a sentence to completely cut off the conversation. "I'm just not in a good mood. Right now, I just want to be left alone." Min-jun walked away, leaving Yen-A frozen in place. She turned to glance at the Special Forces soldier, Hak-chun, who was standing there with his arms crossed and an icy expression. She gulped hard. "Wait, so that means I have to share a room with Hak-chun? Oh my god, that's so awkward." Meanwhile, Min-jun's hand grabbed the strap of his heavy, bulky backpack on the bed, ready to leave. Yen-A's hurried voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, Jung Min-jun, wait up!" She ran after him, blocking his path with a forced smile, desperately trying to use humor to salvage the mood. "Is it because of me? You're feeling uncomfortable, right? Yeah, I get it. We're not at home. Sharing a room at a motel like this really is awkward, huh?" Min-jun cut her off with a heavy, hollow voice. "Han Yen-A!" He looked her dead in the eye, pleading softly. "I really don't want to joke around with you right now. Please, just let it go." Hearing that, Yen-A's eyes widened. She stared in shock at Min-jun's back as he turned away. She called out to him, her voice frantic and laced with genuine hurt. "Ah!" Click! The room door shut mercilessly, leaving Yen-A standing absolutely frozen, all alone in the dark, freezing motel hallway. In the corner, Hak-chun leaned against the wall, arms crossed, silently watching the whole thing unfold with his usual sharp, emotionless gaze. Ignoring the heavy awkwardness filling the air, the calm soldier spoke up to reorganize the sleeping arrangements. "I'll share a room with the professor and Ha-un. Una, you and the older lady should share a room to avoid any discomfort." Una kept her head down. Completely out of the mood for jokes, she muttered a soft reply. Yeah, let's just do that. the sound of the doorknob to room 202 turning echoed with a dry, hollow click. Minjun's inner voice echoed with bitter despair in his mind. Everyone must be thinking the exact same thing. Dragging his bulky backpack, Minjun took heavy, dragging steps into the dead silent room, reflecting on his life. Who knows? Maybe my life will pass by peacefully, just like the main character in some movie or drama. He looked up at the small window, catching the faint, fading rays of the evening sun. Just like in the movies, I'll eventually get a happy ending, right? No matter how much hardship or suffering I face, I always believed a happy ending would find me. In the middle of that suffocating room, littered with empty liquor bottles and trash left by previous guests, Minjun stood frozen. One hand tightly clutched his bleeding ribs, his head dropping in absolute, overwhelming helplessness. His legs gave out. He slumped against the corner of the wall, shrinking into the shadows like a defeated soldier. His bony hand gripped the blood-soaked fabric over his wound. But, as if a miracle like that would ever happen, Minjun glanced at the mess of trash around him, a self-deprecating smirk tugging at his mind. Sure enough, I'm a far cry from the dazzling life of a main character. A close-up of the teenage boy's pale, trembling lips revealed his silent acceptance of his own death sentence. In the end, his fate was simply to be quietly infected and slowly fade away in silence. I was never anything more than a random background character, just a pathetic extra. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Minjun stared up into the empty void, bitterly asking himself, what the hell was I even hoping for? In a dark, trashy life like this? Finally, his fragile facade of strength completely shattered. Minjun buried his face in his knees. Heartbreaking sobs echoed through the cold, desolate room. Sob. It was always going to end up like this anyway. Night fell, drowning the city streets in a thick, suffocating fog and pitch-black darkness. Faintly echoing in the distance, only the terrifying growls of wandering infected remained. Dawn finally broke. Flocks of birds chirped to welcome the new day, and the morning light poured over the battered old sign of the Sky Motel. It was a morning so peaceful it felt deceiving. Standing in front of room 202, Yuna raised her hand and knocked frantically, calling out loudly, "Jung Minjun, are you up yet?" After waiting with no response, Hak Chun stepped up from behind holding his rifle. "Jung Minjun, let me try opening it." Hak Chun reached out and twisted the doorknob, but it was locked stiff, refusing to budge. He furrowed his brows. Hak Chun tried shoving it harder, then turned back to confirm. "It's locked." Standing next to him, Yuna turned on her flashlight, her eyes widening in surprise as a sickening premonition began to rise. Hak Chun's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a grim, heavy tone. "I really hope my guess is wrong." But under the dim, flickering light of Yuna's flashlight, Hak Chun stared dead at the closed door and delivered a ruthless conclusion. "Young Minjun? It looks like he actually got infected." The words struck like lightning. Yuna froze, her feet glued to the floor, her face drained of all color, her lips trembling as she forced the words out. "What?" Yuna immediately lashed out in sheer panic. She stepped forward, blocking the door, and loudly fired back at Hak Chun. "Are you out of your mind? What kind of absolute nonsense are you spewing? He clearly wasn't bitten yesterday. We confirmed it with our own two eyes. If young Minjun was actually infected, then when I started banging on the door like this, he would have lunged out screaming like the rest of those infected freaks. But look, it's completely dead silent inside." Completely ignoring Yuna's hysterical outburst, Hak Chun maintained his icy demeanor, relying on cold, hard logic. If he was still normal, he would have opened the door by now. Assuming he hasn't turned into one of the infected, Yuna widened her terrified eyes, holding her breath in anticipation. Hak Chun dropped a brutal final blow that pierced straight through her heart. Then he might already be dead. Yuna was shaken to her core. Gritting her teeth, she glared furiously at Hak Chun. Bursting with rage, she snapped at him. "You absolute psychopath! Even as a sick joke, don't you dare say something so venomous." Refusing to accept reality, Yuna turned back and began frantically pounding her fists against the door. "Hey, Young Minjun! Hurry up and open the damn door! Stop playing these stupid games!" She hammered so hard her hands turned violently red, her voice cracking with a mix of fierce anger and desperate pleading. "Huh? Hey, we don't have time to play pretend with you, okay? Drop the act and open the door right now. This isn't funny at all." Pounding until her arms grew numb and weak, Yuna rested her forehead against the freezing door. A crushing wave of helplessness and despair washed over her as her voice trembled, painfully calling out her best friend's name. "Young Minjun!" Refusing to give up, she swung her arm and slammed one last heavy blow against the door. "Are you going to open this door or not? Hurry up and open it." Tears threatened to spill over. Yuna screamed through her sobs, entirely abandoning her composure. "Open this goddamn door! Open it right now, you crazy idiot!" Suddenly, the metallic click of the lock turning echoed from inside. Yuna hurriedly stepped back, urging him in a desperate surge of hope. "Hurry!" The door let out a sharp creak and slowly pushed open. With tears still clinging to her eyelashes, Yuna widened her eyes, staring at the person inside. Hak Chun immediately flashed his light straight into the room, gasping softly. "Hey, are you okay?" Before the sentence could even finish, a frail, trembling whisper slipped out from the darkness. Guys? The door swung wide open. Min-jun stood there, his face frighteningly hollow and deathly pale. He was gripping his stomach tightly, his entire body swaying dangerously as if he were about to collapse. He gasped out with the last fragile shred of his strength. My body feels a little strange. Still standing in that gloomy hallway, Yuna's hands continued raining deafening blows against the door of room 202, her mouth screaming nonstop. Are you going to open this door or not? Hurry up and open it! Tears streamed down her panic-stricken face as she shrieked with every ounce of anger and terror in her body. Open this goddamn door! Open it right now, you crazy idiot! Suddenly, the doorknob twisted open. Yuna rushed him in a breathless frenzy. Hurry up! As the door slowly cracked open, Yuna's tear-filled eyes went wide, staring in absolute shock into the pitch-black void ahead. Standing right behind her, Hak-chun instantly pointed his flashlight inside, stuttering incoherently. Beside him, Yuna hurriedly asked in a panic, Are you okay? At the exact same moment, a thick, gravelly voice echoed from within the room. Hey, guys! Minun stumbled out. His body was completely battered in a t-shirt bearing the number 989, his arms covered in raw, angry red scratches. He hunched over, clutching his stomach tight, and wheezed out with the last ounce of his strength. Ugh, my body feels really weird. Suddenly, the scene shifted, rewinding like a cinematic tape. A line of text flickered onto the screen. Chapter 21. 18 years ago in the U.S., beneath a clear blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, a quiet, peaceful suburban neighborhood came into view. The camera panned up toward a towering metal watchtower, heavily fortified and completely blocked off. From a distance, a young boy's urgent voice rang out. Come on, I told you to hurry up. Down on the sidewalk, two teenage boys were walking past a house completely walled off by corrugated metal sheets. Terrifying warnings were spray-painted in bloody red, reading, Do not enter, and warning. The boy trailing behind snapped, Didn't you listen to what Auntie said? She specifically told us there's a crazy old man living here, so we shouldn't get anywhere near this place. But the boy in the striped shirt walking up ahead just brushed it off, completely unfazed. Yeah, I know, he muttered, continuing to walk right along the edge of the fence. The two kids gossiped with burning curiosity. The boy in the back asked nervously, I think it's a doomsday cult thing, right? Like some lunatic who thinks the world is about to end lives in there. The boy in the striped shirt glanced back and replied, I can't help it. I'm just curious. Why would he even think like that anyway? The kid behind him broke into a cold sweat, pushing back in a panic. If you keep messing around, you're actually going to get shot and die one of these days. The boy in the striped shirt argued back, completely unfazed. But haven't you heard? There hasn't been a single shooting in this neighborhood for decades. There's no way he's the type of guy who just shoots people on sight. The location was confirmed once more by a subtitle on screen. 18 years ago, Pennsylvania, United States. Having lost the very last of his patients, the boy in the back whipped around and stormed off. Fine, I'm heading home first. If Auntie screams at you, don't expect me to save you. Left all alone, the boy in the black and blue striped shirt stood rooted to the spot, silently studying the metal roller door covered in blood-red spray paint. Suddenly, from behind the impenetrable fence, a deep, raspy, hyper-vigilant voice boomed out. Who's out there? The sudden shout made the kid jump out of his skin. The young boy's innocent face was painted with absolute confusion. The man inside continued to bark loudly. Pretty soon, this whole place is going to be swarming with zombies. What the hell are you doing standing out there in the danger zone? The boy blinked, completely bewildered, and answered, Huh? Glancing up at the heavily fortified barbed wire fence looming above him, the kid mumbled in confusion. Zombies? What's a zombie? The man inside muttered to himself. I swear, I just heard you and another kid out there jabbering in some foreign language. What kind of language was that, anyway? The boy replied honestly. It was Korean, sir. The old man let out an ah, suddenly putting the pieces together. Oh, so you must be the son of that Asian couple living down the street. The boy's gaze dropped to the ground, his small silhouette suddenly looking incredibly lonely. Not exactly their son. I'm just crashing at my uncle's place. I only moved here a year ago. The man's voice perked up, a hint of curiosity bleeding through. Well, where are your folks at? The camera panned into a tight close-up of the boy's quiet, somber face. A flicker of deep sorrow crossed his eyes as he softly replied. They passed away. Both my mom and dad, back in Korea. Still standing with his back to the fence, he explained further. That's why my twin brother and I got shipped out here. The voice on the other side softened, heavy with sudden guilt. Ah, I see. I'm really sorry about that, kid. But in the blink of an eye, the man's tone shifted right back to dead serious. He urged, Look, it's way too dangerous out there. You need to get inside right now because pretty soon the streets are going to be crawling with zombies. The boy just stood there thinking to himself, wow, he really is a total nutjob. He didn't move an inch. The man inside started jumping to his own wild conclusions. Wait, don't tell me. Are you trying to find a place to hide? The boy blinked in surprise. Huh? A light bulb suddenly went off in his head. He thought to himself, so it's like a role-playing game, huh? Deciding to play along with the delusion. The kid leaned in closer to the metal door and called out, Yeah, I'm being chased by a zombie, or, whatever it is. I'm on the run. The The man instantly descended into sheer panic. Good God, the zombies have finally risen to take over the world. Are you sure you haven't been bitten yet? The boy replied obediently. Nope, I'm good. Then, without warning, a heavy, grinding mechanical sound roared to life from the gap near the ground. The boy jumped back in shock as the massive metal roller door began to slowly crank upward, casting a long, dark shadow that swallowed him half whole. He stood completely frozen, cold sweat beating on his forehead from the sudden intense pressure. From behind the half-open gate emerged a middle-aged man with a wild, bushy beard. His face was twisted in frantic terror, and his hands tightly gripped a massive hunting shotgun as he screamed, "Get in here, now!" Terrified out of his wits, the boy was glued to the spot. His eyes widened in absolute horror, sweat pouring down his cheeks as the words caught in his throat. The deafening screech of the motor roared again as a massive, heavy-duty steel mesh gate began to slide into place. Clang! The iron gate slammed shut with a sharp, unforgiving thud, deadbolting the barrier between two completely different worlds. A wide shot revealed the heavily fortified compound, wrapped in barbed wire, towering with a watchtower and plastered with signs screaming of impending judgment, sitting right in the middle of a dead quiet suburban neighborhood, thus sealing a truly fateful encounter. The interior of the crazy old man's compound was a literal fortress. It was rigged with heavy-duty scaffolding, wrapped in thick steel mesh, and littered with haphazard stacks of wooden supply crates. The house itself had been reinforced to an absolutely extreme, borderline obsessive degree. Every single window was boarded up and nailed completely shut with thick wooden planks. But in stark contrast to the impenetrable exterior, the living room inside was an absolute disaster zone. Empty cans and liquor bottles rolled across the floor, and half-eaten plates of stale food were scattered all over the table like a bomb had gone off. Leading the boy inside, the man kept a tight grip on his hunting rifle. Following close behind, the kid finally voiced his curiosity. You keep talking about zombies this, zombies that. What exactly are they, mister? The bearded man gave a faint smirk. Ha! This brat really doesn't know a damn thing, does he? His massive, broad back was shrouded in the dim light as his voice echoed with an eerie mystery. Do you know where sinners go after they die? Not waiting for the kid to answer, he delivered a chilling truth. Straight to hell. On the dimly lit wall, a word was spray-painted in a sickening, blood-red hue. The older man's voice dropped to a low, philosophical rumble. But over the last few millennia, the number of sinners has only multiplied. So, what happens when hell runs out of room? In the end, the gods will bring down their judgment. A cruel, merciless punishment. Walking deeper down the hallway, he calmly laid out his doomsday theory. If hell is packed to the brim with sinners and completely overflows, eventually, the dead who can't cross over will be left to wander this world. The boy listened intently, his wide eyes full of innocent bewilderment, shivering at the man's horror-tinged tale. Suddenly, the man spun around, his face completely deadpan and fiercely urgent. Divine judgment is closing in. The apocalypse is almost here. If you don't prepare like your old man here, you won't survive a single day out there. He then turned back to the kid, a gleam of bizarre, prideful mystery flashing in his eyes. I'm going to show you something absolutely incredible. The kid's eyes went wide with sheer amazement as he blinked. The view shifted to a massive underground bunker, revealing giant steel racks packed to the ceiling with canned goods, rations, bottled water, and endless survival supplies, all neatly organized. And that wasn't all. The adjacent wall was a literal armory. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and rows of ammunition hung there, locked and loaded for war as he led the boy down the cold cement stairs. The older man strutted with a smug grin, eagerly waiting for his little guest's reaction. The boy broke out in a cold sweat, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he stammered, completely lost for words. Whoa, what in the world is all this? The older man's expression hardened, his gaze turning grim and resolute as he stared straight ahead. The apocalypse is coming, kid, one way or another. Beneath the harsh glare of the ceiling lights, a massive, heavily armored truck loomed like a beast, reinforced with iron grills and vicious, rust-stained spikes. The man's voice echoed with absolute, unshakable certainty. It's coming! In the blink of an eye, the scene snapped back to the present. Outside the Sky Motel, under the blistering sun, a ragged female zombie, drenched in blood, dragged her feet in a slow, soulless shuffle. The camera closed in, stopping right in front of a familiar shut brown wooden door, bearing the number 202. The timeline officially marked the era, 18 years later, in Seoul, South Korea. Inside the room, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Minjun lay flat on his back on the bed, his shirt hiked up to reveal his heavily, messily bandaged stomach. Yeon-ah and the professor sat paralyzed by his side. Meanwhile, Hak-chun stood like a towering wall, his assault rifle aimed dead center at Minjun's chest. Yeon-ah stared up at the cold, unforgiving barrel of the gun, gulping hard before calling out to her friend. Hey, Kang Hak-chun! Even so, pointing a gun at him like this is just... Hak-chun didn't even flinch. He cut her off with ice in his voice. You never know. Hak-chun's eyes narrowed into a fierce, calculating glare, his guard completely up. What if he suddenly turns and lunges at us? Then what? Brushing off the girl's panic, Hak-chun shifted his gaze to the only adult in the room. What's your take on this, Professor? He's infected for sure, isn't he? The professor broke out in a nervous sweat, his face twisted in deep, agonizing worry. Well, it certainly doesn't look like an ordinary infection from a knife wound. A fever hitting 42 degrees Celsius is just unnatural. If we had a medical professional here, we could say for sure. But as Minjun lay utterly helpless on the pillow, gasping weakly for air, the professor continued his grim analysis. But we have no idea how it was transmitted. He clearly wasn't bitten earlier. And what's truly baffling is that the symptoms seem to be originating right from the knife wound. It's incredibly bizarre. Yeon-ah's eyes were brimming with sheer panic as she desperately looked to the professor for answers. If he got infected at the construction zone a few days ago, he should have turned a long time ago. The incubation period can't possibly be this long, right? The professor crossed his arms, deep in thought. It appears to depend heavily on where the victim is bitten. The incubation can take anywhere from a few quick minutes to a maximum of a few hours. I don't have the exact data, but it certainly wouldn't drag on for more than a day. With a razor-sharp tone, Hak-chun laid out his cold, hard logic. The way I see it, looking at his condition, the probability that Minjun is infected is 100%. Since the symptoms started right at the knife wound, it's highly likely that the blade was tainted with infected blood or bodily fluids. There's also the chance the virus entered his bloodstream through the open gash while it was exposed. Hak-chun relentlessly pressed the brutal truth. If that's the case, then back when I was patching him up earlier, he was already infected. As to why the symptoms are only just flaring up now, I have no damn clue. The moment the words left his mouth, Yeon-ah looked up, utterly paralyzed by shock. All the color drained from Yeon-ah's face, leaving her pale as a ghost. Cold sweat beaded nervously on her forehead. She blurted out in horror, "Are you saying Jung Min-jun has been infected this whole time? For days?" Never once lowering his rifle or taking his dead-eyed stare off Min-jun, Hak-chun gave a slow, deliberate nod. Yeah, the professor instantly began to stammer. But if that's true, then that means... Suddenly, Hak-chun threw out a line, cutting him off cold. Hypothetically, let's say tomorrow rolls around, and Jung Min-jun still hasn't mutated. In the suffocating tension of the room, Hak-chun's words struck like a bolt of lightning, electrifying everyone's minds. Jung Min-jun, who knows, you just might be carrying the immune antibodies. Pinned to the bed, Min-jun's eyes bulged in absolute disbelief at the sheer insanity of that theory. Despite just dropping a massive beacon of hope, Hak-chun's face remained a mask of cold, calculating vigilance. He clicked his tongue in dismissal. Then again, I'm no medical scholar, so don't take my word as gospel. Lying helpless on this mattress, Min-jun was completely shell-shocked. His wide eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, sweat continuing to pour down a forehead, speckled with dried blood. As a bead of sweat rolled slowly down his cheek, a thought echoed through his mind in sheer, unadulterated awe. Am I really... immune? Outside, dusk fell over the roof of the Sky Motel, bleeding the sky into a bleak, desolate canvas of bruised purple and burning orange. Soon after, the pitch-black veil of night completely swallowed the building. It sank into absolute, suffocating darkness, leaving nothing but the mournful, guttural groans and monstrous growls echoing from the shadows outside. Ugh, crack! And just like that, dawn broke once again. The crisp, cheerful chirping of birds echoed through the clear blue sky. It was the start of a brand new day. Inside the room, Minjun was still fast asleep, buried deep beneath a thick, cozy blanket. Yeon-ah hadn't left his side for even a second all night. She sat in a chair drawn right up to the bed, quietly watching over him as he rested. Minjun shifted weakly, letting out a soft, groggy groan. Ugh! Instantly snapping to attention, Yeon-ah's face lit up. Hey, you're finally awake, she blurted out, her voice a messy mix of deep relief and frantic worry. Your fever's gone way down, and you don't look like a ghost anymore. How are you feeling? Minjun slowly pushed himself up, rubbing his pounding head. Ah, he mumbled, looking around in a daze. Wait, how long have I been out? Yeon-ah sighed. Since yesterday, you've been knocked out for hours on end. Still completely disoriented, Minjun blinked at her. Yeon-ah, what are you doing in here? Yeon-ah crossed her arms, acting totally unfazed. Huh? What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm keeping an eye on your condition, obviously. Minjun looked at her uneasily, a bead of nervous sweat sliding down his temple. I could have turned into one of those infected monsters at any second. Weren't you scared sitting right next to me? Yeon-ah stared right back into his eyes. There wasn't a single trace of fear, only absolute, fierce resolve. Suddenly, a teasing smirk crept onto her lips. Oh, please. Even if a massive nerd like you turned into a zombie, you still wouldn't be scary. Got it? Besides, didn't Hak-chun say you might be immune? It's been way past the turning window anyway. Minjun was genuinely taken aback by her attitude. You know, Yeon-ah, you've really changed a lot. Taking care of a nerd like me all night, and man, the way you lobbed that Molotov cocktail at the professor's place. You were so badass. Yeon-ah's face instantly flushed beet red as she snapped back. What the hell are you talking about? Did you think I was just some helpless little princess? Listen here, even without you around, I could totally survive on my own, she stammered, her face burning up as she tried to defend herself. And for the record, the only reason I took care of you was just to monitor the infection, okay? Before she could finish rambling, Minjun looked at her with pure, absolute sincerity. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice thick with emotion. "At least to me. The you standing here right now is totally different from the girl I knew a few days ago. I never in a million years thought I'd be the one relying on you. So, really, thank you." Completely disarmed by his raw honesty, Yen-Ah turned bright red. I'm the one who should be saying thanks, idiot," she stuttered, quickly trying to change the subject by pointing at the cluttered floor. "We're all just doing whatever it takes to survive, that's all. But seriously, are you absolutely sure you're okay?" Minjun followed her gaze, then nodded firmly. "Yeah, I'm feeling a million times better. Yesterday was a real close call, though." The scene cut away, shifting back to the weathered sky motel sign, basking in the bright daylight. Back inside the room, the three of them were huddled together in a serious meeting. Hak-chun leaned in, asking Minjun, "So, let me get this straight. You're saying this Lee Bongo guy looked exactly like a zombie from a video game you played?" Minjun nodded heavily. "Yeah." Sitting cross-legged on the bed, his expression turned dead serious as he laid it out. "I'm absolutely certain. This whole nightmare we're living through is directly connected to that game." Hak-chun, sitting across from him, narrowed his eyes in heavy skepticism. "So what are you implying? That some gaming company literally cooked up this virus and unleashed it on the world?" Minjun dropped his gaze. "That part, I honestly have no idea." He frustratedly ruffled his hair, racking his brain. "But the developer behind the game was a huge deal. His name was..." "What was his name again?" Suddenly, the door swung open, and young Hajin stepped into the room. "You mean the CEO of Red My Studios? Daniel Engine," the boy said clearly. Everyone whipped their heads around in surprise at the sudden interruption. A digital profile card flashed onto the screen. Hajun, age 13, sixth grader at ANC Elementary School. The kid pushed his glasses up, speaking with reverence. "He's a game developer I look up to more than anyone." It suddenly clicked for Minjun. "Ah, that's right. Hajun, didn't you mention you wanted to be a game dev when you grow up?" Hearing this, Hak-chun glanced over at Yen-Ah. "Daniel, huh? Hey, Yen-Ah, does that name ring a bell to you?" Yen-Ah tapped her chin, deep in thought. Actually, yeah, I think I've heard it passing by somewhere before." Hajun eagerly jumped into an explanation. "He's an absolute genius, a Korean-American game developer. Over 10 years ago, while he was still just in high school, he blew up in North America with an indie game called Holika. After that massive hit, he founded Red My Studios and dropped a whole string of crazy successful titles. The menacing logo of Red My Studios, a grinning skull fused with a jagged heartbeat monitor line, flashed into view. But his real masterpiece," Hajun continued, "was RV, released 5 years ago. It became a global mega hit and raked in an absolute fortune. He poured all that cash into huge investments, AI, medical tech, bioengineering, and just started buying up companies left and right." Hajun looked around at the group, eyes shining with conviction. "Right now in North America, he's a tech titan. As a developer and entrepreneur, he's basically on the same level as Elon Musk in the IT world. Though here in Korea, he's only just starting to make a name for himself." The blonde man's eyes narrowed as he muttered the crucial takeaway. "Medical tech, bioengineering." Standing in the doorway, Hajin frowned, trying to dig up one last piece of trivia. "Oh, and I think he has a twin brother too. His name was Jin. Something." Hak-chun scoffed lightly. "I bet he's just as famous then." Hajun sighed. "I mean, if we had internet, a quick search would give us his whole life story. But the networks are completely dead." The blonde man rested his chin on his hand, his mind racing. A zombie video game, and a biomedical empire. As insanely cliche as that combination sounded, the pieces were fitting together way too perfectly. Yen-Ah, perched on the bed, voiced the elephant in the room. "But wait, if that megacorp really is behind this whole apocalypse, why? What the hell could their endgame possibly be?" Hajin lowered his head. He mumbled softly. "I really don't know." Minjun sat in dead silence. A drop of cold, dread-filled sweat slid down his temple as a storm of terrifying theories violently clashed in his mind. Suddenly, a classified file on Daniel Enan flashed across the screen in the cold, dimly lit corridor of an undisclosed facility. The portrait showed a man in a sharp suit, his expression cold and unyielding, alongside a brief caption. Daniel Enan, 29 years old. The file detailed his past. Before moving to the U.S., he came from a wealthy family in South Korea, though reports stated he and his twin brother, Elios Jin, were severely bullied as children. The scene shifted to an interrogation room. A lone man sat right in the center, heavily guarded by security. The narration continued. Their mother was a famous movie star, active in South Korea until the late 2000s. Caught in a massive tax evasion scandal and facing harsh public backlash, she was forced into retirement, crushed by crippling back taxes and massive breach of contract fines. She couldn't handle the despair. She took her own life. Only later did the truth come out. It was all a setup. Deliberate sabotage by her tax representative, compounded by errors from the National Tax Service. On the right side of the screen, the image of a female agent appeared, standing with her arms crossed, her expression ice cold. But the file revealed even more tragedy. Around that same time, their father was ruthlessly scammed in a series of real estate and construction deals, driving his business straight into the ground. Drowning in hundreds of billions of won in debt, he too chose to end his life. Left with absolutely nothing, the twin brothers fled to America to live with their uncle, their last remaining relative. At just 17, Daniel developed an indie game that brought in massive profits. But even the aunt and uncle they trusted embezzled every dime, betrayed once again by their own blood. On the left side of the room, a high-ranking CIA agent stood deadpan, listening to the briefing. The report went on. After that, Daniel founded and expanded his own empire, Redmi Studios. He aggressively invested in medicine and biotech, rising to become an absolute powerhouse in the future of healthcare. Suddenly, the man in the center interrupted, his patience wearing thin. Cut to the chase! Daniel Enan, the one currently under interrogation, leaned forward, his voice dripping with urgency. We don't have a single second to waste. I need to get to South Korea right now. Another man, likely the head interrogator, glared at Daniel with razor-sharp eyes, his words cutting deep. After enduring so much hell at the hands of your own people. Fool. You must have wanted to wipe every last one of them off the face of the earth. But you didn't have to go this far, did you? The interrogator dropped the ultimate accusation, while a haunting image of Elios Jin flashed on the monitor. Daniel Jin, are you the one who unleashed this virus in South Korea? The scene abruptly cut to a long, hollow, freezing corridor. Flickering fluorescent lights cast a sickening, eerie glow. Back in the interrogation room, Daniel threw his hands up in sheer frustration. How many damn times do I have to say it? It wasn't me? He held his head high, his gaze unwavering as he pointed the finger right back at them. If you want a suspect, go look at my little brother. A digital ID card popped onto the screen. Daniel Enan, 29 years old, CEO of Redmi Studios. The lead interrogator, Aiden Brooke, leaned in. Elios Jin completely vanished after entering South Korea. What the hell was he doing there? Daniel replied with a totally deadpan tone. I have no idea. Aiden's ID card then materialized. Aiden Brooke, 47 years old, CIA Special Activities Center Commander, former Marine MARSOC leader, with over 20 years of Black Ops experience. Aiden kept pressing him. You're the one who took over Elios's research lab, aren't you? Even if it's true that your brother engineered this virus, you expect me to believe you knew absolutely nothing? Now that's just pure bullshit. Daniel immediately tried to argue, but Aiden cut him off. Your brother and his core research team head to South Korea, and right after that, this whole nightmare begins. The writing is on the wall, kid! The tension in the room was suffocating. Aiden laid out the facts. After the zombie outbreak hit Korea, biotech vaccine stocks skyrocketed. Your subsidiaries alone saw a 500% surge in just 1 month. Pretty convenient timing, don't you think? I'm betting my badge that you're the mastermind behind this entire apocalypse. Daniel just dropped his head, grinding his teeth as he muttered a curse. God damn it! He slowly looked up, his eyes hollow and distant. That kid, he's been like this for a long time. A bitter memory flashed in his mind, his eyes burning with deep-seated resentment as he recalled his brother's exact words. The Korean people, they all deserve to burn in hell. Aiden frowned, shooting back. Are you seriously telling me that Elios Jin, a man who dedicated his life to saving humanity, actually said that? Daniel slammed his fists on the table, furious. So what are you saying? That I ordered my own brother to cook up a zombie virus and drop it on South Korea? That I pulled some psycho stunt just to bring a zombie video game to life? I'm the one who built this company to protect the future of humanity. Refusing to back down, Daniel pushed his point harder. Even as we sit here talking, countless people in my homeland are dying. Out there. Neither the CDC nor any top-tier lab has been able to synthesize a vaccine or contain this mess. If that virus really leaked from our labs, then we're the only ones who can actually stop it. Aiden remained utterly stone-faced. A vaccine will be developed right here in the States, under direct CIA supervision. Daniel scoffed. Oh, really? So you're planning to bring live infected samples back to U.S. soil? Aiden gave a grim, knowing look. They're already on the way. If even one single infection breaks out in this country because of your arrogance, you're going to regret it. But Daniel didn't flinch. Right now, it's not just Korea. It's tearing through China, Japan, and Southeast Asia. This virus is going to hit America eventually. If you want to clean up the absolute mess my brother made, I have to step up. I have to go to Korea. Aiden glanced over his shoulder at the female agent standing behind him and asked, We still don't have a location on Elios Jin, do we? The agent immediately responded, No, sir. Still radio silence from our field operatives. Agent Maurice Brake chimed in, reporting that Daniel's statements so far perfectly matched their ground intel. There's zero hard evidence tying him to it. But he's right. Elios Jin is absolutely our prime suspect. His profile flashed on the screen. Maurice Brake, 36 years old, tactical commander of the CIA SOG team, a former Delta Force operative with extensive experience in combat, hostage rescue, and assassinations across the Middle East and Africa. The female agent, Camila Rosa, spoke up firmly. But until we get a solid lock on Elios Jin's location, we absolutely cannot let Daniel walk out of here. We will go in ourselves and extract Elios. Her own dossier appeared. Camila Rosa, 27 years old, CIA SOG field operative. Born in Puerto Rico, former DEA task force member, highly specialized in dismantling South American drug cartels. After a tense moment of deliberation, Aiden finally made the call. All right, we play it your way. Daniel immediately fired back with an offer. Take me with you to Korea. I swear, I won't go rogue. Go ahead, keep your eyes on me all you want. There's no way in hell I'm slipping out of Zia's grasp. A razor-sharp glint flashed in Daniel's eyes. That bastard isn't going to hide from me. I guarantee it. He'll show himself right in front of me. After all, nobody knows my little brother better than I do. Aiden sat in total silence, quietly listening to Daniel's absolute confidence. Daniel wrapped up his negotiation with one ironclad declaration. When it comes down to it, the only one who can actually save humanity is me. The title card for Chapter 22 drops. The apocalypse is here. The scene fades out on a dead, fog-choked street somewhere in South Korea. The timeline rewinds. Exactly 2 days before Kang Hak-chun set out to find the ambulance. A bird's-eye shot pans down, revealing a lone blonde-haired man navigating a desolate, trash-littered road. The blonde guy glided through the suffocating fog on an electric scooter, grumbling to himself, "Man, this fog is insane today. Battery's down to 30%. Better start looking for a place to charge this thing." He kept doing the math in his head. Just a little further, and he'd hit Ganghan. Did those bastards seriously change the meetup spot? Ugh, whatever. Even if they aren't there, they're probably just heading over to Line 5 anyway. I'll just sweep through Gunja and Akasan. That should give me my answer. Out of nowhere, an infected lunged from a dark alley, unleashing a blood-curdling shriek. Startled, the blonde guy slammed on the brakes. The front tire of his scooter skidded violently across the asphalt. The walker stumbled wildly toward him, jaws snapping with a feral roar. But the blonde guy just stepped forward, completely unfazed. In a flash, he whipped out a razor-sharp kitchen knife from behind his back. Without a single wasted motion, he drove the blade deep into the infected's flesh. And then, he just kept going, viciously hacking and stabbing into the rotting corpse until dark, thick blood splattered everywhere. Yanking the blood-soaked blade free, the blonde guy furrowed his brow, panting slightly as he muttered to himself in a dark, frantic rush. Damn, stabbing them really does feel way better. The rush is 100 times better than just throwing a punch. No wonder serial killers can never seem to stop themselves. Still, these rotting freaks don't talk. And they definitely don't beg for their lives. It gets boring pretty fast. Just then, boom, boom, 2 massive explosions echoed from somewhere in the distance. Jerking his head up, the blonde guy locked his eyes on the direction of the blast. He narrowed his eyes, straining to listen. What the hell was that? Sounded just like gunfire. With fresh blood splattered across the back of his shirt, the blonde guy pivoted and started striding straight toward the commotion. His hand was still gripping the bloody knife tightly. Are there actually real guns floating around in this country? Well, I guess it could be the military. He smoothly slid the blade right into his waistband, cursing under his breath. Man, having a gun right now would make you totally overpowered. What the hell are those grunt soldiers even doing out here, anyway? They can't even wipe out a few infected freaks? Damn it. The blonde guy's silhouette disappeared into the narrow alleyway. He made up his mind to head straight for it. He had to go see what was going down for himself. A white sedan sat abandoned in the middle of the road, its hood popped wide open, a grim sign of a frantic, panicked escape. The rapid crackle of gunfire was getting closer and louder. Hitting the brakes on his scooter, the blonde guy realized the fight was happening right around the corner. The sheer volume of the gunfire actually caught him off guard. You've got to be kidding me! Just how many rounds have they blasted through already? Sounds like they've dumped over 10 mags by now. Suddenly, he froze right in his tracks as a desperate voice yelled out to him. Hey, you down there! Up on the rooftop of a nearby building, a man frantically peeked his head over the ledge. He desperately waved him down, crying out, Hey, are you a survivor too? You can't go that way. The infected are completely swarming that area. The man, wearing a blood-soaked camo jacket, let out a heart-wrenching plea for help. I'm hurt real bad. Please, you have to help me. The blonde guy glanced up. A brief flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he instantly snapped back to his icy, calm demeanor. The scene cuts to the inside of a dim room. Heavy drag marks of blood stained the floorboards, proving the blonde guy had actually pulled the injured man into a safe house. A single drop of sweat rolled down the blonde's cheek. He narrowed his eyes, asking with heavy suspicion, Wait, is that actually true? The battered man nodded frantically. Yes, I swear! Slumped in exhaustion on the floor, the wounded man choked out his story. We were part of a survivor group holed up in a complex about 300 meters from here. We made a pact to regroup at the Sky Motel over in the Andong district. As he spoke, he shakily pointed down at his bleeding leg. But then today this absolute monster just came out of nowhere. Everything went to hell. I barely made it out alive. I just barely managed to slip away. My right leg is completely busted. I can't even walk on it, but thank God, at least I wasn't bitten. Leaning his weary head back against the wall, he choked out. My team, they probably think I'm dead. I'm guessing they made a run for the other survivor compound to scream for backup. Hearing all that heavy gunfire out there, it sounds like that place got totally overrun too. God, I just hope they managed to bail out safely in the ambulance. The blonde guy dropped down to one knee beside him, his voice surprisingly gentle. Hey, at the end of the day, you're still breathing. That's a massive stroke of luck. I'll do whatever I can to help you out. Then his tone shifted slightly. By the way, those survivors over there, throwing all that lead, are they military? Because that is a lot of heavy firepower I'm hearing. The wounded man, drenched in cold sweat and caked in blood, shook his head. No. They aren't soldiers. I heard one of them is actually a North Korean defector. Honestly, the kid barely looks older than a high schooler. The blonde guy's eyes shot wide open in pure shock. A sudden realization clicked in his brain and he aggressively leaned in. Wait, did you just say a North Korean defector? A high school kid? Hearing the intense question, the bruised man weakly replied, Yeah. The blonde guy lunged forward, firing off questions without taking a breath. All right, listen to me. Did your group have a kid wearing glasses? And a girl with long hair? Maybe about 170 centimeters tall. A brief flashback cut in, revealing a small pocket of survivors. A middle-aged man, a teenage boy in glasses, and another young guy. The wounded man nodded weakly. I don't remember seeing any girls, but there was an older guy, maybe around 50. And yeah, a kid with glasses who definitely looked like a high schooler. The blonde guy stared down at him with a chilling deadpan expression, demanding, That North Korean defector? Was his name Kang Hak-chun? The bleeding man squinted, desperately trying to jog his memory. His name. Right. My teammate was the one who actually talked to him on the walkie-talkie. So yeah, I'm pretty sure his name was Hak-cheon. I think? Catching the sudden deadly silence washing over the blonde guy's face, the man quickly stammered out, Look, I don't know his family name, but the first name is definitely a match. Hak-chun, right? The guy immediately dropped to one knee, getting right up in his face as he rattled off the names without missing a beat. Kang Hak-chun, Jung Min-jun, Han Yena. The soldier just stared, completely clueless about what was happening. A bright, plastic smile stretched across the young man's face, his eyes wide with fake innocence. They're my friends. I've been looking everywhere for them. A fragile glimmer of hope lit up the soldier's sweat-drenched face. Really? He hurriedly pressed for more information. So they're hiding out in the residential area over there, right? The soldier replied. Yeah, but with all that gunfire echoing around, something bad must have gone down. I think I heard an engine running. I wonder if they managed to escape safely in the ambulance. God, I hope my squad is still alive too. Glancing down at his mangled leg, the soldier pleaded. With my leg completely trashed like this, I'm not getting far without a ride. That monster smashed our truck to pieces earlier, so I desperately need a new vehicle. Do you think you could find me a car, or even a scooter? Or you could just go group up with your friends over there and tell them I'm still breathing. The young man turned his back and slowly stood up, quietly piecing together the clues he had just gathered. Residential area, ambulance, Sky Motel. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes from the shadows, and he let out a dark, eerie chuckle. Perfect. I didn't have much hope, but thanks to you, I just caught a massive break. Haha! Ignoring the soldier's utter confusion, he stepped forward without a word and snatched the backpack away. Let's see what this little punk has in his bag. The man stared at him, shouting out in alarm. Hey kid, why the hell are you taking my bag? Still facing away, the guy dropped a sentence as cold as ice. You're about to go to sleep permanently anyway, so taking your bag isn't really a problem, is it? The soldier froze in absolute horror, cold sweat breaking out across his skin. Wait, hold on. What the hell did you just say? The only response was a wave of sarcastic annoyance. Ugh, you talk way too damn much. Whipping around with a look of pure disgust, he glared down. Why the hell should I? Why would I ever help a crippled piece of trash like you? If it hurts that much, just do us all a favor and die already. You stupid bastard. All hope shattered in an instant. The soldier roared in absolute fury. You motherfucker, you piece of shit, you said you were going to help me. The young man just snickered, mocking him mercilessly. Help you with what, you useless waste of space? Besides, how do I even know you haven't been bitten? You're probably infected already. A twisted, evil grin stretched from ear to ear as his eyes narrowed in wicked delight. Ah, what's wrong? Scared of dying all by yourself? He stepped closer, his face twisting into a sickeningly gentle expression. Well then, let me send you off peacefully. The scene cut abruptly, followed by a blood-curdling, agonizing scream that tore through the air. The scene shifted to the dead silence outside the house. From beneath the gap in the garage door, thick, dark blood began to pool and spread across the concrete, a grim testament to the murder that had just taken place. Stepping outside, the guy glared at the dead battery icon on his scooter screen and cursed through gritted teeth. You've got to be kidding me. Dead battery right now? Son of a bitch. Slinging his stolen prize of a backpack over his shoulder, he sulked down the pitch-black alleyway, dragging the heavy scooter beside him. Damn it all, I think I just made the biggest mistake of my life. Glancing up at a cross on a church roof, barely visible through the thick fog, he racked his brain trying to remember the name of that Sky Motel. What district did that dead guy say it was in again? Fast forward 2 days. The glowing neon sign of the Sky Motel cut through the darkness. Inside one of the motel rooms, Hak-chun stood with his arms crossed, watching intently while Min-jun and Yena sat quietly on the bed. Min-jun fell into deep thought, analyzing the situation. But wait, In the lore of that zombie game, there was never any setting for an immune survivor, right? If the Danny Engine's real goal is to perfectly recreate that game in real life, doesn't that make me a glitch? A bug totally outside of his original design? A heavy sigh answered his question. Yenna leaned forward, her eyes suddenly shining with hope. I'm certain someone out there is researching a vaccine right now. If someone with natural antibodies actually exists, it would be a massive breakthrough for creating a cure. Young Minjun, you might literally be the last hope for humanity. Minjun replied hesitantly, Even if that's true, we still need to prove if I'm actually immune first. And honestly, I don't even know if we can find a doctor or a medical facility that's still functioning to run those tests. Hajin, sitting in the chair nearby, spoke up with a dead serious tone. To be completely honest, I think this whole real-life zombie game theory is a ridiculously wild guess. The thing that's actually bothering me the most is the weaponry those guys were carrying the other day. The entire group turned to look at him in surprise. An image of a massive, menacing handgun flashed as he spoke. It looked exactly like a Desert Eagle. As far as I know, military-grade weapons like that are strictly illegal in this country. Minjun picked up the thread, analyzing it carefully. Could they have looted it from a live-fire shooting range? I'm pretty sure there's a live ammunition range over in the Jongno district. Hajin replied instantly, That's the most logical explanation, but the real question is how they managed to drift all the way out here. Bottom line is, something about this smells extremely suspicious. Sitting on the bed in his graphic tee with the number 989 on it, Minjun frowned in deep thought. Hakchun suddenly stood up, turning to Hajun, and spoke. Anyway, the weather is finally clearing up, and young Minjun is looking a lot better. I think it's about time we gear up and start moving, don't you? Hajun immediately responded, Got it. I'll go tell my parents to start packing up. Then he turned back to Minjun and added, Before we head out, I'm going to go scout the path toward Gagunja. We still have about 5 to 6 kilometers left to cover, so we need to map out at least a 1 to 2 kilometer driving route for the vehicles. Suddenly, Minjun stepped forward. Mind if I tag along with you? Hearing this, Hakchun quickly asked out of genuine concern, Are you sure you're up for it? At the exact same time, Yina's face completely drained of color. Her eyes widened in pure panic, and she jumped back, totally startled. Wait, what? She just couldn't hold back anymore. She practically lunged toward him, her hands clasped tightly together as she cried out in panic. No, please don't go. Jung Minjun just blinked at her, looking completely clueless as he asked. Huh? Yina scowled, immediately yelling back at him. Where the hell do you think you're going? What if you just drop dead and pass out again? Minjun casually tugged at his shirt, answering like it was no big deal. I'm totally fine now, though. See? I'm completely back to normal. Getting completely called out by his logic. Yenna flusteredly stammered, raising her voice to cover it up. Damn it, how dare you just ditch me and leave, you little punk? No, If you're going out, then I'm coming with you, okay? Minjun's eyes went wide, totally bewildered. Huh? Hakchun, who had been standing there watching the whole thing unfold, let out a heavy sigh and teased her with his usual deadpan expression. Seriously, Han Yenna, you're clinging to Jung Minjun like a total leech, aren't you? That direct hit to her pride made Yenna's face turn burning red. What the hell did you just say? She squeezed her eyes shut, screaming her excuses in a sheer panic, her face flushing as red as a tomato. No, it's not like that. This idiot Young Minjun was practically on his deathbed just yesterday. I thought he was a goner. I'm just looking out for him, Kang Hakchun. Aren't you worried about him at all? Damn it, and you still have the nerve to call yourself his friend? A teasing laugh immediately shot back from the other side. Oh, wow, so that's how it is? Then why are you blowing up like a crazy person all of a sudden? Pushed totally into a corner by her own embarrassment, Yina grabbed her head, covered her ears, and violently shoved Minjun right in the chest. Ugh, whatever, I don't care, you crazy jerk. Just go wherever the hell you want. Shoved so hard he fell flat on his back, Minjun winced in pain. What the hell? She turned her back in a massive huff, throwing herself down onto the mattress as she panted with rage. Fine, just go. Go ahead and pass out there. Just drop dead in a ditch somewhere, see if I care. Minjun rubbed his face, muttering helplessly, completely baffled by her outburst. Seriously, what the hell is her problem? Seeing how chaotic things were getting, he just turned to his friend. Let's just go, Hakchun. Hakchun immediately nodded. Okay. The exact moment the two of them disappeared out the door, Yina quickly shot a glance after them. Her wide eyes were filled with a mix of genuine worry and pure sulkiness as she mumbled, Did that absolute jerk really just leave? The scene faded out, revealing a sweeping panoramic shot of the Sky Motel towering proudly against a crystal-clear blue sky. Eerie footsteps left heavy tracks across the dirt. A pair of white sneakers, utterly drenched in fresh, bright crimson blood, continued moving forward in dead silence. He tilted his head back, staring up at the glowing Sky Motel sign, and let out a dark, arrogant chuckle. Ha ha ha, so, it's really here, huh? A massive, imposing figure clad in a military camo jacket and hauling a black backpack stuffed with loot muttered under his breath. I've turned every single rundown motel in this area completely upside down. And I finally found it. His face twisted into a sickeningly ecstatic smile, his eyes bulging wide with absolute thrill. He slowly read the name of the building out loud. Sky Motel. From a shop behind him, the massive man stood dead still in the middle of the open road, his piercing gaze sweeping over the entire towering motel structure. The title card flashed across the screen. The apocalypse has arrived. Episode 23, The Devil of Sky Motel. A highly twisted, perverted smirk crept across his lips as he gloated in his mind. Just the thought of finally getting my hands on our sweet Yina is sending shivers of excitement down my entire body. But suddenly, his expression darkened. He froze in his tracks for a split second as if a sudden realization had just hit him. Wait a minute. His razor-sharp eyes narrowed with cold calculation as the dying words of that unfortunate soldier echoed in his head. That little punk, Kang Hak-chun, didn't that guy say he was carrying a gun? As he started walking again, his brow furrowed, scratching his head as he weighed the sheer difference in firepower. If that annoying little bastard is holed up in there too, things are gonna get real messy for me. Damn it, I need to use my head for a second. Suddenly, the heavy grinding noise of a metal door swinging open echoed from the parking lot entrance. He flinched, violently snapping his head around to look. To his utter shock, Min-jun and Hak-chun were casually strolling right out of that exact parking garage. Hak-chun glanced over at Jung Min-jun, asking, "Are you carrying the submachine gun?" Min-jun flinched slightly, turning back to answer. Huh? No, I'm pretty sure there's only one single bullet left in it anyway. Hak-chun casually continued. Well, whatever. I already showed you how to handle it last time, so you at least know how to shoot the damn thing, right? Meanwhile, the twisted killer had already vaulted over the fence with terrifying agility, tucking himself perfectly into the shadows behind the parking lot wall, completely hidden from the glaring sunlight. Unaware, Min-jun looked at his friend with genuine curiosity. Honestly, what I really want to know the most is the story of how you actually crossed the border. You've never once given me the full story. Hak-chun slung his rifle over his shoulder, his voice completely flat as he replied. If I were to tell you the whole thing, it would literally take days. Back then, it wasn't like I had the kind of cash to hire a damn smuggler to guide me. Min-jun stopped dead in his tracks, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Wait, you actually managed to escape into China without a guide? That's practically freaking impossible. Hak-chun didn't even bat an eye, his expression stone cold. Yeah, I was literally gambling with my own life. Meanwhile, the sinister killer lurking in the deep shadows eagerly eavesdropped on them, his psychotic eyes burning a hole right through them. A deeply sinister, utterly malicious glint flashed across the murderer's face as he hid behind the concrete wall, muttering to himself. What an absolute stroke of luck. Kang Hak-chun and Jung Min-jun just decided to waltz right out into the open like this. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto their weapons. Son of a bitch, those are real guns. Did they step out to run a reconnaissance mission on the perimeter? Slowly raising his head to look up at the windows of the massive motel building, the pieces rapidly clicked together in his twisted mind. Wait, so that means... His face instantly lit up with a sick, radiant joy, his eyes blazing with pure, chaotic thrill in the total darkness. Right now, inside that motel, Han Yena is completely, utterly defenseless. The camera violently tilted upwards, framing a familiar top-floor window, accompanied by the killer's overwhelmingly arrogant, mocking inner monologue. Even if there's some other pathetic loser from their group staying behind to play bodyguard, there is no way in hell anyone in there is more dangerous than me. The scene dramatically cut away, revealing a devastatingly chaotic street, completely littered with abandoned cars and massive trucks rotting under the blinding, scorching daytime sun. A terrifying guttural growl echoed from the deep shadows of the Double K Motel's parking garage. Two heavily blood-soaked zombies were aimlessly dragging their feet, wandering around completely soulless. The shot quickly cut back to Min-jun. Tightly gripping a heavily nailed baseball bat in his hands, he walked alongside Hak-chun, who was casually carrying his assault rifle. Wait, so you've actually known how to shoot a gun since you were just a little kid? Hak-chun offered a slight nod. Yeah. With a calmness so absolute it was genuinely terrifying, he began to slowly recount his dark past. Back then, right before I finally made my escape from North Korea, that was the very first time I ever murdered a person. Struck with a sudden chill of shock, Min-jun stuttered as he asked him, Wait, are you totally serious? Hak-chun slightly lowered his gaze. With his eyes fixed on a deeply distant hollow memory, he slowly explained. A long time ago, my uncle had already managed to cross the border and successfully settle down out here. Using that as an excuse, my family was branded as traitors. My parents were dragged off somewhere and tortured until they died. Hak-chun and Min-jun stopped in their tracks on the street. Chun went on. After that, there was this one bastard of a soldier, Mamalsas, who made life a living hell for me and my siblings, a fate worse than death. One day, he beat me half to death. I knew if it kept up, I was a dead man. So, the moment he let his guard down, I snatched his gun and pulled the trigger right then and there. I grabbed my younger siblings and we set off on a long, brutal journey. You were what, 12 years old back then? Min-jun stood there completely stunned, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. His eyes were wide with a mix of pure awe and disbelief. That's incredible. Hak-chun looked down at the chaotic pile of instant noodle boxes and relief supplies scattered across the sidewalk. Students in our country have it way too easy. They've never had to worry about where their next meal comes from. I guess all North Koreans are hardcore survivors like you, huh? It's not like that, Hak-chun confessed quietly, his hand gripping his gun a little tighter. Not every North Korean is some kind of survival expert. Honestly, physically, we're weaker, skinnier, and a lot smaller. Truth is, there's nothing special about me. It's just that running for my life for 2 years on the edge of death. I've been through hell and back, so I picked up a few tricks. Min-jun nodded slowly, finally understanding. The two of them continued walking down the trash-littered sidewalk, their long shadows stretching across the pavement. Still, Min-jun asked softly, don't you ever want to go back and visit your homeland? Hak-chun answered instantly, without a single shred of hesitation. No, never. The scene cut to a dark wooden motel door, the room number 203 barely visible in the shadows. Inside, Yena was sitting curled up on the bed. Her face was clouded with gloom, pouting with a deeply melancholic look in her eyes. The older woman staying with her stood in front of the bed, hands resting on her hips as she asked, Hey now, what's with the sudden gloomy mood? Yena quickly looked up, desperately trying to hide how worried she was about Min-jun. Oh, it's nothing, Auntie. Despite her words, Yena's face clearly betrayed her sad, sulky expression. She mumbled quietly, It's just, I'm so annoyed by my friends right now, especially that idiot young Min-jun. He's so physically weak, yet he keeps risking his neck running out there like a hero. The older woman smiled warmly, teasing her a little. Well, you have to admit he's putting himself on the line out there for everyone's sake. Besides, he's got Hak-chun with him, so don't worry your pretty little head too much. Staring blankly toward the door, Yena hesitated. I mean, Hak-chun is there, so I'm not that worried. Ugh, I don't even know. I'm just so irritated. Suddenly, the older woman's expression turned incredibly serious, completely contrasting with Yena, who kept whining in a resentful tone. I mean, no. What if that idiot actually dies out there? What am I supposed to do? The camera pulled back to show the whole room, with Yena throwing a fit on the bed. The auntie leaned in closer, a knowing look in her eyes. Our little Yena, you have a crush on that boy, don't you? The words hit a little too close to home, making Yena completely freeze up. Huh? Her face flushed completely red as she immediately went on the defensive, denying it flat out. No way! Absolutely not! The auntie just covered her mouth, chuckling with a sly, knowing smile. Oh ho ho, well, it's perfectly normal at your age, but if you say so, I'll drop it. Left all alone with her racing thoughts, Yena's eyes widened in sheer panic as she began to question her own sanity. Me? Having a crush on young Min-jun? That's absolutely ridiculous. Is it just because I've been so obsessively clingy with him lately? Is that how it looks to other people? No. This is definitely not what a crush feels like. Sitting cross-legged on the bed under the dim, flickering lights, Yena desperately grasped for an excuse. It's just, right now, young Min-jun is the only person in this messed up world I can actually rely on. That's all it is. A flashback washed over her, Min-jun's face smiling so gently at her as he said, Yena, you've really changed a lot. To think you'd actually take care of a total loser like me. Yena bit her lower lip, quietly admitting the truth deep down in her heart. He's right, I really have changed. The camera lingered on her back as her memories continued to drift. When the world ended, everything became completely equal. Visions of her glamorous, stylish past flashed by, strutting confidently down crowded pre-apocalypse city streets. She thought back with pride. Before the zombie outbreak hit, aside from my messed up, broken family, I had a life that anyone would be jealous of. I got whatever I wanted. I wore whatever I wanted. All I had to do was dress up and walk down the street, and guys would beg for my number, like 3 or 4 times a day. But her pride quickly twisted into frustrating resentment. Seriously, there wasn't a single guy alive who didn't fall head over heels for me. Well, except for that one older guy back in middle school. Suddenly, Yena's eyes shot wide open. It hit her like a ton of bricks, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Oh, damn it all. Is that why? Is it just because young Min-jun hasn't shown a single shred of interest in me? Her massive ego completely bruised, she flailed her arms in absolute frustration. Literally, every other guy is utterly obsessed with me. That total loser should be begging for my attention. He should be throwing himself at my feet. But no, he gives absolutely zero fucks. A complete zero like Jung Min-jun doesn't worship the ground I walk on? The scene snapped back to the present. Yena sat there, glaring daggers into thin air, her brain practically steaming with rage. That's exactly it. That absolute jerk acts like a lifeless wooden puppet. I get zero emotion from him, so I can't even tell if he likes me or not. Damn it, the audacity of that guy. The older woman sitting nearby just watched her mutter furiously to herself, completely baffled. Right in the middle of her silent temper tantrum, a sudden heavy knock at the door shattered the silence. Both of them jumped out of their skin and whipped around. Yena's heart pounded as the camera shifted to the pitch-black hallway outside. Knock, knock, knock. The slow, chilling sound echoed relentlessly. The older woman scrambled to her feet, her eyes narrowing as she stared at the door on high alert. Who could that be? Honey, is that you? She took a slow, hesitant step toward the pitch-black door, calling out with a desperate sliver of hope. Ha-un? Is that you? She held her breath, waiting for a reply, but the only answer she got was a dead, suffocating silence. She tried again. Or, is it Hak-chun and Min-jun? Are you boys back? Yina shot up from the bed. Every survival instinct in her body was screaming that something was horribly wrong. Wait, she cried out in a sheer panic. Auntie, don't! The knocking didn't stop, and then came a horrifying, metallic scraping sound. Someone or something was violently twisting the doorknob from the outside. The two of them froze in pure terror. Yina's face drained of all color, cold sweat soaking her trembling body. She screamed at the door, her voice cracking with sheer panic. Answer me! Who the hell is out there? The camera cut to an extreme close-up of the peephole on the heavy wooden door. The distorted view through the glass showed the pitch-black, eerily silent motel hallway, and there was absolutely no one there. Suddenly, right on the other side of the door, the tattooed killer sat slumped on the floor. Gripping a bloodstained dagger and a flashlight, his face twisted into an ecstatic, ear-to-ear manic smile, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Oh, holy shit, what do I do? This feels even more intoxicating than my first kill back in middle school. The camera zooms in on his deranged face, veins popping as he mutters in sick satisfaction. That was definitely Han Yena's voice earlier. And some other bitches too. He fingers the bloody blade, the flashlight's beam catching the cold steel as a twisted plan forms in his mind. Room 202. Let's pin this one down first. The guys with them might be lurking around, so I better check the other rooms. The flashlight beam hits the door of room 207, marked with a stark red X drawn in blood. The killer frowns, guessing, does this X mean do not enter? Feels like there's infected scum in there. Mid-mutter, his eyes suddenly widen, freezing as he hears movement from the next room. The view shifts to a light wooden door bearing the number plate, room 206. The door suddenly creaks open from the inside. The killer presses himself into the shadows, a look of surprise crossing his face. A man's gentle voice echoes from within. Hajun, wait here for a second, okay? As the middle-aged man with glasses steps out, he is still speaking. Dad's going over to Mom's for a bit. He freezes, coming face to face with the bloodthirsty young stranger. Sweating bullets, the man's jaw drops. He stumbles back in panic, staring right at the killer and stammering, Who are you? The villain's face is cast in shadows, a wicked smirk creeping across his lips. He casually replies, Who am I? I'm the guy looking for that little bitch, Han Yena. Eyes wide with terror, the man stutters. What? No, seriously, who the hell are you? The killer instantly snarls, cutting him off. Is there anyone else here besides you? Without giving his victim a chance to react, he whips out the dagger. The razor-sharp tip flashes in the dark as he swings it down ruthlessly. If you won't answer, then just die, you bastard. A vicious stab lands. Meanwhile, little Hajin peeks out from the room, his face a mask of utter confusion and sheer terror as he witnesses the horrific scene. The boy's eyes widen, his pupils shrinking as a weak, anguished gasp escapes his lips. Ah! He recklessly charges out, screaming in pure agony. Dad! The killer gets slammed into, pushed back against the wall with an irritated grunt. Ugh! With all his meager strength, Hajun frantically punches and kicks the killer's backpack, sobbing violently as he screams, Don't you touch my dad! The tattooed freak blinks in surprise, then, without an ounce of mercy, delivers a brutal, life-threatening kick straight into the boy, cursing through gritted teeth. What the hell is this, you little shit? Sent flying by the kick, the boy coughs up blood in agonizing pain. The commotion echoes all the way to room 203. Yina, who had her back turned, flinches and whips around to look at the door. The woman with her opens the door to peek into the hallway. All the blood drains from her face, and she lets out a blood-curdling shriek in absolute panic. The woman ahead is equally terrified. Ah! The aunt tries to rush out, wailing the child's name. Hajun! Yina is absolutely terrified, but fighting to keep it together, she hastily grabs the woman's shoulder and pulls her back. Auntie, stay here. I'll go out. Yina quickly drops to her knees, frantically rummaging through the backpack on the chair, sweating profusely. She mutters to herself, Where's the dagger? Her trembling, red manicured hands yank a razor-sharp hunting knife right out of its sheath. The light glints along the cold spine of the blade. Armed and ready, Yina decisively yanks the door wide open. Her sweat-drenched face clearly shows her fear, but her eyes blaze with furious, reckless determination. Before she can even make a move, a booming, steely shout from the hallway makes her jump. Get back inside! From the dim end of the corridor, Hak-chun charges in like a hurricane with an assault rifle, followed closely by Min-jun. Both are running for their lives to help. Quick as lightning, Hak-chun slides to a halt, spreading his legs into a rock-solid stance, throwing the rifle up and aiming dead at his target. At the scene, the killer is kneeling, pinning the father down onto the blood-soaked floor, brandishing his dagger to intimidate him. I asked if there's anyone else here. Answer me, you piece of shit! The father groans weakly, gasping for life on the floor. Gah! The pitch-black muzzle points directly at the killer's back. Hak-chun's voice rings out, cold and laced with killing intent. Freeze right there, you bastard! The killer goes rigid. He slowly turns his head, staring down the barrel aimed right at him, and clicks his tongue in annoyance. Ugh. From below comes the boy's feeble cry. Dad! The camera angles from behind Hak Chun, the rifle barrel aimed dead at the face of the tattooed killer who is now backing into the corner of the room, still gripping his bloody knife. Hak Chun's face is cloaked in shadow, his sharp eyes devoid of any emotion. He growls out every word. I can't believe I'm wasting my very last bullet on a scumbag like you. Park Sung-bin. He narrows one eye, locking perfectly onto the target, and delivers his final judgment. Go to hell! Hak Chun's rough finger decisively pulls the trigger. The shot is lined up perfectly with his head, but suddenly, Hak Chun's eyes bulge in shock, his pupils dilating in sheer panic. He frantically looks down at the gun in his hands, desperately checking the receiver. What the motherfucker? Why the hell is it jamming now? Seizing the life or death opening, Park Sung-bin lunges forward like a wild beast hunting its prey, tearing through the air to finish off his opponent. Reacting with lightning speed, Hak Chun throws the useless rifle to the ground, instantly drawing a dagger from his pocket and dropping into a stabbing stance. And just like that, Sung-bin halts in his tracks, spotting the blade waiting for him behind Hak Chun's back. The series title appears on screen. The apocalypse has arrived. Episode 24, You Will Die by My Hands. The timeline rewinds a bit. A quiet daytime street scene is shown, littered with abandoned cars. Minjun's white sneakers mid-stride suddenly grind to a halt on the sidewalk. Seeing his friend freeze up, Hak Chun glanced back, his eyes laced with concern. What's wrong, Minwon? Minwon kept his head down, cold sweat pouring down his pale cheeks. He muttered weakly. I think the symptoms are acting up again. With trembling hands, he pulled up his shirt. Look at this. Revealed beneath was a jagged, swollen cluster of stitches. Around it, a terrifying web of pitch black and sickly red veins. The zombie virus was aggressively spreading under his skin. I'm so dizzy. I think I'm running a fever again. Seeing Minwon in such a fragile state, Hak Chun furrowed his brows, his voice dropping into a tone of deep concern. You were doing just fine a minute ago? Why the sudden relapse? Hak Chun gripped his gun a little tighter, looking back at his exhausted best friend with a heavy sigh. Yeah, no, I was right. You shouldn't be pushing yourself like this. I'm taking you back to the motel. Just rest up for today. Minwon replied with pure exhaustion in his voice. Yeah. Minwon's face was drenched in cold sweat. His eyes were completely glazed over as the agonizing pain ate away at him. Inside his head, a single bitter curse echoed. Damn it all. He tightly gripped his side, where the wound was fiercely throbbing with sharp, relentless pain. He gritted his teeth, thinking miserably, why the hell does it hurt so much all of a sudden? Not this again. The camera panned to a bird's eye view, revealing a completely dead and deserted city intersection. Abandoned trucks and cars were scattered everywhere, forming a chillingly silent wasteland. As they walked, Hak Chun's sharp ears suddenly picked up a strange noise. He stopped dead in his tracks, instantly going on high alert. The moment he glanced up at the familiar windows of the Sky Motel, a blood-curdling scream tore through the dead silence. Ah! The agonizing shriek made both of them jump out of their skin. Snapping back to the breathtaking melee of the present, the heavily tattooed Park Sung-bin wildly slapped aside Hak Chun's jammed rifle. Riding on that desperate momentum, the thug lunged forward with everything he had. The wicked blade in his hand sliced through the air, aimed directly at Hak Chun's vitals for a one-hit kill. Too bad for him, Hak Chun wasn't just some pushover. With terrifyingly sharp reflexes, Hak Chun instantly drew his own combat knife, parrying the killer's lethal thrust with only millimeters to spare. With the masterful grace of a close-quarters combat expert, Hak Chun flicked his wrist and delivered a razor-sharp slash right across Sung-bin's knife-wielding arm. Taking the lightning-fast counterattack head-on, Sung-bin stumbled backward. He clutched his bleeding arm, his face contorting as he roared in agony. Arg! The dim light revealed a deep, nasty gash across the thug's camo jacket. Crimson blood poured out, quickly soaking his entire sleeve. Seizing a split second of distraction, Sung-bin launched his blood-stained sneaker into the air, delivering a brutal front kick straight into Hak Chun's gut. The heavy blow forced Hak Chun to slide backward. Meanwhile, Sung-bin's face was twisted in pain and absolute shock as he spat out a string of filthy curses. Arg! You absolute son of a bitch! He scrambled back into a pathetic fighting stance. The kitchen knife in his hand was shaking violently as his chest heaved for air. He stared at his opponent in sheer disbelief, thinking, does this punk train in MMA or something? How the hell did he block that? Huff. Huff. A freezing aura suffocated the room. Hak Chun stepped forward, his expression as cold and merciless as a seasoned assassin. The sight of him confidently gripping his combat knife made cold sweat pour down Sung-bin's face. The thug cursed under his breath. Kang Hak Chun, you miserable bastard! Sung-bin's eyes bulged with raw terror, beads of sweat racing down his forehead. In just a blink of an eye, he already slashed me. Hak Chun's blood-stained hand masterfully twirled the knife in a deadly reverse grip, dropping into a flawless execution stance. All the thug's previous arrogance vanished into thin air, entirely replaced by paralyzing dread. If he hits a vital organ, I'm dead meat, Sung-bin thought frantically. Even if I make a suicide rush, the moment that blade sinks into my back, it's game over. And that little brat, Jung Min-woon, is still looming right behind him too. The suffocating silence was abruptly shattered by Hak Chun's deep, bone-chillingly calm voice. How many people have you slaughtered with that knife? Sung-bin froze, completely thrown off by the sudden question. Under the dim beam of a flashlight, Hak Chun closed the distance step by agonizing step, perfectly dismantling the thug's psyche. Looking at how comfortably you're wielding a kitchen knife out here in the wasteland, I'm guessing zombies aren't the only ones you've butchered. You've carved up your fair share of survivors too, haven't you? To violently butcher an innocent professor like you just did, your brain is clearly fried. A dark, wicked smirk tugged at the corner of Hak Chun's lips. He dropped a spine-chilling confession, his gaze piercing straight through the killer's soul. I'm the exact same way, sinking a blade into living flesh. It feels pretty damn good, doesn't it? His eyes went dead and pitch black, radiating an absolutely monstrous bloodlust. He aimed his dripping blade straight at the thug's face. Especially when I get to carve up criminal trash like you! Feeling the Grim Reaper breathing down his neck, Sung-bin went pale as a ghost. He flashed a pathetic, forced smile, waving his hands in a desperate attempt to grovel. Wait a minute, King Hak Chun. Hey, come on, man. We don't have any real reason to kill each other here, do we? Pinned down by Hak Chun's absolute stare of utter disgust, the thug started desperately fishing for a way out. Ha! How about we make a deal? He frantically pointed toward the back of the room. Shifting the blame like a true coward just to save his own miserable skin, he stammered, Listen, my only beef is with that bitch Han Yana and Jung Min-woon. It's because of those two that my base got totally wiped out. My entire crew was slaughtered because of them. Just hand over Min-woon and that little bitch, and I swear on my life, I won't touch anyone else. I'll take off right now. Sure. In response to that pathetic sniveling speech, Hak Chun coldly delivered a single lethal counter. Cut the bullshit. Then what the hell were you trying to murder that innocent professor for? Sung-bin was instantly shut down, completely tongue-tied and unable to form a single excuse. Cornered and humiliated, the thug resorted to throwing a massive tantrum, screaming his lungs out with zero shame. Then put the damn knife away and stop fighting like a coward. We're both grown men. Let's settle this with our bare fists. You brought a blade to slaughter people, and now that you're losing, you suddenly want a fair fist fight? He cowered back, completely drenched in nervous sweat, yet his mouth kept running like a rabid dog. Drop your weapon and fight me man to man. Let's go. What's wrong, you little bitch? Too scared to fight without a toy? The tattooed psychopath desperately kept trash-talking, trying to provoke his opponent with a fake mask of pure arrogance. Don't back out now like a gutless little brat. But before the thug could even finish his sentence, Hak Chun made his move. He swung his blade with a cold, merciless precision, a flash of silver tearing through the air faster than lightning. Sung-bin violently clutched his now mutilated, bloody hand, his face completely morphing in agony as he shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Argh, my fucking fingers! A volcanic mixture of pure rage and absolute humiliation erupted inside him. He glared with bloodshot eyes, screaming like a total madman. I was in the middle of talking, you piece of shit. I told you to fight fair and square with your fists, you absolute son of a bitch! His entire body convulsed. He was drenched in a foul mix of furious sweat and paralyzing terror, his teeth grinding together so hard it sounded like bones cracking. You dirty motherfucker! Faced with such a pathetic, useless tantrum, Hak Chun merely let out a heavy sigh of absolute disgust. He didn't even flinch, his hand still comfortably gripping his blood-soaked blade. Realizing that his cheap provocations were completely useless, the killer's tough guy act shattered in an instant. He immediately dropped to his knees, his face twisted into the most pathetic, groveling expression of terror imaginable. With actual tears welling up in his eyes, he begged like a dog. Please, I'm begging you. Just let me go, just this once. Standing in the back, Min-woon could only stare in pure bewilderment at the thug's lightning-fast change of heart. Seeing this fully grown man bawling his eyes out was almost too pitiful to watch. The thug threw both of his bloody, mutilated hands into the air in total surrender, his mouth running a mile a minute trying to desperately talk his way out of death. Listen, I'm sorry for attacking that old man. He's probably not dead yet, so I swear I'll find a way to save him. Hak Chun's eyes narrowed, cold and ruthless, completely ignoring the scumbag's pathetic, sickening pleas echoing in his ears. Please! Hak Chun stared down at the thug as if looking at a filthy lower life form. Hak Chun delivered his ironclad judgment, his voice deadly quiet. You will pay for your crimes with your life. Park Sung-bin, I'm ending you right here. The thug bitterly spat a curse under his breath. Damn it! The kitchen knife slipped from his limp grip, clattering onto the checkered tile floor. Suddenly, he tightened the straps of his looted backpack, his eyes flashing with a suicidal, cornered madness. Fine then, let's see who dies first. Hak Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly caught off guard by his prey's desperate, last-ditch resistance. Sung-bin launched himself like a rabid beast backed into a corner, his face twisted in a manic scream. Even if I lose an arm or a leg, I'm dragging you down to hell with me, you bastard! He suddenly lunged at Hak Chun with terrifying force, aiming to tackle him flat onto the floor. Caught completely off guard by the close-quarters ambush, Hak Chun grimaced and roared in anger. You little punk! The two crashed into a fierce grapple, fingers interlaced, frantically wrestling for control over their weapons. Their legs tangled together, stumbling and trampling in circles across the narrow hallway tiles. Using his larger frame and momentum to bear down, Sungbin successfully slammed Hakchun onto the ground, letting out a triumphant roar. You piece of trash! The tattooed thug instantly mounted him, crushing his opponent under his dead weight so he couldn't even twitch. Sungbin clamped both hands around Hakchun's throat, viciously choking the air right out of him. Hakchun's face rapidly turned a bruised purple. The thug ruthlessly tightened his grip, dead set on crushing his windpipe. Hakchun thrashed and struggled wildly in agonizing torment. Pinning such a formidable opponent beneath him, Sungbin threw his head back and let out a manic, crazed laugh of pure victory. Kang Hakchun, you look down on me way too much, you arrogant little brat. Amidst his enemy's psychotic laughter, Hakchun suddenly shifted his gaze to the side, a flicker of hope igniting in his pupils. Standing tall right behind the thug was Minjun, raising a spiked baseball bat high into the air with absolute seething fury. Young Minjun! Minjun's face was drenched in sweat and blood. Gritting his teeth, he channeled every ounce of his remaining strength to bring down a fatal strike upon the scumbag's head. But right at that critical second, the agonizing pain from the zombie infection in his gut suddenly flared up violently. He froze mid-swing, letting out a pained groan before clutching his stomach and collapsing to his knees. Oh! The attack missed completely, and Minjun's body crashed heavily to the floor in total helplessness. Hakchun screamed in absolute horror, watching his friend drop right at the moment of life and death. Ah! Sungbin blinked, completely bewildered by what just happened. Pinned to the ground, Hakchun desperately tried to pry off the murderer's death grip, weakly gasping out his friend's name in pure despair. Young Minjun! Hakchun's eyes slowly rolled back into his head. His pupils lost focus, his consciousness completely drained away by the enemy's crushing chokehold. His bloodstained hand went utterly limp, letting the combat knife clatter onto the floor. Hakchun's body slumped lifelessly against the checkered tiles, falling dead silent and completely unconscious. Having escaped the jaws of death by a hair's breadth, Park Sung-bin shot up to his feet, throwing his head back to cackle like a total maniac. Pwah! Oh, Jungmin Jun, you pathetic little punk, he sneered, oozing with smug mockery. You absolute miserable loser. You really thought you could hit me with that bat? How dare you! Meanwhile, Minjun was curled up, clutching his stomach in excruciating, gut-wrenching agony. Cold sweat poured down Minjun's face. His eyes were squeezed shut, his face contorted as he endured the agonizing tearing pain from his insides, cursing his luck. Why did it have to be now? Sungbin smirked, licking his lips as he greedily analyzed his overwhelming advantage. Kang Hakchun is completely out cold. That old geezer is out of the fight too. So, all the men you have left are just you and that little brat? Glancing down at his bleeding hand, his fury violently flared back up. He glared, his voice dripping with venom. Damn it all! I just lost a freaking finger because of this bastard Kang Hakchun! Do you have any idea? Hearing this, Minjun's eyes shot wide open, heavily bloodshot and radiating a frantic, murderous intent. But the thug just kept on gloating. You pathetic dogs! I'm going to slaughter every single one of you in the most brutal, sickening way imaginable. The spiked baseball bat slipped right out of Minjun's grasp, clattering uselessly onto the floor. Seeing his prey practically disarm himself, Sungbin paused in confusion for a split second. Huh? The thug furrowed his brows, staring in utter bewilderment at the staggering boy. What the hell is this? Minjun clutched tightly at his side, stumbling forward on wobbly legs as agonizing groans spilled from his lips. Damn it, why is my body failing me like this? Minjun thought in despair. Am I already succumbing to the virus? Seeing this, Sungbin gripped his knife and stalked forward, his voice dripping with cruelty. If you're infected, I was going to have to kill you anyway, you piece of trash! But he suddenly stopped in his tracks, dumbfounded by his target's bizarre behavior. Huh? Minjun was frantically dragging himself toward one of the room doors. He slammed his entire body against the dark wooden frame, gasping weakly for air. Suddenly, Minjun raised his fist and began violently pounding on the door to room 205, a desperate yet entirely calculated move. The deafening thuds echoed down the entire hallway. Instantly, bloodthirsty guttural growls answered from inside the room. Sungbin froze stiff, all the color draining from his face. What the hell? Are there zombies in that room? Minjun completely ignored him, slamming his fist even harder against the wood, driving the undead inside into an absolute frenzy as they shrieked and clawed to get out. Finally realizing his prey's suicidal plan, Sungbin panicked and bellowed at the top of his lungs. What the hell are you doing? Chung Minjun, are you out of your freaking mind? You'd rather get torn to shreds by those freaks than just die by my hands? He wildly swung his knife and lunged forward to stop him. If you want to die so badly, I'll gladly send you to hell myself, you bastard. But he was too late. The doorknob had already been turned. The door burst wide open, and Minjun tumbled headfirst into the pitch-black room. Sungbin slammed on the brakes, skidding to a dead halt right in the middle of the hallway. The flashlight's beam pierced the empty void. From deep inside the pitch-black room that had just been thrown open, A chorus of savage, blood-curdling growls echoed out. A pair of pale, blood-soaked bare feet dragged themselves over the threshold. Zombies with mangled, scar-riddled bodies staggered out of the room, instantly catching the scent of fresh meat. The horde of the undead snarled, violently shoving against each other as they flooded the narrow hallway, completely cutting off Sungbin's path forward. The bastard's face drained of all color, drenched in cold sweat as he stammered, unable to form a single word. What the hell is this? His eyes shook with terror. His feet glued to the floor as the chilling realization hit him. He had walked right into a trap. That bastard, Minjun! The scene shifts to the inside of the room. Minjun was lurking just behind the cracked door, half of his face swallowed by the shadows, his eyes completely dead as he watched his tormentor get swarmed. A flashback begins. The scene reveals a trashed drinking table, littered with empty beer bottles, soda cans, junk food wrappers, and an overflowing ashtray. An aggressive, mocking voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Minjun! Sungbin's face from their high school days faded into view, dripping with that same arrogant, thuggish smirk. Before Yina gets here, we should probably do a little rehearsal, don't you think? Minjun stood there with nothing on from the waist down, wearing only an oversized t-shirt, his face buried in his chest as he endured the crushing, absolute humiliation. Sungbin burst into a sadistic, roaring laugh. Pull your damn boxers down and try jerking off for us. Let's see it, you little piece of trash. Holy shit, if Yina saw this, she'd probably pass out. A flood of pitch-black memories stabbed into Minjun's mind, tearing through him like a barrage of jagged knives. Sungbin roughly patted his cheek, mocking him. So, your name is Minjun, huh? I'm Park Sungbin. Real nice to meet you, buddy. Then, a vicious backhand slapped Minjun's head to the side. Ah, I'm just messing with you. What are you so tense for, you little bitch? The teasing continued. Whoa, look at that. Minjun's actually getting hard. The relentless insults echoed. You pathetic loser. Absolute trash. Fucking useless waste of space. I would really hate your fucking face. The image of Sungbin brutally stomping down on Minjun's body flashed by. Sungbin menacingly gripped a heavy brick in his hand, threatening him. Your pathetic dad is already dead, so why the hell are you still breathing? Sungbin delivered a vicious, sickening kick straight into the frail student's stomach. If you even think about writing my name in your little suicide note before you off yourself, you're dead meat, you hear me? Sungbin leaned in, his face inches away, planting seeds of absolute paralyzing terror. If you die, I swear to God, I will track down your pathetic, lonely mother and kill her too. Slamming back to the present inside the suffocating darkness of the room, Minjun's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. His eyes burned with the venomous hatred that had been festering for years. He thought to himself, that's right. My life turned into this living hell, all because of Park Sungbin. It's all because of you. The horrifying image of the zombies tearing flesh apart flashed through his mind, overlapping with the cold, unyielding death sentence echoing in his head. I am going to slaughter that absolute bastard. Here and now, I am your executioner. The camera shifts to behind the horde of bloodthirsty undead, capturing them as they sprinted madly towards Sungbin at the end of the hallway. Sungbin's face was ashen. He gripped his combat knife for dear life, screaming curses in absolute sheer panic. What the fuck is happening? Meanwhile, Hakshin, who had been completely bewildered in the background, seized the momentary distraction. He scrambled to his feet and bolted down the hallway, running entirely for his life. Hakshin thought to himself in a panic, I have no idea what the hell is going on, but... He frantically reached out and grabbed the doorknob of the nearest room. I need to hide in here. He shoved the door open with all his might, throwing his body into the pitch-black darkness inside to make his escape. Cutting back to Sungbin, he swung his knife like a madman, driving a brutal, lethal strike straight into the skull of a lunging zombie. Motherfucker! Without missing a beat, he flexed every muscle, wildly slashing and hacking into the relentless swarm of undead closing in around him. Suddenly, a monstrous zombie let out a savage shriek and launched its rotting body right at him. Sungbin contorted his face in disgust, bracing himself to block its terrifying pounce. He threw frantic punches while violently stabbing the blood-drenched monster repeatedly in the face, spitting out a stream of vulgar curses. Get off me, you fucking dog! Having barely fought off the first wave, Sungbin slumped heavily against the wall. He was dripping with sweat, panting violently as the curses kept flying from his mouth. Ha! Ha! Minjun! You little son of a bitch! He aggressively swept his flashlight across the suffocating darkness, roaring in sheer fury as he hunted for his prey. Minjun, you absolute son of a bitch! Where the fuck are you hiding? Suddenly, his expression froze. His eyes blew wide open in sheer horror as he realized what he was looking at. The flashlight's beam revealed a seemingly endless pitch-black corridor and an eerie, blood-chilling silence. The wet, dragging sounds of blood-stained bare feet began to echo as the undead slowly shuffled forward from the abyss. Guttural, bloodthirsty growls rumbled from the shadowy figures steadily creeping closer. Grrr! Sungbin's face twisted in pure dread, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as an overwhelming wave of terror consumed him. He muttered under his breath, utterly paralyzed by despair. You fucking monsters! While the horrifying roars of the undead continued to echo outside. The scene cuts to the inside of a dark room. Hakshin had his ear pressed tightly against the door, frantically listening to the chaos in the hallway, his forehead entirely soaked in cold sweat. What the hell is actually going on out there? Minjun, Hak-chun flinched, his eyes blowing wide in absolute shock when a faint, familiar voice called out from behind him. Dad! He whipped his head around, completely stunned to see the professor lying on the floor, barely clinging to life, while the young boy, Haroon, held onto his dying father and cried out, Professor!
Meanwhile, back out in the hallway, a massive, starving horde of zombies was shrieking like wild animals, stampeding forward like a violent, inescapable tidal wave. Standing face to face with an army of demons, Sungbin was drenched in a cold sweat, cursing helplessly at his impending doom.
Motherfucker! His desperate eyes darted wildly around the corridor before locking onto the door of room 210, violently marked with a blood-red X. With absolutely zero room to retreat, he took a massive gamble and grabbed the doorknob. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. It's not locked? Without a second thought, Sungbin shoved the door violently open, hurling his massive frame into the suffocating darkness of the room to hide. The exact second he slammed the door shut, the horde of undead crashed into it, violently slamming against the wooden frame, screeching and clawing at it like rabid beasts. Hak-chun was standing inside his room, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, thinking he had finally escaped death. But suddenly, the dead silence was violently shredded by a bone-chilling growl right next to his ear. He completely froze, his eyes bulging in absolute terror. Meanwhile, from the shadows of another room, a blood-drenched zombie with its jaw unhinged lunged straight at the intruder's face with a ferocious roar, causing Sungbin to shriek in pure, unadulterated terror. Oh, fuck! While outside the doors, swarms of shadowy undead violently lunged forward to tear their prey apart. The frantic banging on the doors, the agonizing, blood-curdling screams, and the sickening, wet sounds of flesh being ripped from bone echoed hauntingly through the air. Standing right in the middle of that very same pitch-black hallway, Minjun calmly rested a hand over his stomach, his eyes completely lifeless as he watched the horde of undead in their frenzied bloodlust. His enemies were still screaming, their agonizing wails echoing endlessly. Leaving the sickening sounds of flesh being devoured and horrifying shrieks behind him, Minjun simply turned around, casually strolling away. The crazed zombies brushed right past his shoulders, completely ignoring his presence, treating him as if he were completely invisible. Minjun muttered to himself, his voice dripping with an unfathomable, venomous rage. Tear that absolute bastard to shreds. In the end, I am the one who gets to pass judgment on you. The scene cuts back to the inside of the room. Hak-chun had snapped out of his daze, panicking violently as he knelt beside the middle-aged man lying in a pool of his own blood. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Professor, are you okay? The professor's face was completely drained of life. Gasping for air, he forced out his final despair-filled words. Hak-chun, I'm done for. Hak-chun was completely stunned, unable to believe his own hands. Sir, what are you saying? Desperately clinging to hope, Hak-chun kept trying to encourage him. 5 wounds of this size. We can definitely treat them. The ambulance has all the medical equipment. The exhausted man squeezed his eyes shut, weakly interrupting his student. The wounds aren't the problem. Hak-chun froze, his pupils dilating as the horrifying, cruel implication behind those words finally hit him. Staring at that knife, the entire room sank into a tragic, dead silence. The professor's young son collapsed beside him, sobbing out to him. Dad! Quickly pulling himself together, Hak-chun shot up, decisively giving orders to salvage the situation. He might not be infected yet.
I'll go out to the ambulance and get the first aid kit. As long as we stop the bleeding and treat the wound properly, he'll be fine. Hyun, help him apply pressure.
With that, Hak-chun moved to the door, stealthily cracking it open and peeking out to check the hallway. His eyes widened in shock. The corridor was littered with corpses, but the horde of zombies had completely vanished. Only Minjun stood there alone in the dead silence. Seeing Minjun just standing there in a daze, Hak-chun rushed over and bombarded him with questions. Jung Minjun? Seriously, what the hell just happened? Minjun looked at his friend and replied, I lured all the infected into this room. Through the wide-open window came the echoing shrieks of zombies falling to the ground below. Minjun bitterly explained, but the problem is, that bastard Sungbin somehow got lucky and escaped through the window. Still reeling from the bizarre phenomenon just now, Hak-chun suspiciously interrogated his friend. But earlier, I saw the infected completely ignoring you. They didn't attack you at all. Minjun lowered his gaze and replied, I don't know exactly why either. Minjun's face went blank as he recalled the strange sensation that had coursed through his body. I just had a gut feeling. It seems like whenever my symptoms flare up, the infected won't attack me, even though I have no idea when or why the symptoms trigger in the first place. Hak-chun frowned in deep thought, mentally calculating the uses of this reluctant new power. Mid-conversation, Minjun suddenly remembered something critical and whipped around in a panic. Wait, where is the professor? Hak-chun lowered his eyes, his voice heavy with sorrow and guilt. About that, the wound isn't too severe. But before he could even finish his sentence, the agonizing, panicked wails of a wife echoed from behind as she rushed in. Honey, is the professor going to be okay? Shifting back to a proactive stance, Hak-chun gave Yena his instructions and reloaded his assault rifle. Yena, help the professor stop the bleeding and get him on the bed. I'll head to the ambulance to grab the medical supplies. Yena obediently followed his orders. Yeah. Hak-chun looked at Min-jun with deep skepticism, questioning the weapon in his friend's hands. That's the last bullet. Are you absolutely sure it can fire? Min-jun gritted his teeth in silence. With his blood-stained hands, he decisively slammed the magazine into the rifle. He expertly pulled the charging handle, chambering around. The metallic clack echoed coldly through the air. Seeing his friend ready for battle, Hak-chun softly reminded him, "All right, now it's definitely ready to fire. Do you still remember how to use it from when I showed you earlier?" He began laying out a tracking plan. That bastard Park Sung-bin lost so much blood, there's no way he could have gotten far. Let's just patch up the professor first, and then you and I... Min-jun coldly cut him off. No, Min-jun's eyes flared with burning hatred. He ground out every single word with absolute resolve. I am going to kill him with my own hands. Then, his gaze suddenly grew quiet, and he spoke with unwavering determination. The professor. His wife is taking good care of him. Hak-chun looked at his friend thoughtfully, silently understanding that ironclad resolve. The scene shifts to the Sky Motel, standing tall beneath the clear blue sky, concealing the horrific crimes and chaos that had just unfolded inside. On the asphalt outside the motel, long, bright red streaks of fresh blood dragged across the ground. The unmistakable trail of a bloody escape. Tracking the blood to the main road, our hero Min-jun suddenly dropped to one knee. Leaning heavily on his rifle, his face contorted as he groaned in agony. His symptoms were flaring up again. Park Sung-bin's dark, crimson blood dripped, leaving a messy, elongated trail stained onto the asphalt. A perfect roadmap. As Min-jun walked, he rolled up his sleeve to check his arm. A flicker of surprise and relief crossed his eyes. The symptoms were subsiding. He casually strolled right through the middle of the snarling, wandering horde of the undead without a single bite. Still anxious, Min-jun picked up his pace. If he didn't hurry, the infected might just snap out of it and attack him. The camera angle tilts up, capturing the vibrant yet desolate neon signs of the karaoke bars. The bars sat tightly packed along the eerie, silent street. The enemy's blood continued to drip, leading him past a crumbling wall on the ground floor of the complex. On the other side of that wall, the tattooed thug Sung-bin was running for his miserable life, his mouth wide open as he gasped heavily down the alley. His face was drenched in sweat, his eyes screaming with terror and despair, yet he stubbornly told himself that he had to survive. He tightly clutched his bleeding bicep and ribs, gritting his teeth against the flesh-tearing pain to keep running. He had to survive at all costs. Limping erratically, he cursed himself, filled with bitter regret. God damn it, I should have looted the supplies from the ambulance on the first floor before bailing. Fucking idiot. Dragging his battered body, he reached the front of an old traditional house, his blood trail stretching all the way up to the wooden steps. After sneaking inside, he was swallowed by the dark, murky, and chillingly dead silence of the abandoned home. Under the dim beam of a flashlight, Sung-bin frantically ransacked the room, sweating bullets. Ha! Fuck! Is there seriously no first aid kit in here? I'm losing way too much blood. He dropped to his knees on the floor, tearing through every drawer, furiously cursing and shifting the blame onto everyone else. This is all because of that son of a bitch king Hak-chun. Now I'm stuck in this dog shit situation. God fucking damn it! Suddenly, a heavy sense of dread washed over him. He jolted, snapping his head to look behind him. Standing tall right at the threshold was Jung Min-jun, his assault rifle leveled directly at him. The backlit flashlight cast Min-jun's long, ominous shadow across the room. Sung-bin's eyes bulged in absolute shock. Staggering backward, his body went limp as he stammered, unable to believe his own eyes. How the hell did you track me all the way here? Min-jun's face was ice cold. Keeping the barrel pointed dead at him, he casually replied, Couldn't help it. Your stench of blood was just way too strong. Despite being at a total disadvantage, the thug forced out a stiff grin, furrowing his brow to salvage whatever scraps of pride he had left. Young Min-jun, I don't know what kind of black magic you're using to keep those infected from attacking you. From the perspective of the pitch-black muzzle aimed straight at him, Sung-bin continued his mocking provocations, trying desperately to intimidate his opponent. Besides, since when does a pathetic loser like you know how to use a gun? I saw you earlier. You couldn't even pull the damn trigger. What, is the gun broken or something? In response to his relentless mockery, Min-jun's eyes remained terrifyingly cold and calm, half swallowed by the shadows. Sung-bin's arrogant voice echoed steadily through the suffocating darkness. Young Min-jun, have you ever actually killed anyone with your own two hands? Min-jun lowered his gaze slightly, answering with chilling honesty. Up until now, I've never killed a single soul, not even the infected. His unwavering gaze locked dead onto his enemy, showing zero hesitation despite everything he had endured to survive. I've never taken a life, not even once. Without another word, Min-jun decisively raised the rifle to eye level, aiming flawlessly at the target right in front of him. My very first murder to Cynthia is going to be today. Hearing this absolute death sentence, Sung-bin suddenly burst into a brazen, mocking laugh. He clutched his stomach, laughing hysterically, his shameless and flippant attitude reaching its peak. Wahaha, holy shit. In my entire life, that's the funniest damn thing I've ever heard. His blood-smeared face leaned in close, an arrogant, fearless grin stretching across his lips. Young Min-jun, you don't have the guts to kill me. Through the rifle's iron sights, the barrel was aimed straight at Sungbin's eye, yet the bastard kept playing his twisted mind games. Because you're a good kid, you're not a piece of trash like me. He kept rambling, desperately trying to break the high schooler's willpower. Just because the world's gone to hell, you think you can act tough? Let's be real here. What do you think is going to happen if you kill me? Murder is the heaviest sin, you know. You know it, right? Even if the law doesn't punish you, do you really think your conscience will ever let you sleep at night after taking a life? The scumbag took a step back, throwing away whatever dignity he had left to weasel his way out. Is this because I bullied you back in the day? That's why you're so pissed off, right? Hey kid, all you want is an apology, right? Fine, I'm sorry. I really thought we were friends, so I took the jokes a bit too far. I sincerely apologize, man. Faced with that pathetic, hypocritical act, Min-jun remained absolutely still, his freezing gaze locked tight through the gun's sights. Even if this world is truly coming to an end, Min-jun's voice rang out, hard as steel, an irreversible death sentence. Just to see, absolute human garbage like you doesn't deserve to exist. And without a single second of hesitation, Min-jun pulled the trigger. A violent muzzle flash lit up the room, accompanied by a deafening gunshot that ripped through the dead silence. The bullet roared as it pierced its target. The killer's head snapped violently backward, fresh blood spraying into the air like a grotesque fountain. Drops of dark crimson splattered across the peeling ceiling, marking the exact moment the monster paid for his sins. As his lifeless body collapsed heavily onto the floor, a small trash can was kicked over, rolling across the blood-soaked ground. The gun smoke slowly faded. Min-jun gradually lowered the rifle, his eyes wide and utterly hollow as he stood frozen in the doorway. All the strength left his hands, letting the heavy rifle fall freely. It hit the wooden floor with a sharp clatter. His very first kill was sending his body into violent shock. His limp hands began trembling uncontrollably. Down on the floor, Park Sung-bin's face was drenched in fresh blood, his eyes bulging wide open in sheer disbelief, unable to fathom that the obedient little kid he used to trample on had actually pulled the trigger and ended his life. In the cramped room, Min-jun stood perfectly still, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at Park Sung-bin's bloody corpse slumped against the wall. Right beside it, a dark pool of blood was slowly spreading across the floor. The scene shifts to the Sky Building, towering under a clear blue sky, feeling strangely peaceful. Dragging his heavy, exhausted steps back, Min-jun stood blankly in front of the motel, his hand still gripping the rifle that had just taken a human life. His eyes were utterly hollow and empty, a weak, exhausted sigh escaping his lips. From the motel entrance, Yena stepped out, her face etched with deep worry, her brows furrowing the moment she saw his shattered state. Without a single word of warning, she rushed over, throwing her arms around Min-jun in a fierce, comforting embrace, burying her face into his shoulder. Yena sobbed quietly, overwhelmed by a mix of pure relief and lingering terror. Sniff. Sniff. The warm embrace from his close friend seemed to pull Min-jun back to reality. Suddenly, the quiet air was broken by a soft, deeply sorrowful voice. Professor? The scene cuts to the inside of a motel room, where dim light barely pierced the heavy silence. The entire group was gathered around a bed, a wife sobbing as she desperately called out her dying husband's name. Honey. The professor lay on the bed, clinging to his last breaths, surrounded by heart-wrenching, agonizing cries. Despite his fading breath, he still forced a gentle smile to comfort his loved ones. He slowly turned his head to look at his son, who was kneeling helplessly by the bed, tears streaming down his face. The old man spoke in a soft, tender voice. Ha-run! His voice was low, his eyes overflowing with boundless, unconditional love. I told you, didn't I? I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you sooner, but a few months ago I was diagnosed with cancer. I didn't have much time left to live anyway. Watching his son cry so hard he couldn't even make a sound, he gently reassured him. So, it's okay. Please don't be too heartbroken, my boy. The frail hand of a loving father reached out, gently patting his little boy's head one last time. You still have to reunite with your big sister, right? Isn't that right? The scene shifts outside to the parking lot, the very spot where the killer had committed his heinous crime. The professor's voice continued to echo, filled with profound philosophy and quiet acceptance. Every human being will eventually have to face death one day. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Back in the room, he continued using his stories to ease his son's unbearable pain. A friend of mine, he passed away from a terrible illness less than a year after his child was born. And there are so many people out there who had to face death even earlier than that. So many, my son. But I got to see you grow up this much, Ha-run. I truly believe I've lived a genuinely happy life, so please, don't be too sad. He smiled, an expression of total, peaceful contentment. That is just how life goes. Hee-chun and Min-jun stood in the corner of the room, silently witnessing everything unfold. Both of their faces were painted with a profound, heavy sorrow. The scene cuts to the dark wooden door of room 206, left slightly ajar. Inside, the professor called Hee-chun over and made a guilt-ridden confession. What I just told Ha-run, it was all a lie. Hee-chun, his heart heavy with grief, replied quietly, Sir, about that. The old man looked straight at Hee-chun, his eyes filled with absolute trust and a final plea. It's the truth. Me being diagnosed with cancer, it was never true. His voice grew weaker, carrying the ultimate heartbreak of a loving father. I had to say that, so my boy would suffer just a little bit less. The man's face laid bare his raw agony and absolute helplessness against his cruel, twisted fate. If he finds out his dad died for nothing like this, there's no way Harun will be able to handle it. He squeezed out every single word, his eyes begging in utter desperation. Please, keep this a secret from Harun. Hun stood completely frozen, a single drop of sweat rolling down his temple. He thought to himself, filled with both deep admiration and crushing sorrow. Seeing the young man's hesitation, the older man quickly explained, right up to the very end, this is all I can do as a father. The professor leaned his head back, staring up at the ceiling with a bitter, hollow smile. I've lived a pretty long life anyway. It wasn't a bad run. His eyes drifted toward the window, his voice heavy with regret and desperate longing. Hak-young, my little girl. If only I could see her just one last time. He gathered every last ounce of his strength to look straight at Hun, delivering his final dying wish. Please, help my family and my daughter reunite. The professor's wrinkled, wound-covered hand tightly gripped his wife's. His voice came out frail and weak. Honey. His wife sobbed in absolute despair. He gently whispered, I'm leaving Hak-young and Harun in your hands. The scene shifted to the corner of the motel room, drowning in a suffocating dead silence. Hak-chun turned his back and started to walk away. The professor called out, stopping him in his tracks with one last plea. When I turn into one of the infected, don't kill me. Just leave me behind in this room. The young man stood silently in the dark, listening to his teacher's agonizing rationale. Once I turn into an infected, I won't be human anymore. I might starve to death locked inside this room, but if I somehow manage to survive as a monster. His gaze fixed on the window, holding onto a faint, flickering glimmer of hope for a brighter future. A day when the chaos of this world would finally settle, when a cure would be invented or technology could fully heal this nightmare. If by some miracle, a day like that comes, he curled up in his blanket, his voice fading but still full of yearning. Cough! Cough! Come back for me then! Hak-chun turned around, his face completely swallowed by the shadows, offering no reply. He stood at the threshold, his voice deep and heavy as he accepted the heart-wrenching request. Then, I will be waiting. The scene cut to the Sky Motel sign, standing tall against the bright blue sky, a cruel, stark contrast to the grueling tragedy unfolding inside. Up on the motel rooftop, the three of them stood in deep thought. Min-jun muttered, just like the professor hoped. Could there really be a cure out there to turn the infected back to normal? Hak-chun crossed his arms, dropping a harsh reality check. I'm no medical expert, so I can't say for sure, but the way I see it, it's practically impossible. He continued his cold, calculating analysis, echoing the professor's very own words. Once they turn into the infected, they are not human anymore. There's still no solid proof that the infected can actually starve to death, even after months without food. Of course, if a cure gets developed soon, that'd be a miracle. Yenna quickly changed the subject, asking about the bizarre event from earlier. Oh, right. By the way, what exactly happened down in the hallway? Hak-chun immediately spoke up. The infected completely ignored Jung Min-jun. But back then, it looked exactly like Jung Min-jun was actually commanding the horde. Yenna stared at Min-jun with eyes full of suspicion. Seeing everyone's reaction, even Yenna started feeling a little flustered. Wait, does that even make sense? Jung Min-jun ordering the infected around? Min-jun broke into a nervous sweat and hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. I just screamed out of pure anger back then, I swear. Hun offered a much more logical theory. You really think the infected listened to you and attacked Park Dong-bin on command? It's probably just because there was an uninfected person standing right in front of them, so they lunged. Simple as that. Min-jun nodded in agreement. Yeah, Hun continued his deduction. The infected only ignore you when your symptoms flare up, right? Are those symptoms going to trigger again? Min-jun replied. Yeah, probably, but honestly, I have absolutely no idea when it's going to act up next. Suddenly, something clicked in Min-jun's head. Oh, speaking of which, in the game Red Z, there's an overlord who controls the zombie hordes. The dark, menacing silhouette of a monster loomed as he spoke. They call him the Undead King. In that game's lore, he's the only special infected with full consciousness. He can think exactly like a human, command the horde, and make them move with actual tactical intelligence. But then he quickly brushed off the ridiculous idea. Of course, I highly doubt I've suddenly turned into the Undead King or anything. My symptoms keep coming and going. The second they fade, the infected try to tear me apart again. I don't even know if I'm completely infected, or if I'm somehow immune but dealing with crazy side effects. He wrapped up his thoughts. As for whether I can actually control the infected, I'll just have to test it out the next time my symptoms flare up. While the two guys were deeply engrossed in their serious discussion, Yenna was spiraling into an entirely different kind of panic. But if Jung Min-jun stays half infected like this? A dramatic tear rolled down her cheek. She thought to herself in pure horror, wait, could I end up catching it from him? Yenna gripped the hem of her shirt tightly, a mix of fear and sheer selfishness bubbling up. Wait, if that's the case, isn't it super dangerous to even be near him? Don't tell me. And just like that, the girl's train of thought took a wild, completely unexpected turn. Wait, does that mean no kissing or hugging? Does this mean romance is completely off the table with young Minjun? She kept muttering to herself with dead serious intensity. I mean, obviously there is absolutely nothing going on between me and that idiot. But if he turns into an infected and can never date a girl again, what is he gonna do? Like, sure, I would never date a guy like him in a million years. But if that idiot goes his entire life without ever kissing a girl and dies completely single, oh my god, what a disaster. Yena looked at Minjun with eyes full of utter pity and sighed heavily. Ha! He's just so pitiful. Young Minjun hasn't even experienced a girl's touch his whole life, and now... She pressed her hands together in dramatic prayer before abruptly turning on her heel and walking away. Please God, just don't let him get fully infected. Leaving Minjun completely baffled behind them. Out front of the motel, surrounded by a scattered mess of supplies, the ambulance engine rumbled to life, locked and loaded for a brutal new journey ahead. Slinging a massive backpack over his shoulder, Hakchun turned to the group. Minjun, Yenna, along with the professor's wife and little brother. He double-checked. You guys didn't leave anything behind, right? The whole group answered in unison. No. Looking at the frail woman, still completely shattered from losing her husband, Hakchun stepped up and gently offered, Ma'am, please, let me take the wheel. He gave a soft, reassuring smirk. I mean, I don't exactly have a driver's license, but in a ruined world like this, I guess that doesn't really matter anymore, does it? Ha Yun's mother gave the small, trusting nod. All right, I trust you. Hakchun's eyes darted to the side, his mind already calculating the safest and most strategic seating arrangement. His buddy Minjun stood right next to him, his face still heavy with deep sorrow and sheer, bone-deep exhaustion. Having just recovered from a severe illness, Hakchun wasted no time barking out orders. Minjun, you, Yenna, and Ma'am take the back seats together. Hajun, you're riding shotgun with me. Minjun blinked, taken aback for a split second, but obediently nodded along. Yeah, got it. Sliding into the driver's seat and gripping the steering wheel. Hakchun stared out the windshield at the desolate, ruined streets, running the numbers in his head. It's about 45 kilometers from here to Gunza. Getting cornered in a vehicle is the absolute worst-case scenario. I've got to drive smart, very, very carefully. The ambulance tires began to roll, crunching over the dried, blackened blood splattered across the asphalt. The vehicle slowly crept out of the motel lot, officially plunging the group back into the broken, death-filled wasteland outside. Inside the cabin, Hakchun kept his eyes dead fixed on the road, softly calling out to the kid beside him. Hey, Ha-yun! The little boy turned to him, looking lost. Yes, sir? Hakchun's face suddenly grew unusually solemn. He slowly began to open up about his own gritty, blood-stained past. When I was exactly your age, I escaped from North Korea. His eyes carried a heavy sadness, mixed with the cold, hardened look of a survivor. Before that, both my parents had already passed away. Sneaking out with my two younger siblings, who were only 7 and 9 at the time, man, we went through absolute hell. And during that hell, I lost my little brother. Hakchun's hand rested on the gear shift, his voice steady but carrying the crushing weight of pure survival. But back then, besides forcing myself to accept it, there was literally nothing else I could do. I mean, between risking my life just to breathe and constantly running, I didn't even have the luxury to sit down and cry. He turned to look Hae-yun dead in the eye, delivering advice that was harsh but incredibly real. I can't give you sweet, comforting words, kid, but listen to me. Until we find your sister, the only person left who can protect your mom, your only remaining family, is you. Just you. The tattooed young man's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp and deadly serious. So you need to stay wide awake and keep your head straight. Hae-yun stared with wide eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as he looked up at his older companion, fully absorbing every single word of that brutal but necessary lesson. You are not just some normal little kid anymore. The boy ducked his head, biting his lip hard to choke back the agonizing grief of losing his father. He answered with total obedience. I understand. Right as the heavy conversation settled, Hakchun violently flinched, slamming on the brakes. His eyes blew wide open in shock. Way down the intersection, a grotesque silhouette emerged from the fog, making him furrow his brows in absolute nerve-wracking tension. Hold on. What the hell is that over there? The ambulance jerked to a violent halt, sitting dead silent in the middle of a deserted street littered with abandoned cars. From the view of the ambulance's windshield, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet, reeking of an ominous, sickening dread. Smashing into Hakchun's line of sight was a bristling array of razor-sharp steel spikes, attached to a heavily modified monstrous vehicle rumbling straight toward them. Massive, blood-stained spears were welded brutally to the front bumper, practically screaming to shred anything in their path. And then, a scene of absolute barbaric madness revealed itself. A zombie was bound by its wrists, crucified to a wooden cross violently bolted straight onto the armored car's hood. Its jaw snapped wildly as it shrieked without end. Hakchun froze, utterly stunned. The menacing, jury-rigged beast of a truck, plated entirely in thick, heavy iron sheets, rolled down the street with terrifying arrogance. It looked exactly like a battle tank ripped straight out of a post-apocalyptic sci-fi movie. Breaking into a cold sweat, he muttered to himself, What the hell is that thing? Is it heading right for us? Sensing extreme life-threatening danger rapidly closing in, Hak-chun frantically shoved Ha-yun's head down beneath the dashboard. Get down, now! The boy panicked, curling himself into a tight ball, his voice trembling. Wait, what's going on? Hiding inside the cab, a drop of freezing sweat rolled down Hak-chun's forehead, his eyes narrowing into maximum predatory alert. I don't know who they are, but whoever's driving that thing... The armored truck menacingly crept right up to the intersection directly in front of them. Hak-chun made a dead certain conclusion. They are absolutely dangerous. Back in the medical bay, Yena and Min-jun were completely clueless about the nightmare unfolding outside. They exchanged confused glances before Yena nervously called out to the front. What's going on up there? Did we hit a pack of the infected? Why did we stop? Meanwhile, the crucified zombie on the stranger's hood kept snapping its jaws, shrieking and thrashing around in absolute frenzy. Roar! Suddenly, the armored truck slammed its brakes, stalling dead in the middle of the intersection. The tires screeched against the pavement with an ear-piercing squeal. Hak-chun peeked out, his heart hammering violently against his ribs. Okay, it stopped. Shit, did they spot us? Quick as a flash, he unsheathed his combat knife. His brain immediately went into overdrive, calculating a life-or-death tactical strike. If this turns into a bloodbath, should I take them out with close-quarters combat? No. If there are two or more of them, that's way too risky. Out of nowhere, a wandering zombie from a nearby alley got drawn in by the noise, staggering frantically straight toward the armored truck. There's an infected roaming close by! From a tiny rectangular slit carved into the strange vehicle's steel armor, a pitch-black gun barrel equipped with a silencer slowly poked out. A silent, deadly bullet spat out, skipping the deafening roar of gunfire, and slammed straight into the doomed zombie's head, completely blowing its skull wide open. Gore and blood splattered everywhere. Hak-chun aggressively flinched, his eyes popping out in sheer terror at the sight of that abnormal weapon. That was a gunshot, but the sound was totally off. From inside the armored beast, a cocky, arrogant voice echoed out through the steel slit. Hell yeah, did you just see that sick headshot? Another guy's voice instantly fired back with dripping sarcasm. Man, the thing was literally right in front of your face. A blind guy could have hit that. Damn it. Are all the survivors dead or what? Not a single soul in sight. An armored beast of a vehicle parked arrogantly, barricading the entire street. A third voice chimed in, dripping with annoyance and frustration. Well, look at how you decorated the hood of this thing. Anyone who sees that is going to run for the hills. Isn't that obvious? Whatever, just drop it. Let's figure out where to raid next. Whether we're grabbing people or snatching food, we still gotta meet our quota. The ambulance's tires screeched as it darted through the streets, desperately trying to shake off their pursuers. Leaving the suffocating tension behind, the ambulance went dead silent, hiding temporarily behind a yellow truck. Hak-chun narrowed his eyes, hyper-focused on the windshield, watching for any sign of movement. Thank God. Looks like they passed us. He slumped back into the driver's seat, exhaling a deep breath as if a crushing weight had just been lifted off his chest. Phew, seems like they're completely gone. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ha-jun clutched his chest and let out a shaky breath. Man, that was way too close. But the peace was fleeting. Hak-chun furrowed his brows, his gaze turning sharp, overshadowed by a heavy, ominous feeling. We need to move. Now. I've got a bad feeling about this. From a bird's eye view, the ambulance slowly crept out of its hiding spot, rolling through the dead silent intersection. The ruined cityscape slipped past the windows. A towering building with a massive KP Korea telecom sign stood perfectly still against the clear blue sky. They weaved through streets gridlocked by violently crashed cars, the chaotic rusted scars of the outbreak's earliest days. Miraculously, the ambulance managed to thread its way into wider, relatively clear, main roads. Gripping the steering wheel tight, Hak-chun began assessing their situation out loud. Good thing the roads aren't as jammed as I thought, but what if we hit a dead end and can't drive anymore? Ha-jun calmly replied. Then we'll just have to carefully avoid the infected and go on foot, obviously. Hak-chun kept his eyes locked on the road ahead, mentally calculating their next route. We're about 1 or 2 kilometers from the Gagunja area. We can probably walk from there. Right in the middle of his planning, Hak-chun violently flinched. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he glanced at the rearview mirror. What? A nightmare stared back at him from the mirror. That monstrous armored vehicle, with a zombie literally strapped to its hood, was looming right behind them, closing the distance. Cold sweat drenched his temples. Hak-chun whipped his head around, screaming at Ha-jun in sheer panic. Are you kidding me? Those bastards from earlier are on our tail! The boy jumped out of his skin, stammering, What? A nightmare stared back at him from the mirror. That monstrous armored vehicle, with a zombie literally strapped to its hood, was looming right behind them, closing the distance. Cold sweat drenched his temples. Hak-chun whipped his head around, screaming at Min-jun in sheer panic. Are you kidding me? Those bastards from earlier are on our tail! The refugee boy jumped out of his skin, stammering, What? Without hesitating for a single second, Hak-chun yanked the steering wheel hard. The ambulance drifted brutally, burning rubber on the asphalt and leaving pitch-black tire marks in a desperate bid to lose the enemy. The engine roared as the ambulance shot forward like an arrow, speeding frantically toward a massive intersection. The eerie, dead silence outside was a chilling contrast to the chaotic chase happening inside the vehicle. With expert precision, Hak-chun whipped the ambulance into a narrower street, frantically searching for an escape route. But suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. The vehicle jerked to a violent halt, tires skidding and screaming against the pavement. And in a split second, the armored beast was already riding their bumper. It loomed over them like the Grim Reaper himself coming to collect. Hak-chun gripped the wheel, sweating bullets. His wide eyes were a messy blend of pure panic and utter despair. The sight before him was a literal graveyard of vehicles. Mangled cars piled on top of each other, completely barricading the only way forward. Hak-chun gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it all! The road is completely blocked! Trapped in a corner, his eyes darted around wildly, desperate for even the thinnest sliver of hope. His gaze locked onto the barrier gate of an underground parking garage just off the street. A reckless idea flashed through his mind. Shifting gears with lightning speed, Hak-chun bit his lip and bet it all on a deadly gamble. The place could be crawling with the infected, but right now, they just had to ram their way in and pray. Tires screeching against the asphalt, the ambulance charged straight ahead, smashing right through the barrier gate and plunging into the pitch-black parking tunnel. In the backseat, Yina and Hajin's mother clung to each other for dear life, their faces pressed against the rear window, eyes wide with sheer terror. Yina stammered, voice shaking. What is going on? Is that dangerous car from earlier chasing us? Ha-jun's mother gasped, utterly horrified. Excuse me? What? The ambulance barely made it deep into the garage before it had to slam on the brakes again. Right in front of them, a chaotic mess of abandoned cars blocked the entire pathway. Blocked off. Nowhere to run. Hak-chun's face darkened as sweat trickled down his cheek. Through the suffocating tension, he quietly made his choice. It's come to this. Guess it's time to put my life on the line. He spun around in his seat, his voice cold and commanding as he gave orders to the back. This is a dead end. We have no choice but to face those bastards head on. Everyone, stay inside the car. Whatever happens, you need to brace yourselves. Hajin's mother grabbed his sleeve, terrified. Wait, what are you doing? Ignoring her, Hak-chun threw the car door open and stepped out to face the enemy. Hajin's mother still called out to him, frantically pleading, What if they aren't bad guys? You have to be careful. Hak-chun! Under the blinding glare of the ambulance's headlights illuminating a dark corner of the garage, Hak-chun marched forward. He gripped his weapon tight, his mind racing with cold, tactical calculations. Sure, it'd be great if they were friendly, but if they're enemies, I'll just have to fight. Looking down at the gun in his hands, Hak-chun silently assessed their grim reality. My weapon is an empty K2 assault rifle with a combat knife hastily duct taped to it, plus one spare blade. I have no idea how many of them are out there or what kind of firepower they're packing. If they have actual guns, I'm obviously at a massive disadvantage. Crouching behind a concrete pillar in the garage, he kept analyzing the odds. No matter how good I am at close quarters combat, fighting a gun with a knife is a whole different ballgame. And if those guys are trained shooters, it's even more dangerous. His tense profile was swallowed by the shadows as Hak-chun steeled his resolve. If things get truly dangerous... His eyes burned with absolute, unwavering determination. I won't hesitate for a second, even if I have to do it alone. Hak-chun cautiously peeked out from behind the pillar, scanning the entrance ramp for any sign of movement. Seeing the ramp completely empty, he furrowed his brows in confusion. What the... Are they not coming down? The camera angle shifts to behind a slightly cracked wall, spying on the chaos unfolding up on the street. Up on the street, the man on top of the armored vehicle's hood screamed in frustration as a horde of zombies swarmed around them, snarling. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! You want me to go alone? A guy in a gray jacket gripping a silenced assault rifle stood next to the vehicle and answered. Ah, good point. Neither of us can really leave our posts. Fine. I get it. I'll go. The man with the gun coldly racked the slide, muttering with ruthless, sadistic arrogance. Bottom line, if they can't be broken as slaves, just wipe them out. Besides, who the hell is more dangerous than me? Catching a glimpse of that weapon through the crack, Hak-chun's pupils shrank in pure horror. That's a gun! Cold sweat broke out, completely drenching his temples. Hak-chun instantly knew but their lives were on the line. We have to get the hell out of here. Now. Without missing a beat, he spun around and sprinted like a madman back to the ambulance. Yanking the door open, Hak-chun barked out orders in a frantic, breathless voice. Everyone, get out of the van. We need to hide. Right now. The whole group sitting inside jumped, completely caught off guard. Huh? He whipped around, grabbing Minjin by the collar, firing off questions. Minjin, how are you feeling? Have the symptoms triggered yet? Minjin stammered, completely lost. Shh! Huh? Why are you asking that out of nowhere? I feel perfectly fine right now. Hak-chun gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. Damn it all. He immediately whipped his head toward Yina, desperate to confirm the situation. Yina, can you sense anything deep inside this parking garage? Yina blinked, quickly extending her senses. Ah. She furrowed her brow, focusing hard before answering. I definitely feel them, but it's not a massive horde. Probably around 45 of them. Under the flickering dim lights of the underground garage, Hak-chun tightened his grip on his bayonet-equipped rifle. Flicking on his flashlight, he crept forward, scanning the path ahead. The beam cut through the darkness, hitting a blind corner, revealing a smashed car splattered with fresh crimson blood, just as a bone-chilling growl echoed through the air. Hak-chun froze, instantly on high alert. He held his breath, stepping as lightly as a ghost to avoid making a single sound. Taking point, Hak-chun silently hand-signaled the group to tiptoe past the dark, shambling silhouettes of the undead wandering the garage. He carefully pushed open the heavy glass doors, finally revealing an escape route from the pitch-black parking zone. The second they slipped through, Hak-chun waved his hand, urging everyone to huddle close. This way! Catching sight of the emergency stairwell up ahead, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God! It's unlocked. Hak-chun turned, locking eyes with Minjun, his tone dropping dead serious. Minjun, you lead everyone upstairs and find a safe place to lay low. Those things might wander into the first floor, so stay sharp. Minjun panicked, his eyes widening. Hak-chun? What about you? With an unwavering gaze, Hak-chun refused to back down. I have to deal with that bastard. Even if he has a gun, he's only one guy. I can close the distance and take him in hand-to-hand combat. Minjun desperately threw his arms out to block him. Are you crazy? No way. Even if you do that, your gun is completely out of ammo. Refusing to be swayed, Hak-chun quickly formed a tactical plan. Then I'll just have to bait him out. You take everyone, find a room in this building, lock the door, and hide. Do not step outside until I give you the signal. Minjun bit his lip, his sweat-drenched face filled with intense worry as he gave his final warning. Just please be careful, man, Hak-chun replied with a curt nod. Don't worry about me, leaving the entire group behind. Hak-chun spun around, plunging himself back into the pitch-black parking garage to act as human bait. Meanwhile, just outside the underground structure, a few scattered survivors were screaming in sheer panic, running for their lives from the infected horde. Hey, help me! Son of a bitch! The assassin in the gray jacket dropped to one knee, coldly firing off rounds from his silenced rifle. The infected found me. Even with a suppressor, firing indoors was bound to draw the infected horde right to him. The zombies taking headshots collapsed one after another with grotesque thuds. Hiding behind a concrete pillar, Hak-chun was sweating bullets, rapidly analyzing the enemy's firepower. Looks like that bastard has plenty of ammo, but where the hell did he even get his hands on a suppressed assault rifle? His knuckles turned white as he gripped the handguard of his empty K2 rifle. Hak-chun took a slow, deep breath, steeling his nerves for an unforgiving life-or-death battle. He blinked, seemingly accepting a brutal reality if it meant making it out alive. If things really go to hell, I might just have to ditch them and run for my own life. The scene shifted, revealing the grim, oppressive atmosphere of the lower levels. Meanwhile, Minjun and Yina were tiptoeing down the eerily dead-silent hallway of an abandoned building. Minjun whispered, is it totally empty? Yina nodded nervously. Yeah, I think we're safe here. The ragtag group, Minjun, Yina, Hajun's mother, and the little boy, carefully slipped into a chaotic, overturned classroom to take shelter. The moment they were inside, Yina collapsed into a chair, clutching her chest as she let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, oh God, please let Hak-chun make it back safely. Suddenly, Minjun whipped around, his voice firm and decisive. For now, everyone just stay hidden right here. I'm going back to help Hak-chun. Yina flinched, completely panicked. Huh? Without a second thought, she reached out, grabbing Minjun's hand tightly to pull him back, desperately trying to stop him. No, please don't go. Yina's tear-filled, glassy eyes looked up at him, pleading with an uncharacteristically vulnerable, fragile expression. Just stay right here with me. Minjun froze, his heart completely skipping a beat at the sight of her trembling face. Huh? Yina's soft hands were still gripping tightly onto his fingers. Suddenly realizing what she was doing, she got flustered and loosened her grip. Ah! Blushing deeply, she quickly averted her gaze, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Yina stammered, desperately trying to make an excuse. I mean... Even though she was worried sick about Hak-chun, they had guns over there. It was way too dangerous. Plus, Hak-chun had specifically told them not to step outside until he gave the signal. So, trying her best to put on a brave face, she declared, I'm only saying this because I trust Hak-chun, okay? So just stay put and wait here with me. Seeing that adorable, slightly stubborn pout of hers, Minjun offered a gentle smile and obediently nodded. I know. The reception area of Dobo Academy sank into a suffocating, heavy silence. The only sound was the clock on the wall, its hands ticking away every agonizingly slow second. Minjun shifted restlessly, his mind racing. Is Hak-chun holding up okay? He promised he'd lure them away. So... As they sat there in dead silence, a massive thud echoing from outside made the whole group jump out of their skin. Minjun instantly shot up, creeping toward the classroom door, straining his eyes to scan the pitch-black hallway. Bang, bang, bang! A frantic pounding at the academy's main entrance shattered the quiet. Someone out there was violently twisting the doorknob, trying desperately to break their way in. Terrified, Yina shrank back, hiding behind Minjun's shoulders. Shaking just as much, Minjun stammered in a whisper, Is that Hachun? But as she squinted at the blurry silhouette lurking outside, the color drained from Yina's face. A cold sweat broke out. Oh no, that's not him. They both held their breath. Minjun gripped his bat so tight his knuckles turned white, while Yena, trembling beside him, whispered in his ear, There's a monster at the opposite door. Scene transition, title card for episode 28. Kick them out now! Minjun and Yena stood frozen stiff, their backs tense in the hallway facing the main entrance. But surprisingly, clear, unmistakable human voices rang out from the other side, not the guttural growls of those monsters. Wait, what? Why the hell is it stuck? Is someone locked inside? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Minjun and Yena exchanged a look of sheer shock. Wait, those two outside aren't infected? Or are they some kind of special variants? The guys outside kept loudly guessing. Man, this was totally open a few days ago. Oh ho, someone must have stashed some loot in here. Wait, is there actually a survivor inside? Minjun frowned, straining his ears. A spark of recognition hit him. Hold on a sec. Without hesitation, he stepped right up to the door, sending Yana into an absolute panic. Huh? She frantically grabbed at him to pull him back. Hey, young Minjun, are you crazy? Don't go near it. It's 100% a monster. But ignoring her desperate warning, Minjun already had his hand wrapped around the deadbolt. The two guys outside yelled in sudden panic. It's opening! Are you out of your mind? You're seriously opening it? With a swift, forceful yank, Minjun slid the door wide open, coming face to face with the people outside. But what came into focus through his glasses left him completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Standing right in front of him were two guys from his school, the chubby Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sun-ho. Both sides stood there, jaws dropping to the floor. Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sun-ho? What the hell are you guys doing here? Minjun blurted out. Byung-jun, equally stunned, barked back. Young Minjun? Bro, what the hell are you doing hiding in here? Not one to back down, Minjun snapped right back. That is exactly what I should be asking you. The chubby Byung-jun peered past him. Wait, is that Han Yena back there? From Young Minjun's class? Just then, Yena cautiously peeked out, pinching her nose tight with both hands, her face scrunched up in disgust. Ew, what is that? That is definitely not a human smell. Byung-jun clicked his tongue, a teasing smirk spreading across his face. Well, Young Minjun, how did you end up surviving with the pretty Han Yena? What a killer combo. Minjun, breaking a sweat, hurriedly waved them in. Look, I'll explain everything later. Just get your butts inside now. Suddenly, Yena's face went ghost white. Her eyes widened in pure horror as she stumbled backward. He's turning! She shrieked at the top of her lungs, pointing a trembling finger dead at the chubby Byung-jun. That guy is infected. Kick him out. Kick him out right now. The big guy blinked, completely clueless and visibly offended. Huh? I'm not infected, I swear, he stammered. But Yena was already in a full-blown meltdown. Don't you lie to me. It smells like hot garbage, like pigs, sour sweat, and rotting corpses all mixed together. There's no way a living human smells that putrid. Half doubting her, Minjun stepped closer. He leaned in, burying his nose right into the big guy's shoulder, and took a deep sniff to check. After catching a whiff, Minjun turned back and dropped a deadpan sentence that instantly killed all the dramatic tension in the room. Nah, that's just his body odor. Byung-jun's sweat has literally always smelled this violently sour. Yena almost tripped over her own feet, completely and utterly speechless. Huh? No way. Seriously? Minjun's brutal honesty left the poor big guy sweating bullets, standing there looking utterly defeated. Gripping his baseball bat, Byung-jun slowly turned his head to look at them. Blushing fiercely, he awkwardly mumbled out a defense. Damn it. Look, my bad, alright? It's been a hot minute since I had a proper shower, so... The scene cut back to the academy's pitch-black, chillingly silent hallway. Minjun's eyes practically bugged out of his head. Sweating nervously, he double-checked with his two buddies. Wait, the refugee camp at Gagunja? The newly formed group huddled together in the middle of a classroom, surrounded by overturned desks and chairs. The chubby Byung-jun scratched his head in confusion. Hold up, aren't you guys a little too young to be on patrol duty? Sun-ho adjusted his glasses, pushing them up the bridge of his nose as he explained. As long as you're 18, you're cleared for outside patrols and guard duty. Lately, the survivor count has been blowing up. We're talking 3, maybe 400 people. Sun-ho continued. The Gagunja camp can't hold everyone anymore, so we've been spreading out, securing the surrounding buildings to expand the safe zone. Minjun's jaw practically hit the floor. Whoa, the scale is that massive? Sun-ho nodded, keeping his report strictly business. Long story short, this spot is about 2 kilometers out from the main camp. We were on patrol and decided to use this place as a temporary rest stop. Honestly, running into you guys hiding out here is the last thing we expected. Young Minjun. While the 3 young guys were busy catching up, the older woman slowly stepped forward and called out to them. Hey, excuse me. The 2 guys turned around, looking clueless as she held out her phone screen. The professor's wife standing behind her showed clear anxiety and hope on her face. You two came from the shelter, right? Have you seen this 20-year-old girl named Seo Hagong by any chance? She's my daughter. The woman carefully brought the screen closer and pressed on. My phone's about to die, but here's a picture of her. Seo Haki? The two guys squinted at the screen. Sun-ho scratched his head. I've never seen this girl before. But Byung-jun suddenly let out a gasp of recognition. Wait, isn't she that older girl from the women's quarantine zone at Gunja Gate 1? Sun-ho was startled and turned to him. I think I saw her at the shelter. Looking at the picture, it's definitely her. Hearing this glimmer of hope, the mother's eyes lit up. Barely believing her ears, she cried out, Really? She bowed deeply, over and over again in a flurry of gratitude. Thank God. Thank you boys so much. My little girl, she's still healthy and doing well, right? The two teenagers looked a bit flustered and quickly replied, yes ma'am. But honestly, just looking at a picture, we can't be 100% sure. Sun-ho quickly made a decision for the group. We'll know for sure if we go check in person, so let's head straight to the shelter right now. Just then, Min-yeon spoke up, his voice hesitant. But we have a bit of a problem right now. Seeing his expression, one of the guys leaned in and asked, Huh? Don't tell me when you guys came in here, you didn't see anyone carrying weapons? That weird car with an infected person dangling right off the front. Byung-jun looked completely lost. Huh? Yena pinched her nose tight and explained with a scowl. We were driving when those creeps started chasing us. According to Hoon, it looks like they've got some seriously high-grade weapons. Seeing her disgusted expression, Byung-jun got annoyed. Hey, covering your nose like that is just plain rude, you know? Yena snapped right back. Well, your sweat smells like sour milk, you idiot. What do you expect? Ignoring their petty bickering, Sun-ho asked curiously, By the way, who was that Hak-chun guy from earlier? Min-yoon quickly chimed in to explain. He's with us. We go to the same school. The two guys went, ooh, in realization. You mean that border crosser dude? He's in your class, right? Min-yoon nodded. Yeah, that's him. Byung-jun let out a dry smirk. What a weird squad you guys make. But Min-yoon's face sank, filled with deep worry. Anyway, Hoon said he was going to lure them outside. But it's been half an hour and we haven't heard a single thing. I'm really worried. Sun-ho suddenly had an idea. When we came in here, the place was completely empty. Why don't we head up to the roof and check things out? Min-yoon nodded in agreement. Yeah, good idea. He had just turned his back to leave when a hand with bright red painted nails tightly grabbed the hem of his shirt, pulling him back. Yena's voice was trembling. Wait! She looked up at Min-yoon with pleading eyes. Young Min-yoon, just stay down here with me. Tell those two to go up and check. That's enough, right? Min-yoon was taken aback. Huh? Finding this whole clingy scene absolutely nauseating, the chubby Byung-jun pouted and made a sarcastic jab. Or maybe I should just hold your hand and drag you along with me. The two third-wheelers stood with their arms crossed, throwing hard, judgmental glares at the couple acting out a romance drama. Completely ignoring their deadly glares, Min-yeon turned back and gently reassured her, Hey, don't worry. I'm just going up to the roof of this building to scout the area. Ha-yeon, Yena, you two just wait here. I'll be right back. Yena still couldn't shake off her anxiety. With teary puppy dog eyes, she asked playfully yet worried, You'll be okay, right? Min-yoon gave a soft nod, trying to soothe her. Yeah, I promise. She threw out a pouty warning. Then don't you dare wander off too far. Min-yoon turned back around and replied, I know. The duo, Byung-jun and Sun-ho, immediately rolled their eyes, their faces scrunching up in disgust at the overly cheesy romance. The scene shifted to a sunlit window, casting bright rays over the stairwell leading up to the rooftop. The three high school boys were now standing on the breezy rooftop, casting their gazes down at the intersection below the building. From their high vantage point, the street looked completely deserted, with absolutely no sign of that armored truck from earlier. What the hell? It's really not there. Min-yoon held up a pair of binoculars, breaking into a cold sweat as he observed intensely. He clearly said that the truck was waiting right outside the building. Hak-chun is still safe, right? He continued to mutter, trying to piece things together. If the enemy had guns, we definitely should have heard gunshots by now. Or maybe we didn't hear anything because of a silencer? But even with a silencer, there should still be some kind of noise popping off, right? Suddenly, the chubby guy called out with an icy tone from behind. Hey, Jung Min-yoon! Before he could even react, Min-yoon was brutally grabbed by the collar and hoisted up by Byung-jun. The chubby guy's face was radiating dark, murderous intent. It was absolutely terrifying. Listen here, you little punk. Min-yoon panicked, his eyes widening in pure horror. Grasping tightly onto Min-yoon's collar, the chubby Byung-jun roared with a furious expression. Spill it right now, you bastard! You're secretly dating Han Yena, aren't you? Min-yoon's eyes bugged out in shock. Huh? Grabbed tight? Min-jun jerked away and snapped back. Hell no! What kind of bullshit are you spouting out of nowhere? Why the hell would I be dating Han Yena? The heavyset guy refused to let go, growling a dark threat. Keep bullshitting and I'll toss you right off this roof. Spit it out, Sun-ho muttered with a sullen pout. Han Yena isn't that kind of girl anyway. His buddy Sun Ho pushed up his glasses, launching into the philosophical monologue of a true loser. She openly despises trash tier guys like us, remember? The supreme goddess of Jungin High. But to bottom feeders like us, she's just an awful bitch with a garbage personality. Then again, that god tier beauty is enough to forgive the absolute disdain she gives us. Besides, you're not even in her class. Don't tell me you feel the same way about her, he added, maintaining a deadpan expression. Sun Ho went on, exactly. Whenever she looks at me with sheer disgust, it doesn't even bother me one bit. Byung-jun chimed in to back him up. Yeah. Honestly, as long as a girl is hot, all her sins are forgiven. Min-jun stood between his two idiot friends, totally speechless and sweating bullets. Cut the crap, you lunatics! Sun Ho suddenly pointed his finger and yelled, his face burning with rage. Besides, Han Yena hates you more than anyone, Jung Min-jun, but look at you now. You said she's sticking right by your side. Byung-jun practically spat the words out. If that's not dating, then what the hell is it? Min-jun wiped his nervous sweat, scrambling to explain. Look, that's just because I ended up stuck with her when the disaster first broke out. That's really all there is to it. Sun Ho narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Oh, look at this guy. He didn't say Han Yena. He just called her Yena so sweetly. Byung-jun nodded vigorously. You're definitely dating her, you lucky bastard. Min-jun awkwardly lowered his gaze, desperately trying to justify himself. Plus, Yena is probably suffering from separation anxiety. Both her parents went missing. I'm literally the only person she has left to lean on, and, well, I've changed a lot compared to how I used to be. The heavyset Byung-jun shoved his face dangerously close, his eyes rolling back in sheer jealousy. So you really are dating her, you absolute bastard? Spit it out! How far have you two gone? Min-jun stared at their ridiculous behavior, utterly exhausted. You absolute clowns! Standing on the vast rooftop, Sun Ho still couldn't wrap his head around it. The world is ending? So did Han Yena just lose her mind and start doing crazy things with young Min-jun? Min-jun frantically waved his hands to shut them up. Hey! So stop talking nonsense. The bottom line is there is absolutely nothing going on between us. That's not even important right now. We need to find Hak-chun first. Sun Ho's expression finally turned serious as he faced Min-jun. Actually, a few days ago, I heard there was a massive gunfight just outside the shelter zone. Rumor has it the enemy also had firearms, but our side heavily outnumbered them. I don't know if the psychos chasing your group were from that same faction or not. Min-jun flinched in shock. A gunfight? If it's that dangerous outside, are you guys even okay? Byung-jun tightly gripped the handle of his nail-studded baseball bat. He spoke in a measured tone. Melee weapons like axes or pickaxes are way too primitive, so if things get really dangerous, we'll just send an SOS signal through the walkie-talkie. When we do, heavily armed reinforcements will drive out to back us up immediately, so you don't need to worry. Sun Ho chimed in. And it's been days since that happened without a single trace of them. They must be hiding like rats. I really wonder if the thugs chasing your group are tied to them. Min-jun sank into deep thought. Noticing Min-jun's anxious expression, Sun Ho made a suggestion. If you're that worried about Hak-chun, why don't you wait here for a bit, and then we can all head over to the base together? How does that sound? Min-jun seemed to slowly agree. Is heading to the bank really okay? Sun Ho raised a walkie-talkie in his hand. Just so you know, the shelter is packed right now, so their screening for new survivors is incredibly strict. But since we're buddies, a few quick checks and we'll probably get you right in. Min-jun suddenly froze the moment he saw the walkie-talkie. Huh? That looks exactly like the one Hak-chun got. Min-jun's eyes went wide, and he asked in a sheer panic. Hey, the rescue team from the shelter that took Hak-chun must have a walkie-talkie too. Can you guys try contacting them? Sun Ho blinked in surprise. Oh, really? You guys bumped into people from our side? If they had a radio on them, they would have reported in a long time ago. But let me report this to headquarters first. Min-jun's heart sank as a wave of anxiety washed over him, his mind racing to recall. I remember now. We were in such a rush earlier, Hak-chun must have left his backpack in the ambulance. If the walkie-talkie was left in the vehicle, there's no way they could have made contact anyway. Snapping back to reality, Byung-jun held up the radio and reported in a booming, clear voice. This is Byung-jun. We have arrived at the Grand Plaza building near Jongno-dero. The three of them stood tall on the windy rooftop. Byung-jun continued speaking into the device. We have discovered 4 survivors. And these survivors happen to be our schoolmates, requesting permission to bring them back to base. Do you copy? A cold, mechanical voice crackled back from the receiver. Even if they are acquaintances, they must be transferred to the Hope Clinic for a mandatory infection screening. They will be quarantined for at least 24 hours. Is that clear? Min-jun flinched violently, cold sweat instantly pouring down his face. He turned deathly pale, his mind screaming in panic. An infection screening? Sun Ho calmly replied through the radio. Yes, sir, we are fully aware of the protocols. Of course, they will undergo the screening. Min-jun suddenly recalled that right outside the safe zone, there was a hospital acting as the Hope Clinic. Byung-jun pressed the comms button again. However, one of the friends in our group is still missing, so we'll need to search for him first. If it gets too late, we might not be able to move out until tomorrow. The radio cracked with the cold confirmation. Copy that! If anything goes south, you report back immediately. Over. The moment that the transmission cut off, Minjun stammered, his face pale with anxiety. So, to get into the shelter. We really have to get tested for the infection? Sunho turned to look at him. Yeah, it's mandatory. Byung-jun explained casually. They've got actual specialists over there. Word is their infection screening is practically 100% accurate. The words hit Minjun like a ton of bricks. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as he stammered out. What if someone gets tested and they're marked as infected? What happens then? Sunho's expression turned dead cold, spitting out every word. An infected is just a monster waiting to turn, so obviously it's an instant death sentence. Minjun froze completely. Sunho stared right at him, his voice calm but heavy with suspicion. Minjun, you're not infected, are you? I'm sure the rest of us are clean. Minjun tried to keep a straight face, but a violent storm was raging inside him. Shit, you don't think... Minjun's trembling hand instinctively clutched his left chest, right where his wound was still slowly weeping blood. Terror gripped his mind. If I take that test, won't they instantly know I'm infected? The scene pulled back to the sun-baked rooftop where the three boys stood, but inside Minjun's heart, a pitch-black storm was brewing with absolutely no way out. Under a mockingly clear blue sky dotted with white clouds, the silent skyscrapers stood like colossal concrete tombstones over the dead city. Meanwhile, on the opposite rooftop, a mysterious figure wearing a grotesque skull mask lowered his binoculars, gripping a radio to report in. Hello, Patrol Team 2 reporting. Through the sniper-like lens of the binoculars, the three oblivious teenagers were trapped dead in his sights. The masked man sneered as he analyzed his prey. I've spotted survivors on the roof of the inner sector. Looks like 3 males. Check out those green ID armbands on them. It's definitely those Gagunja bastards who started that firefight a few days ago. He crouched low behind the rooftop parapet, listening intently to the chatter on his radio. What about that punk who escaped from the ambulance? Our assault squad chased him down, but we still haven't heard a damn thing back. Gripping the walkie-talkie tight against his mouth, the skull-masked man frowned in sheer tension. We thought there was only one of them, but it looks like they've got a group of 4 or more. Can't pinpoint the exact number. Plus, considering the rat who bailed from the ambulance was packing a K2 assault rifle, God knows what kind of heat the rest of them are carrying. He glanced down at his comms device, hesitating before making his grim report. Right now, I'm only geared up with melee weapons. If I go in alone... A chilling voice from the other end instantly cut him off. One of our own is already dead because of that crew. The camera panned out to the desolate rooftop, hiding the masked stalker. A ruthless, blood-curdling order echoed through the radio. If you're certain they're from Gagunja, capture them alive at all costs. But if they fight back, just slaughter them all. The masked man turned around, dropping a quick, ice-cold acknowledgement. Understood? He killed the connection, his eyes practically bleeding with absolute fury. He gritted his teeth, cursing violently in his head. God fucking damn it! The guy who chased after that K2 prick is MIA, and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. How the hell do they expect me to bag all of them alive by myself? Glaring out at the 3 boys on the distant roof, his mind raced with a sinister calculus. Besides, they're all grown guys. Who knows how many more are hiding out of sight? Realizing he was at a massive disadvantage, the skull-masked hunter slowly peeked out from behind the AC unit, raising his binoculars to get a better read on them. He intensely scanned the building across the street, a sadistic plan clicking into place. First, I need to figure out exactly what floor those bastards are on. Honestly, I should just kill every last one of them and be done with it. Back with the trio, the boys were silently trudging away from the sunlit roof, heading straight for the stairwell door. Trailing right behind Byung-jun and Sunho, Minjun picked up his pace, his eyes heavy with agonizing thoughts. Sunho. Byung-jun. They're my closest friends, the only ones in this hellhole I can truly trust with my life. Clenching his fist tight, Minjun stared at their backs, utterly torn apart inside. But this infection, can I really tell them the truth about what's happening to me? Sweat beaded down his face as his mind spiraled through absolute worst-case scenarios. Would they even believe me if I told them I was immune? No, forget about that for a second. What if I risk taking that infection test and the results say I'm not immune? His eyes blew wide open in sheer panic. His thoughts were spiraling completely out of control. Even if I am infected, I haven't shown any symptoms yet. What if I'm some kind of twisted mutant? Regardless, the second I'm branded as an infected, who knows what kind of fatal crossfire I'll be thrown into. The 3 of them finally stepped into the cool shadows of the stairwell. Minjun bit his lip hard, wrestling with an agonizing choice. Maybe I should just split from the group, let them head to the Gagunja shelter on their own? But to actually know if I'm doomed or not, I absolutely need a diagnosis from a real doctor. Is there seriously no other way? Glancing around the desolate academy building, Minjun desperately shoved the chaotic mess to the back of his mind. Screw it, I don't know anymore. I just have to ignore the infection for now. I need to find Hajin first. The scene abruptly shifted to an impossibly long, suffocatingly dark, and dead silent hallway deep inside the building. A wall clock ticked away relentlessly, every passing second proving they had been waiting far too long. Byung-jun's chubby hand stubbornly gripped his walkie-talkie, praying for a miracle. Dead silence, not a single trace of static. Byung-jun clicked his tongue in frustration and turned to Minjun with a heavy sigh. Nothing. Absolute radio silence. If Hajun still had his radio, unless something terrible happened, he would have answered by now. Minjun stood frozen, sweat trickling down his temples as his mind raced. Damn it, let's give him a little more time. If we still don't hear anything, we'll just have to track him down ourselves. Suddenly, he froze. A bizarre noise echoed from the pitch-black hallway, bleeding through the clear glass of the door. He instantly whipped his head around, his eyes flashing with unease. Huh? Out in the hallway, Sunho and Byung-jun stood completely paralyzed, like statues. A suffocating, razor-thin tension swallowed the entire space. What the? Outside, the dying evening sun blasted its final blinding rays across the towering skyline. The narrow alleyways trapped between the skyscrapers were drowning in an abyss of shadows, casting an overwhelmingly ominous contrast. And from a cracked window in the adjacent building, a sinister silhouette slowly bled into view. Lurking right behind the glass was the sickening, cunning grin of the skull mask. He smirked, thinking to himself, they must be around here. Glancing down at the lower floors of the academy, the mastermind pieced the clues together. Hearing faint voices earlier confirmed it. The doors were locked tight. Those rats are definitely hiding in there. Looking down at the alleyway below, a cruel, twisted smile flickered behind his mask. I've already lured the infected right to their doorstep. Let the fun begin. Back at the academy, the reception lobby was eerily quiet, drowning in darkness with no hint of the approaching danger. Inside one of the classrooms, Yena perched arrogantly on a desk like a queen, barking orders at the two boys cowering before her. Hey, you two losers, stop hovering around me and get out there to keep watch. Kicked out so bluntly, Sunho and Byung-jun grimaced, stammering. Yes, ma'am. Wait, damn it, why are we the only ones doing this? Yena completely ignored their complaints, snapping back. Aren't you guys the ones who know this place best? Just then, an ear-piercing crash shattered the silence. Minjun flinched, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he whipped around. He stepped protectively in front of Yena, his panicked eyes glued to the cracked glass door. Wait, what's going on? Was that glass breaking? Wasting no time, Minjun tiptoed out of the classroom to investigate. Sunho poked his head out, following right behind him. Not again? Did someone throw something inside? Immediately, Minjun bolted. He sprinted frantically down the dim hallway to find the source of the noise. As soon as he arrived, a horrifying sight struck his eyes. The staff room was engulfed in roaring flames. Fiery red tongues devoured the furniture, while the exterior glass window was completely shattered. Minjun's eyes widened in sheer terror as he screamed. Fire! It's a fire! Faced with the raging inferno, Minjun lost his cool, spinning around and roaring at the top of his lungs. The fire extinguisher! Grab the fire extinguisher now! His outburst left Sunho and Byung-jun frozen in shock. Minjun grimaced, gritting his teeth as he peeked through the crack of the burning room's door. Damn it! Scanning another corner, he gasped in sheer panic. It's burning over here too? Through the half-open door, Minjun's face turned deathly pale. Sweat drenched his forehead as a terrifying realization hit him. Someone definitely threw a firebomb in here. Without hesitating for a single second, Minjun dashed back to the rest of the group, waving his arms frantically and yelling, Our hiding spot is blown. We need to move to another location, right now! Yena and the woman beside her were paralyzed with fear, stammering, What? Realizing how critical the situation was, Byung-jun tightly gripped his walkie-talkie, desperately calling for backup. This is Byung-jun. We're under attack by unknowns. We need immediate backup. Meanwhile, Minjun urged the group into action. Everyone, pack your things. Let's go. At the same time, Byung-jun kept speaking into the radio. We still don't know how many of them are outside. We have to move as fast as possible. The camera zoomed in on Yena's face. The school goddess's big, bright eyes were now filled with nothing but absolute horror and dismay. A cold drop of sweat rolled down her cheek as the whole group scrambled madly toward the emergency exit. Suddenly, one of them froze, wondering, huh? Hearing the sound of a doorknob turning, Minjun decisively twisted the exit door latch, ready to rush out when a panicked voice echoed from behind. Wait, Minjun, hold on, but it was too late. As the door cracked open, Minjun's entire body turned to stone. His eyes widened in pure terror, staring into the darkness. Right below them on the narrow staircase was a bloody, gruesome nightmare. 3 blood-drenched infected were shambling their way up. The savage, guttural growls tearing from their throats pierced right through his eardrums. Minjun stumbled back in terror, letting out a stifled gasp. Gah! One of the infected staggered and snapped its head around, its deathly pale face smeared with fresh blood. It locked its soulless, milky white eyes onto Minjun. A blood-curdling screech echoed through the air. Frozen in shock, he thought to himself, what the hell is this? With sharp reflexes, Minjun violently slammed the door shut, panting heavily as he backed away. Sunho and Byung-jun frantically bombarded him with questions. What? What's going on? Why did you come back in? Minjun blocked the emergency exit, pressing his entire back against it as if trying to hold back the horrors outside. A chill ran down his spine as he muttered, "The stairs. The infected are swarming up here." He turned to look at his pale-faced friends, his voice dropping as he delivered the cruel truth. "Someone purposely herded the infected right to us," Sunho and the others gasped in absolute disbelief. What did you just say?" The tension in the air was so thick it was suffocating. Minjun secretly grabbed his shirt, clutching tightly at his chest where a bleeding wound lay hidden. He cursed desperately in his mind. Damn it, why aren't my infection symptoms triggering yet? Memories of a blood-soaked hallway flashed through his mind. Back when I faced Park Sung-bin, my symptoms flared up, and the infected completely ignored me. Minjun narrowed his eyes behind his glasses, sweating profusely as he deduced the trigger.
What was different back then? Was it rage? Was it the sheer fury I felt toward Park Sung-bin?
Suddenly, Minjun threw his head back and unleashed a deranged, ear-shattering scream with every ounce of his strength. The outburst left Byung-jun and Sunho completely dumbfounded, having no idea what was happening. He clenched his fists until his veins bulged, continuing to roar the most vicious curses he could think of, desperately trying to force his own rage to awaken. "You absolute bastard, Park Sung-bin!" Watching their friend suddenly lose his mind, Byung-jun stammered, What the hell are you doing? Why are you cursing out Park Sung-bin out of nowhere?" Ignoring Minjun's absolute meltdown, a sweating Sunho turned and frantically pressed his friend. "Byung-jun, how long did they say until backup arrives?" Byung-jun scowled, calculating the time. "If they're driving, at least 10 minutes. But if they're further away, it'll take longer. The whole building is crawling with infected now. Breaking through to reach us here, it's definitely going to take way more time." Sunho gritted his teeth. Damn it! It has to be. Beyond the frosted glass of the academy, the flames of death danced, devouring everything in their path and backing them into a corner. In that life or death moment, Yana suddenly took a step forward. Though her face was slick with sweat, it radiated an unbelievable courage. "All right, then let's do it like this," she spoke up. The others turned to hearts born to her in surprise, but Minjun quickly snatched away the reins of command, firmly laying out a suicidal plan.
"I'm gonna lure the infected at those stairs away. While they're distracted, the rest of you need to grab the chance and make a run for it. We have no idea how many of those things are lurking outside, so whatever you do, stay off the streets." Seeing his friend about to throw his life away, Sunho lunged forward, desperately grabbing the strap of Minjun's backpack to hold him back. "Hold up, young Minjun. Are you out of your freaking mind? What if they bite you? What if you get infected?" Minjun stubbornly yanked his arm free. "What other choice do we have right now? There is literally no other way. I'm going to do whatever it takes to draw them off. Sunho, hold on to my bag for me." Right before stepping into the jaws of death, Minjun looked back at his closest friends, leaving them with one final instruction. "If things go south, we get scattered, and it's too hard to regroup. I'll head straight for the Gagunja shelter. I'll see you guys there. Make sure you look out for Yena, Haun, and the auntie, alright? Keep them safe." The moment the words left his mouth, Minjun spun around and bolted straight for the doors. His decisive silhouette slipping away sent Yena into a panic, crying out after him. "Young Minjun, wait!" Her slender hand reached out desperately into the empty air, trying to catch the hem of his jacket as he threw himself into death's embrace. But in that fragile, fleeting second, her hand suddenly froze. Her fingers curled into a tight fist and slowly pulled back, a gesture of utter helplessness against their cruel reality. The doors burst open, and the brave silhouette of young Minjun vanished into the pitch-black hallway, leaving behind Yena's deeply conflicted gaze. Could this truly be the last time they ever see each other? Only time would tell. Behind the heavy doors that had just slammed shut, Yena stood frozen in the hallway, her large eyes wide with pure shock. Her hand hovered emptily in the air, as if still trying to pull back the fading silhouette of that foolish boy. The scene cut to the cramped, narrow stairwell. Minjun stood on the upper landing, waving his arms to provoke the snarling, bloodthirsty zombies lunging his way. "Hey, over here, you freaks! Come and get it, you bastards!" The second the curse left his lips, Minjun bolted like his life depended on it. A heavily blood-soaked infected bounded up the stairs right on his heels. Its grotesque, rotting fingers swiped wildly through the air, missing the back of his shirt by mere inches. Minjun kept his head down, launching himself up the steps 2 at a time. His hands kept a white-knuckle grip on his nail-studded baseball bat, gasping for air as his lungs burned. He was sweating buckets. Mid-sprint, Minjun gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hype himself up to scrape together whatever courage he had left. "It's fine. It's gonna be fine. If I actually have immunity to this..." He glanced back over his shoulder at the total chaos trailing him, his eyes flashing with a suicidal resolve. "Rather than letting my friends get bit, I'll take the bite. As long as they don't literally tear me to shreds, a little bite won't kill me." That was his heroic internal monologue anyway. The horrifying reality right in front of his eyes practically made his soul leave his body. An absolute horde of zombies swarming like ants were frantically trampling over one another to surge up the stairwell, letting out blood-curdling, guttural screeches. Minjun's face drained of all color. He cursed under his breath. "Holy shit! Just how many of them are there?" Pushed to the absolute brink, Minjun delivered a brutal kick, busting open the heavy iron fire doors and bursting out into the open air.
The blinding sunlight slammed into his face. He stood there panting heavily, his mind racing to form a plan. I gotta lose them on the roof. Whatever it takes, then circle back inside. But reality is often utterly merciless. His sprinting legs suddenly skidded to a violent halt. Minjin's shoulders locked up tight, his eyes blowing wide open as he stared straight ahead. Right there, spread across the massive sun-drenched rooftop, a whole second horde of infected was already waiting. Spotting fresh meat, they shrieked and charged relentlessly toward him. Minjin was frozen to the spot, a sound of pure despair ripping from his throat. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. With absolutely nowhere left to run, Minjin backed himself up against the very edge of the rooftop and peered over. Right beneath him was a lower covered balcony terrace, completely littered with broken student desks and chairs. Clutching his baseball bat to his chest, the young man snapped his head back to see the zombie horde pinning him down from both sides. Beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead as the atmosphere tightened into a suffocating, terrifying silence. The camera angle zoomed tight on Minjin's violently shaking pupils. In a flash, memories of the absolute worst day of his life flooded his mind. The very first day of the zombie outbreak. A flashback rippled through his vision, bringing back the image of a beautiful girl in her school uniform, standing right outside his apartment complex. Minjin bitterly recalled his own crushing despair from back then. I was originally going to go up to Han Yena's apartment and jump off the building to end it all. The memory surfaced, his beaten, bruised face staring blankly at Yena on that fateful day. It hit him like a truck as he finally understood just what her existence truly meant to him. If I hadn't bumped into Yena by pure chance that day, that would have been the very last day of my life. Snap back to the brutal reality. The bloodthirsty zombie horde had closed the distance, barely a few feet away from tearing him apart. Minjin stared the monsters down, whispering to himself. When I think about it, she's the only reason I'm even still breathing right now. Which means I have to fight with everything I've got to stay alive. He dropped low, shifting his weight to gain momentum for the jump. His eyes turned sharp, blazing with an unshakable determination. That's right. I promised I'd survive to the very end with Yena. Until I get to see my mom again, there is absolutely no way I'm dying here. And to cap off his dramatic internal monologue, Minjin shot his arm straight up, throwing an incredibly arrogant middle finger right in the face of death itself. Crouched right on the ledge bordering a fatal drop, Minjin fiercely glared at the incoming horde, roaring out a final challenge. You rotting bastards, you really think I'm gonna let you chew me to death? He snapped his head away, squeezing his eyes shut to psych himself up against the dizzying drop below. I'm not scared. With that, he launched himself backward in a flawless cinematic leap. Gripped tight on his baseball bat, Minjin fell backward into a total freefall, forcing his face into a mask of pure hardcore badassery. Zero fear. But literally 1 second later, raw human survival instinct completely shattered his cool facade. Our fearless protagonist squeezed his eyes shut, violently flailing his arms and legs as he let out a scream that absolutely tore through the sky. Ah! Holy shit! Meanwhile, in a significantly less noisy part of the building, Yena and the rest of the group were cautiously creeping down a pitch-black stairwell. Suddenly, her footsteps slowed, a deeply anxious expression creeping onto her face. Yena tilted her head up, glancing back toward the upper floors. From further down the steps, someone called out to check on the Vanguard's status. Is everything clear down there? A male student's voice echoed up in response. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Her gaze dropped back down, her small hands clutching tightly onto her backpack straps. In the quiet dark, she sent up a silent prayer for the boy who was out there, gambling his own life just to keep her safe. Young Minjin! A man's voice echoed from below, calling out to her. Hanjia, get over here now! Her mind was just looping one single thought over and over. Please, just make it back alive. Cutting back to the crazy no-parachute freefall, Minjin's sneakers finally slammed into the ground, screeching harshly against the edge of the balcony. You'd expect a badass superhero landing, but nope. Minjin's foot slipped with a loud thud. His baseball bat flew one way, while he completely lost his balance and flailed in the other direction. He screamed in absolute panic. Wah! Carried by his own momentum, Minjin tumbled backward, crashing violently into a messy pile of school desks and chairs. The deafening clatter seemed to shake the very screen. The scene cut to our so-called hero, sprawled flat on the floor, clutching his chest and groaning in agony. Buried under the tangled mess of school furniture, Minjin winced, coughing violently. Pinned to the floor, he grumbled, cursing his own reckless stunt. Man, that was way too stupid of a suck. But hey, at least I'm not dead. His sneakers scraped agonizingly against the floor. Minjin let out a miserable groan. Damn it. I definitely stuck that landing wrong. Just as he was struggling to get back on his feet, a sinister chuckle echoed from the shadows. Minjin flinched, his eyes wide with sheer panic. A man wearing a skull mask stepped forward, oozing arrogant triumph. He sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. I was just about to slaughter everyone since we couldn't take you alive. But who knew you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep? Talk about a free meal. Minjin dragged himself backward, clutching his aching stomach as he stammered. What the hell are you talking about? Who even are you? The masked man cut him off, leaning in close with a vicious growl. You're one of those rats from Gagunja, aren't you? Minjin was utterly bewildered. Uh-huh. Wait a second, But our protagonist never even got the chance to explain. A brutal kick slammed right into Minjin's side, sending him flying with an agonized scream. The masked man just crossed his arms, coldly interrogating him. I literally just saw you running with those Gagunja scumbags. Where the hell are they? Minjin desperately clutched his ribs, curling into a tight ball as he whimpered. He cursed in absolute despair. Damn it, why did he have to kick the exact spot I'm injured? Completely ignoring Minjin writhing on the floor, the masked man pulled out a two-way radio. This is Patrol Team 2. I've secured one of the Gagunja rats, a static-laced voice replied from the other end. Copy that. I'm heading to your location now. Staring down at his helpless prey, the man spoke back into the radio. Understood. I'll hold him here and squeeze some intel out of him. Minjon's knuckles turned white as he gripped his shirt, bracing against the excruciating bone-deep pain. Gah! Cold sweat poured down Minjin's pale face. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to gasp out a plea. Wait, hold on. But before he could even finish, the bottom of a heavy boot stomped down mercilessly, plunging his vision into complete darkness. The ruthless attacker violently kicked the scattered school desks out of the way, the deafening clatter echoing harshly through the cramped space. The screen faded to black, revealing a set of elevator doors and an ominous, chilling title card that read like a death sentence. Doomsday has arrived. Episode 30. Torture. The scene then cut to the safe room where the rest of the group was hiding out. Gripping a fire axe tightly, Byung-jun nervously peeked toward the door. It's clear out there, right? Sunho replied, his tone sharp and cautious. Yeah, we're good. Suddenly, the radio in his hand crackled to life. This is Kim Dong-jun. We've just pulled up to the front of the building. Byung-jun's eyes widened in sheer relief. He hurriedly pressed the mic. Got it. We're heading out right now. Byung-jun's round face completely lit up with hope. He spun around to face the two women. Oh, thank God. Our rescue squad is finally here. Let's get packed up and... Before he could finish, Yina slumped back onto the sofa, her voice dead serious. I'm staying right here. You guys go on without me. Both Byung-jun and Sunho were absolutely stunned. They blurted out at the exact same time. What the hell are you talking about? Byung-jun stepped closer, completely frantic. What? Wait! Didn't we all agree that if we got separated, we'd just meet up at the Gagunja shelter? It's way too dangerous here. Let's just get to the shelter first, and then... Yena kept her head down, biting her lip as she snapped back. So we're just going to abandon Jung Min-jun out there? And we haven't even found Kang Hak-jun yet. I'm not taking one step toward that shelter until we find them. Sunho frowned deep in worry, trying to reason with his stubborn friend. But what if Jung Min-jun and Hak-jun are already heading to the Gagunja shelter while we're stuck here looking for them? The older woman in the group gently placed a hand on Yena's shoulder, speaking softly. Hey, he's right, Yena. I know you want to find them, but we need to get to the shelter first. We can get back up and search for them later. Sitting around here is basically a death wish. Yena looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly heartbroken and powerless. With no other choice, she finally gave in. The shelter is only about 2 kilometers away. Maybe we'll run into Minjin and Hun soon, if they're still alive. Her voice trailed off, weighed down by a heavy guilt. The scene shifts to an eerie, dead silent hallway. The glass elevator doors reflect a faint, ghostly light, completely deserted. The camera pans to the men's restroom. A crude red arrow is spray-painted on the wall, and fresh streaks of blood smear across the tiled floor, dragging straight into the pitch black. A close-up on the pitch-dark restroom sign radiates an unspeakably chilling, deathly aura. Inside the room, thick with the stench of corpses, the masked man stands on a plastic chair. He stares out the window, his mind flashing back to the pure chaos. And that Gagunza mob. Looks like those bastards even slipped into the ranks of the uniformed soldiers, he mutters to himself, piecing it together. No wonder that punk who bailed from the ambulance had a K2 rifle. Makes sense we got completely outgunned. Tied up with his arms violently wrenched behind his back in the corner, Minjin cries out in absolute terror. Wait, we seriously have nothing to do with those guys. The masked man turns around, letting out a mocking, sadistic scoff. Talk is cheap, kid, he smirks, slicing right through Minjin's desperate excuse. Haha, the way you guys were acting back there didn't exactly scream we just met. You looked more like lifelong best buddies to me. Minjin chokes on his words, cold sweat pouring down his face, completely trapped. Wait, we just bumped into them on the street, I swear. How the hell were we supposed to know if they were from Gagunza or not? Desperate to change the subject, Minjun stares at his captor, trying to force a bizarrely calm tone. But, the building right next door is literally on fire. Shouldn't you be running for your life right now? The captor snaps right back. That fire isn't jumping over to this building anytime soon, so don't you worry your pretty little head. His cold eyes sweep toward the blood-splattered restroom door as he hands down a brutal death sentence. I told my partner, the one hunting down your little friend, to regroup here. If he's still breathing, he'll show up by midnight at the latest. But if midnight hits and he's still a no-show, click-clack, the chilling sound of a butterfly knife flipping open echoes through the room. He twirls the razor-sharp blade and drops a soulless threat. Then, I'm assuming my partner is dead, and I'll just have to butcher you as payback. The killer's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. So you better start praying to whatever god you believe in that your boy drags his ass back here fast. Minjun holds his breath, shaking like a leaf. Suddenly, the masked man squints, peering closely at his victim's face. What the hell is this? Catching something bizarre, he points the blade straight at Minjun's face. What's wrong with this freak? Don't tell me you're already infected. Minjun's pupils shrink to pinpricks. Absolute horror washes over him as he realizes the burning red veins spreading across his own skin. What? No way, why the hell is it kicking in right now? The masked maniac bursts into a twisted fit of laughter, gripping his knife tighter. So you are infected, ha ha ha, well you're dead meat either way, aren't you? Damn it, when the hell did you get bitten? Minjun violently thrashes around, pulling desperately against the heavy-duty zip ties binding his wrists. He stammers, clinging to a hopeless lie. No, I'm not infected, I swear. Completely ignoring the pathetic defense, the killer turns toward the door, his voice dripping with sick amusement. Maybe I should just let him turn into a zombie and keep him around as a little toy. Ah, screw it. I'll just end him right now and save myself the headache. Wait, stop! Minjun screams his lungs out in sheer panic. Just as the Grim Reaper's scythe is about to drop, a hollow, rhythmic knocking echoes from the hallway, shattering the dead silence. The masked man freezes, jerking his head toward the sound. Instantly, he tightens his grip on the knife, shifts into a combat stance, and glares intensely through the frosted glass of the main door, his brows knitted in high alert. From behind the heavy wooden barrier, a low, gruff male voice barks out a single, sharp phrase. Dabong-san. In the blink of an eye, a massive, mysterious silhouette is standing dead still on the other side. His face is completely obscured, but an overwhelming, suffocating pressure bleeds through the glass. Hearing the strange word, Minjun blinks in a daze, his forehead slick with sweat as his mind races. Dabong-san? Dabong-san? Is that a password or something? Is the giant lurking outside another bloodthirsty killer or the miracle that's about to save Minjun's life? Find out in the next episode. Outside the pitch-black restroom, the looming shadow pauses for a heartbeat before slowly speaking again, reciting the code. Bukan. Hearing the sweet sound of the counter password, the raw tension behind the skull mask finally melts away. The killer lets out a heavy sigh of relief and curses under his breath. Ah, holy shit. It's just you. Glad you made it back in one piece. Smug and completely off guard, he clicks his butterfly knife shut, cracks the door open, and warmly welcomes his brother in arms. Welcome back, man. But the greeting dies in his throat, and the twisted grin instantly freezes on his face. He isn't met with a brotherly embrace. Dawes. Instead, he's staring straight down the pitch-black barrel of an assault rifle, locked and loaded by an absolutely shredded teenager. Totally stunned, he lets out a pathetic gasp. Huh? The moment death knocks, cold muzzle flashes light up the dark. A ruthless barrage of bullets rip straight through the skull-masked killer's chest, spraying a mist of hot blood into the air before he can even utter another syllable. The murderer's lifeless body crumples to the floor, revealing the ultimate unexpected savior. Huddled in the corner with his hands bound tight behind his back, Minjun's eyes go wide, completely paralyzed with shock. Stepping over the massive, spreading pool of crimson blood, a pair of dirt-stained sneakers marches firmly into the cramped restroom. The camera zooms in on Minjun's utterly bewildered face. Recognizing the face, his lips tremble, his eyes swimming in absolute disbelief. The cold-blooded savior who just emptied a mag without blinking is none other than his giant friend, Kang Hak-chun. The big guy frowns, yelling out in sheer worry. Minjun! A tidal wave of relief crashes over him. Minjun feels like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. Hak-chun, you're alive! Keeping his stoic, unbothered expression, Hak-chun lowers his rifle and looks down at his friend. I was just in the building next door. Minjun's jaw hits the floor, totally shell-shocked. Huh? You were in the building next door? What the hell actually happened? Hak-chun's memory flashes back to a wrecked arcade. A bloody corpse sprawled across the floor, surrounded by smashed-up arcade cabinets. His voice drops, steady and deep. I got a bit sidetracked beating some info out of that other guy. Sorry I'm late. Minjun listens in pure awe as the flashback continues, this time in a different bathroom, where Hak-chun has utterly dismantled another enemy. Beaten to a pulp, his enemy is forced to his knees, trembling as he gasps out, You're a freaking monster! Are you seriously just a high schooler? You fight like damn special forces! Hak-chun shoots back with ice in his veins. What, do I look like a secret agent to you? If I want to survive this hell, I gotta put my life on the line just like everyone else. Back to the present, Hak-chun crouched down to untie his friend. Where are Yena and the others? He asked. A while ago, I saw that guy looking out the window. He said the people from the Gagunja shelter already took them away. Hak-chun frowned, asking cautiously, Are those people from Gagunja even trustworthy? Minjun quickly explained. You remember Byung-jun and Sunhwa, right? We all went to the same school. They came from that shelter, so yeah, they're definitely trustworthy. Plus, I heard they even have a few soldiers in their ranks. The moment the tight zip ties were cut loose, Hak-chun urged him, Look, let's just get the hell out of here first. But the second Minjun tried to stand, his legs gave out. He stumbled, pitching forward, nearly eating dirt. Quick as lightning, Hawkjun shot his arms out, catching his clumsy friend by the shoulders. Minjun winced, looking embarrassed. Sorry, I guess when I jumped from the roof of that building next door, I messed up the landing. My leg's a little messed up. Hawkjun looked at him with concern. Can you walk if I support you like this? Minjun gave a weak, exhausted nod.
Yeah, I can manage.
Suddenly remembering something, Hawkjun reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar object, handing it over. Here are your glasses. Found them up on the roof. Minjun slipped them back on, his eyes going wide, genuinely touched by his friend's thoughtfulness. Man, how are you always so good at finding my glasses? Outside, the late afternoon sky was bleeding into a fiery, crimson sunset. Clouds drifted lazily above the silent, towering skyscrapers, a stark contrast to the bloody slaughter that had just unfolded beneath them. Under the flickering glow of the streetlights, Hawkjun carefully slung Minjun's arm over his shoulder, supporting his weight as they limped down the sidewalk. Minjun's voice trembled with anxiety. But my infection symptoms are acting up again. If we go to the Gagunja shelter right now, won't they just treat me like one of the infected? Hawkjun cut him off without hesitation. The rest of those bastards' crew could regroup at any second. For now, let's just get as close to Gagunja as we can. Minjun's face was still flushed with the jagged, red veins of the infection. He furrowed his brows, thinking back to the violent thugs from earlier. So, what's the deal with those guys? Who the hell are they? Minjun's question pulled Hawkjun's mind right back to the brutal interrogation from earlier. Back to when he had his thick bicep locked tight around the throat of that battered enemy. The scene flashed back to a ruined, abandoned arcade. Shattered arcade cabinets and claw machines lay scattered everywhere, capturing the raw, suffocating stench of violence. Down on the blood-soaked floor, the enemy's legs twitched in spasms. He gasped out pathetic pleas, writhing in pure agony. Ugh, but please, I already told you everything I know. You just gotta go to the meeting point and say the password. The man's brutally bruised, blood-caked face came into view. He trembled violently, spilling the truth. I haven't even seen the main base yet, but they make us move around too much. Right now, we're just temporarily set up near the Jungnangcheon stream, but we're definitely moving out tomorrow. He desperately tried to scrape together a shred of mercy with a sloppy, pathetic lie. Look, the truth is, we're really just normal folks who came up from the countryside. Instantly, a chilling, bloodthirsty voice cut him dead in his tracks. Ah, there you go, lying again. Normal folks, huh? Half hidden in the shadows, Hawkjun's eyes glared with razor-sharp intensity. He spat out every single word with venomous rage. Just yesterday, one of my people got critically stabbed by a piece of trash from your group. Ring any bells? Hawkjun's massive frame cast a dark, imposing shadow over the shivering thug on the floor. Hands resting on his hips, he drove the interrogation forward. The wound itself wasn't deep, but do you know what the real problem was? That blade was drenched in the blood of the infected. Pure, agonizing grief clashed with explosive rage on Hawkjun's face. He ground his teeth together. And because of that, my friend ended up getting infected. The captive's eyes bugged out in sheer terror, cold sweat pouring down his face in buckets. Hawkjun's gaze dropped. Staring at a shattered helmet and the scattered weapons on the floor, his mind drifted back to those heartbreaking final words. Right before he completely turned into a monster, he told me to come find him if I ever got my hands on a cure. But let's be real. I know damn well that's a lost cause. You think so too, don't you? A bone-chilling dread filled the air as Hawkjun slowly pulled out a combat knife, dripping with fresh blood. He stared down at the lethal weapon with dead cold eyes. This knife right here, when I was running from you guys earlier. Unctus. I used it to slaughter a few of the infected, so right now this blade is completely coated in their blood. With an assault rifle gripped tightly in one hand, he aimed the deadly tainted knife right at his enemy's face. Hawkjun dropped a threat so vile it would make the most hardened thug piss themselves. If I take this blade and carve you up a bit, you'll turn into one of them too, won't you? The vicious bastard, who was so arrogant just moments ago, could only stare back in absolute paralyzed horror. His face went dead pale. Hawkjun's spine-chilling voice echoed through the shadows. Oh, I'm not going to kill you. I just want to run a little science experiment. I'm curious. If this infected blood gets into your system somehow, will it actually turn you? Something like that. At those words, cold sweat poured like a waterfall down the captive's battered face. Shaking like a leaf, he stammered out. Rules. What I meant was, throwing away his very last shred of dignity, the guy immediately spilled his guts. We came from Yonchon prison up in the countryside. Prison? Right when the outbreak started, an infected suddenly showed up inside the cell blocks. It sparked a massive, full-scale riot. Countless inmates, including me, broke out and escaped. He nervously glanced up to check Hawkjun's reaction before cowering and continuing. Some of the guys met up back at the prison. And the second we heard the capital, Seoul, was an absolute chaos. We all flocked straight here. Hearing this, Hawkjun merely let out a cold, dismissive scoff. Oh, is that right? Hawkjun's towering figure loomed over the pathetic criminal trembling on the floor. So, you scumbags took advantage of the apocalypse to sneak into Seoul, hoping to loot banks and shopping malls? Turns out you're all just a bunch of low-life runaway convicts, huh? The thug frantically waved his hands in sheer panic. But boss, wait, we're not evil criminals, I swear. Hawk Jun snapped back viciously. What the hell does that even mean? You're a good criminal? Trash is trash, you're all exactly the same. The captive just slammed his forehead against the floor, begging for his life. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please just spare my life. Totally unfazed by his pathetic whining, Hawk Jun shoved the barrel of his assault rifle right into the man's face and demanded, "How the hell did you escaped convicts get your hands on gear like this? Scavenged it off a dead special forces op, huh? Start talking. Where did it come from?" The man threw his hands up in defense, his voice trembling as he pleaded, I didn't grab it myself, I swear. I just heard they got their hands on those weapons recently." A memory flashed through his mind, a helicopter dropping a supply crate against a striking blue sky. A few days ago, something dropped from a chopper. We tracked down the crash site, and word is, the crate had 2 assault rifles and a hand grenade inside. Hearing this, Hawk Chun's face darkened in deep thought. "Sounds like a supply drop," he muttered. Terrified, the prisoner spilled the rest of what he knew. "My boss is holding on to the other rifle, and another guy's packing a gun they looted off a dead soldier. They've got a few grenades too, but other than that, it's just melee weapons." Back in the wrecked arcade, the convict wrapped up with his own little theory. I'm just guessing here, but I think those supplies were meant as backup for the special forces." Cut to the present. Hawk Chun was supporting a limping Min Jun down the street. As they walked, Min Jun analyzed the situation out loud. Anyway, it looks like someone is intentionally airdropping weapons. Maybe that guy was right. They might be using them to suppress the outbreak. Whether it's our government, the US, or some other country dropping them, I really have no idea. Hawk Chun remained completely silent, taking it all in. Min Jun furrowed his brows, his eyes clouded with heavy skepticism. Weapons as supply drops, huh? A disturbing thought crossed his mind, making him mutter in denial as his gaze sharpened behind his glasses. That's completely absurd. Suddenly, Hawk Chun stopped dead in his tracks. His expression shifted to pure vigilance as he spotted something up ahead. Right in front of them lay an absolute nightmare. Blood-soaked corpses were scattered across the asphalt, suffocating the air with the heavy stench of death. The 2 boys froze before a blockaded zone. Beyond the barricade was a chaotic graveyard of bodies and a car engulfed in raging flames. Hanging ominously above it all was a white banner with blood-red letters blaring a deadly threat. "We'll shoot on sight." The ferocious flames devoured the mangled car, scorching everything in its path and casting a sinister, flickering glow over the pools of blood on the street. The camera angle panned close to the blood-red text on the banner, a chilling warning straight from the Grim Reaper. "Shoot." Recognizing the area, a wave of relief washed over Min Jun. The Gaganja refugee camp? We actually made it?" But Hawk Chun immediately yanked him back, his face dead serious. "Hold on." Hawk Chun's eyes darted to the rooftop of a towering building just ahead, locking onto the silhouette of a soldier standing guard. "Look up there. Someone's watching." Without warning, the soldier on the roof leveled the barrel of his gun directly at them, sending a jolt of absolute terror through both boys. Seeing this, Min Jun broke into a cold sweat, stammering in pure panic. What the hell?" Without wasting a single second, Hawk Chun roared, "Get down!" He shoved Min Jun with every ounce of his strength, sending him crashing to the ground and narrowly dodging a lethal attack by mere inches. Dazed, Min Jun whipped his head around, his face completely pale as a blood-curdling, monstrous growl echoed behind him. In a split second, a heavy round ripped through the air, blowing the head clean off an infected that was lunging right at his back. Black blood sprayed violently across the pavement. Seeing this, Min Jun scrambled and screamed, "Run! It's the infected!" Those spine-chilling shrieks multiplied, drowned out only by the deafening roar of continuous gunfire. Hawk Chun grabbed Min Jun by the collar and hauled him forward. "The gunfire is going to draw out the whole horde. We gotta move!" In a desperate life-or-death rush, Hawk Chun shoved his friend into a narrow side alley. Just hide in there for now." Min Jun stumbled wildly, frantically trying to keep up. Pushing themselves to the absolute limit, the 2 of them bolted deep into the pitch-black alleyway, leaving behind the main street littered with corpses and those hair-raising guttural snarls. Gasping for air and clinging to his friend's shoulder, Min Jun hesitantly offered a sacrifice. "Hawk Chun, listen, they aren't going to attack me anyway. Just leave me and run ahead." But Hawk Chun fiercely refused to let go. "We didn't bust our asses getting this far just to split up now. We find the refugee entrance together." Cornered at a dead end, Min Jun stared wide-eyed at a heavy iron door spray-painted with a stark blood-red W3, stammering in sheer panic. What is this? A dead end? Wait, could this be the entrance to the safe zone?" Before the words even left his mouth, a blood-curdling screech ripped through the air right behind them. Hawk Chun whipped his head around, his pupils shrinking in absolute terror. A horde of blood-drenched infected was swarming madly toward them like moths to a flame. Without a single second of hesitation, Hawk Chun spun around, decisively raising his suppressed assault rifle. He planted his tall frame firmly in front, completely shielding a trembling Min Jun behind his back. Thwip! A flawless shot blew straight through the skull of the leading infected. Vile black blood sprayed into the air, blending with the savage shrieks of the monsters charging behind it. Just as all hope seemed lost, the heavy iron door violently cracked open. A soldier shoved his head through the gap, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Get in here, now!" Both students stared in absolute disbelief, but they weren't about to waste their one ticket to survival. Minjun threw himself forward, practically crawling on his hands and knees through the doorway, gasping violently for air. Meanwhile, fully geared soldiers stacked up at the entrance, unleashing a hail of covering fire right over the boys' heads to push back the undead swarm. The millisecond the two boys cleared the threshold, a massive arm slammed the iron door shut and threw the heavy deadbolts. The frantic, maddening sounds of claws scraping against metal were instantly muffled. But before they could even celebrate being alive, Minjun exhaled a massive sigh of relief and started to speak. "Thank you so much." His words caught in his throat. The very soldiers who just saved them now had their rifle barrels jammed straight into the boys' faces. "Drop your weapons and get your hands in the air!" a soldier roared, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. The soldier glared at them with deadly intent. "I said drop the damn gun and put your hands up, punk. You think we're the only ones watching? We've got snipers locked onto your skulls right now, so don't try anything stupid." Staring down the barrel of the gun, Hak-chun kept perfectly cool. He silently raised both hands in surrender, letting his assault rifle clatter harmlessly onto the cold tile floor. The soldier stared heavily at the military-grade weapon, his voice dropping into a harsh interrogation. "The hell is this? Where did a kid get his hands on this?" Hak-chun didn't miss a beat, smoothly fabricating an alibi. "We just stumbled across it on our way here, sir." Still trembling with his hands raised high, Minjun desperately tried to explain. Excuse me, sir. You guys are from the Gagunja refugee camp, right? My friend, he should already be here inside." "Shut your mouth, kid!" the soldier snapped ruthlessly, cutting him off. "You only speak when spoken to." Minjun flinched, shrinking back violently. I'm so sorry, sir." The soldier pressed the muzzle of his rifle hard against Hak-chun's chest, growling. "Where the hell did you two come from?" Unfazed, the teenager answered him dead straight. "We're just normal high school students." Hearing that, the soldier's face twisted with pure rage, spitting out a vicious sneer. "Normal high school students who know how to handle a military assault rifle? Do I look like a freaking idiot to you, you little punk?" Cornered and out of options, Hak-chun decided to lay all his cards on the table. His voice dropped completely cold. "A few days ago, you guys got into a massive firefight with another group, didn't you? They tried to force their way into the safe zone, you rejected them, and things turned ugly. Well, we're being hunted by those exact same people." The revelation struck a massive nerve. The soldier's eyes widened in shock before he gritted his teeth and roared. "You little bastard, are you in league with them? How the hell did you know about that?" A soldier wearing a cap, who seemed to be the commander, stepped in to stop him. "Hey, knock it off. These kids aren't the guys from the other day." The capped commander calmly explained the reason for his subordinates' rough behavior. That was the first time outsiders showed up with guns causing trouble. Ever since then, we've had to be on high alert during our patrols. "We aren't the type of people to just kill anyone on sight, so I hope you two understand this is just standard procedure." He glanced down at the two students sitting on the ground, his voice turning stern. "First things first, we need to move you to the quarantine building for a checkup." "Neither of you got bitten, right?" That sensitive question made Minjun's heart skip a beat, his body instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Minjun sneaked a glance down at his wrist, where the red veins of the infection were faintly pulsing. He thought to himself in a panic, "Thank God the symptoms are starting to fade." But if he went through with the inspection, he'd be in serious danger. Not wanting to risk it, Minjun quickly changed the subject. "Oh, Byungjun and Bae Sunho are my friends. They probably just arrived with my group not too long ago," he pleaded desperately. "Before the checkup, I really want to see my friends first. Could you please confirm it over the radio for me?" The aggressive soldier from earlier shot the commander a hesitant look. "We aren't supposed to let them see anyone before the quarantine check, right?" The commander replied in a calm tone, "Those kids went out on patrol today anyway, so it should be fine." With that, he picked up his radio and called the main control room. "This is Outer Guard Post number 3 at the West Gate. We've secured 2 unidentified survivors. According to their statement, they are friends of Oh Byungjun and Bae Sunho. Please confirm if those two have returned to base yet." A burst of static crackled through the speaker before the other side replied. "Copy that. Checking now." The commander shoved his hands into his pockets and gestured with his chin. "Hang tight. We'll have an answer in a second." Hak-chun and Minjun had no choice but to stand there, waiting under strict surveillance. Minjun's face was a canvas of pure anxiety, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and casting dark shadows against the dreary gray wall. The camera panned up toward the vast sky, framed by the towering skyscrapers, where the evening clouds were stained in a melancholic shade of purplish pink. A sharp beep from the radio sliced right through the heavy silence. "This is the control room." The commander immediately leaned in to listen. The voice on the other end delivered a clear, clipped report. "Confirmed. Bae Sunho has returned. Oh Byungjun has not returned. There are additional survivors with them, 1 female and 1 young boy." The devastating news hit Minjun like a truck. His eyes widened in absolute shock. "Hasn't returned?" Losing all sense of composure, Minjun blurted out in a panic. What do you mean by that? It doesn't make any sense. Our people definitely made it here. They were riding in the exact same car as my group, and besides, There were supposed to be 2 girls among the survivors, not 1. The voice on the radio continued in that same monotonous tone. According to the field report, the radio then delivered the crucial piece of information. One of the female survivors we encountered stated she had to go look for a friend, so she chose to stay behind. Hearing that, all 3 of them froze in sheer disbelief. Minjun stared blankly, his voice trembling. What? The control room delivered the final blow. Oh, Byung-jun is currently with that female survivor. For now, proceed with escorting your targets to the quarantine facility. The commander nodded, acknowledging the order. Copy that. Understood. He then turned back to the boys. All right, let's move. But before he could finish, Hakchun, putting the pieces together, anxiously stepped forward and bombarded him with questions. That girl who stayed behind, was her name Han Yena? Please, you have to confirm this for me. The commander looked at the desperate kid and answered patiently, Yes, I'm pretty sure it was Yena. A fleeting look of relief washed over Hakchun's exhausted face. The only girl who would go out of her way to look for us is Yena. It looks like Byung-jun is sticking with her. Having wrapped up the preliminary identity check, the commander let out a long sigh. All right, you kids can put your hands down now. Minjun dropped his gaze, utterly crushed, quietly cursing to himself in pure helplessness. Damn it! Consumed by worry for his friends, Minjun suddenly snapped his head up, his eyes burning with resolve. I'm sorry, but I need to go back out there. We're the ones they're waiting for! His desperate plea completely bounced off the commander, who merely replied with a cold, indifferent, Oh, is that so? Without missing a beat, he ruthlessly crushed Minjun's hopes, his expression turning dangerously stern. In that case, you definitely have no business going back. We'll dispatch a team to retrieve them, so drop it. The camera angled up toward the blood-red sunset, rapidly surrendering to the creeping darkness of night as the commander laid down the absolute law. Besides, the sun is setting. It's way too dangerous out there. According to camp regulations, nobody except the patrol units is allowed outside after 6 p.m. Once you step foot inside our territory, you don't get to just come and go as you please. He stared dead into Minjun's eyes, finalizing their initiation. First, you're going straight to the medical wing in the quarantine block. We need to check if you're infected. After that, a full physical and a mountain of paperwork. That absolute authority left Minjun completely defeated, letting out a heavy, miserable groan. Softening his tone just a bit, the soldier offered some reassurance. Your friend Bae Sunho is heading there too, so we'll just meet up with him. Seeing how utterly drained his friend was, Hakchun wrapped an arm around Minjun's shoulders to hold him up. Here, let me help you walk. Minjun awkwardly tried to brush him off. No, I'm fine. I can just walk slowly. As the group began to move down the narrow alleyway, flanked by towering skyscrapers, Minjun asked cautiously. So, what about the 2 from our group who arrived earlier? Where are they right now? The commander walking point didn't even bother looking back, answering in a dry tone. The woman and the kid, right? They're probably sitting in the isolation ward as we speak. Taking in the surroundings as they walked, Hakchun couldn't help but marvel. Wow, the scale of this place is actually insane. The commander tilted his head slightly as he explained. In the beginning, this whole thing started out of the Gunja station waiting room. Over time, more survivors flocked in, and we slowly built up this entire refugee camp. The view ahead opened up to reveal a massive gate, heavily fortified with endless coils of barbed wire. The soldier casually continued recounting the camp's history as they walked. Later on, remnants of the military joined our ranks. The survivor population skyrocketed, so we ended up securing the surrounding buildings too. Right now, we're expanding our territory to a radius of a few hundred meters, using the Gunja station as our central hub. Everything up to this main gate we're standing at is the safe zone. And as you can see, we've set up multiple layers of fencing and barricades inside to keep our defenses airtight. Hakchun's eyes suddenly landed on a door marked with crossed tape and blood-red letters. Warning, zombies, do not enter. Curious, he pointed it out. Judging by that warning sign, does that mean there are still infected roaming around inside this sector? The commander replied, his tone growing heavy. We haven't fully secured every single building within the perimeter yet. In the structures we don't control, there are still stragglers of the infected locked inside. Pointing toward a massive skyscraper looming against the evening sky, the commander continued, You see that office-tile building over there? The sudden shift in topic immediately piqued the boys' curiosity. He slowly began explaining their base expansion strategy. We're currently in the middle of a massive operation to capture that office-tile block. Even though it's going to be a nightmare clearing out every last infected inside, if we can just secure the safe floors, we'll have enough space to house countless more survivors. Minjun kept his head down as he walked, sweat beading on his forehead. Beside him, Hakchun let out a low whistle, totally amazed by the military setup. Damn, that's impressive. Since when did you guys pull all this off? Suddenly, Minjun looked up, the glint off his glasses masking a look of pure dread. He gulped hard, terrified of whatever fate was waiting for him. An inspection? Staring at the heavy barbed wire barricading the path, the fear of infection swelled inside him. God, this is nerve-wracking. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a building was completely engulfed in raging flames. Thick black smoke billowed upward, choking the late afternoon sky. Inside, a blood-stained baseball bat driven through with rusty nails lay abandoned on the floor. A girl's voice broke the silence. Minjin's bat! Yina crouched in the middle of a wrecked classroom, surrounded by overturned desks, quietly piecing things together. If his bat is here, he must have jumped over from that other building. He's definitely still alive. The thick smoke kept masking Minjin's scent, making it fade in and out. She stared at the weapon, her brow furrowed in confusion. But why would he just ditch his bat? Did he drop it? Suddenly, Byungjun stumbled over, sweating bullets and nervously gripping a gun. Hey, if we don't hurry, the fire's going to spread to this building too. We got to get out of here. But Yina just shot him an icy glare and scoffed, "Hey, pig!" The chubby boy flinched, stammering, "Uh-huh." Yina picked up the bat and coldly turned her back on him. "I thought I told you to leave me alone and get lost. Why did you even come back? I can search by myself." Trailing right behind her, Byungjun was sweating buckets, desperately trying to salvage whatever tiny shred of pride he had left. But, still, how could I just leave you all alone? Besides, I managed to snatch this gun from those guys earlier, so you don't have to worry at all. Hearing that, Yina whipped around, scowling in absolute annoyance as she snapped right in his face. Seriously? Don't worry? Do you even know how to shoot? The chubby guy panicked, his words stumbling over each other. Well, I've practiced shooting, like, maybe once or twice. Yina let out an exhausted, heavy sigh. She couldn't help but think to herself, why the hell does this loser stutter so much? Ignoring his pathetic excuses, Yina turned and kept walking. Unless it's Young Min-jun or Kang Hak-jun, I don't need anyone. I can survive perfectly fine on my own. Staring at her back, Byungjun gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, her personality is as rotten as ever. As he trailed behind her, he stewed in his own bitter thoughts. But someone like Han Yena actually softened up for young Minjin. What the hell kind of history does that punk even have with her? Yena's voice suddenly cut right through his thoughts. You're just a gross, creepy loser who smells like a pig. Then, she glanced over her shoulder. Her eyes softened, just a fraction as she dropped a line he never saw coming. But, thanks for worrying about me. Byungjun's heart started hammering so fast it threatened to burst out of his chest. His jaw dropped, his face completely frozen in shock. Did Han Yena just thank me? She definitely has feelings for me. There's no other explanation. But his sweet delusion was shattered in an instant. Yena reached out and pushed the door open, ruthlessly crushing his hopes without missing a beat. That's exactly what you were about to say, wasn't it? You absolute creep. I know you're just pulling this hero act to get me all to yourself. Byungjun jumped, frantically waving his hands in denial. What the hell? No, I'm not. Yena clicked her tongue in disdain. I give you one tiny compliment and you completely lose your damn mind. Disappearing through the doorway, Yena threw out one final hit. But whatever, having a loser like you around is fine. I hate being alone anyway. Spun around like a toy, Byungjun broke into a cold sweat, screaming in his head. What the actual freak does she want from me? She totally knows I turn into a simp the second I see a pretty girl. Is she just playing with me? As they were walking, Yena's footsteps suddenly jerked to a halt. She let out a sharp gasp, instantly on high alert. Huh? The view slowly panned toward a heavy, closed iron door. From the other side, the heavy, echoing thuds of boots approached. Yena's eyes widened in a mix of shock and pure terror. Beside her, Byungjun was dripping with cold sweat, frantically whispering, Yena, hide! The grim, gray door stood in dead silence before the handle slowly pressed downward. The chilling click-clack of the lock echoed like a death knell. Reacting in a flash, the two of them scrambled into the shadows behind a brick wall, holding their breath as they waited for the door to swing wide open. Extreme tension was written all over Yena's face. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she braced herself, praying in her head, Please, let it be Jung Min-jun or Kang Hak-jun. The door groaned open, revealing a pitch-black, dead silence. A desperate thought flashed through her mind. What if it's not them? Leaving the heart-pounding suspense at the burning building behind, the story shifts back to the refugee zone. A deep violet night was slowly swallowing the quarantine building, its faded sign reading General Clinic. Inside was a dark, dead-silent hospital waiting room, dripping with that suffocating yet safe post-apocalyptic atmosphere. But as he walked deeper down the hallway, Minjin couldn't help but feel amazed. Wow, it's a quarantine zone, but the lights are actually on. It feels so peaceful. My mom has to be in a safe place like this too, right? As he walked alongside Hakjun and the soldiers, a familiar voice suddenly called out from a distance. Ah! Young Minjun! Minjun's face lit up as he looked up and shouted his comrade's name. Sunho! But the second they were face to face, Minjun's eyes widened in panic as he demanded, Where's Yena? You sent someone to look for her, right? Sunho instantly broke into a nervous sweat, stammering. About that. The guy in the red shirt and glasses looked deeply guilty. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he nervously explained, We did send a team back to that sector. Minjun's eyes went wide with absolute shock, his heart skipping a beat as Sunho dropped the next sentence. But we completely lost contact with Byungjun. Minjun gasped in pure horror. What? Meanwhile, the view shifts to the distance. The building where Yena and Byungjun are trapped is completely swallowed by the dark. Thick black smoke from the fire continues to billow violently into the night sky. On the freezing rooftop floor of that building, An abandoned walkie-talkie lies completely alone. Through the heavy static, a desperate voice crackles out. Ah, Byungjun, please respond. The scene cuts back to the refugee camp. In front of a heavy sealed door marked Quarantine Room 2, Minjun's frantic, desperate shouts echo down the dead silent hallway. I'm begging you, please send a rescue team. Inside the room, Minjun is locked in a fierce physical struggle with a group of soldiers. Furious and pushed to the edge, he demands, I told you, I'm going out to find my friends myself. Why the hell are you stopping me? The tall, imposing commander frowns, snapping right back. The two men we sent out there have already gone totally radio silent. Another soldier backs him up, his face tight with stress. It was definitely those bastards doing. Besides, it's way too late. Stepping out after sunset is pure suicide. The number of infected out on the streets will multiply by the second. Right then, a heavy-set soldier standing nearby shrugs, sneering with cold, heartless sarcasm. The kid is practically begging to throw his life away. Why don't we just let him walk? I mean, he's just some stray survivor who showed up today. He's not one of ours. Whether he gets chewed up by zombies or butchered by those psychos, that's entirely his own funeral. Completely ignoring the soldier's remark, 28-year-old Commander Ha Do-hoon, a former Army NCO with serious combat experience, keeps his face stone cold as he speaks up. Honestly, I don't know what to make of this. He steps forward, staring dead into Minjun's eyes, his voice low and heavy. Out of all the survivors who have made it into this mega shelter, you are the absolute first to demand to go right back out into hell on your very first day. Even under the crushing pressure of the military, Minjun stands his ground. Sweat pours down his face, but his fiery gaze doesn't waver for a second as he waits for the commander's verdict. Young Minjun! Suddenly, Kang-hoon, his face covered in fresh scratches, steps in, trying to pull his friend back to harsh reality. Listen to me, no matter how you look at it, running out there right as night falls is absolute madness. Just wait until the sun comes up. Plus, your leg is already totally messed up. Tuning out the warnings completely, Minjun turns to his best friend. His eyes burn with unbreakable resolve as he makes his final call. Fine then, Kang-hoon, you stay right here. I'll go find Yena and Byungjun myself. Seeing how completely unshakable Minjun is, Kang-hoon lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. Minjun then reminds him of the life or death pact they made back at the very beginning. Do you remember the #1 rule of survival you hammered into my head? Never, ever put your own life on the line just to play hero for somebody else. But it looks like I'm breaking that rule tonight. Listening to the raw, intense exchange between the two boys, Commander Do-hoon clicks his tongue and finally speaks up. At first light tomorrow, my men are heading out there no matter what, but if you are dead set on running into the dark right now, I won't stop you. Peeking out nervously from behind them, the young boy, drenched in cold sweat, whispers fearfully, Minjun. Just then, the commander's authoritative voice cuts through again. In exchange, I'm going to gear you boys up. Your best bet is to slip out through the west sector. Exit number 1. The cap-wearing commander maps out an incredibly thorough escape route for them. Your leg is in bad shape anyway. I'm letting you borrow our electric scooters. The batteries are fully juiced up, so mobility won't be an issue. As I'm sure you know, revving up a heavy motorbike with a roaring engine in the dead of night is basically ringing a dinner bell for them. It's pure suicide. Compared to sneaking around on foot, riding the e-scooters is your safest play. The moment he mentions the gear, Minjun immediately steps forward, taking on the heavy lifting without a second thought. Just pack it all into my bag! Kang-hoon just stands there, utterly speechless. A cinematic close-up captures his incredibly intense gaze. The fresh, bloody gash across his cheek does absolutely nothing to hide his rugged toughness and burning determination. He breaks the silence, his voice deep and layered with emotion as he calls out to his brother-in-arms. Young Minjun! Hearing his name, Minjun whips around to look at him, and with a single defining sentence that proves their ride or die brotherhood, Kang-hoon seals the deal. Let's ride together. Catching their fire, young Sun-ho bravely steps up, volunteering for the suicide mission. I'm coming with Minjun too. In exchange, is there any way I can get my gun back? Meanwhile, Minjun can only stare at his best friend in utter shock, his chest tightening with overwhelming emotion. Kang-hoon, you... Watching the three boys fire each other up, ready to march straight into a war zone, the heavy-set soldier scoffs, muttering under his breath, "What an absolute bunch of lunatics." While Commander Do-hoon just stands there in heavy silence, observing them, the scene cuts outside. The grim, deep purple darkness of the night has entirely devoured the hospital quarantine zone, whispering of the unimaginable horrors lurking in the shadows. The group is stealthily escorted out to a secondary perimeter gate made of heavy steel mesh. Commander Do-hoon gestures with his chin, giving the final nod. This is it. Do-hoon gives them the rundown with tactical precision, while Minjun and Kang-hoon stand gripping the handles of their e-scooters, adrenaline pumping. Once you break out of here, gun it straight down the right side, take a sharp left, and you're there. But brace yourselves, that zone is absolutely crawling with the infected. We're going to lay down cover fire to draw the horde away from your path. The commander's rugged, tanned hand reaches out, handing over a cold, sleek black sidearm. Take this. If you know your way around an assault rifle, you shouldn't have any trouble handling this. Gripping the weapon, completely taken aback by this level of support,
Minjun looks up at Do-hoon with nothing but raw gratitude in his eyes. Thank you so much.
The commander replies with a calm, hardened tone. This is as far as our charity goes. With that, Do-hoon raises the walkie-talkie to his lips, barking out a razor-sharp order to his men to kick off the distraction. Positions locked. Open fire. The deafening sharp crack of gunfire violently shreds the dead silence of the night, signaling that the military's decoy op is officially a go. From the pitch-black distance, the blood-curdling, savage screeches of the zombie horde echo back. Like a tidal wave, the monsters blindly swarm toward the gunfire. Commander Ha Do-hoon stays ice-cold, giving them the ultimate signal. The horde is being dragged exactly where we want them. You boys are clear. Move out, now! With a heavy grinding creak, the iron gate splits open just enough to reveal the suffocating, pitch-black road ahead. Kang-hoon revs his throttle, yelling with urgency, "Let's roll!" He and Minjun blast forward on their electric scooters, diving headfirst into the terrifying abyss of the night. Looking back over his shoulder, Minjun shoots the commander a deeply conflicted look. Firearms are practically impossible to come by. Are you seriously okay with just handing over a gun to us like this? Commander Do-hoon silently watches the silhouettes of the two young men tearing through the darkness. A heavy sense of dread weighs on his chest. There is absolutely zero chance this ends safely. But whoever that kid is risking his life to find, he mutters under his breath, his eyes locking onto the towering building engulfed in shadows. They must either be blood or the love of his life. Over at the building, Yena collapses violently onto the freezing floor, screaming out in sheer agony. Suddenly, she whips her head around, her eyes blowing wide with absolute paralyzing terror as sinister figures step into the light. Drenched in cold sweat, she scrambles backward in a desperate panic. The chain gang boss, wearing a sickeningly twisted grin and a prison jumpsuit labeled 259243, stalks toward her. Behind him, two of his feral underlings stare down at Yena with vile, predatory hunger. The convict boss lets out a dirty, mocking laugh. Well now, two of my boys just kicked the bucket, but I sure as hell didn't expect to find a gorgeous little thing like you hiding in here. Ah, whatever, those two scumbags were utterly useless anyway. Good riddance. Ha ha ha! But right then, from the shadows behind them, an unfamiliar booming voice cuts through the tension. Ah, now that is what I call incredibly refreshing. Out steps a massively built man, his intimidating, heavily muscled physique fully on display. The man, later known as Joe, stepped closer to Yena. Kwon Tae-shek smirked, teasing him. Oh, Joe, you want to go first, man? Ha ha ha! Joe shot back, his voice freezing cold. Go first with what? Get out of my way. Joe leaned down close to Yena. The girl was absolutely terrified, staring up at him with wide, trembling eyes. He reached out, gently lifting her chin. The bloodstain on her forehead was still fresh, and a single tear shimmered in the corner of her eye. Joe stared intently at Yena, his gaze sharp and merciless. Pretty cute, actually. Then he asked bluntly, How old are you? Yena stayed dead silent, her tear-filled eyes reflecting pure, unadulterated terror. She flinched, shrinking back as a tear rolled down her cheek. Joe kept his eyes on her, a gaze that felt like it could pierce right through her soul. He reached out, pulling Yena slightly toward him, then turned to his men, his voice dropping into a deadly warning. Don't any of you dare lay a finger on her. He glared at the thugs, his expression terrifyingly cold. She's way too young. Kwon Tae-shek, 34 years old, serving a life sentence with 15 prior convictions. He was a former mob boss with a rap sheet that included assault, drug trafficking, illegal weapon possession, attempted murder, armed robbery, battery, extortion, kidnapping, and the list goes on. Hearing that, Tae-shek let out a sleazy chuckle. Ha! Are you kidding me? The world's already gone to hell and the law is dead and buried. You're seriously preaching about morals and ethics right now? He sneered, adding, Who gives a damn if she's young or old? Screw that nonsense. Ma Sang-chun, 30 years old, serving 12 years for violent assault, armed robbery with bodily harm, and grand theft, suddenly turned to Kwon Tae-shek. He scowled and snapped, Huh? Boss, have you lost your damn mind? He muttered, You know how Joe used to be. Joe, the young man who was in the middle of taking off his jacket, shot Ma Sang-chun an icy glare. Joe's gaze turned dangerously dark. He spoke, his voice dripping with venom. You all know exactly why I ended up in the joint, right? So you'd better watch your damn mouths. He shifted his piercing glare to Kwon Tae-shek, his tone laced with a lethal promise. Unless you want to die by my hands. Tae-shek went deathly pale, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face. My bad. He grumbled under his breath. Damn it. Joe looked over at the tied-up Byung-jun and Yena. His cold eyes flashed as he delivered a ruthless verdict. As for that chubby guy over there, just end him. But the girl, we'll use her as bait. Byung-jun nearly jumped out of his skin, stammering in absolute panic. Wait, hey, he frantically begged. Hold on a second. Joe, his face completely stone-cold and unreadable, calmly began to lay out his master plan. If we play our cards right and use this kid, we can absolutely take over Gunja Station. He added, It's a massive station, which means it's guaranteed to be packed with food, supplies, and weapons. Yena's eyes widened in sheer horror, her voice trembling violently. Wait, hold on a minute. That guy, he's going to be taken out? Yena looked at Byung-jun. the color draining from her face in absolute terror, before desperately pleading with the thugs. Please, please spare him. I'll do absolutely anything. Suddenly, Byung-jun's heart started pounding out of his chest. Right in the middle of this life or death situation, her words finally registered in his brain. He just stared, utterly dumbfounded. Yana, did she really just call me her friend? Byung-jun instantly spiraled into a deep, delusional daydream. Is she actually begging for my life with so much passion? This isn't just some normal concern. There's no doubt about it. She totally has a crush on me. There's simply no other explanation for it. He kept feeding his own ridiculous fantasies, though the harsh reality of their situation still loomed over him. If the two of us can just make it out of here alive, I'll definitely confess my feelings to her. Meanwhile, right beside him, Yena was still desperately sobbing and pleading. Sure, he's just some creepy, pathetic, overweight loser, but being a loser isn't exactly a crime. Obviously, out in the real world, I wouldn't be caught dead even looking in his direction. He's a total, absolute loser, but he happens to be friends with someone very dear to me. If he dies here, my precious friend is going to be completely heartbroken. But then, the brutal, crushing reality shattered his delusions. Byung-jun broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with dread as he mentally cursed himself. God damn it, we're literally about to meet our maker, and my heart is fluttering over a girl. I really am better off dead. Tae-shik glanced at Joe, a wicked smirk crossing his face. All right then, Joe. It'd be a waste to just off the fat pig right now anyway. I'm sure we can find some use for him. He threw a deeply twisted, suggestive look at Byung-jun and added, or, we could we could always have a little fun messing around with him before we snap his neck. Hearing that, the absolute horror drained every last drop of color from Byung-jun's face. Play with me? Joe shifted his terrifying, dead-eyed gaze back to Yena. He bluntly asked, have you ever taken down a zombie before? Yena remained paralyzed in silence, cold sweat dripping down her forehead, her eyes practically screaming in terror. Joe pushed further, his tone biting. Then how the hell have you managed to survive this long? He paused, falling into a momentary silence before murmuring quietly. He turned his head toward Kwon Tae-shik, handing down his final absolute decision. Take the girl. Let's get that started. Tae-shik blinked in sheer surprise. Huh? Hearing Joe's brutally cold-blooded order, the former mob boss's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, seriously? You actually mean it? He clicked his tongue, whining with pure regret. Hey, come on. Finding a pretty little thing like her alive is damn near impossible out here. Isn't that just a massive waste? Meanwhile, his subordinate, Ma Sang-chun, was practically glowing with twisted excitement. Whatever you say, boss. Sounds like a hell of a time to me, he cheered. Hey, get everything set up, right now. One of the thug guards clicked his tongue but obediently followed the order. Yes, sir. Slumped helplessly on the filthy floor, Yena clutched her shirt tightly to her chest. Her wide, trembling eyes darted around, utterly terrified and completely in the dark about the nightmare she was about to face. Huh? What is that? In the background, the criminals were whispering and snickering among themselves. Joe really is a cold-blooded bastard, huh? They thought he'd go easy on her because she was a girl, but apparently not. Completely ignoring the annoying pests buzzing around them, Joe crouched down to Yena's eye level, calmly handing her a small metal fork. You have to protect your own body, or those scumbags will easily defile you. Suddenly, his massive hand tightly enveloped the girl's trembling hands, forcing her to grip the tiny weapon, making Yena flinch in sheer panic. Staring straight into Yena's tear-filled eyes, Joe offered words of reassurance, yet his face remained completely devoid of emotion. It's no big deal, don't worry. He leaned in close, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered ruthless instructions like a literal devil. Just aim this right at their face and stab without mercy. That's all. Just imagine they're the ones trying to violate you. Yena's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down her skin like rain as she listened to him continue. Feel your survival instinct and your absolute rage with every fiber of your being. Act like a complete maniac. She stammered in terror. Wait a second. Handing me this fork right now. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Under the dim lights, the portrait of the ruthless man came into sharp focus. Joe, 26 years old, death row inmate. He coldly laid down the final verdict. You have to do this if you want to survive. It's that simple. Suddenly, the VIP room door was kicked wide open, casting a faint strip of light over the bloodstains smeared across the floor. She was violently thrown inside, tumbling across the ground before collapsing in panic and letting out an ear-piercing shriek. Ah! Whipping her head around to look, the girl's eyes were brimming with absolute shock and pure terror. What the hell is going on? The luxurious VIP room was eerily, deathly silent. Shattered glasses were scattered across the table, and Yana stood completely alone, face to face with something unimaginably horrific. The room's door slowly clicked shut, entirely cutting off the tiny girl's only route of escape. Yena's gaze was glued to the grotesquely deformed creature standing right in front of her. Her pupils dilated violently as she whispered in total despair, The client? Don't tell me. Right at that moment, the cold click of the lock echoed from the outside, sealing Yana inside and making her violently flinch as she spun around. On the blood-slicked floor, a zombie thrashed and let out a guttural snarl. The terrifying part was that both of its arms had been entirely severed, leaving behind nothing but bloody stumps. Standing outside, Joe casually stuffed his hands into his pockets, his voice echoing into the room as he explained the test. I already gave you a massive advantage to make it easier to fight. I chopped off both its arms. That's enough for you to give it a try, right? Inside the room, the blood-soaked monster began to stagger to its feet. Meanwhile, Joe's chilling voice continued at a steady, haunting pace. In this brutal world, if you want to survive with that frail body of yours, you need to go at least half insane. The massive hand of the death row inmate gripped the door handle, tightly locking away the girl's very life inside. So, let's see you try and survive. Trapped, alone with the monster. A horrifying growl rattled right next to her ear. Yena stood rooted to the spot, tears welling up as she mumbled in absolute panic. Ah. Her tiny hands shook uncontrollably, gripping the fork like her final lifeline, yet she felt utterly powerless. How am I supposed to use this? No. I can't do this. Spotting its prey, the zombie opened its blood-smeared maw and lunged forward with terrifying speed, forcing Yena to let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The soulless corpse charged forward like a maniac, its massive frame completely overwhelming the tiny schoolgirl. A deafening crash rang out as the zombie slammed violently into the wall next to the door. Terrified beyond belief, Yena curled into a tight ball, collapsing to hide in a corner. The girl's face was drenched in tears and sweat, her lips trembling as she silently begged for help in vain. Ah! Pushing past the paralyzing fear, Yena lunged for the door handle, frantically twisting it while sobbing uncontrollably. Somebody help me! She slammed both of her hands desperately against the sealed iron door, using every ounce of her strength to beg for mercy from the devil standing outside.
Joe, I really can't do this. Please, just open the door.
But the monster didn't give her a single second to breathe. It unleashed another heart-tearing roar and snapped its jaws at her, forcing Yena to scream in absolute terror once again. Ah! The brutal impact sent the girl flying, her back slamming violently against the door. The zombie used its entire body weight to corner its prey into a dead end. In the agonizing tug-of-war of life and death, the metal fork slipped from her weak grip, clattering onto the blood-stained floor, signaling a tragically grim end. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. An infected man with rolled-back white eyes and a gaping blood-filled mouth was frantically charging forward with a vicious shriek. Yena squeezed her eyes shut in sheer terror, cowering behind the back of a man who was currently being torn apart by the infected. Her broken sobs shattered in pure despair. Please, somebody, please help! Suddenly, a silhouette dashed in, delivering a devastating chokehold that forcefully ripped the infected off the unfortunate victim. The living corpse was violently hurled, crashing heavily onto the restroom floor. Its bulky frame smashed against the wall, followed by a sickeningly heavy thud. Yena jolted, her tear-soaked eyes shooting wide open, her pale face a mix of trauma and extreme disbelief as she looked at the savior standing before her. Hearing the loud commotion, a tattooed guy in a blue shirt ran over, leaning against the doorway as he mockingly asked the muscular young man named Joe, "What's going on here?" "Why the hell did you help her? Worried the ending would be too boring, Joe." Joe's long, slender hand reached down and picked up the blood-stained stainless steel fork from the ground. His voice rang out, steady and freezing cold. "I told you already. To survive, you have to go half insane." Suddenly, Joe stepped up and wrapped his arms around Yena from behind. His hand firmly clamped down on her trembling hand, making her flinch in terror. In a tight, cinematic embrace, Joe gently, but firmly forced Yena's fingers to tightly grip the fork. He whispered in a dark, seductive tone, "Just this once. I'll help you out. Come on, hold it like this." Yena cried out in panic, trying to resist. Wait a minute. The rabid infected wasn't giving up. It scrambled to its feet, jaws wide open as it shrieked and lunged straight at the two of them. Quick as lightning, Joe shot his hand out and crushed the infected's throat, completely halting the monster's momentum and making it screech in agony. He slammed the infected bastard against the wall beneath the stairs, pinning it down. Yena, standing right behind him, was still completely paralyzed by panic. She screamed out, "Ah! Hey! Stop! What the hell are you doing?" Joe tilted his head slightly, his deep razor-sharp eyes piercing through Yena as he laid down a harsh lesson. "I am doing this for you. Feel it. Burn this exact feeling into your memory." Joe's massive hand firmly gripped Yena's trembling fingers. Together, they raised the bloody metal fork high into the air, locked in for the killing strike. He muttered under his breath, "If you want to survive out here, you have to lose half your mind. Now, stab it." Yena tensed up, resisting with every ounce of her desperate strength. "Wait, no!" But turning a deaf ear to her frantic struggles, Jihu used his overwhelming strength to force her arms down, plunging the weapon straight into their enemy. The brutal thrust ripped through the air. Dark, infected blood erupted, violently splattering across the filthy gray walls. Fresh streaks of blood stained the side of Ju's freezing, emotionless face. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he forced her hands to ruthlessly drive the weapon in, over and over again, landing relentless, brutal strikes. A fatal blow, The infected creature convulsed violently before collapsing onto the freezing concrete floor, finally stripped of all life. The blood-soaked weapon was tossed aside, clattering harshly against the cold floor. Yenna stood completely paralyzed. Her hands, her clothes, everything was drenched in gore. She was trembling uncontrollably as that cold, ruthless voice echoed in her ears. You have to go exactly this far to truly snuff out their breath. Her legs turned to absolute jelly. Drained of all her strength, Yenna collapsed onto her knees, staring blankly ahead with hollow, deeply traumatized eyes. Jihu dropped down onto one knee, meeting her gaze. He gently rested a hand on her shoulder, a gesture of brutally twisted comfort. It is your first time. It is only natural to be terrified and in shock. Everyone slowly changes and adapts like this. I am doing all of this for your sake, so harden your heart. He stared directly into her shattered eyes, delivering the absolute law of survival. Even when I am not around to hold your hand, you are going to keep doing this. You will not stop until you can slaughter them all by yourself. Glancing down at the young girl's violently shaking back, Ju barked out his final order before turning away. Take a 30-minute break, then we resume your training. Do I make myself clear? He walked off, leaving Yenna completely isolated in the gore-drenched corner of the room, sitting right beside the grotesque, mangled corpse.
This incredibly bloody survival class was the very thing that permanently fractured her soul. The scene abruptly smashed cut to a dead, silent street. A small pickup truck and a weathered red bus sat completely abandoned in front of an old butcher shop and a pet store.
Through this eerie silence, two young survivors, Hak-chun and Min-jun, suddenly tore through the frame. They were drifting smoothly on two electric scooters, riding with insane skill. The boys zipped effortlessly down the road, leaving the ghostly avenue in the dust. But just seconds later, a massive horde of screeching rabid infected came sprinting out of the alleys, desperately chasing down the two scooter racers. Hak-chun, casually revving the throttle of his sleek black scooter with an assault rifle strapped to his back, furrowed his brows and shouted over to his buddy. Hey, are you absolutely sure that bastard said the entrance to Kyunghee University? Min-jun, white-knuckling the handlebars of his purple scooter right beside him, yelled back without hesitation. Yeah, man, 100% sure. Under the suffocating cover of night, Min-jun's expression turned dead serious. A single drop of cold sweat traced down his cheek, but his eyes burned with an ironclad resolve. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a desolate, creepy hallway led straight into a dingy public restroom. Horrific streaks of fresh and dried blood stained the tile floor, a spine-chilling warning of what had gone down. Hiding inside one of the cramped, suffocating toilet stalls were two heavily armed thugs. One of them, wearing a grotesque skull mask, gripped a walkie-talkie, listening closely to the voice crackling through the static. Boss, we are still locked down in the building next to the Grand Plaza. We managed to capture one of the rats from the Gagunja faction. We are currently hunkered down around the Gyode station area, about 1 to 2 kilometers away. We already found a solid spot to lay low on this side. The thug without the mask anxiously urged his boss over the radio, his voice drenched in tension. Boss, you need to get here right now. The Gagunja bastards might be tracking us down as we speak, so we are forced to hide out like cowards. Through the heavy static, an icy, detached voice coldly replied, I am almost there. Yet the fearful lackey, still trembling at the thought of being ambushed, begged him just in case. Please, sir, just tell me the exact coordinates of the hideout. If anything goes sideways, or if we get separated, I will make my way there myself. But instantly, the skull-masked thug violently snapped back at him. Listen here, you pathetic idiot. If you end up leaking the location of our safe house, are you going to take responsibility with your life? The boss then barked a chilling order. I am near Gyode Station. I am not leaking the exact coordinates over the comms. Just shut up and wait. Me and 2 or 3 of our boys are heading over right now. Click. The radio abruptly cut to dead air. Slapped down and humiliated, the bitter underling could do nothing but clench his teeth and curse under his breath. Damn it to hell! That bastard Song Ji-hoo is obviously younger than me, but he always acts like he owns the damn place. Meanwhile, cutting back to our rescue squad, Min-jun rapidly analyzed their grim situation on the fly. Hey, Gagunja is on subway line 2, right? Are you sure it is okay if we do not head over there immediately? Hak-chun kept his voice perfectly level, radiating absolute cool. First things first, we need to check out the absolute last building they were spotted in. He elaborated, his tactical mind racing. The very last transmission we got from Byung-jun was from the rooftop of the building right next door. There is a solid chance they haven't been captured by those scumbags just yet. Blinking in sheer confusion, Min-jun practically choked on his words. Wait, what? But the very moment they arrived, a horrific sight awaited them. The entire building was completely swallowed by a raging sea of flames, burning even more violently than they ever imagined. Min-jun panicked, his voice trembling. Holy crap, man. Are they seriously going to be okay in there? Hak-chun tried to anchor him, staying dangerously composed. The building next to it is probably still untouched. Move it! Let us go! Without wasting another heartbeat, the duo charged headfirst into the danger zone, blasting right past a terrifying mob of zombies wandering the ruined, apocalyptic streets. They swiftly breached the interior of the building. The suffocating, pitch-black darkness of the stairwell instantly swallowed their silhouettes whole. Navigating the pitch-black steps with ultimate caution, Relying only on the pathetic dying beam of a single flashlight, Minjun let out a shaky sigh of relief. Man, thank God we actually made it here in one piece. But that fleeting moment of relief was instantly shattered at the very next turn of the stairs. A horrifying, blood-curdling scene completely paralyzed them. The lifeless body of a soldier was slumped heavily against the concrete wall, fresh crimson blood violently painted across every inch of the hallway. Minjun was frozen in absolute terror, stammering over his own breath. What the hell happened here? He immediately locked eyes on the chillingly familiar blue armband strapped to the corpse. Look at the band on his arm. This guy was part of the squad sent straight out from Gagunja. Hak Chun slowly turned around, his piercing eyes heavily clouded with dark suspicion and confusion. He traced the flickering beam of the flashlight down to the blood-stained steps, illuminating a cluster of glinting brass bullet casings scattered across the concrete. He muttered under his breath, "Bullet casings." Hak Chun knelt down, plucking a single casing from the pool of blood. He analyzed it with the lethal precision of a predator before dropping a grim conclusion. They're gunned down by the exact same assault rifle I am carrying. It was definitely those bastards. Minjun blinked, completely thrown off by his absolute certainty. Wait, bro, how do you know that? Hak Chun laid out his chilling deduction. Look closely at the trajectory of these casings. Judging by where they fell, these guys were ambushed and stripped of their weapons before they even had a single fraction of a second to return fire. He gripped his weapon tighter, continuing his grim explanation. This very rifle I am holding right now, it belonged to that exact scumbag I threw down with earlier, and he specifically bragged that his crew had another one just like it. Hearing this, the color completely drained from Minjun's face. What if Yena and Byungjun got captured by them too? Let's head up and see for ourselves first, Hak Chun said, his voice deep and steady. With an unwavering gaze, he continued making his way upstairs. At last, they reached the rooftop. In the distance, the adjacent building was still blazing against the sky, billowing thick black smoke. On the cold, dead-silent floor of the roof lay a solitary walkie-talkie. Minjun hurriedly picked it up, recognizing it instantly. It's Oh Byung-jun's radio. Hak Chun analyzed the scene. No bodies, just dropped gear. High chance they've been taken alive. Minjun froze in shock. Without a second thought, Hak Chun grabbed his own radio to contact the base. This is Kang Hak Chun. We've reached the roof. He delivered a crisp, brief report. Confirmed 2 of our people are dead in the stairwell of this building. No sign of Oh Byung-jun or our female squad mates' bodies. Instead, we recovered Byung-jun's radio. Hak Chun's eyes flashed with fierce resolve. He declared without hesitation, "We are moving straight to Gyeongdae right now." From the other end of the line, Sun Ho's voice echoed back, heavy with worry. Understood. Stay safe out there. Standing beside him, Minjun's face darkened, his heart sinking with dread. The scene shifted to the entertainment district near Gyeongdae Station. The once flashing neon signs were now swallowed by the deadly, pitch-black darkness of the night. Here it is, the alley near the Gyeongdae exit. The 2 of them had arrived, but right in front of them was a narrow street swarming with wandering undead. Hak Chun signaled him. From here on out, we move on foot. Keep dead silent. Minjun nodded nervously. Got it. They stealthily slipped through the dark alleyway. Minjun whispered frantically, "But there are dozens of buildings here. How the hell are we supposed to find them?" Suddenly, Minjun stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced up and let out a soft gasp. Huh? He had just spotted a shadowy figure casually perched on the roof of a nearby building. It was a guy in a hoodie, sitting cross-legged with a semi-automatic sniper rifle resting beside him. The guard lit a cigarette and muttered lazily with a sigh. The whole area is crawling with infected anyway. What the fuck am I even guarding for? There's no way those bastards from Gagunja could track us here, and it's not like those damn zombies can break in either. He was Oh Sungmin, 27 years old, served 6 years in prison for assault, theft, and smuggling. He took a drag of his smoke and cursed bitterly under his breath. That little shit song Juho, barely 26 and acting like a big boss while I'm stuck doing his fucking grunt work. Just as he took another deep drag, he flinched, suddenly on high alert. Huh! A blinding light from below flashed directly into his face. Panic-stricken, the thug snatched up his rifle, stammering out a curse. What the hell? He roared. Who's there? But before he could even react, a shadow closed in from behind, pressing a cold, hard blade right against his throat. Hak Chun's dark, icy voice drifted into his ear. I'm the one asking the questions here. Oh Sungmin was paralyzed with absolute terror. He stammered out, "Well, who the hell are you? One of the escapees?" Hak Chun dug the knife in deeper, commanding him with lethal coldness. You only answer when I ask. How many of you are inside? I'm giving you 3 seconds. Hak Chun started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The edge of the blade sliced dangerously close to the guard's windpipe. Sweat poured down Oh Sangmin's face. He gritted his teeth, cursing in sheer desperation. You son of a bitch! A sharp slicing sound pierced the air. Fresh blood sprayed across the roof, ending the guard's life with a single agonizing groan. After silently taking out the sentry, Hak Chun immediately signaled, "Get inside. Move." "We don't have time, Minjun." Still slightly shell-shocked, Minjun stammered back, "All right. Coming." Inside the building, pitch-black darkness swallowed the stairwell. Only the faint, ghostly glow of the moonlight spilled through the windows, casting shadows on the freezing steps. The two crept down, taking each step with agonizing care, desperately trying not to make a single sound. Leading the way with his flashlight, Hak-chun suddenly stopped, raising a hand to signal Min-jun. This way. He carefully peeked into a pitch-black corridor, his ears straining to listen, his eyes sharp and vigilant. The flashlight beam swept across the room, illuminating a massive lobby. Hak-chun whispered, "The elevator doors are open." He cautiously approached, leaning in to check the empty elevator cabin. Listening closely, Hak-chun noticed something was horribly off. There was a faint noise echoing up from the bottom of the elevator shaft. Min-jun stood right behind him, his heart pounding out of his chest. Meanwhile, on another floor, inside a luxurious but trashed and blood-splattered hallway, a brutal torture session was fully underway. Byung-jun, his face severely bruised and covered in blood, weakly begged, I really don't know anything." A thug standing next to his boss smirked and spat. "You haven't even been here that long, and you're already pulling this crap. You little bitch." The man with a stone-cold face and the hulking build of a soldier, Jung Ki-hoon, 30 years old, ex-Special Forces, serving 10 years for aggravated assault and attempted murder, suggested a gruesome interrogation method. "Let's just chop off a finger." The sheer terror made Byung-jun piss himself, letting out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the distance, instantly grabbing the gang's attention. The lackey in the white hoodie snapped his head around in confusion. "Huh?" He stepped out cautiously, peering down the dead empty corridor littered with bloodstains and smashed furniture. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he kept walking down the hall, completely oblivious to the lethal danger creeping right up on him. All of a sudden, the nearby elevator doors slid shut with an eerie finality, signaling the presence of an intruder. Back with the rescue squad, Hak-chun had finally pinpointed the enemy's lair. He brought his radio to his mouth, reporting briskly, "Yongdae Station area, alley near exit number 1. Building with the pub. Looks like we found the escapee's hideout." Radio still in hand, Hak-chun announced his next move. "I'm going in." He turned to instruct Min-jun, his eyes deadly serious. "I'm heading down first. Don't you dare come down until I give the signal." Min-jun replied with a worried tone. "Please, be careful." Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Yena's living nightmare dragged on in a messy hallway. Another zombie was thrown inside, its savage snarls echoing through the corridor. Jai-ho stood right behind the undead creature, keeping a tight grip on it as he asked Yena in a terrifyingly calm voice, "You can handle it alone this time, right?" The zombie he restrained let out an agonizing roar. Yena sat slumped on the floor, her face completely drenched in tears, begging in sheer desperation, "Please stop! Why? Why are you doing this to me?" But the monster was already let loose, stumbling blindly toward the terrified girl. The growling grew louder and louder. Ju stared down at Yena with dead, emotionless eyes, whispering twisted, incomprehensible words. "Somebody help me! I'm not torturing you, you know." A bizarre, eerie glint flickered in the death row inmate's eyes. "I'm doing this because you are special to me." The zombie lumbered closer. Yena begged, paralyzed by fear. "Please, no," Ju coldly commanded. "Then make sure you do a good job this time, too." His massive hand grabbed the doorknob, ready to lock the girl inside all over again. From within, Yena's blood-curdling screams and the monster's vicious roars bled together, composing a horrifying symphony of death. Jai-ho stood outside, quietly listening. Right as Yena screamed, a sharp, dry clash of metal suddenly rang out from the elevator, making Jai-ho freeze in his tracks. Startled, he whipped his head around, his eyes flashing with sharp caution and surprise. Right in front of him, the elevator doors were wide open, revealing an eerie, dead-silent darkness inside. But the truth was, up on the roof of the elevator cabin, Hak-chun had already popped the escape hatch and was gearing up to drop in. Like a phantom descending from the sky, his icy, stoic face peeked through the gap in the ceiling. Hak-chun landed softly on the elevator floor, making sure not to make even the slightest sound. He stepped out with extreme caution, his hands gripping his assault rifle tight, completely locked in for a life-or-death shootout. Right at that moment, the white-hooded thug Ma Sang-chun was on patrol. He muttered to himself, "I swear I heard something coming from the elevator." As soon as he turned around, he was staring straight down the pitch-black barrel of Hak-chun's gun. Ma Sang-chun froze, sweating buckets as he stammered, "Huh?" In that dead silent standoff, Sang-chun broke the tension. "Who the hell are you?" Without a single word of warning, Hak-chun lunged forward and buried a razor-sharp knife deep into the thug's gut, making him let out a piercing shriek. "Damn it, it hurts." Hearing the screams, the boss, Tae-sik, who was busy torturing Byung-jun, snapped his head around, his face draining of color. He and another lackey exchanged dumbfounded looks, having absolutely no clue what was going down. What the hell was that? From inside the torture room, young Ki-hoon, the ex-special ops guy, peeked his head out to check the situation. He stared in absolute horror as his comrade writhed on the floor, desperately shouting, Ki-hoon! Hak-chun aimed his barrel dead straight at the dying thug and gave an icy command. "Stay down if you want to live." Quick as a flash, he found hard cover, letting out a sharp breath to brace himself for the coming bloodbath. Hak Chun rapidly calculated in his head, even though I've never enlisted, never even trained in close quarters combat. See, QB, is this plan really gonna work? He recalled the intel from the guard he'd already taken down up on the rooftop. Based on the confession he squeezed out of that guy, Chun did the math in his head faster than a calculator. At that time, they had a total of 7 guys. Counting that guy, the one who cornered Minjun, and the lookout outside, that's 3 dead in total. Excluding this one I've got hostage. He drew his final conclusion. If my math is right, there are at least 3 more scumbags inside. Chun continued analyzing the enemy's firepower. He said they had AR rifles and even grenades. If I factor in the gun they looted from the Gagunja soldier earlier, at least 2 of them are packing rifles. Using this guy as a human shield to get Yena and Byungjun out, that's my best play. From inside, a panicked voice cried out, "Sang Chun got shot! It's definitely the Gagunja guys! And he's got a gun!" That sent the rest of the thugs into a total frenzy. What? The boss, Kwon Tae-sik, roared, "Damn it all! Hey, give me the gun!" Young Ki-hoon, the ex-special ops soldier, replied with cocky confidence, "Hand the gun to me, boss!" He cocked the weapon with expert precision, making sure to flaunt his background. "I am an ex-special forces guy, after all." From his cover, Hak Chun shouted, his voice booming with authority. "We're here for 2 of our people. They're in there, aren't they?" The hallway plunged into a suffocating, tension-filled silence. Chun screamed out his 2 friends' names. "Han Yena, Byungjun! If you're in there, answer me." Byungjun, his face swollen and mouth covered in blood, heard that familiar voice. Not wasting a single second, he used every ounce of strength he had left to scream, We're both in here, me and Han Yena." Hearing that, the thugs completely lost their minds. "You little bastard!" One of the lackeys swung a devastating punch right into Byungjun's face, roaring, "Shut your damn mouth, you piece of trash!" The brutal hit left Byungjun letting out only a choked gasp of pain. Hiding up on the elevator cabin roof, Minjin heard Byungjun's cry for help echoing up the shaft. He felt a surge of relief. That's Byungjun's voice. Well, for now, it seems like both Yena and Byungjun are alive. Just then, the boss, Kwon Tae-sik, bellowed a challenge from inside. "Who the hell are you freaks? Spit it out! What the hell do you bastards think you're doing?" Hak Chun stood dead still, his expression a mask of pure ice. He declared his identity loud and clear, his voice dripping with lethal authority. "I am Kang Hak Chun of the UDT Gagunja forces. Dozens of our soldiers have already surrounded this entire building from all sides. You will be suppressed by lethal force shortly. There's a total of 3 of you inside, isn't there?" Hearing the letters UDT, the boss and his gang went into a total panic. "UDT, they're special ops. Shit, we're totally screwed." But the ex-special forces op, Jung Ki-hoon, narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "He doesn't look like a pro to me." He could be bluffing. Ki-hoon analyzed the situation. If there was a real squad breaching us, they would have rushed in all at once. The way I see it, he's either flying solo or he's got 2, maybe 3 guys with him tops. Numbers-wise, we've still got the upper hand. Hearing this, the boss gritted his teeth and cursed. "God damn it! But that bastard knows exactly how many of us are here." Ki-hoon furrowed his brow, piecing it together. Breaching and firing without a second of hesitation, he's got guts. There are 2 possibilities. He's either a fearless psycho or a terrifyingly unpredictable pro. It has to be one of the 2. Right at that tense moment, Hak Chun called out, offering a negotiation. "Let's make a deal." He leveled his gun at the injured Ma Song-chun, his voice dripping with menace. "Right now, your teammate is dead in my sights." 1 bullet, and he's instantly brained. The threat left the injured man sweating bullets in absolute panic. "In exchange for this guy's life, let 2 of our people go." Hak Chun laid out his terms. Inside the room, the thugs broke into a frantic uproar. The boss, visibly panicking, demanded, "What the hell do we do now?" Song Joo-ho gritted his teeth, drenched in a cold sweat, and spat out a curse. "Fuck." Then the boss coldly delivered a ruthless command. "Just toss a grenade out there." Ki-hoon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Huh?" The boss barked back at the ex-special forces operative. "I said, throw the damn grenade, you piece of shit!" "But if we do that, Sang-chun will..." The boss roared furiously. "That useless idiot is nothing but a liability to us anyway." He continued screaming, utter madness gleaming in his eyes. "I said throw it, so fucking throw it. You bastard, if this is a trap, we're all gonna die just trying to save that worthless Ma Sang-chun." Hearing this, the dying Ma Sang-chun went completely pale, his face drained of all color. "A grenade? Wait, oh god, no!" He begged in absolute despair. "Please save me! Boss, just let them go, please!" "Joo-ho, please save me!" Hak Chun remained dead silent, straining his ears to catch any movement from inside. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. A tall, imposing figure, gripping an assault rifle, stepped slowly out of the shadows. It was Song Joo-ho. He smirked, throwing out a sarcastic jab. Well, making such a huge fuss over absolutely nothing. Hak Chun froze in pure horror, realizing the enemy was standing right behind him. "What the? He's coming this way!" Ma Sang-chun, seeing his supposed savior, desperately cried out. Juho responded with icy coldness, reminding him of a brutal rule of survival. Survival rule number 1. He aimed the barrel of his rifle directly at his injured teammate, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. If your selfishness puts the whole team in danger, there's only one outcome. Death. A sharp, dry gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced straight through Ma Sung-chun's head, ending his miserable life in a fraction of a second. Hak-chun stood completely paralyzed, unable to process the cold-blooded execution that just happened right in front of him. Seizing the opening, Juho lunged forward, snatching the gun right out of Hak-chun's grip before launching a vicious kick straight into his jaw. The devastating kick was so fast, Hak-chun couldn't even react. His body was launched backward, crashing heavily onto the floor as his gun skidded far out of reach. Juho turned his head, a flash of surprise in his eyes when he spotted another figure standing by the elevator doors. It was none other than Min-woon. He had sneaked down at some point, both hands trembling violently, as he aimed a small handgun at Juho. It was a hopelessly mismatched standoff between two bitter enemies. On one side, a cold-blooded killer holding an assault rifle, and on the other, a four-eyed student clinging to a tiny pistol. Min-woon stammered, his voice shaking, but his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Han Yena and Oh Byung-jun. But please, let them go. Hearing the name Han Yena, Juho slightly furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Han Yena? So that's the little girl's name? He slowly lowered his rifle, but from behind, Jung Ki-hoon had already trained his gun on Min-woon. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. Don't shoot, Ki-hoon! Juho looked at Min-woon and made an unexpected offer. How about I just let your chubby friend go, but keep Han Yena? Juho explained with a dangerous smirk. That girl, I feel something special about her even though we haven't known each other for long. Hearing that, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Min-woon's temple. Without a second of hesitation, he aimed the gun dead at Juho's face and growled, Let Yena go right now or I'll blow your fucking brains out. Juho smirked, his eyes practically dancing with amusement. Well, looks like you actually have the guts to pull the trigger. It seems Han Yena is your sweet little weak point. Do you two have some sort of special relationship? From the shadows of the elevator, Min-woon spoke with feigned authority, desperately trying to bluff the enemy. It looks like we breached from this side. You four, move around to the back of the building and surround them. Hearing this, Song Juho froze, a flash of surprise and suspicion crossing his eyes. What the hell? Don't tell me he actually brought backup. He stared intently at Min-woon, rapidly analyzing the situation. Even if you shoot me now, my guy over there has you dead to rights. He'll drop you in a heartbeat. Anyone can see you're at a massive disadvantage here, so just lower the gun. But Min-woon didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Shut the hell up. Juho let out a long sigh, seemingly having made up his mind. He turned his back and casually brushed him off. Whatever you want, kid. I'm out of here. Leaving Min-woon totally stunned, Juho kept walking and tossed his words back like a twisted favor. And by the way, you don't really have time to waste with me. You'd better get to Han Yena. Fast. Min-woon's heart dropped. What? The killer smirked, dropping a horrifying truth. She's locked in a room, playing all alone, with a zombie. Min-woon's eyes bulged in pure horror, unable to believe what he was hearing. What the fuck did you do? Yena! Leaving behind that dark, cryptic warning, Juho and his crew quickly vanished into the shadows. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. His underlings hurriedly called after him, Juho, hurry up! This way! Without a second of hesitation, Min-jun sprinted madly toward the torture room. As soon as he arrived, he found Byung-jun slumped on the floor, his face bruised and battered. Min-jun hurriedly shouted, Byung-jun! Is Yena here? Seeing him, Byung-jun's face lit up with absolute relief. Min-jun, you actually came to save me. Min-jun immediately cut his friend off. She's not here. She must be in the other room. He then dashed off like a hurricane. Byung-jun just sat there watching Min-jun's fading silhouette with a mix of jealousy and sheer admiration. Those two jerks are definitely dating. Min-jun rushed up to a closed door and without a shred of hesitation grabbed the handle. He cautiously pushed the door open, softly calling her name. Yena? A holographic list of escaped convicts flashed by, updating the life and death status of each target. But as the door fully opened, a horrific scene struck his eyes. Yena was sitting in the middle of a massive pool of blood, surrounded by the mangled corpses of two zombies, their guts scattered everywhere. The camera zoomed in on her back, sitting there in dead silence. Min-jun froze, completely speechless. He took a slow step forward, his voice trembling with deep concern. Hey, are you okay? Suddenly, Yena threw herself into Min-jun's arms, burying her face into his chest, completely catching him off guard. She clung to him tightly, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Yena burst into tears, her choked sobs finally breaking through after all the terror she had endured. Min-jun panicked for a second, but then gently wrapped his arms around the shaking girl in his embrace. He softly stroked her hair, his warm voice trying to soothe her. It's okay now. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Outside, the blaring sirens of police cars and the heavy rushing footsteps of the military were getting closer. The rescue team had arrived, but it seemed they were one step too late. A soldier holding a walkie-talkie reported the situation. We tracked them within 300 meters, but we lost the trail. Commander Do-hyun barked an order. Splitting up is too dangerous. Fall back. We'll regroup here and head straight back to Gagunja. The soldier strictly obeyed. Understood, sir. The commander stared into the pitch-black night and let out a heavy sigh, his mind burdened with worry. Those two bastards. Back at the refugee camp, Commander Ha Do-hyun looked at Hak-chun with genuine admiration and praised him. You've been through a lot. I heard you're only a high school student. That's seriously impressive. Hak-chun kept his head down, his scratched-up face showing deep, lingering anxiety. I killed too many of them. I'm scared they'll come back for revenge. But Do-hyun replied with calm authority. Don't sweat it. We just need to tighten our security, that's all. Sure, their numbers are down, but we absolutely cannot drop our guard. The commander's eyes then glinted with curiosity as he asked, By the way, where exactly did a kid like you learn how to handle a gun? Hak-chun stammered, avoiding his gaze. That... Seeing the kid's reaction, Do-hyun just clicked his tongue and let it slide. The world's already ended anyway, so what does it matter? Under the dim hallway lights, Hak-chun walked slowly, quietly confessing his gritty past. When I was little, I was a defector. The first time I ever shot someone, it was a North Korean soldier who always tormented me. He continued with a stone-cold expression. I waited until his guard was down. I snatched his rifle and blew him away. Hearing his story, Do-hyun felt a wave of empathy. So, that's what happened? Hak-chun looked up at the commander, his eyes flickering with regret. After settling down in the South and graduating high school, I actually wanted to join the army, just like you, Corporal. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Hak-chun stood in dead silence, staring intently at Do-hyun as if harboring some massive secret. He hesitated before speaking up. Corporal Ha Do-hyun, I have something really important to tell you. In private. Do-hyun slightly furrowed his brows, clearly surprised and confused. The camera angle then cut to a door with a shiny brass plate reading Room 2011. Inside the room, a shocking secret was laid bare. Minjin's stomach revealed a horrifying wound. A gnarly bite mark stitched up tightly, swollen red and oozing blood. He muttered in pure despair. No way! Surrounding Minjin were Yena, Byungjun, Hak-chun, and the soldiers. Do-hyun stared at the wound, analyzing it with a grim face. Looking at this, there's no doubt, you're infected. How long have you been like this? Minjin pulled his shirt down and stammered. That's probably been over a week, but honestly, I think I was infected even before that. Hak-chun looked at Do-hyun with desperately pleading eyes. This absolutely cannot leak out to anyone. Right, sir? The commander let out a heavy sigh and replied. Yeah, we'll keep it a secret between us for now, but I'll have to talk to the doctor in charge of the refugee zone. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. Do-hyun spoke up to reassure the utterly panicked teenager. Coincidentally, that doctor is a very close friend of mine. First, just go get checked out. I'll take full responsibility, so don't stress yourself out too much. The military commander's guarantee lifted a massive weight off Minjin's shoulders. He let out a dazed but deeply relieved breath. Remembering something, Minjin carefully drew a handgun and offered it forward with both hands. The gun? It really saved me out there, even though I didn't actually fire a single shot. But Do-hyun didn't take it back. He looked at the kid and said softly, Nah, forget it. With a look of complete trust, the commander firmly told him to keep it for his own protection. Minjin's eyes went wide with shock, hardly believing his own ears. Yes, sir. Bowing deeply to show his profound gratitude, Minjin teared up and said, Thank you so much. The silent night fell, and a high-rise office building with a glowing brew sign stood out starkly against the ruined, pitch-black city blocks. The perspective shifted back to an iron door with the scrawled words, Quarantine Room 2. Minjin bitterly accepted his reality. Now I have to undergo testing and stay in quarantine for about a day. It's the only way to live inside this Gagunja safe zone. However, right before stepping into the room, he glanced back and told Do-hyun, But our ultimate goal is the Gangnam refugee camp. We can't stay here for long. Hak-chun's eyes flashed with worry for his family as he chimed in. My little sister and Minjin's mom, they're both at the Gangnam camp. Did you hear anything about what's going on in Gangnam? The shot focused on Do-hyun's unwavering expression as he shared the crucial intel. According to Corporal Ha Do-hyun, he had managed to pick up a ton of updates about the current situation through an emergency radio broadcast about a week ago. The Gangnam shelter actually exists. Word is, it's operating as the largest safe zone in all of Seoul. Minjun kept his head down, listening closely while his mind raced with a chaotic storm of thoughts. Of course, other than short-range walkie-talkies, the entire telecom grid was completely dead. Right now, there was absolutely no way to know what it was actually like over in Gangnam. He silently prayed, Please, God, let it be as peaceful over there as it is here. A wide panning shot revealed the city of Seoul, drowning in a sea of fire and utter ruin. A narrator's voice echoed, summarizing the grim reality that Corporal Ha Do-hyun had heard over the radio. The Korean peninsula was now facing the absolute worst-case scenario. The terrifying speed of infection and explosive transmission rate had completely swallowed the entire nation. The South Korean central government had, for all intents and purposes, entirely collapsed. The camera cut to a heavily fortified prison, lined with barbed wire and blood-stained warning signs marking the infected quarantine zones. Text flashed across the screen. From Seoul to Busan, not a single city is safe. However, scattered everywhere, ranging from small hideouts to massive camps, multiple shelters were still somehow operating. Some prisons had fallen to the chaos after massive inmate riots broke out, but others, thanks to their flawless lockdown systems keeping the outside threat at bay, were successfully repurposed as refugee camps. The scene shifted to the vast, endless ocean, eerily quiet, yet terrifyingly bleak. The situation in the countries surrounding South Korea was just as severe. North Korea had immediately sealed off all their borders and coastlines, but no one had any clue if the infection had breached their defenses or not. Shifting focus to the dazzling neon-lit skyscrapers of Japan, the brutal reality struck once again. The moment the disaster erupted in Korea, neighboring Japan had ordered an immediate, total lockdown. Their initial countermeasures were rock solid, but then came the Japanese citizens and Korean refugees frantically trying to escape across the sea by boat. Some of them had unknowingly carried the deadly pathogen right into the Japanese mainland. The screen showed streaks of thick, dark blood trailing across the pavement. Next came the footage of a staggering figure, barefoot and drenched in blood, stumbling through a bustling Japanese intersection as the crowd watched in sheer horror. In the end, even the heavily fortified nation of Japan had fallen to the infected. The sight of corpses littering the streets served as a grim testament to the apocalypse. China failed their initial response, becoming the very next country after Korea to suffer a massive outbreak. With infected flooding in from Korea, their national infection rates were skyrocketing out of control. Thailand, Taiwan, and Indonesia had also reported sightings of the infected. The montage closed on the majestic, towering skyscrapers of New York City. America harbored a harsh truth of its own, especially given its global standing. Even though they strictly locked down the U.S. military bases and embassies in Korea, and the federal government deployed jets and choppers in a desperate bid to evacuate their citizens, rumors were swirling that the infection had already broken out within certain stationed U.S. military units. Ever since then, the situation went completely dark. Beneath the deep blue sky, the American flag fluttered in the wind, accompanied by a deeply unsettling thought. In the face of this global threat, it was obvious that America was pulling more strings than any other nation. But as for what the future holds, absolutely no one could predict it. Corporal Ha Do-hun's face looked incredibly grim. He crossed his arms, laying out his theory. And the corporal firmly believed that this zombie outbreak was by no means a natural disaster. His sharp gaze shifted toward a heavy door plastered with a chilling radiation warning sign. He continued his deduction. He suspected that this was a mass-scale bioterrorist attack, executed with terrifying precision by someone pulling the strings in the shadows. Horrifying flashbacks of day one flooded his mind. The blood-soaked chaos on the streets, the sudden explosive outbreak that hit the entire country all at once. It was way too abrupt. In just 24 hours, the entire communication grid went dead. Not to mention the infected popping up inside heavily guarded military bases and prisons. It was way too bizarre to just write off as a mere coincidence. It didn't stop there. The news ticker continuously flashed shocking updates. A desperate anchor was delivering an emergency broadcast on the TV screen. Some speculate this is an act of war by North Korea, but the exact cause remains unconfirmed. In a pitch-black room illuminated only by the glow of a monitor, a very familiar video game appeared on screen. But if you ask me, the most likely culprit is a game called Red. The scene flashed back to that fateful day. 3 high school guys were hanging out in the plaza right when hell broke loose. There were clues pointing to a massive offline promotional event for Red Vest taking place. A grotesque, bloated monstrosity of a zombie lumbered down the street. It looked exactly like it had just crawled right out of a computer screen. Infected freaks that looked identical to the zombies from the game were now showing up in real life. Minjun, Byungjun, and Sunho huddled together, whispering intensely. Just like me, Byungjun and Sunho, who were hardcore players of R, started putting the pieces together. Hey, think about it. This whole mess has got to be connected to that game, right? You're thinking the same thing? Minjun looked brooding, running through the craziest theories. Like the idea that someone intentionally unleashed the virus in Korea, dropping weapons and supplies just to turn a survival game into absolute reality. Another theory was that the game developers themselves orchestrated the apocalypse. Or maybe some crazy foreign billionaire got too obsessed with the game and masterminded the whole thing. He furrowed his brows, cold sweat beading on his forehead in deep frustration. The truth? Nobody actually knew a damn thing. But why target Korea? If they wanted to pull off something this insane, they could have done it anywhere else in the world. However, one thing was absolutely certain. The camera angled from behind the trio as long shadows stretched across the dead silent hallway. Somebody out there was desperately trying to drag that zombie game into reality. The scene cut to the clinic inside the quarantine zone. A sign displaying the clinic's operating hours hung silently on the glass door. Seo Hak-young, the 20-year-old college student and Professor Seo's daughter, burst into tears. She choked back her sobs, crying out, She rushed forward, throwing herself into her family's arms. Hearing her voice, both her mother and little brother were completely overwhelmed with emotion. Hak-young, is that you? Sis, To quickly explain, Ha-Run and his mother had just cleared their security checks. Thanks to the corporal pulling some strings, they were able to reunite with the professor's daughter right here in the quarantine zone. Even so, Minjun and the others cast their eyes down, their faces heavy with sorrow. Since the professor had been infected during their escape, if only he could have made it here with everyone else. They just couldn't bring themselves to be fully happy. In a hidden corner just outside the shelter's barbed wire fence, the dead of night swallowed everything in silence, illuminated only by the faint flickering glow of a single street lamp. Inside the waiting area of Infirmary Number 2, Yena sat paralyzed on a chair, her empty eyes staring into the void. Her pale, shell-shocked face made it clear. She still hadn't woken up from the living nightmare they just survived. A soft voice broke the silence. Yena! Minjun stepped closer, his voice laced with deep concern as he called out to her. Han Yena! Yena flinched, snapping back to reality as she turned around, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Yeah. Minjun sat down in the chair next to her, his voice full of gentle concern. Are you okay? Yena forced an awkward reply. Yeah. Seeing her strange expression, Minjun still couldn't shake his worry. Are you sure you're all right? You've been spacing out this whole time. Yena blinked rapidly, forcing a strained smile. Yeah, I'm fine, totally normal. Trying to reassure him, she rambled on. He seemed totally freaked out earlier, but I think he's okay now. Ha. Minjun looked at Yena with deep sympathy. Makes sense, he thought to himself. Even if they were infected, I don't think I could ever stab and slash someone with a fork like that. Horrific images flashed through his mind again. The haunting sight of Yena huddled in a pool of blood surrounded by torn-apart corpses. Minjun's eyes softened with pity. The shock must have been unimaginably traumatizing for her. Suddenly, Sunho walked up and called out, Yena, you're up next. Yena shot up from her seat, glaring at the boy with daggers in her eyes. Hey, Anchovy? She furrowed her brows, her signature fiery attitude flaring up. When you call my name, could you not just bark Yena out of nowhere? Are we that close? Sunho flinched, sweating bullets as he stammered. Huh? Then, what am I supposed to call you? Like, should I just say hey? Yena scowled in annoyance and turned away. Just don't call me at all. Getting my name called by a guy like you is annoying enough. She left Sunho standing there, completely frozen. He whined, feeling completely wronged. Come on, aren't you taking this a bit too far? Watching this chaotic exchange, Minjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the usual Han Yena was back. A quiet night sky hung over the buildings. The test results for both Yena and Hun came back negative. However, since Hun had sustained multiple minor injuries, he was ordered to stay hospitalized for a few more weeks after quarantine. The hallway was dead silent, lined with closed doors, one of which bore a sign reading, Radiation Management Area. Minjun walked into the clinic and sat down across from the doctor. His heart pounded as he thought, it's finally my turn. Even though I'm terrified, all I can do now is trust Corporal Ha-Un and the doctor. The doctor pushed up her glasses, carefully examining the gash across Minjun's stomach. Are you absolutely sure it's been over a week? That's impossible. Have you really not experienced any symptoms at all? Minjun spoke up in response. Sometimes, my whole body changes color looking exactly like the infected, or I'll get a wildly high fever. But then, it just goes back to normal. Dr. Yoon Sejin, 27 years old, a former second-year internal medicine resident, and Corporal Ha-Un's girlfriend, looked at him with deadly seriousness. She stated firmly, I can tell just by looking at it with my own eyes. I am completely certain. Minjun's eyes widened in utter shock at Dr. Sejin's verdict. He really was infected. He panicked internally. Dr. Sejin crossed her arms, explaining thoughtfully, Of course, I'll need to draw some blood for a more thorough test, but considering you've been infected for over a day without any major mutations, the most likely possibility is that you're immune. Minjun gulped hard. Am I really immune? Dr. Sejin's eyes shone with immense hope. You absolutely have to be immune. You could be the decisive turning point we need to create a cure. Minjun flinched. The young student suddenly turned pale, imagining the absolute worst-case scenario. Then, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to become a human sacrifice to develop this cure? Look, like in the movies or games, the person they use to make the vaccine always dies. Dr. Sejin cut him off, her tone dripping with realism. That kind of stuff only happens in fiction. She looked right at him, bluntly analyzing their current reality. There is absolutely no manpower inside this refugee camp to develop a vaccine or a cure. As you already know, that's just the current state of our country. Unless we were in Japan or the United States, who knows? Dr. Sejin looked at Minjun with genuine sincerity. I already heard the whole story from my boyfriend, Corporal Ha-Yun. For now, I will keep your infection a secret. Minjun bowed his head in deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Doctor. But Dr. Sejin's voice suddenly grew stern. However, there is one thing you must remember. A promise you are absolutely required to keep. Minjun blinked in confusion. Yes, the scene shifted to the dark, dead silent reception area of the infirmary. It seemed everyone had gone to rest, leaving only a few dim lights flickering in the shadows. Minjun rubbed the back of his neck nervously. His face was dead serious as he confessed to his friend. It's true, I really am infected. Hearing that, Yina let out a massive sigh of relief. She smiled and replied, I see. Then that means you're completely immune, right? The doctor also said she's going to keep running more tests, Minjun quickly added. But she just told me... However, just as the mood was settling down, a sudden thought flashed through Yina's mind, making her eyes snap wide open in absolute horror. Oh crap, that's right! Before Minjun could even process what was happening, Yina sprinted past him at full speed. Shoving him aside, she yelled, Out of my way for a sec! Leaving a stumbling, startled Minjun shouting after her, she dashed to the clinic like a bolt of lightning. She threw the door wide open and burst in, her face pale with pure panic. Doctor! Dr. Yoon! The doctor, who was packing up her things, nearly had a heart attack seeing Yena panting heavily. She clutched her chest. Oh my god, you scared me half to death. Yena pleaded with desperate urgency. Listen, I have something incredibly important to tell you right now. The doctor blinked, completely bewildered. Yes? I was just about to clock out. Can't this wait until tomorrow? But Yena fiercely waved her hands, dismissing the idea. No way! It has to be right now. Seriously, this is a matter of life and death. Dr. Yeon frowned, a drop of sweat forming on her forehead. She had absolutely no clue what earth-shattering news this girl was about to drop. Her eyes instinctively darted toward her medical books and framed diplomas on the wall, as if mentally preparing her professional expertise for an impossibly rare disease. Yet, as the two sat across from each other, the silence grew suffocatingly awkward. Dr. Yoon crossed her arms, letting out an exhausted sigh. So, what is it exactly? You forced me to stay and now you won't even say a word. Yena fidgeted, her voice dropping to a nervous whisper. Yena leaned in close, breaking into a nervous sweat. With the most deadpan, serious expression she could muster, she warned, What I'm about to ask you, you absolutely cannot breathe a word of it to anyone. Promise me. Dr. Yoon sat there, dumbfounded. Okay? Left with no choice, she awkwardly played along. Right, sure. What is it? Yena's lips parted, and she squeezed out each word with agonizing caution, making it sound like a top-secret classified mission. Minjone? Suddenly, Yena's face exploded into a bright tomato red. Her eyes darted around in pure embarrassment as she finally dropped the fatal question. If he's actually infected, does that mean when it comes to women, he can't do that anymore? Dr. Yoon's eyes bugged out, her pupils dilating as she stared blankly at the young girl, utterly paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of the question. A pin-drop silence swallowed the clinic. You could literally hear a fly buzzing in the background. Dr. Yoon stared at Yena, completely mind-blown, and blurted out, Huh? Dr. Yoon blinked, her brain short-circuiting as she tried to process the words. What on earth do you mean by can't do that? Seeing the doctor's bewildered reaction, Yena spiraled into a panic, her fingers twisted together frantically, her face burning like an open furnace. I mean, hypothetically, if Minjun is really infected, then with women, you know, that thing, the intimate stuff. Dr. Yoon remained frozen with her arms crossed, staring intensely at the girl who was now a nervous wreck. The doctor's brain was working on overdrive, desperately trying to process whatever the heck she had just heard. Finally, she furrowed her brows in sheer judgment. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Seriously, what is the point of such a ridiculous question? Yena choked on her words, sweating bullets. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Dr. Yoon's head. She clapped her hands together, letting out a loud, oh, of sudden enlightenment. I get it. Are you and Minjun secretly dating? Like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Yena leapt out of her chair. She squeezed her eyes shut and shrieked, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Dating? No way! We are absolutely not dating. He's just my junior. We're practically siblings, okay? Got it? But throwing her pride completely out the window, Yena stomped her foot and unleashed a rapid-fire rant of overblown panic. Look, if that idiot is stuck in a body that can never be romantic with a woman ever again, that is a massive tragedy. He'd be doomed to die completely alone. He wouldn't be able to have physical intimacy with a girl, let alone get married and have kids. A life like that, isn't that just way too pathetic? Dr. Yoon waved her hands in total defeat, trying to calm the storm. Okay, geez, just take a deep breath and calm down first. Reclaiming her professional composure, Dr. Yoon sat back down, crossing her legs with a grave expression. I understand what you're worried about, but let me ask you this. The doctor locked eyes with Yena and dropped a bombshell question. Yena, would you ever dare to kiss a rotting zombie wandering out on the streets? Yena froze in her tracks, a cold sweat breaking out. Dr. Yoon lowered her voice, pulling the conversation back to their harsh, brutal reality. Minjun is an infected carrier. He is exactly the same as those monsters. Yena stared back at the doctor, panic welling up in her teary eyes. The doctor continued, her tone unrelenting. I don't know if he relayed my explanation to you yet, but Minjun is 100% infected, and because of that, unless a complete cure is suddenly invented, glancing at the medical degrees on her wall, the doctor firmly drew the line between life and death. Medically speaking, he is someone you absolutely must stay away from. Yena flinched, deeply shaken, Dr. Yoon broke it down clinically, completely crushing the girl's naive hopes. The virus spreads primarily through open wounds and blood, but we cannot rule out transmission through saliva or bodily fluids. Sharing utensils or any sort of physical intimacy is lethally dangerous. The cinematic tension zoomed in on Yena's wide, terrified eyes. The doctor's final verdict was cold as steel. To put it simply, Minjin's body is a walking biohazard. The brutal truth left Yena stunned into absolute silence. Yena stumbled out of the clinic in a daze. Dr. Yoon's voice echoed hauntingly from behind her. As a favor to Corporal Ha Do-hyun, I am keeping this a secret for now. But in reality, Minjun shouldn't even be allowed inside this safe zone.
Well, he obviously isn't going around biting people right now. The doctor's voice played like a death sentence in Yena's mind, blending with Minjin's own past warning. The doctor warned me to never make physical contact with anyone. Even sharing food or water is extremely dangerous.
I have to obey the rules. Cut to Minjin, sitting blankly on the blue waiting room chairs. His face was heavy, overshadowed by a deep, agonizing anxiety. But what if I suddenly lose control and turn violent? I have to stay on high alert at all times. That pessimistic thought clung tightly to Yena as she remembered his struggles. And if I really do turn into one of those monsters, I'll just have to accept getting shot down on the spot. Just then, Yena trudged out from the shadowy hallway. Minjun looked up, hastily asking, Are you done talking to her? Yena averted her gaze, replying with a blunt tone. It was nothing. Minjun pushed up his glasses, his voice dropping as he tried to explain his crushing guilt. Well, the doctor told me something. Thinking back to when we shared our food, that was actually incredibly dangerous. What if someone else gets infected because of me? The college boy looked at his friend with a deeply self-loathing expression. So, from now on, whenever I go out, I have to cover myself completely in long sleeves. Even though it's not airborne, I have to be extremely careful so I don't accidentally touch anyone. Sweat forming on his brow, Minjin hesitated before voicing his greatest fear. So, what I wanted to say is, if you keep traveling with me, you're putting yourself at a massive risk of getting infected. Yena froze, her heart skipping a beat. Minjun half closed his eyes, dropping a sentence that felt like it tore straight through her soul. As for finding your mother, I guess I'll have to go alone. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She bit her lip hard, desperately swallowing down her hurt. Minjin's words kept echoing in her ears. Of course, the final choice is entirely up to you. But before Minjin could even finish his sentence, Yena suddenly spun around and bolted away. Her frantic footsteps echoed heavily down the deserted corridor. Minjin flinched, utterly bewildered. He stood completely rooted to the spot, his jaw dropping in shock, completely clueless about what he had just said wrong. The scene shifted to the patient reception counter, completely engulfed in dead, empty darkness. Deep inside a hospital ward, Yena curled up on a small mattress, wrapping her arms tightly around her knees, looking utterly lonely as the shadows swallowed her whole. The hinges creaked as the door suddenly peeked open. Minjun stepped in cautiously, his face full of timid hesitation. Hey, are you mad at me? Yena looked up, still keeping her guard up. She replied with a stuffy, tear-choked voice. No, it's not that. Minjun's earnest voice broke the silence. You've been through so much hell just to follow me all the way here. I'm truly grateful for that. Under the dim light, Minjun's face revealed his sheer exhaustion, but his eyes were deadly serious. But I'm just so worried. If even you end up infected because of me, I wouldn't know how to live with myself. Minjun continued softly. Besides, it's safe here, isn't it? And there are plenty of people around. Even without me, he probably wouldn't feel so lonely here. He was genuinely worried about me. That's why he said all that. Why was I being such an idiot? A warm feeling washed over her, making her heart skip a beat. She mentally kicked herself for overreacting, while Minjun just stood there in silence, waiting for her response. Yena took a deep breath and softly called his name. Young Minjun. The young girl's face suddenly grew unusually calm. Yena hurriedly threw out a defensive excuse. I just suddenly thought of my mom over in the States, so I got a little emotional and teared up, okay? It has nothing to do with you, so don't let it bother you. Slipping right back into her usual stubborn attitude, Yena turned her face away and raised her chin. And honestly, tagging along with you isn't exactly a walk in the park anyway. But I already made a promise to help you guys find your mom. I'm simply a person who keeps my word, and that's the only reason I'm sticking around. She tilted her head, dropping a firm declaration that completely shattered his hesitation. Whether I get infected because of you or not, that is my choice, and I will bear the consequences. Minjun nodded, a wave of relief washing over him. He mumbled a quiet, sheepish apology. I'm sorry. Minjun bowed his head in farewell, turned on his heel, and walked out past the privacy curtains. Thanks for going out of your way to find me today. You must be completely exhausted. Get some good rest, Yena softly replied. Yeah. The heavy wooden door clicked shut, its hollow sound plunging the room back into absolute dead silence. Now entirely alone, Yena's tough outer shell completely crumbled away. Trembling, she hugged herself tightly, breaking into a cold sweat from the sheer tension of young Minjun's words. Could I actually end up infected too? She buried her face in her knees, letting out a heavy, utterly helpless sigh into the pitch-black night. Ha! The quiet lobby of the internal medicine ward sank deep into the shadows, wrapping up a terrifyingly long and emotionally exhausting night. The scene cut to daytime. The sky was a brilliant, crystal-clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The peaceful, cheerful chirping of birds echoed around the rehabilitation center. A system-ist notification popped up. Haekchun has received his medical diagnosis. He will require up to 5 weeks to make a full recovery. Staring at his battered, bruised friend, Minjun couldn't help but sweat drop in sheer awe. Whoa, so with a wrecked body like that, you just gritted your teeth and dragged yourself all the way out here? Haekchun appeared with his familiar massive build, his face plastered with bandages, struggling heavily on a pair of crutches. He bluntly replied, "Yup." Wearing a white hoodie, Minjun scrunched up his face in utter dread as he thought about their immediate future. So before we can even think about moving out to the Gangnam shelter, we're hopelessly stuck here for at least 5 weeks, he muttered, practically drowning in absolute despair. 5 whole weeks. We really have to rot here for 5 entire weeks. The whole squad, Minjun, Yena, and a crutch-wielding Haekchun stood gathered in the grand lobby. Minjun recalled his first impression upon stepping foot into the Gagunja shelter. Hearing rumors that the military was running the show, I fully expected the rules and the whole vibe to be suffocatingly strict. But surprisingly, it's actually way more free and relaxed than I ever imagined. A voice suddenly introduced, "This is Uncle An Hyung-ji, the commander of the Gagunja shelter." Before this apocalyptic nightmare broke out, he was a battalion commander in the 82nd Mobile Regiment. The gang immediately bowed their heads in respectful greeting. Hello there, Commander, sir." The middle-aged man's face lit up with an incredibly warm, grandfatherly smile. Commander An Hyung-ji spoke with deep kindness. "You kids must have been through absolute hell out there, running for your lives from those infected monsters. So please, put your minds at ease and make yourselves at home here. If you ever need anything, don't be shy. Just come to me anytime." Minjun's inner thoughts floated up, wrapping up the hopeful scene. Commander An Hyung-ji of the Gagunja shelter. He truly seems like an incredibly kind-hearted man. But according to the dark rumors around the camp, ever since his wife and children were brutally slaughtered by the infected, he had developed a bone-deep, venomous hatred for anyone carrying the virus. A terrifying flashback of the commander roaring in blind rage cut in. Those freaks are infected. Gun them all down, shoot to kill." Minjun violently shuddered as he recalled the chilling story. From that day forward, the commander completely stopped viewing the infected as human beings. He was merciless, perfectly willing to order immediate executions before the victims even finished turning. Minjun stared at the floor, a cold sweat breaking out over his skin from pure, suffocating dread. Which means I absolutely cannot let anyone find out that I'm already infected. Minjun flashed back to the moment he had confessed his grim secret to his absolute best bros, Byung-jun and Sun-ho, who had screamed in utter shock, "Wait, seriously? Is that actually true?" He continued his panicked train of thought. "Besides those two, Yena, Haekchun, and the professor's family. The only other people who know my deadly secret are Corporal Ha and Dr. Yoon." Minjun's gaze locked onto a flyer plastered on the wall, advertising a dirt cheap boarding house, the Sunshine Inn. My mind was weighed down by a dark reality. I could turn into a monster at any given moment. The only reason they let me stay in this shelter was under the strict watchful eye of Corporal Han. To keep me on a short leash, they tossed me into a tiny studio right next to the corporal's quarters. Dropping my backpack, I took a look around. It was cramped, sure, but it had everything I needed. Honestly, in this hellscape, this place was straight up paradise. As for the others, Hun and Yena were also set up in the very same building. The long corridor was dead silent, with flickering fluorescent lights casting a pale glow over the old, yet spotless checkered floor tiles. The scene cuts to the bathroom sink. Crystal clear water gushed from the faucet, splashing up in a white foam, an absolute luxury in this post-apocalyptic world. I stood frozen in front of the mirror, completely blown away. "Man, the water pressure is actually insane. This is crazy," I muttered to myself. If we didn't have anywhere else to be, I wouldn't mind just settling down and living here forever. I ran the numbers in my head. If the shelter really expands the way the corporal hopes, living here is only going to get better. But to find my mom, I am eventually going to have to leave all this behind. My expression darkened, a heavy wave of sorrow and anxiety washing over my eyes. As night fell, the scene shifted to another dimly lit room, illuminated only by the faint, lonely glow creeping in through the window. Yena sat in total silence on her messy, unmade bed. Just looking at the slump of her shoulders, you could feel how heartbreakingly lonely and lost she was. Suddenly, memories from the other day came flooding back to her. The image of me completely passed out from exhaustion while she watched over me, and the fierce promise I had made to her back then. "I swear, I will help you find your mom." The flashback shifted to our tense argument in the infirmary, showing her huddled up in the corner, desperately trying to come up with an excuse. "It is just, I already made a promise to help you find your mom, okay?" Her stubbornly defiant eyes from that moment flashed across the screen. "I just want to keep my word, and that is the only reason I decided to tag along with you." Meanwhile, back in my own room, I was frowning heavily, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Ugh, did I accidentally say something stupid earlier? I totally did, didn't I? I stared at the random toiletries, a toothbrush, some skincare bottles, scattered messily around the bathroom. Honestly, compared to how we started, Yena had really started to open up her heart to me lately, but then the image of her tear-stained, deeply hurt face flashed through my mind again. I knew it deep down. We had grown so much closer, so much tighter than before. Without me even realizing it, Yena had become someone incredibly precious to me. Suddenly, the gory, blood-soaked nightmare of that horrific day violently slashed through my mind. The image of Yena sitting completely paralyzed in a pool of blood, surrounded by brutally mangled corpses. A violent shiver ran down my spine. What if she gets infected or even loses her life, all because of me? Snapping back to reality, I found myself rooted to the floor in front of the mirror. My shoulders slumped under the crushing weight of it all. I didn't even want to entertain the thought. The very next morning, under a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, the camera panned across a bustling commercial plaza, plastered with flashy signs for a gym, a yoga studio, and a math academy.
Our little squad, me, Yena, and Hun hobbling along on his crutches, strolled down the sun-drenched street. The soldier escorting us started giving a detailed breakdown of the area.
At first, the safe zone was just confined to the Gunja station platform only, he explained. But now, it has blown up to the point where every single building is zoned as its own residential block. The number of survivors flocking here just keeps climbing, so we literally have no choice but to keep expanding our borders. I glanced around. People were casually chilling on stone benches chatting it up, while others breezed by on kick scooters. The narration kicked in. Inside this safe zone, they only enforce the absolute bare minimum when it comes to rules. It was so freakishly peaceful, you could almost trick yourself into believing the apocalypse never even happened. I looked over my shoulder, completely uneasy. Honestly, this bizarre sense of peace, it just makes me feel totally out of place. The heavy doors swung open, revealing a glaring neon red sign that read, Monster MMA Gym. The soldier pointed it out. And here is our physical conditioning center.
Every bit of combat training and survival skill education goes down right in here. Inside the gym, the energy was absolutely electric, with everyone sweating it out intensely.
In the back, guys were viciously swinging baseball bats, while up front, a group of women were grinding through intense sets of crunches. A pop-up text appeared. Physical conditioning and survival boot camps. The firearms training was run like a well-oiled machine. Any guy from the age of 17 and up was required to go through mandatory boot camp to join the gatekeepers or the patrol squads. That being said, there were quite a few fierce ladies who voluntarily signed up for the front lines too. While I was taking it all in, a dude wearing glasses and a varsity jacket strolled right up to me. Oh, yeah. Turns out there are a bunch of kids from our high school among the survivors here, he casually dropped. My eyes shot wide open in pure shock. Wait, seriously? I gasped. The guy smirked, pointing across the room. Speak of the devil. There they are. A high-pitched, bubbly voice suddenly echoed through the gym. Oh my god, Yena? Yena jumped, whipping her head around with a completely lost look on her face, trying to figure out who just called her. Two girls came absolutely sprinting out of nowhere, swarming Yena in a massive squealing hug. Wait, you guys are here too? Yena blurted out. Holy crap, this is insane! Yena, you're actually still alive in this crazy world. So the new survivor who just transferred in was you all along? The girl squad instantly launched into full gossip mode, their mouths running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Dude, remember that night we went out for karaoke? On my way home, I swear I almost kicked the bucket. My parents actually drove out to pick me up, but we got completely gridlocked on the road, so we had to make a run for it and crash here. Oh my gosh, I have like a mountain of crazy stories to tell you guys. I just stood there in the background, sweating bullets as I watched the whole reunion unfold. So, these were her classmates from freshman year. Makes sense. Yena was always super popular and tight with all the girls back in school. Right in the middle of their chatter, one of the girls suddenly pointed a finger at me, looking insanely curious. Wait, who is this guy? He looks exactly like Jungmin Jun. I flinched, my eyes darting around awkwardly. Instantly, the whole squad whipped their heads toward Yena, their eyes glowing with pure, unfiltered gossip. Wait, did he seriously travel here with you? What is the tea? Yena immediately started stammering, desperately trying to play it cool. We just bumped into each other by total coincidence, so we ended up traveling together. That is all. Then she whipped around and glared at me. Right, Jungmin Jun? You recognize these guys too, right? I gave a stiff, incredibly awkward nod, cold sweat literally pouring down my face. Yeah. One of the girls smirked, totally teasing her. Still, you and Jungmin Jun, that is one seriously bizarre combo. Another girl ruthlessly chimed in. Honestly, I think the fact that Min Jun hasn't completely bitten the dust yet is the biggest miracle of all. The whole group absolutely lost it, bursting into wild laughter. Oh my god, Hee-jin, you are so freaking savage. Yena just stood there, her expression completely unreadable, letting out a quiet, helpless sigh. The cheerful laughter instantly died out when one of the girls carelessly hit a raw nerve. But hey, Yena, how are your parents holding up? Min Jun flinched hard, breaking out in a cold sweat as he stared blankly at Yena. The atmosphere instantly turned dead silent and painfully suffocating. Realizing how awkward the tension had become, the group quickly scrambled to change the subject. Well, anyway, we totally have so much to catch up on. Let's talk more later, yeah? Can we meet up in a bit? Yina forced a smile, beads of nervous sweat forming on her face as she replied, "Yeah, we got assigned to a room in that building over there." The whole group waved at her with bright, completely oblivious smiles. "Okay, see you guys later." As the girls' silhouettes faded away, Min-jun quietly pushed up his glasses, his deep, intense gaze silently observing Yina's quiet suffering. The scene shifted to the communal kitchen. Sitting on a rundown, round wooden table was a massive rice cooker, flanked by towering stacks of egg cartons and a few plastic food containers. Ha Do-hyun furrowed his brows, his strict face completely flooded with skepticism. "The underground tunnels?" Hak-chun, his face plastered with bandages, gave a timid nod as he explained their absolutely insane plan. "Yes, sir. All the bridges crossing the Han River have been completely barricaded. So we were thinking of sneaking through the Line 5 subway tunnels to slip into the Gangnam district." He quickly added, "That's exactly why we headed straight for this Line 5 Gunja station, sir." Corporal Ha let out a heavy sigh. Lowering his gaze in deep thought, his voice dropped into a dark, gritty tone. "Of course, it's not like my men and I haven't considered that exact option." The camera panned out, showing the two of them sitting across from each other at a tiny table in the corner. Corporal Ha bluntly tore down their fantasy. "It's just that right now, pulling that off is incredibly difficult, and with our current situation and severe lack of manpower, it's straight up impossible." He picked up some food, delivering a cold, hard truth. "Unless a helicopter drops in to pick us up directly, heading to Gangnam right now is suicide. You kids just stay here for a few days. You'll quickly realize you won't even have the mental strength to think about leaving." Suddenly, Ha Do-hyun stood up, giving a sharp nod with a deeply loaded tone. "Follow me down into Gunja Station. I'll let you see with your own eyes exactly what the hell is waiting for us down at the subway platforms." He stared up in absolute shock. The scene cut to the towering, massive signpost of Gunja Station. The markers for lines 5 and 7 loomed against the blue sky, standing like a giant gateway hiding a brutal, bloody reality deep underground. The underground tunnels were pitch black. A flickering, eerie light cast out from a burning oil drum hidden behind a heavily sealed metal roll-up door. The harsh, echoing clang of metal, violently smashing together, rang out as the security gate was slammed shut. A dramatic text overlay appeared. At that very moment, this fireproof shutter played a massive role in holding back the infected horde. The group carefully stepped through the doorway. Ha Do-hyun took the lead, his voice echoing in the dark. "Right now, this inner zone is strictly off-limits. Absolutely no entry or exit, except for the armed patrol units. In the very beginning, a few survivors actually lived right inside here. Back then, people were literally just passing out, sleeping on the cold, hard floor. Thank God there was a convenience store inside, so holding out for a few days wasn't really a problem." Filmed from behind, the camera tracked the group as they cautiously descended the stairs, step by step, plunging deeper into the freezing, pitch-black subway station. The harsh beam of a flashlight pierced through the glass doors of a train car. Inside, grotesque, blood-soaked figures were twitching and pacing around, letting out low, guttural growls. The horrific sight left Min-jun paralyzed, completely unable to speak. Ha Do-hyun shined the flashlight straight ahead, his face dead serious. "I've actually gone as far as Aksan Station, the very next stop over. That place is absolutely crawling with the infected. I don't know if a safety door got breached somewhere along Line 5, or if those freaks just poured out from inside the trains. But either way, the horde managed to flood all the way down here. Long story short, the tunnels are packed with them." The corporal's hardened face was half swallowed by the heavy shadows beneath his cap. "It's highly dangerous, but you were right. At some point, I was planning to carve out a major escape route straight through the Line 5 tunnels to cross the Han River. But as of right now, we just don't have the firepower or the resources to pull that off. Because every single able body has been thrown into setting up barbed wire and barricades to secure the perimeter around the refugee camp." He glanced back over his shoulder, pointing out a brutally cold reality. "And let's play make-believe for a second. Let's say we actually manage to smash through the tunnels and make it to the other side. If the government, or Songpa District, or Gangdong District has already locked down the exit at the other end, then we're truly dead with zero way out." Min-jun frantically looked around the suffocating darkness drenched in cold sweat. It was clear his mind was racing, plotting something completely unhinged. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey!" Corporal Ha immediately whipped around toward the sound. Min-jun swallowed hard, heavily bracing himself as he pitched his insane idea. I sometimes show symptoms of the infection."
But whenever that happens, strangely enough, the infected completely ignore me. Even though my body feels so totally wrecked that I could collapse at any second, at least during that window of time, I am 100% safe, even if I'm standing right in the middle of a zombie horde.
Min-jun stared dead into Corporal Ha's eyes, his gaze burning with absolute resolve as he dropped a terrifying proposition. "If my infection symptoms flare up again, what if you let me go first through that tunnel?" Hak-chun and Corporal Ha froze, completely stunned. Unable to hide his sheer disbelief, the corporal demanded, "Are you seriously telling me that if your symptoms act up, those freaks won't lay a single finger on you? Is that what you're saying?" Corporal Ha fiercely narrowed his eyes, interrogating the boy. "From the moment those symptoms kick in until they fade away, exactly how much time do you get?" Min-jun stammered, his eyes darting away in nervous hesitation. Probably around 1 hour. Maybe up to 2 or 3 hours, sir. Honestly, I don't really know the exact trigger for when it happens either. Dripping with sweat, he openly confessed his fatal flaw. The catch is, during that time, my body is dangerously exhausted. I could literally pass out at any given moment, sir. Corporal Ha Do-hyun sharply narrowed his eyes, his tense features screaming disapproval. That's a hell of a story to believe. But here's the real problem. A schematic map of the subway lines flashed on screen, painted with deadly, blood-red markers. The corporal brutally broke it down. Let's assume everything goes exactly your way. Your symptoms kick in and you walk straight through the Line 5 tunnel beneath the Han River all by yourself. If you want to check if the other end is barricaded, you'd have to push past Gwangnaru Station and drag yourself all the way to Cheonho Station. The distance from here to there alone is roughly 4 kilometers. That distance is way too far. The corporal ruthlessly poured a bucket of cold water over Min-jun's crazy fantasy. Let's just say you walk. A round trip will easily take you 2 full hours. What happens if your little symptoms vanish halfway through? Are you seriously not terrified of being ripped apart and eaten alive by that zombie horde? Min-jun remained stubbornly defiant. Then, what if I rode an electric scooter down there? I honestly think I could make the trip back and forth in under 1 hour. Corporal Ha rubbed his chin, lost in heavy contemplation. First off, we'd have to check if the tracks in the tunnel floor are even stable enough for a scooter. On top of that, the timing of when your symptoms start and stop is way too unpredictable. It just sounds completely suicidal. The scene smash cut to the horrifying image of a dead soldier collapsed in a massive pool of blood. The corporal's voice grew dangerously sharp. Besides, right now, just keeping this refugee camp barely operational is constantly costing us lives. We lost 2 good men just last time, though of course that was because of those escaped convicts. The corporal completely shut down Min-jun's reckless idea. Those bastards could come back at any second, so right now, their absolute priority had to be defense. But Min-jun kept begging. Then just let me go by myself. Can't you let me do that? I'm already infected anyway. Living here isn't any different from being an illegal immigrant. Before Min-jun could even finish, Yena cut him off. Her face darkened and she spat out every word with ice-cold finality. Absolutely not. Yena glared, jabbing the finger right in his face with her trademark sharp tongue. If you keep stubbornly running off like that, what if you end up making someone a widow? Min-jun froze, staring blankly in complete confusion. A widow? Yena suddenly realized what she had just blurted out. Her face instantly turned beet red, flustering about in a hilarious panic. I meant physical overload. I mean, if your body is pushed past its limit, it'd be super dangerous. Hun quickly chimed in to back her up. She's right, the corporal is dead right. We don't know when the symptoms will hit or how long they'll last. What you're thinking of doing is way too reckless, man. Seeing everyone against it, Min-jun could only fall silent. Hak-chun patted him on the shoulder. Let's just wait and see for now. It's much better to have the soldiers here help us clear a path later. Min-jun muttered under his breath, breaking into a sweat. The harsh sunlight beat down on a stone pillar marked as the urban railway entrance, flanked by a massive steel barricade. Armed guards stood in solemn formation right in front of the subway gates, which were completely sealed off by thick layers of barbed wire. The group finally left the Gunza station entrance, making their way down the sun-baked brick road. Hun and Ha Do-hun took the lead, while Min-jun walked right alongside Yena. Suddenly, Yena snapped her head to the side, her face twisting in absolute disbelief. Her eyes went wide, pupils trembling in pure shock, as if she had just seen a ghost, or something completely impossible in this apocalyptic wasteland. Standing arrogantly behind Yena, arms crossed in a sleek black winter coat, was a woman with shoulder-length hair, accompanied by a cowardly-looking man. It was Choi Soo-jin, 36 years old, a washed-up actress-turned-influencer, and worst of all, Han Yena's stepmother. The woman squinted at her, gasping in surprise. What the hell? Realizing it was her stepdaughter, the stepmother didn't even try to hide her mocking sneer, spitting out venomously, "Oh, for fuck's sake! You're still not dead? I can't believe you're still breathing." Yena froze, her entire face going rigid with shock. Memories of the day the nightmare began violently crashed over her, a phone screen violently buzzing, flashing the caller ID, that damn stepmother. The scene flashed back to a terrified Yena frantically answering her phone in the apartment. Yes, hello? On the other end, her stepmother's irritated voice snapped back. What is it? I'm extremely busy right now. Yena desperately begged for help. Tears streamed down her face. Yena sobbed, screaming into the phone. Wait! I'm trapped in the emergency stairwell of the building out on the main street. Please, save me! I can't reach 119 or the police at all! But the only response to her pure despair was a barrage of cold, callous cursing. The fuck are you blabbering about? Figure it out your damn self! Yena's pupils shrank in utter devastation. Huh? Her stepmother's voice blasted through the speaker. Our whole apartment complex is in absolute chaos right now. I'm busy trying to save my own skin, so I'm hanging up. Bye. Cowering in the stairwell, Yena frantically clung to her last shred of hope. Whoa, wait, your car!
Your car's right there. I'm right near the FD building, the one with the Pilates studio. Please, just come pick me up.
But before she could even finish, the other end mercilessly hung up, leaving only the hollow beep. Beep. beep, echoing in the dead silence. Yina just stood there like a lifeless shell, her long black hair falling forward, hiding the soul-crushing despair of being abandoned by her own family. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Her eyes were completely empty, devoid of all life, as the apocalyptic nightmare began to close in around her. Snapping back to reality, Min-jun looked back in confusion, seeing Yina frozen in her tracks. He frowned at her bizarre reaction and asked, "Someone you know?" "Yina?" Her lips trembled, and when she finally spoke, her voice was completely flat, fighting to suppress a towering rage. "Yeah." Yina's eyes suddenly sharpened, as piercing and cold as a razor blade. She spat out every single word, glaring daggers straight at the woman. "That's exactly who I told you about. The infamous bitch who tossed me and my dad aside like garbage." Min-jun flinched, completely taken aback. Being cursed out right to her face, the stepmother immediately flared up, her eyes bulging as she threw a massive shrieking tantrum right in the middle of the crowd. "You little brat, do you honestly think I left you because I wanted to? Damn it, our entire apartment block went completely to hell that day. I almost died myself, you hear me?" She kept screaming, loudly making excuses for her absolute selfishness. "I had to run to save my own damn life. And here you are, treating me like some heartless monster who should be eaten alive by guilt." The man beside her hurriedly tugged at her arm, trying to stop her. "Honey, let's just go." But she completely ignored him, tossing her head back as she unleashed another wave of pure venom. "Let's get one thing straight. You're not even my biological daughter. Why the hell would I be crazy enough to risk my own neck to save yours? We don't share a single drop of blood. We're practically total strangers. Besides, on that day, no, even way before that. If you hadn't been such a jinx with your awful attitude, maybe I wouldn't have left you to rot. This is all just your own damn karma, you disrespectful little brat." Unable to stomach her repulsive words any longer, Min-jun stepped right in front of Yina to shield her, muttering in disgust. What the actual hell is wrong with this crazy hag? The stepmother instantly turned her hostility toward him, shrieking at the top of her lungs. "What? A crazy hag? Hey, you little punk, who the hell are you? What gives you the right to talk to me like that?" "Fucking hell," Min-jun immediately urged them away. "Let's just go." Behind them, the woman just kept screaming her head off. "Hey, you bastards, why the hell are you stopping there?" The loud, abrasive cursing instantly caught the attention of the lead group. Corporal Ha Do-hyun glanced back, his eyes heavy with exhaustion, and muttered a deadpan remark. "Man, looks like we've got our own share of troublemakers inside the shelter too, huh?" Hak-chun asked, resting his hands on his hips, his curiosity piqued. "Who exactly are those guys anyway?" The camera panned upward, capturing the clear blue sky stretching over a towering multi-story parking garage. Corporal Ha's voice was utterly cold as he explained. "There are a couple of survivors who dragged themselves in here a few weeks ago, but I absolutely can't stand them." The group continued their brisk pace. Corporal Ha scoffed, his frustration leaking out. "That guy, he's always faking some illness just to dodge defense duties. Neither of them listens to a damn thing. They're always breaking the rules and stirring up trouble. And the woman? She just won't shut up about how she used to be some famous actress before all this. Damn it, just... The world has already gone to hell. Even if she used to be the freaking president, what the hell does it matter now? If they keep poisoning the atmosphere in this shelter, we'll have no choice but to kick their asses out." The corporal cast a brief glance over his shoulder. "Though, I had no idea Yina actually had that kind of history with her." Yina's face was etched with a quiet sorrow. She lowered her gaze, desperately trying to swallow down the bitter humiliation welling up inside her. Walking right beside her, Min-jun nervously stole a glance at his friend, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He could completely feel the agonizing pain that Yina was forcing herself to endure. Suddenly, the radio strapped to Corporal Ha's vest let out a piercing beep, shattering the heavy silence. He immediately grabbed the receiver, his expression tightening. From the other end, a guard's voice rushed out in a frantic report. They had spotted an American soldier at the south gate. 2, checkpoint. We're disarming him now, sir. Once he's clear, we'll bring him inside. Corporal Ha shot his eyebrows up in sheer disbelief, echoing the words. American soldier? The voice crackling through the radio pressed on with an urgent request. If there are any survivors who can translate English, please, send them here immediately. Over. The corporal's face hardened into a serious scowl as he muttered under his breath, quickly assessing the situation. Wait, an American soldier stationed in Korea got separated from his unit? Realizing the absolute urgency of the moment, he whipped around to face the group of youths. Listen up! Do any of you know how to translate English? A familiar voice rang out, instantly cutting through the tension. I can! Corporal Ha's eyes went wide with sheer surprise. Yina lifted her chin high. Her sharp gaze had fully regained its fierce natural confidence as she declared loud and clear, I know how to speak English. The scene cut to an internal medicine reception sign, dangling loosely from the ceiling. The camera zoomed in tight, focusing on the dull, ash-gray American flag patch stitched onto the soldier's rugged camouflage shoulder. His face was absolutely caked in mud and covered in jagged scratches. 27-year-old Sergeant David Brick from the 2nd Infantry Division at Camp Humphreys in Pyeongtaek finally spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow. I was out on a recon patrol, right after we managed to set up a temporary base at a nearby school, and, well, that's when I stumbled upon this place. The whole group, Corporal Ha, Hakchun, and Minjun, huddled tightly around the vending machine area, hanging on to every word as Yena flawlessly translated the English. He says that after setting up a camp at a nearby school, he went out on patrol and ended up wandering in here. Right now, their squad is down to just 5 people. Every single one of the others was killed in action. Hearing that grim translation, Hakchun and Minjun just stared at Yena, utterly awestruck by her fluency. A drop of sweat rolled down Minjun's face as he thought to himself, "Whoa, that is totally insane. Yena looks so freaking badass right now. I guess that's the elite level you get from a rich kid who actually went to an international kindergarten." But suddenly, all the color drained from Yena's face. Her voice grew incredibly tense as she translated the soldier's next words. A few weeks ago, they actually managed to make contact with their main headquarters and the Okinawa Air Base. They promised to send a rescue chopper, but for some reason, the communication signal was completely cut off. He heavily suspects that someone out there is intentionally jamming the radio frequencies. Corporal Ha flinched, a jolt of shock hitting him. He frantically urged Yena to keep pressing for answers. Then, can we actually rely on the US military's help to evacuate out of South Korea? David Brick watched Yena translate the desperate question. His eyes slowly scanned the lobby, taking in the sheer mass of exhausted survivors slumped across the waiting area. Wait, a total of roughly 500 people? A deep sense of helplessness washed over the sergeant's face. He slowly shook his head. With a massive crowd like this, there's just no way we can handle an evacuation. But the biggest issue right now is that we've also completely lost all contact with our main headquarters. Corporal Ha Do-hyun's face instantly darkened as he listened to Yena deliver the final, crushing translation. He says the main problem is the dead communication with HQ, but he'll keep trying his best to reconnect. He's warning us not to get our hopes up too high. The corporal immediately sank into a heavy, calculating silence. Wait, hold on a second. A sudden, reckless spark of hope flashed violently in Corporal Ha's eyes. He subtly shifted his gaze toward Min Jun, who was standing right beside him. What if I can use this American soldier to secretly smuggle Min Jun, the one who holds the immunity, straight into the United States? Could the development of a real vaccine and a cure actually become a reality? The scene slowly transitioned, focusing back on the cold, silent vending machine standing in the dim lobby. A lifeless, glaring red 00 glowed ominously on its digital display. Outside the windows, the sky had already bled into the deep, bruising blue of evening dusk. Thick ash-gray clouds rolled in, casting a heavy, suffocating shadow over the desolate parking lot outside. The only sound left was the steady, rhythmic tick-tock of a wall clock. Tick-tock. It struck exactly 6:30 p.m. The clinic's hallway was completely swallowed in shadows, dead quiet without a single soul in sight, every door sealed tight. Suddenly, one of the clinic doors creaked open just a crack. Dr. Yoon Se-in poked her head out, her eyes darting frantically up and down the hall, vibrating with pure paranoia. Once she was absolutely sure no one was spying on her, she immediately slipped back inside, locking the deadbolt with a sharp, echoing click. An atmosphere thick with dark, hidden secrets. Dr. Yoon slowly dragged her chair out and collapsed heavily in front of her desk. She snatched up her phone, her eyes flicking toward the dead, pitch-black computer monitor as her thoughts raced with agonizing impatience. Oh! Come on, please, just hurry the hell up already. Her hands obsessively fumbled with the phone, her perfectly manicured nails tapping against the casing in a frantic, restless rhythm. It's already been way too long. Why hasn't that damn drone arrived yet? Her sharp gaze slid over to a test tube, filled with a deep crimson blood sample, resting perfectly on the rack right next to her microscope. At first, I didn't even dare to believe it. Suddenly, her phone screen flared to life. Dr. Yoon's hands began to tremble violently, her pupils dilating into a wide, manic stare. I did it! Is that voice? I actually found someone who holds the immunity! Her face twisted into an expression of absolute euphoric madness, a cold sweat breaking across her skin. I have to hurry! I must report this earth-shattering discovery to our great savior immediately! The camera zoomed in extremely close on the top corner of her phone screen. Almost like magic, the dead signal icon shifted from a red X, slowly ticking up. 1 bar, then 2. A breathless gasp escaped her lips. Yes, I finally caught a signal! Dr. Yoon let out a long, trembling sigh of relief as a deeply wicked, twisted smirk curled across her face. Finally! I can finally deliver this report to our great savior. Ha! Has it been a month already? As the call connected, her voice dropped into a sharp clinical whisper, cold and precise, exactly like a sleeper agent. Is everything proceeding smoothly? She immediately responded. This is researcher 135, reporting from the Gagunja shelter. Among the new batch of survivors, I have discovered an immune. The person on the other end froze. What did you say? Hold the line. I am patching you directly through to the savior. Hearing that title, Dr. Yoon gasped, violently clapping a hand over her own mouth. Her eyes blew wide, trembling with the twisted mix of pure terror and overwhelming, ecstatic honor. Her face went entirely rigid, cold sweat tracing down her forehead. Through the receiver, her voice shook with raw reverence. My lord, savior. From the other side, a chillingly flat, godlike voice echoed. Speak. She took a sharp breath, her eyes bulging madly as she reported Min-un's condition. Your Grace might find this hard to believe, but this subject is 100% infected, yet he is completely different from any of the infected we have ever seen. If absolute normal is 0 and full mutation is 100, his readings wildly fluctuate back and forth between 0 and 100, Dr. Yoon declared with desperate certainty, hungry for her master's praise. Even I cannot grasp 100% of his condition, but he is fundamentally different from the special variants. One thing is absolute, he is a perfectly normal functioning immune, and I dare not make any assumptions on my own about what is causing this anomaly. She rubbed her temples, offering a deeply sinister proposal. I originally planned to send his blood samples over via drone first, but for absolute precision, we might need to conduct live vivisection directly on the immune's body. What are your orders, my lord? The line went dead silent for a moment, before a freezing response cut through. An immune? That is utterly impossible. Dr. Yoon froze, her fingers turning into a death grip around the phone. The Savior's echoing words utterly crushed her deductions. There is no such thing as an immune in this world. I will only accept this as a fatal systemic bug. Beads of sweat rolled down Dr. Yoon's face. Panic bleeding into her voice, she asked, Then what should we do, my lord? The Savior's echoing words utterly crushed her deductions. There is no such thing as an immune in this world. I will only accept this as a fatal systemic bug. Beads of sweat rolled down Dr. Yoon's face. Panic bleeding into her voice, she asked, Then what should we do, my lord? The doctor's eyes narrowed, a flash of deranged cruelty warping her features. If it is a bug, then naturally it must be purged and destroyed. Am I right? Her gaze drifted toward the surgical tools and gleaming razor-sharp syringes laid out next to the blood vials on her desk. The Savior's voice rang out in denial. No, send the blood samples here first. After that, just as you suggested, we will have to drag this supposed immune to my lab for direct, live experimentation. Dr. Yoon listened with rapt attention, bowing to his absolute command. Pure fanaticism surged through her veins. Her eyes rolled back slightly in ecstasy as she covered her mouth, shuddering at the horrific vision of what was to come. The mere existence of an immune proves that our current viral strain has a flaw. If we dissect him, study it, and patch that loophole, we can forcefully evolve the virus into a supreme form, something utterly, devastatingly incurable. The call ended. Dr. Yoon leaned back in her chair, gnawing on her fingernails as her mind spun a demonic web of schemes. But it is just me stationed here. How the hell am I supposed to drag that immune bastard all the way to his grace? Right as she drowned in her dark, sinful thoughts, a rapid knocking shattered the silence. Knock, knock, knock! Dr. Yoon violently flinched, whipping around as the color completely drained from her face. From the other side of the locked door, a familiar deep male voice called out, Honey, are you in there? In the dead quiet of the hallway, the cinematic camera panned behind Corporal Ha Do-hun, capturing his towering figure standing absolutely still before the sealed clinic door. His broad shadow stretched long beneath the flickering corridor lights. Beneath the brim of his cap, his chiseled features were etched with thick suspicion. What is going on? Why did you lock this door all of a sudden? Suddenly, the door was shoved wide open. Dr. Yoon Sane stood inside, drenched in cold sweat. Her eyes were blown wide, visibly startling the moment she saw her lover. Oh, Do-hun, it is you! Corporal Ha narrowed his eyes in utter confusion. His voice was thick and low. Why is the door locked? Dr. Yoon's eyes darted around frantically as she hastily spat out a pathetic excuse. I was just right in the middle of changing my clothes. Corporal Ha squeezed past her into the room, casually shutting the door behind him. But why lock up at this hour? It is roll call right now. Dr. Yoon turned her back to him, stammering out a reply. Well, you see, I just had something really important I wanted to tell you in private. Sweat beaded heavily on her forehead as she flashed a painfully forced smile, desperately looking for a way to bolt. To that thing. Can we talk about it a little later? But Corporal Ha's face hardened, completely blocking her only path of escape. Why wait? I have something absolutely critical I need to discuss with you. Corporal Ha's expression turned incredibly grave. He cut straight to the chase. A little while ago, a newly rescued American soldier was brought in here. You know about him, right? Dr. Yoon blinked rapidly and replied. Yes, his infection screening results came back completely normal earlier. Corporal Ha stepped closer, leaning in to whisper secretly into his girlfriend's ear. I just had a brilliant idea. That American soldier is still constantly trying to reestablish a connection with his headquarters. Dr. Yoon immediately responded. So what does that mean? Corporal Hay's voice swelled with absolute conviction and raw hope. What I mean is, if we can use that American soldier to secretly smuggle Min-un, the immune, or at the very least his blood samples over to the United States, then maybe, just maybe, the Americans have the tech to develop a cure or a vaccine. Looking toward that bright, impossible future, his eyes blazed with light. If they succeed in creating a vaccine, then this godforsaken, hellish world will finally come to an end. In absolute, horrifying contrast to Ha Do-hun's burning excitement, Dr. Yoon's pupils dilated to the absolute limit. Utter shock and sheer, unadulterated panic exploded in her glaring eyes. She choked on her words, her voice quivering like she could not fathom what she had just heard. What did you just say? Cold sweat poured down her skin as she frantically interrogated him. Honey, please do not tell me you already told that American soldier that we are holding an immune. You told him? Corporal Ha stood there completely stunned by her explosive, hostile reaction. Huh? Realizing she had come on a bit too strong, Dr. Yoon waited for his response. Corporal Ha waved his hands, quickly reassuring her. No, I haven't breathed a single word about it to anyone. Hearing this, Dr. Yoon looked as if a crushing weight had been lifted off her shoulders, closing her eyes and letting out a long, heavy sigh. Ha! Corporal Ha continued to plead, his voice heavy with helplessness in the face of their reality. But look, honey, if it's just us here, how are we supposed to solve the root of the problem? Whether it's a cure or a vaccine, whatever it takes, we absolutely have to get outside help. Dr. Yoon immediately cut him off, her tone razor sharp. Do-hun? She stared straight into his eyes, planting seeds of doubt. That American soldier, do you really dare to trust him? He's just some guy who showed up out of nowhere. We haven't even properly verified his identity. She glanced at the test tube containing the dark red blood sample on the table, weaving her sharp psychological manipulation. Even if we hand over the blood sample, what guarantees it will safely reach a lab? There's zero proof they'd actually make a proper cure for us. What if something happens to Min-un, our only immune survivor? Who takes responsibility if things go wrong on the way? Unless a verified research center or government agency comes here in person, I am absolutely never handing this sample over. Hearing her perfectly logical analysis, Corporal Ha Do-hun lowered his head, letting out a heavy sigh of defeat. I understand. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie clipped to the corporal's uniform began beeping frantically, shattering the silence. A guard's voice crackled through with an urgent report. Unidentified flying object detected in the airspace above the central building. Visibility is low because it's night, but we suspect it's a drone. Corporal Ha jolted in shock. What? Dr. Yoon, standing right next to him, widened her eyes in feigned panic. The camera angle shifted to the half-drawn curtains by the window as deafening, sharp gunshots erupted, tearing through the quiet night. The voice on the radio continued. We are attempting to shoot it down, but the target is highly evasive. It's not going down easily. Corporal Hay's expression hardened as he immediately barked orders. This is Corporal Ha Do-hun. I'm heading over to provide backup right now. Dr. Yoon immediately spoke up, playing the confused part perfectly. A drone? What is going on? Where did that thing even come from? Corporal Ha turned to his lover, his face tight with extreme tension, giving her strict instructions. It looks like someone from the outside secretly sent it in. Until the situation out there is handled, you stay right here and wait, okay? Darling. Dr. Yoon cowered behind him, perfectly playing the role of a frail, helpless woman. Please, be careful. The door slammed shut with a cold, echoing thud, standing all alone in the dead silent clinic. Dr. Yoon's silhouette remained entirely motionless. She stared intensely at the tightly shut door. She let out a heavy, weary sigh, completely shedding the saintly mask she had just worn. In a split second, her frail demeanor vanished. She whipped around and scrambled frantically toward her desk like an absolute madwoman. Damn it, I have to reconnect right now. Her trembling hands gripped her phone like a vice. Her eyes darted wildly as she muttered under her breath, praying in sheer desperation. Please, sir, I'm begging you. The camera zoomed in on the top corner of the phone screen. The Wi-Fi symbol was completely gone. The cellular signal bars were replaced by a cruel gray X mark right next to the battery icon. Dr. Yoon's pupils shrank in terror, her face drained of all color, and a cold sweat broke out as she stared in a daze. Ha! It got disconnected again. A high-angle wide shot of the clinic showed Dr. Yoon standing frozen amidst the sea of medical equipment, spitting out a bitter, helpless curse. Damn it all! The night passed, and the infirmary hallways remained steeped in dead silence. A new day dawned. The sky was a vibrant blue dotted with fluffy white clouds, but the razor-sharp barbed wire tangled everywhere served as a brutal reminder of their harsh reality. The scene cut to the bathroom where Hak-chun was brushing his teeth, his brow furrowed in deep thought. A drone? So we completely lost track of it in the end? Do-hun asked as he wiped his face. Hak-chun asked, Are we absolutely sure it wasn't a drone sent by the U.S. military, sir? Do-hun replied, That American soldier said his 4 squad mates stationed at the nearby school already made it into the safe zone, and he swore up and down that it wasn't one of theirs. Corporal Ha answered softly, There's a high chance it belongs to some outsider faction, maybe escaped convicts or some other unknown group. Corporal Ha's eyes narrowed with heavy anxiety. If these unexpected intruders keep showing up more and more, we're ultimately going to need a much larger stockpile of weapons. The camera panned over a few chemical jugs and broom handles in the corner. The corporal analyzed the situation. Food supplies? We'll figure out a way to solve that somehow. But ammunition? That's our biggest headache right now. After all, firearms are strictly illegal here in South Korea, so our ammo resources are inevitably at rock bottom. Corporal Ha let out a heavy sigh. Man, if only someone would airdrop us some supply crates like last time, huh? Hak Chun replied, that supply drop, are you positive the US military had nothing to do with it? Corporal Ha shook his head. According to Private First Class David, it seems those supplies definitely didn't come from the Americans. Hak Chun's face lit up with blatant curiosity. Then who in the world sent it? Corporal Ha immediately replied, beats me. He shrugged. But regardless, whoever did it clearly intended to help the survivors. Leaving those silent worries behind, the scene transitioned back to a brilliantly sunny sky, shining down on the high-rise buildings that had now transformed into a bustling refugee camp. Down on the streets, Min-un, Yena, and the American soldiers were walking side by side. A voiceover narration began. David's 4 squad mates who had been waiting at the nearby school were also safely brought into the refugee camp. One of the soldiers whistled. This safe zone is seriously amazing. It could easily hold a few thousand people. Haha, that's the true power of South Korea for you. And so, they decided to try establishing a connection with the U.S. headquarters right then and there. The American soldier looked at Corporal Ha and spoke with genuine sincerity. Thanks to you guys, we finally have a safe place to crash. We're seriously so grateful. An explanatory text appeared on screen. Regardless, the mere presence of U.S. soldiers in this refugee camp is an incredibly positive sign showing that we have a real chance of receiving American support. The camera panned over a green padlock firmly hooked onto the steel mesh gate, a barrier separating their false sense of security from the brutal outside world. Meanwhile, in another part of the camp, beauty always seems to attract trouble. A sketchy stranger sidled up to Yena, putting on a greasy, flirting tone. Well, hello there. What's your name, gorgeous? Yena's face went blank with utter confusion. The guy smugly continued his awful pickup lines. I'm from Junggak district, by the way. What neighborhood are you from? You look awfully familiar. Yena gave a subtle side eye and sighed, thinking to herself, wow, even in a hellhole like this, these creepy pests still swarm around. Gross. The guy, completely shameless, kept pressing her. So, how old are you? Yena kept her face stone cold, polite but absolutely ruthless. I'm sorry. I'm busy working as a translator, so I really don't have the time for this. Deep down, she scoffed with haughty annoyance. Even if the world ends, this girl's popularity won't fade one bit. That guy still hasn't given up, trying his hardest to shoot his shot. Huh? Weren't you just taking a break a minute ago?
Yeah.
Who was that guy hanging out with you earlier? A friend? He's not your boyfriend, right? Yena was visibly annoyed, her eyes darting around as she searched for someone.
Where the hell did that idiot Jung Min-jun wander off to? Suddenly, her eyes widened, catching sight of something utterly infuriating.
In the distance, Jung Min-jun was chatting it up with some random girl in sportswear. He was smiling and laughing, looking completely thrilled. Oh, really? Thanks a lot, miss. Yena's face instantly darkened, a terrifying, murderous aura radiating from her very thoughts. Quick as lightning, Yena popped her head right between the two of them, glaring daggers as she demanded in a sour tone, What's going on here? What are you talking about, huh? What is it? Spill it! Min-jun jumped out of his skin and stumbled backward. What the heck were you guys talking about? He just blinked in pure confusion. Huh? Then the sporty girl turned to Yena, suddenly acting all shy. Oh my gosh, girl, I've been looking for you everywhere. Hey, do you happen to have any lip tint or blush on you? Could I totally borrow some? I checked the convenience store, but they were completely wiped out. Yena broke into a cold sweat, forcing an awkward smile as she tried to change the subject. I was just asking him about the facilities here in the shelter. Just then, another older girl jumped in, showering Yena with compliments. Oh my gosh, Yena, by the way, how is your skin so flawless? If I wash my face with the wrong water, I break out like crazy. You must be totally used to the water here, right? What kind of cleanser are you using? Completely overwhelmed by their intense energy, Yena hurriedly tried to brush it off. Oh hey, Yena? Right. I saw Ha-jun looking for you earlier. You should probably go check in with him. Meanwhile, hidden in a corner, 2 hopelessly single guys were fiercely analyzing the unfolding drama. Byung-jun teared up, looking utterly devastated. I knew it. Han Yena and Jung Min-jun are totally dating. Yep, a pathetic loser like me should just go drop dead and do the world a favor, right? Sun-ho's lips curled up into a dangerously smug smirk. Without even touching his blindingly glaring glasses, Sun-ho shot back at Byung-jun. Those two are definitely not dating. Byung-jun's eyes bugged out in shock. Sun-ho aggressively pushed up his glasses and made a grand declaration. I, Bae Sun-ho, possess 18 years of being single since the womb. My razor-sharp intuition has been forged through countless imaginary romances with my favorite idols. I can guarantee it with absolute certainty. Byung-jun broke into a cold sweat, bowing down in sheer admiration. Wow, as expected of the Grand Master of Romance. The love expert, Sun-ho, leaned in, his expression dead serious, and revealed an earth-shattering secret. Han Yena is secretly harboring a massive crush on Jung Min-jun. Byung-jun was completely mind-blown, his jaw dropping as he shrieked, Wait, what? The camera panned to an empty park bench as Sunho continued his dramatic monologue. You ask why? Well, as for the reason why a girl like Han Yena would fall for Jung Min-jun, it beats me. Even to me, it's a cosmic level mystery. An imaginary, dreamlike visual appeared, showing a stunningly gorgeous and incredibly haughty Yena. Sunho analyzed the situation with cold, hard logic. The Han Yena of the past was a total golden spoon princess. She grew up in Gangnam with a doctor for a dad. Whatever she wanted, she got. In other words, it's safe to assume her possessiveness is absolutely terrifying. And the longer this drags on, the more anxious one will be Han Yena, not that clueless idiot Jung Min-jun. It's a perfectly flawless logical deduction. Byung-jun spoke up, completely unconvinced. Man, I just can't believe that. How is that even possible? Jung Min-jun is a massive loser, just like us. Honestly, in terms of looks and physique, I'm way better looking than him. I'm superior to that guy in every single way. So what the heck does Jung Min-jun even have going for him? Sunho immediately nodded in agreement. True. Right in the middle of their conversation, Yena suddenly shot a razor-sharp glare down at the two guys creeping in the shadows. Lifting her chin with absolute superiority, she barked out, "Hey, you two pathetic chickens!" Sunho and Byung-jun nearly jumped out of their skins, screaming in pure terror. Byung-jun broke into a heavy sweat, bowing frantically. "We're so sorry."
11, we are so sorry!
Meanwhile, Sunho waved his hands frantically, desperately trying to make an excuse. "No way! We weren't sneaking around spying on you." Yena stepped closer, crossing her arms like an interrogator. "What did you guys just say about Minwoo? You two have been close to him for a while now, right?" She glared at the two boys with a scrutinizing look. "So I bet you two know Minwoo pretty well, huh? When you three hang out, do you ever talk about, someone you're interested in, like your ideal type of girl? Don't you guys talk about that kind of stuff?" Both Sunho and Byung-jun looked completely clueless. Huh? Girls? Hearing Yena's question, Sunho let out a massive sigh, looking as utterly defeated as a man who had just lost everything. Han Yena, do you seriously have zero clue what losers like us actually care about? We mostly just talk about games, watch anime, read manga, and simp over idols. That is literally all we talk about. Yena frowned in deep confusion. Idols? Suddenly, it was like a bolt of lightning struck Yena's mind. Her eyes went wide as an old memory flashed back. The memory pulled Yena back to a certain day in Minwoo's room. She was leaning on her crutch, arms crossed, staring at Minwoo, who was chilling on his bed in a goofy graphic tee. Back then, her eyes had accidentally drifted to a poster hanging on the wall. On it was a drop-dead, gorgeous idol with dazzling blonde hair, a core member of the mega hit girl group, Lumina. The Yena from that day had flashed a mocking, teasing smile at her friend. "Why are you staring at it so hard? Is she your ideal type or something?" Minwoo looked up at her, his face a picture of pure bewilderment. "Oh!" He pushed up his glasses and answered with absolute nonchalance. "That's my childhood friend, Yu Ian." The way Minwoo dropped that bombshell so casually left Yena so shocked she practically choked. Her jaw hit the floor, completely and utterly speechless. Snapping back to the present, Yena narrowed her eyes suspiciously and grilled his two best friends. "Is there any chance he actually knows Yu Ian from Lumina?" Sunho just stared blankly. "Huh?" Blinking once, both Byung-jun and Sunho burst into hysterical laughter like they had just heard the joke of the century. "Did he feed you that same old bullshit about knowing Ian from Lumina again?" "I bet my life on it, and my parents' friend's acquaintance's kid knows the idol Ian. It is 100% that kind of delusion. If Minwoo actually knows Ian, I will literally chop off my own junk." Yena immediately agreed. "See? Pfft, I knew it. Haha. A guy like Minwoo really spews lies without an ounce of shame. Haha." In the middle of laughing his ass off, Byung-jun suddenly froze. Cold sweat started pouring down his face like a waterfall. He stuttered out a wild, shocking theory. But wait, is there any chance that you actually have a crush on Minwoo?" Yena's face darkened menacingly. "Huh?" Byung-jun stammered. Well, there's a rumor going around that you like him? Could it be?" Yena's eyes shot absolute daggers, her voice dropping to a terrifying growl. "This is your final warning. Are you gonna watch your damn mouth or what?" A brutal smack echoed sharply through the air. Byung-jun ate a full-force punch that knocked his soul out. "Like him? You think I'd ever like Minwoo?" Yena roared in absolute fury. "Just take the beating, you little shit." Leaving the street comedy behind, the scene abruptly cut to a filthy, foul-smelling kitchen with mountains of unwashed dishes. A rusty old washing machine and trash were scattered aimlessly across the floor. Empty soju bottles and crushed beer cans lay abandoned under the cabinets. A man's vicious, spiteful voice rang out. "Huh, those absolute bastards. I will make them pay, whatever it takes." Inside the rundown motel room hid a group of escaped convicts. The heavily tattooed thug, Tae-shik, sat hugging his knees on the floor, grumbling, "Ain't there a better way? Should we sneak in guerrilla style, or lure a massive horde of zombies to attack their shelter? We could completely wipe out their whole base from the inside." In stark contrast to his loudmouth partner, the long-haired leader, Juho, just sat in dead silence leaning against the wall. His face was hidden in the shadows, his eyes completely hollow and ice-cold. He spoke in a flat, ruthless tone, cutting off the older thug's idea. Just forget about that place. Tae-shik looked dumbfounded and shot up to his feet. Huh? Tae-shik growled, aggressively questioning him. Hey, Juho, 5 of our guys are dead because of those little shits. Joho raised his piercing, cold eyes, his tone completely detached and utterly unfazed. Right now, we only have exactly 3 guys left. The numbers gap between us and them is way too big. Tae-shik snapped back. Then we just recruit more muscle. What's the big deal? We can just scoop up whatever survivors are wandering around here. Juho shot him down with a brutal, expressionless finality. Drop it. We are just moving somewhere else. Tae-shik went dead silent, his brows knitted tightly together. He stared intensely at his sworn brother's bizarre attitude, oozing with suspicion. Suddenly, Tae-shik's lips twisted into a filthy, mocking smirk. You're still hung up on that little bitch, aren't ya? He put his hands on his hips, continuing his relentless taunting. Juho, be real with me. You have had your eye on that girl all along, haven't you? Tae-shik stepped closer, using a disgustingly playful tone to expose his subordinate's thoughts. Saying she is too young is just an excuse. Truth is, you've got the hots for her, don't you? You haven't been acting like yourself lately. Normally, you'd be screaming to slaughter every last one of them. Juho's hand slid down to the table, quietly wrapping around a pair of iron scissors, while Tae-shik kept running his mocking, sarcastic mouth. That sob story about your little sister from the past is just a convenient excuse. The simple truth is you're into that chick, right? Any real man would lose their damn mind looking at a pretty face like that. You sneaky bastard, just admit you want to get a piece of that action. Before the words even finished leaving his mouth, a choked gasp rang out. Ugh! Fast as a rabid beast. Joho lunged forward, violently choking Tae-shik and slamming him backward. Juho's bulging, vein-popping hand gripped the iron scissors tightly. The sharp blades pointed straight up into the air, radiating pure murderous intent. Joho's eyes were completely bloodshot with absolute madness. He pressed the sharp tip of the scissors directly against Tae-shik's throat, growling out every single word like a demon straight from hell. You want me to hack you to pieces, exactly like those bastards did to my little sister? Go on, say it again. Tae-shik choked, sweat pouring down his face like rain. He let out a panicked, nervous laugh, practically begging for his life. Hey now, I was just joking. Seriously, just a joke, man. Cut me some slack, kid. Joho kept his demonic, piercing glare locked on him. Trembling, Tae-shik muttered under his breath, desperately bringing up a past favor. I saved your life once before, remember? I swear, from now on, I will never breathe a single word about your sister ever again. With a brutal shove, Juho sent Tae-shik flying backward. He crashed hard into an electric fan, sending a harsh metallic clatter echoing through the room. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, the door was suddenly kicked open. The third thug burst in, gripping a stolen military assault rifle, panting heavily. Juho, boss Tae-shik, you guys need to come out here right now. Tae-shik, still drenched in sweat, scowled in pure annoyance and snapped back. What the hell is it? The thug swallowed hard, his face pale with lingering shock, and stammered out his report. I just found something absolutely terrifying. The camera cuts to the bleak exterior of the boarding house. Faint rays of sunlight pierced through the heavy ash-gray clouds, casting a gloomy glow over the lifeless concrete blocks. The 3 criminals stepped out onto the rusted iron fire escape. From the depths below, a chorus of savage, suffocating snarls echoed upward, a massive horde of zombies. Tae-shik leaned over the railing to look, his pupils dilated in sheer horror, all the color draining from his face. What the hell is that? Down in the dim shadows, a grotesque, bloated zombie, drenched head to toe in dark crimson blood, staggered forward. A bloodthirsty gurgle rattled in its throat. Right behind it, a writhing swarm of colossal mutated monstrosities was gathering, their savage roars echoing through the entire block. Back inside the gloomy apartment, the subordinate spoke up. What's going through your head, boss? His eyes gleamed with a toxic, calculating malice as he began to lay out a scheme. Just looking at that swarm, there's gotta be dozens of those freaks. If we lure that horde straight toward the refugee camp and force the guards to open fire, the gunshots will guarantee even more of those things flood the perimeter. Tae-shik took over, his mind spinning a deeply sinister web. I don't know exactly how strong those giant mutated freaks are, but a horde of that massive scale, it is more than enough to tear right through the safe zone's barricades. When that happens, the main defense force will have to abandon their posts and rush to the front line just to hold them off. And that's our cue. We use the chaos, slip through their blind spots, and infiltrate right from the opposite side. Easy as that. A vicious, blood-chilling grin stretched across Tae-shik's face. He brutally laid down his ultimate endgame. And once we're inside, we slaughter every last survivor in the place. Bwahaha! His whole body shook with twisted, maniacal laughter, his eyes crinkling in pure, psychotic ecstasy. Oh, this is gonna be sweet. Those pathetic bastards are gonna get utterly wiped off the map. Tae-shik intertwined his fingers, violently cracking his knuckles as his voice dripped with raw hatred. Going completely berserk, pulling the trigger and causing an absolute bloodbath. That has always been sitting right at the top of my bucket list. Think of it as my personal revenge against this completely screwed up world that tossed me into a cell. He turned toward Juho, who was still facing away from him, grinning as if seeking a comrade's approval. Joho, you totally get where I'm coming from, right? Joho's silhouette remained perfectly still in the haunting darkness. When he finally spoke, his voice was freezing cold, instantly slicing through the delusion. Using the infected to turn the safe zone into a living hell. Your real goal isn't to take control of the place anymore, is it? This is nothing but a suicide mission fueled by pure, unadulterated revenge. Tae-shik stared right at Juho. Stripped of all pretenses, he boldly embraced his own monstrous nature. Damn right it is. Juho slowly turned his head. With half of his face bathed in the eerie dim light, he gave a flat, emotionless reply. Understood, but in exchange, a crazed, suffocating obsession flared in Juho's eyes. He gritted out every single word with a chilling intensity. That girl. I am going to find Hanyona, no matter what it takes. The camera zoomed in tight on the freezing, demonic void of his eyes as he made his ruthless declaration. If every other piece of trash in there gets ripped to shreds, I couldn't care less. Tae-shik pointed a finger, finally making the connection. Hanyona, that little brat you wouldn't shut up about earlier. He let out a dark chuckle, clicking his tongue as he accepted the twisted bargain. Fine by me. I have absolutely no clue what kind of sick fantasy is running through your head. But, hey, a deal is a deal. You're in, right? Tae-shik's eyes sharpened with cold calculation. He turned away, muttering to himself, Right then. Now we need to figure out exactly how we're going to drag that massive horde over there. We're talking about a whole army of the undead, not just 4 or 5 of them. The usual tricks aren't going to cut it. Plus, we still need to scout out the weak points in the safe zone's perimeter. The subordinate chimed in, tossing out a wicked idea. Hey, what if we hunt down some stray survivor wandering around out here and use them as live bait? Tae-shik nodded slowly, a dark smirk returning. No need to rush things just yet. We take our time and plan this out perfectly. The scene cuts away, transitioning to the familiar, peaceful, and spotless hallways of the Sunlight boarding house, a jarring contrast to the blood-soaked conspiracy brewing outside. Inside the communal kitchen, Ha-chun was scrubbing dishes when she stopped, asking in sheer disbelief, Wait, seriously? He's saying already crossed the Han River? Sitting at the table with 2 former classmates, one of the girls replied with casual indifference. Yeah, last time we talked, he said he was crossing the river with his parents. If they made it out alive, they're probably chilling in the Gangnam safe zone by now. Yona sat there in heavy silence, her gaze lowered as she softly breathed out. I see. One of the friends shrugged, clicking her tongue as she dropped a ridiculously naive, grandiose statement. Honestly, though, I think the best move is to just get the hell out of South Korea entirely. I mean, what other option do we even have?
Every single airport is shut down. How exactly are you planning to go abroad?
The other girl immediately fired back. We just have to escape to an island like New Zealand or Hawaii. That's the only way to completely escape the infection risk, right? Yona sweat dropped, forcing a painfully awkward smile at her friend's absolutely delusional fantasy. Suddenly, Min Yoon came sprinting down the hall, gasping for breath as he called out. Yona, Corporal Ha said he needs you over there right now. Yona turned around, letting out a massive soul-crushing sigh of pure exhaustion. Again? Yeah, I got it. The very second Yona disappeared from sight, the 2 high school girls instantly dropped their friendly act, revealing their true, utterly toxic colors. One of them let out a mocking sneer. Back in school, she used to act like she was untouchable. Now look at her, running around like a glorified errand girl. Isn't it just hilarious? Seriously, the only reason she was anything special was because she won the birth lottery and was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Strip that away and she's no different from the rest of us. The other girl eagerly chimed in, laughing with vicious spite. So true. Ever since the apocalypse hit and we all got locked up in this dump, her life is just as pathetic as ours. Right at that moment, Ha-chun stepped heavily into the kitchen to grab a glass of water. Hearing the vicious gossip, she immediately froze in her tracks. Meanwhile, the spiteful girl just kept right on spewing her toxic philosophy. It just goes to show you never know what life's gonna throw at you. Ha-chun furrowed her brows, glaring fiercely in their direction. Ha-chun stood in absolute silence, listening from the shadows. The first girl leaned in, dropping yet another venomous insult. But still, that Han Yena chick is so freaking hilarious. Back in school, she treated Jung Minjun like absolute dirt, and now they're all buddy-buddy? Isn't it pathetic? Ha-chun glanced over with a puzzled expression, listening as the second girl chimed in. Right? Nobody could have imagined that sight, seriously. Ha-chun quietly turned away, tuning out their toxic venom. Behind his back, the trash talk shamelessly continued. But she's totally just putting on an act, right? Deep down, Ina must still be completely disgusted by that loser. She's probably just playing along because they're stuck in this mess. Once things go back to normal, she'll do a complete 180 and ghost him, just watch. She is just so disgustingly fake. A fleeting sadness mixed with a mature calmness washed over Ha-chun's face. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips as he silently recalled everything Yena and Minjun had fought through together to get this far. The bond between those two isn't something you shallow brats could ever understand. Hak-chun stopped in his tracks, turning his head to shoot the two girls a deep, piercing glare. I guess only those two really know the truth. The two girls stared blankly at the big guy's strange expression. His face covered in bandages. Hak-chun looked back blankly at the whispers trailing behind him. What was that about? Do you know him? The two girls casually kept joking around. No clue. Maybe he went to our school? Haha. Ignoring Hak-chun as he trudged away heavily on his crutches, the girl in the back just smirked. Why did that freak even butt in? Haha, whatever. Just ignore him. Seriously though, this whole thing is so freaking ridiculous. Pausing for a beat, Hak-chun furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, the scene shifts, taking us to a building with a Kumho Auto Shop signboard under a piercingly blue sky. Inside the repair garage, an American soldier sat with his arms crossed, dropping a massive bombshell. Word is they've successfully made contact with the U.S. Army recon team from Okinawa that just entered the Seoul sector. Corporal Ha gasped in disbelief. Wait, so someone is actually coming to rescue us? The soldier looked at Yina with a dead serious gaze. Catching his look, the girl immediately spoke up. Our current coordinates have been shared with them, but whether it's an extraction or a retreat order, we won't know for sure until the official directive comes down from the States. It's just that trying to evacuate every single survivor here is probably completely unrealistic. The soldier's voice echoed over the messy toolboxes. Depending on the situation, it might just be the military forces pulling out, or the exact opposite. They might turn this entire zone into a main U.S. military outpost, using it as a hub to analyze the infection spread in Korea and gather live data. The soldier's voice remained steady. He explained that since he was just a lowly sergeant, he didn't have the authority to make those calls. But I'll do everything in my power. Corporal Ha was sweating bullets, nervously swallowing every word. So that's how it is. The atmosphere grew heavy. Yina's eyes trembled slightly, revealing a flash of cold calculation mixed with a hint of absolute desperation. Mustering all her courage, Yina took a step forward, practically begging the foreign soldier. If it's at all possible, please, can I go to America with you guys? And then she dropped a devastating bombshell. My friend Minjun, he's actually fully immune to the virus. Leaving Minjun and Corporal Ha utterly paralyzed in shock, the American soldier gasped out loud. What? Yina didn't miss a beat, spinning her web of lies with terrifying smoothness. And my mother is currently working as a medical researcher in the States. If I can just get Minjun to her, I know for a fact we can help fix this. Yina's tear-filled eyes pleaded desperately. Please, you have to take me and Minjun to America. Let us go to my mother-in-law. Ah, wait, no, I mean Minjun's mother. She might be at the Gangnam refugee camp right now. If possible, it would be amazing if we could bring her along too. The bewildered soldier cut in, his voice full of disbelief. Whoa, hold on a second. He's immune? Lady, you're gonna need to explain that in detail. Standing right next to them, Corporal Ha looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He muttered in sheer, horrified disbelief. His mind was reeling, eyes glued to the back of Yina's head as a bitter realization hit him. Did Yina really just expose Minjun's immunity to them? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a dark, desolate clinic, the operating hour sign sitting silently against the frosted glass door. In the dead silence, the wall clock ticked agonizingly slowly, beating a steady rhythm. Inside, a female doctor in a white lab coat sat entirely alone at her desk, her anxious gaze locked onto her phone. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she calculated her next move. Usually, we only make contact on designated days, but the Saviors faction must have realized how critical this situation is. They'll probably try to reach out again right away. She darted her eyes to the side, desperately trying to reassure herself. If not, they'll definitely send backup to help me soon. Her pupils dilated to their absolute limit, laying bare her sheer helplessness and panic. Because how the hell am I supposed to deal with that little brat Jung Min-jun all by myself? Suddenly, a knock shattered the silence, followed by the familiar, overly sweet voice of Corporal Ha. Baby, can I come in? The doctor jumped out of her skin. Flinching back, she nervously peeked half her terrified face from behind the computer monitor, stammering out, Yeah, come in. The camera panned over a microscope and a vial of unknown liquid sitting ominously on the desk. Corporal Ha lugged his massive frame over and flopped heavily into a chair. Forcing herself to regain composure, the doctor crossed her arms and snapped at him. What the hell are you doing here at this hour? But Corporal Ha just kept his head down, the brim of his cap casting a dark shadow over his eyes, dragging out a heavy, suffocating silence. Finally, mustering whatever courage he had left, he looked up at her and dropped an absolute bombshell. About Minjun being immune? I told that American soldier. Those words literally choked the doctor, leaving her completely speechless. Meanwhile, Corporal Ha just calmly tried to justify himself. He said he'd passed the intel to Sergeant David, so there won't be any huge fallout right now. They don't even have an official rescue order yet anyway. I made sure to tell him to wait until the U.S. backup arrives before making any careful moves. The doctor's face instantly drained of all color, turning white as a sheet while a cold sweat washed over her. Her lips trembled in sheer, unadulterated shock. You? Her self-control instantly shattered. Throwing her mouth wide open, she shrieked with absolute furious rage. Piercing her boyfriend's eardrums, she screamed, I told you not to tell a single soul! Without even giving him a second to process it, the doctor kept wailing, completely breaking down in furious hysterics. Why the hell would you actually do that? Why do you never just listen to me? Sweating bullets, Corporal Ha frantically waved his hands, trying to calm his psycho girlfriend down. But baby, honey, calm down, okay? But she just kept aggressively nagging at him. You've got to be kidding me. She was utterly stunned by her boyfriend's sheer stupidity. The female doctor gasped in terror, her chest heaving uncontrollably as she panted, "Ha! Ha!" The air in the clinic suddenly grew thick with tension. Corporal Ha timidly broke the silence, his voice laced with guilt. Babe? He stared at her with deep suspicion in his eyes, muttering a reluctant confession. I've just felt like you've been acting really weird lately. Ignoring his girlfriend's piercing glare, he pushed on. The female doctor's face hardened, her eyes widening with a terrifying, borderline fanatical resolve. Well, my mind is made up anyway. If the rescue order gets approved, once I talk to them, they will come to collect Min-un's blood sample. As for whether they will actually take Min-un with them, that's still up in the air. As Corporal Ha turned his back and headed for the door, he called out over his shoulder, "For both you and me! And this is the absolute best way for humanity to escape this living hell." The camera zoomed in close on her lips as she muttered a barrage of bitter, resentful words. If anything goes wrong, this is all your fault. Her eyes burned with resentment and fury, glaring daggers into her boyfriend's retreating back. I am telling you, this is all your fault. But ironically enough, Corporal Ha simply gripped the doorknob with icy indifference. He walked out without bothering to utter a single comforting word. Left completely alone, the female doctor collapsed onto the freezing floor, her trembling figure radiating a toxic mix of utter despair and pure madness. Since it had already come to this, a ruthless decision was made. She pulled a pitch-black handgun from her coat, her eyes bulged with raw, murderous intent. The only way left was to eliminate young Min-un herself. The scene panned quickly across the Sunlight Inn's room registry, completely covered in check-in marks. A pair of pristine white shoes stomped down the dim, murky hallway, the frantic, heavy footsteps echoing with lethal intent. As she marched, her lips twitched, muttering words of frantic worship like a true religious fanatic. I, a devoted servant, stand before you, my savior. Her hand slipped into her white doctor's coat, tightly gripping the concealed weapon. She continued her unhinged vows, condemning the rotten, decaying souls of this Korean nation to eternal damnation. Her shadowy figure tore down the corridor, carrying a vicious, cruel determination to sacrifice her very body and soul. Driven by ultimate blind loyalty, her gaze finally locked onto a glaringly yellow door plaque, the fateful room number 05. The female doctor stood perfectly still outside Min-un's door. Her posture radiated the terrifying, dead silence right before a massive storm. Raising her hand, she knocked gently, putting on the sweetest, most painfully fake voice she could muster. Mr. Min-un, are you in there? From inside, Min-un's muffled, slightly confused voice answered. Yes? She instantly pressed herself against the door, flawlessly acting out the role of a deeply caring doctor. It's me, your attending physician, Dr. Yoon Se-in. Could you open the door for just a second? The camera angled down from above, capturing her smiling face. But that smile was terrifyingly twisted. It sent shivers down the spine. I just discovered something incredibly important in your blood sample, Min-un. I really need to confirm it right away. Taking the bait, the door clicked, slowly creaking open just a tiny crack. Min-un innocently poked his head out, medical gauze still taped to his face. Completely clueless, he asked, You know you could have just called me over to the clinic, right? Why come all the way here in person? But what met his eyes wasn't a medical chart. Instead, he saw her hand, coldly and professionally racking the slide of a sleek, deadly handgun. The hollow black muzzle was pointed directly at Min-un's forehead. Behind his glasses, his eyes blew wide open in sheer, unadulterated terror. Standing right in front of him, the doctor aimed her weapon, sentencing him to death with one cold, merciless statement. You are a fatal, system-breaking bug. Min-un broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, completely unable to form a coherent word. The doctor, the absolute smile of a devil bloomed across her face. She smugly delivered her final judgment. For the sake of our savior, you just have to die. But right at the exact second her finger squeezed the trigger, she froze. Her eyes went wide as a thunderous roar echoed from right behind her. Freeze right there. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate party crasher was none other than Corporal Ha. The frame froze on an epic final shot, stamped with the title, Oath of Loyalty. He had his assault rifle aimed squarely at his beloved girlfriend's back. The female doctor slowly, stiffly turned her head. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, but her mouth stubbornly maintained a broken, agonizingly forced smile. Corporal Ha stood his ground, dripping in sweat. Both hands gripped his weapon tightly, aiming dead at the woman he loved. Choking back his emotions, he exposed the bitter truth. No wonder I kept feeling like you were acting completely insane. You are nothing like the woman I used to know. Backed into a corner, she instantly flipped the switch, pulling out an Oscar-worthy performance. With a perfectly panicked expression, she scrambled to explain. Honey, listen to me. I just discovered something absolutely horrifying.
Minun is a special variant infected. Sure, he can talk and act like a normal human being, but deep down, the instincts of this little brat are exactly the same as all those other flesh-eating zombies out there. She aggressively tried to gaslight Corporal Ha, completely weaponizing her fake, hyperventilating tone. He is only pretending to be normal. He blended in here just so he could infect every single one of us. Exactly. Minun's entire master plan is to infect this whole camp. We are all sitting ducks right now, utterly exposed to extreme danger. If we just let him live like this, we are all going to end up dead. In the blink of an eye, she flawlessly morphed into the role of a deeply misunderstood, tragic savior. He is a literal ticking time bomb. Whether it is today or tomorrow, someone in this refugee camp is going to get bitten to death. I am only doing this to protect the lives of everyone here. How could you point your gun at me? The tension in the narrow corridor was pulled tight enough to snap. On one side, a gun aimed at a helpless hostage. On the other, a rifle aimed dead at a lover. But unfortunately for her, this time, Corporal Ha's brain actually clicked into gear at the perfect moment. He furrowed his brows. With unwavering, resolute eyes, he delivered his absolute rejection. You are not the Yoon Se-in that I used to know. His voice trembled, yet it carried the heavy weight of an undeniable truth. It is like some kind of demon has possessed you. You have completely turned into a monster. The moment those final words dropped, the female doctor's fake persona vanished. She tilted her head, a deeply twisted smile creeping onto her lips. What a monster. The charade was officially over. She burst into a fit of hysterical laughter, spitting out a curse that laid her true rotting nature bare. Damn it all! Ha 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 ha! I never thought you'd actually do this to me, and right in front of the corporal too, huh? The doctor let out a chilling, defiant cackle, the barrel of her gun still pointed dead at Minjin. If you want to shoot, then just shoot. Even if your bullet tears right through me, I'll make sure Minjin is dead before I go. Corporal Ha stammered, his gun trembling as he aimed it at her, sweat pouring down his face. He was desperately clinging to his last shred of sanity. Is someone threatening you? Since when did you turn into this? You were never like this before. In response to her lover's agonizing screams, she just glared back with wide, unhinged eyes, the twisted smirk on her lips growing even more utterly deranged. Losing his mind, Corporal Ha strained his neck, screaming in sheer desperation. I asked you! Since when did you become like this? Suddenly, her pupils shrank, her body violently jerking in a haunting spasm, as if his words had just pierced right through her darkest secret. Seeing this, Corporal Ha slowly lowered his voice, his eyes filled with agonizing pain and absolute helplessness. I thought about it. Even if you shoot Minjin dead right there, I could never pull the trigger on you. His face darkened, every single word dripping with boiling hatred. The bastard who did this to you. The one who turned you into this, I swear, I will hunt him down. Hearing that, the doctor completely froze, sweat breaking out on her face as she looked at him. But in that exact moment, her jaw dropped and she let out an ear-piercing, blood-curdling shriek. She shrieked like an absolute lunatic right in front of Minjun, leaving the boy completely paralyzed in sheer bewildered terror. Right after that horrific scream, her legs suddenly gave out and she collapsed heavily onto the floor. She abruptly flipped the gun, aiming the cold barrel right at her own body. With a look of pure madness, she screamed at Corporal Ha, I stand before the glorious savior. Does that terrify you? She pressed the muzzle hard against her chest, roaring her fanatical devotion with every last ounce of her strength. For the eternal destruction of this rotting, degenerate nation of South Korea. Like a puppet with its strings cut, she kept chanting, offering up her flesh and soul in a vow of absolute loyalty. Terrified, Corporal Ha screamed his lover's name in utter despair. Seo Jin, no! Opening her mouth as wide as humanly possible, she poured out her life force, screaming her final fanatical oath. I hereby make my eternal vow. In the blink of an eye, she shoved the pitch-black barrel of the gun straight into her own mouth, her eyes bulging wide without a single trace of fear. In absolute panic, Corporal Ha lunged forward, screaming until his voice cracked. Seo Jin, stop! But it was far too late. Both of her hands clamped tightly around the grip, and her cold finger squeezed the trigger. A deafening gunshot ripped through the silent night, and crimson blood splattered violently, staining the entire door red right before his eyes. The silhouette of Corporal Ha stood frozen in the hallway, the gun in his hand dropping weakly to his side as his entire world shattered into pieces. Trembling violently, completely unable to process the brutal nightmare that just unfolded, he stammered out the name of his dead lover. Seo Jin? Inside the room, Minjun collapsed onto the floor, his face pale as a ghost, so horrified he couldn't even force a word out. The camera panned down to the doctor's lifeless body, resting in a massive pool of blood, the tragic end of a life meaninglessly manipulated by the devil. Suddenly, time rewound, taking us back to the dark, desolate hospital lobby of the past. Inside a small clinic room, Minjun and Yona stood quietly, watching Corporal Ha sit there with his head bowed in exhaustion, trapped in his deeply sorrowful memories. Looking at his utterly devastated state, Minjun hesitantly spoke up, breaking the heavy, gloomy silence. Hey, are you holding up okay? Are you holding up? Corporal Ha's lips barely moved as he slowly began to speak, his voice deep and full of sorrow. Just last year, Sojin went through an absolute living hell. Minjun chimed in, his voice filled with pity. Her family was torn apart because her parents were horribly scammed. Then, her dad died. A drunk driver hit them. And then, her mom took her own life. Everything just came crashing down on her all at once. It utterly broke her in every single way possible. Recalling the painful scars, he continued. After that, Seojin actually tried to throw herself off the Han River Bridge, but I was the one who pulled her back. Going through such a massive shock, her mind must have been pushed right to the breaking point. The shot shifted to an empty desk, his voice brimming with heavy regret and profound confusion. I don't know if she started losing her mind back then, but she was totally back to being the normal Seojin. Even when we first came to this shelter together, she was so passionate about researching the infection. She kept saying over and over that we had to treat the wounded, that we had to save humanity. Corporal Ha's face sank into the shadows, carrying an unbearable sense of guilt and bewilderment. As the doctor in charge, she always gave it her absolute all. Even until recently, she was exactly like that. Just when the hell did she change? Amidst that dark, suffocating atmosphere, Minjun suddenly remembered a crucial detail. His eyes widened. Wait, she mentioned a name. The Savior. Corporal Ha furrowed his brows in utter confusion. Right beside him, Minjun's brain started connecting the dots at lightning speed. He analyzed the situation, his expression sharp and serious. This Savior guy, what's his real identity? Is it some kind of sick cult or something? Corporal Ha flinched at that theory. Yeon-ah lowered her gaze, deep in thought, digging through the scattered pieces of her memory. Now that you mention it, a flashback hit them, returning to that dark motel room reeking of cheap beer. The back of the young man, Ha-jun, stood there, his voice echoing clearly. Ha-jun explicitly said that the name of the game developer was Daniel Jin. Minjun whipped his head around to look at Yeon-ah, his eyes wide as her bold theory struck him. Could those two somehow be connected? Minjun broke out in a cold sweat, paralyzed by the horrifying realization of the coincidence. Snapping back to the present, Ha-jun held the dead doctor's phone in his hand, shaking his head in sheer frustration. I've tossed this whole place upside down. Besides this phone, there's absolutely nothing else. But the damn thing is locked, so we can't see anything. If an iPhone is locked, is there really no way to crack it without the owner? If it's locked, it's a brick. You absolutely can't open it. And since we don't have the internet, we can't even look up any info. Minjun bit his fingernail, his brilliant mind analyzing the situation at breakneck speed. Daniel Jin, a Korean American. The camera zoomed in on the piercing gaze behind Minjun's glasses. He locked onto one massive, crucial keyword. Korean origins. His vision swept across the medical diplomas hanging on the wall. Minjun muttered under his breath, his head spinning with 10,000 unanswered questions. What the hell actually happened here? Night fell, casting the hospital hallway in a dark, bone-chilling silence. The reception desk vanished into the horrifyingly quiet shadows. As time passed, a brief line of text faded onto the screen. A few days later, the scene shifted to a crystal-clear, bright blue sky outside the hospital building. In the ward's corridor, Yeon-ah, wearing an oversized black coat, stood deeply lost in thought, staring blankly at the floor right in front of the door. She bit her lips slightly, her eyes overflowing with restless anxiety as she thought to herself, why hasn't he come out yet? Running out of patience, Yeon-ah stepped right up to door number 05 and called out loudly, Minjun, are you in there? Come on out. But in response to her bright energy, there was only the dead silence of the door, followed by an incredibly weak, raspy voice echoing from the inside. I don't think I can go out. The symptoms just flared up again out of nowhere. Yene's face drained of color, her eyes widening in pure shock as those words slipped out. Wait, what? Inside the cramped room, the first thing that caught the eye was a corner piled high with instant lunchboxes and ramen cups scattered all over the floor. Minjun sat hugging his knees on the bed, his face deathly pale, with patchy red rashes breaking out all over his face and arms. Corporal Ha stood with his arms crossed, an intense look on his face, while Yene sat beside the bed, practically trembling with worry. Corporal Ha furrowed his brow, demanding, It just happened out of nowhere? Minjun, drenched in sweat, explained exhaustedly, I've been feeling a little under the weather with flu-like symptoms since yesterday. I don't know if my immune system is just shot and some random flu virus got in. I really have no idea. Minjun kept his head down, a dark sense of dread flickering in his eyes as he stammered on. But then, he slowly looked up at Corporal Ha, forcing himself to confess a terrifying truth. It feels different from before. Corporal Ha, clearly confused, pressed him. Different how? Minjun broke into a cold sweat, his red, rash-covered hands gripping each other tightly. Panicking, he blurted out, It's hard to put into words, but something is just really wrong. Corporal Ha lowered his head, the brim of his cap casting a deep shadow over his intense eyes as he muttered, struck by a terrible premonition. Damn it! Right after that, Yen-A sat quietly, listening closely as Corporal Ha's strict commanding voice rang out. Bottom line is, absolutely no going outside. You stay locked in this room no matter what. If anyone catches you looking like this, it's over. Yen-A nodded obediently. Understood. The scene suddenly shifted, cutting to the clear blue sky and the hospital's outdoor parking lot. Up on the rooftop, 2 guards were keeping a sharp watch, armed to the teeth and ready for action. Out of nowhere, the ear-piercing wail of a siren violently shattered the silence. One of the guards turned his head in utter confusion. Huh? He quickly grabbed his binoculars to scan the area, muttering in disbelief, "A siren? Out of nowhere?" But a split second later, a drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. His eyes bulged in pure terror as a horrific sight crept into his lenses. The frantic blaring of the siren kept ripping through the once peaceful air. The guard on the roof went dead serious, screaming out to his comrade. "Dae Young! Private First Class Park, Dae Young!" He ruthlessly cocked his assault rifle, the cold, metallic clack echoing sharply. Sweat poured down his forehead, but his voice was pure steel as he roared an order into his radio to every single unit inside the shelter.
Grab every weapon and every round of ammo you can carry and fall in at Westgate number 1. Now! In a flash, the camera violently panned to a police car slamming hard on its brakes.
The tires skidded violently across the asphalt, unleashing an agonizing shriek that blended with the deafening wail of the siren. A scene of absolute apocalyptic chaos unfolded at the barricade built out of abandoned cruisers and buses. The defense squad scrambled backward, terrified by the blood-curdling, ravenous snarls echoing from the monstrous horde. And then, the absolute worst-case scenario became reality. An endless, suffocating swarm of zombies, led by grotesque, towering, blood-soaked monstrosities, was charging forward like a literal tsunami of death. The thundering stomps of their feet shook the very earth. The savage titans bulldozed through, throwing their heads back to unleash a deafening roar as they trampled everything in their path with overwhelming, crushing power. But in stark contrast to the living hell outside, the hallway of the Sanai Inn remained chillingly, suffocatingly quiet. Inside the cramped space of room 05, Minjin was still curled up, buried under a thick layer of blankets, fast asleep. But it was far from a peaceful rest. His forehead was completely drenched in sweat as he grimaced, letting out a long, ragged sigh.
I feel like my damn body is melting away. It's driving me insane.
The heavy blankets rustled as he tossed them aside. Minjin dragged himself up, his exhausted, hazy eyes staring down at the nasty red rashes covering his arm. He thought to himself, but something is definitely off. The camera zoomed in tight on the back of his hand. The searing red veins beneath his skin seemed to be pulsating, twisting in a bizarre, unnatural mutation. Deep in thought, he whispered, "What the hell is happening to me?" Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly tore through the air, violently ripping away the dead silence. Minjin jumped out of his skin, whipping his head toward the window in sheer panic. His eyes went wide with absolute terror, cold sweat trailing down his cheek as he gasped, "What the actual hell was that?" The loudspeakers crackled to life with a harsh burst of static, delivering a nightmare announcement that shook the entire shelter. "Emergency situation! A grenade detonation has been confirmed at Westgate number 1. We suspect an active breach by hostile outsiders." And right on cue, the haunting, relentless shriek of the alarm bells began to echo. Minjin sat completely frozen on the edge of the bed, all the color draining from his face as the broadcast system kept screaming its warnings. "Warning! A section of the outer perimeter has been completely obliterated by the blast. There is an extreme risk of a massive horde of the infected breaching the compound. All survivors currently outdoors evacuate to the designated safe houses immediately." Surrounded by the chaotic mess of his room and the piercing wails of the siren, Minjin choked out in pure horror. "What?" The scene snapped back to a few hours earlier. Deep inside a grimy, narrow alleyway, a man in a police uniform lay completely motionless in a pooling puddle of his own blood. Standing casually next to a squad car, Ki-hun reported to his boss. "The keys are still in the ignition, and the engine purrs like a kitten. This bad boy runs perfectly." The older thug in the blue shirt slapped him on the shoulder, letting out a nasty, wicked laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha! Fantastic job, kid."
Well, Ki-hun, looks like we can forget about hauling our asses back to grab that patched-up armored truck of ours. Once inside the cruiser, Ki-hun laid out the master plan. We hit the sirens to reel in the freaks. Then we find a sweet spot, pop it into drive, and let this hunk of junk ghost ride itself straight into their barricade. The horde is going to be totally mesmerized and swarm right to it. For the grand finale, we just toss a grenade to blow the fence to hell, and boom, every single one of those flesh eaters is going to flood right into the Gagunza shelter.
The boss looked a little uneasy. Hurting those undead bastards sounds like a real pain in the ass.
You sure we can pull this off?
Ki-hun smirked with pure, arrogant confidence. "Don't sweat it. I've already mapped out the exact spot to ditch the car and the perfect angle to pitch the grenade." The boss threw his head back and laughed. "Man, that's my boy. Ki-hun for you. Never disappoints." Grinning, Ki-hun held up a stun gun and a pair of heavy-duty handcuffs. "Oh, check this out. I even managed to score a taser and some cuffs from the pig." The boss's eyes lit up instantly, a sleazy, vicious grin spreading across his face.
"Oh ho ho, a taser you say?"
"Damn. It's been ages since I laid eyes on one of these. Not since the last time the cops busted my ass. Man, I wonder if a little shock therapy actually works on those rotting freaks." Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something else. His eyes slowly shifted down, fixating on the pristine uniform still strapped to the dead cop. He muttered under his breath, That police uniform right there. The scene cut to a makeshift laundry line. The thug was now proudly strutting around in the stolen cop uniform, checking himself out and flashing a sickeningly smug grin. Rocking the prison jumpsuits had its perks, kept the other weakling survivors from running their mouths. But man, this is a massive upgrade. Don't you think, Ki-hun? Ki-hun gawked in pure awe. Whoa, boss. You look exactly like the real deal. He added, his voice buzzing with malicious excitement. Playing make-believe as a cop is going to make scamming those idiots a total breeze. The thug, now fully embracing his stolen authority, turned his head toward a guy named Ju, asking with a dangerously sly tone. Hey, Ju, mind if I take this stun gun? Ju replied with a cold, dismissive tone. Suit yourself. It won't do a damn thing against the infected anyway. Suddenly, the man shoved the stun gun right at him. Ju looked up, confused. Huh? Without a single word of warning, the fake cop jammed the stun gun straight into Ju's chest. A violent surge of electricity coursed through him, making Ju convulse as he let out a painful groan. Ugh! The bastard burst into a maniacal fit of laughter.
Bwahaha, how does that feel, Jew? You ever been tased before, huh?
He kept mocking him. I couldn't even twitch when it happened to me. Bet you're scared shitless right now, huh? Ju ground his teeth together, fighting through the agonizing pain. Moving with terrifying speed, Ju lunged forward. He let out a furious roar. You son of a bitch! Joe delivered a devastating punch right to the fake cop's face. You bastard! The brutal strike sent the man staggering back. Ah! Standing nearby, Ki-hun went pale, stammering out a curse. Holy shit, motherfucker! Seeing his boss under attack, Ki-hun swung his rifle butt, slamming it hard into the back of Ju's neck. Ju collapsed to the floor, completely knocked out. Clutching his bleeding face, the fake cop scrambled to his feet. He stared down at Ju's lifeless body, his eyes wide with absolute horror. Whoa! This guy? Is this freak a monster? Not even a stun gun took him down? Ki-hun hurriedly asked, Boss, why the hell did you suddenly attack Ju? The fake cop growled. This punk is just going to use us and stab us in the back later. Pointing a trembling finger at Ju's motionless body, he continued. I could see it in his eyes. The way he looked at me, he's a sly bastard. The man turned to Ki-hun, his face twisted with murderous intent. You know damn well this guy is a total psycho. A serial killer, am I right? He's the kind of freak who wouldn't hesitate to slaughter his own allies. Murdering people and chopping up their bodies like that? If that's not a psychopath, then what is? Ki-hun tried to nervously defend him. But I heard he's not actually crazy. Didn't he only do that to get revenge for his little sister? After those bastards assaulted her and drove her to suicide? The fake cop snapped at him. Hey! He glared daggers at Ki-hun. You little brat, are you talking back to me? Ki-hun immediately bowed his head in submission. I'm sorry, boss. The man grabbed an assault rifle and aimed it squarely at Ju. I was planning to torture him a bit before finishing him off, but whatever. Let's just make it quick and clean. He gritted his teeth, his finger tightening on the trigger. Die. But that coward Ki-hun stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Wait, boss. We need to save every single bullet we have. Let's do this another way. Instead of wasting a bullet, they chose a far more cruel method. Joe's hands were tightly handcuffed to a water pipe, abandoning him in the pitch-black room. The fake cop stood there, staring at the chained-up Jew with a venomous, sickening grin. Hey, a cocky little punk like you, daring to look down on me? This is exactly what a wretched death row inmate like you deserves. He leaned in close, a sickeningly sadistic expression plastered on his face. I'm not going to kill you right away. Instead, I'll tear you apart, piece by piece, just like you did to those guys. Hacking off all your arms and legs sounds about right, doesn't it? Ha ha ha, Ki-hun suddenly interrupted. Boss, we really don't have time for this. Let me handle it. With that, Ki-hun picked up a megaphone. Ki-hun's expression was dead pale as he spoke to Ju with a chilling lack of emotion. Sorry about this, Ju. Ju just kept his head down in silence, listening to the bitter betrayal from the guy he once thought was a comrade. Like Boss Taeshik said, it was getting way too stressful traveling with you. Besides, Boss Taeshik and I go way back. It is what it is. Suddenly, the megaphone began to emit a deafening, high-pitched screech. Ki-hun's voice echoed through the noise. I feel kind of bad just outright killing you, so just serve as zombie bait. Have a nice next life as one of the infected, okay? With his final words, Ki-hun dropped the blaring megaphone onto the floor. He turned his back and walked straight out of the room. He left the door wide open, a deadly invitation for anything drawn to the blaring noise. And then, everything played out exactly according to their sick plan. Meanwhile, outside the shelter on the rooftop, 2 guards were still on duty. A sudden siren blared from a distance, making one of the soldiers jolt in alarm. Huh? He quickly brought his binoculars up to his eyes, his face full of confusion. Where the hell is that siren coming from? But as he witnessed the sheer nightmare unfolding through the lenses, his eyes went wide with pure terror. Cold sweat rolled down his temples. He frantically turned to his partner, his voice shaking with panic. Hey, Jong! Private Park Jong! He gripped his rifle tight, his face tense with dread as he barked the order. Send a radio signal to all military personnel in the evacuation zone, right now. Tell them to gather every single weapon and all the ammo we have and assemble at Westgate number 1, immediately. Down on the streets, a police car came skidding wildly down the road. It barreled straight into the horde of starving, shrieking zombies. Hundreds, no, thousands of the infected were drawn to the wailing siren, swarming the vehicle like madmen, including massive grotesque variants that towered over the rest. At that exact moment, the police cruiser smashed violently into another car and ground to a halt. Ki-hun quickly bailed out of the driver's seat, sprinting away for his dear life. Hiding himself behind the brick wall, Ki-hun watched his handiwork unfold. Once the infected were packed tight enough near the perimeter fence, completely engulfing the police car, he pulled the pin on a grenade without a second thought. The guard up in the watchtower couldn't even process what was happening. What? 2 grenades were hurled straight at the barricades. A deafening explosion ripped through the dead silence of the night, utterly obliterating a massive section of the defensive wall. Sirens began to wail hysterically all across the survivor shelter. The broadcast system echoed urgently from every direction. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! A grenade detonation has occurred at Westgate number 1. Hearing the terrifying news, Yona and the other survivors were paralyzed with shock. She stammered, completely horrified, "What did they just say?" The PA system kept blaring, echoing warnings of a suspected perimeter breach. The sirens just wouldn't stop screaming. An explosion has compromised the sector perimeter. High risk of mass infected infiltration. All survivors currently outside must evacuate indoors immediately. Amidst the roaring chaos, Yen-A suddenly froze. A chillingly familiar dread crawled up her spine. "Wait," she whispered. This feeling... A horrific memory crashed into her mind. The image of a massive, bloated undead consumed by a sea of flames. Her pupils shrank as she muttered unconsciously, "Fire!" Instantly, Yen-A spun around and sprinted frantically toward the gates, screaming, "Guns won't do a thing! We need fire to take it down!" Her friend frantically called out after her, "Hey, Hanyena, where are you going?" Outside, the world had already descended into a living hell. People were screaming, trampling over each other just to escape. Yen-A screamed at the top of her lungs, "The barricades are down! Run!" She grabbed a passing soldier, her voice desperate. "Hey, wait, do you guys have any Molotovs?" The soldier snapped, panic written all over his face. "What the hell are you doing out here? Get inside now!" But Yen-A stubbornly stood her ground. "Wait, just listen to me," she pleaded. But he had already turned away, barking orders at his squad. "Concentrate all firepower on that monster." A deafening barrage of gunfire erupted, shredding into the colossal mutant. But it barely even flinched. The hulking nightmare just kept lumbering forward, ignoring the bullet holes riddling its flesh. "Fall back! We need to run!" the soldier roared in despair. In that suffocating moment, Yen-A frantically searched for a shred of hope. Corporal... If I can just tell Corporal Ha, but where the hell is he? Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Jung Min-yoon. His infection symptoms must be triggering by now. What if Min-yoon knows how to stop this thing? She forced herself to believe it. There has to be a way. I need to get to Jung Min-yoon first. Just then, a man's voice barked out, "Get over here! Hurry!" A massive crowd was stampeding toward a chain-link gate. The man yelled out another order. "That's it! Shut the gate!" Yen-A whipped her head around, the color draining from her face as she saw people still running behind them. "Huh?" Han Yen-A gasped. A couple was sprinting for their lives toward the entrance, screaming in pure terror. "Wait! Please! Wait! Don't close it!" Yen-A yelled out to them. "Hurry! Get in!" But the survivors already safely inside started shoving them away. "Screw off! Get the hell away from us!" Slam! The heavy iron gate was yanked shut and locked tight. The ones left behind could only scream in agonizing despair. A savage infected tackled the girl from behind. Her ear-piercing shriek tore through the air. "Somebody, please help me!" Inside the fence, a fierce argument broke out. "No, do not open that gate!" a man shouted. Yen-A screamed right back at him. "What the hell is wrong with you people? Open the door!" The man spat back. "The infected are right on their tails. Do you want to get us all killed?" But Yen-A refused to back down. "We can lure them away, or attack them to buy some time while we pull her in." But it was too late. The infected had already dragged the girl down to the dirt. Yen-A stood paralyzed, watching the horrifying bloodbath through the steel mesh. The victim's dying screams echoed in her ears. "Ah, somebody please help me!" A woman grabbed Yen-A's arm, trying to drag her away. "Get away from the fence, you crazy bitch!" Yen-A violently shoved the woman off, then suddenly squeezed through a gap in the gate. The memories flooded back, plunging her into an even darker nightmare from her past. A hulking figure stood behind her, his large hands forcing her own to grip a sharp blade. His deep, cold voice whispered right by her ear. "Feel it. Memorize exactly what this feels like." His iron grip crushed her trembling hands, his words echoing like a curse. "To survive, you have to let yourself go half mad. To survive, you have to throw away your humanity." She drove the knife down again and again. The next second, the infected man collapsed into a pool of blood at her feet. The young girl she had just saved stammered out, "Thank you, Sister Yen-A." Gripping her blood-soaked knife, Yen-A rushed to her side. "Are you hurt? Come on, we need to move." The two of them sprinted side by side toward the safe zone, but when they reached the gate, Yen-A froze dead in her tracks. Wait, the gate had been chained shut? Past and present blurred together, trapping her in an endless loop of betrayal and despair. The little girl she had just saved turned around, her voice trembling. Sister? But right behind her, an infected lunged. In that horrifying split second, the monster tackled the girl, pinning her to the ground right in front of Yen-A's eyes. Yen-A was rooted to the spot, her face deathly pale from the shock and absolute helplessness. The undead were snarling, their blood-drenched hands reaching closer and closer toward her. She just stood there by the gates, paralyzed like a statue. Squeezing her eyes shut, a single tear of defeat rolled down her dirt-streaked cheek. Her knuckles were white around the handle of her knife, but all hope had already faded. Bang! A deafening gunshot shattered the air, dropping the closest infected dead in its tracks. Yen-A jolted her eyes open, whipping her head toward the gunfire in utter disbelief. Just as a spark of hope ignited, Corporal Ha and another soldier stepped into view, the barrel of his rifle still smoking. "Are you okay?" he yelled. Yen-A stammered back, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of pure, absolute relief. Corporal Ha! He urgently signaled. "Get over here now!" But as his eyes caught the tiny body being torn to shreds on the ground, his voice suddenly dropped, heavy with grief. That little girl. It is too late for her.
The horrific scene played out right before their eyes. The little girl had absolutely no chance of survival. Seeing Yona still frozen in pure shock, Corporal Ha roared, desperately trying to snap her back to reality. "Get over here, right now!"
Gunfire erupted continuously from behind, forming a blazing wall of cover fire for their retreat. The three of them sprinted frantically toward a nearby building, desperate to find a safe place to hide. Corporal Ha spun around, gunning down one last infected freak that was trying to lunge at them. He barked the order, "Get into the stairwell, move!" The heavy iron door slammed shut, the deadbolt clicking into place with a sharp, echoing thud. They were safe, but only for now. In the pitch-black stairwell, the three of them gasped for air. Yona collapsed to her knees, her entire body trembling from exhaustion and pure trauma. Corporal Ha's comrade cursed under his breath. "Jesus, damn it all." Yona kept her head down, her voice completely cracking with bitter resentment. "That woman, she locked the door on us." Hearing that, Corporal Ha's expression darkened completely. He gritted his teeth. If only that crazy woman had not blocked the door in the first place. It is a damn tragedy for that little girl. But right now, our top priority is to evacuate and wait for things to cool down.
"We will deal with that woman later." Yona frantically grabbed Corporal Ha's arm, her voice pleading. Corporal Ha, please, you have to listen to me."
I have dealt with that massive monster before. It is incredibly weak against fire. We absolutely have to use fire, but no one would listen to me. Corporal Ha fell silent in thought, then gave a slow nod. Truthfully, he had also been considering a ceasefire to find an alternative strategy. We have a few Molotov cocktails and one flamethrower, but that is still not going to be enough. Yeon-A looked up at him in absolute despair. Then what do we do now? The other soldier also turned to him, anxiously waiting for a plan. But Corporal Ha suddenly went completely silent, his eyes locked onto empty space, lost in thought. Right at that moment, the radio on his shoulder crackled to life with a sharp burst of static, and a tense voice rang out. "This is Sergeant Go Ee-hoon. The southern sector has officially fallen. The survivors trapped inside the southern sector building are completely cut off." "Over," another voice, clearly a high-ranking officer, snapped back with furious authority. "This is Major General An Hyung. What did you say? We must hold the northern sector at all costs. All personnel, fall back and regroup at the main gate of the northern square for immediate defense. Over." Corporal Ha muttered a bitter curse under his breath. "Those absolute idiots." Without a second of hesitation, he grabbed his radio and spoke with commanding clarity. "This is Corporal Han. I am requesting an immediate ceasefire. All personnel evacuate indoors right now. The gunfire is only making the infected more aggressive, and it is going to draw in every single one of them in the surrounding area." He quickly turned back to Yona and his comrade, his mind already racing with the new plan. "Listen up. We are abandoning the southern sector. Word is that the giant monster and the infected are extremely vulnerable to fire. I need you to haul every last drop of gasoline, Molotov cocktails, and flamethrowers from the shelter straight to the northern sector barricade. The absolute priority is securing the Gunja subway station. That is where our weapons and ammo stockpile are kept. We have to lock down entrances 1, 2, and 3B at Gunja Station in the southern sector to make sure they do not get breached." Suddenly, the Major General roared over the comms. "What the hell does a damn reserve corporal know? You arrogant punk, the infected are already swarming the northern barricade as we speak." Instantly, Sergeant Go's voice cut through the static, boldly backing up Corporal Ha. "This is Sergeant Go Ee-hoon. Corporal Han is completely right. Sir, I strongly believe we need to cease fire and hold our ground until the situation de-escalates. Over." After a heavy, tense silence, the Major General finally barked out a reluctant order. Fine. All units cease fire immediately. However, if you spot even a single infected survivor within the safe zone, you are ordered to execute them on sight. Over." Corporal Ha let out a long, heavy sigh, cold sweat beading on his forehead. he muttered under his breath, drowning in anxiety. Damn it, if we keep going like this, every last one of us is going to be wiped out. In the middle of the suffocating tension, he suddenly froze, snapping his head toward Yona. Wait, where is Jung Minjun right now? If what he said is true, once his infection symptoms flare up, he can actually walk freely among those monsters, right? Yona furrowed her brow, totally bewildered. Honestly, I am not really sure either. What if his symptoms suddenly just disappear? Upon hearing that, Corporal Ha's eyes shifted, filling with an unshakable, fierce determination. He gritted his teeth, hissing out the name, Jung Minjun. No matter what it takes, we have to make sure Jung Minjun makes it out of here alive. His hands tightened their absolute death grip on his submachine gun, his mind already racing through the worst-case scenario. What if the kid's infection symptoms really did vanish? Right now, he is definitely trapped inside the boarding house, completely defenseless. First things first, we have to get Jung Minjun to the safety of the northern sector. He turned back to Yona, his gaze softening with a deep sense of protectiveness. Yona, it is way too dangerous for you to evacuate to the northern sector all by yourself right now. Come with me to the boarding house to get Minjun out safely. The sudden, risky proposal made Yona's eyes fly wide open in pure shock. All of a sudden, David, the American soldier, cut in. He got right up in Corporal Ha's face, aggressively demanding, Hey, how many bullets do you even have left? Corporal Ha met his gaze and calmly replied, I am almost totally dry. Probably only about 12 rounds left. Hearing that answer, David's eyes practically bulged out of his head. He swore under his breath, 12 damn rounds? Hell, I have more ammo than you do. Completely brushing off David's frustration, Corporal Ha continued laying out his plan. This entire southern sector is absolutely crawling with the infected. On our way to the building, I am going to act as live bait to draw them away. Besides, we have to somehow lure all those monsters swarming the northern sector back down further south anyway. He turned back, giving Yona his most crucial, meticulous instructions. Yona, I need you to go in with David and get Minjun out of there. Make absolutely sure you force him to wear a hat and a tight mask so those freaks do not realize he's infected. Yona swallowed hard, her heart pounding as she silently absorbed the instructions. Still completely reeling from this insanely reckless suicide mission, she stammered out, Wait, do you mean you are going to draw away that massive horde of infected all by yourself? Corporal Ha gave a slow nod, his voice completely level. Yeah, the other units have already ceased their fire anyway. All I need to do is get up to the rooftop of one of these buildings and use my gunfire to draw them all in. He pushed open the stairwell door, turning back to give Yana a deeply reassuring look. But of course, before I do that, on our way to find young Minjun, I will put my life on the line to cover the two of you as best as I can. Yana stood there completely frozen, overwhelmingly moved by his selfless courage. Hearing this absolutely suicidal plan, David could not just sit back and stay quiet. He immediately exploded in furious protest. He said he'll lure the zombies away, so I'm coming with you to get Minjun out. Wait, what? Zombies are swarming everywhere. Luring them out alone is way too dangerous. Let me do it. Seeing the American soldier's sudden burst of enthusiasm, Corporal Ha immediately cut him off in Korean, then barked out a commanding order in heavily accented but fiercely authoritative English. David argued that going alone to lure the infected right now was pure suicide, insisting he would take his place. Listen to me. Corporal Ha stared straight into David's eyes, his voice turning steel hard as he handed over a massive responsibility. I'm not your commanding officer, but you have to survive at all costs to get young Minjun safely back to the States. He turned his back, his broad shoulders exuding a tragic, heroic aura. Who knows? That kid might just be humanity's last hope. In the shadows of the stairwell corner, Yena stood in absolute silence, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. She could feel the crushing weight of human lives pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Not wasting another second, Corporal Ha forcefully kicked the emergency exit open. Move out before it's too late. Heading down this way should be clear. David immediately pulled himself together and shouted the command. Roger that, let's move, Private Yen A. The camera panned up to the deep blue sky, even though the gunfire had momentarily ceased, granting a rare moment of peace. Right below them, the shelter's southern plaza had completely turned into a desolate slaughterhouse. Dozens of survivors' corpses lay scattered at the feet of a massive, bloated zombie and its bloodthirsty horde. Corporal Ha Do-hun's tactical plan was crystal clear. First, he would provide cover fire for Yen A and the American soldier David, so they could safely storm into Gan to rescue Jung Minjun. After that, he would act as bait, dragging the entire blood-crazed infected horde deep into the southern sector and completely isolating them. All of this was for one single purpose: to protect the northern sector at absolutely any cost. The three of them burst out of the building, sprinting for their lives like fired arrows. Yen A suddenly remembered something and yelled out, "Wait, is Kang Hak Chun still inside, Guy?" Corporal Ha roared back as he ran, trying to reassure her. "I saw Hak Chun earlier. I told him to evacuate Haijun's family up north to safety. He's gonna be fine." Right at that moment, a few female zombies in torn office suits spotted their prey. Snarling, they lunged forward. Gruar! Without a single wasted movement, Corporal Ha swung his rifle up, aiming perfectly even while sprinting at full speed. Deafening gunshots rang out, tearing through the air. Muzzle flashes lit up the space as bullets slammed straight into the monsters blocking their path. They kept their heads down, vaulting over the dead bodies. Corporal Hawes' relentless cover fire kept echoing crisply from behind them to clear the way. Finally, the weathered old sign of Anduong appeared right above the glass office doors. The moment his boots hit the entrance, David spun around, raising his rifle into a defensive stance, and barked the order. "I'll hold them off here."
Get inside and check on Minjan! Go! Go! Go!
Not hesitating for a second, Yen A darted inside. "Roger!" Sprinting down the cramped hallway, her heart pounded fiercely against her ribs. She prayed silently, tears welling up in her eyes. "Young Minjun, please, you have to be in there." Reaching the room, she gripped the handle tightly, kicked the door wide open, and screamed her friend's name. "Young Minjun, are you in he—" But before she could finish, Yen A's eyes went wide. The panic on her face melted into total, bewildered confusion. Huh? The sight before her left her completely paralyzed. Young Minjun was standing with his back to the door, his body swaying and staggering in a grotesque, unnatural way. Bizarre, guttural groans were spilling from his throat. Yen Ah froze in the doorway, a terrible sense of dread washing over her. She cautiously called out to him, her voice trembling with fear. "Hey, Jung Minjun?" She took a step closer, asking, "Hey, are you okay?" Suddenly, Minjun whipped around. He grabbed Yen A's wrist, his grip clamping down like an iron vise. Minjun slammed her hard against the wall with a deafening thud. He kept his face cast down, his shoulders shaking with every heavy, labored pant. It sounded terrifying, exactly like a wild beast trying to suppress its bloodlust. Pinned against the door, Yena's eyes went wide with pure panic, her heart hammering wildly. Wait, isn't this the exact same scenario from her dream the other night? Her wild imagination took off, making her face flush bright red. Yen stammered, putting up a hopeless struggle. Wait, hold on, Young Minjun. I know that virus is making you lose your mind, but you're not planning to do something perverted right here, are you? Completely shattering Yen A's rosy delusions, Minjun slowly lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, etched with terrifying red veins, as he glared fiercely at her. The tenyu tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The sheer, overwhelming pressure from Minjun caused the strap of Yen A's scroll off the shoulder top to accidentally slip down. Minjun's lips twitched. He contorted his face in absolute agony, using his very last shred of sanity to force out a few broken words. Looks... Ignoring the weak resistance of the girl in front of him, the undead instinct starving for fresh flesh surged to the surface. He growled, "So delicious." At those words, the circuit of Yen A's romantic delusions snapped instantly. She froze, blinking at her friend as if he were an alien. Realizing she had just completely played herself, Yen A's jaw dropped to the floor. She opened her mouth wide and let out an ear-piercing shriek. What did you say?" Without wasting another half second, her sheer embarrassment violently morphed into rage, and she started chewing him out mercilessly. "Ha, you absolute pervert. What the hell are you spouting? Let go of me right now. You think I'm that easy for a nerd like you? Infected or not, I know you're in a rush, but this is definitely not the time for this kind of stuff. The evacuation zone is a complete mess right now." Hearing this, Minjun staggered backward, dropping to his knees and clutching his stomach as he groaned in severe pain. Seeing that, Yen A suddenly stopped short, sensing that something was very wrong. Her anger vanished in a flash. She quickly stepped closer, kneeling down in worry as she asked, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Instead of answering, Minjun slowly stood back up straight, his eyes glued to the back of his hand, where thick blood-red veins were aggressively throbbing. "I think I'm managing to control the infection symptoms. I think I can suppress it on my own now." Watching the bright red streaks, the clear signs of infection, slowly fade away, Yen A asked in sheer astonishment, "Wait, what did you just say? Control the symptoms?" Minjun kept staring at his hand, replying slowly, "Yeah, it looks like I can hold it back to some extent." Even so, his face was still drenched in heavy sweat. He let out an exhausted, heavy breath. "But while I'm in the infected state, my body feels incredibly awful. I don't know how long I can hold on." Minjun rubbed his wrist, analyzing the situation with a slightly more relieved expression. "I'm still not entirely used to it, but it feels like I can switch back to normal whenever I want." Yen A's eyes lit up, and she cheered with overwhelming excitement. "Whoa, then that in itself is basically a superpower. If you can trigger the infection whenever you want, that means the infected won't attack you when you walk among them, right? But I still feel pretty uneasy." Minjun looked visibly haggard. He somberly confessed the heavy toll this power took on him. "It feels like I'm literally draining my own lifespan." Brushing the anxiety aside, Yen A eagerly latched onto another spark of hope. "So, just like you mentioned before, does that mean you can communicate with the infected?" she reminded him. "Ah, you said that once the symptoms act up, you were going to try giving them commands to see what happens, right?" Minjun let out a soft sigh, responding to the harsh reality. Yeah, I know I said that, but we're out of time right now. We'll just have to play it by ear." Scanning the area outside the door, Yona urged him on. "Whatever it is, we don't have time for this. Let's get out there now." Minjun gave a firm, resolute nod. "Right." The scene shifts to the exterior of the building. A car sat waiting with its doors flung wide open for a quick getaway, swallowed by a silence so dead it made their skin crawl. Minjin was fully disguised. He pulled the brim of his black cap down low, adjusting his medical mask to completely hide his face, and the lingering symptoms etched across it. Gripping his pistol, Minjin cocked it with a sharp click, muttering to himself that it was best to keep the gun Corporal Ha Do-hun gave him loaded and ready. Trailing right behind him, the American soldier, David, still looked entirely unconvinced, questioning him in English.
Do you seriously think this is gonna work? Controlling those freaking zombies?
Walking beside him, Yona answered clearly, "That is exactly why we're only testing it as a last resort." Suddenly, from deep within the distant alleyway, the rapid roar of automatic gunfire ripped through the sky. Minjin jolted, his eyes snapping toward the sound of the corporal's gunfire. The decoy was working perfectly. The horde of the undead shrieked, blindly changing direction and stampeding like maniacs toward the noise. Minjin narrowed his eyes, closely tracking the infected's movements. This is it. Sensing the perfect moment, Minjin's sneakers stepped firmly past the safety line. Right before facing the horde of monsters, he glanced over his shoulder, flashing a confident thumbs up to his two companions. Yeona and David stayed completely hidden behind the edge of the wall, holding their breath as they watched the secret weapon known as Jungminjeon. Seeing the swarm of zombies rushing in like a colony of ants, Yeona clutched her shirt tight against her chest, cold sweat dripping down her face. The infected trampled over one another as they charged, their jaws slacked in ravenous hunger, drowning out the distant, desperate screams of some unseen victim. In the dead center of the chaos, Minjin stood his ground like a towering statue, his eyes behind his glasses burning with absolute focus. Summoning every ounce of his courage, he shouted out, "Now!" Minjin planted his feet wide and thrust both hands straight out in front of him. Looking exactly like a traffic cop trying to stop a speeding car, he roared at the top of his lungs. "Every single one of you, freeze right there!" Watching this completely unparalleled so-called ultimate move from their hiding spot, Yona's jaw dropped, her face going blank as she let out a single, utterly dumbfounded word. "Huh?" Minjin kept his arms stretched out, sweat completely soaking his mask as he used his absolute last bit of strength to scream again. "Hey, I said stop, damn it." Hiding behind him, Yeona trembled from head to toe, crying out in total despair. "What the hell is this? Young Minjin, they are still charging straight at you!" Seeing the undead completely ignore his majestic command, Minjin panicked, dropping his hands and desperately yanking the pistol from his waistband, thinking to himself, "Oh, I am so dead." Just as Minjin was about to pull the trigger, the American soldier, David, swiftly mounted his rifle from behind, laying down heavy cover fire while cursing out loud. "Holy shit!" Bullets whizzed violently past his head. Minjin yanked his neck down in sheer panic, while David kept spitting lead, screaming at them to fall back. "Move, move! Get your asses moving right now!" Behind them, the towering high-rises of the shelter zone stood tall against a bright blue sky, a cruel and striking contrast to the bloody, chaotic nightmare unfolding below. Power poles, tangled in thick cables, stood as silent witnesses to this life-or-death chase, the air entirely suffocated by the deafening roar of gunfire and endless screaming. The three of them ran for their absolute lives, sprinting like maniacs down a street littered with corpses. The heavy, exhausting sound of their panting echoed endlessly. Gasping for air, they sprinted wildly until they reached the steel mesh gates of the safe zone. Yeon-ah hammered frantically against the metal, screaming desperately at the guards stationed inside. "We're survivors! Please, open the gate! Help us!" A soldier approached the fence, his suspicious eyes sweeping her from head to toe. "No bite marks on you?" Yeona nodded frantically. No, sir! I swear I haven't been bitten." He jabbed a finger straight at Minjin, who was still muffled up completely. "Hey you! Take off the hat! Let me see your face!" Hearing that, Yeona's face instantly went pale as she quickly tried to cover for him. Sir! Please, it's an absolute emergency. Just open the gate first, I beg you." The burly guard snapped at her. "You shut your mouth." Yeona broke into a cold sweat, holding her breath as she looked at Minjin. Standing right behind her, Minjin slowly reached up, taking off his baseball cap and pulling down his mask. But to her utter shock, underneath that disguise was a completely normal face, without a single trace of the fiery red infection marks. He gently pushed up his glasses, replying with chilling calmness, "As you can see, I am perfectly fine." The tension snapped. The guard gave a curt nod and agreed to open the gate, though not without a sharp warning. "Fine, it's a code red out here, so I'll let you in. But if you step inside and show even a hint of infection, you two know exactly what happens next." Yeona let out a massive sigh of relief, feeling like a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted off her chest. "Phew!" She muttered quietly in her mind, praying desperately, "Please let Corporal Ha Do-hun make it back safe, too." Under the clear blue sky, pale golden sunlight beamed down onto the fortified structures of the northern shelter, casting a hollow, fake sense of peace in the eye of the storm. The moment the heavy security gates opened, a crowd of familiar faces swarmed them. Gachun cried out in sheer panic, "You're all safe! You made it!" Yeona replied, overwhelmed with joy, "Thank God, you're all here." A man's voice cut through the noise. "Right now, every single one of us needs to arm up to deal with this emergency." Hearing that, Yeona's eyes instantly turned dead and icy. She muttered darkly, Oh, is that so? Yeon Ah shoved through the crowd, taking aggressive, purposeful strides toward the parking lot. Over there, 3 people were huddled together chattering away, and among them was a short-haired woman. The short-haired woman flinched, spinning around as she heard heavy, furious footsteps stomping right toward her. Huh? Before she could even react, a brutal smack echoed sharply through the air. Yona delivered an earth-shattering slap right across the woman's face, striking with such savage force that it sent the bitch stumbling backward. The stinging blow left her clutching her cheek, completely dazed for a few seconds before her senses returned. Furiously, she shrieked, "You little bitch!" But before she could finish her curse, Yona glared daggers at her, screaming her accusation. "If you hadn't deliberately locked that damn door, we could have saved that little girl. Because of you, she was brutally slaughtered by those monsters. She was just an elementary school kid, for God's sake." Yona choked out, exposing the vile crime, while the short-haired woman just held her bright red cheek, her face twisting with bitter malice. "You psycho little brat!" The woman put her hands on her hips, spitting back venom without an ounce of shame. "You think you're so tough just because you're young? Do you have a freaking death wish, you piece of trash?" The tension was so thick it could be cut with a knife, forcing a nearby man to rush in and pull them apart. "Whoa, calm down! What the hell are you two doing?" Seeing someone step in, the woman immediately played the victim to push her luck. She shrieked out, demanding proof. "Do you have any proof? Do you have any proof I locked that door, you lying bitch?" Yona was shaking with so much rage she was practically hyperventilating. "You absolute psycho!" Unable to hold back a single second longer, Yona snapped her head toward a young guy standing nearby, violently dragging him into the crossfire. "You were there too! You saw it clearly, right? She's the one who locked the door!" Dragged into the heated confrontation, the bespectacled guy flinched and backed away, stuttering as he desperately dodged responsibility. I don't know. Everything was a chaotic mess back there. I swear I don't remember a single thing." Yen Ah froze in pure disbelief, staring dead at the coward who had just lied straight to her face. Seizing the opening, the short-haired woman flashed a smug, victorious smirk. "Ha! See? This little bitch is the real murderer!" She jabbed a finger right in Yen A's face, shamelessly twisting the truth black and white. "It's her fault that poor girl died, and now she's trying to pin it on me." She scoffed. "Seriously, is this psycho out of her mind?" Not stopping there, she started throwing a massive tantrum, wailing loudly to draw a crowd. "Everyone, come look at this! This crazy bitch got someone killed, and now she's making me the scapegoat. She's trying to ruin my life." The gathering crowd immediately broke into anxious whispers. "What's going on? What the hell is happening over there?" Riding the wave of her own fabricated drama, the short-haired woman jabbed her finger at Yen A again, barking her arrogant judgment. "According to the shelter's rules, you need to be severely punished. You should be executed on the spot, you hear me?" Seeing this ridiculous shouting match spiral out of control, Corporal Ha Do-hyun finally stepped in. "Knock it off." Yen A's wide eyes narrowed, shooting daggers of pure razor-sharp contempt at the lunatic standing in front of her. Corporal Ha stepped forward, his imposing figure becoming a wall between the two furious women. At the mere sight of his military uniform, the murmuring crowd automatically parted ways. The nearby women called out to him, treating him like an absolute lifeline. But the corporal wasn't in the mood for games. Wearing an incredibly cold, stoic expression, Corporal Ha loudly and flawlessly recited the law. Article 2, Clause 1 of the Gaganja Evacuation Zone Regulations. Intentionally abandoning a survivor who could have been saved or actively obstructing an escape shall be punished as a severe criminal offense. Article 4, Clause 5. Providing false testimony that incites panic within the shelter or telling malicious lies that harm others will result in immediate disciplinary action. Finishing his decree, he shot a piercing, icy glare right at the now frozen woman. "If you violate both of these clauses, it won't just end with your expulsion. You will face a penalty equivalent to execution, exactly like you just so eagerly suggested." Hearing the word execution, the woman violently flinched, all the color draining from her face as cold sweat dripped down her neck. He stared her down. "Are you prepared to take full responsibility for the words that just left your mouth?" At those words, her internal monologue turned into pure screaming panic. Completely cornered, she frantically waved her hands in denial, instantly dragging her bespectacled lackey back into the mess. "Why do you keep saying that? I told you I wasn't the one who locked the door. Where's your proof, huh? Show me the proof." Taking the cue, the four-eyed coward hastily chimed in to back up his accomplice. Yeah, I was right next to her. I saw it. We just shut the door. We didn't lock it at all." With that, the woman immediately resumed her favorite role, playing the innocent victim. "We were just so terrified earlier. All we could do was run and hide. If the door was locked, how the hell am I supposed to know why?" Then, flipping the script, she jutted her chin aggressively at Yen A. "If anyone violated the shelter's rules first, it's her. She's the one nobody should be trusting here." Corporal Ha didn't even bother arguing with this kind of trash. He just coldly and clearly laid out the facts. "Once this current state of emergency settles down, your actions will be subject to a formal internal review. The absolute truth will be dragged into the light, and appropriate disciplinary measures will be taken. So you had better brace yourself." Realizing she couldn't argue against the soldier's ironclad logic, the woman bit her lip hard, grinding her teeth in furious resentment. Completely cornered, she decided to unleash the ultimate desperate weapon of a keyboard warrior. She screeched at the top of her lungs, trying to sound threatening. "You're just some lowly grunt. How dare you?" "Excuse me? Do you have any idea who I am?" "One post. I just have to go on social media and expose you, and your entire career will be buried. You got that." The only response to her utterly delusional, power-tripping threat was the absolutely dead, speechless silence from Yen A and everyone else around them. Everyone present just bore identical faces of pure, unadulterated secondhand embarrassment. Leaving that pathetic comedy show behind, the situation shifted. Cut to a dark, desolate exit deep within the underground subway station. A suffocatingly tense atmosphere completely swallowed the squad of soldiers huddled together. One of the soldiers delivered a grim sit rep. "I managed to lure the bulk of the horde toward the southern intersection. But wiping out all those infected is downright impossible. Our ammo is almost completely dry." His comrade clutched his head and cursed under his breath. "Damn it! We have no choice but to keep using noise to draw them further away.
But there's a huge risk that the infected might just swarm right back in this direction."
Hearing this, the commander panicked and started barking orders. "Gather every drop of gasoline and every Molotov cocktail we have. Set up a defensive perimeter at the main gate of the North Square." Trembling with rage, he snapped at his subordinate.
What the hell is going on? You said you lured them down south. Why the hell are they circling back towards us?
Corporal Ha furrowed his brows in deep thought, his voice heavy as he delivered a terrifying realization. The real problem is, someone is doing this on purpose. This is sabotage. He slowly tilted his head, glaring up toward the surface. Which means, whoever is up there can easily draw the infected right back down our throats. Exactly as predicted. Somewhere high up on a rooftop, the pitch-black barrel of a hidden sniper rifle locked into place, aiming dead into the heart of the safe zone. Far below, stationed behind the reinforced iron defensive gate, a young guard gripped his rifle tightly, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was already calling his name. A lethal muzzle flash pierced the darkness. The bullet tore straight through the ill-fated soldier's skull, a horrific spray of crimson painting the night. The sharp, echoing crack of the gunshot instantly triggered the nearby zombie horde. A monstrous infected threw its head back, ripping out a blood-curdling, savage roar that violently shook the entire sector. The sudden gunfire sent the underground subway's entire defensive perimeter into pure, unbridled chaos. Frantic static erupted over the radios. "Shots fired at the north main gate. We have hostiles breaching from the outside." Corporal Ha's eyes widened, grinding his teeth as his absolute worst nightmare became a reality. "I knew it! It's them! The infected are going to swarm right back to us!" Beside him, the commander was in absolute hysterics. What did you just say? What did you—" Not wasting another single second, the commander roared his final orders. "All units, brace yourselves for a full-scale assault from the infected, and I want maximum priority on hunting down those escaped convicts." He turned to his most reliable soldier. "Corporal Ha Do-hyun, can you pull this off?" Corporal Ha replied without a shred of hesitation, "I will hunt them down myself, Commander." With a firm nod, the rest of the squad poured all their focus into holding the line against the infected. Amidst the blazing chaos, Corporal Ha spun around to the American soldier. "David, where the hell is the rest of your squad?" Sweat pouring down his grim face, David replied heavily. "3 of our guys are either trapped down south, or they are already dead. Right now, it is just me and one other guy left." Corporal Ha firmly laid out their absolute highest priority. "Then you stick to me and June like glue. Your one and only mission is to protect him. Do you read me?" David agreed instantly. "Loud and clear." "What about you?" Without another word, Corporal Ha's skilled hands sharply racked the bolt of his submachine gun with a cold, deadly click. Pure murderous intent etched across his face. "I am going to slaughter the absolute scum who caused this. I will hunt down and kill those damn escapees first. They have got to be lurking somewhere around here." David gritted his teeth and cursed heavily. "Those sons of bitches. Total bastards." Seeing the corporal about to charge into the fray completely alone, Ha-chun stepped out from the crowd, volunteering. "Corporal, let me go with you." Surprised, Corporal Ha immediately rejected Ha-chun's offer. "Your wounds have not even fully healed yet. Are you crazy?" Ha-chun calmly analyzed the tactical situation. "We are expecting at least 2 or 3 of them. It is way too dangerous for you to go in alone, Corporal." While these brave men were gearing up to walk right into hell, in a quiet corner, Minjun had his eyes fixed on something else entirely. Staring through the grim gray barricades, he muttered to himself, "The subway tunnel." He turned to his friend, his voice dropping to a dead serious tone. "Sun-ho, do you have any idea how many survivors are actually left here?" Sweating bullets, Sun-ho answered nervously, "Casualties down south are massive right now, and so many people are still trapped. It is almost impossible to get an exact head count." Glancing toward the tightly shut rolling doors where the terrified survivors were huddled, Sun-ho added, "Even so, there has got to be over 100 people taking shelter here at Gunja Station. If they break through this defense line, it is completely game over for all of us, right?" His friend nodded in grim resignation. "Yeah, you could definitely say that." Minjun stayed dead silent, but behind his glasses, his eyes flared with absolute resolve. He looked up at the faintly glowing sign in the darkness. platform and exits. He reached inside his shirt, tightly gripping the emergency rescue whistle hanging around his neck. Seeing this, his friend flinched in utter panic. Wait, what? Realizing Minjun was about to do something insanely reckless, his friend frantically tried to stop him. The corporal told us to stay put and hide. What if the absolute worst-case scenario happens? If this place turns into a total bloodbath, what the hell are you going to do? Minjun did not waver for a single second, his voice cutting through with cold certainty. It does not matter. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to cross that hellhole by myself anyway. Minjun clicked on his flashlight, its beam piercing straight into the pitch-black tunnel, and boldly declared his utterly insane plan. Now is our only window. If we move right now, we can actually cross the Han River straight through this subway tunnel. Sun Ho flashed his own light down the tracks, his face pale with complete disbelief. Are you seriously telling me you are going to open the safety doors and just walk right into that? You are going to blow that whistle and lure all those infected freaks through the tunnel? All the way from Gunja Station, across the Han River straight to Cheonho Station? The chubby friend grimaced, breaking down just how suicidal this plan was. Yeah, sure, let's just pretend you play the Pied Piper and actually get those monsters to follow you. But then what the hell do you do with the massive horde breathing down your neck? Do you even have a way to lock them all up in one place? Yeah, exactly. God only knows how many of those infected bastards are crawling inside the Line 5 tunnel. The round trip to Cheonho Station is at least 10 kilometers. That is half a day's walk. But right at that moment, glowing blood-red veins from the virus had already started creeping across Minjun's face. He was deliberately triggering his own infection. Completely unfazed, he laid out his backup plan. Herding them into the Gwangnaru transit station is probably our most realistic bet. There should be auxiliary platforms down there. Minjun kept calculating his odds. The real issue is how long I can actually keep these infection symptoms under control, but I should be able to hold out for at least 4 to 5 hours. Are you telling me I cannot get the job done in that amount of time? Besides, past a certain point, our radios are guaranteed to lose signal. His friend was still dead set against it, and there is a massive chance the Horde's movement patterns will become totally erratic. The risk is just way too damn high. Standing there listening to a rapid-fire stream of Korean without understanding a single word, the American soldier, David, finally scowled and snapped.
What the hell are you guys even talking about? Completely ignoring David's frustration, Minjun's best friend dropped the ultimate bombshell to stop him in his tracks.
But hold on, did you even get Yona's permission to do this? Minjun scoffed. Permission? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If Han Yona finds out about this, she is definitely going to skin you alive. And speak of the devil. Yona stomped her way down the stairs, glaring intensely at the boys who were whispering amongst themselves. What is going on here? Is everyone hiding down here? Spotting his absolute savior, David immediately yelled out, Yona! Get over here right now! I need a translator. Sensing the shifting tides, David threw his teammate right under the bus without a second thought. It looks like Minjun is plotting something completely insane. Hearing the translation, Yeona's eyes widened in horror, and she shrieked in flawless English. He is doing what? Minjun immediately looked away, sweating bullets as he muttered under his breath. Shh, totally busted. The entire room instantly froze solid under the sheer, terrifying weight of Yeona's blazing wrath. Say that again? Not giving anyone a single second to breathe, Yeona charged forward, absolutely tearing into Minjun right there in the shadows. Ha! No, absolutely not. No way in hell. You are actually planning to drag that entire infected horde straight through the Line 5 tunnel all by yourself? Why does it have to be right now? Where is your head at? The girl continued shrieking in sheer panic, jabbing a finger right at his face. And furthermore, how dare you just recklessly trigger your infection state like that? What if someone else finds out? Getting scolded relentlessly, Minjun could only cover his mouth, shushing her quietly. Han Yona, you're the one being too loud. You're going to expose us. Seeing Yona still fuming, Minjun lowered his voice, using his usual calm demeanor to coax her. Yona, I know you are worried, but if we want to cross the Han River, there is literally no other way. He looked straight into her eyes, explaining patiently. Besides, taking advantage of my infection symptoms is the safest and most guaranteed method we have. If we want to reach Gangnam, we have to cross the Han River one way or another, right? At that moment, David spoke up to defend Minjun's plan. Corporal Ha told me to protect Minjun, and if he truly isn't attacked by the infected, then this plan actually seems viable. David analyzed the massive benefits further. If this works, if we can make it through the Line 5 tunnel, we might just be able to travel safely, all across Seoul. As everyone started to agree, the chubby friend offered a compromise. How about we just test it out for a short stretch? We can go up to the next stop, Asan Station, and see how it goes.
Oh, that's a great idea!
Seeing that no one was taking her side, Yeona frantically yelled out, Ah, no! Why is everyone suddenly agreeing with this?
Are you all really going to let young Minjun walk alone into a tunnel crawling with the infected? What if his symptoms suddenly disappear halfway through? He'll be torn to shreds.
Seeing Yeona on the verge of tears, Minjun stepped closer. His hand, marked with the glowing red veins of the virus, gently rested on her shoulder, a gesture that was both tender and terrifying. He spoke in a deep, unwavering voice. I'm only suggesting this because I am absolutely certain that I'll be safe. Yeona. He looked deeply into the girl's trembling eyes, dropping a promise straight out of a movie. I will go and I'll come back safe and sound. So don't worry too much. Just be a good girl and wait for me right here, okay? Got it? Frozen by the sudden protagonist aura radiating from the usual nerd, Yona's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. She blinked rapidly, completely flustered and speechless. Realizing her heart had just skipped a beat for this idiot, her defensive mode immediately kicked in. Showing her familiar cold on the outside, warm on the inside nature, she swatted his hand away and let out a sarcastic scoff. Huh? This is ridiculous. Anyone looking at us would think we just got engaged and you're heading off to war. Trying to sound all cool like that? I almost fell for it. I was this close to saying, "Oh, please have a safe trip, my dear husband," and sending you off like a good little wife. You hear me? And obviously, I'm not actually complimenting you for being cool, just so you know. The group of guys standing there watching Yeona's dramatic monologue were left completely speechless. Yeona sighed. Ugh, seriously, I give up. Do whatever you want. Whether you drop dead in some ditch or not has nothing to do with me. Sunho turned and whispered to the chubby friend, "Have you ever seen Han Yeon-ah yelling at someone while grinning so happily?" The chubby friend smacked his lips and replied, "Nope. But looking at young Minjun's clueless face, I guarantee he has no idea what the hell she's talking about." Not wasting any more time, Minjun decisively jumped right down onto the pitch-black subway tracks. The dead silence was instantly shattered by ravenous growls echoing from the depths of the tunnel. Under the flickering light of the flashlight, the silhouettes of the infected stumbled into view. Immediately, the protective glass doors on the platform slammed shut, completely isolating the two worlds. Through the glass, Minjun gave a thumbs up and asked, "The doors are completely sealed, right?" David, holding the flashlight, returned the thumbs up with full trust. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Minjun slowly brought the rescue whistle to his lips. The whistle tore through the darkness of the tunnel. The piercing sound instantly agitated the horde of the living dead. They shrieked in frenzy and whipped around. Standing safely behind the platform glass, his friend Sunho shivered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Whoa, does that guy not know the meaning of fear? Yeon-ah leaned her hands against the glass, letting out a long, heavy breath as she acknowledged his recklessness. Ha! He's absolutely out of his mind. The zombies lunged forward like moths to a flame, but just as predicted, they completely ignored Minjun's existence. They merely brushed past him like soulless shadows. Minjun blew the whistle while walking backwards, silently analyzing the situation. Just as I thought, they're only reacting to the whistle and following me. They don't recognize me as a target at all. Witnessing this surreal scene, Yeon-ah couldn't hide her shock. She muttered in disbelief, They really aren't attacking him." The intense anxiety in her heart slowly cooled down. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew! She grabbed the collar of her jacket tightly, pressing it against her wildly racing chest. Watching Minjun's back slowly fade into the darkness, she silently prayed in her heart, "You have to make it back safe, okay? Young Minjun, thump, thump. Good luck out there." Half hidden in the dim light of the tunnel, Minjun kept the whistle in his mouth. His eyes behind his glasses glinted coldly as he glanced at the monsters obediently trailing behind him. He muttered, like a guide through hell itself. "All right then, let's go, kids." While young Minjun was playing the Pied Piper, luring the horde of walking dead through the pitch-black tunnel, the monsters stumbled along. Their low growls echoed through the claustrophobic space as they headed toward the next station. The scene suddenly shifted to the sun-drenched courtyard of the surface world. A quiet parking lot sign and a silent clinic stood under a brilliant blue sky dotted with white clouds. It was a chillingly deceptive piece. A close-up revealed a heavily fortified chain-link fence erected around the perimeter. Right next to it, a stone pillar engraved with the words "Railway Facility Entrance" stood tall, resembling an impenetrable fortress. But that very fortress was currently being threatened by a man with sinister intentions. A man wearing a stolen police uniform crept closer, a treacherous smirk twisting his lips. Just as I thought, the south entrance is completely unguarded. They must have concentrated all their forces over on Ki-hoon's side. He peered through the gaps in the wire mesh, his eyes gleaming with sheer malice as he studied the station's internal layout. According to my calculations, if this Gunja station gets breached by the infected, more than half of those bastards will be wiped out completely. And then, I'll sweep through the remaining buildings in the south and loot all their weapons and food. His hand tightly gripped the handles of a pair of bolt cutters, using revenge to justify his despicable actions. 5 of my comrades died because of you bastards, so you have to take responsibility for this. Right? Without a second thought, he clamped the bolt cutters onto the green padlock. With a single, forceful squeeze, the metal shackle snapped like a twig. The shattered lock clattered onto the tile floor. The fake cop ripped the steel mesh door wide open. Duang Huang stepped inside, gripping a red megaphone in his hand like a demon, bringing the seeds of destruction. He raised the megaphone, admiring his makeshift biological weapon with a twisted grin. "This little toy comes in handy every now and then. Good thing I brought a few extra." Standing right at the top of the escalator leading down to the underground station, he mercilessly hurled the red megaphone into the depths. It tumbled down the metal steps and crashed onto the floor below. Instantly, the siren system triggered, unleashing a piercing, ear-splitting shriek that tore through the dead silence of the quarantine zone.
That deafening noise immediately alerted the horde of undead wandering out on the streets. The blood-soaked, mangled corpses snapped their heads up, shifting their entire focus straight toward the subway entrance.
The trap was set to perfection. The mastermind glanced back at the swarm of monsters flooding in, then quickly ducked away to hide. The zombies are rushing in. Time to make myself scarce. Down in the basement, two patrolling soldiers froze in their tracks. The blinding screech echoing off the tiled walls left them in absolute panic. What the hell? What is that noise? Is that the alarm siren? One soldier whipped around, the color draining from his face. His eyes widened in sheer terror as the worst-case scenario dawned on him. What is going on? Don't tell me entrance number 2 has been breached. Their worst fears had become reality. The horde of undead flooded through the ticket gates, savagely tearing into an unfortunate victim in a pool of blood. Frantic shouts of command rang out in the chaos. Do we have Molotov cocktails? Where's the gas? There's some over at entrance number 4. I'll go grab it right now. Damn it, I told you to bring it out here in the first place. The frenzied monsters charged down the corridor at breakneck speed, the foul stench of blood filling the air. The soldiers were forced to open fire, muzzle flashes erupting in a frantic bid to halt the advancing swarm. One soldier sprayed bullets, cursing in absolute despair. Motherfucker, hold on, wait! Hiding in a distant blind spot, Yen-A and her bespectacled friend jumped out of their skin as the deafening gunfire echoed toward them. The desperate screams of civilians urging each other to run filled the air. What's that sound? Move! Hurry up! Absolute panic swallowed the entire station. The crowd of survivors scrambled in a frenzy, trampling over one another to escape the Reaper's scythe closing in right behind them. Realizing the gunfire was only making things worse, a soldier's eyes bulged as he screamed himself hoarse, begging his squad to cease fire. Don't shoot! Cease fire right now! Sweat poured like a river down the soldier's face, completely twisted in fear. He gritted his teeth, delivering the final grim verdict. If this line breaks, we are all dead meat. Summoning his last ounce of composure, he bellowed the order to seal all doors and protect the remaining survivors. Entrance number 2 is breached. Shut all the inner rolling doors, now! Instantly, the massive heavy metal shutters began to crash down at blinding speed, creating a barricade across the tunnel. Caught between life and death, the American soldier, David, the guy with glasses, and the other survivors sprinted like arrows, desperately trying to squeeze through the rapidly shrinking gap of the metal shutters. A man running ahead waved wildly at those falling behind. Wait, what the hell is going on? Entrance number 2 has been overrun by the infected. The shutters are closing. Run to the north exit. Hurry! David's group pushed with all their might and slipped through, but Yen-A, with her shorter legs, was clumsily stumbling at the very back. The guy with glasses had barely made it to safety when he pressed his face against the metal grate. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he realized who was missing. Hanyena! Bad luck just never seemed to let the poor girl go. The heavy metal shutters slammed shut, trapping her on the wrong side of the death line. Yenna desperately gripped the metal bars, her face completely frozen in sheer terror. Inside, the others panicked and screamed, "The door's closed! Someone is still out there! Open the damn door!" Furious at the military's cold protocol, the American soldier, David, grabbed the officer in charge by the collar. Emitting a terrifying aura of killing intent, he roared right into the man's face in flawless Vietnamese. "Motherfucker, open it right now! We can't open it now! I am warning you for the last time. Open this damn door! I said, the door stays shut." Her bespectacled friend mashed his face against the steel mesh, screaming frantically at the girl stranded outside. "Hanyena! Run! Just run! Can you head down to the underground platform and loop back up using the stairs on the other side?" Yene's eyes bulged, sweating bullets. "The stairs? On the other side?" Before she could even process the thought, savage, guttural snarls closed in on her. The silhouettes of the bloodthirsty undead charged at her like a pack of rabid beasts, making Yen-A's eyes wide with horror. Just as David raised his gun to lay down covering fire through the grate, Yen-A frantically screamed to stop him. "Don't shoot! The gunfire will only attract more of them! I'll make a run for it myself!" With those words, she whipped around and ran for her absolute life, leaving behind a flurry of blood-soaked hands that wildly grasped at empty air just inches from her back. Sprinting blindly down the tunnel, Yen-A panted heavily, her brain working in overdrive to figure out a way to survive. "If I want to reach the other side, like Beishun-ho said, I have to go down to the underground platform and run back up the opposite end." Her face was tense beyond measure, sweat rolling down her forehead as she prayed in sheer desperation. "Please, whatever happens, don't let the shutters on that side be closed." "Oh, thank God." Like an absolute miracle, just as Yen-A dashed toward the exit, her eyes met a rolling door that was still halfway open. Inside, a man frantically waved his hand, calling out to her. "Han-Yen, over here!" With a highly dramatic baseball slide, she managed to scrape by with her life intact. Yen-A slipped right through the gap of the heavy steel door just as the man and a woman dressed in black were using all their strength to hold it up. The boundary between life and death sealed shut. The massive steel door was released, slamming down to the ground with cold indifference before locking completely. Seconds later, the horde of zombies brutally slammed against the steel mesh, but the 3 people inside could only double over, gasping for air after escaping death by a mere hair. Huff, huff, phew. Yen A brushed back her messy hair, glancing around as she muttered, assessing the situation. Wait, isn't this exit number 3 on the south side? This is in the exact opposite direction of the northern sector. The outer steel mesh of this zone has already been securely locked. There's no way the zombies can break through all the way down here. She let out a heavy sigh of relief, trying to comfort herself. I'll just hide quietly here, let things cool down, then figure out my next move. Holy crap, I almost died. But just as her gaze landed on the woman standing next to her, a wave of deep suspicion suddenly washed over her. Hold on, why are my wicked stepmother and this guy even here? And why the hell would they save me in a situation like this? Pushing her curiosity aside, Yen A turned and bowed her head, her voice exhausted but full of gratitude. Anyway, thank you both. Thanks to you guys, I'm still breathing. But the word breathing had barely left her lips when a massive hand suddenly shot out, grabbing Yen A by her long hair and violently jerking her head backward, making her dizzy. Dragged down without an ounce of mercy, Yen A slammed hard onto the freezing tile floor, letting out a scream of pure agony. The woman from earlier looked down at her from above. She appeared exhausted, yet her eyes brimmed with pure malice. Hot damn it, I was just trying to get a little rest. You want to know exactly why we bothered saving your pathetic life, you little brat? Before she could even process what was happening, I lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of brutal kicks, cursing and screaming in pure, unadulterated rage. It's me, damn it! Do you have any idea how much you've pissed me off, huh, you little bitch? My sweet little baby? Are you really going to do this right now? Just take a breather first. Meanwhile, Yeon Ah could only curl up into a ball, screaming in sheer agony. She lay trembling on the ground, letting out weak, pitiful whimpers. The woman casually strolled over, her voice dripping with ice-cold sarcasm. Oh dear, I completely forgot I was wearing my stilettos. Whatever shall I do? That must hurt a lot, doesn't it? With that, she casually dropped her weight right onto Yona's back, as if settling into a luxury sofa, gently tracing the edge of her sharp heel. Our beautiful, precious little Yona, you're completely shocked, aren't you? What could a snot-nosed little brat like you possibly do? I bet you were absolutely stunned when you thought I stepped in to save you, huh? She leaned in close, her words venomous and grinding. The Han Yona I know is supposed to be a delicate little flower raised in a glass case. But underneath it all, you're nothing but a selfish little bitch with a rotten core, aren't you? Who on earth drove you to such a pathetic state? Honestly, if anyone with half a brain saw a stupid kid like you about to die, locking the door and running for their life is just common sense, right? It's exactly because of clueless idiots like you that this whole place turned into a total madhouse. Her tone suddenly dropped, turning freezing cold and dripping with murderous intent. But honestly, compared to all those other fools out there, the one real obstacle standing in my way has always been you, my dear stepdaughter. I've wanted to kill you with my own bare hands for a very, very long time. With my own hands. The corners of her mouth twisted into a chilling, grotesque smile, laying bare the absolute darkness of her soul. Do you want to know why? First of all, your arrogant little face makes me sick to my stomach. And second, if your dear old dad dies, his entire fortune won't come to me. It'll go straight to his precious biological daughter, you. Of course, now that the world has gone straight to hell, money doesn't mean a damn thing anymore. She leaned forward, whispering a horrifying truth directly into Yona's ear, utterly crushing her last shred of hope. That door earlier, I was the one who locked it, all by myself. Yona, completely ignoring the horde of infected zombies frantically clawing at the door behind them, she casually drove another psychological knife right into her heart. Oh, right. Do you want to know what happened to your stupid, pathetic father? Her eyes went wide, a twisted smile plastered across her face as she reveled in the sick thrill of psychological torture. I bet you're just dying to know, aren't you? Is he dead? Or alive? Yona lay crushed against the floor, her sweat-drenched face snapping up to look at the woman. Her eyes were wide, overflowing with pure terror and absolute disbelief. Her taunt sent the flow of memories rewinding back to a luxurious, towering apartment complex, piercing the sky. The woman's cold, steady voice echoed through the flashback. Your dear father, Han Sang-chun. Right from the very beginning, the only reason he divorced your mother was because he was having an affair with me. But even after we tied the knot, a leopard doesn't change its spots, does it? I kept sneaking around, sleeping with other men, and eventually, your dad started to realize he was wearing a giant pair of horns. Until one day, he threw a set of divorce papers right in my face. He had planned it all so meticulously, gathering a whole mountain of evidence of my affairs, just so he could kick me out onto the streets with absolutely nothing. But I'm not stupid. I already had a grip on his fatal weakness, and I used it to paralyze his little divorce plan. In the end, he was just screaming that he'd drag me to court no matter what. But there was no way in hell I was letting go of his massive fortune. In the memory, her lover frowned, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he cursed. No, but seriously, damn it. Just how much is that bastard actually worth for you to go to these lengths? The woman calmly lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly blew out the smoke before dropping a number that instantly froze the air in the room. 1 trillion. Her lover, Park Do-hun, a 41-year-old businessman sitting there buck naked, started sweating bullets. His eyes nearly popped out of his head, his jaw hitting the floor. Oh, 1 trillion? A doctor can make that kind of money? The woman replied nonchalantly. Of course it's not in cash, it's mostly land since his first father-in-law was a massive real estate tycoon. He's got a few buildings over in Gangnam. At the current market rate, it easily pushes 1 trillion. Utterly blinded by greed, the man clamped the cigarette in his lips and frantically urged her on. Holy shit, then hurry up and finalize the divorce so you can split the assets. Even with a divorce settlement, you'll still scrape up a massive fortune, won't you? She turned around, flashing her smooth bare back, though her heart was as cold as ice. I've already looked into everything. I won't get nearly as much as you think. From a legal standpoint, that's wealth he acquired before we remarried. So technically, it's exempt from property division. Realistically, I'd be lucky to walk away with a few measly billion. She brought the cigarette to her lips, her eyes sharp and calculating as she plotted her ruthless next move. That bastard has to die before the divorce goes through. That's the only way the inheritance automatically defaults to me. But as long as his precious biological daughter, Han Yeon-ah, is still breathing, I can't swallow that gold mine whole. Her lover's face drained of color. Absolute panic setting in as she dumped that chilling reality onto him. Practically speaking, if I want to pocket his entire fortune, both he and that little bitch Yona have to die. The man was stunned into dead silence. The man aggressively grabbed at his own hair, terrified that their dirty secrets were about to blow up in their faces. But he's already making moves for the divorce. What the hell are we supposed to do? He's got rock-solid proof of our affair, too. In stark contrast to his sheer panic, the woman simply sat back, crossing her legs elegantly on the sofa with a wildly arrogant smirk. Relax. There's no way in hell he'd ever dare step foot in a courtroom anyway. I've already had a little chat with his lawyer. If his secret slush funds and the assets he's hiding under other people's names get dragged into the light, it could all vanish into thin air. What I'm saying is, I've got him completely by the balls. The side profile of the woman radiated an abyss of bottomless greed. Her voice dropped to a dead, icy whisper. Honey, I want to strip him of every single dime he owns. Her eyes widened slightly, then narrowed into slits of pure, venomous malice. She whispered, seducing her lover down a path of no return. Help me put together a plan. A surefire way to pull up the weeds by the roots, to wipe out both the old man and that little bitch Han Yeon-ah. The dark proposal made the man freeze in pure shock. The memory slowly faded out. And then, on the very first day the zombie outbreak erupted, Yeona, blinded by fury, shoved her stepmother violently, sending the woman crashing hard to the ground. You crazy bitch, she shrieked, playing the fragile victim. The father, Han Sang-chun, hastily grabbed hold of his cheating tramp of a wife. She got right in the girl's face. What did you just call me? A crazy bitch? You got a death wish or something, honey? The brat is completely wasted. Yeon-ah's figure retreated, walking away without a single backward glance. All the while, the woman's vile insults echoed right behind her. Ha! You're an exact replica of your pathetic mother. That low-class way of talking is just like hers. What's the point of being so smart? You're just pure trash. If you want to get the hell out, then hurry up and get the fuck out of my sight, you little bitch. The heavy door of the luxury penthouse slammed shut, completely severing the two worlds. The stepmother's monotonous voice echoed through the screen. Oh, that was the exact day you packed your bags and ran away from home. Oh, that feels so good, babe. She proudly recounted her despicable exploits. The second I kicked you out of that house, I was rolling around in bed with my Do-hyun. Suddenly, the bedroom door burst wide open. The old man caught the cheating bastards red-handed. An agonizing, furious roar ripped through the room. What the hell do you think you're doing? The wife jolted, letting out a blood-curdling scream of terror. Ah! Beneath the extravagant chandelier, ear-piercing curses echoed out. Get the fuck out of my house, right now. But what is the meaning of this? A vicious, ugly struggle broke out between the people who once called themselves a family. The wife frantically tried to justify herself, veins popping in her neck as she screamed right back into her furious husband's face. If you want to file for divorce, go ahead and try. I will bear you with me. The old man gritted his teeth, trembling with sheer rage. You absolute lunatic. Sang-chun maintained a cold, ruthless expression, pouring a bucket of ice water over her delusions. Fine. Whether we get divorced or not, the ending will be exactly the same. She froze in shock. What? He clenched his fists, spitting out his words with venomous contempt. Even if I drop dead right now, not a single red cent of my fortune will ever fall into your filthy hands. We're still legally married. Are you stupid? If you die, I automatically have inheritance rights. All the color drained from her face, cold sweat beating on her forehead as she was hit with the fatal blow. I've already made preparations for the worst-case scenario. My entire estate, will be transferred directly to Yeon-ah. Her grand master plan crumbled to dust. The old man had drawn up a will, turning his own death into an impenetrable shield for his wealth. She stammered, totally thrown off guard. What did you just say? Then, what if both you and Han Yeon-ah end up dead? Suddenly, a deranged, twisted smile bloomed across her face. Her eyes rolled back, flashing with a sickening, psychopathic thrill. If that happens, then every last penny of your fortune will belong to me, right? My dearest Han Sang-chun? A close-up shot revealed the old man's face contorting in pure disbelief and horror at his wife's sheer insanity. "You fucking psychopath!" Suddenly, her eyes widened, utterly paralyzed by a brutal, unscripted horror unfolding right in front of her. A veiny hand tightly gripped a kitchen knife, fresh warm blood staining the gleaming metal blade. The lover, Do-hun, had lunged from behind, burying the lethal blade deep into the old man's back, right before his wife's very eyes. The sickening sound of tearing flesh echoed through the room, chilling to the bone. Blood splattered everywhere, rapidly soaking into the plush carpet. The old man collapsed to the floor, letting out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. It was an entirely unscripted disaster, but in the end, Do-hyun was the one who brutally murdered your father. The lover was in a state of sheer panic, drenched in a cold sweat as he turned to the wife. What the hell are you doing? Why would you do this right now? Are you out of your mind?" He was just as terrified as she was. "Well, you were planning to kill him anyway, weren't you? You crazy bastard. Even so, what the hell are we supposed to do after you just randomly stab him to death? You stupid bitch. Didn't you say we were going to make it look like him and Yona died of natural causes?" Right at the peak of their screaming match, the building's PA system suddenly blared with an emergency broadcast, cutting through the sheer panic. "Attention, residents. This is an announcement from building management. A highly critical emergency is currently taking place within the residential complex. We urge all residents to absolutely not step outside and remain locked safely inside your homes." Both of them jolted in sheer terror. Standing butt naked next to the blood-mutilated corpse, the adulterous couple stuttered in shock. "Critical emergency? Society?" At that precise, fateful moment in time, the zombie apocalypse had officially erupted, violently sweeping across the entire globe. The live news broadcast displayed apocalyptic scenes of bloody, horrific riots tearing through the streets. The cheating bastards huddled together on the sofa, trembling like pathetic leaves. She sniffled pathetically. "I'm so scared. What are we gonna do now, babe? Should we just grab the car and get the hell out of Seoul right now?" But suddenly, a totally deranged, twisted idea flashed through the lover's mind. "Wait, maybe this is actually the absolute best time for us. Right now, there are tons of brutal murders happening all over this very apartment complex." His eyes were glued dead set onto the lifeless, bloodied corpse of her husband. "What if we cover it up as an accident tied to this whole mess? The entire complex is already littered with dead bodies. If we toss his corpse right out the window, we can easily make it look like he was slaughtered by those mass murderers out there. Besides, the whole damn country is in a state of emergency. Forget about the inheritance. We need to save our own skins first." The massive window was thrown wide open, piercing the eerie, dead silence of the night. He coaxed her with cunning, desperate logic. And hey, who knows? If the situation ever actually settles down in the future, then for now, let's just chuck this old bastard's corpse out the window, pack up, and get the hell out of here. Snapping violently back to the grim reality of the dark, filthy subway tunnel, the stepmother stared down at Yona, who was collapsed pathetically at her feet. She scoffed coldly. "What's with that look?" "Well, sweetie, that's exactly how the whole thing went down." The woman sat bouncing sadistically right on top of Yona's back, visibly thrilled as she spat out her bitter, venomous mockery. "Oh my god, the more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Your precious biological mother abandoned you to run away to America, and your pathetic, spineless father. After marrying me, I played him like a damn fiddle. I had him entirely trapped, so much so that he didn't even have the guts to divorce me." Her voice dropped down a mocking notch. She turned her head away, putting on a sickeningly fake display of pity. And as for his grand finale, he ended up getting brutally, tragically stabbed to death by my lover, Do-hyun. Her twisted face was illuminated perfectly beneath the dim, flickering tunnel lights, a demonic, ear-to-ear grin exposing the absolute, rotting depths of her cruelty. "Oh, does that mean our little Yona has officially become a miserable, pathetic little orphan with no mommy and no daddy?" She threw her head back and let out a hysterical, maniacal cackle. The wild, unhinged laughter echoed endlessly down the tunnel, brutally mocking the tragic, miserable fate of her stepdaughter. "Oh, you poor, poor little thing, Yona. Ha 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 ha." Without wasting another second, the wicked woman tightened her grip around Yen-A's throat, determined to personally end her wretched stepdaughter once and for all. "Time to die, sweetie." "Ha ha!" Yen-A's eyes bulged in terror as she choked, letting out a weak, desperate gasp. "Cough!" As she pinned down the poor, helplessly struggling girl, the stepmother was already drowning in her own psychotic delusions of a bright future. "Once I'm done killing you, you stay. Who knows? Maybe the world will go back to normal. Ha ha! And if that happens, my precious land in Gangnam is going to skyrocket in value just like the good old days." But right as she was drowning in her real estate fantasies, Yen-A suddenly pulled out a knife. "If you're dead too, every single inch of that land belongs to me." Ha ha! But just as the Grim Reaper loomed close, Yen-A's eyes widened in sheer panic. From a distance, the stepmother's lover screamed out in a panic. "Babe, watch out." Refusing to accept her twisted fate, Yen-A blindly slashed at her stepmother's arm. The wicked woman saw stars, shrieking in agonizing pain. Seeing his mistress take a hit, that bastard Haehoon flinched and cursed.
Ah, son of a bitch. While the stepmother clutched her bleeding face, groaning, "You crazy little bitch!" Yene's survival instincts kicked into overdrive. Her trembling hands gripped the weapon with sheer murderous intent. Tears streamed down her face, but her gaze was dead set. She pointed the blade straight at the two scumbags, growling her threat. Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll kill you." She slowly backed away, radiating absolute frantic caution toward the stunned adulterous couple. "Stay the hell away from me." Losing the last shred of his patience at the brat's resistance, Hai-hoon scowled, taking a deep, furious breath. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Without a second thought, he charged forward, delivering a brutal kick that sent Yen-A flying across the floor. "You little bitch!" Yen-A choked out a painful sob. "Cough!" Pressing his advantage, the wretched man mercilessly rained kicks down on the girl curled up on the ground. "You piece of trash! Do you have a death wish, huh?" Yen-A could only writhe in agony, screaming out in utter despair. "Ah! Ah!" Watching from afar, the stepmother clutched her heavily bleeding nose, spitting out venomous mockery. "A pathetic thing like you could swing a knife all day and still never leave a scratch on me, you little brat." "Ah! Ah! I'm bleeding. Look at this." The moment she saw her own blood, the wicked woman started throwing a massive theatrical tantrum. "I told you I'm bleeding. Kill that little bitch, honey. Kill her." Her shrill nagging made the blood-crazed Hai-hoon abruptly turn around in bewilderment. What? Annoyed but obeying his crazy lover, he hastily scanned the floor, looking for the weapon.
Where the hell did that brat's knife go?
Damn it, let me. But the heavens always had a twisted sense of humor. He wouldn't even get the chance to pick up that blade. From behind, a colossal hand dripping with fresh blood silently clamped down over the top of Hai-hoon's skull. His eyes blew wide open in sheer panic. The uninvited guest was a massive, obese zombie, wearing nothing but blood-soaked underwear, looming over them like a nightmare. It hoisted the pathetic little lover up effortlessly, whispering in a chilling, booming voice. "Ooh, caught a feisty one, didn't I?" Witnessing a horror straight out of her worst nightmares, the stepmother was paralyzed with absolute terror. "Honey?" Yen-A too was trembling in shock, but the monster gave Hai-hoon zero time to leave any final words about his precious wealth. The monster's bear-like hand crushed inward. Hai-hoon's skull felt like it was about to burst, and he shrieked out broken, agonizing sounds of pure despair. A torrential rain of blood sprayed out, horrifically dyeing the tiled subway walls crimson. The fat zombie just held up the lover's decapitated corpse like a prized trophy. The stepmother fell to her knees, screaming until her vocal cords tore in absolute devastating agony. Her billion-dollar delusions completely shattered. Now, in a bizarre twist of fate, the evil stepmother and her hated stepdaughter shared the exact same goal. They ran for their damn lives, sprinting desperately up the subway stairs to escape the charging zombie horde. Savage growls echoed right at their heels as the monsters flooded up like a tidal wave. Yen-A was the first to burst out of the glass-covered subway exit, her mouth wide open as she gasped for air. Huff. Huff. But in a cruel twist of irony, her hope was instantly crushed by a heavy green padlock. Damn it, it's locked! Drenched in cold sweat, Yen-A panicked, whipping her head around. Her stepmother had just dragged herself up, and right behind her was a horde of pure death. Cornered, Yen-A risked it all. She scrambled up onto the glass-domed roof of the subway exit, carefully stepping over the razor-sharp barbed wire fence, while her wicked stepmother was still clawing desperately down below. Yen dragged her body across the slippery, sloped glass, her heart hammering against her ribs. Huff, huff. Right beneath that fragile layer of glass was a sheer nightmare, a swarming, shrieking mass of undead monsters. Teetering dangerously on the edge of the dome, Yen-A stared into the empty air ahead, trying to force herself to be brave. I just have to jump. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Yen-A launched herself over the barbed wire, plummeting toward the street below. With zero technique, she hit the ground hard, tumbling painfully across the concrete. Ah! At that exact moment, the stepmother miraculously hauled herself onto the roof, her eyes bulging at the sheer, terrifying drop she was about to face. She grimaced, spitting out a curse in a display of pathetic, almost comical helplessness. What the fuck is this? The savage undead shrieked, crawling up the glass dome like starving spiders. The stepmother's face drained of all color. With nowhere left to run, she gritted her teeth, cursed, and squeezed her eyes shut, taking a blind leap of faith toward the tree branches below. Damn it all! But what fragile branch could possibly hold the weight of the Queen of Gangnam? She fell right through, slamming brutally onto the hard pavement with a pathetic screech. Ah! While she was busy eating asphalt, Yen-A's dark silhouette was already sprinting for her life down the sidewalk, leaving her cruel stepmother in the dust. Scrambling to her feet, the wicked woman ran like a maniac, glancing back at the iron gates where the crazed horde was violently thrashing against the metal. I have to hide, she thought frantically. Up ahead, Yen-A was still pushing forward, but her legs were giving out. She limped, step by agonizing step, down the eerily quiet, blood-stained street, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. The young girl winced, her breath coming in ragged, exhausted gasps. Huff! Huff! My leg hurts so bad!
Right when her life was hanging by a thread, a violent hand suddenly grabbed a fistful of Yen A's long hair and yanked her backward. The cowardly attacker was none other than her evil stepmother. Instead of worrying about her own survival, the vile woman used her last bit of strength to mercilessly drag Yen A straight to the ground. The vicious yank threw Yen A off balance, sending her skidding helplessly across the red bricks. The girl snapped her head up, her face slick with sweat and twisted in utter terror as she gasped for air. Ah! Yen A's trembling gaze locked onto the bloody, foul-smelling shoes standing menacingly right in front of her. She stared up at her tormentor's face in absolute despair, wondering if this was truly the end of her life. Yen A's eyes blew wide, her trembling pupils reflecting a suffocating, paralyzing horror. In that split second, the horrific memories of her bloody escape through the monster horde flashed vividly through her mind. The scattered corpses, the grotesque pools of blood, and her desperate struggle against the Grim Reaper. All of it haunted the young girl's soul. But the ultimate nightmare right now wasn't that wicked stepmother. It was a zombie, the exact same little girl in the white dress she had just saved. Her eyes were rolled back, completely dead white, and thick blood poured from her gaping mouth as she loomed out of the shadows. The monster's pale, soulless face loomed close, letting out choked, guttural rasps from its throat. The sickening sound of a predator starving for fresh flesh. Grr! It crept in, pressing its blood-drenched face right up against Yen A's trembling skin. She held her breath, frozen like a statue. Cold sweat poured down her spine. With death practically breathing down her neck, Yen A could only let out choked, terrified whimpers. Ah! Then, suddenly, the zombie girl froze. She violently snapped her head to the side as if she'd just caught the scent of far more agonizing prey, completely ditching a totally stunned Yen A. At that exact moment, the wicked stepmother whipped her head around, breaking into a cold sweat as a savage roar erupted right beside her. Ironically enough, the zombie girl completely ignored Yen A and lunged straight for the stepmother, making the old hag's eyes bulge out in sheer horror. What the hell is this? Talk about instant karma. The stepmother sprinted for her miserable life, screaming at the top of her lungs with the monster hot on her heels. Get the hell away from me! Slumped on the ground, Yen A stared blankly at the bizarre spectacle. Her face was a picture of pure bewilderment as she thought to herself, wait, did it really just spare me? Still lost in her daze, Yen A flinched and looked up, spotting two men sprinting for their lives from the intersection. The street was an absolute war zone. People were trampling over one another, fleeing in blind panic as a massive horde of zombies charged in like a pack of starving beasts. Jolted back to her senses, Yen A forced herself to stand up and blindly bolted forward. She kept glancing back over her shoulder, her eyes wide with absolute terror, her body completely shattered, but her legs had hit their absolute limit, dragging her into a heavy, agonizing limp. She gritted her teeth in pure despair. I can't run any faster. Utterly drained, her legs turned to jelly. Yen A collapsed, slamming hard onto the rough asphalt and wincing as a sharp, paralyzing pain shot through her entire body. Suddenly, Yen A's eyes flew open in shock. Right on the very edge of total despair, she had found her ultimate lifeline. Lying completely abandoned next to a mangled, bloody corpse on the sidewalk was her one glimmer of hope, an electric scooter. Ignoring the ravenous horde of zombies charging from behind, Yen A grabbed the handlebars, squeezing her eyes shut as she frantically prayed. But please, just give me a little bit of battery! And then, an absolute miracle. The digital display suddenly flickered to life, glowing with a beautiful, promising 80%. She was stunned. But in that exact split second, a blood-soaked zombie charged at her with horrifying speed, its jaw unhinged, absolutely starving to tear its prey to shreds. The gap closed in an instant. The monster's rotting, veiny hand shot out inches away from snagging the back of Yen A's shirt, but as she blasted forward, its foul, blood-stained fingers only managed to graze the very tips of her long hair, violently swiping at empty air. Losing its balance after missing its catch, the zombie took a brutal nosedive, slamming its ugly face right into the brick pavement with a sickening thud. Gunning the throttle just in the nick of time, Yen A zipped away. She glanced over her shoulder, her face drenched in cold sweat but beaming with sheer relief. She had actually just slipped right out of the jaws of death. She left behind an absolute nightmare of a street, where the monsters were now frenziedly hunting down other doomed victims outside a coffee shop. The scooter carried her deep into a dead-silent residential zone. Row after row of red brick houses sat eerily still, trapped beneath a tangled, chaotic web of power lines stretching across the sky. The scooter's wheels tore through the wind against the asphalt, carrying the very last shred of the young girl's hope for survival. But her relief was violently short-lived. Yen A's face suddenly drained of color, and heavy drops of sweat began to pour down her face in rising panic. The dashboard started blinking frantically. That beautiful 80 from earlier had totally tanked down to a miserable 18%. Panic gripped her chest. No! Don't do this. Is it really out of battery already? Left with absolutely zero options, she let the crawling scooter coast into a dead, sloping alleyway, where only a handful of abandoned cars sat parked by the curb. Yen A hit the brakes and let out a heavy, ragged sigh, her anxious eyes darting around the completely alien neighborhood. Where the hell am I? Lasai? I've been running for my life so blindly, I don't even know which way is which anymore. Right in the middle of her panicked attempt to find her bearings, she froze dead in her tracks. Two rabid zombies were hurling themselves down the top of the slope, sprinting straight for her. With her back against the wall, Yen-A tossed aside the dead scooter, whipped around, and bolted back the way she came. "This is driving me insane," she internally screamed, cursing her incredibly twisted fate. She ran like her life depended on it. Her face completely drained of color as the monster stubbornly snapped at her heels. Her breathing grew dangerously ragged, her chest burning like it was about to explode. Fighting through the absolute crushing exhaustion, she tried to force herself forward. I absolutely cannot die some pathetic, pointless death right here. But her legs refused to listen to reason anymore. They were completely shot, dragging across the harsh pavement in heavy, agonizing steps. I can't just die like this! Suddenly, a massive, bloated zombie lunged out from the pack, its blood-soaked jaws unhinged wildly, fully prepared to rip Yen-A to absolute shreds. Crashing down on her like the Grim Reaper's scythe, the zombie violently pinned her to the ground. The crazed monster thrashed and snarled, baring its fangs in a display of pure, relentless fury. Drowning in absolute panic, Yen-A's eyes filled with hot tears as she completely surrendered to her grim fate. So, this is really how it ends. She squeezed her eyes shut. Hot tears of absolute despair slipped down her cheeks as her subconscious faintly whispered a single name. Young Min-jun! Suddenly, the blood-soaked claws of the undead were violently yanked straight off her body. A man dressed entirely in black had moved like lightning, effortlessly hurling the monstrous creature away to shield her. Collapsed against the cold brick road, Yen-A looked up in total awe at her mysterious savior, standing tall right in the heart of this deadly siege. But what genuinely shocked her was the glaring, shiny metal handcuff dangling freely from one of his wrists. His broad, unshakable back stood tall and defiant, fiercely prepared to take on the savage horde of zombies closing in around them. The young man, his dark, unruly hair catching the wind, smoothly unsheathed the lethal dagger. His eyes flashed with cold, absolute authority. "Get behind me, now!" The absolute chaos of the moment seemed to violently freeze. The intense scene seamlessly transitioned, fading into the warped reflection of a convex traffic mirror sitting peacefully on a quiet street corner under a brilliant blue sky. Faint rays of morning light bled through the heavy iron bars of a small window, casting pale shadows across a cramped, violently messy room stacked high with cardboard boxes. Right in the middle of the suffocating space, Yen-A sat huddled on a cheap, thin mattress on the floor, burying herself tightly inside a heavy blanket. She wrinkled her nose, suddenly assaulted by a very familiar, deeply damp draft of air. It's that exact same basement smell. Just like Young Min-jun's place. Creak! The door abruptly swung open, making Yen-A jump straight out of her skin. Her eyes blew wide with pure, unfiltered paranoia as her knuckles turned white, fiercely gripping the edges of her thick blanket. Her mysterious saviors in black casually strolled in. He stared her down with an incredibly infuriating, deadpan expression, dropping a deeply sarcastic remark. "Well, what do we have here? You seriously haven't run away yet?" He took a slow, deliberate step toward the edge of the mattress where she was cowering. That damn metal handcuff still dangled freely from his wrist, practically radiating a lethal threat. He slowly, agonizingly, leaned his cold, intimidating face right into Yen-A's personal space. His intense, overwhelming presence made her violently flinch, shrinking herself even deeper into the blanket. Her wide, trembling eyes screamed of pure, helpless panic. "Whoa, what do you want? What the hell are you trying to do to me?" "Drop the blanket." His voice cut through the air, icy and completely detached. But her brain was still totally trapped in survival mode. Instead of listening, Yen-A desperately yanked the fabric up to cover the lower half of her bruised face. Hot tears welled up in her eyes as she fiercely glared at him, trying to look intimidating with whatever pitiful ounce of strength she had left. "I swear, if you so much as lay a single finger on me, I will absolutely make you regret it." Despite her viciously hissing like a cornered cat, Ji-ho merely dropped his gaze with terrifying calmness. He completely ignored her threat, bluntly diagnosing her injury in a flat, deadpan tone. "Looks like you tore a ligament." Without missing a beat, he pulled out an ice pack. With just one hand, he expertly pressed it against her fiercely swollen ankle. His other hand hung loosely by his side, that heavy metal handcuff still swinging like a silent warning bell. "Hold still, let me ice it," he murmured softly. "You're burning out. You need to rest." Yen-A's eyes blew wide in utter shock. Pure, unfiltered confusion washed over her dirt-streaked face as she peeked at her reluctant savior from behind the safety of her blanket. Gathering every single ounce of courage she had left in her trembling body, she finally forced herself to question her former enemy. Why did you save me?" The bitter memory surged forward, and she fiercely pushed back with deep, burning resentment. "The last time we met, you literally locked me inside a room full of infected freaks. You completely tortured me." Ji-ho lowered his head, letting the harsh shadows completely swallow his expression. When he spoke, his deeply husky voice dripped with dark, dangerous implications. "Even if I am just some escaped convict straight off death row." A dangerously arrogant smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. His sharp, predatory gaze flicked up to pierce right through her. "I don't just go around slaughtering people for the fun of it. Suddenly, Joe leaned in, dropping a blunt remark that made the whole room freeze. You need to get a little dirty. Yen A's face instantly drained of color. Excuse me? The sheltered princess's overactive imagination immediately went into overdrive. She shrank back against the wall, screaming internally. Get dirty? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Ugh, men really are all the same. You absolute pervert. The only person who could ever... Watching her dramatic trembling act, Joe let out a long, heavy sigh. One look and it's obvious you've been living in a bubble like a spoiled little princess, he mocked. Didn't I tell you last time what it takes to actually survive? He completely ignored her dumbfounded gasp. Huh? He casually delivered his verdict. Anyway, with that busted leg of yours, you're not going anywhere. Just hole up here and rest for a few days until it heals. Hearing that, Yen A panicked and immediately protested, her hands gripping the blanket tight. No, wait, I can't do that. The safe zone is a total mess right now, and I still need to find my friends. Her frantic refusal was instantly shut down by the freezing glare Joe shot over his shoulder. Oh, really? Well, if you're that dead set on leaving, I'm not going to waste my breath stopping you. He poured a bucket of ice water right over her stubbornness. But dragging that crippled leg out into the streets? I guarantee you'll be breakfast for those freaks in a heartbeat. Yen A was instantly choked up, unable to argue back, while he casually threw on his windbreaker. Joe gave her a side eye, softening his tone just a fraction to ease the tension. If you're that anxious, I'll go check it out and report back. I've got a few bastards I need to hunt down out there anyway. Yen A was stunned, but she still couldn't completely let her guard down. She furrowed her brows, twisting her fingers nervously. Just a little while ago, you were ready to kill my friends. How am I supposed to trust you? Joe turned his back to leave, his broad shoulders radiating a dark, chilling aura. Because my target has changed. Standing at the door, he threw a glance over his shoulder, his tone careless. Long story short, I'll track them down and see what the hell is going on over there. If I'm not back by 6 p.m. tonight, just assume I'm dead and figure out how to survive on your own. And if you still don't trust me, feel free to run away right now. Right before walking out, he didn't forget to leave behind a painfully rough sort of care. I left some grub in the fridge. If you get hungry, shove it down your throat. Yena could only sit there in stunned silence, her wide eyes watching as the heavy wooden door slammed shut. It instantly plunged the rundown, cramped motel room back into dark, suffocating silence. Left entirely alone on that cheap, tacky mattress, she stared blankly ahead, muttering to herself in absolute bewilderment. Just, what the hell is his real identity? Leaving that suffocating basement behind, the scene sharply shifted to a commercial complex named UAMPC. On the outside, sunlight violently reflected off the flashy glass facade, but inside, death was lurking. Deep within the pitch-black corridors of the server rooms, frantic muzzle flashes tore through the eerie silence, illuminating the grotesque, rotting corpses that had been gunned down in droves. Two men clad in tactical black, grips tight on their automatic rifles, laid down suppressive fire while cautiously navigating the maze of tangled pipes. The guy in the baseball cap had cold sweat beading on his forehead, muttering frantic calculations under his breath. He's definitely on this floor. How much ammo do we have left? Damn it, I think we're running on empty. Suddenly, he threw up a hand, signaling to halt. He pressed his back hard against the wall, his muzzle raised and dead-centered in high alert. A vicious glint of bloodlust flashed in his eyes as he peeked around a traditional calligraphy screen. Their sights locked dead onto a tightly shut restroom door at the far end of the corridor. The guy in the cap immediately leaned in, hissing a whisper to his partner. No chatter. Judging by the firing rate, there's only one bastard in there. A cold sweat washed over him as he muttered, his brain working in overdrive under the crushing tension. Every second counts. We take him out right now. Without a single second of hesitation, he unleashed a brutal front kick, blasting the restroom door wide open. His rifle was raised, finger completely ready to squeeze the trigger. But the moment he caught a glimpse of the grime-covered mirror, his eyes bulged in pure shock. Something was horribly wrong. He squeezed the trigger, unleashing a frantic hail of bullets that shredded a boombox sitting on a utility cart, the exact thing that had been looping the decoy gunfire. Suddenly, the corporal's face completely drained of color. Cold sweat poured down his back as the sickening realization hit him. They had just walked straight into a death trap. Standing right next to him was a bald freak, a gun pointed dead at his head. Bang! A ruthless volley from an unseen sniper outside slammed into the building, tearing through the air with raw, murderous intent. The lethal barrage of bullets echoed relentlessly. The ceramic tiles of the restroom exploded into dust, leaving behind a deep, smoking crater reeking of burnt gunpowder. Reacting with lightning speed, Ha-Chun lunged forward, dragging the guy in the cap hard onto the floor just in time to dodge the Reaper. Both of their rifles instantly snapped up, aiming straight out the shattered window. In that split second, the bald guy had already been lit up, his chest riddled with bleeding bullet holes. Pressed hard against the wall, the subordinate gritted his teeth, bitterly mocking his own rookie mistake. They had almost been completely wiped out by a cheap diversion tactic. Damn it, you really don't learn a thing until you taste real combat yourself. The guy in the cap winced sharply as the burning pain hit him, making his subordinate whip his head around in sheer panic. Corporal! The sleeve on the corporal's shoulder had been grazed, fresh blood seeping out and rapidly dyeing the fabric a dark crimson. Are you okay? The corporal quickly clamped his hand over the wound, gritting his teeth to brush off the concern. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. I can still move. But the subordinate was incredibly stubborn. That is not just a normal scratch, sir. You need to bandage that up right now. The corporal growled, putting the mission above his own life. Just wrap it tight. It'll hold. What matters right now is checking if that sniper bastard is still out there. Ha ha! Ha-Chun checked his magazine, staring blankly at the rifle before letting out a heavy, helpless sigh. Son of a bitch, that was my very last bullet. They were completely dry. Moving fast and sharp, the subordinate ripped his own sleeve apart, tying a makeshift tourniquet to temporarily stop the corporal's bleeding. The corporal looked up at his junior, his rough voice softening with genuine gratitude. Hey, thanks. You really saved my ass back there. The younger soldier replied, his tone heavy with guilt and humility. No, sir, I should have done a way better job covering you. His eyes suddenly turned razor sharp, fiercely determined to take on the frontline danger. I'll hunt down the rest of those escaped death row freaks. You just stay here and wait for orders, Corporal. There's 2 of them left at most. Knowing exactly how notoriously cunning their targets were, the corporal immediately shot that idea down. Are you crazy? There really are 2 of them. You going out there alone is basically suicide. I've still got one good arm. We move out together. The junior soldier looked at him, sick with worry. Are you absolutely sure you're okay to move, sir? The corporal gave a sharp jerk of his chin. Doesn't matter. Those infected freaks are gonna swarm this place any second thanks to that damn speaker. We need to get the hell out of this kill box. Right now. Staring up at the tangled mess of pipes on the ceiling, the corporal gave a grim warning. That horde is one thing, but the infected have already swarmed this area. It is a total death trap. If you see a spare jacket lying around, grab it and put it on right away. You need the protection. The rookie nodded in absolute obedience. Understood, sir. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, screaming out a desperate message from the other end. This is Bei Sun Ho. The North Hall of Gagunja has been breached. We are almost completely wiped out. Cold sweat poured down the corporal's face as he gritted his teeth, cursing their rotten luck. Damn it all! Meanwhile, the scene shifted deep down into the pitch-black subway tunnels, where a flickering flashlight guided the footsteps of 3 men. The one named Sun Ho urgently reported their status. David and I just made it down to the subway station. We had nowhere else to run, so we forced the safety doors open and climbed down onto the tracks. The heavyset guy beside him muttered in sheer panic. What? The tracks inside are definitely crawling with the infected. What about Jungmin Jun? Sun Ho hesitated. About that. Min Jun acted as bait. He lured the infected away toward Asan Station. Clutching the radio, Sun Ho let out a heavy sigh, breaking the grim news with a dark, defeated look. As for Yona, she got cut off from us while we were running. We do not know if she's dead or alive right now. A hand wrapped in a varsity jacket squeezed the walkie-talkie tightly. From the other end, the voice barked out an absolutely fierce command. We will search for Yeon-ah ourselves, but in return, you must protect Jungmin Jun at all costs. Sun Ho frantically agreed. Yes, sir. Please do not worry too much about Min Jun. Sweat beaded on Sun Ho's face as he received the final instruction, keeping his radio open. If anything happens, report back immediately. Sun Ho meekly replied. Copy that. The heavyset guy beside him winced, pure anxiety flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. Damn it, Yona, do you think she's really okay? Sun Ho looked away, dropping a harsh, cold dose of reality. I don't know. To be completely honest, our chances are incredibly slim. They looked up helplessly at the glass doors of the station lobby above, where dozens of blood-soaked zombies were violently smashing against the barrier in a frenzy. Sun Ho analyzed the bleak situation. There is no way we can climb back up to the lobby now. Our only option is to follow the tracks and find Jungmin Jun. The heavyset guy muttered a sarcastic remark to calm his own nerves. Let's just hope Min Jun is still in one piece. That brat has a loud mouth and loves to argue, so he won't die that easily. Walking alongside them in the pitch dark, the foreign soldier named David maintained intense focus. Staring straight ahead, he whispered in English, trying to stay as quiet as humanly possible. Let's move. The silhouettes of the 3 men slowly vanished deeper into the blood-drenched, shadow-consumed tunnel, carrying the most fragile of prayers in the midst of the apocalypse. Please be alive, Min Jun. Above them, the subway ceiling was drowned in a suffocating, thick darkness, swallowing every last drop of light in the flickering hope of humanity. The flashlight cut through the oppressive gloom of the tunnel. David, the foreign soldier, glanced up, silently assessing the situation. Did the infected up on the tracks really just vanish? The heavyset guy muttered in deep regret. Man, if we had known, we should have just brought the survivors down here to hide. It would have been so much safer. Sun Ho raised the radio to his mouth, dripping with cold sweat as he reported their current coordinates. This is Bei Sun Ho. We are about to enter the next station, approaching Asan Station now. But his desperate report was met with nothing but dead silence on the other end. Sun Ho called out softly, a hint of despair in his voice. Corporal, he is not answering. He is still okay, right? The heavyset guy in glasses started to whimper, tears welling up in his eyes like a terrified child. Are we Are we actually going to make it out of here alive? Sun Ho instantly snapped at him, furious. Shut up with that weak garbage, you idiot! You are making me paranoid too! Staring at the broad, dependable back of the American soldier leading the way, the heavyset guy whispered, clinging to him like a final lifeline. Right now, the only person we can trust is David, Sun Ho agreed, his voice dripping with a bitter mix of irony. In this hellhole, who would have thought we'd end up relying on an American soldier? But hey, I heard that if we stick with David, the US military will rescue us and take us to some base in Okinawa or Japan. Is that true? You crazy bastards. Hell, maybe we'll even get to stroll around Akihabara in Tokyo while we're at it. Cutting off their idiotic delusions, David shot them an icy glare and growled in English, demanding they shut the hell up and maintain absolute silence. Ignoring the grumbling, the trio fixed their eyes forward, where a faint light finally emerged at the end of the tunnel. I can see it now. There is still no sign of the infected on the tracks leading into Asan Station. The station sign hanging on the wall gradually became clear under the dim light, marking the next destination in their perilous underground journey. However, as the flashlight beam hit the platform, David frowned deeply, a flash of pure shock and defensive tension crossing his face. Sun Ho's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he peered through the transparent glass. What the hell? The safety doors! They are completely sealed. Do you think Young Min-jun locked the infected inside? The heavyset guy beside him quickly poured cold water over that hopeful fantasy. Or maybe that horde was already trapped in there to begin with. The flashlight swept over the endless, suffocating stretch of tracks. The heavyset guy muttered his dark suspicions in a state of growing panic. Or maybe he just kept going to the next station? Meanwhile, far above the suffocating, pitch-black underground, the city sky peeked through with fluffy white clouds and a mocking, vibrant blue, a cruel contrast to the living hell below. Back with the surface squad, the cap-wearing corporal pressed himself against a rusted barrel and a military truck. Sweating bullets, he cautiously peeked out to scout the narrow alleyway. The sight before him was an absolute nightmare. The entire narrow passage was jammed tight with the wandering undead, leaving zero room to breathe. The corporal swallowed his bitter realization. So, this route is completely compromised too. Hiding behind the fence, his subordinate Ha-chun bit his lip, his face heavy with dread. The shelter zone is totally flattened. Is there even any way we can rebuild this place? The corporal frowned, trying to analyze the malicious motives of the rioters. Why the hell would those bastards go to such extremes? It is probably because their crew died because of us. They want bloody revenge. Looking up at the empty scaffolding and barbed wire fencing, completely void of a single soul, Ha-chun nervously voiced his theory. I don't hear the gunfire anymore. Do you think the rest of them went into hiding, or just completely bailed? The corporal nodded in grim agreement. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Ha-chun's knuckles turned white as he gripped his rifle, anxiously waiting for his superior's next move. What's our play here? There's got to be survivors scattered all over these buildings. The corporal fell into a grim silence, trapped in this deadly dilemma. Suddenly, a grotesque, guttural roar shattered the quiet. Ha-chun's eyes went wide. He whipped around, only to find a massive, bloated freak blocking their path. Its neck was a mangled mess of slick, fresh blood. It threw its head back, letting out a blood-curdling, savage screech that froze the two soldiers to the bone, before their survival instincts violently kicked in. The corporal and his subordinate bolted for their lives into a nearby narrow alley. This way! Ha-chun scrambled frantically, sticking close to his commanding officer. Copy that! The two soldiers pounded the asphalt, pushing their legs to the absolute limit as they desperately tried to outrun the Grim Reaper snapping at their heels. But the moment Ha-chun glanced back, the color drained from his face. What the hell is this? I swear this path was completely clear a second ago. A horde of zombies suddenly poured out of the bank like a swarm of angry hornets. The corporal fell back to provide cover, barking a fierce order at his subordinate. Hold your fire! Make a mad dash straight for Gate 10, and don't you dare look back! Seeing the wounded corporal lagging behind, Ha-chun panicked. Sir, let me carry you. The corporal brutally shot him down, sacrificing himself to give his comrade a way out. My damn legs still work fine. Just keep your head down and run. Weighed down by their bulky gear, the two soldiers had no choice but to sprint for their lives down the sidewalk. Hot on their heels, the horde of freaks charged with terrifying speed, hungry to tear them limb from limb. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Ha-chun grimaced, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently in this breathless marathon for survival. A brief flashback flashed before his eyes. A faded sign reading Baek Ali materialized, leading into a cramped, pitch-black alleyway squeezed between crumbling buildings under a bleak, suffocating gray sky. Up ahead, the silhouettes of three kids with backpacks were running frantically for their lives. A grating voice shouting in Chinese echoed out, ordering its gang, "Grab those little bastards!" They were still running blindly, desperate to survive. Ha-chun winced, his breath catching in his burning throat as his stamina was utterly drained from the endless chase. Just a bit further down, a chilling instinct screamed that something was horribly wrong behind him. Drenched in a cold sweat, the subordinate whipped his head around, his footsteps skidding to a halt in the middle of the trash-littered alley. Ha-chun stared in pure horror. His younger teammate had taken a hard fall. At that exact moment, two massive, vicious-looking inmates were charging right at them. Chun's face went deathly pale, his eyes wide with sheer, absolute terror. He was eaten alive by crushing regret and absolute despair. If only I had made a different choice back then. The camera zoomed in on his razor-sharp, resolute, yet intensely tormented eyes. The eyes of a man burdened by an agonizing, unanswered question. Could I have saved my little brother too? Back to the corporal bringing up the rear. Slowed down by his shoulder wound, a zombie lunged at him from behind, tackling him hard onto the unforgiving brick pavement with a violently agonizing thud. Balancing on the razor's edge of life and death, the corporal miraculously braced himself, leaned back, and fired a dead center shot straight through the skull of the female monster trying to tear his throat out. Ha-Chun's horrified, desperate scream pierced the air. Sir! The corporal collapsed on the street, his clothes and limbs utterly drenched in blood. Gritting his teeth in agony, he hoisted his rifle against his shoulder, aiming steadily as he squeezed out every last drop of his fading strength to clear the monsters. Another lethal round left the barrel, and the head of a zombie in a blue suit exploded into a mist of blood and bone, the headless corpse instantly dropping to the pavement. But even an ocean of bullets eventually runs dry. The now useless rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering helplessly onto the red bricks. Wounded, unarmed, and completely exhausted, the corporal slumped on the ground, straining his neck to scream at his subordinate to leave him behind. You go on without me. Hak-Cha-Chun, I'll draw their aggro. Get the hell out of here. Leaving behind that fiercely brave soldier was a terrifying wave of monsters crashing toward him like a vicious flood. These ugly bastards, they're tracking the stench of my blood. The corporal sat rooted to the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs, offering up his own battered body as bait for the horde. I'm trusting you to protect Min-Jun. At all costs, keep that boy alive and get him safely to the States. Seeing Chun still hesitating, the corporal roared in absolute fury, his final command echoing through the blood-soaked street. Run, now! The moment Hak-Cha-Chun turned and ran, only one silhouette remained in his mind. The image of Min-Jun running blindly through those chaotic alleys, leaving behind the tragic victims being ripped apart by the undead horde. Everything flashed before his eyes like a haunting slow-motion film. The young boy's face kept violently flashing in Chun's mind. His heavy combat boots slammed relentlessly against the cracked bricks. Hak-Cha-Chun tortured himself over his broken oath. I literally swore to God, I swore I'd never gamble my life for anyone else but my little sister. The fleeting memory rushed back, slapping him right in the face. It was the moment he frantically grabbed his blood-drenched commander's arm. Boss, get up, now! I've got you. We're getting the hell out of here. Met with that fiery loyalty, the captain just looked at him with a mix of shock and pure irritation. What the hell kind of crazy stunt are you pulling right now? Without skipping a beat, he aggressively yanked the corporal's arm over his shoulder. I absolutely refuse to die a pathetic dog's death in this godforsaken corner. Hak-Cha-Chun gritted his teeth and hoisted his assault rifle, his razor-sharp eyes locking dead onto the targets ahead. With lethal precision, his finger flicked the safety off, switching from semi-auto to full-blown burst mode, ready to serve up a glorious feast of lead. In an instant, the muzzle spat ferocious hellfire, completely shredding the incoming zombie front line. Flesh and blood painted the sky, crafting a chillingly violent masterpiece. Obliterating the obstacles in the blink of an eye, Hak-Cha-Chun coldly lifted his finger off the trigger, radiating the ultimate badass aura of a true combat veteran. He quickly dove in and hoisted the groaning, wincing corporal squarely onto his shoulders, making sure to inject a little tough love motivation. Don't you even think about waving that white flag, sir. But the universe had a sick sense of humor. Just as a glimmer of hope sparked, a blood-stained freak in a white shirt lunged out of the blind spot. Its dead, milky eyes were locked onto them, jaws snapping for flesh. Caught completely off guard, Hak-Cha-Chun threw his own body into the brutal impact, shielding his violently swaying boss from the Reaper's claws. In that explosive tackle, a tactical combat knife flew from its sheath, clattering helplessly onto the sidewalk pavement, a bitter reminder of human frailty against the monstrous horde. From above, it was an absolute chaotic mess. 3 bodies tangled and pinned together. Hak-Chun desperately wrestled the rabid zombie, fighting tooth and nail to save his captain trapped beneath him. The frenzied monster stretched its horrifying neck, snapping its jaws wildly at Chun. Still pinned underneath, the corporal summoned every ounce of his remaining strength, violently yanking the freak's shirt back from behind. Sweat poured in buckets down his brow. Chun shut his eyes tight and clenched his jaw, veins popping on his neck in this deeply desperate, life-or-death tug of war. While all hell broke loose on the ground, the sky above remained mockingly blue and radiant, right up until a sudden volley of gunfire tore through the air from a distance. Like a savior descending from heaven, a soldier in full camo dashed toward them, waving his arms frantically. Run! Over here! Now! Following his finger, an armored olive-green military jeep was already idling, its engine roaring, promising a flawless escape from this living hell. In seconds, both men were hauled into the vehicle, leaving the bloodthirsty zombie horde in the dust. Once safely settled in the back, the corporal gasped for air. His face was deathly pale, but he looked at his subordinate with deeply genuine, grateful eyes. Damn, I really thought we were going to meet our maker this time. Thank you. Hak-Chun, you've saved my life twice now. But instead of breathing a sigh of relief, cold sweat poured down Hak-Chun's dirt-streaked face. He whispered back to his boss, a sickening dread settling in his gut. Boss. The young soldier's eyes dropped, heavy with despair, dropping a sentence that froze the air inside the car. Please, just let me out here. Me out. The corporal whipped around, stunned. What the hell are you talking about? The commander's brow twitched, his eyes widening in pure terror as his brain slowly pieced together the nightmare that had just happened. Wait, hold on. His gaze was glued to the floorboards where thick crimson drops of blood had splattered, forming a haunting trail like a silent death sentence. Throat bone dry, the corporal snapped his head back to look at his closest brother in arms, his voice cracking with absolute dread. Hak-chun, tell me you didn't just get bitten. In response to that desperate plea, Hak-chun could only hang his head, sweat dripping down his face as a wave of bitter agony washed over him. His silence was the cruelest ending for a brave hero. The corporal's hands clamped down on his young comrade's bleeding arm, a grip heavy with absolute shock and total despair. The commander recoiled, his face deathly pale, sweating bullets as he stammered out in raw disbelief. What? You got bitten? Please, sir, you need to get out of the car, right now, Hak-chun urged, not giving his boss a single second to process the horrific news. Wait. The corporal cut him off. He was still desperately clinging to a sliver of hope, even knowing he was just lying to himself. No way. It's just a scratch, right? You just caught it on something, didn't you? His eyes went wide, staring blankly at the wound as he muttered in pure denial. There is no way you got bitten. Crushing that final hope, Hak-chun squeezed his eyes shut, delivering the cold truth like a blade ending his own life. It's real, I'm sure of it. The young soldier lowered his head, breaking into a cold sweat as he offered a bitter apology for an irreversible fate. I'm going to turn soon. I'm so sorry, sir. He looked up at his commander with bloodshot eyes. Hak-chun made one final request, a chilling plea, yet one steeped in deep brotherhood. Can I ask you for one last favor? Please, shoot me. Burying his head in his knees inside the cramped jeep, Hak-chun confessed a man's ultimate terror right before turning into a monster. I really don't want to become one of those things. I'd rather just die. That plea dropped like a boulder, suffocating the space between them. The corporal could only stare blankly at his younger comrade. A heavy silence spoke 1,000 words. The commander's shoulders began to tremble. His eyes squeezed shut, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought back a choked sob. Finally, he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking violently in the shadows. A battle-hardened soldier, now weeping helplessly at his brother's tragedy. The scene cuts to an unfinished construction site beneath a piercing blue sky. A billboard for the Aeong luxury villas stood there, mocking their grim reality. In front of a shipping container plastered with safety first signs, Hak-chun and the corporal stood face to face. The tension was absolutely suffocating. The man looked at the soldier in black, his eyes heavy with agonizing dread as he carefully confirmed the cruel decision. Are you really going to do it yourself? The corporal simply replied, yeah, short but absolute. The man in black extended a steady hand, gripping the cold military pistol, handing over the weapon with a choked-up blessing. Here's the gun. I'm leaving it to you. Handing over that bloody duty. The man turned and walked toward the jeep, leaving the corporal behind in a crushing silence. The dry, mechanical clack of a gun racking around echoed out. The man in black gripped the handle tight, bracing for a mission no one ever wanted to do. The corporal turned his head, his eyes welling up with tears as he looked at his comrade one last time, choking out a bitter farewell. I'm so sorry, Hak-chun. Hak-chun looked up at his boss. His soot-stained face was beaded with sweat, but his eyes were eerily calm. He replied with total understanding, It's okay, corporal. In that moment between life and death, Hak-chun started telling a story, almost to comfort himself and the ones he was leaving behind. On the way here, I met a professor. The wife and son who went to the shelter together, that was his family, right? Hak-chun nodded. Yeah, that's right. The man in black sighed. I hope they made it out safe. They evacuated to the other building, so they should be fine. Hak-chun continued his memory, his voice deep and laced with a quiet sorrow. Anyway, that professor got infected too, just like me right now. His memory pulled him back to a room bathed in dull, red light, where the professor lay gasping on a bed. His wife and son were on their knees beside him, sobbing uncontrollably while everyone else watched helplessly. With a gentle, heartbreaking smile, the professor left them with one final lesson about life. Everyone has to die someday. Still holding onto that peaceful smile, the professor embraced death as an absolute certainty. It's just a matter of whether it comes a little earlier or a little later. Standing at the container doors, Hak-chun smiled with relief, sharing the truth he had come to accept. I think the professor just said that so little Harun wouldn't be too sad, but those words really hit me hard. If my time to die really came, I figured facing it with that mindset would make going out a bit easier. And now, with death knocking at his door, Hak-chun faced it with incredible bravery.
Now that it's come to this, I want to remember his words and go out in peace. The young soldier's face glowed with a rare serenity in the middle of the apocalypse.
He repeated that final truth, because in the end, we all have to die anyway. Still clutching the bite mark on his arm, Hak-chun spoke his final words, freeing the ones left behind from their crushing guilt. Me getting infected isn't your fault, Corporal, and you pulling this trigger, that's not your sin to carry either. Squeezing his eyes tightly shut to hold back a flood of tears, the corporal gritted his teeth, enduring a soul-tearing agony as he listened to his subordinate's dying wish. So please, don't torture yourself over this. The corporal's mind flashed back to right before they got in the jeep to escape, when he had desperately entrusted Hak Chun with a heavy burden. Hak Chun, if things go wrong and you run into Min Jun and Yana again, I don't know what I'll say about you, but more importantly, the commander's eyes gleamed with iron resolve, staking his very life on this promise. I am betting everything I have on this. I swear you will find your sister. Hak Chun was stunned by such absolute trust. Sweat rolling down his cheek, he whispered his boss's name with profound respect. Facing the corporal's comfort, he gently shook his head and stifled a sigh. Boss, you don't have to say all that just to cheer me up. I don't have any reason left to keep dragging out this life for someone else's sake. If only I could have made it to the very end. For whatever time you have left, please, just live for yourself. Hak Chun offered a relieved smile, a rare glimpse of peace in this living hell. So please, don't let my death mean nothing. The corporal's steady hand raised the pistol. His cold index finger rested on the trigger, bracing for a bloody duty he never wanted. The barrel aimed dead center at Hak Chun's head. The corporal froze. The line between life and death was now just the feather-light squeeze of a trigger. The commander's eyes half closed, sweat pouring down his face. Bulging veins betrayed the violent agony, tearing apart the hardened veteran's soul. The corporal turned his face away. His gun arm dropped, totally powerless, he muttered, crushed by his own failure. I can't! The corporal's eyes went red, tears spilling over without control. He bowed his head, surrendering to the weakness born of their brotherhood. I really can't pull the trigger. Hak Chun looked at his broken boss and offered a soft, understanding smile. I know. Then, please, give the gun to me. Without a shred of hesitation, Hak Chun reached out, calmly taking the pistol from the shaking commander's hand. Gripping the deadly weapon, Hak Chun looked at the corporal with a strange, chilling calmness, as if he had just been handed an everyday tool rather than the instrument of his own doom. The corporal threw his arms wide, crushing his captain in a tight embrace, an embrace that spoke 1,000 unsaid goodbyes. Hot tears soaked through the resilient young soldier's shoulder. Hak Chun half closed his eyes, soaking in this rare, fleeting warmth of humanity amidst the apocalypse. The camera pulled back, capturing the two men locked in an embrace by the container doors. The dead silence of the messy construction site framed their quiet, tragic farewell. Cutting to the messy office container inside, Hak Chun slumped on the floor, his back against a filing cabinet. His eyes stared blankly into the void, the young soldier's face radiating pure, lonely calm. He muttered, questioning himself in the final moments of his life. Professor. His right hand, still gripping the gun, hung loosely over his thigh. Hak Chun stared at his own bloody wound, whispering to the dead. In the end, I got infected too, just like you, Professor. He looked up through the iron-barred window. The sunlight filtered in with cruel indifference as he threw a question into the emptiness. Professor, after you turned, are you still trapped in there, living in the body of an infected... What does that even feel like? I don't have the guts to live as one of them like you did, and I sure as hell don't want to. The young soldier's eyes hardened, repeating his final truth before ending his own fate. Just like you used to say, Professor. Everyone dies eventually, so I'm calling it quits here. Without a second of hesitation, Hak Chun slowly raised the pistol, pressing the freezing barrel tight against his temple. Bathed in the faint light bleeding through the door crack, the young soldier's face looked completely at peace. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the bullet of mercy. Right before pulling the trigger, Hak Chun slightly furrowed his brow, summing up his entire storm-battered life with one short bitter thought. My life! A sudden flood of memories hit him, dragging Hak Chun back to a rundown apartment hallway. Flickering fluorescent lights cast eerie shadows over the closed wooden doors. Inside a cramped, suffocating room, 3 kids huddled on a filthy old carpet. The oldest boy stared in absolute panic as a middle-aged man bolted away. Big brother, what just happened? Did that guy just betray us? He was gonna sell us off, wasn't he? The youngest sibling, eyes brimming with tears, gripped his shirt, shaking like a leaf. I'm so scared. Little Hak Chun, his face smeared with dirt and mud, swallowed his terror and tried to calm the crying kids. But what if one of us gets caught? What do we do? The boy's eyes turned fierce, loudly making a vow way too heavy for a child to bear. What do we do? Listen to me. None of you are getting caught. It's not happening. Tiny, but carrying the weight of the world, young Hak Chun doubled down on his oath to protect his siblings at all costs. I'd throw my own life away before I let them touch you guys, so don't worry. But the boy's face hardened, giving his younger brother a deadly serious, brutal reality check. If I get caught, you never look back. You hear me? You run and you don't ever look back. Got it? The younger brother looked at him with tearful eyes, accepting the heavy duty of protecting the youngest if the worst happened. If I'm not there, Daechun, you have to take good care of the little one, okay? The memory violently shifted to a gloomy dusk. 3 kids, wearing torn, frayed backpacks, were running for their absolute lives down a narrow alley. High-pitched, terrifying shouts in Chinese echoed from the human traffickers right on their heels. Catch those little brats right now! Young Hak Chun gasped for air, his face twisted in pain as he stayed in the back to shield his siblings. Sweat poured down his forehead in a suffocating race for freedom. Then, the heavy iron doors of a warehouse slammed shut behind Hak Chun, leaving a haunting dead silence. He threw his head back to look at the narrow alley. The trauma of that nightmarish escape rushed back into his mind. He remembered it clearly. The exact moment his little brother face-planted into the filthy dirt, with two massive, furious men charging right at them. Don't look back! Just run, Hak Chun! The desperate scream of his younger brother still echoed in his ears, slicing like a knife through the powerless older brother's heart. Don't give up! Don't you dare give up! Hak Chun screamed in his own mind. The image of that little boy with his fiercely resolute eyes pumped an invisible surge of power into his veins. Wiping away his tears, Hak Chun turned his back and sprinted forward like a madman. His tattered backpack bounced with every frantic footstep. He tightly gripped the bony hand of his youngest sister. Both their faces were masked in mud and tears as they ran like hell through the pitch-black alley, leaving their poor brother behind. Giving it everything he had, Hak Chun yanked his sister's arm, screaming until his throat bled in pure, bitter desperation. We are absolutely not giving up! Snapping back to his brutal reality, a single tear quietly slid down the young soldier's ash-stained cheek. Past and present smashed together into a pain too deep for words. With a violent swing of his arm, he chucked the pistol aside, completely shattering the thought of taking the easy way out. Looking up at the ceiling, Hak Chun whispered to his late mentor. Professor, just as you said, there comes a time when every human has to face death. He lowered his head, his voice dropping into a bitter, agonizing realization. It's just a matter of whether that death comes early or late. Suddenly, Hak Chun shot up to his feet, a fierce, unwavering determination ignited in his eyes. Which also means, if I give up right now, death comes early. But if I refuse to give in, it comes later, right? In the middle of the desolate construction site, surrounded by a chaotic mess of steel rebar and scaffolding, a crazy, desperate idea began to spark in the young soldier's mind. Professor, he murmured, his eyes locking onto a heavy-duty cargo strap lying abandoned on a pile of rubble. A fragile glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. I won't give up, for the sake of the only family I have left. He snatched up the strap and began wrapping it tightly around his bicep, turning it into a makeshift tourniquet. For my little sister. Sweat poured down him like rain. Hak Chun gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain, using every last ounce of his strength to pull the strap tight, desperately trying to stop the toxic blood from spreading through his veins. Right nearby, a table saw with a razor-sharp blade sat in dead silence. Sawdust was scattered across the surface, offering a gruesome, chilling suggestion for an unthinkable choice. Turning his back on an easy way out, the young soldier resolutely braced himself for absolute, excruciating agony. He grunted out a fierce vow. I will absolutely never give up on this life. Meanwhile, the evening sky descended, dyeing a corner of the city in a bloody pink hue over the tightly packed houses and tangled webs of power lines. It was the omen of a very long night ahead. Back in the cramped attic room, Yen-A was still fast asleep. Her breathing was steady and peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaotic world outside. Suddenly, her eyes twitched and snapped open in pure panic, as if she had just been jolted awake by a terrifying nightmare. Yen-A bolted upright. The dying light of the sunset weakly filtered through the window cracks. She looked around the empty room, a creeping sense of dread sinking into her chest. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she muttered anxiously to herself. Not yet! Is he still not back? She cast a nervous glance toward the front door. The terrifying silence of the room made her heart race wildly. A vague, suffocating mix of disappointment and fear began to consume her. Memories suddenly rushed back. In a pitch-black hallway, a young girl in a white hoodie had been thrown brutally to the floor, writhing in pain. She had looked up, her face pale with terror, completely drenched in sweat. Her eyes were wide with horror as she stared straight ahead. There, amidst horrifying laughter, a massive, heavy-set man in a prison uniform bearing the numbers 9243 stepped out from the shadows, flanked by two accomplices. He let out a disgusting, vile chuckle. Well, two of our boys might be dead, but who would have thought we'd find such a pretty little thing hiding out in here? Those two were useless anyway, completely deserved to die. All three escaped convicts closed in around the girl. One of them, sitting shirtless on a chair with a towel casually draped over his shoulder, spoke up with a sickeningly eager tone. Ah, that feels damn good. Suddenly, Ju stepped out from the bathroom. His heavily muscled body was on full display, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, his hair still soaking wet. The fat guy teased with a wicked grin. Oh, hey Ju, you planning on having the first bite? Joe glared at the group with absolute icy contempt, his voice low and threatening. Bite what? Get the hell out of my way. Completely ignoring their taunts, Ju crouched down. He reached out and pulled a jacket over the shivering, terrified girl to cover her up. Her eyes went wide with shock, having no idea what was happening. Joe's sharp, chiseled face and deep, stoic eyes looked straight at her. There wasn't a single trace of mockery or ill intent in his gaze. Snapping back to the present in the attic room, Yen-A questioned herself. But aren't they all from the exact same gang? That means that guy has to be one of them too. Sitting all alone in that suffocating attic, Yen A kept looking around, her face etched with deep anxiety. One question kept echoing endlessly in her mind. Where did everyone else go? Right at that moment, the door suddenly creaked open. The faint, agonizing sound made Yen A jump out of her skin, her heart pounding furiously against her ribs. Catching sight of Ju's familiar silhouette stepping inside, Yen A let out a tiny gasp. He was wearing his jacket now, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh like he had just survived a grueling battle. Still not daring to drop her guard, Yen A pulled the blanket up, hiding most of her face, and asked in a timid, shaky voice, How are things out there? The refugee camp, Ju lowered his head, his raspy voice delivering a devastating blow. That camp has been completely wiped out. There's no coming back from it. And as for your friends, even I don't know what happened to them. The crushing news left Yen A completely paralyzed. She stammered in sheer disbelief, her eyes wide, her face draining of all color. What? No, that's impossible. Her shock rapidly twisted into furious anger. Shoving her fear aside, she interrogated him fiercely. Why would you guys go that far? The people in that camp had absolutely nothing to do with any of you. Joe slightly raised an eyebrow, replying with a dark, cynical edge. Nothing to do with me, huh? Is that what you think? He began to recount the entire story from the beginning. His tone was flat, but it seethed with a deeply suppressed resentment. At first, we were actually planning to follow protocol to enter the camp. He glanced over at Yen A, explaining the dire situation they had faced. Our group had less than 10 people. Meanwhile, that place was heavily fortified and run by the military. Naturally, we had zero reason to start a fight with them. But during the screening process, one idiot in my group slipped up and mentioned we came from the prison. Not that we were really trying to hide it anyway. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy as he recalled that fateful moment. Flashbacks of a road littered with corpses and a massive shoot-on-sight banner flared in his mind. From that second on, we were instantly denied entry. We just wanted to pass through, but the camp's forces wouldn't let us walk away. The captain over there suddenly branded us as hostile invaders and ordered his men to gun us down on the spot. Slumping onto the floor, Ju finished the story with a blood-soaked truth. In the crossfire that followed, one of our guys was killed. That was the spark that started the whole bloodbath. Yen A sat in dead silence for a long time, swallowing the horrifying reality. Finally, she spoke up, her voice still trembling but laced with cold logic. So that's what happened, but you guys are a gang of criminals. Getting rejected was completely justified, though I can't speak for the order to shoot. She pulled the blanket tighter around herself. Her eyes had lost their fear, replaced by a harsh, judging glare. And you too. Look, I'm grateful that you saved me, but at the end of the day, you're still a convict. So it's only natural that I feel disgusted and on edge around you, right? Ju didn't argue back. He just sat there in silence, a profound, gloomy exhaustion carved into his handsome features. After a moment, he gave a slow nod, his voice dropping as he openly admitted it. Yeah, fair point. He looked up at the shivering girl huddled under the covers, his gaze a complex swirl of emotions as he continued. Last time you had to go through hell because of my group. So even if you absolutely despise me right now, I can't blame you. And I truly am sorry that the refugee camp ended up like that, but I used to run with those guys. I have no excuses to make for myself. Of course, as things stand now, I've become their enemy too. A close-up on Ju's deep, shadowy eyes revealed a distant, haunting sorrow, the silent prologue to a tragic story that was about to unfold. I used to have a little sister, he began, slowly opening up about his past. She was gang raped. Hearing this, Yen A froze, her eyes going wide with shock. After that, she took her own life, and just like that, I lost my entire family. So, I took my revenge. I was so ruthless, I threw away my own humanity to do it. He looked straight at Yen A, his eyes carrying a strange, heavy sense of empathy. Looking at you, I can't help but think of her. Like a fragile flower in a greenhouse, completely naive to how cruel the world is. A weak child who couldn't do a single thing without someone there to protect her. That time I left you alone to fight the zombies. He explained his previous cold-blooded actions. It was because I needed you to learn how to survive, even when there's no one around to keep you safe. Joe turned his face away, murmuring softly as if confessing to himself. I don't give a damn about the others, but you're a little special to me. So, at least when you're with me, you don't have to worry about things like that. Yen Ah could only sit in silence. Tears unconsciously rolled down her cheeks as her emotional walls completely shattered. Even after Joe had bared his soul to her, she still timidly pulled the blanket up to cover half her face, looking up at him with teary eyes. His voice was calm as he asked, confirming, You're Han Yen A, right? Leaning back against the wall, Joe introduced himself simply. His deep, husky voice carried a trace of exhaustion. I'm Song Joe. Hearing his name, Yen A's cheeks suddenly flushed crimson. She softly repeated it in her mind, carving it into her memory. Song Joe. Suddenly, even in the middle of this life or death hellscape, she couldn't help but scream internally. Wow, he really is dangerously handsome. Panic instantly set in, and she violently yanked the blanket over her head, fighting a fierce mental battle. Ah, no, I already have Young Min Woon. But, why do I feel so guilty? Her eyes darted around wildly under the covers as she scolded herself. Right, exactly. No matter what happens, I absolutely cannot go swooning over another man. Even if he keeps dropping hints like that, I won't waver. Absolutely not. That guy with the glasses from before? Joe's voice suddenly cut right through her frantic thoughts. Are you two friends? You seemed pretty special to each other. The sudden question caught Yen-A completely off guard. She stammered, her face turning as red as a tomato. After fumbling for words, she suddenly made a bold declaration as if fiercely claiming her territory. We're just normal friends. Ah, wait, no. He's my boyfriend. That's right, he's my boyfriend. The absolute certainty of her own lie made her flinch. She muttered to herself in sheer panic. Ah, well, not my official boyfriend yet, but boyfriend to be. Wait, that's just my own wishful thinking. What am I even doing? Joe just stared at her blankly, completely lost by her chaotic rambling. I mean, we haven't actually done anything yet. Yen-A hastily corrected herself, but then froze, an awkward, shy smile forming on her lips. Joe stood up and stepped closer, the handcuff still dangling from his wrist. He casually dropped a compliment that caught her completely by surprise. You're really cute. Yen-A froze, completely unable to believe her own ears. Here, take this. He held out a walkie-talkie. You don't seem very comfortable being around me. Yen-A hesitated before taking the radio. Joe continued. I'll go find another empty house to rest in. If anything happens, just use this to call me. Get some rest. With that, he turned his back and walked toward the door. Yen-A quickly called out after him. Hey, wait. But Joe didn't look back. He simply shut the door in silence, the lock clicking decisively. Left entirely alone, Yen-A buried her burning face in the blankets, rolling around in absolute agony. I'm going crazy! I am actually losing my mind! No, absolutely not. I cannot let myself fall for a guy like that. Night fell. The silver moonlight slipped through the clouds, illuminating a city buried in dead silence. The pale light spilled through the window onto the wall calendar. Inside the small room, time seemed to have stood completely still. Curled up tightly in her blankets, Yen-A fell into a deep slumber after a long, chaotic day. But her sleep was anything but peaceful. Her beautiful features scrunched up tightly, caught in the grips of a terrible nightmare. The scene shifted. A crystal-clear morning sky framed towering skyscrapers, signaling a massive shift in time. 2 years after the zombie apocalypse, the text appeared. The city had returned to its original peaceful state. Everyone thought the world was ending, but a cure was developed and peace was finally restored. Now, Yen-A had blossomed into a highly fashionable girl, mindlessly scrolling through her phone with a deeply bored expression.
This is so annoying. Going on a date with that nerd Jung Min Woon? She scoffed. He's probably gonna lose his mind when he sees me dressed up like this.
I've got to play hard to get so he actually tries to win me over. She let out a soft sigh, muttering to herself. I mean, we're both adults now. It's fine if things get a little rated R sometimes, right? Knowing Min Woon, he's definitely got some dirty thoughts running through his head right now. I need to be ready. Later, after we have a few drinks, what if he asks me to go back to his place? What a total pervert. Wait a minute. Doesn't his mom live with him? Damn it, where are we supposed to go then? Don't tell me we're going to my place, Han Yen-A. A familiar voice called out, making her jump and spin around. Huh? Young Min Woon? Standing right in front of her was Jung Min Woon, wearing the exact same thick glasses and that painfully familiar gray hoodie. Yen-A couldn't hold back and instantly snapped, Hey, you giant nerd! Are you seriously wearing that same hoodie 365 days a year? Huh? I thought I looked fine in this, Min Woon replied, completely clueless. Yen-A grumbled in sheer frustration. Good lord, is it legally possible to be this much of a nerd? I spent over 2 hours getting ready for this. Talk about a mood killer. Hurry up, you idiot, she snapped at him. Min Woon hurriedly jogged after her. Yeah. Sorry about that. The two of them sat together in a cozy cafe, a sweet slice of chocolate cake resting between them. So, what are we going to do after we finish eating? Min Jun asked. Yina just rested her chin on her hand, pretending not to care. What do you want to do? How about we go grab a drink and then head back to your place? Min Jun blinked in surprise. Drink alcohol? But it's still so early. I've never even had a drop before. But I guess we're adults now, so it should be fine, right? Oh, right. Ha-chun finally signed up for the UDT. He really is built for the military, isn't he? Min Jun laughed, chattering away happily. Hearing Ha-chun's name, Yina suddenly froze. She let out a soft sigh. Ugh, so annoying. This idiot young Min Jun only cares about his own stories. He hasn't even complimented my looks once. And after I spent so much time getting dressed up for him too. Whatever, she thought, her frustration bubbling up.
If this dense guy Jung Min Jun doesn't make a move on me, I'll just go find someone else right away. With my charm, there isn't a single man in this world I can't wrap around my little finger.
Oh, by the way, a friend of mine tried to set me up with a volleyball player recently. Do you think I should say yes? Yina asked, feigning curiosity. Oh, really? Is he handsome? He must be around 188 centimeters tall, right? He's probably really good looking too, right, Yina? That really is amazing, Minjun Oppa. A clear, sweet voice suddenly rang out, startling them both. What the? Oppa? Yena whipped her head around, her face instantly twisting into a mix of panic and pure jealousy. Who does this little bitch think she is? The whole cafe suddenly broke into whispers as a stunning figure with dazzling blonde hair glided past. Excited murmurs filled the air. Oh my god, this is insane. Isn't that Jiyeon from the idol group Lumina? Wow, she is insanely gorgeous. Her visuals in real life are no joke. Yena and Minjun stared wide-eyed as the blonde girl flashed a radiant smile, showing off her perfectly white teeth. She spoke in an incredibly sweet voice. It really feels like magic, running into each other in a place like this. Oh wow, what are you doing here? Minjun replied, completely bewildered. Ah, Jiyeon, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, Yena was sweating bullets, screaming internally in sheer panic. Jung Minjun, you jerk. Do you actually know Jiyeon from Lumina? Jiyeon blinked her big, doll-like eyes and explained warmly. Ah, we just got back in touch recently. He chuckled awkwardly. So, Jiyeon, what brings you here? The idol playfully replied, I don't have any schedules today, so I just came out for a bit. Who knew I'd bump into you? Do you mind if I crash your date and hang out with you guys? Yena stood frozen to the spot, her mind spinning wildly as she heard Jiyeon acting all cute and pouty. Then let's go watch a movie. Oppa! And to make matters worse, Minjun actually sounded excited as he replied. Oh, really? Her frustration boiled over completely. She gritted her teeth and told herself, this is impossible. How could a pathetic nerd like him ever have a chance with the most famous female idol in the entire Republic of Korea? But, for better or worse, all that burning jealousy was nothing but a dream. The scene instantly shifted to a pitch-black room, where Yena was tossing and turning in agony on her bed, her forehead drenched in cold sweat from the hyper-realistic nightmare. She whispered weakly into the void. You bastard, Jung Minjun. Don't leave me. Please don't leave me behind. Utterly terrified by the illusion of being abandoned, Yena jolted awake, bolting upright in bed and screaming his name, Jung Minjun! A faint ghostly light cast over her pale face. Yena sat totally paralyzed in the darkness, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. For air. Pant, pant, pant. Her lips trembled softly in the dead silence of the night. The dawning realization hit her. She was truly awake, forced to face this brutal reality once again. Yena's gaze drifted toward the tightly shut, pitch-black window, a crushing wave of sorrow washing over her. Her thoughts echoed clearly in her mind. I regret it. I regret it so much. If only I had dropped my attitude just a little bit sooner. I could have gotten close to Jung Minjun way before this nightmare of a world ever began. Memories of those beautiful golden days suddenly came flooding back, painting an image of bustling streets under a brilliant blue sky. We could have gone anywhere, back in that peaceful world, where we could do whatever we wanted. Yena's eyes welled up with tears as she recalled the mouth-watering scent of Korean barbecue and the sharp, burning taste of soju. I could have actually dated Jung Minjun. We could have watched movies, shared drinks, traveled the world together. I should have done so many things with him, all the things I ever wanted, but snapping back to reality, there was nothing left but a suffocating, absolute loneliness. Tears streamed freely down Yena's gaunt, exhausted cheeks. She sobbed, choking out the name of the man she loved. Jung Minjun, where on earth are you right now? Right at that moment, the walkie-talkie in her hand suddenly flashed. A sharp, piercing beep rang out, shattering the gloomy silence. The calm, deep voice of a man echoed through the speaker. What's the situation? Turning her back to the faint light, Yena swallowed back her sniffles and replied weakly over the radio. Gagunja, to reach the next station, we have to cross the Han River. Her silhouette curled up tightly, utterly consumed by despair. She pleaded with the mysterious man on the other end, her voice dripping with desperation. Even if we have to leave first thing tomorrow morning, please, you have to come with me to find my friend. The line went dead quiet for a split second before the man replied with brutal coldness. I've got my own plans too. Hearing his words, Yen-A could only fall silent. She hugged the radio tightly to her chest, tears welling up in her eyes. She pressed the walkie-talkie tightly against her chest with both hands, clinging to it like her last shred of hope. Through the static, that usually cold voice seemed to soften just a fraction. Just get some sleep for now. We'll talk when you wake up tomorrow. I'll think it over. Knowing she couldn't push him or ask for anything more, Yen-A's eyes filled with overwhelming sadness. Like an obedient child, she whispered softly, Okay. Drained of all her energy, her arm went limp, letting the radio clatter onto the floor mattress. She hung her head in a daze, her sorrowful gaze dropping to her legs as she bitterly cursed her own weakness. If only my leg wasn't injured. Even if I had to go alone, I'd risk my life to go find him. Helpless amidst the cramped, cluttered room, she buried her face in her hands and let out a long, heavy sigh. Ha! Meanwhile, the dead silence of the night and the canopy of distant glittering stars seemed to swallow the ruined city whole, silently masking the horrifying nightmare still unfolding within it. The scene then abruptly cuts to a suffocating, claustrophobic space deep underground. A rusted subway sign came into focus, clearly displaying Station 546, Wang Naru, with an arrow pointing towards Station 547, Cheonho. The words, "a few hours ago," flashed, rewinding the clock. Deep within the pitch-black, dead-silent railway tunnel, the feeble beam of a flashlight illuminated the cautious footsteps of a group of 3 men. The chubby guy with glasses stopped in his tracks, wiping the cold sweat from his brow to confirm.
This is Wang Naru Station, so the next stop across the river is Cheonho Station, right? His companion beside him replied with equal anxiety.
Yeah. They swept the flashlight beam across the upper level of the station, instantly spotting something completely off. Look at all those zombies trapped behind the safety glass over there. Do you think Jung Min-jun locked them in and headed toward Cheonho Station all by himself? Another guy wondered aloud. No way, but why would he do that? He told us he was only going as far as Akasan Station. Don't tell me he hopped on an express train. While they were busy playing detective, the chubby guy with glasses suddenly jumped out of his skin. Cold sweat poured down his face as he spotted a dark silhouette looming right in front of him. Huh? Under the flickering dim lights of the empty platform stood a female zombie. She wore a shredded white shirt and a torn black skirt, her body slumped lifelessly, drenched head to toe in a haunting crimson of dried blood. Cowering behind the glass doors, the chubby guy shuddered, his eyes glued to the mangled ghoul on the other side as he stammered nervously. Hey, doesn't that female zombie over there look extra creepy to you guys? The creature's dead glassy eyes were completely locked onto them. The guy with glasses analyzed the situation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Normally, the second they see us, they'd be slamming themselves against the glass. But this one, she's just standing there, staring at us. It's almost like a rational human stalking its prey. The entire group plunged into a suffocating, tense silence. The nerd's face drained completely, not a single drop of color left. His eyes bulged in sheer terror as he stammered, Guys, don't tell me it's... He frantically spun around to the foreign soldier beside him, rushing him in a total panic. David, we need to move, now! David furrowed his brows, totally baffled by the sudden freakout. Wait, what? But at that exact second, the bloody, mangled face of the female zombie magnified in their vision. Her milky white, dead eyes snapped wide open, glaring with pure demonic malice. Without warning, she unhinged her blood-soaked jaw and unleashed an ear-piercing, blood-curdling screech that ripped right through the dead silence of the tunnel. Caught completely off guard by the nightmare-inducing shriek, the guys nearly leaped out of their skins. Their faces went pale as sheets as they cursed. What the flying fuck is that? The guy with glasses screamed back in absolute despair. It's a screamer! The crazed zombie launched herself at them, using her blood-drenched hands to hammer devastating, earth-shattering blows against the glass barrier, sending the group into a sheer panic. The deafening, violent slams blended with her savage, animalistic roars, completely shredding the eerie silence of the desolate station. Stumbling backward, the guy with glasses frantically explained, With a shriek like that, every single zombie in the area is going to swarm this place. Screamers are highly intelligent. We've got to get the hell out of here, right now. The chubby guy was sweating buckets. He fired off questions in a blind panic. Then where the hell are we supposed to run? If we go back to Gunja Station, that place is already a total war zone. The guy with glasses snapped back. Where else can we go? It looks like Min-jun headed straight for Cheonho Station. Our only choice is to follow his trail. Without hesitating for even a split second, the whole group bolted, running for their absolute lives down the pitch-black railway tracks. Their heavy, ragged breaths echoed through the tunnel, laced with pure exhaustion and primal fear. While sprinting like madmen, the guy with glasses suddenly hit the brakes. Cold sweat drenched his face, and his eyes widened in absolute shock at what lay ahead. Under the feeble beam of light, a familiar silver whistle dangling around someone's neck instantly caught his eye. The entire group felt a chill crawl up their spines as they spotted a figure in a gray hoodie, standing dead still right in the middle of the tracks. The guy with glasses spoke, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Is that Jung Min-jun? The group cautiously crept toward the eerie, silent silhouette, tentatively calling out, Hey, are you okay? Just standing out here in the pitch dark? What the hell are you playing at? Damn it, you're scaring the crap out of us, man. Mustering every ounce of his courage, he reached out and gave the person in front of him a gentle tap on the shoulder. Min-jun? Before he could even finish his sentence, Min-jun's body swayed. He suddenly lost his balance and violently tipped backward, making the guy jump back in shock. Min-jun's lifeless weight crashed hard onto the freezing concrete, revealing his brutally battered, completely unconscious face. The entire squad shrieked in panic. Hey! Hey! Min-jun! They practically dogpiled around him to check his vitals. The moment they touched his skin, someone gasped. Holy crap, this idiot is burning up with a crazy high fever. Hey! Snap out of it, man. The guy with glasses clutched his head and groaned in utter agony. Why the hell did it have to be now? I'm gonna lose my damn mind. Seriously! With their lives hanging by a single terrifying thread, David furrowed his brows and laid down the law. There's no other way around this. One of us is going to have to carry Min-jun. The soldier jutted his chin toward the chubby guy. Byung-jun, you carry him. I'll take point with the gun and cover us. But the guy with glasses immediately shot that idea down.
No way, that's a terrible idea. He's already hauling around way too much weight as it is.
If you make him piggyback Min-jun on top of that, he'll be slower than a damn turtle. David clicked his tongue, his temper flaring. God damn it, fine. Do you even know how to shoot a gun? The guy with glasses wasn't backing down, stubbornly volunteering himself. I'll be the one to carry him. I can do this! But before they could even finish their screaming match, an ear-splitting crash of shattering glass echoed violently from down the tunnel. All three of them jumped out of their skins, whipping their heads around. The bespectacled guy's face completely crumpled, cold sweat pouring down his cheeks in rivers. Shit! It sounds like they just busted right through the barricade! From the pitch-black abyss behind them, a chorus of bloodthirsty, savage roars from the undead horde echoed out, growing closer and closer by the second. Utterly frantic, they screamed at each other to move. Go! Run toward Cheonho Station, now! That damn screamer just called the entire horde down on us. David cursed violently, completely losing his cool. Motherfucker! Right in the heat of the moment, a heavy-set figure charged forward, bursting with determination. Glasses gasped, shouting after him in pure shock. Byung-jun! Byung-jun turned halfway around. His massive back, swallowed by the darkness, seemed to carry a heavy, tragic weight as he spoke. Just leave this to me! You guys, get out of here, now! His chubby face tightened into a surprisingly heroic expression as he roared at his teammates. Oh Byung-jun have lived a full life. I will stay behind and make the ultimate sacrifice. Furious, Glasses grabbed a handful of Byung-jun's hair and dragged him away, cursing him out. Stop spouting nonsense and run, you big idiot! Byung-jun let out a pathetic yelp of pain. The whole group gasped for air, sprinting for their lives down the pitch-black tunnel. David grunted, forcing himself forward with Meenan strapped to his back. Glasses was wheezing as he ran, completely failing to hide his rising panic. Ha! Are we seriously jogging underneath the Han River right now? Byung-jun glanced back over his shoulder, his voice shaking with anxiety. But what if Cheonho Station is already crawling with the infected too? Glasses snapped back without missing a beat. Is this really the time to worry about that? From behind them, the bloodthirsty snarls and savage shrieks of the pursuing zombie horde grew louder and more frantic. The bone-chilling sounds echoed through the tight space, terrifying the group as they cast frantic glances backward, their flashlight beams darting wildly through the dark. We have to run faster! Glasses screamed, desperately urging them on. The poor nerd's face was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes blown wide with sheer terror. Byung-jun was floundering just behind him, both of them wheezing and on the verge of total collapse. But suddenly, a faint flicker of light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Glasses practically sobbed with relief. I see it! It's Cheonho Station! Thank God, there wasn't a single zombie wandering on the tracks. The group frantically huddled together in front of the thick glass doors separating them from the platform. Panting heavily, Glasses stammered, Now's our chance! We just need to open the door and slip right in! But David instantly shushed him. Quiet! There's a high chance the infected are already inside. Keep your mouths shut! Slowly, agonizingly, they slid the glass door just enough to create a narrow gap, squeezing their bodies into the pitch-black station. The entire group pressed themselves flat against the walls, holding their breath until their cheeks burned, desperately trying to quiet their pounding hearts. Glasses bit his lip hard. Damn it. I can't even afford to breathe too loudly right now. Suddenly, from the pitch-black waiting area, a sickening, muffled groaning echoed through the silence. Dripping with sweat, Glasses whispered, There are infected on the platform. Byung-jun muttered a panicked curse. Shit! David shot them a stern glare, whispering back, Stay sharp. Absolutely zero noise. But right behind them, out on the subway tracks, the horde of the undead was already shrieking, charging forward in a blind frenzy. Glancing back through the glass, the nerd's blood ran cold. They're already here! Without another second to hesitate, Glasses frantically waved the group toward the stairs leading up. We have to move now before that screamer catches our scent! The sign for Station 547, Cheonho, flickered ominously in the gloomy shadows of the dead subway. Hiding behind the ticket turnstiles, Glasses poked his head out to scan the area. He let out a shaky breath, thinking to himself, Thank God. There aren't as many zombies up here as I thought. Further down the hazy corridor, a few ghastly silhouettes of the undead aimlessly shuffled about, low guttural snarls rattling in their throats. The rubber soles of Glasses' sneakers and David's heavy combat boots stepped onto the cold tiles with agonizing care, desperately trying to slip past the monsters in total silence. Suddenly, all the color drained from Glasses' face. His eyes blew wide in utter disbelief at what lay ahead. Blocking their path was a massive, heavy-duty metal shutter, completely slammed shut. It sealed off the entire exit. They stood completely paralyzed in front of the unyielding metal wall. We're trapped, Byung-jun whimpered in panic. Glasses chewed his bottom lip, his mind racing. Damn it all, do we seriously have to find another way out? David ground his teeth, letting out a heavy, frustrated curse of his own. Right at that second, an ear-splitting shriek ripped through the air. It echoed up from the bottom of the station stairs, making everyone flinch violently as they whipped their heads around. Cold sweat poured down Glasses' face as he cursed a blue streak. Fuck, don't tell me that thing figured out how to open the glass doors. Then, with a violently trembling voice, he answered his own question. I told you. Screamers are smart. That bitch definitely hit the emergency release bar to get inside. His face went deathly pale as the sheer horror of the situation sank in. It's not just wandering around. It's going to have to hunt us down like animals. That freak's intelligence is on a whole other level compared to the regular undead. Refusing to just stand there and wait for death, Glasses aggressively pointed toward a brightly lit yellow directional sign. Let's try the exit over there. David gave a hard, decisive nod. Move. But their fleeting hope was instantly crushed. The very next hallway was completely blocked off by yet another heavy metal shutter, and this one had heaps of random debris piled up on the other side. Byung-jun let out a cry of pure despair. No! No way! You've got to be kidding me! This one is blocked too? The nerd just stood there, completely frozen. His eyes darkened with the crushing weight of utter defeat. There was no denying it anymore. Every single exit in Cheonho Station had been locked down from the outside. With deliberate care, David gently laid Minun's unconscious body down onto the freezing granite floor. Suddenly, a vicious, blood-curdling roar exploded right next to David's ear. He whipped around, completely stunned. Lunging out of the deep shadows near a row of blue pillars, a rabid zombie hurled itself straight at him with a savage shriek. Kicking into pure military instinct, David's rugged hand flashed out, drawing his combat knife from its sheath in a split second. Leaving Minun safely on the ground, David planted his feet and charged head-on toward the incoming monster. The cold steel flashed in the dim light. With brutal force, he buried the blade deep into the enemy's skull. Black blood violently splattered across the floor as the soldier bared his teeth, spitting out pure venom. Die, you piece of shit! The creature collapsed heavily onto the tiles, violently convulsing. Thick blood bubbled from its mouth with a sickening gurgle before it finally lay motionless in a foul-smelling pool of gore. He had taken one down, but the horrifying roars of the swarm behind them were only getting louder. His nerves completely shattered. Glasses stared into the suffocating darkness. They're closing in on us! We have nowhere left to run! In a blind panic, he threw himself at the shutter, trying to help Byung-jun pry it open. This is it! We just have to break this damn thing down! Byung-jun groaned, straining with all his might. But we have to lift the shutter first. I keep pulling, but it won't even budge an inch. How the hell are we supposed to open this? Is it electronic? As the two of them flailed in absolute desperation, David suddenly stepped up. Raising his assault rifle, his voice was ice cold. Step back! Brilliant flashes of fire lit up the dark, accompanied by the deafening, rapid-fire crack of gunshots tearing through the station. David unloaded his magazine point-blank right into the heavy metal locking mechanism. Both boys went pale with shock. Are you insane? Glasses screamed in horror. The whole damn horde is going to swarm us the second they hear that. Completely ignoring him, David grabbed the splintered metal slats with his bare hands. Flexing every muscle, he violently bent and tore the broken steel apart. It's the only way through, he replied without a trace of doubt. The heavy shutter groaned as a massive hole was ripped open, exposing the cluttered shelving units hiding on the other side. David let out a heavy breath. That's wide enough to squeeze through, right? He shot a hard look at Glasses, barking his orders. You, get in there first! Find us a clear path to escape! The nerd just blinked at him, completely frozen and utterly confused. Wait, what? Suddenly, the chilling, hollow click of a gun being cocked pierced the silence. The boy froze, his eyes dropping to David's blood-soaked hands gripping the weapon tightly. David? He called out, his voice trembling. David stared into this dark abyss ahead, his voice dead calm but dripping with lethal intent. I just need to take out that screamer, right? Tightening his grip on the rifle, he turned and gave a decisive order that left the two boys stunned. I'll buy you some time. Grab Minun, get the hell out of here, and find somewhere to hide. With any luck, you'll make it out alive. The sheer weight of his words threw the two boys into an absolute panic. Wait, what are you saying? The bespectacled boy broke into a cold sweat, his face twisting in terror as he desperately tried to talk him out of it. Hold on! Wait! How are we supposed to survive without you, David? Besides, if we're taking mine into the States, we need you with us. The atmosphere grew incredibly heavy. David turned away, his gaze unwavering, entirely unshaken by their pleas. But we can't just run away from a dead end. The nerd stubbornly dug his heels in, his voice rising into a desperate yell as he tried to drag David back to harsh reality. Buy time? Are you kidding me? That's just a bullshit excuse. It's so obvious you're just getting ready to throw your life away. I don't care how badass you are. Your chances of surviving against a screamer and a whole horde of zombies in this tight space are absolute zero. That screamer is an actual monster. Going at it alone? It's a total suicide mission. David listened in silence, his deep blue eyes narrowed, radiating the hardened, unshakable resolve of a man who had been through hell and back. The American soldier's deep, steady voice echoed slowly through the oppressive darkness, carrying the heavy, painful memories of countless comrades lost on countless battlefields. Under the flickering beam of the flashlight, David's broad back stood like a mountain, fearlessly facing the creeping grip of death. He continued, Some fight for peace, some fight for greed, and some fall just because they were following orders. It's been that way since the dawn of time. And even now, nothing has changed. The bloodstained bayonet and gun barrel glinted with a cold, metallic edge, a silent testament to the life or death battles he had survived. He lowered his voice. But at least, I know exactly why I'm holding this gun. It's that sense of duty that has guided me all the way to this very moment. David's face radiated the profound calmness and raw valor of a true battle-born warrior. From the very second I put on this uniform, I was ready for this. Wait, before this whole zombie nightmare even started. Suddenly remembering something, the soldier reached into his uniform pocket, rummaged around for a second, and spoke up. Oh, right. One more thing. David pulled out a carefully folded white envelope, handing it to his younger comrade like a final dying wish. If I don't make it out of here, make sure this gets to Sarah, my fiancée. I wrote it a while ago. Well, assuming you guys actually survive and manage to find my people first, that is. The nerd's lips trembled violently. He gritted his teeth, cursing through the crushing weight of helplessness and sorrow. No! Damn it! Are you serious? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he choked back a sob, his hands gripping the American soldier's letter tightly. If you've got someone you love waiting for you back home, then you have to survive and make it back to her, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, a blood-curdling roar ripped through the darkness. David instantly snapped on high alert, his eyes locked onto the pitch-black depths of the hallway. They're here. Turning back for one last look, David pressed 2 fingers to his forehead in a crisp military salute. A relieved, fiercely proud smirk crossed his face right before he stepped up to face his final stand. Put Manoon on your back and run, now! He yelled to the bespectacled boy and the big guy. Get the hell out of here! With those final words, he gripped his rifle and marched straight into the abyss, leaving the 2 boys behind as their flashlight cast a desperate beam through the gap in the roller shutter. The 2 of them stood rooted to the spot in the pitch black, staring blankly as his fearless silhouette vanished into the shadows, completely speechless. Choking back a heartbreaking sob, the nerd's trembling hands gripped the edge of a rough wooden cabinet. He threw all his weight into pulling it aside to clear a path, muttering bitterly through his tears, "Sniff, you absolute bastard!" They scrambled frantically in front of the gap, violently shoving aside the messy pile of debris while sobbing and cursing up a storm. Damn it all to hell, you motherfucking zombie freaks! The flashlight beam swept across a sign pointing to exits 9 and 10, blending with their bitter, resentful sobs in the suffocating air. This goddamn zombie virus. It's all bonsai. The dreary gray ceiling loomed above, with an exit sign hanging by a thread, a fragile ray of hope in the middle of a literal hell. Mustering every last ounce of their strength, they shoved the heavy iron shelves out of the way. The harsh, grating shriek of metal scraping against the floor echoed sharply. They just barely managed to squeeze through the gap, tumbling into a utility room packed with tools. They collapsed heavily onto the floor, panting and gasping for air. We finally made it through. The big guy, completely drenched in sweat, turned to his friend, a tiny, fragile glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. He stammered, But, just in case David manages to make it back, shouldn't we clear out the gap a little more?" The nerd's face instantly darkened, ruthlessly crushing that glimmer of hope with cold, brutal reality. You've played those survival games. You know how this works. There is no way David is making it out of that cramped space alive with just an assault rifle. Even if he somehow kills the screamer, every single zombie in this station is going to swarm him in an absolute frenzy. Peering through the twisted iron grates, the oppressive darkness outside looked like a gaping maw, ready to swallow them whole. The nerd's grim warning hung in the air. If that screamer comes looking and spots the gap in this roller shutter, it's absolutely going to crawl right through. I'm 100% sure of it. Hearing that, the color drained completely from the big guy's face, leaving him pale as a ghost as he cursed in sheer terror. The nerd made a split-second decision. Fuck! Bottom line is, we need to get the hell out of here right now. We gotta find a place at least 500 meters away and lay low. He glanced down at the unconscious body on the floor, then shifted his nervous gaze over to Byung-jun. But, hey, Byung-jun, are you absolutely sure you can carry me noon? The big guy pumped himself up and replied, My ankle's a little busted, but I'll do my absolute best to carry him. With the nerd's help, the burly Byung-jun gritted his teeth, lowered his center of gravity, and used every ounce of his strength to hoist Minan's lifeless body onto his broad back, letting out a loud grunt to psych himself up. All right, here goes nothing. Hup! The big guy winced, his chubby face scrunching up in intense concentration as he ground his teeth together, straining to heave Manoon's dead weight onto his back. A strained, agonizing groan escaped his throat, but his weak legs just couldn't handle the massive payload. Byung-jun lost his footing and toppled backward, dragging Manoon down with him as they both crashed heavily onto the freezing granite floor. The nerd was trembling with rage and snapped, yelling at the top of his lungs, Hey, you clumsy idiot! How the hell can you not even carry one person? Sprawled out flat on the ground, Byung-jun looked up, utterly frustrated, and fired right back. If you think it's so easy, why don't you try carrying him, you skinny string bean? Do you have any idea how damn hard it is to lug around a dead weight? Before their bickering could end, a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted from behind the barricade wall. Both of them jumped out of their skins, whipping around with wide, terrified eyes fixed on the source of the noise. The guy with glasses turned pale, his voice trembling. Byung-jun swallowed hard, tense as he finished the thought. Those are David's gunshots. Suddenly realizing the urgency of the situation, the bespectacled boy gritted his teeth and urged, Damn it, we need to hurry the hell up. Even if we have to drag Min-hoon across the floor, we have to move. Now! Byung-jun gave a hard nod, firmly agreeing. All right. Just as they were about to grab their friend, the guy with glasses suddenly caught sight of a cluttered corner of the room. His eyes widened in curiosity and surprise. Huh? He lightly tapped his big buddy's shoulder, pointing toward the corner scattered with oil drums, aluminum ladders, and construction materials. Hey, hold up a second. A light bulb went off in the nerd's head as he quickly analyzed the situation. All these construction materials, they must have used a cart to haul this stuff in here. I'm gonna run out and look for it. You just try to drag him forward a bit. There's gotta be a construction site or some kind of tool around here that can help us. Byung-jun obediently nodded. Got it. But immediately after, the chubby guy started grumbling and nitpicking. Dude, the word you just used is Japanese. Normal people just call it a hand cart or a push cart. The guy with glasses snapped, annoyed. For fuck's sake, who cares what it's called? Just do it! The corner of the room revealed a mess of paint buckets, folded aluminum ladders, and wooden planks piled next to a rolling door. Clear evidence of an unfinished construction zone. Taking on the task, Byung-jun bent down and grabbed the collar of Min-hoon's jacket. He grimaced, putting all his strength into dragging the unconscious body roughly across the floor. The harsh sound of fabric scraping against cold stone echoed in the room. The big guy was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face as he cursed in frustration. God damn it, this bastard young Min-hoon is as heavy as a freaking cow! The rough hauling caused Min-hoon's jacket to ride up, accidentally exposing the grip of a handgun tucked loosely into his waistband. Catching a glimpse of the bulging weapon, Byung-jun froze. His usually narrow eyes went wide behind his thick glasses, sweat dripping down his forehead as he let out a dumbfounded gasp. The handgun slipped from the waistband, clattering heavily onto the cold floor right next to Min-hoon's hand. Byung-jun mumbled in disbelief. This crazy bastard, since when was he packing heat? Remembering what happened before, it clicked for the big guy. Ah, that's definitely the gun he got back in Gagun. From the doorway, the guy with glasses poked his head in, happily waving and yelling out, Hey, Byung-jun, I found something way better than a pushcart. Gripping the gun tightly, Byung-jun shouted back with equal excitement. Hey, Bae Sunho, I just scored some top-tier loot over here, too. At the bottom of the stairs, bathed in the light spilling from the exit, Byung-jun's voice echoed loudly. Turns out Jung Min-hoon was hiding a freaking handgun on him this whole time. The bookworm Sunho snapped back in surprise. What? No way! Why the hell did that bastard wait until now to bring it out? Whatever, forget about it. Just bring him over here. Hurry! Reaching the surface, what caught their eyes on the patched brick road was a large wooden handcart with two big wheels, the kind usually used for hauling bulky cargo. Byung-jun clumsily lugged his friend over, letting out a sigh of relief as he spoke. Isn't this just a regular handcart? The nerd Sunho grumbled back. Can you just call it a damn cart to keep things simple? He then rolled his eyes, scanning the area before adding, Anyway, it's a blessing there isn't a single zombie wandering around here. Byung-jun looked around, wondering out loud. You think there are still other survivors around here? Glancing up, a towering green and orange archway stretched across the street, bearing the large, lifeless words standing alone. Cheonhodong Rodeo Street. They loaded Min-hoon onto the cart and started pushing with all their might. The unoiled wheel axles ground against the metal, letting out a piercing, screeching squeak that echoed through the dead, silent street. The once bustling commercial district was now nothing but a desolate, chaotic ruin. Delivery trucks and cars were abandoned haphazardly, with belongings scattered all over the asphalt. Amidst that bleak scenery, the two solitary boys strained to push the cart carrying their unconscious friend, trudging forward. The bespectacled Sunho ran ahead to scout and lead the way, waving his arm to signal. This way, turn here! Drenched in sweat, Byung-jun hunched his back to push the heavy cart, his exhausted, heavy pants wringing out continuously. His face was flushed red, bead-sized drops of sweat rolling down from his forehead to his chin. Panting heavily with his mouth wide open, he muttered curses at the back-breaking labor. This son of a bitch, young Min-hoon. Min-hoon lay curled up perfectly inside the wooden cart, his eyes shut tight, completely motionless. Byung-jun kept pushing until he was breathless, whining and complaining, sleeping like a dead man, and he still hasn't woken up. Did this guy straight up meet his maker or what? Suddenly, a savage, ear-piercing growl ripped through the quiet atmosphere, making Sunho's heart skip a beat. His eyes went wide, staring in absolute horror at the source of the deadly sound. Right in front of them, two grotesque zombies in disheveled clothes and blood-soaked bodies staggered out of a roadside karaoke bar, jaws unhinged as they roared, ready to eat them alive. Sunho panicked and backed away, breaking into a cold sweat as he blurted out, Oh my god, holy shit! In a life-or-death moment, the bookworm retreated. His hands were trembling, but he decisively leveled the handgun straight ahead. Aiming right at the male zombie lunging toward them, he gritted his teeth and hissed, Damn it! A muzzle flash erupted, accompanied by a sharp, deafening bang. The bullet buried itself perfectly into the skull of the leading zombie, black blood splattering into the air. The monster immediately lost its momentum and collapsed to the ground. Even though he took one down, the gunshot had alerted the area. Run! Sunho whipped around, screaming frantically at Byung-jun. Moving this slow is going to get us killed, man. This is bad. You and I need to push this cart together so we can go faster. Byung-jun instantly grasped the situation, giving a decisive nod. Got it. High above, the deep blue sky sharply contrasted with the life and death struggle happening below. Down on the ground, the two of them hunched over, pushing the wooden cart and running for their lives through the narrow alleyway. Their breathing was incredibly heavy and ragged, sweat pouring out and completely soaking their shirts. The scene ahead revealed a yellow construction barricade bearing the words "Safety First," along with a truck and a massive green dumpster blocking the entire path. The bespectacled Sun-Ho slammed on the brakes, staring up at the obstacles before letting out a curse in absolute despair. "Motherfucker, the road is completely blocked!" All of a sudden, a savage roar tore through the dead silence. The guy in glasses jumped out of his skin, letting out a terrified gasp as he spotted the horde of the undead prowling behind the mangled cars scattered across the main road. Quick as a flash, the nerd whipped around, pointing frantically at a cramped residential alley to their side. "Quick, hide down there," he urged in pure panic. Byung-jun nodded vigorously, hastily pushing the cart after him. "Right!" Together, they backed the handcart all the way into the deepest corner of the narrow alleyway. Byung-jun stared anxiously at the towering dead-end wall blocking their path. But this is a dead end. Are we really going to be okay here?" he stammered. Sun-Ho replied, his voice tight with stress. "Just find a spot to hide for now." Sun-Ho looked up at the towering perimeter wall, laced with tangles of rusted barbed wire glaring against the clear blue sky. He grabbed the handle of the heavy metal door with both hands, yanking it with all his might, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Defeated, Sun-Ho let his arms drop, lowering his head with a heavy, despairing sigh. "Damn it, it's locked," he muttered. Byung-jun anxiously suggested, "Then, do we have to climb over the wall to open it?" Sun-Ho looked up with dread. "But look at the barbed wire up there." Mustering every ounce of his courage, his heavy-set friend declared with fierce resolve, "Even if that barbed wire tears my flesh apart, I'll climb over and open that door for you." But right at that moment, a blood-curdling snarl echoed from the entrance of the alley. Sun-Ho's heart leaped into his throat. He snapped his head back, his eyes wide with absolute paralyzing terror. Out on the main street in the distance, a male zombie in a blood-soaked dress shirt was staggering past the narrow alleyway, its head twisted to the side at a grotesque, unnatural angle. They both instantly dropped to the ground, gripping their guns tight as they pressed themselves deep into the blind spot behind a jutting brick wall. They held their breath, listening intensely to the shuffling footsteps and the horrifying guttural moans echoing from outside. Cold sweat poured down Sun-Ho's temples. He swallowed hard, repeating a desperate prayer in his mind. "Just stay hidden here. Just wait it out until they leave." The unforgiving sun beat down on the satellite dishes perched on the rooftops. Time dragged on agonizingly slow, suffocated by an intensely nerve-wracking silence. The densely packed residential block was submerged in an eerie, chilling stillness, like a completely forsaken wasteland. Crouched in the corner with their knees pulled to their chests, their legs were growing numb. Sun-Ho quietly assessed the situation in his head. "It feels like it's been a long time. They must be gone by now, right? I can't hear a single thing anymore." Suddenly, the distinct crunch of footsteps dragging against the brick floor echoed loud and clear. Sun-Ho's face drained of color, his eyes snapping wide open in high alert. They peeked out cautiously. The slow, heavy footsteps were making their way into the cramped courtyard where their handcart was waiting. The nerd's eyebrows furrowed tightly, his mind racing. Footsteps? But there's none of that signature groaning of the infected. That scraping sound, it doesn't sound like a zombie's gait. A fragile flicker of hope ignited in his mind. Pressing his body flush against the drainage pipe, Sun-Ho poked half his face out and mumbled, "Could it be... Did David come back looking for us?" Anticipation made him lean further out of his hiding spot, his eyes gleaming with desperate hope. But that brief spark of hope was instantly snuffed out. The sight before him was an absolute waking nightmare. The ragged female zombie from the train station earlier was standing dead center in the alley, her chilling glassy eyes locked straight on them. But the true horror, clutched tight in her demonic grip by its hair, was a severed, violently bleeding human head. With a gaze filled with a deadly, mocking glee, she held David's head forward. The zombie smirked and let go. The severed head tumbled down, hitting the brick floor with a sickening, blood-splattered thud. That lifeless, eyes-closed face belonged to the brave foreign soldier from just moments ago. Sun-Ho's heart felt like it was being crushed in a vice. His forehead was slick with sweat, his pupils dilated in horror, his violently trembling lips parted. "Shit, we're trapped!" Sun-Ho lunged out of the corner, leveling his handgun with both hands right at the tattered monster's back. Without hesitating, he pulled the trigger, but the only sound that came out was a dry, hollow metallic click. The magazine was completely empty. Sun-Ho's face twisted into an expression of utter, bottomless despair. His hands gripping the gun shook uncontrollably as he stammered, cursing his cruel fate. "Why? Why the hell am I out of ammo right when my life is on the line?" Hearing the strange noise behind her, the zombie whipped around, opening her blood-caked maw before charging madly towards Sun-Ho. A single bitter thought flashed through the nerd's mind. "I'm dead." Rooted to the spot, Sun-Ho let his arms fall limp. One hand unconsciously gripped the cross pendant on his chest as he squeezed his eyes shut in despair, waiting for the killing blow. But right in that life-or-death split-second moment, a heavy-set figure charged in like a raging bulldozer. Byung-jun's sturdy shoulder slammed into the zombie, blasting her away and saving Sun-Ho in the absolute nick of time. The devastating tackle sent both the zombie and his chubby friend crashing hard against the brick floor with a violent thud. Snapping back to reality, Sun-ho screamed his friend's name in sheer panic. Byung-jun! Sun-ho frantically raised his empty gun, aiming it at the zombie staggering back to her feet, his spine drenched in a cold sweat. Quick as lightning, the zombie lunged. With terrifying, inhuman strength, she pinned the nerd brutally against the wooden fence, roaring with a savage, ravenous hunger. Sun-ho shrieked, thrashing wildly in total desperation as her blood-soaked fingers dug deep into his shoulders. Screaming in agony as he fought back, he cursed, "Damn it! How the hell does she have this monstrous strength?" While Sun-ho was desperately struggling for his life, Byung-jun scrambled to his feet. Mustering every last drop of his strength, the heavyset guy hoisted a massive 3-hole cinder block high over his head, glaring furiously at the monster.
Without a second of hesitation, Byung-jun brought down the punishing, lethal blow, smashing the massive chunk of concrete right into the monster's shoulder. Concrete shards exploded everywhere from the earth-shattering impact.
Unbelievably, the zombie didn't even flinch. She mercilessly kept her crushing weight on Sun-ho, making his chubby friend curse in sheer panic. How is there not a single scratch on her? Son of a bitch. His face contorted in pain, choking for air. Using the absolute last of his fading strength, Sun-ho screamed, trying to push his best friend away. You need to run away by yourself! Byung-jun! Byung-jun froze, his bloodshot eyes widening as he roared back in fierce refusal. The hell are you saying? Byung-jun's face was dripping with sweat. He hollered frantically, urging them on. Hurry up, the zombie horde is going to be right on top of us. Trudging forward while dragging the handcart, he muttered curses under his breath in pure terror. Fuck, damn it! Suddenly, Byung-jun whipped his head back. His narrow eyes blew wide open in sheer disbelief as he let out a deeply confused gasp. Huh? The scene unfolding behind him left the chubby guy utterly stunned. Minjun was now rooted to the spot, his head bowed, standing right up against the blood-soaked zombie that was baring her fangs and claws. The wretched female zombie, with her mangled face and lifeless white eyes, glared intently at them, ready to tear her prey to shreds at any given second. Yet, completely ignoring the imminent deadly danger, Minjun just stood there, entirely motionless, face to face with the monster. His face hung low, swallowed by the shadows, radiating a chilling, almost demonic aura. As Minjun slowly lifted his head, his blood-splattered face revealed a cold, soulless stare. In the pitch-black corner, his pupils gleamed with a piercing, blood-red light. Out of nowhere, the female walker unhinged her grotesque jaw, unleashing an ear-piercing, blood-curdling shriek that shattered the dead silence of the alley. Quick as lightning, Minjun's clenched fist shot upward. He delivered a bone-crushing uppercut straight to her jaw, sending thick black blood spraying into the air. The sheer, terrifying force of the blow sent the monster crashing down. Even as the creature writhed on the ground, spitting out savage, guttural snarls, Minjun stepped forward with dead-eyed coldness. What followed was a rapid succession of brutal, sickening thuds, completely drowning out the monster's agonizing wails. Minjun lunged in like a madman, raining down a merciless barrage of death blows upon his enemy. He didn't hold back an ounce of strength. The walker's body convulsed violently under the savage beating, thick black blood oozing out and pooling into a sickening, viscous mess on the paved bricks. Watching from behind, Sun-ho and Byung-jun stood frozen, their eyes wide with unspeakable horror. Utterly terrified by their best friend's sudden brutality, the heavier boy stumbled backward. He let out a panicked whimper before his eyes rolled back, fainting right on the spot. Drenched in cold sweat, Sun-ho glanced at Byung-jun, then back at Minjun. What the hell? Minjun, what are you? But before he could even finish his sentence, a chorus of bloodthirsty, savage roars echoed from the distance. Sun-ho flinched, snapping his head around, his face instantly draining into pure panic and sheer despair. Down at the far end of the alley, a massive swarming horde of the undead was stampeding wildly toward them. Their jaws were unhinged, shrieking with an insane, ravenous hunger to tear them apart. Their torn, bloody feet stomped relentlessly against the concrete pavement, creating a terrifying, chaotic drumbeat. Until they suddenly ground to a halt. Minjun slowly turned his head. His pupils flared with that same eerie, demonic red glow, staring down the horde of monsters with an unnatural, chilling calmness. Slumped on the ground, Sun-ho stared blankly at his friend's back. Cold sweat drenched his trembling body as he stammered in absolute terror. No! No freaking way! Don't tell me! He muttered, unable to process the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. Sun-ho froze in his tracks, a wild thought racing through his mind. Wait, is Minjun actually the alpha controlling this horde? Above them, the fading afternoon sky bled into a gloomy, desolate dusk. Shredded clouds drifted lazily behind utility poles tangled in thick cables. It was a silent, eerie shift in time, quietly bearing the bloody chaos that had just unfolded. Bathed in the dying light of sunset, the narrow alley fell back into a suffocating stillness. Having lost their prey, the infected began to wander aimlessly once more. Hollow, soulless groans spilled from their mouths as they dragged their feet through the puddles of pitch-black blood. The scene shifted to a sturdy, well-built brick house featuring a tin-roofed terrace. It sat dead quiet, nestled deep within a quarantined residential block, heavily barricaded by thick rolls of barbed wire. Inside the dimly lit safe house, Sunho stood guard in the back, double-checking the perimeter before whispering nervously, "Hey, you made sure the front gate is completely locked, right?" Leaning against the heavy wooden door, Byung-jun let out a massive sigh of relief. "Yeah, it's secured." He reached up to take off his glasses, wiping them down as the sheer tension on his face finally began to ease up.
Man, we seriously lucked out finding a place that wasn't bolted shut. Honestly, other than having to clear out those infected creeps on the ground floor, I think we can actually lay low here for a while.
But here's our real problem. Staring out over the balcony railing down at the desolate streets, Sunho scowled, his voice trembling with deep anxiety. "I don't know if it was that damn screamer's shriek from earlier or what. Chase, but way too many infected have swarmed the area. We're totally trapped. We can't make a run for it, but staying here isn't exactly safe either." Down below, a suffocating sea of the undead was packed tightly together, snarling and gnashing their teeth without end. The boy with the glasses slowly walked back into the dead silent kitchen. His eyes were heavy, swirling with sorrow and sheer exhaustion. He let out a long, dragged-out sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world. Under the flickering, dim light, Minjun lay completely motionless on a thin mattress laid out on the floor. His pale face was battered, littered with dark, swollen bruises and nasty cuts. Sunho swallowed hard, deeply unsettled as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. "Minjun!" "His condition is way too critical right now. We are in serious, serious trouble." Sunho kept his head down, his voice trembling with sorrow and deep-rooted anxiety as he stared at his best friend clinging to life on the mattress. He's doing way worse than when he passed out earlier.
A few hours ago, he was burning up like crazy. Now he's as cold as a freaking block of ice. He's not actually gonna die on us like this, is he? Die on...
Byung-jun let out another heavy sigh. He sat with his knees pulled tightly to his chest, trying to sound comforting, though the sheer helplessness in his voice was impossible to hide. "Look, neither of us are doctors, okay? The absolute only thing we can do right now is sit here and pray he wakes up on his own." Sunho couldn't find the words to argue. He just fell silent, offering a soft, defeated, "Yeah," from the back of his throat. Over in the cramped corner of the kitchen, half-eaten bowls of rations were piled haphazardly in the sink, a stark, depressing reminder of their chaotic, day-to-day struggle to survive. The next morning brought a clear, brilliantly blue sky. A sickeningly fake sense of peace blanketed the death-ridden neighborhood. With a heavy groan, Minjun slowly pushed himself up. Utterly drained, he grabbed a plastic water bottle nearby and chugged it down in one long, desperate gulp. The loud, raspy sound of him swallowing echoed through the quiet room. He wiped his mouth and let out a long, shaky breath of pure relief.
Byung-jun, who was sitting right next to him, instantly leaned in with frantic eyes. Whoa, wait. Are you seriously telling me you don't remember a single thing?
Minjun weakly brought a hand up to massage his throbbing temples, his face twisted in utter confusion. "Ugh, my head is killing me. All I vaguely remember is making it to Awakens Station." Fragmented, blurry memories began to flash through his mind, forcing him to relive the absolute nightmare. I managed to pry open the safety glass doors, and then I think I lured the entire horde of the infected inside. But after that, man, it's just a total blackout. I don't remember a damn thing. Hearing this, Byung-jun felt a sharp mix of deep sympathy and bubbling frustration. He couldn't help but lash out. "Are you out of your freaking mind? That happened because you pushed yourself way too far, trying to force your infection level up. Do you have any idea how bad you looked? Your vitals were literally at rock bottom. Do you have any clue what we had to go through just to drag your half-dead body back to this safe house? Next time, you better keep your damn infection level in check, you hear me?" Minjun just sat there in silence. He gave a slow, guilty nod, but suddenly, a crucial, terrifying thought struck him like lightning. He snapped his head up, his voice lacing with sudden panic. "Wait, speaking of which, where the hell is Yena? Where did Yena and Hachel go?" The moment those words left his mouth, Sunho's face instantly darkened. He dropped his gaze to the floor, his voice incredibly heavy and tight. "Han Yena." Sunho slowly raised his head. His bloodshot, exhausted eyes locked straight onto Minjun as he forced himself to recount the nightmare. "Right after you made your run toward Awakens Station, Gaganja got completely overrun. The infected poured in and tore the place apart. While we were scrambling to escape the chaos, Yena got cut off from the group. She was completely isolated. And after that, man, we have absolutely no clue what happened to her." Byung-jun quickly chimed in, desperately trying to keep his best friend from spiraling. "Hey, look, but here's the bright side. We know for a fact that there are still plenty of survivors hiding out in the surrounding buildings. The absolute best we can do right now is pray she managed to secure a safe hiding spot. Besides, you know her. That girl's sense of smell is as ridiculously sharp as a bloodhound's. When it comes to sniffing out those flesh eaters before they even get close, she's better than anyone." Byung-jun lowered his head, thick beads of nervous sweat rolling down his forehead as he braced himself to deliver the rest of the news. As for Hachel, ever since he tagged along with Sergeant Ha Do-hyun to hunt down those escaped convicts, he's basically vanished off the grid. I have no idea where he ended up. Minjun sat there, utterly paralyzed. He let out a hollow, shattered breath. The second he processed the horrible news, Minjun violently shot up from the mattress. Then we have to go find them. Right now, he declared with fierce determination. He frantically kicked off the thin blanket, throwing his legs over the edge to stand up. First things first, we backtrack to Gagunja. Byung-jun lunged forward, violently shoving him back down onto the bed as he snapped in frustration. Whoa. Just where do you think you're going? Looking like a half-dead corpse. Lie the hell down and rest, you crazy bastard. You literally passed out halfway just trying to reach Asen Station, and now you seriously think you can survive trekking all the way back there? Sunho stood to the side, his face dark and brooding, before he finally spoke up with a trembling voice. There's one more thing. It's about David. Minjun snapped his head back around, a sudden icy chill of dread washing over him, as cold sweat began to pour down his face. He didn't make it. He sacrificed himself to get you here. His friend froze, stammering, completely lost for words. Well, what? Junho held out a pristine white envelope in front of Minjun, his voice heavy with deep, lingering sorrow. He begged me to give this letter to his fiancée. Honestly, I think it's much safer in your hands than mine. Minjun took the letter in a daze. Junho pressed on, his words slicing like a jagged blade. David gave up his own life, just to save yours. It's your duty to deliver this straight to her hands. Minjun's face darkened, his lips pressing into a hard line as his eyes welled up with red, tearful guilt. He crushed the envelope in his grip, his knuckles turning pure white. An agonizing wave of remorse and self-hatred choked his heart, leaving him to quietly mutter in the dead silence, "It's all my fault." Minjun's slouched shadow stretched across the mattress. He turned his face away, bitterly tearing himself apart. If only I hadn't gone down into that tunnel alone. If only I hadn't pushed myself so recklessly. None of this would have ever happened. Byung-jun sat down beside him, giving his shoulder a gentle, reassuring pat, desperately trying to lift their spirits. It's going to be okay. Yina and Hak-chun will pull through too. If they're still alive, I bet my life they'll find a way across the river just to get to you, right? And hey, if they don't show up after a while, we'll just march right out there and find them ourselves. Junho chimed in, "Hey, what if we leave some sort of secret mark near Cheonho Station? You know, something like, young Minjun is still breathing, and then drop a rendezvous point?" Minjun immediately shot the idea down, his tone dead serious. "No way, we absolutely cannot do that. Yina and Hak-chun aren't the only ones hunting for me right now." Meanwhile, in a completely different sector of the city, a ragged group of survivors was running for their absolute lives, desperately fleeing from a massive horde of the undead. The barbaric, blood-curdling roars of the monsters echoed through the desolate streets. High above, on a towering rooftop, a blonde girl stared intently at her control screen and let out a soft, amused gasp. "Oh my, looks like we've got some survivors down there." Her long, slender legs took light, graceful steps across the rooftop, as she muttered to herself in fluent Japanese, "Now then, where in the world could they be hiding?" A short-haired girl in a black hoodie leaned casually against the rusty railing. She glanced over her shoulder at her partner and called out, "Hey, did you finally spot them? The manager is practically tearing the place apart looking for you, you know." She stared at the blonde girl's back, then shifted her gaze toward the distant, towering silhouette of the Lotta World Tower, her voice dripping with playful tease. "What's all this, huh? Are you seriously playing around with a drone right now? What are you going to do if you crash the poor thing?" The blonde girl just smirked and replied, "Oh, don't you worry about a thing, sis. My piloting skills have leveled up way more than you think." The short-haired girl crossed her arms over her chest, flashing a proud, confident smile. "Heh, you really are a natural at this, aren't you?" The blonde girl spun around, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity as she looked at her companion. "So, tell me you actually found something good." The short-haired girl flashed a dangerously mischievous grin, her voice dropping into a sickeningly sweet, affectionate purr. "Oh, Jung-chan, my dear." Hey guys, if you're enjoying the story so far, don't forget to drop a quick like. Meanwhile, on another completely barren rooftop just a few blocks away, a sleek, compact drone made a smooth descent onto the moss-covered tiles. Its buzzing propellers slowly whirred to a dead stop. Junho, the resident bookworm, gripped a rusty mop handle like it was a legendary broadsword. Sweat practically poured down his forehead as he called out, hyper alert. "You don't think that thing is rigged with a bomb, do you?" The chubby Byung-jun squinted hard at the little machine, trying to calm his friend down. "Relax, man. Judging by the looks of it, I highly doubt it's an explosive." Cautiously creeping closer, they noticed something strange tightly secured around the drone's chassis. Byung-jun mumbled under his breath, "Wait, there's definitely something strapped to the main body." Junho strained his eyes, squinting hard. "Looks like a piece of paper?" After a tense moment of hesitation, he reached out, treating the drone like a landmine as he delicately peeled the paper off. He slowly, almost agonizingly, unfolded the neatly quartered sheet. Byung-jun, unable to contain his burning curiosity, shoved his head right next to Junho's to get a look. Junho let out a loud gasp of sheer surprise. "Whoa! Would you look at that?" The neatly penned words on the paper revealed themselves, clear as day. "Hello there. We are a group of survivors currently trapped and completely isolated inside a building. There is a designated safe zone a few kilometers from here, and it is absolutely vital that we make it there. However, the streets are crawling with danger, making any form of travel nearly impossible for us right now. If you are willing to help us reach the safe zone, we swear on our lives that we will generously reward you. If you are open to this, please jot down some basic information about yourselves, attach it back onto the drone, and send it our way. Once we verify who you are, we will immediately transmit our exact coordinates. Byung-jun blinked, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Are there actually other survivors out there? Suddenly, it was as if Junho had just unlocked the greatest earth-shattering secret of the universe. He practically jumped out of his skin, screaming at the top of his lungs. Hold on a damn minute. Byung-jun flinched, snapping his head toward him. Jeez, what? What is it? What the hell's gotten into you? Junho frantically jabbed his finger at the flawlessly neat handwriting, his voice violently trembling with pure, unadulterated excitement. Bro, this handwriting, it definitely belongs to a woman. The two of them completely froze, their jaws dropping straight to the floor as they stared at each other in stunned silence. They instantly huddled their heads together, their geeky brains shifting into absolute overdrive with the most wildly absurd logic imaginable. Byung-jun nodded profoundly. Now that you mention it, the curves on these letters are actually super pretty and adorable. Junho adjusted his invisible glasses, analyzing the situation like a master detective. It is 100% a girl. Think about it. Why would they specifically ask for our personal information? It is obviously a screening process to filter out dangerous, creepy guys. I bet my life they were already analyzing us through the drone's camera before it even landed. And you know what that means, right? We completely passed their visual vibe check. The two of them practically exploded into a euphoric, victorious frenzy. Byung-jun fiercely punched the air in triumph. Hell yeah! I mean, come on! Two massive bookworms like us couldn't look threatening even if we tried. Junho fired back, his eyes burning with blazing, heroic determination. This is it, bro! No matter what happens, we absolutely have to rescue those girls. If Minjun comes with us, this will be an absolute breeze. The two guys roared, completely fired up. Awesome! Let's write a reply and send it out right now. Meanwhile, in a completely different sector of this ruined city, a deafening crack suddenly echoed out, tearing through the dead silence. Yenna stood on a separate rooftop, her hands trembling as she gripped a pistol, her long black hair fluttering gently in the wind. Another sharp gunshot rang out, the bullet slamming right into the dead center of a makeshift target not too far away. As the faint gun smoke cleared, a neat little hole was left right in the bullseye. But the noise had already drawn the attention of the undead horde wandering aimlessly down below. They snapped their heads up, growling as they stumbled toward the building in growing numbers. Standing right behind Yen-A, Ju spoke up, his voice calm and deep as he pointed out her mistake. Your grip is way too loose. The moment he said that, he stepped in close, his solid chest pressing firmly right against her back. One of his hands firmly grasped hers around the gun, while the other gently rested on the back of her free hand, slowly adjusting her stance. And don't put your left hand underneath. Wrap it around your right hand just like this. Yen-A jolted, her entire body freezing up at the sudden, intimate contact. She frantically yanked her hands away and spun around, her face burning red with a mix of fierce embarrassment and anger. Wait, hold on a second. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to just touch me like that? Joe just stared at her blankly, completely clueless as to why she was reacting this way. Yen-A kept backing up, waving her hands wildly as a barrage of protest spilled from her lips. You could have just told me with your words. Why did you have to go and get all handsy with me? Joe let out a heavy sigh and replied with absolute calm. All right, I'm sorry, but could you please point that gun somewhere else? Hearing that, Yen-A gasped and looked down, realizing the barrel was aimed dead straight at his chest. She hastily lowered the weapon and pulled her hoodie tightly around herself like a shield, her cheeks still flushed a deep crimson. I am absolutely not falling for this, she muttered fiercely in her own mind, fighting a chaotic internal battle. This narcissistic pretty boy jerk. Don't you dare think you can use that handsome face to flirt with me. No way. Joe just stood there, his eyes practically screaming his utter confusion. He finally spoke up, breaking the awkward tension with a new proposition. Well then, let's just move right into live combat training. Yen-A's head snapped up, completely and utterly bewildered. Huh? Live combat? Joe didn't say a word. He simply jutted his chin toward the rooftop of the adjacent building. Over there, a lone zombie was stumbling around aimlessly, low guttural snarls spilling endlessly from its mouth. Joe issued his cold command. Aim at that thing. Take the shot. Yen-A froze up entirely, rooted to the spot in pure shock. She looked hesitantly at the zombie, then back to Ju, her eyes welling up with tears as her lips trembled. Slowly, painfully slowly, she raised the gun, her arms shaking violently as she desperately tried to line up the sights. The barrel was aimed directly at the undead creature, but she just couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger. Her eyes betrayed a violent, agonizing internal struggle. Joe stood by with his arms crossed, watching her closely. He furrowed his brow and asked, Why aren't you shooting? Trying to save ammo? He elaborated in a slow, measured tone. We only picked this gun up by sheer luck anyway. Weapons and ammo? We can always scavenge for more. For you, right now, actual combat experience is far more valuable than any bullet. Yen-A slowly lowered the weapon, her voice choking up. I just don't know. If it was an infected actually charging at me to attack, maybe I could have shot it. She turned her face away, her gaze drifting into the distance. But seeing it just stumbling around so helplessly like that, it just reminds me of the people I used to know. A brief flicker of emotion crossed Ju's eyes. He stood in silence, looking at the girl's flushed cheeks. A moment later, he spoke up, his voice ice-cold, brutal, yet brutally realistic. At the end of the day, if that thing was standing right in front of you, it would tear you apart and eat you without a single second of hesitation. So why on earth are you showing it mercy? Stop looking at them as if they're still human. His words struck like a jagged blade, stabbing straight into Yen-A's heart. He delivered his final, merciless verdict. If you can't even harden your heart to do this, then you have absolutely no right to go looking for your friends. Yen-A stood frozen, absorbing the heavy blow in silence. She slowly closed her eyes. Ju's harsh, unforgiving words echoed endlessly in her mind, but they seemed to awaken something sleeping deep within her soul. When she opened her eyes again, all traces of hesitation and frailty had vanished. In their place was a razor-sharp, unwavering glare. She raised the pistol with absolute conviction, her arm steady as stone, locking dead onto her target. A decisive gunshot roared out, shattering the eerie silence and echoing through the endless concrete jungle, a ruthless vow of the harsh transformation that had just taken root within her. The scene then shifted back to the fortified safe house under a brilliantly blue sky, signaling that a brand new chaotic event was about to unfold. Inside a wildly cluttered room, Min-Jun stood absolutely paralyzed, his eyes blown wide as beads of nervous sweat rolled down his forehead. He stammered out, "Survivors!" Sun-Ho and Byung-Jun scrambled over instantly, swarming around Min-Jun like a pair of hyperactive bees. The guy with glasses thrust a piece of paper into the air, explaining with rapid-fire machine gun speed. "That's right, we wrote a letter back to them and they actually replied. Look at this. They even gave us their exact coordinates." Byung-Jun chimed in, burning with sheer determination. Throwing both fists straight into the air, he declared, "We have to go rescue them right this instant." Min-Jun stayed completely silent. His uncomfortably calm eyes skimmed over the contents of the letter. Then, he looked up and dropped a deadpan bombshell that left his two friends utterly speechless. "I'm not going." Both of them completely short-circuited. Byung-Jun was so fiercely outraged that his entire body was violently shaking, while Sun-Ho just stood there gasping like a fish, totally unable to believe his own ears. Maintaining his perfectly stoic, emotionless face, Min-Jun fired back. "No! Do you guys even know who these people are? What if they're actually dangerous?" The two friends gritted their teeth in utter frustration. Sun-Ho furiously snatched the letter back, slammed it right against his nose, and took a massive, deep inhale, his eyes closing in absolute bliss. Then, he screamed at the top of his lungs as if he had just discovered the ultimate truth of the universe. "This paper radiates the sweet scent of a woman, and not just any scent. It's an incredibly intoxicating, beautiful scent." Byung-Jun instantly jumped on the bandwagon, smashing his fist passionately into his open palm. "That proves it! It is 100% a girl." "Exactly, so how in the world could they possibly be dangerous? You absolute idiot!" The two foolish guys completely lost themselves in their own wild, degenerate fantasies. Byung-Jun clasped his hands together in prayer, his eyes sparkling like massive anime stars. "Bro, what if there are exactly 3 girls over there waiting for us? Isn't this the golden opportunity of a lifetime?" Sun-Ho chimed in, his eyes practically sparkling. "A 3-on-3 blind date in the middle of the apocalypse? It could totally happen. And you're really going to let this chance slip by?" Min-Jun just stood there, shaking his head in total exasperation. "You two have absolutely zero survival instincts," he thought to himself. "You're going to get yourselves killed sooner or later." He let out a soft sigh as a fresh bead of sweat rolled down his face, a lingering sense of unease gnawing at his gut. This really does feel a bit sketchy," he muttered. Right then, an idea flashed through his mind. Min-Jun looked up, his eyes sharp with calculation. "Whatever, we need to secure that drone anyway. Meeting up with these people might not be such a bad idea after all." Hearing his shift in tone, Byung-Jun and Sun-Ho's faces instantly lit up with joy. Byung-Jun hurriedly cut in. "Exactly! Once we save them, we can just ask for their drone as a reward." Sun-Ho eagerly jumped on the bandwagon. "Yeah, with that, we'd finally be able to track down Hak-chun and Yona, too!" Min-Jun immediately started mapping out the plan. Their current location is in Sinam-dong, right? And where exactly are they trying to go? Byung-Jun quickly answered. "They said it's an art school over in Oyundong. That place is probably just like the Gagunja shelter, a massive safe zone for survivors in this region." Min-Jun nodded slowly, pointing down at the floor. "All right, looking at the route from Sinam-dong to Oyundong, our place right here is the perfect transit point."
The young man looked at his two friends and laid down the law. "You two are staying put right here."
"Tomorrow, I'm heading out alone." The moment those words left his mouth, both of them erupted in fierce protest. No way, we want to go too! Minjun shook his head, breaking it down with cold logic. All three of us moving together is a death wish. Besides, once I find a car and escort them to Oyendong, I'll have to swing back here anyway. While I'm on the move, I'll pick both of you up, and then we'll head to the safe zone together. Sound good? It was a flawless, rational plan, leaving Sunho with absolutely no room to argue. He hung his head and mumbled weakly. Ugh, I guess that makes sense. Byung-jun, however, was still pacing with worry. Man, if only we had walkie-talkies, we could at least keep each other updated. Sunho nodded vigorously in agreement. Yeah, you better not ditch us out there, man. Minjun offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I won't. The next day, the safe house stood quietly beneath a crystal-clear blue sky, signaling the start of a perilous new journey. Minjun stepped out of the gates alone, trailed closely by a zombie under his complete control, staggering behind him like a fiercely loyal bodyguard. He tucked an unloaded pistol into his waistband, reassuring himself. Even without bullets, if things go south, just flashing this empty gun should be enough to scare someone off. Plus, I've got my blade too, he muttered to himself as he walked. Still, even if I do find them, I have no idea how many people are actually in their group. A wave of nervousness suddenly washed over him. The desolate, ruined cityscape stretched out before his eyes, massive skyscrapers standing in dead silence under the brilliant azure sky. Approaching the designated coordinates, Minjun pressed his back against a brick wall, carefully scanning the street ahead. A few zombies were wandering aimlessly, their sluggish bodies weaving through the scattered corpses littering the asphalt. Is it that house over there? He thought. This block seems way more infected than the others. There are dead bodies everywhere. He cautiously peeked his head around the edge of the wall, a creeping sense of dread taking hold of his heart. This isn't some kind of trap, right? God, I have a really bad feeling about this. Minjun furrowed his brows, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He paused. Wait a second. He glanced down at his hand, tracing the faint scars on his skin. Being able to control my infection symptoms is the only reason I made it here so easily. But how the hell am I supposed to explain this to those survivors? He raised the whistle to his lips, his mind an absolute tangled mess. Screw it, I'll just keep this a secret until I actually meet them. A sharp, ear-piercing shriek from the whistle tore through the eerie silence of the neighborhood. Instantly, the wandering zombies in the vicinity snapped to attention, completely agitated. They unleashed guttural growls and began to move. The entire horde of the undead charged frantically toward the source of the noise, creating a scene of absolute terrifying chaos. Under the bright blue sky, a modern luxurious villa stood isolated amidst the ruined streets. The heavy dark bloodstains smeared across its sidewalk only amplified the building's grotesque, eerie vibe. Having successfully lured the undead horde away with the whistle, Minjun strolled up to the property alone, completely unbothered. His long shadow stretched across the blood-soaked pavement, his expression cold, guarded, and full of mystery. He glanced up at the security camera mounted on the perimeter wall and muttered under his breath. Surveillance cameras? I wonder if there's even any power left. Standing before the massive, fortified main gate, Minjun started running through his options. How am I supposed to get inside? Should I just scream my lungs out and tell them to open up? While he was hesitating, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly blared from a speaker mounted right next to the mailbox, making him jump out of his skin. Are you the guy with Junho's drone? Recovering from the massive jump scare, Minjun hurriedly replied, his voice trembling just a bit. Yes, I'm the one who received the message through the drone. A loud, dry clack echoed as the heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, leaving just enough of a gap for one person to slip through. But the absolute second he stepped over the threshold, a massive, burly figure suddenly materialized, blocking Minjun's path and freezing him dead in his tracks. Minjun's jaw hit the floor, sweat pouring down his forehead as his internal monologue started screaming in sheer panic. Holy crap! Just as I feared, this guy's face is absolutely terrifying. Should I just turn around and run for my life right now? The towering brute, sporting a nasty, long scar across his forehead, narrowed his eyes, sizing Minjun up from head to toe before speaking in a deep, gravelly voice. You don't look like the two guys I saw in the drone footage. Minjun scrambled to explain himself. Those were my friends. Our group has 3 people in total, but moving together is way too dangerous, so I came here by myself. The imposing guard kept his guard up, his tone accusatory. This area is crawling with the undead. Even we don't dare make a reckless move out there.
And you're telling me you crossed through a horde of zombies all by yourself, dressed like that, with nothing but a little whistle hanging around your neck? Meanwhile, Minjun was cursing the guy out in his head.
Son of a bitch, why is he talking down to me like that? Swallowing his pride, he forced himself to stay calm and replied, well, I do have a handgun, and I brought some backup rations, just like we agreed. The man's demeanor remained as cold as ever. He barked out a harsh condition. If he wanted to get inside, he had to hand over the gun. Minjun froze, immediately blurting out a protest. Huh? No way, I can't do that. He looked up, desperately trying to reason with him. Why the hell should I trust you guys and just hand over my weapon? Frustration was rapidly boiling up inside him. These guys begged for help, so what is up with this arrogant attitude? Screw this. I should just bail while I still can. The guard fell dead silent, his razor-sharp gaze piercing right through Minjun with absolute zero emotion. But after a tense moment of hesitation, the man surprisingly backed down. Fine, go on in. Minjun blinked in utter disbelief, convinced his ears were playing tricks on him. Yeah, right. He cautiously peeked inside, cold sweat dripping down his neck. I've got a seriously bad feeling about this, he told himself. But I might as well see what's going on. The heavy iron gates slammed shut behind him with a hollow metallic clang, sealing a fateful encounter that was about to unfold. The guide raised his voice, announcing his arrival to the people waiting inside. The survivor from Johan Hall is here! Stepping into the grand living room, Minjun slowly looked up, his eyes immediately blowing wide open in absolute shock. A gasp of pure bewilderment escaped his lips. Huh? Right there, casually lounging on a luxurious sofa, sat a girl with dazzling blonde hair. She was hugging a white ghost plushie, looking completely unbothered, as if the world outside hadn't completely gone to hell. The girl lifted her head, revealing a breathtakingly delicate face with the absolutely flawless features of a superstar. Target information: Yu Jian, 17 years old. Member of the girl group Lumina, debuted 3 years ago. First-year student at the Art International School of Arts. Minjun was completely paralyzed. He just stood there, staring blankly at the girl, feeling like he had stumbled into some wildly surreal dream. His eyes were perfectly round, his pupils completely dilated, entirely overwhelmed by the impossible sight of a top idol sitting right in front of him. The scene abruptly shifted back in time, fading into the image of a chubby-cheeked, innocent 10-year-old boy. Target information: Young Minjun, 10 years old, third-grade student at Seong-un Elementary. Standing outside their door, a woman holding a little girl's hand smiled brightly. Hello there! Our family just moved in this week. Minjun's father warmly returned the greeting. Oh my, you didn't have to be so formal. Welcome! Beside the woman stood a little girl with long brown hair and massive sparkling eyes, looking just as adorable as a tiny little angel. Target information: Yu Jian, 9 years old, second-grade student at Seong-un Elementary. The faded memories of that rundown apartment complex, the place where they first became neighbors, began playing out like a slow-motion movie in his mind. The tiny Yu Jian shyly shuffled over, nervously tugging at her sleeve as she looked up at the boys standing by the school gates. Excuse me, is this Seong-un Elementary School? Jian's mother gently held the little girl's hand, offering a warm smile to their new neighbor. Sweetheart, would you mind walking to school together with my daughter? I know it is just a short walk from home, but I still get a little worried about her. The young Minjun just stood there in silence, his chubby cheeks completely devoid of any particular emotion. And just like that, a young boy and girl in matching elementary school uniforms walked quietly side by side down a beautiful tree-lined street, painting a picture of pure, absolute childhood innocence. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The little boy Minjun was now a teenager, hunched over a glowing computer monitor, his fingers flying rapidly across the keyboard in a steady rhythmic clatter. He was entirely laser-focused on the intense strategy game playing out on his screen. Over on his desk, the little calendar had already flipped over to May 12th. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, followed immediately by a bright, crystal-clear voice. Hello, mister! Is Minjun home today? From the hallway, Minjun's mother happily called out to him. Minjun! Jane is here to see you! The little girl from back then had really grown up. With her long, shimmering hair, she casually plopped down on the chair right next to him, her eyes glued to the screen as she watched him play. Minjun kept his eyes locked on the monitor, but his intense focus was definitely starting to slip. He carefully stole a glance at his childhood friend, awkwardly mumbling, do you want to play a round two? Yu Jian's eyes instantly lit up like stars, and she beamed with pure excitement. Wait, really? Can I? The two of them completely lost themselves in the virtual world. Bright giggles and excited, lively chatter echoed endlessly, filling every corner of that small, cozy bedroom. But unfortunately, those blissful days couldn't last forever. Winter slowly rolled in, and soft, delicate snowflakes began to fall past the window pane. Standing blankly in front of the cold, heavy iron door of his neighbor's apartment, a young Minjun stood completely frozen as his mother gently broke the news. I heard Jian's family finally moved away today, honey. The young boy quietly turned away, gazing out into the hollow, dead-silent apartment hallway where stray white snowflakes were desperately drifting inside. His mother gave him a comforting pat. You two only just started getting close, too. It really is a shame, isn't it, sweetheart? The wheels of time violently turned once again. The grand signboard for Seong-un Middle School flashed into view, marking an entirely new chapter of his life. Middle schooler Minjun, now sporting a pair of thick-framed glasses, was mindlessly scrolling through his phone when he suddenly froze, letting out a sharp gasp. Whoa! Right there on his glowing screen was a massive, sensational breaking news headline. E-Entertainment's highly anticipated girl group Lumina officially confirms their grand debut on the first of the month, immediately capturing explosive international media attention. Minjun's eyes were instantly locked onto the stunning image of the blonde-haired girl standing right in the center of the group. It was a face that was painfully, heartbreakingly familiar. The article proudly proclaimed, Lumina's youngest member, Yu Jian, shares her thoughts. Smack! Out of nowhere, a heavy hand violently slapped Minjun on the back, followed by an obnoxiously teasing voice. Yo, Jung Minjun! What the hell are you looking at? His rowdy classmate burst into a fit of obnoxious laughter. Oh man, no way. Is our quiet little nerd totally obsessing over idol pictures? Or are you creeping on them and getting off in secret, you dirty little bastard? Ha ha ha! And once again, the cruel hands of time ticked forward. The grand sign of Seong-eun High School stood tall underneath a brilliant, crystal-clear blue sky. Minjun had grown into a mature high schooler, but he still kept his old habit of sitting all by himself, quietly scrolling through his phone as he silently watched every single milestone his childhood friend achieved. Massive, flashy headlines continuously flooded his screen. Global sensation Lumina officially secures their third consecutive million-seller title just 2 years after their debut. Lumina confirms a massive October comeback, kicking off their very first world tour and marking their absolute global dominance. Japanese fans in a frenzy. Tickets for Lumina's historic Tokyo Dome concert completely sold out, kicking off an unprecedented 5-dome tour in Japan. The terrifying power of a true global idol group. Holding strong in the top 10 of the US Billboard charts for 10 consecutive weeks. Minjun lowered his phone, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. She is an absolute goddess now, an existence standing so incredibly high up I could never even hope to reach her. Behind his thick lenses, his wide eyes beautifully reflected the dazzling light of a glamorous, utterly untouchable world. The memory shattered, snapping him right back to the harsh, apocalyptic reality. Minjun was still standing there, completely frozen, helplessly muttering that painfully familiar name. Yoo-jin! The stunning girl lounging on the sofa gracefully lifted her head. Her gorgeous blonde hair shimmered with the movement as her massive, captivating eyes locked directly onto his. She gave a polite little nod, a beautifully soft, angelic smile blooming on her lips as she casually broke the silence. Hey there. Minjun remained completely paralyzed, his brain entirely short-circuiting as he refused to believe the absolute insanity unfolding right in front of his eyes. He lowered his head, muttering under his breath in sheer disbelief. Ah, so that's how it is. Minjun looked up at the girl, a bitter pang tightening his chest. She doesn't recognize me anymore, he thought to himself. The short-haired girl from earlier suddenly popped up, breaking the awkward tension with a warm, cheerful greeting. Hello? Hearing her, Minjun thought to himself, well, I guess it makes sense. It's been way too long, and we were just little kids back then. Her expression shifted to one of genuine worry as she continued. You went through so much just to get here. It must have been incredibly dangerous, right? System info. Hoshino Koharu, 19 years old, member of the girl group Lumina, from Yokosuka, Japan. Minjun stammered in response. Oh, it's really nothing. You guys, you're all members of Lumina, right? Another man, likely their manager, stepped out, gripping an assault rifle. He signaled to the two girls, Jian and Koharu. You two, head inside first. Let me handle the talking. The girls obediently nodded in response. Oh, okay. Minjun's eyes instinctively locked onto the gun in the man's hands. He flinched, cold sweat rolling down his forehead as absolute shock hit him. An assault rifle? As the two girls and the hulking bodyguard headed upstairs, Minjun's mind started racing. A manager and a bodyguard. Looks like they're staff from Gi Entertainment. The man who claimed to be the manager spoke up, his voice dripping with warning as his eyes narrowed sharply. Let me make this perfectly clear. If you try anything funny, even for a split second, I will shoot you dead. System info. SEO Jin Woo, 31 years old, Gi Entertainment, manager of the girl group Lumina. Minjun stayed silent, sweat still trickling down his face as the man's killing intent washed over him. Swallowing hard, he tried to keep his cool, replying politely, but standing his ground. Look, I have a handgun too, but I didn't draw it because you all seemed like people I could trust. Don't you think pointing a rifle at someone who came to help is crossing a line? Pissed off by the guy's hostile attitude, Minjun decided he was done playing nice. He spun around coldly and threw out a final decisive sentence. Bons. Fine then, I'm out of here. He stormed toward the door, but suddenly froze in his tracks, falling dead silent. He cast a quick glance back at the living room, a heavy, unexplainable knot twisting in his gut. Why the hell am I still so worried about Jian? He thought. Right at that moment, the manager's voice echoed from behind, shattering the heavy silence. Jian and I, ever since the very first days of this nightmare, we've had to survive entirely on our own. He finally began to lower his guard, opening up about their story. When Jian and I were trying to find the others and made our way back to this dorm, a crazy stalker had already taken over the place. He looked dead into Minjun's eyes, his voice dropping to a chilling pitch. And I'm the one who killed that sick bastard. Minjun froze in sheer shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In another room, the gruesome sight of a corpse sprawled in a pool of blood flashed in his mind, absolute proof of the manager's dark confession. The man continued. That stalker was planning to kill me so he could have his way with Jian. It wasn't just him. After the zombies completely destroyed the world and everything fell into chaos, a lot of sick creeps tried to get their hands on our members. Sure, there were some genuinely good fans who wanted to help. The manager's voice hardened, heavy with exhaustion and deep-rooted paranoia. But even after we locked down this dorm, a few scumbags still managed to track us down, obsessed with meeting the members of Lumina. Just last week, there was another suspicious guy prowling around outside. I chased him off. Hearing all this, it finally clicked for Minjun. Ah, so that's why, he thought. No wonder they treated me like an enemy the second I walked in. The man held out a business card, finally offering a proper introduction. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Seojin Woo, manager of Lumina under Gi Entertainment. Minjun took the card, replying with polite respect. Nice to meet you. The manager then pointed toward the hulking man nearby and added, and this is Mr. Im Da-woon, Lumina's personal bodyguard. Minjun quickly chimed in regarding the two girls from earlier. Yes, I know. That was Koharu and Jian from Lumina, right? Realizing it was his turn, Minjun formally introduced himself, rubbing the back of his neck a bit awkwardly. I'm Young Minjun, a second-year student at Seongan High School. He pointed toward the rooftop where his two companions were waiting, explaining further. The two friends who came with me are from the same school. We had a bigger group, but we got separated while trying to cross the Han River. The manager gave a slow, understanding nod. I see. That makes sense. Minjun, still curious, decided to ask. So this really is Lumina's dorm. But hey, now that I think about it, you mentioned earlier that it was just you and Jian surviving together. How exactly did Koharu and Mr. Bodyguard end up meeting you guys here? The manager began to recount their brutal journey. Right before the zombie outbreak hit, Jian had a solo schedule, so she was separated from the rest of the members. We were on the move when all hell broke loose. He took a breath and continued. At first, we managed to survive with a group of people inside a shopping mall. But when that place completely fell to pieces, we had no choice but to run and hole up in this dorm. Deep down, I was praying that the other members of Lumina might have made their way back here too. Minjun pressed on. Then what about Koharu and the bodyguard? The manager replied, about a month ago, Koharu and Da-woon risked their lives to come here looking for us. It was the bodyguard's turn to speak, his rugged, battle-hardened face flashing with fierce loyalty. Since the very beginning of the apocalypse, I was stuck at a school in the Woondong district with the rest of Lumina, including Koharu. That place has actually turned into a massive safe zone now, holding a ton of survivors. System info. I'm Dae-woon, 29 years old, Gi Entertainment Security, personal bodyguard for the girl group Lumina. It suddenly clicked for Minjun. Ah, that shelter! The bodyguard went on. Koharu flat out broke the shelter's rules. She snuck out completely on her own just to find Jian, her groupmate, and the very first place she rushed to was this exact dorm. As for me, I just tagged along to keep her alive. Hearing that, Minjun couldn't help but be in total awe. Wow, Koharu is seriously brave, he murmured. The manager wrapped up the story. Every single one of us came here holding on to the exact same hope, that the rest of the girls would be waiting for us at the dorm. And by some absolute miracle, we found each other. So now the four of us, me, the bodyguard, Jian, and Koharu, have been surviving together in this place ever since. Minjun nodded slowly. Ah, so that's how it is. Then the rest of the members must still be at the shelter in that school. The manager sighed, his voice heavy with pure exhaustion and helplessness. Our bodyguard here sneaks out occasionally to scavenge for food, but lately, the number of zombies in this area has suddenly skyrocketed. We've been completely cut off here for 2 whole weeks now. We've nearly lost our lives more times than I can count, so I really don't know how much longer we can hold out. He looked Minjun dead in the eye, laying out their desperate dilemma. No matter what, we have to make it to that school shelter to regroup with the other members. The problem is, it's absolute chaos out there, and we need a vehicle with at least 4 seats. The image of streets completely blocked by wrecked cars flashed in their minds. The manager continued, the main road ahead is completely blocked off. Trying to make all 4 of us walk that long distance on foot is basically a death sentence. If it were just me and the bodyguard, that'd be one thing. He sighed heavily, his eyes filled with deep anxiety. But I absolutely cannot let Jian and Koharu face any more danger. With how things are right now, moving all 4 of us together is just too risky. Minjun listened in silence, sweat trickling down his forehead. He thought to himself, man, these guys seriously have an insane sense of responsibility. He sank into his chair, letting out a faint sigh of relief inwardly. Well, at least it's a blessing that they're all reliable people. It was clear they were ready to risk their lives for the members of Lumina. Minjun lowered his head, his mind already racing with calculations. As long as I can keep my infection symptoms under control and find a working car, escorting these 4 won't be too hard. Behind his glasses, his eyes glinted with deep thought. Should I tell them the truth about being infected? After a moment of hesitation, he looked up and asked, so you just need me to find a car and safely transport everyone, right? With absolute certainty, he declared, I'll go find a car for you. The manager just stared at him, completely dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Minjun continued, if possible, I'll even clear out the road ahead and drive it right up to the front door. But in exchange, I have one request. My friends are currently at Troll Hole. I'll need to pick them up along the way. It's on the route anyway, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Minjun's sudden condition left the manager blinking in confusion. Also, could I borrow your drone for a bit? Manager Seo Jin Hyuk blinked in surprise, but quickly gave a vigorous nod. The drone? Yes, of course, take it. Having secured their agreement, Minjun rubbed his chin. Behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with the sharp calculation of a master strategist. All right then, to fit everyone, we'll need a vehicle with at least 6 seats. He muttered to himself, analyzing the options. A large SUV or a truck would be too bulky. It'd be a nightmare trying to weave through streets swarming with the undead. I'll try to find a car that's just the right size. With that, Minjin shot up from his seat, declaring with burning determination, "Well then, I'm off to get that car right now." His sheer abruptness made both the manager and the hulking bodyguard jump. Jin Hyuk's eyes bugged out as he stammered, "Wait, right this exact second?" Ignoring the utter shock of the two adults, Minjin casually spun around and marched straight for the door. Seo Jin Hyuk panicked, chasing after him and waving his arms frantically to stop him. "No, hold on. At least take some weapons or prepare yourself first." Minjin merely glanced back over his shoulder, flashing a breezy smile like he was just popping out to the corner store for some soy sauce. "Don't stress too much. I can't stay hanging around out there for long anyway. I'll be back as fast as I can." The door clicked shut, leaving Seo Jin Hyuk and bodyguard Im Dae-gun rooted to the spot. They exchanged blank stares, utterly speechless at the high schooler's ridiculous level of chill. A moment later, Jin Hyuk finally snapped out of it, his forehead slick with sweat. He dragged his hands through his hair, groaning in disbelief. I can't believe this. That kid just casually strolled out into a literal zombie horde like he was taking a walk around the neighborhood. He turned to his rugged companion, desperately seeking some solidarity.
Dae-gun, man, you've been a bodyguard for years. This has to be the first time you've ever seen someone as insanely weird as him, right? Dae-gun, with his sharp scar-lined face, just stood deep in thought. His eyes stared off into the distance before he let out a low, rough rumble from his throat in agreement.
Evening fell, painting the sky in a blindingly brilliant sunset red. Mackerel clouds drifted lazily across the tranquil sky, a stark contrast to the suffocating tension playing out below. Inside the living room, Jean clutched a throw pillow tightly to her chest, her voice trembling slightly as she called out, Jin Hayuko-pa? The manager turned around, his tone softening instantly. What is it, Jan? The idol's big, round eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and creeping worry. That guy from earlier? Where did he go? Manager Seo stammered. A cold sweat began to break out on his skin all over again. He checked his watch, his face tightening with extreme stress as he bit his lip, trying to analyze the grim reality. He's been out looking for a car for over 4 hours now. With how bad it is out there right now, something terrible must have happened to him. Hearing those pessimistic words, Jian's beautiful face immediately fell. She cast her eyes downward, whispering with a heartbreaking sense of resignation. I guess it can't be helped. The next day, the sky was a brilliantly clear, vast expanse of blue. The morning sun beamed down on the fortified villa, signaling an unexpected new beginning. Manager Seo Jin Hyuk was dead asleep on the living room sofa when a frantic shout suddenly jolted him awake. Jin Hyuk! He flinched, kicking the blankets off and shooting up in a daze. Bodyguard Dae-gun came rushing into the room, his usually hardened, terrifying face completely blown wide open with shock. That high school kid, he actually came back. Manager Seo's eyes bulged, refusing to believe his own ears. Wait, seriously? Really? The scene cut to the front gates of the villa. A compact delivery truck was parked imposingly, perfectly plugging up the narrow pathway, entirely blocking any undead monsters that dared to wander close. Right outside, a vehicle had completely barricaded the alley. The guttural snarls of zombies echoed in the distance, and cutting through the noise, Minjin's voice rang out. It's fine. I've already blocked off the alleyway. Right before their eyes sat a red delivery truck. It was completely slathered in blood. Some dried, some still gleaming wet, looking like it had just barreled straight out of hell. So Jin Hyuk and Im Dae-gun stepped out, completely frozen at the sight. What the hell is this? The manager stammered out, while Min-jun just casually asked, This should do the trick, right? Min-jun yanked the back doors of the truck wide open. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Get in now. So Jin Hyuk still couldn't process it and screamed, How the hell did you manage to drive this thing back here all by yourself? The back was filled with sealed cardboard boxes. It took a while to find one that still actually starts up, so I'm a bit late, Min-jun explained. But the manager was still utterly baffled. But how did you even drive it? He answered with a totally straight face. I just picked up a few basic tricks from a friend. He gave the manager a slight nudge to signal him. All right, Miss Jian and Miss Koharu can come out now. From behind the gate, Koharu and Jian timidly peeked their heads out. Their eyes were filled with a mix of anxiety and sheer curiosity as they stared at the truck. The desolate rooftop was now officially behind them. Everyone quickly scrambled into the back of the truck and settled in. Jin Hyuk carefully called out to the back. Are the seats in there okay? Koharu called back. Yes, we're all good. Right before hopping in, the manager turned to the bodyguard with a dead serious expression. If anything goes wrong on the road, Dae-gun, protect the girls. The burly bodyguard gave a firm, decisive nod. Understood. The heavy back doors of the truck slammed shut, swallowing them into complete darkness and silence. Seo Jin Hyuk slipped into the driver's seat. Min-jun took the passenger seat. Jin Hyuk took one massive, shaky breath before declaring, All right, let's move out. The blood-stained red delivery truck slowly rolled forward, leaving behind the narrow alleyway that had been their only safe haven. Before them stretched a ruined, desolate wasteland of a city, the start of a one-way journey into the absolute unknown. Manager Seo Jin Hyuk gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. Cold sweat poured down his face, but he forced a stiff, reassuring smile. If we just keep heading straight down this road, we should be fine. Right? Sitting next to him, Minjun didn't even flinch. He replied with cold apathy, yeah, I mean, it's not like the streets are just going to magically swarm with infected out of nowhere. But behind that painfully cool facade, Minjun's inner voice was absolutely shrieking. I talk a big game, but I am literally terrified right now. Seriously, what if we ram into some tank of a zombie, or an entire horde just turns around and jumps us? He let out a massive, exhausted sigh in his mind, his eyes dropping in pure helplessness. Even I wouldn't be able to carry my way out of that one. As he shifted his gaze out the window, the horrific, blood-soaked memories of his previous battle violently flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, according to what Bei Sun-ho said, I took down a screamer and dozens of zombies single-handedly. But a grave seriousness flashed behind his glasses. He had to remind himself, that was only because he threw his actual life on the line. The risk was just way too high. After navigating through blocks of devastated streets, they finally reached their destination. Jin-hyuk leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. Is it this way? Minjun snapped out of his thoughts and quickly pointed ahead. Ah, we're almost there. Just take a turn into that alley right over there. Jin-hyuk nodded and cranked the steering wheel. Got it. Even though they had safely arrived, the poor manager still couldn't hide his nervous twitching. He shot a wary glance at Minjun and probed, but, about these friends of yours, are you absolutely sure they're trustworthy? Minjun turned to him, slapping on the most reliable, trustworthy face he could muster to vouch for his bros. Yep, they're also Luminous, Lumina's official fandom, but they aren't stalker-level crazies like the Sasang fans, so you really don't need to worry. Hearing that, Jin-hyuk raised a skeptical eyebrow. Oh, is that so? To completely crush any lingering doubts, Minjun looked the manager dead in the eye and delivered a rock-solid guarantee. You can put your absolute trust in them. My friends, I mean. Even with that assurance, bullets of nervous sweat continued to race down Jin-hyuk's forehead. He was already mentally preparing for an absolute catastrophe of rabid fanboys meeting their idols. But man, if they actually see the Lumina members in the flesh, they're probably going to lose their minds. Minjun just stayed dead silent, utterly lost for words. Meanwhile, back at the familiar desolate rooftop, inside a dark cramped room absolutely overflowing with trash, a heavy, utterly depressing aura hung in the air. The chubby friend, Byung-jun, sat huddled in a corner, letting out a soul-crushing groan. Hey, Sun-ho, his bespectacled buddy Sun-ho mumbled back. Huh? Byung-jun let out a tragic, trembling sigh. Are we seriously going to die without ever getting a single girlfriend? The two chronically single guys just kept wallowing in their own pathetic misery. Sun-ho clicked his tongue. Damn it, I should have just confessed to literally anyone while I had the chance. Hearing that, Byung-jun suddenly snapped, scolding him mercilessly. Drop that pathetic tone right now, you fat pig. We are going to survive this apocalypse, no matter what it takes. But the very second that tiny spark of heroic determination ignited, the massive roar of an engine blasted from outside the window, shattering the silence. Sun-ho jumped out of his skin and whipped his head around. Completely losing his cool, he tripped, fell flat on his butt, and screamed with wide, panic-stricken eyes. Who the hell is out there? Is that Jung Min-jun? The moment the words left his mouth, the familiar red delivery truck crept menacingly through the gates and rolled into the courtyard, breaking the rare silence of the open sky. Swift and incredibly precise, the blood-soaked truck parked flawlessly right in the middle of the cramped yard. Watching this unfold from high above, the chubby Byung-jun's jaw hit the floor. His eyes bulged out of his skull in such absolute shock, it looked like his soul had straight up left his body. He couldn't utter a single syllable. A second later, the room's door slammed open. Min-jun casually strolled in, trailing a whole group of people right behind him. Striking a total hero's pose, he gave his report. Took a little longer than I originally planned, huh? Well, I brought everyone back in one piece. But he didn't even get to look cool for 3 full seconds before Sun-ho charged at him. Smack! He swung a wild slap right across Min-jun's face, sending him stumbling forward. Hurry up and launch the drone out of here, you idiot! But suddenly, all of their chaotic bickering was completely drowned out by Byung-jun's frantic, insane stuttering. The chubby boy's lips were quivering violently, sputtering out absolute gibberish. Lumi! And the exact cause of his brain totally short-circuiting was standing right there. Jian and Koharu had just stepped through the doorway, offering a shy, polite, hello there. Inside Byung-jun's head, an earth-shattering, apocalyptic scream was going off. Why the hell are the actual members of Lumina walking into my room? The sheer, overwhelming visual shock was just too much for Byung-jun's mortal body to handle. The chubby boy violently clutched the left side of his chest. Sweating like a pig, his face contorted in absolute agony. Thud! Byung-jun collapsed flat onto the floor. He wheezed out weakly, I can't breathe! Min-jun and Sun-ho absolutely panicked. They swarmed him, violently shaking their passed-out bro. Hey, Byung-jun! Oh my god, are you okay? Don't mess around like this, you bastard. Oh crap, he's actually hyperventilating. Is he going into shock? The two idol girls just stood there completely frozen, utterly bewildered by the absolute chaos unfolding in front of them, while the two best bros started screaming and shoving each other in sheer panic. Minjun screamed at the top of his lungs, "Hey, Bae Sunho, give him CPR or do something, man." Sunho shrieked right back, "You do it, you crazy bastard! He's literally about to die!" Is this really the time to be shifting the blame? Byung-jun's life or death struggle ended with a final decisive declaration that echoed through the corner of the room. "Why don't you try giving CPR to Byung-jun and see how gross it is, huh?" Once the chaotic banter died down, they finally got back to the main objective. Jin Hyuk carefully handed the folded drone over to Min-jun. "Here's the drone." Min-jun accepted it with a serious nod. "Thanks, man." Stepping out onto the rooftop, Min-jun inspected the device. "Do you think we'll be okay if I fly it from here straight across the Han River toward Gaganja?" Jin Hyuk furrowed his brow, weighing the options. "The range from up here is going to be pushing it, but heading all the way out to the Han River Park to launch it is way too risky. That place is wide open and absolutely crawling with the undead." Feeling a sudden wave of doubt, Jin Hyuk shot him a skeptical sideways glance. "Have you ever actually flown a drone before?" Min-jun instantly broke into a cold sweat, stammering out his confession. No. Mortified, the manager desperately tried to pass the buck. "Well then, either Daddy Gun or I should do it." Just then, another voice chimed in. "Can I give it a try?" Jan, the female idol, stepped forward with a bright smile, confidently stepping up to save the day. "I actually know how to fly one of these." Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in realization. "Ah," he exclaimed. "Now that you mention it, Jan is surprisingly a pro at flying drones." Even so, Min-jun narrowed his eyes, looking at the slender girl with a hint of skepticism. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Jan walked right up to the edge of the balcony, turning back with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, though pushing the absolute limits of the signal range might be a little tricky. Let's give it a shot." At her word, the drone's arms unfolded, sitting obediently on the sun-drenched rooftop as it awaited her command. The first mission, delivering a message. A crisp white piece of paper covered in neat, careful handwriting was brought out. To Han Yeon. If the two of you or anyone who knows you finds this note, please write down whether you're dead or alive and send it back via this drone. From MJ in Cheonho. Jan crouched down, carefully securing the note to the drone's chassis before standing back up with a proud nod. I wrote down the message and strapped it in tight. With the setup complete, it was time to calculate the long-haul flight. Min-jun pushed up his glasses, slipping into analytical mode. "But we're definitely going to need to recharge the battery if we plan on running multiple flights. Luckily, I've got a portable generator, so it's totally doable." With the preparations out of the way, a sudden heavy quiet settled over them. Min-jun kept his gaze lowered, nervously breaking the silence. Excuse me." He took a tentative step forward, gathering every ounce of his courage to look at Jan's back. His voice trembled with a fragile glimmer of hope. "By any chance, do you not remember me?" As the words left his mouth, Jan slowly turned her head. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek, her large eyes blinking in bewilderment as she frantically searched her memories. "Ah!" As if suddenly struck by a realization, Jan covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft gasp of surprise. Meanwhile, Min-jun's face remained utterly stoic, but inside his heart was setting off celebratory fireworks. "She actually remembers me? Wait, did you used to come to our fan meetings?" she asked. Jan looked incredibly flustered, her eyes filled with genuine guilt. "I am so sorry. I've just met so many fans over the years. Seeing her reaction, Min-jun let out a massive, invisible sigh. I freaking knew it. Swallowing the bitter pill of reality, he muttered to himself. She really has no clue who I am. But outwardly, he just gave a nonchalant shrug. Yeah, pretty much. Back when we lived at the Mokdong apartments. Suddenly, a loud snort of laughter interrupted him. Blah! You absolute bastard! Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the two resident menaces, Sunho and Byung-jun, immediately jumped in to roast him, cackling like maniacs. So all that crap you talked about being tight with Jan was just a giant load of bull? Ha ha ha, you pathological liar. Min-jun's face instantly burned beet red as he stammered defensively. Hey, shut up! But the torment did not stop there. Sunho mercilessly turned to the idol herself to throw his buddy entirely under the bus. Hey, Jan, this loser actually had the nerve to go around bragging that he was your best friend. Isn't that hilarious? Like hell a girl like you would ever be friends with a pathetic piece of trash like him. Ha ha ha, right? Dragged into this chaotic bro banter completely against her will, Jan looked even more awkward. A nervous drop of sweat slid down her cheek. She shrank back, her shoulders tense as she mumbled, I'm really sorry. Seeing his idol looking so incredibly uncomfortable, Min-jun rolled his eyes to the heavens and screamed in sheer agony. Why the hell did you idiots actually believe that? Even though he laughed it off on the outside, deep down he swallowed a quiet, resigned sigh. Yeah, he thought, I guess it really doesn't matter anymore whether she's the Jan I used to know or not. Faded memories of a plain, simple girl from his past flashed through his mind.
a stark contrast to the dazzling, radiant idol standing before him now.
Minjun murmured softly to himself. Maybe the John I knew was never meant to be Yuen Gen of Lumina in the first place. Or maybe. Those quiet afternoons we spent playing games together in that tiny room were just a fleeting dream of my own. A heavy, melancholic atmosphere settled over them. Jan stood perfectly still, her large, round eyes filled with a trace of sadness as she looked at Minjun, caught in a deeply awkward and pensive silence. To break the suffocating tension, the golden afternoon sun cast its warm glow over the withered potted plants in the corner of the rooftop. It was the signal. The real work was about to begin. Whirr! The sharp buzz of the propeller sliced through the wind. The drone shot fiercely into the clear blue sky, instantly followed by the wild, echoing cheers of two incredibly hyped fanboys. That is so freaking cool! Jan gripped the controller tightly. System booted up like a pro. All right, let's get this started. The two giant fanboys standing behind her were screaming their lungs out. Holy crap, this is insane! Truly worthy of Lumina's very own Jian! The comedy duo still wouldn't shut up, continuing to shower her with over-the-top praise. You can even fly a drone? Is there anything in this world you can't do? A gorgeous face, killer dance moves, and the voice of an angel. And now you're a freaking drone god. This is crazy! Unable to stand the noise any longer, Minjun spun around, scowling as he yelled, just shut the hell up, will you? You idiots are breaking her concentration! Ignoring the bickering behind her, Jan focused intensely on the screen, her sharp eyes analyzing the feed. Since this is north, if we keep flying straight, it'll cross the Han River in no time. Her eyes remained glued to the monitor, her long, flowing hair fluttering softly in the wind. Jian's gentle voice spoke up. Say, they must be incredibly important to you, huh? I can tell just by looking at how determined you are to find them. Minjun flinched slightly, scratching his head in embarrassment. They're just my friends. But before he even had the chance to look all deep and thoughtful, Sunho immediately shoved his face in to expose him. She's this bastard's girlfriend. Sunho continued to roast him without mercy. He might look like a total scrub, but he actually bagged a girl. Lucky son of a bitch! So don't you dare get any stupid ideas about hitting on Jian. You hear me? Minjun leaped up, his face burning bright red as he lunged forward. What the hell? Who are you calling my girlfriend, huh? Holding on to solid proof, Sunho argued back. Oh please, you roll Yona's name off your tongue so smoothly. You two are obviously dating. Under Jian's curious gaze, Minjun waved his hands, desperately trying to clear things up. I told you, Yona and I aren't like that. Jian blinked innocently, trying to process the chaotic information. The noisy argument slowly faded into the blazing red sunset. As the sun began to dip behind utility poles tangled in wires, it cast a sorrowful glow over a corner of the ruined city. The whirring of blades sliced through the wind as the tiny drone flew back through the gloomy air. With a sharp click, the exhausted machine touched down on the cold concrete floor, bringing nothing but disappointment. Staring out at the uneven cityscape bathed in the twilight, Jan's silhouette revealed her utter exhaustion. She let out a soft sigh. This was our 5th try, and we still couldn't find them. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the group. Sunho frowned, trying to reason with him. Maybe we should just give up, Minjun. This area is way too big. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, the distance to the Gagunja district is already past the flight limit. Byung-jun nervously chimed in. Yeah, what if the drone loses signal and crashes into something? Before Minjun could say a word, Sunho continued complaining on behalf of their idol. More importantly, we can't keep making a top-tier visual idol like Jian suffer like this. Who in their right mind forces a global K-pop superstar to stand around flying a drone until the sun goes down? Seeing the rising tension, Jian quickly turned around, waving her hands with a bright smile. It's really okay. I don't mind at all. Minjun's heart sank. He lowered his eyes, his voice filled with guilt. You've worked hard enough, Jian. From now on, I'll practice and fly it myself. Standing among his friends, Minjun broodingly made a reckless, stubborn decision. Since the distance is the main issue, even if I have to go alone tomorrow, I'm heading to the Han River Park. I'll launch the drone from there. The moment the words left his mouth, Sunho panicked and tried to stop him. Hey, are you crazy? We're supposed to move to the survivor shelter tomorrow. I have to find them, no matter what happens. His friend sighed in resignation. Fine. I guess we still need to find Yona and Ha-chan anyway. Or would it be too hard on you guys to keep moving without me? Because I absolutely refuse to leave until I find Yona and Ha-chan. That fierce declaration left Jian standing in stunned silence. Her large, expressive eyes gazed deeply at the young man, swirling with a myriad of complex emotions. The quiet night slowly descended, swallowing the rooftop in darkness. It closed out a day that began with overflowing hope, only to end in total despair. The next day, brilliant sunlight once again glared down on the torn billboards atop the high-rise buildings. Another day had begun in this cruel, ruined world. Tearing through the crystal-clear blue sky dotted with white clouds, the resilient buzz of rotors echoed in the air. Carrying their final ray of hope, the drone soared outward, searching for a miracle. High up in the azure sky, the cruising drone suddenly let out a series of broken warning beeps. Then, it died completely, losing all remote signal. Stripped of its lift, the unmanned aircraft wobbled wildly before plummeting into the abyss, between the ruined skyscrapers of the desolate city. Finally, it crashed straight onto the cold concrete streets below, lying completely lifeless next to a pile of rubble. Not far away, on a different rooftop, Doho, a young man with messy, stylish black hair, was intensely scouting through his binoculars. He suddenly froze, letting out a soft gasp of surprise. Huh? Hearing his reaction, Yona, the captivating girl with long black hair standing next to him, immediately turned her head. Did you spot something? She asked curiously. Without taking his eyes off the binoculars, the young man calmly explained the situation to his partner. Looks like a drone just crashed about 400 meters ahead. Then, as if recalling something strange, he thoughtfully added, something like a weapon fell from the sky just like that before. With his curiosity piqued, he lowered the binoculars and decisively signaled the girl to move. Let's go check it out. Down on the weed-choked ground, an electric guitar lay abandoned next to a dust-covered, yellow supply drop, a relic of these chaotic times. Soon after, the duo was swiftly navigating the deserted streets. Their footsteps were hurried but highly alert, weapons drawn and ready just in case they ran into any of the infected. True to his prediction, they quickly found their target in the middle of the road. The young man whispered excitedly, "There it is." As they approached to inspect the shattered drone, he squinted, noticing something odd. It looks like something's attached to it. Standing beside him, the girl leaned in, her curiosity getting the better of her. What is it? But before he could peel the piece of paper off, their ears picked up the faint sound of voices murmuring around the corner. The young man's guard immediately went up, and he clutched the drone tightly. Startled and on edge, the girl thought to herself, who could that be? Wanting to avoid any trouble with uninvited guests, the young man quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her into hiding. This way! They ducked into a small alleyway, hiding near an old delivery truck and some crates resting quietly under the shade of a roadside tree, returning the ruined street to its fake, eerie silence. As they hid behind a wooden barricade, two strangers appeared, grumbling to each other while searching the area. Are you sure it crashed around here? Damn it, where the hell did it go? I clearly saw it fall in this direction! Hearing those disgustingly familiar voices, the hiding young man's eyes shot wide open, a surge of shock and pure hatred boiling up inside him. From their vantage point, they saw an elegantly dressed woman in a black coat and a heavily armed police officer rushing over, frantically scouring the area. The moment he clearly saw the face of that cop holding the assault rifle, the flames of rage ignited in the young man's chest. Quante chic! His expression slowly twisted into an incredibly sinister, thrilled smile. He had finally found his prey after days of searching. Found you, you miserable bastard. But his dark joy was cut short as he squinted at the person next to his target in utter confusion. But who the hell is that fancy-looking woman walking with him? Caught up in his thoughts, the sharp, crisp click of a metal hammer cocking back right next to him made him jump. He whipped his head around to look at the dark-haired girl beside him, completely bewildered. Without a shred of hesitation, she had coldly raised her revolver, aiming it dead at the cop with pure murderous intent in her eyes. Panic set in over her reckless move, which could expose their position at any second. The young man quickly leaned in close to her ear, his voice a desperate whisper to hold her back. Han Yona! Ignoring her companion's plea, Yona's finger rested cold and heavy on the trigger. She squeezed it slowly, eyes burning with a lethal resolve, utterly ready to send that bitch straight to hell. But right at that hair-raising, life-or-death moment, the blood-curdling shrieks of a zombie horde echoed fiercely from the distance, making both of them jump in absolute horror. He frantically grabbed her hand, his voice a tight, urgent hiss. Wait, don't shoot! The deafening roars of the undead drew closer by the second, throwing the police officer and the woman into sheer panic. Screaming their lungs out, they bolted. They're coming right at us! What the hell do we do now? What the hell do you think? Run, damn it! Take cover, idiot! Watching from their hiding spot as those two ran for their miserable lives, the young man's face shifted back to a mask of ice, silently enjoying the chaotic show unfolding right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Yona slumped down, her back hitting the cold wall. Her trembling hands gripped the gun tightly to her chest, desperately trying to mask the overwhelming panic that had just consumed her. High above, a ruined skyscraper, draped with torn protest banners, stood as a lonely sentinel under the gloomy, overcast sky, bearing silent witness to the brutal battle for survival that was about to erupt. The scene shifts to a decaying school hallway, choking in scattered papers and filth. A suffocating, fake silence hung in the air, masking a dark, brewing conspiracy. In stark contrast to the dead silence inside the room, Yona glared at the pair of handcuffs resting on the desk. She snapped at her companion, her voice trembling with frustration. Why did you stop me? I could have ended that bitch right then and there! The ruggedly handsome guy sat casually, spinning a handgun in his grip. With the chilling composure of a pro assassin, he analyzed the situation. Because the distance was too great, a guaranteed kill with this pistol wasn't happening. If there were walkers nearby, the gunshot would have exposed our position immediately, and besides... His eyes suddenly darkened, a heavy murderous aura bleeding into the room at the mere thought of his enemy. That absolute bastard, Quante Sick. He's carrying an assault rifle. His hand paused ever so slightly while loading the magazine, delivering a harsh dose of reality. Pistol or no pistol, going head-to-head with a rifle is straight-up suicide. We have to wait for the perfect opening. Tearing his eyes away from the weapon, he cast a sideways glance toward the window, his brows knitting together in deep thought. But the woman rolling with him, who exactly is she? Hearing that, Yona's face turned to stone. Her eyes swam with an abyss of pure, unadulterated hatred. She used to be my stepmother. She murdered my dad, right alongside her filthy lover. Gritting her teeth, she continued to tear off the elegant mask of that vile woman. And she is the exact same bitch who tried to kill me. The young man froze for a split second, his gaze softening with quiet intensity as he looked at Yona. I have no idea how she ended up with a scumbag like him. But without missing a beat, Joho leaned in. Should I just slaughter them both? Those words made Yona freeze for 5 straight seconds. Without a drop of hesitation, he racked the slide of his gun with a sharp click, a deeply chilling smirk curving his lips. I was planning to rip that bastard Quan Tae-sik apart anyway. He's my primary target. He stepped closer, locking onto Yona's eyes with a piercing, fatally magnetic gaze. If you want it, I'll carve that wretched woman up for you too. The smirk on his face grew darker, twisting into something wickedly demonic, in the most agonizing, brutal way imaginable. Suddenly, he reached out, gently tilting Yona's chin up. Forcing her to look dead into his eyes, he dropped a dangerously low whisper. Revenge needs to be cruel. It needs to be violent. Ending their pathetic lives with a single bullet? That's just way too boring. Before Yona could even process his touch, he planted a brutally twisted dilemma in her mind. Finding your friend. Boss, Dong Min-jun, or butchering the stepmother who slaughtered your father? You go ahead and choose. What takes priority? Cornered by the suffocating, intense pressure radiating from him, Yona could only swallow hard. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her tear-filled eyes staring back at him completely speechless. His profound, bottomless gaze stayed locked onto her, as if trying to read the very soul of a girl torn to pieces between friendship and bloodthirsty vengeance. After that display of overwhelming, deadly dominance, he finally backed off, staring out through the blinds alongside Yona. He casually changed the subject. Thinking back, the image of the downed armored drone lying on the desk flashed in his mind. He muttered softly, that piece of paper attached to the drone. What could it possibly be? At that exact moment, under a piercing blue sky, useless security cameras stood like lonely gargoyles, silently watching over the dead city. The heavy sound of dragging footsteps echoed. A pair of dirty white sneakers trudged miserably across the cracked asphalt. It was Dong Min-jun. The guy was wandering aimlessly, his face a bruised and battered mess. He let out a long, regretful sigh, bitterly blaming himself. Ha! I actually crashed the drone because of a weak signal. I shouldn't have been so cocky about flying it manually. Min-jun stopped in his tracks, standing blankly in the middle of the desolate street, looking exactly like a man who had just lost his entire world. To understand why he was in such a pathetic state, we have to wind the clock back 2 hours, back to the villa where the whole group had gathered. Back then, Min-jun's face was practically burning with unearned confidence. Thumping his chest, he swore to the whole group, I'll control the drone super carefully. I absolutely promise I won't crash it. The manager, Seon Hyuk, was sweating bullets. Frantically trying to talk sense into him, he warned, Hey, flying the drone all the way from the Han Riverbank? That's insanely dangerous, man. Are you sure you're gonna be okay? Min-jun just nodded, putting on the swagger of a seasoned pro. Yeah, don't worry. I know a specific route, so it'll be totally safe if I take it. If things go south, I'll turn back immediately. But inside, his mind was screaming in full panic mode. To be brutally honest, I'm totally just winging this. Still, he kept up his noble hero act. Honestly, I'm way more worried about you guys moving to the shelter without me. The heavily built bodyguard, Im Dae-gun, crossed his arms, his rugged face trying to offer some rough comfort. Well, since I know the route I took with Haru before, as long as the road isn't blocked, we shouldn't run into any major issues. Seeing Min-jun so dead set on playing the lone hero, Junho just clicked his tongue and clapped his buddy on the shoulder. We'll handle our end just fine, so stop worrying. Catch you at the shelter, man. Snapping back to the present, Min-jun's grand improvisation had failed spectacularly. He kept walking, his head hung low in crushing regret. I never expected to be crawling back this fast. I really should have just listened to the manager. He grumbled to himself, God, I feel like I'm just dragging everyone down with this. Suddenly, Min-jun snapped his head up, eyes narrowing behind his thick glasses as he cemented a brand new plan. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to cross the Han River on my own after making a pit stop at the shelter. Fully realizing that the clock was ticking, Min-jun bolted forward like an arrow, his inner voice frantically pushing him on. If I drag this out any longer, my infection level is going to hit rock bottom again. I gotta hurry. Damn, it would be a lifesaver if I could just spot a bicycle or a scooter. He sprinted for his life past the crumbling ruins of buildings, where pitch-black shattered windows gaped like open maws, just waiting to swallow the weak alive. After running for quite a while, the nerdy guy's stamina completely bottomed out. He was gasping for air, his legs turning to pure jelly. Pant, pant! He pushed himself to keep running, his exhausted mind whispering in despair. Pant, I just need a second to catch my breath. Suddenly, Min froze dead in the middle of the street, his pupils dilated in sheer terror, a cold, icy sweat instantly soaking his forehead. What the? Staring back at him was a gruesome dragged-out trail of fresh blood painting the asphalt. It formed the shape of a massive number 30, sickeningly drawn out using nothing but raw, mangled flesh. Trailing along that horrifying bloodstain were two mangled corpses. One of them, its leg completely severed, was still writhing on the ground, letting out the savage, guttural groans of the undead, groaning and snarling. Behind his thick glasses, Minjun's eyes trembled violently. Every ounce of confidence he had just moments ago vanished into thin air. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Right at that moment, deafening gunshots tore through the dead silence. Bang! Bang! The distant blast made Minjun jump out of his skin. Without hesitating for a single split second, his raw survival instinct kicked into overdrive. Minjun bolted, running for his absolute life and leaving the blood-soaked scene behind. He ran like hell, but the sounds of death still clawed at his mind. His face drained of all color, his eyes wide with sheer terror, silently screaming at the bloody nightmare waiting for him up ahead. And there it was. The van he had secured earlier was now flipped completely upside down right in front of his eyes. Demonic groans and snarls echoed from every direction, closing in on him fast. Minjun stood frozen to the spot. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he screamed inwardly in utter despair. "We are so dead!" Suddenly, the scene cut to the inside of a room with a caved-in ceiling and flickering, dying lights. Deafening gunfire roared back-to-back, mixed with desperate, helpless cursing. "Damn it, I am out of ammo!" Down a narrow hallway, the massive bodyguard Daegun was frantically swinging a baseball bat, smashing it straight into a monster's skull, making it shriek with an ear-piercing screech. A panicked voice screamed from behind him, "Daegun, get the hell inside, right now!" Right at that do-or-die moment, a cold, ruthless dagger plunged straight into the zombie's skull. Dark blood splattered everywhere, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. The owner of that life-saving strike was none other than Dong Minjun. He squeezed inside, his face battered and bruised, gripping the blood-soaked knife as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Get inside, hurry!" A familiar voice gasped in total disbelief. "Minjun?" The bodyguard Daegun stared at the high school boy standing before him, his body covered in gashes and bruises, completely stumbling over his words. "Your face! How the hell did you—" Slam! The heavy steel door crashed shut, locking those ravenous growls outside. Minjun waved his hand, cutting off all their questions. "I am totally fine. I will explain everything later." Leaning back against the freezing cold door, Minjun gasped for air, his chest heaving heavily. Panting hard, he looked around. Standing right there were the big bodyguard and his two best friends. Byung-jun let out a massive sigh of relief. The second Minjun caught his breath. He spun right around, scanning the half-empty room in a sheer panic. He fired off his questions. "What the hell happened here? Where is Jian? And where is my friend?" The manager, Jin Hyuk, dripping with cold sweat and looking pale as a ghost, began to explain the nightmare.
While we were moving in the van, the horde suddenly ambushed us. I drove too recklessly, and the car completely flipped over.
He trailed off, his voice violently trembling with dread. But what is even worse is Jian. What about Jian? What happened to her? Jin Hyuk looked at Minjun with pure terror in his eyes, whispering a chilling, blood-curdling truth. She's being hunted down by one specific zombie. Minjun stood there, absolutely paralyzed. "What did you just say?" Jin Hyuk was shaking as the memories of that frantic moment flooded back. "What the hell do you mean by that? Do not tell me that while we were running for our lives trying to evacuate—" Behind his thick glasses, Minjun's pupils shrank to pinpricks, reflecting absolute, unadulterated fear as he heard the manager's final words. "There was this one mutated freak, and it just kept targeting John. Only her." Over in the corner, the bodyguard, Daegun, stood next to the idol Koharu, who was sobbing uncontrollably. He bowed his head in deep regret. "I focused on getting Koharu out safely, but your friend ran after Jian. He swore he was going to save her." Flash. The scene violently cut to a dilapidated, crumbling old building. A shattered signboard with a massive, gaping hole in its glass faintly displayed the words, "Little Kitty Comic Cafe." Deep inside the suffocating, damp darkness of the shop, the shadowy silhouette of a zombie dragged its feet, its mouth making wet, skin-crawling, smacking noises. Its pale, bare feet, completely stained in pitch-black blood, scraped agonizingly against the tiled floor. The monster's distorted, broken voice choked out words in a deeply haunting rhythm. "Shine bright! Lumina!" The camera slowly panned up to its torso, revealing a blood-soaked t-shirt with the faded logo of the idol group, Lumina. Even as a flesh-eating corpse, this crazed, obsessed fan was still muttering his twisted confession. "I love you, Jian." Deeper into the shadows was a suffocatingly cramped corner, hidden among toppled shelves and shattered debris. Pushed to the absolute brink, the gorgeous idol, Jian, was curled up in the pitch black. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, her small body violently trembling in pure, unadulterated terror. Just outside the flimsy curtain separating them, the demonic, gurgling voice of her undead stalker echoed relentlessly, calling out her name. My goddess, Jian."